The emperor, in order to repay my life-saving grace, actually ordered to kill me, even forcing me to divorce the princess I had been married to for 3 years. The courtiers also framed me with false charges, just because I held military power and had great achievements. At this moment, as long as I capture the city in front of me, I can recover the old capital and restore the territory of the former Dayu dynasty. At this time, the subordinates suddenly reported, "General Wei, officials from the court have arrived." I went to check upon hearing this, only to see that the court had sent 800 troops in a hurry, carrying a golden token. I frowned slightly and saw that behind the golden token messenger was none other than the Grand Secretary Wei. I asked, "Grand Secretary Wei, what brings you here?" The eunuch Wei shouted with a hoarse voice, "By the decree of His Majesty, the Wei family army has been laboring in a distant expedition in vain, wasting national resources, and now the people are suffering. The commander of the Wei family orders you to return to the capital alone within 3 days, and the Wei family army will be led back to the court by this eunuch." My vanguard general Lin Teniu was instantly furious when he heard this. "Nonsense. We are on the verge of a successful northern expedition, heading straight for Huanglong. How can you say it is a laborious expedition with no results? Why did you separate Wei Shui and us? What exactly are you planning to do?" I reached out to stop Teniu and asked Wei Gonggang calmly, "Is this the opinion of the court officials or the emperor?" The Duke of Wei smiled and said, "General Wei, this is His Majesty's intention. I have spoken out of turn. Your contributions over the years have been outstanding, and you have already surpassed the master. There are many memorials in the court every day praising your achievements. If it weren't for your special relationship with His Majesty, and His Majesty's continuous protection of you, I'm afraid someone else might have lost their life long ago. I hope General Wei will accept this gracefully. His Majesty will not forget your contributions. When you return to the court, you will still be able to live as a wealthy marquis." I sneered. I am not that kind of blindly loyal person. How could I unconditionally obey the orders of that foolish ruler? So I sneered and said, "I am outside, not bound by your orders. Capture this person." "I have not received such an order." Lin Teniu and others immediately became spirited and immediately captured Wei Gonggang and the messenger. The translation is, the Wei Gonggang looked a little flustered, and hurriedly shouted, "General Wei, it's useless for you to arrest me. The messenger sent by His Majesty is not just me." Sure enough, as soon as Wei Gonggang was taken away, a rider came galloping from not far away, with a golden token arrow inserted on his body. When the messenger arrived in front of the Wei family army, he shouted, "By order of His Majesty, General Wei Hui is to enter the capital immediately, without delay." Seeing the golden token is like seeing His Majesty's face. Act immediately. But I still had him arrested. Next, the third golden medal came, and the messenger shouted, "The provisions have been withdrawn. The Wei family army has no more supplies. Hurry back to the capital." This way, messengers kept coming one after another. A total of 11 golden medals arrived, and the tone became increasingly harsh, even threatening that if they did not retreat and return to the capital, they would be punished for treason. My face also became increasingly ugly. The 12th gold medal arrived, and it was Princess Jinxiu who came in person. At this time, a team of people and horses escorted a carriage over, and a gorgeous woman got off the carriage. She was Zhao Ruyan, the beautiful younger sister of the current emperor Zhao Jiao, and also my wife for 3 years. Zhao Ruyan questioned me as soon as she saw me. "The court has issued 11 orders urging you to return to the capital. Why haven't you left yet? Do you still have any regard for the court? In the 5th year of the northern expedition, when success is imminent, why should I return to the capital? They suspect me. That's fine. But after sharing a bed with you for 3 years, do you also suspect me?" I looked at the lady in front of me, feeling a chill in my heart, sensing that she had never been so unfamiliar. How big does this credit have to be considered big? You are already in a high position. Why do you still need to achieve this credit? Could it be that you really have ambitions? Zhao Ruyan said. I laughed at her words. Hee, ambition? Do you think I am going straight to the yellow dragon for myself? You are in high positions, forgetting the shame of the Shenzhou's fall 5 years ago, but I haven't forgotten. If we don't go straight to the yellow dragon, the Liao tribe will eventually come south, and the tragedy will happen again. Let's talk about the future later. I only know that you must return to the capital now. The imperial order must not be violated. Zhao Ruyan dared not look at my angry eyes, but her tone remained firm. I sneered. What if I disobey your orders? Zhao Ruyan threatened, if you refuse to return to the capital, I will break up with you. Okay, just consider me blind. Didn't see clearly that your surname is Zhao. Let's just part ways. Think clearly. If it weren't for your identity as the son-in-law, carrying the honor of my royal family, what qualifications do you have to command these 100,000 troops? What qualifications do you have to hold a high position? Zhao Ruyan's eyes widened. apparently not expecting that I would really dare to divorce her. I was not lightly angered. What nonsense are you talking about, relying on the identity of a dogfart prince consort for me to control the military power? When the Zhao siblings were chased by the Liao tribe and sought my help in desperation, where was the glory of the royal family? You have no soldiers but want to rebuild the court, mocked by the military leaders, and begged me to step forward. Where was the glory of the royal family again? When you personally led the troops but were defeated by the Liao tribe, and asked me to turn the tide, where was the glory of the royal family again? Now that I have helped you stabilize the country and repelled the Liao tribe, you say that I rely on the prince consort to rise to power, relying on the glory of your royal family. This is truly unreasonable. With those words, Wei Hua unsheathed his sword in anger. What are you doing? Zhao Ruyan saw Wei Hua draw his sword, which made him a little scared. His voice trembled as he shouted, "You are not worthy to be separated from me. Remember, you are being repudiated by this marshal, and from now on, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other." Wei Hua waved his sword and cut off his white robe, tore off a piece of it, bit his finger, used blood as a pen, wrote a big hue on the broken robe, and then threw it towards Zhao Ruyan. This is the end of a 3-year love affair. Chapter 2, Lifting the Table and Quitting. You actually dare to repudiate me? Repudiate the hall's royal princess? Wei Hua, you've gone mad. Are you going to completely tear your face off with my royal family? Zhao Ruyan was so angry that her entire body was trembling, the towering mountains in front of her chest rising and falling in disbelief. Although both the letter of reconciliation and the letter of repudiation are a breakup of the couple, the letter of reconciliation is an equal and honorable end for both parties, and the woman can still remarry. The letter of repudiation, on the other hand, sweeps the wife off her feet and out of the house, with humiliation, making it difficult for the woman to remarry. Generally only hate the woman will write a letter of repudiation. After all, marriage is not just a matter of two people, but a matter of two families. The letter of repudiation can be said to be the woman behind the family is also offended. Unless the man is so powerful that he doesn't care, he wouldn't be so desperate and arrogant. But she, Zhao Ruyan, was the eldest princess of the imperial family. There was no one in this world whose status was more honorable than hers, except for the emperor's brother. Where did Wei Hua get the nerve to disgrace the royal family? Isn't he afraid of death? This face, it was your Zhao family that didn't want it first. So what if this marshal tears it apart? Wei Hua sneered, not caring. After all, he was able to support Zhao Jiao to ascend to the throne, and naturally, he also had the ability to bring him down again. Before, Wei Hua really didn't have the slightest bit of anti-spirit, but since the emperor suspected it, the group of ministers attacked it, and even the people on their pillows were counting themselves out. Then Wei Hua wouldn't mind really going against one. From the northern expedition against the Liao tribe to the southern expedition against the dragon. Let the king see who's in charge here. As the saying goes, when someone wrongly accuses you of rebellion, you'd better really rebel. Otherwise, it's not like you're taking this for nothing. You don't regret it. Zhao Ruyan was furious and stomped her foot fiercely. Whoever regrets is a dog. Wei Hua smiled disdainfully. Behind them, the guardsmen even put their hands on their weapons one by one. As long as Wei Hua gave the order, they would immediately unsheath their swords and hack this royal princess to death. Swinging south, unconditionally carrying out Marshal Wei's orders. Because they are the Wei family army. It is the soldiers that Wei Shui personally selected one by one. It is the soldiers that Wei Shui unclothes and pushes the food. It was the first time a soldier was treated as a human being and felt equal. Even the once unrivaled Liao clan said, "It's easy to shake the mountains, but it's hard to shake the Wei Jiao army." Seeing the neat and tidy movements of the Wei family's army, Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but take a step back in fear, her face pale. But the siblings weren't really stupid. Zhao Ruyan also came prepared this time. Therefore, she took a deep breath and forced herself to be calm. Wei Hua, I really misjudged you. You are not a good husband, much less a good subject. You really do have the ambition of a wolf. But don't forget, war is fought before the troops and horses move, and food and provisions come first. Now that your provisions have been cut off by the court, and your army has very little left, you'll only be able to go all the way back to the capital to receive supplies. If you have any intention to rebel, your army of 100,000 will starve to death in a few days. When the army mutinies, no matter how skillful you are, you will not be able to recover. Moreover, you yourself are fatherless and unattached. But don't forget that these 100,000 soldiers all have families. Their families are all in the capital city of Linen. Once they follow you to rebel, then all of their families will be executed. I advise you not to act rashly. Returning to the capital with this princess is your only way out. I said why the grain and grass that should have been delivered 7 days ago was delayed, so it was waiting for me here. Wei Hua let out a cold laugh and had to sigh that this sibling was truly an actor. Just a few days ago, the siblings had each written to themselves, one saying that the court was giving full support to the northern expedition and that food would be arriving soon. One, on the other hand, spoke of longing, saying how much he missed himself. As a result, it is really despicable to secretly do the trick of cutting off one's own grain and grass. In this regard, Wei Hui is only temporarily pressed the idea of immediately leading troops to the south. Cannot even involve so many under the brothers' parents and relatives were killed. However, Wei Hua would not go back to be a dog for this sibling, but sneered and said, "Your siblings are good at calculating. This marshal will not serve anymore. Tell Zhao Jiao that I am resigning from all official positions and will take over the clan on my own. Don't come to me for any future orders from the court." Originally, marquises did not have actual feudal domains, but Wei Hua's merits were too great, so he was given a fiefdom out of the ordinary. However, Wei Hua didn't choose his fiefdom in the south, but rather in the front line, a piece of territory that he himself had snatched back from the Liao clan 2 years ago, Ilua County. It was located at the frontier, beyond the control of Daiyu. This was also one of Wei Hua's bottom cards. There, Wei Hua could revitalize his army and prepare for battle, and go south to capture the dragon. So what if I cut off my grain and grass? The big deal is to let your siblings live for a few more days. Wei Hua, I think you really are crazy. Not only have you repudiated me, you actually don't even want your official position. You even dare to call out His Majesty's name. Where exactly has the court wronged you that you have to be so heartless? Listening to Wei Hua's words, Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but panic a little. After all, the siblings' original idea was to put Wei Hua under house arrest in the capital after stripping him of his military power, so that he could be an idle person and also a barrier for Daiyu to deter the Liao clan. Once the Liao tribe dared to continue southward, they would activate Wei Hua again and make him the firefighting chief. But right now, Wei Hua actually lifted the table and quit. This is simply outrageous. What are they going to do when the Liao tribe goes south? Wei Hua still has no sense of responsibility as a vassal. Then where has this marshal wronged the court? Letting you two siblings accuse me here, Wei Hua said disdainfully. Zhao Ruyan was speechless, but that didn't stop her from continuing to hurl accusations across the board. Fine, fine. You're marvelous. You're noble. You have a magnificent heart. You don't want glory and wealth, but that doesn't mean others don't need it. Immediately afterward, Zhao Ruyan even used her last card and said, Wei family army. His Majesty has decreed. Anyone who follows this princess back to the capital will be promoted to the next rank. Pawns will be promoted to sergeant. Sergeants will be promoted to sergeant. And sergeants will be promoted to centurion. And everyone is rewarded with silver. The lowest is 10 taels of silver. The higher the rank, the higher the reward. 100,000 Weijia army is the lowest person 10 taels that are millions of taels of silver. Not to mention the high-ranking ones get even more. The imperial court claimed that the national treasury is difficult, but in the end, they would rather take out millions of taels of silver to buy Wei Hua's Wei family army. Zhao Jiao is really trying hard to sit on the dragon chair. Those who are willing to follow this princess and enjoy glory and wealth, stand behind this princess. Those who want to follow Wei Hua and suffer, stand behind Wei Hua. Zhao Ruyan began to force everyone to stand in line. The crowd of the Wei family army didn't move when they heard this, but instead looked at Wei Hua collectively until Wei Hua nodded slightly. However, there were actually a large number of people who stood behind Zhao Ruyan. Only a small number of people stood behind Wei Hua, and the two formed a stark contrast. Ha ha ha, see Wei Hua. This is the prestige of my royal family. This is what the people want. What the people want. Princess Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but feel smug at the sight. In response, Wei Hua was smiling disdainfully, because, although there were only a mere 3,000 people standing behind himself, these 3,000 people were all the officers of the Wei family army. They were the first to follow Wei Hua. It was the backbone of the entire Wei family army. With them, Wei Hua would be able to rebuild the Wei family army at any time. The ones standing behind Zhao Ruyan, on the other hand, were all just the most ordinary soldiers of the Wei family army. And, are these soldiers really following the Zhao family with sincerity? The way they looked at Wei Hua could tell that it was an absolute trust. They gave Wei Hua their trust, and Wei Hua gave them their trust to go back, settle their families and solve their worries. At that time, when the Wei family army went back to eat and drink, and brought the silver and taels rewarded by His Majesty, and ran from the capital to Ilua County with food and family members in batches. I hope that this Her Highness the Rapunzel and his brother the Emperor can still laugh. You will not follow this princess back to the capital? You don't want official positions either? Zhao Ruyan asked with a smug look on her face as she rushed at the 3,000 people behind Wei Hua. We are all willing to resign all our official positions and follow Marshal Wei to the clan. 3,000 Wei family officers shouted in unison. Their families had been sent to Iro County long ago, so they had no worries. Okay, you guys have backbone. Then you guys can go to that poor Illawa County and drink the northwest wind. Zhao Rui sneered and didn't bother with these people. After all, she didn't understand the difference between an officer and a pawn, and only knew that she stood on her side of more than 90,000 Wei family troops, and thought that she had already grasped the power of the army, and accomplished the mission of the emperor's brother to cut down Wei Hua's military power. With so many soldiers and horses, her Zhao family's royal family would surely be able to rest on their laurels. Chapter 3 The Liao clan seeks an audience. Before leading the army to leave, Zhao Ruyan still looked like a victor giving alms and rushed at Wei Hua. Wei Hua, although you are ruthless, I am not a righteous person. You go to the clan land first to calm down. If you think clearly about coming back someday, I will beg the emperor's brother for you and give you an official position. Roll. Wei Hua's answer was simple and dry. You toasted me. I'm waiting for the day you kneel down and beg me. Humph. Let's go. Back to the capital. Zhao Ruyan was furious with a pair of slender jade hands clenching her fists and said with confidence. The army then returned to the capital, raising dust all the way. Don't worry, Marshal Wei. The soldiers of the battalion I led would never betray you. They just whispered to me that they are just going back to settle their families. The same goes for me. I know the soldiers I lead well, and if it weren't for the fact that their families are in the capital, they would never follow the princess. When they finish settling their families, they will definitely run back to the clan to find you. Lin Tainiao and the other officers rushed at Wei Hua, fearing that Wei Hua would be saddened by the departure of the Wei family army. Don't worry, I didn't suspect them. On the contrary, I believe that when they return, they will definitely give this marshal a big surprise. But we can't just wait. Let's go. Go to the clan's Iroh County. It's been 2 years, and I don't know how Iroh County is doing. Those seeds I left behind in the beginning, I don't know if they have borne the expected fruits. Wei Hua laughed, not the slightest bit lost, instead feeling all at ease. Sure enough, people are still the most enjoyable without their bosses. Without the dog emperor, Wei Hua felt that the armor on his body had become a little lighter. Probably because he didn't have to carry the weight for someone else. Afterward, Wei Hua rolled onto his horse, spurred his horse, and led 3,000 Wei family officers straight to Illawa County. Iroh County is located at the mouth of the Luo River, which flows into the sea. It is a northern seaside city that is convenient for both waterways and sea transportation. It's a bit like Dalian in Wei Hua's last life. This was also the reason why Wei Hua chose this place as his fiefdom. With easy transportation and a strong location advantage, that means there is a lot of potential. It can be developed into an economically vibrant trading city. This city gate has been repaired, and it's guarded by soldiers. It's changed a lot. The Wei family army saw the brand new city gate before they even entered the city. Although it was not majestic, it was much stronger than the previous broken and tattered appearance, especially since there were still soldiers guarding the entrance to the city, and a group of people entered and exited in an orderly manner. Upon seeing the approaching army, Illawa County hurriedly closed the city gates, fearing that it was the Liao tribe that was coming to attack. It was only when Wei Hua waved his hand that a huge banner was erected in the ranks with the word Wei written on it. It's Marshal Wei. Quickly open the city gates. It's Marshal Wei returning. The soldiers on guard erupted in cheers. Immediately after that, countless people rushed out of the city gates, excitedly welcoming Marshal Wei, welcoming the true king of this Iroh County. As a fiefdom, this place does not recognize Dayu, but only Wei Hua. See Marshal Wei. See Marshal Wei. Countless ordinary people knelt down in front of Wei Hua in unison, looking at Wei Hua with respect and gratitude in their eyes. After all, if it weren't for Wei Hua, they would still be living under the iron cavalry of the Liao, living a life worse than death. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. All of you have worked hard. Illawa County is thriving in your hands. Wei Hua dismounted from his horse to help up the common people and complimented them. He also didn't realize that 2 years had passed and that Iroquois County was developing even better than he had imagined. Why are there so many more people here? It's become so prosperous? As the crowd of the Wei family army walked into the city, as far as their eyes could see, they could only see the county town boiling with people, rubbing shoulders and rubbing shoulders. It was very bustling. Both sides of the road is full of stalls and vendors. A look of everything is competing. Vibrant appearance. You should know that the front line has been depopulated because of the displacement of people due to years of war. When the Weijia army first knocked down Illawa County was full of only 10,000 people, and they were all mainly old and sick. But now, only 2 short years later, the population of Iroquois County has more than doubled tenfold. Even with the addition of the families of their 3,000 officers, it's not that much more. Thanks to Marshal Wei exempting us from taxes for 3 years, and it was stipulated that all the common people who came to join us in Illawa County would be given a piece of land to cultivate for free if they wanted to farm. Those who want to do business can get a piece of land to set up a stall on the street. If you want to rent a store, the price is also very favorable. That's how we attracted so many people to join us. Right now, Iluwa County is the busiest county for hundreds of miles. Even the prefecture city is not as lively as us. Xin Wuji, the long history steward that Wei Hua had arranged in Iluwa County, replied with an arch. As soon as the war started, the powerful people ran as fast as they could at the first opportunity, and they all ran to the south. However, it was cheaper for Wei Hua to occupy the fields in the hands of the powerful nobles and gentry without any effort, so that he could divide the fields and engage in land reform with impunity. A large number of refugees were absorbed into Iluwa County. Originally, Wei Hua wanted to extend this trick to all parts of the north, but it was severely opposed and attacked by the courtiers. To actually distribute the fields to those mudbloods for free. Isn't this a reversal of the Big Dipper? Zhao Jiao did not support Wei Hua either, so Wei Hua could only stop. However, Wei Hua's own fiefdom, the courtiers will not be able to control it, and they can do whatever they want. Wei Shuai, be careful, there's a demon. Just as the Wei family army was walking down the street, Lin Tinio suddenly drew and rushed to slash at a man with blonde curly hair on his head, a hawkish nose, blue eyes, and white skin. Tinio, stop, that's not a demon, it's a foreigner. Wei Hua laughed at the sight and stopped it. Iluwa County is a seaside city, and before Wei Hua left, he explained to Xin Wuji, the chief historian, that he should develop more foreign trade and mutual exchange. It seems to be going well now, even with the foreigners coming in. The foreigners in this world haven't developed steam engines and firearms, but the navigation technology is good, and they drive their ships around to do business, bringing a lot of spices, precious stones, and some strange fruits and vegetables to Iloilo County, which makes Iloilo County's trade to a higher level. But this group of people are not of my race, and their hearts must be different. It's fine to do business with them and learn sailing techniques, but we must not let them have any illusions about my territory of Kyushu. Once they do, Wei Hua doesn't mind hitting their old home. A foreigner? Looks like a ghost. Not a good thing at first glance. Lin Tinio muttered and withdrew his axe. How's the salt I asked you to dry before? Wei Hua rushed to the chief historian and asked. Iluwa County as a seaside city, drying salt was simply not too convenient. That could all be Wei Hua's future source of military pay. Marshal Wei came to you to see these several large warehouses, full of salt, more than enough to pile up. Changsher Xin Wuji brought Wei Hua and the others to a few large warehouses. Once they were opened, inside were packets of white floral salt. Okay, from tomorrow onwards, vigorously sell it towards the neighborhood. The price is 30% lower than official salt. Then exchange all the money from the sale for grain. The more the better. Wei Hua said. Fighting a war is all about logistics. He must prepare a large amount of grain and grass in advance. And so much salt is the money Wei Hua prepared in advance for himself to buy grain. But, the court regulations, selling private salt is illegal. Caught to be beheaded. The chief historian reminded. The court stipulated that the salt and iron monopoly, the price is very high, so as to profiteer. The court has a full 20% of the treasury revenue are from the salt and iron franchise, visible in this line of income. However, from now on Zhaojiu's salt and iron franchise is afraid to be scrapped, because, it's a good business, and its Wei Hua's from now on. The main one is a large amount of affordable quality is okay. Roll dead Yu Chao. This marshal has violated many laws. Not this one. My Weijia army will bring swords to escort you to sell salt. Whoever dares to chop off your heads, we will chop off theirs first. Wei Hua smiled disdainfully, directly armed to sell private salt. Whoever disobeyed chopped too. I respectfully obey Marshal Wei's order. The chief historian instantly led the order. Marshal Wei, look at this again. Changsher Xin Wuji led Wei Hua to another warehouse, which when opened, was actually full of sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes. It's really grown. Wei Hua's eyes lit up at the sight. This stuff is so productive. It can be several £1,000s an acre, and it's a great thing to feed the people. Wei Hua had previously been sending people south by boat to the South Seas to look for sweet potato seeds, which took 3 years to find, and were then brought by Wei Hua to his own fiefdom to begin experimental planting. It seems to be working really well now. With this item, one's military food problem could be solved quite a bit more. There's also this. As per your orders, Marshal Wei, we made it. Changsher Xin Wuji brought Wei Hua to a warehouse again, which was opened up and held a pile of blackish powder. Gunpowder? Not bad. Not bad. You guys did quite well. Wei Hua was even more pleased to see this. Gunpowder had not yet been invented in this world, but Wei Hua gave them the secret recipe: 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, and a little sugar di-Ivan. After constant testing, Iro County finally refined the right formula of gunpowder and stocked up on it. This was Wei Hua's secret weapon. However, Gunpowder still has a ways to go before it becomes a firearm and can't be used directly in combat yet. With this Iluwa County in hand, why worry about not being able to go south to slay the dragon? The corner of Wei Hua's mouth curled up slightly at the sight, and the certainty in his heart was able to gain a few more points. However, right now is not the time to rest on your laurels. With Wei Hua's understanding of Zhao Jiao, this failure to go back on his own would definitely provoke Zhao Jiao's killing heart. Therefore, Wei Hua had to seize the time to consolidate his resources and prepare his army for the onslaught of Zhao Jiao's army. It would take time to wait for the old troops to return, and Wei Hua couldn't just sit back and wait. He had to build another team, so Wei Hua rushed to the chief historian and continued. The conscription of soldiers will begin from today, and they will be selected from the families of the farmers who have been allotted land. These farmers, enjoying the dividends from the division of the land, are bound to be Wei Hua's staunchest supporters, don't want anyone younger than 15. And don't want anyone older than 50. Neither do those who are the only son in the family, nor those who are too thin, too short, or too fat. This marshal only wants elites. All successful candidates will be given the treatment of the Wei family army, with full monthly pay, subsidies for their families, and pensions for those killed in battle. Wei Hua continued. These treatments are actually quite normal, nothing special, and other armies call them so, but they just claimed it. They simply couldn't do it. The Wei family army, however, was the team that completely implemented everything, and was the only team in the entire world that didn't drink soldiers' blood, didn't eat empty pay, and didn't exploit its soldiers. This is why the Wei Jia army is able to win 100 battles. And just as Wei Hua was discussing various details with the chief historian, the guarding soldiers on the city gates suddenly came to report. Marshal Wei, the Liao clan is here. Straight mother dash asterisk 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 These Liao people are really well informed. They must know our army is away and are planning to attack Iluwa County. I'm going to kill them. Let the Liao know that the 3,000 men of my Wei Jia army can kill them all. Lin Tinyo heard this and was about to carry his axe. No, they're here to give gifts. Wei Hua, however, replied with a smile. Chapter 4. The gift is me. Give us a gift? Unlikely. This Liao clan hates our Wei family army to death. At this time, they should be falling on the well. How could they give us a gift? Lin Tinyo scratched his head, somewhat in disbelief. However, the soldier who reported the news from the side said, Marshal Wei is really predictable. The Liao people did say that they came to give you a gift, Marshal Wei, and there really weren't many people who came, just dozens of people. Most of them are carrying boxes and boxes of things, and it looks like they are not here to sneak in. It seems that times are different now, and the enemy of an enemy is a friend. The Liao people know that we, Marshal Wei, have fallen out with the Emperor of Daiyu, so they want to draw us in so that they can recapture Daiyu. However, the Liao clan is full of tricks and will likely use us as a gun. Marshal Wei should be careful and on guard. Another vanguard under Wei Hua's command, the somewhat thin-looking and fair-skinned Lu Bowen said. His battle power was not as strong as Lin Tinyo's, but he was resourceful and could be called a wise general. The two men, one civil and one military, were Wei Hua's right-hand men. Marshal Wei, so we'll see you? See, why not take what is delivered to your door? Wei Hua replied with a smile. Now that he was short of everything, he naturally wouldn't let go of a deal that came to his door. Even if it was a sugar-coated cannonball, it was still wrapped in sugar coating. With good maneuvering, it is natural to eat the sugar coating and give the shells back to the Liao again. Not long after, the city gates opened and the Liao were surrounded by the Wei family's army and brought to Wei Hua's champion Marquis mansion. Wei Hua sat on the hall of the Marquis and wiped his accompanying sword, which still smelled of Liao's blood. The Liao people, on the other hand, entered the hall at this moment, only to see that the leader was a beautiful woman wearing a sable velvet hat and a silver fox cloak. The dress was very different from that of the Kyushu, and there were several strings of bright beads hanging from her hat, but it was a different flavor, not inferior to Zhao Ruyan in any way. Also, her cape had a small tail behind her, with the wild beauty of a small female werewolf. Liao clan messenger to Obayur, meet Marshal Wei. The little female werewolf crossed her arms in front of her chest and bent down to salute at Wei Hua, her pair of soulful eyes staring curiously at the killing god in front of her who made the Liao clan scared and made little children cry. He is actually so young and kind of handsome. I thought that the one who fought so many battles would be an old general. Tuoba Yuer thought in her heart. Nothing is wrong. What is it that you Liao people are looking for this marshal for? This marshal doesn't seem to have any friendship with your Liao clan, but rather a lot of blood debts. Wei Hua asked as he opened the door. We Liao people speak directly, so we won't beat around the bush. We've fought many battles before, but they were all for our own masters. Right now, there are people from our Liao tribe among your Yu dynasty's ministers, so we know that Marshal Wei has fallen out with your Yu dynasty's emperor, and we've specially come to help Marshal Wei. Tuoba Yuer said. Oh, how can I help? Wei Hua asked as he wiped his sword without raising an eyelid. We can return your Yu dynasty's Taishang emperor so that Marshal Wei can hold the emperor hostage. We will be able to crush the current emperor of your Yu dynasty in name only. Tuoba Yuer said. This gift is really not light. Sending an emperor right off the bat. No need. This marshal no longer wants to have multiple fathers on his head. Wei Hua flatly refused, never wanting to be involved with the Zhao family again. It's to rebel and stand on your own 2 feet. Moreover, the reputation of the Taishang emperor who was captured and danced by the Liao tribe was a bit too stinky, and rebelling under his banner might backfire and make the common people loathe him instead. Then we can lend 100,000 troops to Marshal Wei and attack Dayu together. After it's done, my Liao clan will only take the property and leave the territory for you, Marshal Wei, to call yourself emperor. From now on, our 2 countries can also become brotherly nations. Tuoba Yuer said again. Sounds good, but this marshal doesn't want to be the sword in your hands and let you reap the benefits. Wei Hua sneered, instantly seeing through the Liao clan's purpose. Right now, I only have 3,000 men. If I borrow these 100,000 Liao wolf riders to go south, then I will defeat Dayu. If the Liao tribe turns their guns around and fights themselves, what will they use to resist? Isn't that working for the Liao tribe for nothing? And it's the kind that kills the donkey. Now he's talking a good game. As long as the property is there. Afterward, I'm afraid that even my own head will be taken along. Tuoba Yuer lightly bit her lips at the words, obviously not expecting Wei Hua to be so difficult to deal with. Worthy of being a famous general of the world. So full of temptation of the 2 gifts, he actually balked. He didn't even think about it. Wei Shui, this all don't want. Then I can only send the last gift. There is no way. Tuoba Yuer had to use the last trick. What gift? Wei Hua asked good-naturedly. That would be me. I am the most favored youngest daughter of Empress Dowager Xiao of the Liao clan, princess of the Liao royal clan. Tuoba Yuer bit her lip, lifted up her chest, and said with an open heart. Originally, the Liao tribe did not have this plan, but Tuoba Yuer has always been capricious, recognized a thing must be reached. She was the one who took the initiative to tell mother that she could take Wei Hua. So since nothing else could tempt Wei Hua, Tuoba Yuer had to give her body in return, thinking that she was the number 1 beauty of the Liao tribe. She would definitely be able to move Wei Hua's heart. Princess! No! Hearing Tuoba Yuer's words, the Liao clansmen were clearly startled, and immediately, a young Liao clansman immediately shouted anxiously, It's not your turn to speak here. Tuoba Yuer immediately chided back, causing the Liao to immediately quiet down. I heard that Marshal Wei has repudiated a Yu dynasty princess, then why not marry another Liao princess? I know that Marshal Wei has been rejecting our Liao clan's good intentions because he doesn't trust us. But as long as we get married, then the Liao clan and the Wei clan's army will be one family, and we'll be able to trust each other. At that time, let's attack the Yu dynasty together, share the world, and these things, they are all the dowry that this princess accompanied. Tuoba Yuer said as she pointed to the crowd behind her carrying boxes of things. You do have some good looks, but I have already repudiated a princess. What makes you think that I would want you? A Liao bit princess? Wei Hua looked up and down at Tuoba Yuer. She did look good. Exotic and flavorful, but not enough to make himself moved, because I have more brains than her. Although our Liao clan and you, Marshal Wei, have been enemies before, our Liao clan is the one that respects you the most in the entire world. After all, only our Liao clan knows your power the most. In the eyes of our Liao tribe, your Yu dynasty is full of cowards, and only Jun is a man. The princess of the Yu dynasty has no eyes to recognize this great hero of yours, but I, the Liao clan, can recognize him. And we Liao girls are different from you Central Plains people. We treat our husbands with single-mindedness and only know our husband's family, not our mother's family. Unless you die, I won't look for anyone. Tuoba Yuer said with a sincere face. The grassland people valued heroes the most, and she grew up listening to Wei Hua's stories since she was 12 or 13 years old. Although in those stories, Wei Hua was a big devil villain, it made the quirky and unconventional little princess even more curious and desirous. Originally, this curious yearning was just admiration. After all, Tuoba Yuer felt that Wei Hua should be very old to have such powerful means. But right now, Tuoba Yuer has seen Wei Hua's youthful handsomeness with her own eyes, and knows that he has just repudiated his wife. So how can she not be moved? Sounds alright, but you should talk about the dowry. Wei Hua already didn't have a good feeling about this kind of marriage, so he might as well have a little more dowry to make his heart sing. Those gold and silver treasures, jewelry and whatnot, Wei Shui has seen a lot of them. Nothing rare. But I have 3 things in this dowry that should satisfy you, Marshal Wei. The first gift is 2 maids. Come out. Tuoba Yuel shouted at the crowd. Then there were two young and beautiful girls who bowed their heads coyly and slowly came out from the crowd, bowing and curtsying nervously at Wei Hua. Wei Hua does not understand why this Tuoba Yule want to send their two maids. How this also with buy one get two? Is it want to through this means to milk themselves dry? However, when he looked at these two maids, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, always feeling as if he had seen them somewhere. At this time, Tuoba Yule said, "You Central Plains people are not Xing dowry maid, said to be used to warm the bed. Then this princess also follow the customs of the country. This is my specially brought two dowry maids. Before is Yu dynasty's royal princess, was captured by our Liao tribe. I see that they are obedient and well behaved, so I chose to do my maid. It turns out that their names have already been abolished by me, and they are only listed in order of birth. This is Zhao 8, and this is Zhao 11. They are respectively the blood sister and blood sister of that Princess Jinxiu that you repudiated. If you have any grievances against Princess Jinxiu, you can vent them on these two maids. It's also counted as them repaying the debt for their sisters. No wonder it looks so familiar." Wei Hua sniffed his head full of black lines. How could he not expect that these two are actually still his former sister-in-law and former sister-in-law? Although Wei Hua has always heard that the entire royal family of Daiyu was in after all the humiliation. Many consorts, princesses were forced to become maids. Some were even put into the raccoon bureau to do the official prostitute. But when witnessing two royal princesses turned into bed-warming maids being sent around, it was still a sigh of relief. They're all sisters. What a difference. Zhao Ruyan is Zhao Ruyan. They are them. I won't take out my anger. I don't want this dowry. Wei Hua shook his head, not angry enough to take it out on these two poor people. But his words have just landed, only to hear a plop sound. The two former royal princesses were actually brushed together kneeling in front of Wei Hua, bitterly begging, "Do not. I beg Wei Shui to accept us. Don't send us back. After we are sent back, we will be forced to become the playthings of the Liao nobles, and our lives will be worse than death. Marshal Wei, please take us. We'd rather work as cows and horses by your side than go back again." When they thought of the miserable fate of those sisters and concubines who stayed in Liaodi, Zhao Ba and Zhao 11 were incomparably panicked, shivering in fear with tears and snot. "All right, then stay." Wei Hua thought about it. Sending them back would be like sending a wolf into a tiger's mouth, so it would be better to stay by his side and serve himself. Chapter 5 Heirloom Jade Seal. "Thank you, Marshal Wei. Thank you, Marshal Wei." Zhao Ba and Zhao 11 instantly cried tears of joy at the words. Although they were working as bed-warming maids, serving Wei Hua alone was better than staying in the Liao clan and serving a group of people. Afterwards, the two excitedly went forward, and actually took the incomparable initiative of one giving Wei Hua a back pounding, and one giving Wei Hua a leg pounding. Looking at the two Zhao family sister flowers whose faces were incomparably similar to his ex-wife Zhao Ruyan's who came to serve him, Wei Hua originally wanted to refuse, but then a thought couldn't help but ring in his head. I've been fighting for so many years, can't I just enjoy myself? And the Zhao family does owe me. Thus, Wei Hua casually strutted around and received massages from the two Zhao family royal princesses. This scene should really let Zhao Ruyan take a good look. Let's see how much the honor of the so-called royal family in her mouth is worth at this moment. It seems that Marshal Wei is satisfied with my first gift. Tuoba Yue pursed her lips when she saw this, but she didn't feel any jealousy at all. After all, the character of their step Liao tribe is Mu Chang, thinking that a powerful man is the one who rightfully owns the biggest grassland and the most cattle and sheep. At the same time, he should also have the most women. Therefore, Tuoba Yue didn't care how many women Wei Hua had. Anyway, she was the unique mother of the house on the line. Ahem, talk about your second dowry. Wei Hua's old face reddened and he hurriedly pulled away from the topic. This second weapon is the Qingfeng sword, which is ranked second among the 10 great divine weapons in the world. Legend has it that it was crafted from a meteorite from beyond the heavens and refined by the world's #1 swordmaker, Oyezi, and it is said to be invulnerable and cuts iron like mud. It's the treasure we found in Yu dynasty's inner treasury. After the disappearance of the #1 ranked Regulus sword, this is the #1 sword in the world. A precious sword matches a hero. I believe that when this sword falls into your hands, Marshal Wei, it will definitely be able to maximize its power. Tuoba Yue ordered someone to open a box, revealing a 3-foot sword inside. Rumor has it that the 3-foot green blade sword can break the world's enemies. Swish! Wei Hua unsheathed his sword and slashed at one of the bronze lions at the entrance. Bang! The solid bronze lion was actually split by Wei Hua's sword, like cutting tofu, with unparalleled ease. It was evident that this divine weapon was strong. It was enough to bring Wei Hua's battle power to another level. Not bad, truly worthy of being the second divine sword in the world. I'll take this sword. Next, Wei Hua nodded and once again accepted this dowry, and was really a bit addicted to receiving gifts. The third gift is your Central Plains dynasty's Jade Seal of Transmission. When we captured the old emperor of your Yu dynasty, The old emperor had nothing on him but this thing, saying that it was a symbol of your Central Plains people's imperial power. But we Liao people don't recognize this thing. We have our own symbol of imperial power. So it's better to give this to Marshal Wei. With it, Marshal Wei's future attempts to go south will be even more heavenly. Tuoba Yuer opened the last box, and inside the box there was a white jade seal that was 4 inches square and had 5 dragons on the top button. One of the corners had been broken and replaced with gold. Wei Huo was shocked by what he heard and walked forward to check it out, only to see that there were 8 big characters engraved on it in small seal script, by the mandate of heaven, both life and eternal prosperity. It was the state seal that had been passed down from the ancestral dragon era to the present day, and had lasted for thousands of years. It represented the supreme authority of the 9 states. What a treasure! Wei Huo's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but pick up the jade seal. At this point, Wei Huo still said with a stiff upper lip, "It's just a piece of jade. I'm not going to feel that heaven's destiny is mine just because I'm holding it." But the words that came out subconsciously made Wei Huo himself feel as if something was wrong. Thus, Wei Huo hurriedly put down this jade seal of transmission, and in his heart, he couldn't help but spit out, "This jade seal is so evil. I can't help but want to call myself as me when I hold it in my hand. It's really strange. No wonder so many people through the ages have wanted to take this piece of jade. Yes, I accept your dowry." "So, Marshal Wei agreed to marry me?" Tuoba Yuer raised her eyebrows and smiled, secretly thinking in her heart, "What is the number 1 general in the world? But you still have to obediently be my husband." At that time, I would like to see if this Wei Huo is also the number 1 in the world in bed. Yes, but this marshal has 3 demands. If you agree, I will marry you. 1. When you get married, you follow your husband. You need to listen to this marshal in everything and put him first. 2. Even if this marshal marries you, he is not a vassal of your Liao clan and does not take orders from you. 3. This marshal has not yet thought of it. Let's talk about it later. Wei Huo put forward 3 harsh requirements, said, "I promise." However, Tuoba Yuer actually agreed without even thinking. After all, she and Zhao Ruyan were 2 completely different people. Zhao Ruyan loved Wei Huo, but loved the Zhao family even more and put the royal family first in everything. Tuoba Yuer is different. She only puts her own ideas first in everything. As for the Liao royal family, there are Liao emperors to take care of it. It's none of her business as a princess. This time, she took the initiative to come to Wei Huo. At first it was indeed to pull Wei Huo together in order to fulfill the task that the Liao clan had given her. But now, she just wanted to find herself the best husband in the whole world, so that she wouldn't be randomly promised to a playboy by her mother. Originally, this idea of hers wasn't particularly strong, but right now, after spending time with Wei Huo this time, she watched Wei Huo's unmovedness in the face of the Liao clan's lure, his heart's compassion in the face of the Zhao family's 2 sisters, and his heart's ferociousness in the face of the jade seal. She was incredibly firm in her beliefs. This is definitely a true hero worth trusting. Moreover, she saw the steadiness, composure and ambition of a king in Wei Huo. There was also the anger towards Zhao's royal family. Such a person is bound to be unwilling to huddle in a county and will surely soar. By that time, with the valor of the Wei family's army and the help of her Liao clan, Wei Huo would most likely claim the throne. And what kind of person can be a queen? That would be to marry him in advance when he is not yet the emperor. Therefore, Tuoba Yuer was willing to take a gamble. Bet that she was not wrong about Wei Huo. Bet that Wei Huo will be able to claim the title of emperor in the future. "Princess, you can't marry him." At this time, a young man of the Liao clan who had stopped it before spoke anxiously once again. "Our Liao tribe has a tradition of pre-wedding competitions. Before the bride gets married, anyone can challenge the groom. A successful challenge will allow you to steal the bride." "Wei Huo, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yelu Kai, the Liao youth with long curly hair and 2 huge bone rings hanging from his ears, shouted at Wei Huo. "Yelu Kai, you are reckless. Fighting before marriage is a tradition for ordinary Liao people. Liao nobles are not included." Tuoba Yuer immediately rebuked angrily, really annoyed with this person. "Stirring up my mother's marriage. No matter what the princess says, we don't agree. If the princess insists on marrying, then we are willing to splatter our blood on the spot." Yelu Kai immediately pulled out the curved sword at his waist and roared angrily. And as soon as he shouted, the dozens of Liao clansmen behind him also drew their swords through and through. "Asshole, what kind of status are you? You're also worthy of competing with my family's Wei Shui. If you have the ability to eat my Tinyo's axe." Lin Tinyo was furious when he saw this, picking up his big axe and about to give this Liao clan brat an axe. At this time, Wei Huo opened his mouth and shouted, "Tinyo, stop." Subsequently, the corner of Wei Huo's mouth curled up slightly as he rushed at this Yelu Kai and asked, "A successful challenge can snatch the bride. So what if the challenge fails? There can't be no punishment, right? If we fail the challenge, our lives are yours, and we are at your disposal." Yelu Kai replied coldly. But Wei Hua shook his head and said, I don't want your life. It's not worth much. Since you came with the envoy, you must be a noble from your Liao clan, right? That's. Our Yelu family has been ministers for generations in the great Liao. It is a great family second only to the imperial family Tuoba family and the descendant Shao family. Yelu Kai said with a proud face. That's good. Since it's a big family, it's bound to be rich and powerful. If you lose, compensate me for 3,000 good horses. How about it? Wei Hua smiled, ready to take the opportunity to knock a fortune. After all, Wei Hua was now short of troops and food, and had to use every means possible to get himself resources. The Liao's horses are the best in the world, much better than the horses of the Central Plains. The Liao tribe relied on 100,000 iron horsemen to defeat the Yu dynasty, which once collapsed. When Wei Hua asked for this batch of horses, he was able to train 3,000 cavalrymen again, greatly enhancing the war power of Ilua County. This, Yelu Kai sniffed some hesitation. 3,000 horses the Yelu family is to take out. But horses and cattle and sheep are not the same. The horse is a strategic resource, cannot easily outflow. The Liao tribe this time came to enlist Wei Hua, especially did not bring war horses. Is not want to give Wei Hua increased combat power for nothing. If he gave Wei Hua 3,000 horses, he was afraid that neither the family nor the Liao clan would let him go. And seeing that Yelu Kai hesitated, Wei Hua took the opportunity to provoke him. What? Can't give up? Then hurry up and get lost. Or this marshal can be merciful and keep you for a cup of wedding wine. Hearing this, Yelu Kai really fell for it. After all, he had loved Tuoba Yuer for many years and would never allow the woman in his heart to marry a Yu dynasty enemy. Therefore, he immediately said viciously, I promise, 3,000 horses is 3,000 horses. There's no way I'll lose anyway. Alright, it's said that the Liao clan's riding and shooting is unrivaled. Why don't we compare archery? Wei Hua smiled and said, good. Yelu Kai agreed in a single breath, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You know he's an archery genius among the younger generation of the Liao clan. He's been able to hit every shot since he was a child. This Wei Hua is really looking for death. Chapter 6 Genius is just the threshold for meeting him. Not long after, above the Champion Marquis schoolyard, two targets were placed 100 paces away, while Wei Hua and Yelu Kai each took 3 arrows to see who hit the most targets, and the one with the most wins. You're the guest. You go first. Wei Hua said indifferently. Good. Yelu Kai sniffed and was not polite, immediately bending his bow like a full moon. He shot 3 times with force, accompanied by whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds. The 3 arrows cut through the sky and hit the red dot right in the center of the target, 100 paces away, with unerring accuracy, a true 100 paces. As expected, the Liao people, who are famous for their riding and shooting, are not ordinary. Color, color, color. The Liao people immediately shouted in excitement. Only Princess Tuoba Yuer was sullen, cursing Yelu Kai for being such a useless reckless person. What's the use of being good at archery? He's just messing with me. I just want to marry Wei Hua. She even thought that if Wei Hua loses, she will marry Wei Hua even if she is a rascal. This Yelu Kai is really too annoying and has been pestering her since she was a child. If it's not possible, I'll just arrest him. Fetch my bow. In response, Wei Hua's face was calm, without any panic at all. When Pioneer Lu Bowen then brought Wei Hua his exclusive bow and arrow, it was a particularly weird-looking bow and arrow. Unlike normal bows that only had one bowstring, it had several strings on it and actually had a wheel at the top and bottom. There was also a small scope in front of it. This is a modern compound bow specially designed by Wei Hua, with a special wheel set on it, and with the help of the cam lever's force reduction, the front and back symmetrical force will be greatly reduced, and so will the control force, making archery incredibly easy. Also, the power will be greater. While ordinary bows could shoot up to 100 paces, composite bows could shoot 200 paces or even 300 paces, and it is so powerful that it can penetrate armor. It is the king of long-distance warfare in the cold weapon era. After all, Wei Hua came with technology that was 1,000 years ahead of its time, and played a descending blow. However, this kind of bow is quite complicated to build. 1 or 2 is okay. Want a mass production requires a lot of skilled craftsmen, so before this composite bow has not been able to popularize in the Wei family army. Fortunately, Iro County has been collecting skilled craftsmen for the past 2 years, and has already collected a lot of them, together with some exquisite tools and Western mirrors brought by the foreigners. They followed the drawings given by Wei Hua to follow the diagrams, and have already built thousands of composite bows within these 2 years. These are secret weapons. It was fine if Zhao Jiu was sensible, but if he came after Wei Hua without knowing what to do, then Wei Hua was bound to give him a head-on blow. Oh, the Middle Kingdom people are so fancy, and they put wheels on their bows. Are they trying to make them run? What a waste of effort. Yellow Kai said disdainfully at the sight, not feeling that the bow was powerful in the slightest, and even felt that it was cumbersome, not as concise and clear as his own bow. Just then, Wei Hua drew his bow. Whoosh! Bang! After a sound, the originally disdainful Liao clansmen instantly widened their eyes, revealing disbelief, because, instead of shooting towards his own target, Wei Hua shot towards the target that Yellow Kai had just shot at. Not only did he hit the center of the target with a perfect arrow, but he also forced down one of the arrows that Yellow Kai had shot at the center of the target earlier. Such a maneuver can be more powerful than simply shooting a bullseye. After all, the red star right in the center of the bullseye was already small, but it was still the size of a fist, and that one arrow, that was really small with only a black dot. How powerful of an archery skill did it have to be in order to knock it down? Coincidence. Must be a coincidence. Jeremiah was a bit shocked and said with a gulp. At that moment, Wei Hua smiled faintly and drew his bow once again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Bang! 2 more arrows, hitting the center of the target perfectly after leaving a perfect parabola in the air. At the same time, Yellow Kai's 2 arrows were knocked down perfectly. The jaws of the surrounding Liao clansmen stared in disbelief and remained speechless for half a day. Still want to compete? Wei Hua asked blandly as he rushed at Yellow Kai. Yellow Kai was tempted to say compare again. However, his hand holding the bow was uncontrollably sweating, asking himself that he couldn't do what Wei Hua did to be able to shoot down the opponent's arrows. This is just too difficult. How in the world is this? I as a Liao talented archer cannot do it. How in the world did he do it? Yellow Kai can't help but mutter. Really can't figure out why. After all, the gap in technology is not something he can figure out with this one little brain. Kid, don't be discouraged. Genius is nothing. Which one of us Wei family army generals wasn't a genius before? But now they all only serve Marshal Wei and willingly work under his command. Because, genius is just the threshold to see him. He, and we are not in the same realm. When Vanguard Lu Bowen saw this and persuaded him, that's, the person this princess has her eye on is superior in everything. This archery posture, so handsome. Tuoba Yor also said on the side, the same archery skill is superior, but 2 very different evaluations. Really like and dislike performance. In response, Yellow Kai could only bow his head and said, alright, I've lost. Tuoba Yor is yours. 3,000 horses I also lose to you, but this bet is too expensive. If I just write a letter back, my family will not agree. It is necessary for me to make a trip back in person before I can do so. Good boy. You want to run away after losing? If you run away, where are we going to get 3,000 horses? Lin Tianyel was instantly furious at his words, and thought that Yellow Kai was going to break the contract. Yellow Kai immediately and anxiously defended, our grassland Liao tribe is a promise that is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. We won't cheat like you Central Plains people. Since I lost to you, even if I die, I will definitely send 3,000 horses. Alright, this marshal trusts you. Wei Hua nodded and agreed to Yellow Kai's request. Yellow Kai was a bit surprised at his words, not expecting his love rival to give himself trust. So he gave Wei Hua a complex feeling and said within half a month, I will definitely send 3,000 horses. Then he turned on his horse and left the same place, and with Yellow Kai leaving, the other Liao clansmen didn't dare to oppose Tuoba Yuer's marriage. Tuoba Yuer immediately rushed at Wei Hua with excitement. Wei Marshal, is not right. Husband, then when are we going to get married? There is no hurry. Since you have sent me so much dowry, this marshal cannot be petty. This is the troop deployment map of the Jizhou defense line, so I will give it to you as this marshal's dowry, and you take it back to your mother, Empress Dowager Xiao. The Jizhou army was the closest Yu dynasty force to Wei Hua's Ilo County. If Zhao Jiao had a murderous intent towards Wei Hua, he would definitely mobilize the Jizhou army and attack Wei Hua's Ilowa County with the fastest speed. And at the moment, Wei Hua's soldiers and horses are too small, and he doesn't want to be too fast and hard, and he doesn't want to use up all of his cards at once. Therefore, Wei Hua was going to utilize the Liao clan's iron cavalry to make a siege of Wei to save Zhao, directly let the Liao clan attack the Jizhou defense line, so that the Jizhou army would be forced to return. If Zhao Jiao sends troops to kill Wei Hua, then he'll be asking for death, leave his own defenses empty. And if Zhao Jiao still has a little bit of conscience and doesn't send troops, then based on a single map of troop deployment, the Liao clan won't be able to attack the Jizhou defense. After all, the Jizhou defense line was constructed by Wei Hua himself back then, and it is incomparably sturdy. Moreover, the Liao clan had been beaten by Wei Hua and had lost a lot of their strength, not as brave as they were back then. After the Yu dynasty left Wei Hua, the offense could not work, but relying on the defense of the Jizhou defense line left behind by Wei Hua, it was still barely able to defend. Zhao Jiao, it's not me who decides whether you live or die now. Rather, it's your own conscience. However, you probably won't have it. Wei Hua sneered in his heart. It's called don't offend me. Don't offend me. If they offend me, then my whole family will go to their graves. Husband. You are so good. The Tuoba on the side did not know the calculations in Wei Hua's mind, and thought that Wei Hua was really attached to himself, and was actually all willing to hand over such a secret to the Liao tribe, which really gave her a big surprise. After all, she would definitely be blamed by the Empress Mother for marrying herself off without authorization, and right now with this map of the defense, she could deliver, so that at least the mother's anger would subside a little. Thus, she excitedly hugged Wei Hua and took the initiative to send an incomparably passionate kiss. She even stretched out her little tongue. This caused Wei Hua, who had fought half a lifetime of battles, to be a bit at a loss for words. I can only feel that this Liao people are just more passionate and unrestrained than the Central Plains people, huh? After some enthusiasm, each of them wiped their mouths red-faced. Afterwards, Tuoba Ur happily returned to the Liao clan with a map of Jizhou's troop strength and defense, discussing the specifics of the marriage with Wei Hua, and at the same time allowing the Liao clan's iron cavalry to quickly move south, attacking Daiyu's Jizhou defenses. Chapter 7 Kill Wei Hua, so that there can be peace. 3 days later, in the Yu dynasty, the capital city of Linan province, Princess Xiao Ruyan of Jinshou took the vanguard of the Wei family army and was the first to return to the capital, reporting to His Majesty Zhao Rugu about Wei Hua's resignation from the clan and his unwillingness to return to the capital. As for the matter of being repudiated, Zhao Ruyan hid it from herself because it was too humiliating. After all, in Zhao Ruyan's opinion, this letter of repudiation doesn't count at all, and sooner or later Wei Hua will regret coming to beg for himself. At that time, how to write the letter of repudiation Wei Hua, Zhao Ruyan will let Wei Hua how to eat down, in order to eliminate the anger of the heart. And the young and exuberant Zhao Rugo was suddenly furious when he heard this, and cursed in his heart. What? Wei Hua refused to return to the capital and even resigned? I really wasn't wrong. This Wei Hua really is a wolf. How dare he disobey my orders? How dare he disobey my orders? It's simply audacious. He has no regard for his father. This time, letting Wei Hua return to the capital alone was an obedience experiment by Zhao Rugo. If Wei Hua is obedient, Zhao Rugo doesn't mind giving a 3-2 jujube to keep Wei Hua, just like keeping a dog. And right now, Wei Hua obviously didn't pass this obedience experiment, and that made Zhao Ru hook up his killing heart. But on the surface, Zhao Rugo was hypocritical and incomparable. Hey, how could Wei Shui be like this? It seems that he really misunderstood my meaning. I let him return to the capital is to give him a promotion. Let him control the world's military. He must have misunderstood. Thought I want to take away his military power. But how could I be so ungrateful? But right now since Marshal Wei wants to rest on the clan, let him rest well. So that's what Brother Emperor meant. I told you Wei Hua was making too much of a fuss. What a villain. I was really blind to marry such a person in the first place. Princess Jinshou, however, believed this kind of grandiose words, and in her heart, she hated Wei Hua even more for not being able to recognize the time and not listening to the holy decree. At this time, Zhao Rugo once again said, Jinshou, you've worked hard on this trip. Go back and rest first. Remember to give more rewards to the Wei family army. From now on, this Wei family army will be under your command. You will be the first and only female general in my great Yu. Zhao Rugo still had a bit of a brain, and he also knew that the Wei family army was incredibly loyal to Wei Hua, and that ordinary people simply couldn't command them, so he specially let Zhao Ruyan come to lead them. After all, if you don't look at the face of the monk, Zhao Ruyan is after all Wei Hua's wife, and in Zhao Ruhu's opinion, the Wei family army will definitely give face to this mother-in-chief and obey obediently. At that time, he will divide and disintegrate the Wei family army one by one, killing and transferring the officers loyal to Wei Hua. The Wei family army will then be successfully named Zhao. However, Zhao Ruhook is unaware that the entire Wei family army knows that Zhao Ruyan was repudiated by Wei Hua. They will not listen to the orders of the former mother of the house. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Imperial sister will definitely do her best to guard Daiyu. Zhao Ruyan was overjoyed at her words. Coming from a royal family, she had an incomparable desire for power. It was only because she was born a daughter that she had never been able to really possess power, and at this moment, she could finally hold the military power in her hands. Although, this military power was taken from her husband's hand alive. But, so what? Love is naturally more important than power. Afterward, Zhao Ruyan and the courtiers retreated and left, leaving only a skinny old man with 2 8-handed beards, looking a bit sharp-tongued and hunched over above the court. Don't look at him as a lewd-looking man, but he is the #1 civilian official in Daiyu, the head of the cabinet. Qin Shou did not retire from the court, but waited for everyone to leave and rushed to Zhao Rugo. Your Majesty, If he Wei Hua dares to disobey your order to return to the capital today, he will surely rise up in rebellion tomorrow. We must strike first and get rid of Wei Hua to eliminate any future problems. Otherwise, if we wait for him to rebel, it will be too late. This is not very good. Wei Hua, after all, has made a lot of achievements for the country, rashly killed. I am afraid to leave a curse. Zhao Jiao replied hypocritically, but the meaning was obvious. He wanted to kill people, but he didn't want to take the blame and wanted the minister to do it for him. But Qin Shou does not matter, as long as he can kill Wei Hua. Soul power. He is willing to take the blame. Anyway, be scolded a few times will not lose a few pieces of meat. The people are very forgetful. It is impossible to scold him for thousands of years. Therefore, Qin Shou immediately said, I am willing to share your majesty's worries. I will make sure that Wei Hua is convicted of the crime and block the mouths of the people of the world. I don't believe there is a perfect person in this world. Even if he really is perfect, I can still put a trumped-up charge on him. Moreover, the Liao clan's messenger suddenly added a request for peace today. What demands? Zhao Ruhook asked. Kill Wei Hua before we can make peace. Qin Shou himself forced this lane to be added. And in reality, the Liao did not have this requirement at all. It's not that the Liao clan is kind-hearted, but the Liao clan just can't imagine how stupid it would take for them to destroy themselves and cut down their first general. This kind of request is so unreasonable that the Liao tribe is embarrassed to make it. But in favor of Qin Shou added it. What's even more outrageous is that Zhao Ruhook actually believed it. So Zhao Rugo's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of murderous intent, and he nodded. In that case, then let's kill it. For the sake of the peace treaty, for the sake of peace in the world, we can only suffer Wei Hua a bit. I believe Wei Hua can also understand for the sake of the world's life. Wei Hua is taking 3,000 men to the fiefdom. Then send 30,000 men. If Wei Hua is willing to surrender obediently, so be it. If he dares to resist, then kill him on the spot. Don't spare any of the 3,000. The Jizhou army is the closest to Wei Hua's fiefdom, so let's send the Jizhou army. If 10 of them fight one, I'm sorry that Wei Hua is no longer strong, but he won't be able to turn over any water. Your Majesty is wise. Qin Shou immediately praised. He then took the opportunity to say, however, Your Majesty, the Jizhou defense line was once built by Wei Hua, and quite a few of the generals in it were promoted by Wei Hua, so they cannot be reused, lest they turn against Wei Hua at a critical time. My son Qin Ming has also practiced in the military for many years and is currently serving in the Jianghuai army, which is not far from the Jizhou army. I can let my son lead the army. I will definitely be able to take Wei Hua's head and present it to your Majesty. Qin Shou had it all figured out. 30,000 men fighting 3,000 men. The advantage is mine. How can I not lose? Therefore, he was prepared to let his son be the leader of the army, and take the opportunity to make a hard military success. Once Wei Hua died, his son might become the #1 military general in Dayu. Wouldn't it be great to have a father and a son, a scholar and a warrior, with power over the whole world? Your son? I haven't heard that your son has the ability to lead an army. Zhao Ruhook frowned slightly, remembering that this Qin Ming was a playboy, uneducated, and had been hanging out in the army as nothing more than an idle post. Your Majesty doesn't know that my son Qin Ming also has the potential of a good general in the world. He has made countless achievements before. But your Majesty also knows that Wei Hua and I don't get along. So Wei Hua retaliated maliciously, erasing many of my son's merits and even adding them to his own head, simply turning black and white upside down. Right now, it's the right time to clear the air and return my son's innocence. Please, your Majesty. Cabinet Chief Minister Qin Shou continued. Alright, then let your son go. Zhao Rugo also saw that Qin Shou wanted his son to fish for credit, but there was no way around it. He really couldn't refuse when people did the dirty work for him and made this kind of request. Moreover, 30,000 men to fight 3,000 is indeed too easy. Even if the leader is a pig, he should be able to catch Wei Hua. Therefore, it doesn't matter who leads the army. Zhao Rugu, the advantage is mine anyway. I can definitely win. Chapter 8. Organize the Marine Division Force. The court's decree was quickly issued, and a messenger rode quickly from the capital on a fast horse, carrying the holy decree to the Jianghuai and Jizhou armies, announcing that Wei Hua had revolted and that Qin Ming would lead his troops there to quell the rebellion. At the same time, a carrier pigeon also flew out from the capital, across thousands of mountains and rivers, even more rapidly than the 600 miles of expedited first to the champion marquee, circling constantly in the sky. After all, a straight line between 2 points is the shortest, and carrier pigeons don't take many detours as they fly through the sky. And these carrier pigeons were sent by Wei Hua's secret agents who had penetrated the court. Wei Hua single-handedly supported the reconstruction of the Yu dynasty. In addition to the Wei family army, There are naturally other hidden forces ambushed in various parts of the Yu dynasty as covert agents. After all, there are too many things in history where cunning rabbits die and traitors cook. And Wei Hua must also leave a way out for himself, knowing Zhao Jiu's thoughts in advance, so as to save how to die without knowing. Only, Wei Hua also did not expect. This cunning rabbit are not yet dead it. Liao tribe are not yet destroyed it. Zhao Jiu began to unload the donkey. It had to be said that this kind of stupidity to the point of not acting like a normal person had really made Wei Hua miscalculate, thus failing to prepare in advance and being viciously backstabbed by Zhao Jiu. But before, he was unguarded. But now that he had a sense of defense, Zhao Jiu's calculations could not escape Wei Hua's grasp. All the undercover agents were reactivated, constantly providing Wei Hua with the latest information about the capital. Shoo! Wei Hua whistled, and the carrier pigeon instantly fell and obediently rested on Wei Hua's arm. Wei Hua opened the letterbox tied to the leg of the carrier pigeon and looked at the contents inside. Mobilizing the Jizhou army to deal with himself, he immediately let out a cold laugh and said, "Zhao Rugo, you really want to put me to death. Only, this time you are afraid that you are going to lift a stone and hit your own foot." Thus, Wei Hua immediately called for the chief historian Xian Wuji and the Wen vanguard Lu Bo Wan and rushed to them. "Move according to the plan that was made before. I respectfully follow Marshal Wei's orders." The two immediately led the order. Not long after, Iroh County began to be under martial law all over the city. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter or leave. Immediately afterward, the guards began to leave the city, digging through the dirt on a road that led to Iroh County and laying down packets of gunpowder. These are the earth mine formations Wei Hua set up for the Yu dynasty troops, a gift to welcome Yu's ungrateful troops who came to attack. The current gunpowder was still a bit difficult to attack directly and make into muskets and such. The skilled craftsmen under Wei Hua were constantly developing and improving it according to the drawings Wei Hua gave them. But for defense, it is easy to make a direct earth mine formation, as long as we bury this gunpowder and get a few fuses out, and light the fuses when the Imperial army comes over. We can easily send the Imperial soldiers and horses to the west, set off a splendid firework for Zhao Laojiu. In this regard, Wei Hua also tested a few times in advance, and the power was really extraordinary, and could definitely give Zhao Laojiu a surprise. However, the newly selected recruits into the Weijia army looked at this packet of black gunpowder that they had never seen before, but asked with a puzzled face, "Can this blackened powder be useful when buried? In my opinion, it would be better to put some traps like animal traps for a greater effect. If Marshal Wei says it's useful, it will be useful." The veteran officers of the Wei family army replied in unison, despite not knowing the usefulness of this gunpowder either, and had an almost blind trust in Wei Hua. The guardian marshal isn't always right about everything, is he? The recruits are still trying to lift the bar. Marshal Wei is not right. Then where did your family get their share of the fields? The veterans immediately retorted. That's true. Since ancient times there hasn't been a good marquis like Marshal Wei, who took the initiative to give us poor peasants a free share of the land, and also exempted it from taxes for 3 years. I've been able to have enough to eat this year, and this is the first time I've lived such a big life. At the mention of the field, the recruits who originally wanted to be stubborn did not raise their voices, and their hearts were beautifully filled with gratitude to Marshal Wei. Then what if someone is going to come and attack Ilua County and rob you guys of your fields? When Pioneer Lu Bo said as he gave the crowd a precautionary shot in advance. Then let's do it with him. Straight mother thief. Dare to rob my field. Even if the God of heaven comes, I will cut him twice. That's right. My father has diligently worked hard to plant a field for his whole life, desperately saving up money just to buy a field of his own. Now it's so hard to realize it in my hands. If anyone dares to rob my field, I'll play with him. The recruits sniffed and roared in unison, each filled with fighting spirit. Those who have constant property have constant will, and this is the effect brought about by the agrarian revolution. These usually honest peasants, once they were given their fields, exploded into the strongest fighting force in the world in order to defend the fruits of their victory. In a short while, the earth mine array was successfully ambushed and completed, and the road surface paved with earth mines did not have any difference with the ordinary road surface. Even if the officers and soldiers were cautious and used scouts in advance to make a front stop, they would definitely not be able to discover it. After all, a weapon that transcended the times was something that they couldn't understand even if they thought about it. How is it going on the Liao side? Seeing that the burial of the gunpowder was completed, Wei Hua rushed to the chief historian Xian Wuji and asked, according to the report from the scouts, the Liao clan's army has moved south, but when they reached a place 50 miles away from the Jizhou defense line, they stopped moving and camped on the ground to rest, not knowing what they are waiting for. Xian Wuji reported, naturally, I want the snipers and muscles to fight for their own profit. This Liao tribe is not stupid. They will not easily believe in this marshal's defense map, afraid that this marshal is fooling them to die for nothing. So, they want to wait and see. See if the Jizhou defense is really empty. It would be best to see the Jizhou army set out to fight us so that they, the Liao, can pick up a bargain. Wei Hua heard this and immediately analyzed the purpose of the Liao clan stopping. These days, those who can survive are all 1,000-year-old foxes, incomparably cunning, and no one wants to be the head of the pack. What shall we do then? Should we write a letter to that Princess Yu of the Liao clan and ask her to help urge the Liao clan to attack? Changsheng Xin Wuji asked. No need. Let them take advantage if they want to. But this marshal has always been petty. Whoever takes advantage of this marshal will make him double back afterward. Wei Hua replied with a cold smile. Right. The invitations were all sent to the foreigners, right? Right now the officials hadn't killed them yet. So Wei Hua was ready to take the time to do something big. Wei Hua had selected 5,000 elite soldiers from the 100,000 people of Ilua County this time. 2,000 of them were allocated to the Wei family army to expand their forces, while the remaining 3,000, Wei Hua was preparing to build a brand new force, the Marine Division Force, because Iro County is a coastal city along the river, so the people here are particularly good at water. One by one, they are all known as the Wave, so it is particularly suitable for organizing and training sailors, and once the navy was practiced, it was very convenient. No matter whether it was to go down the river and attack Yu Dynasty from the inland river flow, or to sail directly from the harbor and give Yu Dynasty a surprise through the sea. In the future, we will be able to take the big ship to conquer other countries, so that the world can be unified and speak the same language, so that the burden of learning can be reduced for future generations. But the most important thing in organizing a sailor is the warships. Although Wei Hua had traveled across, it was impossible for him to know everything. With regards to shipbuilding, especially building warships, Wei Hua really didn't know anything about it. In today's world, the best warships are built by foreigners. The ships they built can even cross 10,000 miles in the vast ocean. They are much stronger than the closed-door warships of the Yu Dynasty. Therefore, Wei Hua was going to approach them to buy a big boat to add another strength to Iro County. It is not in vain that Wei Hua specially let Iro County do business with these foreigners for 2 years. The purpose is for this moment, to get the warships. Chapter 9. 2 Peaches kill 3 men. Reporting back to Marshal Wei. The invitations have all been sent out, and the foreigners will be here soon. But the foreigners are cunning and greedy. The price of warships are raised very high. Our treasury silver right now is really a bit overstretched. I'm afraid I can't buy a few ships. To be precise, we can't even shell out the money for half a ship. Changsher Xin Wuji replied with a frown. Fighting a war is just too costly, and even just the preparation phase cost a huge amount of silver. Iroquois County has been exempted from too many taxes, and at the present time only a few mercantile taxes are collected, and the revenue is so small that it is only enough to keep Iroquois County going, and there is no money at all to spare. Although selling private salt is a profiteering industry, it is impossible to sell a lot of this stuff at once, and there aren't that many buyers. It has to be a thin stream, and the silver exchanged has to be purchased for food and iron, spending far more than it earns. That is, the landlord family cannot afford such a build-up. Iluo County at the moment has fallen into a serious financial crisis, has been in the flower last time Tuoba Yuer brought jewelry dowry. As for Wei Hua himself, he didn't have much property at all. He didn't drink soldiers' blood, didn't embezzle or take bribes, and all the victories he got from the war were given to his soldiers, which is why he put his heart in the right place and gained the soldiers' immense respect. I should have known that I was greedy at that time. Grandma, soldier blood is not to be drunk, but Zhao Jiao that fainting king's money is not to be taken for nothing. Regret, really some regret. Wei Hua's heart is actually also incomparable regret, feeling that he was really honest in the past, just like a long laborer who worked desperately for the landlord's old man. It was not easy to finish planting the field, but the landlord's old man kicked away, but also doggone not pay for the work. However, in front of his subordinates, Wei Hua still had to maintain his steady persona, so Wei Hua replied lightly, no harm done, and this marshal has no intention of paying this time. No money? Are you preparing to rob by force, Marshal Wei? That would be a good idea, but these foreigners are also bad. They've scattered their ships in several places. There aren't many ships staying in our Ilua County harbor. I'm afraid it's not enough for our navy, but it's barely enough. Changsher Xin Wuji's eyes lit up when he heard this, thinking that robbing them by force was really a good idea. However, Wei Hua shook his head and said, robbing those ships is too little. This marshal has a brilliant plan to make these foreigners obediently send 300 ships without spending a penny, for us to build up an invincible navy. There are currently 3 types of foreigners in Iroquois County, the Tohoku, the Northern Bear, and the Western. These 3 foreigners all know shipbuilding techniques, of which the Westerners make the best and most expensive warships. The Northern Bear country is the second most expensive, and the Eastern Japan countries is the worst but the cheapest. Then Wei Hua was ready to do a move of traditional Chinese art of war: 2 peaches kill 3 soldiers. Tempt these 3 to compete with 2 peaches and get them to fight and roll up on their own, thus allowing Wei Hua to get his hands on a free warship. Marshal Wei is wise. Changsha Xin Wuji immediately sent a horse's ass at his words. This marshal didn't even say anything about a brilliant plan. Why are you on the wise? Wei Hua couldn't help but ask. If anyone else said such empty glove words, my subordinate would definitely not believe them. But if Marshal Wei says this, he is bound to have a plan. Therefore, my subordinate congratulates and praises in advance. Changsha Xin Wuji replied with a smile. Otherwise, how come he can be a long history? The road is too wide. Even Wei Hua, who does not like to listen to ass kissing, cannot help but smile. Subsequently, the soldiers of the Wei family army standing guard at the Champion Marquis residence came to report that the 3 foreigners had already arrived. Wei Hua nodded and whispered something in Changsha Xin Wuji's ear. Xin Wuji immediately understood, secretly saying that Marshal Wei really had an unparalleled plan. Afterwards, he immediately went out to greet the 3 foreign merchants. Fujino Asahi, Petrov Pilgrimage, Smith Aspirant. Changsha Xin Wuji hadn't had many dealings with these foreigners and immediately rushed to greet them. Chao Feng was an honorific title used in the Yu dynasty to address businessmen. Among them, Fujino is a Japanese. Looks incredibly short, with a bald head and one beard. Looks like a turtle. Petrov was a native of the northern bear country. A tiger-looking man, fully clothed in a bearskin coat, like a human-sized dog bear. Smith is a westerner, looking at a black vest. Young that crutch, unorthodox. Greetings to Lord Changsha. The 3 foreign devils had been in Dayu for a long time, and all of them knew the Dayu language as well, and rushed at the chief historian Xin Wuji and saluted respectfully. But don't look at their surface so respectful. But privately they have already agreed. Together raise the price of warships. No one is allowed to reduce the price. Hard to make a fortune. In response, Xin Wuji just said indifferently, our Marshal Wei said that all of you are honored guests, so one by one, you will come in to discuss. Apart from the matter of buying a ship, Marshal Wei has also prepared generous gifts for all of you. Fujino Asahi, come in first. Fujino followed Xin Wuji inside. Not long after, Fujino Asahi walked out excitedly, but his face was showing an unconcealed joy. The other 2 foreign devils were instantly dissatisfied with the situation. Thinking that this kid would not have betrayed the cooperation we had reached privately and secretly sold the ship to Wei Shui at a reduced price. Right? This mother ***** has always been shameless in the East, so it might be true. Both of them wanted to find Fujino and ask him about the situation. But Xin Wuji directly sent someone to escort Fujino away, not giving the 3 of them a chance to make contact. Sin Wuji then called Petrov in again. Not long after, Petrov also came out full of joy, the excitement on his face not even hidden. Fark. In the end, what favors were given? These few silly foreigners are smiling so happily? The remaining Smith pilgrims were really anxious to see, and really wanted to ask for an understanding. But Petrov was escorted away again, and didn't give them a chance to communicate at all. Never mind. It's my turn anyway. Smith straightened his clothes and prepared to go in. At that moment, however, Changsha Xin Wuji rushed at Smith and said, Aspirant Smith, you may go back. I haven't talked yet. Why do you want me to go back? Smith sniffed and instantly froze. This is not bullying the honest man. Came 3 businessmen, but did not talk to him. What the hell? Marshal Wei has already made a deal with the other 2, so there will be no need for your country's warships. Xin Wuji explained. Lord Changsha, what exactly did Marshal Wei talk about with the other 2? The concessions they can give. I can also give. Smith immediately became anxious, thinking that the other 2 countries had lowered their prices, and hurriedly said, Aspirant Smith, this is confidential. I can't disclose it. Xin Wuji shook his head in refusal. Now Smith was even more anxious, and hurriedly took out a large piece of silver and handed it over to Xin Wuji's hand. Having been in Dayu for a long time, Smith was also in tune with the local customs. Weighing the silver, Xin Wuji before deliberately revealing, we're also old friends, so I'll reveal a bit to you. Marshal Wei has agreed to open 5 ports in Dayu to trade with Eastern Ing and Northern Bear. At the same time, the 2 countries will be exempted from commercial taxes for 3 years. Both countries are thus willing to send 100 of their best warships each to support my Wei family army. 5 ports of commerce? Tax-free for 3 years. Hiss. No wonder these 2 foreign devils are laughing so happily. Smith smiled and instantly surprised. Did not expect Wei Shui this time to be so bold. It is important to realize that Dayu was originally very closed and prohibited commerce with foreigners. The whole of Dayu currently only has 1 harbor in Ilo County where foreigners can come and sell their goods. But after all, Iro County was small in size, so the foreigners desperately needed more ports to sell their goods. It's just that no matter how much they requested, Dayu wouldn't open the port. I didn't expect that this time. Wei Hua actually agreed. And opened 5 ports at once. Also tax-free. It's a pie in the sky. It could make so much money. Much more than just selling ships. Therefore, Smith hurriedly said, Mr. Changsher, we, the Western Kingdom, are also willing to offer 100 of our best warships to the Wei family army. Our ships are the best in the world. So please, Lord Marshal Wei, give us the same treatment. As long as Lord Changsher can do it, I can also give you a large sum of silver. It's not a matter of money or not. Marshal Wei said that the foreigners are cunning and can't let too many of them in for commerce. At most, we can only put 2 countries. Now 2 countries are already full up. If you have to come in, then you have to squeeze out a country in front of you. How is this good? Changsher Xian Wuji purposely put on a difficult look and said, using Wei Shuai's method to throw out 2 peaches. Smith heard more anxious. A total of 3 countries. But their country was eliminated. The other 2 countries have been selected. This is not favoring one over the other. In the long run, the other 2 countries are getting richer and richer. And their western countries will completely lose the market of Dayu. How can this be? So, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Then, like this, I, the western country, am willing to double my offer and offer 200 ships. Is this okay to work with us? Then I'll find Marshal Wei and ask him. Xian Wuji put on a difficult look on the surface. But in his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Marshal Wei was truly brilliant. Without spending a single cent, he let these foreigners rush to send the ship. Chapter 10 Qin Ming arrives. Not long after, Xian Wuji walked into the study and rushed to Wei Hua to report excitedly. Greetings Marshal Wei. As expected, the Westerners are willing to give us 200 warships for free, only begging us to sign a contract with them. Well, there's no hurry. Break the news to the foreign devils in the other 2 countries again, so they'll be good enough to give the ship too. In the end, just have the merchants of their 3 countries roll up and give the 2 with the best conditions a contract. Wei Hua smiled. In fact, Wei Hua just did not talk to the East Ing people and the North Xiong people about what 5-port trade. He simply gave them 100 taels of silver each, plus a few words of praise and encouragement to let them do business properly. Come to a trip to get money for nothing. Who is not happy? So the 2 people will be happy and happy. So that the Westerner Smith misunderstood. After all, it's too much of a hassle to talk over one family to another. And it's easy for things to change. But not now. As long as one family agrees, they can roll the others. Even if they knew that Wei Hua's purpose was to make them roll, there was nothing they could do. Unless they are willing to give up that market, they will have to roll with it. This is a top-level young conspiracy. Killing 3 men with 2 peaches. Remember, when you stamp the seal, stamp it with the Great General Seal of Great Yu. Don't stamp the Champion Marquis Seal. Wei Hua reminded. Marshal Wei, why is this? Haven't you already resigned from your position as the Grand General of the Grand Secretary? Changsher Xian Wuji asked with some incomprehension. It is precisely because of the resignation that this seal is to be struck. When the time comes, let these foreigners take the contract and go to Jiaozhou of Dayu. After all, Great General de Sima represents Dayu. What business is it of mine? Marshal Wei? The corner of Wei Hua's mouth curled up slightly and said, the reason why the foreigners believe that Wei Hua can let the Yu Dynasty 5 open trade, and give them 3 years free of commercial taxes, is because Wei Hua the identity of the first person of the military generals, so the use of this seal can be more to let the foreigners trust, but also can lead to the east of the trouble. After all, the probability was that Dayu would not agree to this condition, and the 2 sides would definitely fall out. At that time, no matter if it was a sparring match or a war, Zhao Jiao would be left to take the blame for Wei Hua. After Lao Zi helped you do so many things, it's time for you, Zhao Lao Jiao, to carry the weight for me. Wei Hua thought with a smile in his heart, really looking forward to Zhao Jiao's appearance when he saw the foreigners coming to him to fulfill his contract. The foreigners did not understand the sudden change in the dynastic situation in Dayu, and did not know that Wei Hua had resigned. That was a failure of their own intelligence. Zhao Jiao, for the sake of face, did not dare to send the news of Wei Hua's resignation to the whole country explicitly, and even more so, he did not take away Wei Hua's seal of the Great General of the Grand Secretary 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 of the Grand Secretary. Since they both made mistakes, it was all about Wei Hua picking up the slack. This was also why Wei Hua had made a point of taking the time to get the warships done when it was clear that a great battle was imminent. After all, once a war was fought, then Wei Hua's falling out with Dayu would be exposed. The only way to get the ship is to get it before the war is over. I see. Marshal Wei is really wise. But Marshal Wei, then if we take down Dayu in the future, will we still recognize this contract? Changsher Xian Wuji couldn't help but ask. If we take down Dayu, then we'll be able to disown it even more. By then it won't be the Yu dynasty, But a new one. These foreigners take the contracts of the former dynasty and seek fulfillment from the new dynasty? Isn't this the same as using the sword of the former dynasty to behead the officials of the current dynasty? What a big dog's guts, Weihua sneered and said. From the beginning to the end, Weihua did not want to work properly with these foreign devils, just want to whore them out. After all, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Weihua would not repeat all the lessons learned in the history books of the later generations. It's still Marshal Wei. I thought before that Marshal Wei was taking 3 melons and 2 jujubes to fool these foreign devils, but I didn't realize that Marshal Wei wasn't even willing to give 3 melons and 2 jujubes. High, really high. Chancher Xin Wuji admired from the bottom of his heart. Afterwards, Xin Wuji immediately went out and started to make the 3 merchants roll up. In the end, the Northern Bear Country and the Western Ocean Country were selected, each sending 200 warships, 100 more than Weihua had expected. Dong Yingguo eliminated with hatred and cursed. Weihua didn't spoil him and directly sent people to expel them from Iloilo County. 2 days later, a warship was successfully delivered to the Wei family army. The Wei family army finally had a base of sailors, and was only waiting for the selection of a good sailor general, so that it could be properly drilled. At the same time, Qin Ming, the son of Qin Shou, the chief minister of Daiyu, nicknamed Little Pavilion Master, also finally arrived at the Jizhou defense line to take over the military power. This small pavilion is really too spoiled. The original horseback ride can be rushed to the distance of a day. He had to embrace 3 or 4 concubines in the carriage, wobbling 2.5 days before arriving, for fear that the horse galloped too fast upside down to his delicate buttocks. After all, Qin Ming grew up pampered. The Ji is only in his early 20s, but thanks to his father's blessing, before it was already a general officer of the 3rd grade. This time, when he led the troops to the battlefield, Qin Ming was even promoted again, and he was appointed as the Dragon Tiger General of the 2nd grade, controlling 30,000 troops of the Jizhou army. In the younger generation of Daiyu, besides Weihua, there is no one with a higher rank than him. Now that Weihua has resigned from his post, he is the number 1 person in the younger generation of Daiyu. When he cuts off Weihua's head, he'll be the best general in the world. He might even marry the princess and become the royal prince consort. Although the eldest princess had been slept with by Weihua, Qin Ming didn't mind in the slightest. After all, he just liked human wives. It's more flavorful. Therefore, Qin Ming has nothing else to do. But the word crazy, there is no way. The life of an official. The book does not need to turn on. Over the years he was in the military is to hang a post to play with women. The result is to play and play to become a positive 2nd grade officer. Who would dare to disobey this blessing? Qin Ming also thus developed a fearless character, only to feel that everything is so readily available. Therefore, Qin Ming, who had just arrived at the Jizhou defense line, let all the generals arrive. Qin Ming didn't even bother to investigate the military situation, so he directly shouted at the generals, "The imperial decree arrived 2 days ago. You should already know about it. Weihua's disobedience to the king's order is tantamount to rebellion. Tomorrow, the entire army of 30,000 men will all set off. Go straight to Iloilo County and take Weihua's head. If you do a good job, this marshal will celebrate for you. If you don't do well, I'll bury your whole family with you." Marshal Qin. Marshal Wei uses his army like a god. It's easy for us to be tricked if we rush in with a large army. What I mean is to send someone to talk to Marshal Wei first to see if he is really plotting against us. If that's not possible, then we'll divide our troops into the front, center and rear. The front army will attack and find out the situation. Marshal Qin, you take the center army to press the front and replenish the troops at any time. The rear army will defend the Jizhou defense line in case of any mishaps. Jizhou General Military Officer Han Zhong kindly said. Proposed arrangements are really very organized. However, Qin Ming refused. Weihua's evidence of treason is overwhelming, so there's no need to say anything more. Besides, we have 30,000 men. Why do we need to go through so much trouble to exterminate only 3,000 men? You're just trying to grow other people's ambition and destroy your own. And in case of an accident? What's wrong with that? Weihua has such a small force. How dare he come to attack us? That's ridiculous. Even if we don't defend against Marshal Wei, we still have to defend against the Liao clan. Han Zhong said bitterly. The Liao tribe has signed a contract with us. So what's the point of defense? I think you're trying to deliberately reduce this marshal's troop strength, and also let Weihua relieve the pressure. I've heard that Weihua built this Jizhou defense line, and many of you generals were promoted by him. Now it seems that you are indeed working with Weihua. You've interceded for Weihua several times, and you dare to call him Commander Wei, so you must be Weihua's undercover. Men, drag him out to me and behead him. Qin Ming was most annoyed that someone dared to talk back to him, and immediately prepared to kill to establish his authority. Let this Jizhou army know. Who is the boss? Chapter 11. Arms and thighs go hand in hand. Han Zhong heard the words completely confused. He at least is also from the second grade of the general officer, guarding the Jizhou defense line for many years. There is no merit but also have hard work. Just because persuade Qin Ming a few sentences, to be launched to cut? This is still not reasonable. There is no king law? Thus, Han Zhong couldn't help but become enraged and spoke back. This general is a general officer from the second rank. You have no right to kill me. The son of heaven's imperial sword is here. Under the second rank, this marshal can decapitate anyone, not to mention killing you alone, even if it's this hall full of military officials. This marshal can do it. Qin Ming immediately took out a shang sword and laughed coldly at the crowd. Of course, he loves to brag a little. This imperial sword is indeed true, but Zhao Laojiu only gave him the power to first decapitate officials below the fourth rank. But it turned out that in Qin Ming's mouth it actually became all of a sudden that anyone below the second rank could be killed. Anyway, Qin Ming was certain that these people couldn't reach heaven to speak directly with His Majesty, playing on the difference in information. Seeing the imperial sword, the crowd of generals finally panicked. Han Zhong's face was white, his heart was like ashes, and he did not dare to talk back. The other generals hurriedly knelt down and persuaded. Marshal Qin, spare your life. A great battle is imminent. It's ominous to kill a great general. Yes, Qin Shui. General Han absolutely did not collude with Wei Shui. Wei Hua. Please Qin Shui open grace. Marshal Qin, Chief Han knows he's wrong. Please let him off the hook. Seeing that the crowd all kneeled down and succeeded in establishing their authority, Qin Ming immediately curled the corners of his mouth with a smug look on his face, saying that these stinking chowderheads should be hammered hard. However, he didn't dare to really kill the second-ranked officer, so he used the slope to say, "That's fine. For the sake of all the generals begging for your forgiveness, pull them out and beat them with 100 army clubs, then lock them up. On the day this marshal returns to the court in victory, he will bring it back to the capital and hand it over to His Majesty for questioning." Many thanks. To Marshal Qin, Han Zhong's face was pale. He didn't expect his loyalty to end up in this situation. If he had known this, he might as well have taken the Jizhou army and defected to Marshal Wei. His heart really regretted it. Afterwards, Han Zhong, a veteran general who was already almost 50 years old, was stiffly stripped of his armor in public and the execution began. Pop, 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 This 100 army stick down. Spare Han Zhong iron bones also still can't help but scream out. And finally even directly fainted. At the same time, these 100 military clubs also completely chilled the hearts of the generals. No one dared to speak their minds again. No one dared to disobey Qin Ming. So the next day, the 30,000 troops started off en masse according to Qin Ming's idea, and the large Jizhou defense line was left to be guarded by some old and sick people. The Jizhou defense line is only a few dozen miles away from Iluwa County, and the army is about to arrive after walking for most of the day, and can already see the Iluwa County town. After being used to seeing the tall gates of the capital, and looking at the appearance of Iluwa County, Qin Ming immediately said with even more disdain, "Sure enough, it's just a tiny county. The city is short and the gates are small, far worse than the Jizhou defense line, simply unbearable." So, he immediately ordered in a domineering manner, "All troops listen to the order. Charge quickly. We have 30,000 men. Facing such a small city, even a mouthful of spittle from each of us can drown it." Respectfully following Marshal Qin's orders, the 30,000 people immediately launched a charge at the word, not even sending the most basic scouts. The main fight was a swarm of on. Take the western binoculars in the city gate to watch the Battle of Wei Hua. See the situation are speechless. If I had known that this Qin Ming war so stupid, Wei Hua in addition to the earth mine array, but also get a little bit of beast clamps, wild boar spikes and other traps. Originally, it was the fear of putting these to be discovered by the scouts and spooking the snakes that prevented them from getting them. Who knows? Stupid people never follow the norm. Light the fire. Wei Hua saw that the group was only one step away from the minefield and immediately rushed to his men. The men sniffed and immediately waved a bright red flag on the citadel as a code word. Lin Tinyo and the others who were ambushed around the earth mine array saw the flag and immediately began to light the fuse. In order to prevent the fuse from breaking in the middle, they got dozens of them, mainlining a large quantity of them. Saturation attack. For a moment, the starry flames on countless fuses rapidly gathered towards the earth mine formation. It was about to form a prairie fire. At the same time, Longhu General Qin Ming, who still didn't know that death was about to end, also saw the flag-waving behavior of Iluwa County, and even shouted excitedly at once, "Is someone waving a flag in this Iluwa County? What do they mean by this? Are they scared out of their wits and waving flags to surrender? It's very possible. Marshal Qin, our army is pressing in. Black as a landslide. scaring the hell out of this Ilua County. The girls sitting together in the carriage smiled and flattered. This Qin Ming is also outrageous to the extreme. As a commander-in-chief of an army, leading soldiers to fight in a carriage is not even a problem, but actually with a girl. He really refused to leave the gentle land for a moment. This marshal said we have to go together. This is the only way to have momentum. That Han Zhong even asked this marshal to split into 3 armies, really disturbing the army's center of gravity. In war, we still need to rely on this marshal. If Wei Hua wasn't jealous of us and didn't give us a chance to play, we would have been a world-famous general long ago, Qin Ming said excitedly. However, as soon as he spoke, he heard bang, bang, bang. Explosions were heard one after another. Immediately afterward, countless men and horses were blown up into the sky like fireworks, then scattered again. The scene was truly gruesome. There were chunks of meat and blood everywhere. It is a case of arms and thighs flying together, armor and blood. Originally, the power of the landmine was not so great, but thanks to Qin Ming, the god of war, let all 30,000 people gathered together. The more concentrated people naturally blow up more. The more people are concentrated, the more people will naturally be blown up, and the more deaths and injuries will be more tragic. Ah, 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 countless screams instantly rang out, accompanied by endless panic. The ranks were instantly in disarray. No one had ever seen this kind of scene before, and they were blown up without even realizing what was happening. The 30,000 people were like headless flies, running around like ants on a hot pan. This eventually led to a stampede caused by countless people crowding together, and many soldiers were not blown up by the landmines, but were trampled to death alive by their former fellow soldiers. This is the time of year when the HC needs to stabilize the team the most, but Qin Ming, who was the commander-in-chief, was so frightened that he shouted, "What is it? What is this thing? Escort! Quickly escort! Protect the marshal! Protect this marshal!" Qin Ming, as the commander-in-chief in the rear, was clearly not affected by the earth mine formation, but it didn't affect him to be scared out of his wits and shouted repeatedly, "Release arrows! Mercy doesn't stop!" Wei Hua didn't stop his hands because of this group of people's miserable condition. Instead, with a wave of his hand, the Wei family soldiers quickly started shooting, clearing their secret weapon composite bows, and continued to deal a heavy blow to these 30,000 people. After all, the only way to save Iroh County was to beat them thoroughly. Otherwise, the one who dies will be himself. On the battlefield, there is no right or wrong, only life and death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a while, arrows fell like rain, once again mercilessly harvesting the lives of the soldiers. However, shooting arrows was ultimately not as shocking as land thunder, so Qin Ming, who had returned to his senses, immediately roared loudly, "Where did the arrows come from? Shoot back at me." "It is shot from the gates of Iroh County," the henchman answered instantly. "What? How is it possible? The Iroh County city gates are 200 to 300 meters away. What arrow can shoot so far?" Although Qin Ming was a dude, he still had basic common sense. Ordinary bows and arrows can shoot up to 100 meters. What kind of arrow can actually shoot 200 or 300 meters? Indeed. We don't know how this Weijia army did it. We can't even touch the edge of the city gates, yet they can just shoot us. Marshal Qin, the enemy army is too fierce. We'd better withdraw. The men are really scared. Whether it's the land mines or these arrows that can shoot 200 to 300 meters are beyond their knowledge. No wonder the Wei family army is unrivaled in the world. It is indeed extraordinary. Withdraw. My ass. I haven't even seen Wei Hua's silhouette yet. How can I retreat? Mother asterisk. Keep charging. We have 30,000 men. Even 30,000 pigs can open this small gate. Don't be afraid. Keep going. Keep going. Qin Ming said viciously, vowing not to rest until he killed Wei Hua. Anyway, the lives of these soldiers are as cheap as grass in Qin Ming's eyes, and it doesn't matter how many of them die. The soldiers had no choice but to keep charging against the bows and arrows. Bang! 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 Just then, a familiar sound suddenly came out. It was incomparably similar to the explosion just now. Straight mother thieves. Still coming? Retreat! Retreat! Qin Ming instantly panicked at his words. Thought there was another explosion. It didn't matter to him how many of these soldiers died, but he, a man of 1,000 pieces of gold, just couldn't afford to suffer a small injury. And it's really dangerous to not know where this explosion is going to blow up from. Therefore, Qin Ming hurriedly ordered the horsemen to turn around and start retreating. As soon as the commander-in-chief ran away, the rest of the soldiers also lost their strength and retreated. Some of them directly discarded their armor in order to escape, throwing down countless weapons and equipment along the way. 30,000 people just came and went in a hurry. Those who didn't know thought they were here to deliver equipment to Wei Hua. Ha ha ha. Marshal Wei is really a brilliant plan. We just have to listen to Marshal Wei's banging a few drums and making the sound of an explosion, and we'll be able to scare the crap out of this group of people. At this time, Lin Tinyo and the others who were hiding in the nearby woods watched Qin Ming and the others fleeing in disarray, and they showed up one after another, and each of them was clearly holding a large drum in their hands. Just now, they are exactly knocking the drum, then scared that Qin Ming is a bird of prey, also thought that the land thunder again, scared to escape. The battle was a total victory for the Guardians, destroyed more than 5,000 of Qin Ming's army without harming a single soldier of his own. Countless weapons were seized. Weihua once again proved to the world that even though the Wei family army only had 3,000 men left, it was still invincible. Chapter 12 Grabbing Ground. Qin Ming was really scared out of his wits. As soon as he heard the sound of bang, 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 he was afraid that he would be blown up. He led the army to run out dozens of miles, until he ran back to the Jizhou defense line before letting go of his heart. But despite being scared half to death, he must not lose in terms of momentum. Qin Ming's mouth still cursed, straight mother thief. This Weihua do not know what demonic magic. Let him live for a few days. This marshal went back to repair. Kill all the dogs in the city. Collect the dog's blood to break the enemy. And next time I will be able to destroy him. With his brain he couldn't really think of what black powder actually was. He could only think that it was demonic magic that could be dealt with by using dog's blood. Afterward, facing the tightly closed gates of Jizhou City, Qin Ming immediately sent someone to shout, "Quickly open the gates! Marshal Qin has returned! Hurry up and come out to kneel and welcome!" Whoosh! 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 However, what greeted Qin Ming was a sharp shower of arrows that instantly killed Qin Ming's messenger, and even killed several of the soldiers at the forefront. "What are you doing? Don't you recognize me? Believe it or not, this marshal will cut off your dog's head and use it as a urinal." Qin Ming was shocked at the situation. How could he be beaten in Ilua County and also be beaten when he returned to his own territory? Being beaten at both ends. What the? Is there a rebellion? Oh, stupid. This place has long since been returned to us. Liao, Yu dynasty child, what are you barking at here? At this moment, only to see a group of Liao soldiers wearing left-facing robes with only a whip-like hair on their bare heads, like a rat's tail, suddenly appear on the city wall, scoffing loudly. They were none other than the Liao army that had long ambushed the surrounding area. As soon as Weihua left, they quickly marched out and occupied the Jizhou defense line, which only had the old and sick left. What? There really are Liao clansmen? You're obviously going to sign a peace treaty with us to stop the war. Why are you still coming to violate our great Yu territory? Qin Ming was shocked at the words and hurriedly sent a message to shout, "Stupid. Since ancient times, truces have been fought for the sake of a better war. It's only you little children of the Yu dynasty who would think that a truce would bring peace to the world. Ha 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 ha. What a fool." The Liao people mocked with abandon, not feeling the slightest bit bad about tearing up the peace treaty. After all, only the weak would really put their hopes on a few black and white words in the district. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You actually dare to renege and take advantage of the situation to rob my city. Jizhou army, give me on. Snatch back the Jizhou defense line. Qin Ming was furious at the words and ordered immediately. Yes, the poor Jizhou army bunch had just experienced a big battle with heavy losses, but at this moment, they had to go through a big battle again, but they were already demoralized from the defeat, and with their weapons and equipment lost, their combat strength was greatly reduced, and the Jizhou defense line is incomparably strong. The city is high and the wall is hard, plus the Liao people are also brave and good at fighting and there are many of them, so they can't be attacked at all. In the end, the crowd went forward, batch after batch, and then batch after batch. They were shot by the Liao, blood flowed in rivers, screams filled the sky, like hell on earth. Marshal Qin, we really can't attack, and our brothers have been killed and wounded. Let's just withdraw our troops first and think of another way. Deputy General Ding Shang saw that the Jizhou army was getting more and more damaged. He was incredibly distressed and rushed to Qin Ming to advise him. We have to attack even if we can't. If we lose the Jizhou defense, how can we explain to His Majesty? You are all sinners. You must atone for your sins. Qin Ming said viciously. Originally he came to pick up the credit but as a result, Weihua didn't take it. Even so, Jizhou city was lost. If this gets back to the court, his dream of being a famous general will be shattered. It might even involve his father and affect their family's honor and fortune. How can this be? In contrast, it didn't matter how many of these soldiers died. Anyway, the lives of ordinary people are as cheap as leeks. Cut a batch in a batch. But if we keep fighting, everyone is going to mutiny. What happens then is out of my hands. Vice General Ding Shang was also furious when he heard this. It was clearly all about Qin Ming's incompetence. How dare he say that they were the culprits? Qin Ming was shocked at his words and looked at the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, each revealing anger and indeed looking like they wanted to cut themselves into pieces. After all, if he hadn't disobeyed Han Zhong's words and commanded blindly, we all wouldn't have been a bunch of people huddled together to be bombed with heavy losses, much less would the Jizhou city's defenses have been left empty, and someone would have taken advantage of the situation. Well, withdraw. Qin Ming is really colorful and weak, and he is afraid of softness. Seeing the situation instantly wimped out, only to grayly give the order to withdraw again. In the end, the Jizhou army once again left in disgrace, and in return, the Liao clan stood at the city gates and let loose their taunts. In this battle, the Jizhou army once again threw down 6,000 corpses. The original 30,000 Jizhou army, a day down directly killed more than 10,000 people, together with the injured. Half of them were directly scrapped. I have to say, this Qin Ming from a certain point of view is really a famous general. After all, anyone else would not be able to kill so many people even if they racked their brains. Reporting to Marshal Wei, the Liao clan has moved out and taken down Jizhou city. Qin Ming tried to retake it with his Jizhou army, but he was defeated and ran all the way back towards the south. On the other side, the chief historian Xian Wuji received the news and immediately rushed at Wei Huo with excitement. In this way, the Yu dynasty suffered heavy losses and was unable to launch another attack on Iroh County in a short period of time, and Iroh County could be safe. Moreover, most importantly, with the Jizhou defense line broken, the Liao tribe can continue to move southward, and Dayu is afraid that they will be hit hard and hurt. Let them destroy themselves. It's best to let Zhao Laojiu be captured by the Liao tribe as well, and follow his old man in the sexy prairie dance before it's too late. Alright, then let's move out quickly as well and send troops to occupy both Luoha County and Licheng County near Iluwa County. At the same time, have people go to the counties under the jurisdiction of Deming Prefecture to inform the Liao clan of the capture of Jizhou City. Tell them to move to Iluwa County, where they will be safe. Otherwise, once the Liao clan comes back to their senses, they won't have an easy time. We can't just let the Liao clan take advantage of us. We have to ruthlessly take a bite of meat as well, Wei Huo said with a smile. The combined territory of the Liao and Yu dynasties is almost the area of 2 capitals and 18 provinces, and one is almost a province. Among them, the Liao tribe occupied 8 provinces and had its capital at Yanjing. The Yu dynasty occupied 10 provinces and had its capital at Linan. It looks like the Yu dynasty has a larger area, but that was all fought out by Wei Huo little by little. Once there was no more Wei Huo in the Wei family army, with the battle power of the other armies in Dayu, they would not be a match for the Liao tribe. The location of Iluwa County is part of the Diaming Prefecture of the Jizhou province in the Yu dynasty. This province was located just between Jizhou city, the provincial capital of Jizhou province, and the Liao clan, and with the capture of Jizhou city, Damingfu became the lone territory of the Yu dynasty, and what Wei Huo had to do was to take advantage of the time when the Liao clan and Dayu were fighting each other, and silently annex territories in the back himself, constantly expanding his power. Let them snipe at each other and reap the benefits for themselves. Chapter 13 The Land of 3 Counties. Remember, just capture the nearest Luoha County and Licheng County. Don't be greedy for more. The main focus is still to pull in the population. The more people you gather, the better. Tell them that when they come to my Wei Huo's territory, I'll give them free land and houses through and through. Wei was specifically reminded. In today's chaotic world, population is the greatest resource. If there is population, there can be taxes, and there can be a constant supply of soldiers. Marshal Wei, why don't we just capture the Deming Prefecture? With the strength of our Wei family army it is perfectly possible to capture this capital city and annex the entire Deming province territory. The soldiers defending the city there are unbearable and cannot possibly be our opponents. Chaincher Xian Wuji couldn't help but ask. Because right now we don't have enough troops. It's easy to capture a city, but it's difficult to defend it. We need to divide our troops to defend it. Instead, it's easy to be broken by each attack. It's better to hold on to a place and nibble away at the perimeter bit by bit, while developing more population and rebuilding the Wei family army. Wei Huo replied. After that, he even opened the map and pointed it out to the chief historian Xian Wuji. From the map, Iluwa County, Luoha County and Licheng County are arranged in a triangular shape, with Iluwa County leaning against the sea, Luoha County on the right, and Licheng County on the left. The 2 counties can form an angle to guard Iloilo County, which is good for defense. Moreover, they are adjacent to each other, and support is particularly convenient. So that's why this marshal decided to take these 2 counties. At the same time, this way we can still keep a low profile and not attract attention. Once we annex all of Demingfu, it will be equivalent to stabbing the Liao clan hard in the back. The Liao clan is bound to be reluctant, and might even turn their guns around to hit us, which would be more trouble than it's worth. and as we only occupy 3 of the 7 counties in one of the capitals of Dimingfu, we're not yet a major problem to the Liao clan, allowing them to continue their attacks on Yu dynasty. We, on the other hand, will build a high wall, accumulate grain, and claim the throne slowly. When the Wei family army is replenished, it will sweep through the world like a tiger descending from the mountain. By then, not to mention the small Deming province, even Yinjing and Linen will be flattened by our Wei family army. Marshal Wei is far-sighted. I really admire that, but with so many people moving in, we don't have enough land to divide up. Ilua County doesn't have that much unowned land anymore. Changsha Xin Wuji replied with a frown. The fields in Iro County are not enough to share. Aren't there 2 other counties? The 3 counties will have no problem feeding a population of 500,000. Wei Huo replied. He had long ago calculated that he would absorb 500,000 commoners, select the best from them, and train 30,000 Wei family troops, 10,000 sailors. They will not be afraid of any power in the world. We'll be able to fight in all directions. At that time, if the original Wei family army returns, then Wei Huo can even grasp both the north and south, and beat these pseudo-emperors on their knees. As far as my subordinate knows, after Licheng County and Luoha County were recaptured by you, there were people from the imperial court who took a bunch of land deeds from who knows where and went on a rampage to annex land and oppress the people. Most of the land in the 2 counties was occupied by them. Ilua County is because it is your fiefdom that no one dares to mess up, otherwise it would also have been messed up long ago, said Xin Wuji, the chief historian, who has been in Ilua County for a long time, and knows the things in the neighborhood like the back of his hand. Wei Huo was furious when he heard the words. He really did not expect that this Dayu actually sucked like this. Straight mother ********. I'm on the front line fighting bloody battles for territory, while these powerful people are at the back, crazily grabbing territory and squeezing the people? Good. They've really done it. Bring all these dog officials and dog landlords to this marshal. This marshal will talk to them personally. If they are patriotic and surrender their land voluntarily, then this marshal will spare their lives. If they refuse to love their country, then this marshal will have no choice but to execute them on the spot for treason. Wei Huo's face sank as he viciously ordered. Yes. Changsha Xin Wuji immediately led the order. Immediately afterward, the guardsmen opened up. Lin Tinyo attacked Luoha County with 2,000 men. Lu Bowen took 2,000 men to attack Licheng County. The rest of the people, including the newly formed Marine Division, were led by the chief historian, Xin Wuji, who went forward to recruit people from all over Deming province. The more you recruit, the better. As for why he brought so many people, it was to prevent some officials from refusing to release them. After all, everyone knows that population is the biggest resource in chaotic times, and if these officials reasoned and understood that the people would be safe if they followed Wei Huo, then Xin Wuji would reason well with these officials. If they were unreasonable, the rest of the Wei family army wouldn't mind teaching these officials about fists and feet. Let them appreciate the iron fist of the Weijia army. With the army out in force, the entire Iro County was instantly empty and devoid of any guards. However, the people of Iro County were not the least bit alarmed, and even the previous martial law was cancelled. Because Wei Huo is still here. If he sits here, no one will dare to offend him. It was very easy for the Weijia army to attack the county town on both sides. After all, the county town didn't even have a garrison, just a bunch of government officials. When the well-ordered guards arrived, the county immediately opened its doors to welcome them, not caring who came. The main fight was of whoever comes I don't resist. After all, we all take so little loose silver salary. Sell what life This saved the Wei family army a lot of effort. They directly into the county government office to arrest the county magistrate, county minister and a number of officials. These officials thought they had angered Wei Shui by not paying their respects, so they hurriedly took out boxes and boxes of silver to bribe the Wei family army. It turned out to be just enough to sit on the evidence of their guilt and take them down through and through. Then, Lu Bowen got the county's field tax booklet to check. It turned out to be a real shock. Luoha County, half of the county's land by the county magistrate and other officials, and half of the so-called 4 big gentry Zhou Wu Zhang Wang 4 families to occupy. These gentry are all relatives of people in the dynasty, and each one of them is a dog in power, acting as a bully. The remaining 20,000 or so people did not have a single piece of land. These people stuck to their homeland and didn't leave. But in the end, the Yu dynasty government forcibly labeled them as enemies of the Liao tribe and forcibly took away all their land, which was simply a heinous reversal of black and white. The situation in Licheng County was similar. The land was divided by the county magistrate and other officials along with the 4 major scholar gentry families of Fengchen Shui, who couldn't even spare a marginal piece of land for the common people. The poor people of the 2 counties are forced to be the tenants of these powerful nobles. A year desperately farming, but 70% of the proceeds have to be handed over to the landlords, leaving only a miserable 30%. Even the daily subsistence is not enough. One by one, yellow and skinny, miserable, and many peasants do not even have pants, relying on the straw-woven clothing to cover up. This is still the 2 years of good weather. No major disasters. Once caught up with the catastrophe, I am afraid that the starving corpses will be everywhere, and it will be easy to eat. Handful of birds, a bunch of. If I had known that the kingdom that my grandfathers had built was actually for you people to enjoy, I would have rebelled before. Lin Tino's temper is the most impulsive. Angry grabbed a magistrate and beat him up. Straight beat that magistrate begged for grandpa and sued grandma. The Wei family army then captured all of these people and brought them back to Iroh County to be handed over to the Wei marshal. At this point, Luoha County and Licheng County were all owned by Weihua. Weihua's fiefdom tripled in size at once. However, this was only the first step, and next Weihua would have to pull in a large number of people from all over the world to fill up the 3 counties. At the same time, a new round of agrarian revolution was started, so that these people could live as human beings, and the people could really support themselves, thus transforming these 3 counties into their own ironclad base. From them, we will select the most determined source of soldiers and create an invincible division. Chapter 14. Distribution of land by population. On the other hand, the chief historian Xian Wuji led the Wei family army to post notices everywhere in Deming province, informing them of the invasion of the Liao tribe. At the same time, he asked the magistrates to gather the common people at the entrance of the vegetable market to prepare for the centralized announcement of the news. Their line also went smoother than originally expected. And when Chansher Xian Wuji killed the capital of Demingfu with a few thousand troops, the 200-pound governor thought Wei Hua had plotted a rebellion, and was so scared that he hid directly under the bed of his 8th concubine, shivering in fear. After all, who does not know that the Weijia army invincible, although he has some of the Demingfu city guard soldiers, but that is a flowery frame. Bullying the common people, okay? And the regular army touches tantamount to an egg on a stone, properly looking for death. In response, Xian Wuji didn't bother to arrest him, and just spent the day in his mansion eating good wine and good food, enjoying the dancing of the flower girl that the governor kept at a high price, and having fun to his heart's content. Sure enough, after a day of starvation, Lord Jifu couldn't stay up by himself in the evening, gray and slinking out from under the bed, seeing Xian Wuji kneeling down and about to surrender, scolding the emperor for being dim-witted and actually not trusting Marshal Wei. He was willing to offer the Demingfu to Marshal Wei, and henceforth worshipped Wei Hua as his rightful father. Got to meet the bright master. Xian Wuji heard the words really cannot help but smile. Said Wei Shuai, if you have a good big son, I am afraid that the first time to come to a big righteousness. Immediately afterward, Xian Wuji explained their intentions to the governor. As soon as the governor heard that the Weijia army was only here to ask for people, not for his own head, he breathed a long sigh of relief and hastened to agree. What chaotic population is important is no more important than their dog's life. As long as they could save their dog's life, they were willing to give anything. However, it's no wonder these officials are wimpy. After all, can come to this place to do the official? This is to hold the mind to make a great deal of money to come, which also cares about other people's life and death. With the governor's consent, Xian Wuji and the others were able to do their work more conveniently, and in no time at all, they had gathered all the common people at the entrance of the food market. Xian Wuji then read out Marshal Wei's command. All the people, now that the Liao clan has fought their way here, the city of Jizhou has been occupied. If you want to live, hurry to Iluwa County. Marshal Wei is in Iluwa County. He will shelter everyone. Let everyone live a good life. Ah, how could this happen? How did the Liao tribe fight over again? Didn't they say that Jizhou city is solid as gold? How could it be occupied? Didn't you say that Marshal Wei has been on a northern expedition and is on the verge of attacking the Yellow Dragon? How could he let the Liao rebound back? The common people were instantly dumbfounded at the words. They didn't know about the court's calculations. They only knew that their lives, which they were struggling to maintain, were going to be broken again. The emperor was heartless and did not allow Marshal Wei to go on a northern expedition, causing our Wei family army to lose all of its 5 years of hard work. However, Marshal Wei didn't give up on everyone. He revitalized and sheltered everyone in his fiefdom, Iluwa County, and as long as everyone goes to Iluwa County, Marshal Wei will distribute fields and houses to everyone, solving all your worries. Xian Wuji said immediately. God, do you still give us common people a way to live? How can it be so hard for us to just want to live? Immediately, some of the common people cried out at the words, incomparably broken. After all, over the years, they, the common people, had suffered from war and exploitation. When the Liao clan fought over before, they were scourged enough that all the food they had accumulated was looted. It was not easy for Wei Shuai to recover the land in the back, thinking that he could live a few days of good life. But it turned out that a group of courtiers came again, and made a great deal of fish and meat of the people, and made them into tenant households to oppress them at will. But that's how they remained tenacious, like weeds living in the crevices of rocks, unwilling to die as long as there was a breath of hope. But right now, that little hope is gone again. Once the Liao clan returned, what awaited them would be a hellish scene that they could not even think of. But migration is also an incredibly difficult thing for the people. After all, migration means leaving their homes and businesses behind. People can only take a limited number of things with them, and what little they have saved up will go up in smoke, and they will not be able to recover the food they have planted in the fields. And the unknown is the scariest of all. Who knows exactly what will greet them in Iroquois County? That way Shui talks a good game, but they've never seen it. They were afraid of becoming tenants again. After all, they've seen the faces of these powerful people, who talk a good game, but in reality only want the lives of poor people like them. Even the poorest of the poor can be squeezed out of 3 pounds of oil when they fall into their hands. However, most of them finally sighed and followed Xin Wuji helplessly. After all, they had already experienced the brutality of the Liao, and every family had relatives who had died at the hands of the Liao, so they really didn't want to feel the Liao's butchery again. Eventually, the Deming Prefecture prefectural city as well as the counties below it began a great migration of population, and one by one, the tired and bent peasant people, under the shelter and command of the Wei family army, formed a long line and marched towards Wei's fiefdom. As a matter of fact, the daimyo prefectural capital was not particularly far from Iro County, and after 2 days of trekking, the crowd finally arrived near Iro County. Before reaching the entrance of Ilua County, the common people saw a handsome general in silver armor waiting at the entrance of Ilua County. At the same time, the people of Ilua County came out en masse and built a porridge hut outside of the city, which was used to welcome these hometownsmen who came from afar. In addition, there was a whole bunch of people cooking dishes, with all kinds of chicken, duck, fish and meat. The aroma of the cauldron of vegetables was clearly smelled by them from hundreds of meters away. Incomparably tantalizing. The scene was comparable to New Year's Eve. No, it was more lively than New Year's. Is this some happy event in Iro County? Why is it so lively? It can't be Marshal Wei marrying his wife, right? The old people of the prefecture who came all the way here couldn't help but ask. Nothing joyous, just that Marshal Wei has come to greet you. The one leading is the one. Those food and drinks are all prepared for you guys. You've had a hard journey. Xin Wuji replied with a smile. These people are here to greet us? And prepare food for us? This. God. I seem to see the living Buddha. All the way to the old people who felt like they were refugees fleeing the country were all dumbfounded at the words. How could they not expect that their ragged clothes could actually have this kind of treatment? The marshal of the guards himself welcomes you, and fills the pots with food. All kinds of food. It shouldn't cost money. I don't have any. However, there were still some old people who asked cautiously. Everyone was really scared by the powerful people. No money. Everyone just feel free to eat and drink. Coming to my Iro County is like going home in general. Marshal Wei will arrange everything for everyone. Xin Wuji replied with a smile. This. The common people are all wide-eyed, still a little bit in disbelief, a little bit overwhelmed by the joy of this kind of reaction. It wasn't until Wei saw these people stop where they were. He smiled and picked up a bowl of porridge, picked up a chicken leg and took the initiative to go forward, handing it to an elderly senior. Elderly man, it's been a hard journey. Have something to eat and rest. Everyone has one too. Everyone has a share. Just come forward and line up. Thank you, Marshal Wei. Thank you, Marshal Wei. This real food was sent to the mouth. The people really believe all this in front of them, one by one excitedly kneeling down and shouting. Afterward, one by one, the crowd rushed forward like hungry wolves, feasting on the food, only feeling that they had never been so happy in their lives. This migration has really come to the right place. Iroquois County really isn't like any other place. And just after they had eaten and drunk enough, Wei immediately gave them a second generous gift. All people, now come over here to register and make a book of your family's population, your age, and this marshal will give you a share of the fields according to your population. Chapter 15. The People's Heart. The people were shocked to hear about the distribution of the fields, but they did not show much joy. This was because those powerful gentry had also said that they would share their fields with them after they had taken theirs earlier. It turned out to be only distributed to them for them to rent, and they were required to pay unbelievably high rents for the fields. Therefore, the common people thought that Marshal Wei was in the same rut and couldn't help but ask cautiously. Dare I ask, Marshal Wei, is this field divided among us for rent? How many percent of the tax do we have to pay? 10%. Wei stretched out a finger and said indifferently. Is only giving us 10% of the grain? Please Wei Shui Grace, Give us a way to live. I can't live on 10% of the grain, but I can't give us 20%. We only need 20%. The people were shocked by what they heard, and thought for sure that the 10% was for themselves. After all, it's impossible for Wei Shuai to take only 10%, so they hurriedly kneeled down and cried out, "No! You guys take 90%. This marshal will only take 10% of the taxes. When this marshal has conquered the world, he will also reduce the tax. At that time, I will only take 0.5% or even less." Wei Hua hurriedly picked up the common people and said, "Iro County, because of the promise of 3 years without taxes, Wei Hua will not change. But this new land is had to collect a little bit. Otherwise it is really the landlord's family also has no spare food. While a 10% tax would not be a burden to the people, it would ease the economic crisis for Wei Hua. Don't look at 10% of the tax as small, but as long as the government is clear, real collection, no middleman to earn the price difference, the accumulation of less into more can also be quite a lot. After all, don't look at the Yu dynasty collected fully 70%, but Wei Hua viewed their tax booklet. That 70% of the tax inside all the officials and gentry 50-50 account. A grain of rice did not give the court. They also pretended that the front line had just been recovered, and that they had to impose light duties on the people and exempt them from taxes to gather the people. The imperial court was also stupid enough to believe it, but it did not realize that all the money had gone into the pockets of these corrupt officials and powerful gentry. The result was a whole lot of taxation, hardship and suffering for the people, and wealth for the powerful. But the treasury of the imperial court was so poor that it could only run rats. This I shouldn't be dreaming, right? Marshal Wei, can we really take 90%? Why don't you collect more taxes? This 90% we can't feel at ease taking. The common people couldn't help but be shocked after hearing this. They were also incredibly simple and were afraid of losing out to Wei Hua, wanting him to collect more. You have worked so hard to cultivate the fields that you can't even stand up straight after a year of exhaustion. So what's so unsettling about taking more? This is what you all deserve. And if your family does not have enough grain to support next year's fall harvest, then you can also come to me to borrow grain and wait until next year's fall harvest to pay it back. Of course also want interest, but not much, also only charge 10% only, Wei Hua said with a smile, but it is a direct official loan, saving the appearance of private usury. Only 10% interest? This is too good. In past years, when there was a drought, I borrowed grain from the landlord in my area. Mr. Wang, the landlord called himself a good man, but I only borrowed 1 bucket of grain, and when I returned it, he charged me 2 buckets, and his bucket was twice as big as mine. He wanted to charge me 4 buckets of grain. When I couldn't pay him back, he took my 8-year-old daughter and made her his maid. In the end, he beat my daughter to death. If I had known Wei Shuai earlier, my daughter would not have died. Woohoo! Yes, if I had met Marshal Wei earlier, my son wouldn't have starved to death. The commoners were all teary-eyed, sobbing uncontrollably as they thought of the years gone by. After crying, the crowd began to line up in an orderly fashion to fill in the household information for the distribution of the fields. When a field deed with their names on it was really held in the hands of the common people, they dared to believe that all this was really true. Some people were afraid of dreaming and pinched their thighs fiercely, wailing happily. From ancient times to the present, the aspirations of the common people have always been very simple, just to be able to have enough to eat and to live decently. But it's this kind of request that countless kings and lords, over thousands of years, have never really given them fulfillment. If others can't satisfy, then Wei Hua will show these high and mighty how strong the well-fed mudbloods really are in battle. Zhang Anyo. Wei Hua himself acted as the scribe and helped fill out the field deeds. Here, an honest farmer responded immediately. This is your land deed, and this is your ox. Wei Hua handed a land deed to Zhang Anyo, and brought in a cow and handed it to him. Marshal Wei, what are you giving me the ox for? Zhang Anyo looked at the ox in confusion. This is the list of households in your group. You 10 households are divided into a production group. Each production group is given a cow to help the group reclaim the land. You cannot slaughter it privately. This cow is kept in the group leader's house, and you are this year's group leader. The group leader will change every year, rotating among the 10 households, so that we can supervise each other and no one loses out. With so many people coming in at once, Wei Hua would have to reorganize the household accounts to keep everything in order. The Wei Hua regulations are 10 households in a group, 10 groups in a village, and 10 villages in a township. The mayor of the township was sent out by the elite of Wei Hua's Wei family army to serve. For group leaders, they rotate among the 10 households, and village leaders also rotate among the 10 groups, so that they all take turns to sit and supervise each other, so as to eliminate the abuse of power at the grassroots level. At the same time, Wei Hua also provides for a petition system. When group leaders and village chiefs are guilty of corruption and illegal behavior, they can petition the commune chief to report. As for the village chiefs, they are supervised by the villagers and can be removed from office when more than half of the group chiefs and village chiefs collectively oppose the village chiefs. This gives us cows for nothing? Do we have to pay money? Zhang Anio couldn't help but ask. There's no need to pay, but there's only one cow, so you have to keep it well. In the future, this plowed land will depend on it. If it is slaughtered for meat, then this marshal will not be rich. Wei Hua replied with a smile. Don't worry, Marshal Wei. I'll definitely serve it more carefully than I served my father. I've never thought of using an ox to plow a field in my entire life. Zhang Anio immediately shouted excitedly at his words. Rural people know best the benefits of plowing oxen. That may save a lot of strength. In the past, the cattle farmers in the village, when they could not afford to eat eggs themselves during the busy farming time, would give a few to the ox, so that it would have more strength to plow the field. Marshal Wei, you're giving out food and cattle. Aren't you afraid that we'll run away? Some of the commoners could not help but jest at the sight. When the field is there, the people are there. What do the people want in their lives, but to have a field of their own, to be able to have enough to eat? Now that this marshal is giving you all of this, are you still afraid that you will run away? Wei Hua replied with a smile. Marshal Wei is right. I've lived for more than 60 years, and I've never encountered such a good thing that fell from the sky. Not to mention running away by myself. Even if you, Marshal Wei, whisk me away, I won't go. That's right. From now on, this place will be our home. Our real home. A home where we can put down roots, the old people said excitedly, only feeling that they couldn't dream of this scene in front of them. The darkness of the past cannot be traced, but the road to the future is bright and shining. All of you, walk together. Wei Hua picked up a bowl of wine and rushed to the crowd to drink. We peasants can't speak, but in the future, but whenever you say something, Marshal Wei, we'll all take to our heels and work with you. Yes, I'll do the same. Work with you. I'll do whatever it takes to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. The people replied in unison. At this moment, the people's hearts are in the right place. The will of the people is united. Chapter 16, Killing the Good and the Bad. The work of dividing up the fields continued to unfold in an organized manner, but after reassuring the common people, Wei Hua returned to the prison in Iroh County to deal with another matter. The officials and squires of Luoha County and Licheng County can still be locked up here, waiting for Wei Hua's trial. They can all be the real property owners of these fields, and if we don't settle them, there will definitely be trouble again in the future. Wei Shuai, spare our lives. Wei Shuai, spare our lives. Please, Wei Shuai, let us go. We know we're wrong. As soon as they saw Wei Hua come in, this group of dignitaries immediately knelt down on the ground and continuously begged for mercy, completely losing their usual appearance of being a bully. Although the guards did not beat them at all, but the mere fact that the prison was riddled with rats and dirty and messy made this group of dignitaries collapse, only feeling that life could be as bitter as this, and that hell was no better than this. Spare your lives? You guys also know you deserve to die? Wei Hua sniffed and sneered. Yes, we really deserve to die for forcibly occupying the people's land, but we can't help it. We were sent to this bitter cold front. If we don't get some more, we are really sorry for ourselves. Please forgive us. We are sorry and we know we are wrong. As long as you are willing to forgive us, we are willing to work for you. The taxes on the forcibly occupied land will also be at your disposal. The dignitaries kowtowed like pounds of garlic and immediately wanted to defect to Wei Hua. After all, it seemed to them that Wei Shuai didn't kill them in the first place, but instead captured them, surely wanting them to surrender and help Wei Hua return to the dynasty together. It's not that simple. They just voted for it. They've always been weak-kneed anyway. Oh, so you guys aren't regretting it at all. You're just afraid of dying. This marshal does not need your services. Wei Hua laughed coldly, directly poking through the crowd's mind and rebuffing them. And this sentence also instantly let Luoha County squire head of the Zhou family Master Zhou Ming angry beyond measure. Said the old man are so begging you, you still refuse to accept. This is not bullying the honest man. Seeing that the soft won't work, he was ready to play hardball. Thus, Zhou Ming also went out on a limb and actually stood up and rushed at Wei Hua threateningly. Wei Hua, others don't know you, but I still don't know you. You have already been removed from office by His Majesty. Now you have no power or position. How dare you arrest us? Hurry up and let us go, or if His Majesty blames us, you can't afford it. Besides, I've got people on top. Oh, who's on top of you? Wei Hua asked in a good-natured manner. My third uncle is the servant of the Ministry of Revenue of the current dynasty, a full third-rank official, Zhou Ming said with a proud face. After all, the Minister of the Household Department was indeed considered a centralized dignitary. Imposing, he had relied on his third uncle's name to bully men and women in Luoha County, and no one dared to take care of him. However, Wei Hua shook his head at his words and said, the third grade, What a great official. It's a pity. Pity? Pity for what? Zhou Ming sniffed with some confusion. The last time this marshal personally killed was an official from the first rank. Now that I've got the new sword, I wanted to kill a few big officials of the first rank to open the front, but I didn't expect you to be so useless, and there are only so many officials who are related to you, so it's really a bummer. Just as well, count yourself lucky. Wei Hua let out a cold laugh and immediately made his move, unsheathing his sword. Swish! With a swing of the 3-foot green blade sword, there was no blood after the sword, but a bloodstain appeared on Zhou Ming's neck. Immediately after that, the bloodstain grew bigger and bigger, and with a plop sound, Zhou Ming's head even directly landed on the ground. A good great-nephew of the household secretary. Who else has someone at the top? Hurry up and tell us. The bigger the official position, the better. Wei Hua sneered. His eyes swept over the other officials and gentry and asked coldly, No more, no more. Beg Marshal Wei to spare our lives. We are willing to hand over all of our family belongings. Just beg Marshal Wei to spare our lives. This time the powerful nobles were really scared silly. They didn't expect Wei Hua to really be so lawless and kill when he said he would, so they hurriedly fell to their knees one by one. What kind of words are you guys saying? Did this marshal capture you all just to covet your little belongings? Wei Hua sneered and said. Subsequently, Wei Hua took out a note and threw it to these dignitaries. This marshal is the fairest of them all. This is the note. By the acres of fields under your name, fill in the number of acres and the amount sold by yourselves, and this marshal will definitely return the amount later. The powerful nobles heard the words and thought to themselves that this is not bad, worthy of being the champion marquis, it is just rich and generous. However, they picked up the IOUs and took a look at them. It reads, to be repaid on the day when the Liao tribe is expelled and the country is rich and strong. This mother ********. Why don't you just say that when Wei Hua claimed the title of emperor to pay back well? This is also too able to draw a big cake. It simply can't be done. The crowd was incomparably speechless. But people have to bow their heads under the roof, and the crowd had no choice but to sign this painted note of indebtedness. However, they didn't know that this was already an extra-legal favor from Wei Hua. Originally Wei Hua was ready to kill them all in one breath, but taking into account the world's dog officials, squires and dignitaries a whole lot, if all killed, then I am afraid that will attract the strong backlash of the squires, and then want to collect the squires' fields will not be good to do. Therefore, Wei Hua is prepared to use this policy of redemption by painting cakes to buy land from the hands of these powerful nobles and spare their lives, so that the land reform in the future will be carried out more smoothly. Of course, in the future, if the world is really conquered, these powerful nobles and gentry really don't have the eyes to come to Wei Hua for money, then don't blame the Wahola list. Marshal Wei, it's written. The squires and dignitaries shivered as they finished writing the IOUs and handed them to Wei Hua Dao. Oh, you've got thousands of acres of land, and you only need a penny? You kid is generous enough. Wei Hua looked at the IOUs and couldn't help but sigh that these powerful people were really old and the road was wide. As long as Marshal Wei is happy, I can do without a penny. It's okay to let us go. The squires licked their faces and begged for mercy. Naturally, this marshal has always been true to his word. In addition, this marshal did not confiscate all of the land you got, and also left each of you a piece of land. So in the future, you can plow your own land and earn your own living. Wei Hua replied with a smile and also gave each of them an acre of land. Ah, we plant our own fields? The powerful nobles and gentry were dumbfounded at the words. They had never done any hard work in their lives. The bitterness they should have eaten. Their ancestors had eaten it all for them long ago. How is it that they still need to farm now? Or else what? Grow two hands for nothing? If you don't work the land, I won't be responsible if you starve to death. Also don't think of running. You have to house and land are in the center of the villagers. This marshal can let you go. But the villagers hate you to the bone. Once you dare to run away and they beat you to death. This marshal doesn't care. Wei Hua sneered. It was time to let these squires and dignitaries feel the suffering of the common people. Dare not, dare not. We would never dare to run. The county magistrates and squires replied with bitter faces as they sniffed. Just when Wei Hua was engaged in a vast campaign to fight the powerful and divide the land, the world's best general Qin Ming Qin de Shui also ran with the remnants of the army to a remote village, Majia Zhuang. The villagers of Majia village still looked at them in the costumes of the officials and soldiers or very friendly. After all, they are on the front line. They are counting on the officials and soldiers to eliminate the Liao tribe and return peace to them. So they came forward with grain and home-brewed liquor to labor the army. General, please. This is my family's own brewed fruit wine. It's been put away for years and I can't bear to drink it. One of the young boys really picked up a jar of wine that had been treasured for many years and happily handed it to Qin Ming. Qin Ming picked it up and tasted a mouthful, then immediately frowned as he slammed the wine altar to the ground, cursing under his breath. Bah! It's really hard to drink. What Thai wine? It's far worse than what this marshal used to drink. Ah! The young guy was overwhelmed with pain as he watched his years of treasured wine being knocked to the ground, and immediately fell to the ground and kept using his hands to try to scoop the wine back into the broken wine altar. At this time, Qin Ming looked at the young guy and suddenly brightened up. Do you guys think this guy looks a bit like Wei Hua? A bit indeed. Some of the generals of the Jizhou army had seen Wei Hua before and nodded at his words. Swish! At this moment, Qin Ming unsheathed his sword and slashed the youngster's neck. The young man was completely unprepared, and did not expect that his good intentions to give away wine would end up in this situation. Ah! Killing people! Murder! The other villagers screamed at the sight and fled in all directions. The generals of the Jizhou army also frowned and couldn't help but ask, why did Marshal Qin kill him? He was kind enough to give us wine and food. It's not like the easy meals are gone again. What do you know? We can't just go back with a defeat. This is Wei Hua's head. This marshal will take him back to the capital and present him to His Majesty. Tell His Majesty that I have already killed Wei Hua. Qin Ming said viciously, since the real Wei Hua couldn't be killed, he was going to bring a fake one back to deliver, killing Liang and risking his honor. Chapter 17 Liao Clan Invitation. But Marshal Wei is clearly still alive. If we deceive His Majesty like this, we will be exposed sooner or later. This is a great offense of deceiving the king. It's punishable by death. Vice General Ding Shang felt that Qin Ming was really crazy to come up with such a crazy plan. Qin Ming, on the other hand, said disdainfully, foolish, since the Liao clan has invaded Jizhou city, how could they possibly let Wei Hua go? You should know that Wei Hua and the Liao tribe have a blood feud, and now Wei Hua only has 3,000 men at his side. How can he be a match for the Liao? Wei Hua, by now, must have died at the hands of the Liao. We've only robbed the Liao people of their credit. The Liao clan won't confront us, and this unearthly feat will fall on our heads. This is heavenly riches, ahahaha. But this head only has a slight resemblance to Marshal Wei. It's still very different. Vice General Ding Shang was still uneasy. That's simple. I see that this person's eyebrows and eyes are most similar to Wei Hua. When the time comes, we'll throw him into the fire and burn him. The lower half of his face will be burned completely, only revealing a pair of eyes. At that time, it will be hard for even the immortals to recognize him. Also, none of these people can be left behind. There must be no survivors. Slaughter the village for me. Cut off their heads. It just so happens that we can say that they are Wei Hua's accomplices and offer their heads to His Majesty together. Ha 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 ha. This marshal is truly worthy of being the world's best general, wiping out Wei Hua and the Wei family army's accomplices in one fell swoop. Qin Ming viciously said, in terms of fighting, he can't, but in terms of intrigue and calculation, their father and son together with 800 hard eyes, can be called the first in Dayu. This, Deputy General Ding Shang sniffed for some intolerance. After all, it is the slaughter of the common people or the common people who give themselves food. This is too cruel, too inhuman. The living free grace will revenge And Qin Ming saw this and threatened. Do you want to go back to the capital to enjoy glory and riches, or go to jail? If the former, kill me. If the latter, keep your so-called bones and stay put. Kill. In the end, after thinking about it, the people still felt that their own honor and wealth were the most important, so they suddenly changed their faces, and with great swords in their hands, they spurred their horses forward to slaughter the people. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked in this moment. What had been an ironclad army under Han Zhong's command was now rapidly morphing into an executioner who slaughtered the common people. Aha! The villagers' two legs simply couldn't outrun the Jizhou army's cavalry team, and they were instantly caught up by the Jizhou army and died tragically under the Jizhou army's greatswords. As they fell in a pool of blood, some villagers were unwilling to let out a furious roar and questioned, what is our crime? Why did you kill us? You only have your own bad luck to blame. Seeing us and welcoming us instead of running away. How stupid. Don't you know that a bandit is like a comb and a soldier is like a grate? Ha ha ha. Qin Ming laughed indulgently. Not only did he not feel that he had done wrong, he was also proud of himself. In a short while, the Ma family's men, women, and children, 153 people were all slaughtered. Even a March baby in swaddling clothes was not spared. His body was separated by a single slash. After killing a village, Qin Ming still felt that it was not enough, and led the Jizhou army to slaughter a few surrounding villages. Hard to put together thousands of heads, and only then satisfied. Go back to the capital to accept the reward. This marshal guarantees that every one of us will be able to increase our rank. We'll all enjoy glory and wealth. Qin Ming looked at each bloody human head, as if he had seen a mountain of gold and silver, as if his eyes were glowing. He seemed to have already seen the scene after he had annihilated the Wei family's army, where His Majesty's dragon face would be so pleased that he would be appointed as the new emperor's son-in-law, so that he could marry the eldest princess and go to the pinnacle of his life. Many thanks, Marshal Qin. The generals of the Jizhou army also followed Qin Ning's path and immediately agreed. On the other hand, Iroquois County, Wei Hua was dealing with many matters such as dividing the fields into households, but at this time, the chief historian Xian Wuji hurriedly ran in and rushed to Wei Hua, saying, Marshal Wei, a letter from the Liao tribe. Finally, Wei Hua smiled slightly, having expected this. Although the Liao tribe had captured the city of Jizhou, it was still difficult to completely conquer the Yu dynasty, and the help of Wei Hua was urgently needed. Therefore, Wei Hua concluded that the Liao clan would definitely send a letter for help within a few days. It can't be helped that Wei Hua was too stupid before actually helping Yu dynasty to build 3 full lines of defense. Separate Jizhou defenses led by Jizhou City, JACD led the JAC defense, and the last heavenly defense of the Yangtze River. Right now, after the Liao clan's army took Jizhou City again, the Iron Horsemen marched in, and the Yu dynasty was beaten back. In addition to De Mingfu, it took almost the entire province of Jizhou Dao, but as a result, it ran into a second line of defense, the JAC, and was successfully stopped. The fighting strength of the JAC troops in the JAC defense line was actually average, even inferior to that of the Jizhou troops. However, the water network of the Jianghuai Road was so dense that the Iron Horsemen of the Liao tribe were hindered by many obstacles in this place, making it difficult for them to exert themselves. Moreover, Wei Hua also helped the Jianghuai army to build many forts, both open and concealed, like a nail in the Jianghuaido. Without Wei Hua's help, the Liao tribe, relying on their own strength, were afraid that it would take years in the Jianghuaido before they could conquer it. The Liao clan invited me to go to Jizhou City and marry to Obayur. Wei Hua looked at the contents of the letter and rushed to Xin Wuji. The Liao tribe was smart enough not to directly ask for help, but found an excuse to first trick Wei Hua into Jizhou City. Shall we go, Marshal Wei? Why do I feel like this is a bit like a Hongmen banquet? This Liao clan is a bit uneasy with their intentions. Xin Wuji couldn't help but ask. Naturally. Why don't you marry a woman who was given to you for nothing? Moreover, that Yellow Kai owes this marshal a horse that is late in arriving. This marshal is going to press the account. In addition, the Liao tribe has eaten such a large piece of meat from the Yu dynasty. How can they not give this marshal a bite? If you want this marshal to help them, you can, but the benefits you should give can't be missing at all. This marshal must ruthlessly slaughter the Liao tribe. Wei Hua replied without thinking. How do you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? If Wei Hua does not go, but rather appear to be weak-minded and timid, in turn, will be belittled by the Liao tribe, and may turn the gun to hit themselves. And if you go, there are dangers, but also a lot of opportunities. After all, what Wei Hua wanted was for the Liao clan and Yu dynasty to bite the dog and beat Zhaozhou. If the Liao clan was really blocked by Yu dynasty, Wei Hua's plan could not be carried out. So, this Jizhou city must go. Go and help the Liao tribe. And by the way, slaughter them ruthlessly from the Liao tribe. Good. Then my subordinate will go and order troops and select the best 500 generals to escort the guard marshal. Changsher Xin Wuji immediately replied. There are tens of thousands of Liao troops in Jizhou city. Can 500 people keep this marshal safe? Wei Hua asked with a smile. That subordinate called for more people. Xin Wuji immediately said. Ha ha, what I mean is that the Liao clan wants to kill me. It's useless to call as many people as possible. So just forget it. This marshal can just go alone. Wei Hua replied with a smile. This is too dangerous, Marshal Wei. Xin Wuji was anxious when he heard this. Going alone to the Liao tribe. What's the difference between this and a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Don't worry. The Liao clan wouldn't dare to kill me. Killing me at this moment will do them no harm but no good. But we do have to guard against them. How about this? After this marshal arrives at Jizhou city, you will take Lin Tinyo and Lu Bo1 and attack Huang Longfu together. Wei Hua thought for a moment and said, Marshal Wei, you people are in the Liao tribe's territory. But we are attacking the Liao tribe. This is too dangerous. Xin Wuji anxiously said. He really couldn't figure out what kind of scheme Marshal Wei was doing. Wasn't this deliberately provoking the Liao tribe? Don't worry. The fiercer you fight, the safer this marshal will be. If you guys can take down Huang Longfu, then this marshal can even bite off a piece of meat from the Liao clan viciously as a result. Wei Hua smiled, thinking of a great man from his own time. Back in the day. Boldness, so that you can set the stage. When others dare not win. Chapter 18 Kill the Mighty. The next day, Wei Hua and the chief historian Xian Wuji rode out of the fiefdom in pairs and headed straight for the city of Jizhou. At the same time, the Weijiao army was fully armed for the surprise attack on Huanglongfu. Originally, Wei Hua was prepared to ride alone to Jizhou city, but Xian Wuji was not at ease and said he would accompany him. He said that a soldier will die for a friend who understands him, and if Marshal Wei is in danger, he will die in front of Marshal Wei first. Wei Hua couldn't argue with him, so he had to let him follow, solely attacking the Yellow Dragon House. Lin Ti Nyo and Lu Bowen, a civil and a military are enough. The two of them spurred their horses, and a few hours later, the Jizhou city, which was several feet high and looming like a mountain, appeared in front of the two of them. It really deserves to be called the Iron Jizhou Defense Line. In addition to the huge city, there is also the Great Wall that spreads for more than 10 miles, which can stop the Liao Iron Cavalry to death. If it wasn't for Wei Hua's help, the Liao people really couldn't do anything about this Jizhou defense line. Of course, the main thing in this is that the world's best general Qin Ming commanded properly, otherwise the Liao people wouldn't have one so easily. Who is the visitor? Dismount quickly. Be questioned. There were Liao soldiers guarding the entrance to Jizhou city, and when they saw Wei Hua and the two men approaching, they immediately crossed their halberds and stopped the two men. How dare you, the great general of the Great Yu, the great general of the 5 armies commandery, and the champion Marquis Wei Shui are here. Quickly inform your Empress Dowager of the Liao clan so that she can hurry and come to greet you. Changzhe Xin Wuji said at once. What kind of doo-doo? I haven't read a book. I can't remember these many names. The Liao soldier scratched his head and replied with some embarrassment. The list of titles was too long for him to remember. Just say that Wei Hua is here. Wei Hua smiled at his words. Alright, you guys wait here, I'll go in and inform. The Liao soldiers didn't dare to treat the two men with extraordinary temperament, and immediately went in to inform them. Not long after layers of notification, a Liao eunuch walked into the temporary palace of the Liao Empress Dowager, originally at the governor's office in Jizhou city, and rushed to the Liao ruler sitting on the dragon chair, Empress Dowager Shao, reporting to the Empress Dowager. The pawns came to report that there is a Wei Hua outside of the city who seeks an audience. Wei Hua? He really dares to come, coming to my Liao clan's territory. Empress Dowager Shao of the Liao clan was a young woman in her 30s. She was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, embroidered with delicate patterns in gold and silver silk threads. The collar and cuffs were encrusted with a circle of soft, white fox fur, which flicked with the wind, adding a bit more grace and splendor. With her mature and cold stunning face, she looked like she was more than 20, which was a national color, so it was no wonder that she could become the Empress Dowager. That's right, the person this princess has her eye on will be the unrivaled man in the world. He said he would marry me, so he will definitely come. Tuoba Yuer was sitting below, instantly delighted at the words, smiling out 2 cute little dimples. Her 2 little legs couldn't help but fling themselves on the chair, incomparably excited. At the same time, a big stone in her heart was finally able to fall to the ground. She was really afraid that Wei Hua was fooling her and wouldn't come to marry her. Luckily, she hadn't been wrong about anyone. How many people did he bring? Empress Dowager Shao asked. 1 man. The Liao eunuch said honestly. What did you say? This Wei Hua came with just 1 person? Empress Dowager Shao couldn't help but be a bit shocked by what she heard. To know that the Liao clan and Wei Hua can have a blood feud. How Wei Hua dared to bring a single henchman and just barge into his own territory. Is he not afraid of death? What audacity! This Wei Hua has killed countless of my Liao soldiers, and he dares to enter my Liao territory alone with just 1 of his men. Is he deceiving my Liao clan? Empress Dowager, please allow me to go and teach him a lesson. Liao clan's great general, the 4th brother of the Liao clan's late emperor, the southern court's great king Tuoba Wuju was instantly furious at what he said, and instantly clapped his hands and said, 4th uncle, what are you lecturing me about? This is my husband. If you bully him, I'll be angry with you. Mother, let's send someone to greet him. The fact that he only brought 1 person with him proves that he truly trusts our Liao clan. We can't bully him, and he even helped us take down Jizhou city. Tuoba Yuer hurriedly pleaded for Wei Hua. You really have your elbow turned outward. You haven't even married Wei Hua yet, and you have a monkey face. I should have known that I wouldn't send you to meet Wei Hua even if I said anything. I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup he gave you, actually making you so enamored. Empress Dowager Shao looked at Tuoba Yuer's springy appearance and shook her head. Then, she said with a cold face, no one is going. Let me hang him out to dry. This Wei Hua killed countless of my Liao soldiers. Now it's time for my Liao to kill him. Otherwise, he really thinks he's lawless. Mother, this will make Wei Hua angry. Tuoba Yuer still wanted to plead for mercy. However, Empress Dowager Shao said in an icy tone, shut up. How many times have I told you to call the Empress Dowager above the court? If he can't take it, he doesn't deserve to be the son-in-law of my Liao royal family. Besides, it's not the same as before. He's not the same Wei Shui with 100,000 soldiers in his hands anymore. Now he is short of troops and food, and he needs the cooperation of my Liao clan even more. Otherwise, why do you think he would have come? Do you really think he's just thinking about getting married like you? Let him wait. If he can't wait, don't blame me, the Liao clan, for turning my back on him. Empress Dowager Xiao understood that in order to utilize Wei Hua, it was necessary to knock out his sharpness. Otherwise this person was really dangerous and difficult to manipulate. Tuoba Yuer saw that her mother was so furious, and it was not good to open her mouth again. Just a small mouth pouted like it could hang two small wine bottles. A few hours later, looking at the sunset, Empress Dowager Xiao felt that killing Wei Hua's might was almost over, so she asked the eunuch with a slight smugness, "How is it, this Wei Shuai? Is there any patience to walk away? Going is not gone, but that Wei Hua robbed one of our Liao clan's sheep, and right now is roasting the whole sheep and eating it with great gusto." The eunuch carefully replied, "What did you say?" Empress Dowager Xiao once again dumbfounded at the words. How also did not expect their own means of killing the bully results in a fall to Wei Hua playing bully on. ****** ran into our territory and robbed the sheep to eat. This kid is also too lawless. Are the defenders of the city pigs? Just watch him rob my Liao tribe's sheep to eat. Won't they stop him? On the side, the great king of the southern court, Tuoba Wuzhu, was even more furious and asked. The men guarding the city went up to stop them, but that Wei Hua could fight like hell, beating a dozen of us all by himself. His identity and special, and we do not dare to hundreds of people together, can only stop. But, however, the soldiers guarding the city said that this Wei Hua roasted the whole sheep is quite delicious, really excellent. The soldiers guarding the city tasted it and every one of them clapped their hands. He turned his enemy into a friend and helped him kill several more sheep to roast together. Wei Hua even said he could take some to the Empress Dowager to try. Empress Dowager, do you want it? The eunuch couldn't help but swallow his saliva and asked. He would love to have a taste. After all, the soldiers guarding the city were blowing up one by one, saying that the roasted mutton was truly an absolute delicacy. Eat a fart. Empress Dowager, I can't stand it anymore. I must teach this Wei Hua a good lesson. It's simply too much of a bully. Tuoba Wuzhu was already on fire when he heard this. He had simply never seen such a brazen, arrogant and domineering person before. Chapter 19 Hands down. But one person beat the soldiers defending the city, and also roasted a delicious roasted whole sheep, making the soldiers praise each and every one of them. You are truly worthy of being the man I, Tuoba Yuer, have my eye on. Wei Hua, just how many other great skills do you have in you that I don't know about? Tuoba Yuer on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud at his words, only thinking that Wei Hua could be really interesting, neither leaving nor being aggravated. The main fight is an old man doing as he pleases. However, Empress Dowager Xiao was already gloomy to the extreme. Originally he had only wanted to kill Wei Hua's authority, but now she had really moved her liver. So, she immediately agreed to the plea of the southern court's great king, Tuoba Wuzhu, saying, "Go ahead, old four. It is necessary to give him some color." Yes, Tuoba Wuzhu immediately curled the corner of his mouth. As a great general of the Liao clan, he had not suffered much from Wei Hua's anger on the battlefield over the years, and several times he had been beaten to the point of losing his armor and his life. This time, he could finally get his revenge. "Mother, don't bully my husband." Tuoba Yuer immediately stood up and was about to stop it. However, Empress Dowager Xiao immediately ordered, "Stop the princess. Do not allow her to step out of the palace gate." In the next second, there were eunuchs who stepped forward and forcibly stopped Tuoba Yuer, letting Tuoba Yuer shout as much as she wanted without doing anything. Instead, Tuoba Wuzhu directly mobilized thousands of heavily armed Liao clan elites and swept towards the city gates to kill. One to the city gate. The crowd only saw a white-robed general in front of the entrance to the city strutting baked mutton, surrounded by a large group of soldiers guarding the city, one by one, stretching their necks, eagerly waiting for the white-robed general baked meat. Some people crave saliva are left on the ground. Straight-ass thieves. Are you all starving ghosts? Have you never eaten mutton? Why are you all so greedy? Get out of my way. Seeing this, Tuoba Wuzhu was furious and immediately yelled. The crowd, annoyed by the sudden roar, returned the favor and cursed, "What do you know?" However, when they turned their heads, the crowd saw that the visitor was actually the king of the southern court, the great general Tuoba Wuzhu. Then the crowd was so frightened that they quickly changed their faces, and fell to their knees, shouting, "Great General King! See the great General King!" As the crowd fell to their knees, the aroma of roasted mutton was unhindered and instantly rushed into the nasal passages of Tuoba Wuzhu's group. "It smells so good." The men and horses led by Tuoba Woods couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as well. "Fragrant ass." Gulp, gulp. Tuoba Wuzhu wanted to be tough with his mouth, but his body honestly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was indeed the first time he smelled such fragrant roasted lamb. "Grandma, this Wei Hua is really evil. Even if it's great at fighting, how come it's so great at roasting lamb? After all, roasted whole sheep must be accompanied by cumin. But cumin is an overseas spice. Only Wei Hua from the hands of Westerners bought a lot of these Liao people have never seen. At this moment for the first time encountered cumin roast lamb, such an excellent combination. Naturally, one by one greedy straight flow of saliva. But fragrance after fragrance. Tuoba Wuju would not let Wei Hua go. He immediately roared out, Wei Hua! How dare you! How dare you spread wild in my Liao tribe's territory! Today, I, Tuoba Wuju, will seek justice for the countless dead martyrs of my Liao tribe. If you're smart, you'd better kneel down and make amends for the Liao martyrs. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless and chopping off your head. Looking at the appearance of Tuoba Woodruff's gritted teeth, face and an arrow wound left by his own shot, Wei Hua could not help but laugh out loud. I said, who is it? Originally is the marshals defeat Tuoba Woodruff. I say, you kid, is also enough life. The number of times on the battlefield lost to me, 2 hands cannot be counted over it. Followed by your soldiers died a batch and batch. You yourself is still alive. Every time you can escape from death. Once this marshal was so close to catching you that your horse was killed by an arrow from this marshal's own hand. As a result, you didn't know where to get a donkey cart. Hardly came with a handful of donkey cart drifting, fast speed, and escaped. If you really want to make amends to your Liao clan soldiers who died in battle, then you should also make amends to you as the main general, right? After all, you're the real incompetent general who exhausted the 3 armies. You. Tuoba Wuju was disliked by Wei Hua and his face was blood red, but he was unable to argue, because this was indeed all true. He was the one who was repeatedly humiliated by Wei Hua on the battlefield. He nearly lost his life, but the infuriated man was also completely moved to kill. And he immediately rushed the thousands of Liao elites behind him and said, Archers, wind it up, aim at him for this king, aim at this culprit who has victimized countless generals of my Liao tribe. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of Liao soldiers instantly drew their bows and arrows in a neat manner. An arrow was instantly aimed at Wei Hua. For a while, swords were drawn and killing opportunities appeared. If this is once ordered to shoot arrows, then even if Wei Hua's martial arts skills are high, he is afraid that he will be shot into a hedgehog. Don't hurt my Wei Shuai. The chief historian Xian Wuji immediately stepped forward when he saw this. Despite being a civil official, he still blocked in front of Wei Hua at the first opportunity. A scholar dies for a friend who understands him. Changshi, no harm done. Wei Hua smiled faintly and pulled Xian Wuji behind him, saying in a cloudy manner, Wei Hua, aren't you afraid of death? Tuoba Wuju couldn't help but be a little shocked when he saw Wei Hua's bland demeanor, to realize that being targeted by so many archers together, it was he, Tuoba Woodruff, who asked himself that his legs would be trembling and a cold sweat would be running down his face. The reason he put up this stance was because he wanted to see Wei Hua make a fool of himself in public and be scared to the point of turning pale and trembling. But why is it that you just can't see it? Why is this Wei Hua not afraid at all? Where the hell did this Wei Hua get his confidence? Could there really be people in this world who are not afraid of death? Death naturally scares everyone. But this marshal knows that you don't dare to kill me. Wei Hua smiled faintly and tore off a piece of mutton as he ate it. Just because you're Tuoba Yuer's fiancé? Then you are too naive. As long as you can get rid of my Liao clan's heart trouble. That is, if Tuoba Yuer stands in front of you, this king dares to shoot them all together. Tuoba Wuju sneered and said, still thinking that Wei Hua's bottom line was Tuoba Yuer, but Wei Hua shook his head. His eyes instantly erupted with a powerful murderous aura, and with a cold smile he said, no, it's because if this marshal damages a hair here, my 100,000 Wei family army will be united as one. With the same enemy, everyone will be turned into a dead soldier, and do their best for the rest of their lives to kill your Liao royal family's blood into a river, and their heads will be hung high in Yanjing City. Do you believe it? This, Tuoba Wuju was shocked by Wei Hua's words, and indeed thought of the terror of the Wei family army, but he calmed down and then said disdainfully, oh, what a big mouth. Your 100,000 Wei family army is long gone, and once you die, the Wei family army will be leaderless and scattered into birds and beasts, which still have the ability to seek revenge from my Liao tribe. Wei Hua smiled slightly, not bothering to answer. Just at this time, a cavalryman holding a token, hurriedly ran from a distance, and in a short while reached the bottom of Jizhou City, and when he saw Tuoba Wuju, the man immediately knelt down and shouted, Report! Report Great General King! Urgent military report! Ha ha, it must be my Liao clan's great victory over Yu dynasty again. Nyen, Tuoba Wuju said with a smile, wanting to use this to show off his Liao clan's powerful military achievements. But I didn't expect the cavalryman to say, Huanglongfu has suffered a sneak attack and has lost its defense. On the banner of the offender is the character Wei. It should be the Wei family army. SH. What? Tuoba Wuju's face instantly changed in disbelief. Chapter 20 Capturing the Yellow Dragon House. The Wei Jia army has captured Huanglongfu? No way. Impossible by no means. This Wei Hua man is here. How can the Wei family army still capture my Huanglong mansion? My Huanglong mansion is not made of tofu. Tuoba Wuzhu was a bit dumbfounded by what he heard and couldn't help but growl. You should know that Huanglongfu is the former capital of the Yu dynasty, and although Liao did not build its capital here, it is also heavily defended there. Originally there were 50,000 elite soldiers defending there. This time, the south, the Liao tribe although took away 40,000 elite, that also has 10,000 people to guard. How can be defeated so quickly? Most of all, the main general Wei Hua is still here. How can the Wei family army still be so powerful? It's only logical that the Wei family army should be leaderless. And isn't it true that there are only 3,000 men left in the Wei family army? 3,000 to fight 10,000. How can we not capture Huanglongfu? However, Tuoba Woodruff does not know is that it is because they hold this idea. So Huanglong house guards are incredibly slack. Everyone thinks it is impossible for someone to attack. In the Wei family army called, many guards and soldiers or even a wine breath, sleepy eyes, simply did not react to it, but also thought it was their own people came back to it, so to the Wei family army to sneak attack success. In addition, the Wei family army this time, but the whole nest, the sailor troops with them, a total of 8,000 people, also equipped with composite bows, which can be a hit, a battle straight into the yellow dragon. Reporting back to the king of great generals, this matter is true, it will never be wrong. The messenger replied solemnly. Straight mother *********. No wonder this Wei Hua is so confident. This Wei family army is really horrible. Once I kill Wei Hua, what he said is indeed true. The Wei family army will definitely chase me to the ends of the earth, without end. Moreover, there are still tens of thousands of Wei family troops in Yu dynasty. Once I kill Wei Hua, these Wei family troops will surely riot as well. At that time, Liao won't be able to save me. Tuoba Wuzhu's face was gloomy, finally understanding why Wei Hua was so emboldened. Because behind him stands an army of thousands, and 1,000 armies that would literally die for him. Normally, this king should bow his head at this moment, but this king doesn't want to follow the normal rules. I don't want to bow my head. This king has lost you so many times. He must win you once. Go to hell. Tuoba Wuzhu's face sank as he looked at Wei Hua and cursed in his heart. At this moment, his psychological shadow of being defeated and dominated by Wei Hua over and over again completely erupted. Why can't he, Topaz, win for once? So, he couldn't care less about anything else. He just wanted to fight with Wei Hua, and even directly ordered, all of you listen to the order. Shoot this Wei Hua to death for me. Yes. The crowd sniffed and immediately wanted to shoot arrows. Stop. But just at that moment, a stern female voice suddenly came out. The crowd turned to look at the words, and then immediately their faces shook as they knelt down and shouted, "See the Empress Dowager!" Only to see the Empress Dowager Xiao in a brocade robe sitting in a phoenix chauffeur, surrounded by a group of eunuchs and palace maidens shouted in a hurry. Although she let Tuoba Woodruff teach Wei Hua a lesson, she was also afraid that Tuoba Woodruff's hand was not light or heavy, so she had been secretly observing from the side, and once Tuoba Woodruff really messed up, she immediately stopped it. Old Fourth, Marshal Wei is a guest from afar. The mourning family asked you to greet him properly. How can you be so rude? Empress Dowager Xiao scolded sternly. This old four is also too impulsive and desperate. Wei Hua is so threatening. He still dares to mess around. This old man himself wants to die, but she still wants to live, and does not want to fight with Wei Hua fish deathnet. Tuoba Wuzhu sniffed with a dumbfounded face, thinking, wasn't it you who agreed to let me come and teach him a lesson? Now why did you change your face? Isn't this purely treating me as a great enemy? But there is no way. People are the Empress Dowager. Tuoba Wuzhu can only bow his head and say, Fourth brother was in a hurry. Please forgive the Empress Dowager. Marshal Wei, Lao Si is accustomed to leading soldiers to war. A military man does not know the rules. Please forgive me. You've worked hard all the way. Let's catch up inside the palace. Empress Dowager Zhao's tone was cold as she rushed at Wei Hua, saying that this time the wind did not blow away, but let Wei Hua play a good one. It was really hard to bear. Okay, by the way, remember to bring the roasted whole sheep with you. This is this marshal's bride price for this marriage. Wei Hua shouted at the Liao clan crowd. Hearing this, the faces of Tuoba Wuzhu and the others became even more gloomy. You robbed our sheep and said it was a bride price for us. How in heaven's name can anyone be so brazen? They are tempted to say we don't care for such a bride price. However, the mouth is indisputably straight to swallow saliva. Ultimately, the gluttony overcomes the backbone. Did not say out loud, but instead, honestly brought the sheep on. Even that big greedy boy also secretly tore off a piece of lamb to taste, secretly said really delicious. Both are roasted lamb. Why does Wei Shui roast it so flavorfully? Grandma, what a talent! In no time, Empress Dowager Xiao led Wei Hu into the Liao's temporary palace, and the imprisoned Tuoba Yuer finally saw her fiancé. Seeing Wei Hu unharmed, the big stone in Tuoba Yuer's heart finally fell to the ground. Excitedly ignoring the presence of Empress Dowager Xiao, she waved her snow-white arms and rushed at Wei Hu to greet him. She didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of her mother's rebuke, so she just rushed at Wei Hu with her mouthpiece and said, "Husband, your mother is here." This silly girl, naive, is really somewhat cute. Wei Hu was accustomed to seeing Zhao Ruiyan's kind of princesses who did not move with royal majesty, and he really found it interesting to see such a naive Liao princess. It's that this silly girl is probably used to hearing the story of heroes with beauties, a little bit of listening to the love brain, and that's why she's so fond of herself. Humph. Seeing this, Empress Dowager Xiao coldly stared at her own daughter, cursing her daughter in her heart. Afterward, Empress Dowager Xiao rushed at Wei Hu and coldly questioned, "Marshal Wei, you came to my Liao clan to marry. My Liao clan welcomes you, but what do you mean by sending troops to sneak attack my Liao clan's Huanglong mansion? Is it possible that you want to be an enemy of my Liao clan? It's probably a misunderstanding. The brothers under my command saw that I was late in returning. They were afraid that something might have happened to me, and that's why they captured the Yellow Dragon Mansion in an attempt to find me. I blame me for not making it clear to them that I came to Jizhou City, not the Yellow Dragon Mansion." Wei Hu lied without blushing. Chapter 21 Who can be bound under heaven? Nonsense. This Wei Hu doesn't lie seriously. Huanglongfu is quite a distance from your Ilua County. If you hadn't sent your troops to attack it early, how could you have captured it so quickly? And you call it looking for someone? Looking for a fart. The Liao clan crowd couldn't help but curse in their hearts when they heard this, but they couldn't be bothered to poke holes in it directly. After all, everyone can still get by on the surface and talk without poking and prodding. It's embarrassing when you really poke at it. Since it's a misunderstanding, then please ask Marshal Wei to retreat and return the Huanglong mansion to us. Empress Dowager Xiao of the Liao clan said as she forced down her fire. It can be. As long as this marshal marries Princess Yuer back, the Huanglong mansion will return it. Consider this marshal generous and send you another bride price. Wei was sniffed atmospherically. The Liao people's faces darkened even more when they heard this, and they just felt that it was this kind of white whoring trick again. You hit our territory and then return it to us. You don't want to spend a single penny on your daughter-in-law. But what the Liao people don't know is that Wei Hu not only doesn't want to spend a dime, but also wants to take it back. Thus, Wei Hu immediately said with a turn of phrase, But what? Empress Dowager Xiao of the Liao clan only felt that her face was about to blacken into carbon as she forced down her fire and asked, "All the Han Chinese within the Huanglong mansion. This marshal will take them," Wei Hu said. Huanglongfu is too far away from Ilua County and is located in the middle of the Liao clan's layers of encirclement, so it is impossible to defend. Wei Hu's purpose of having the Wei Jiao army fight was to deter the Liao clan and keep himself safe. The second is to negotiate with the Liao tribe, so that they can take away all the people from Huanglongfu and enrich their own population in the three counties. These common people who had been oppressed by the foreigners were the best soldiers. In the future, if they followed themselves, they would be able to fight their way back home and truly occupy Huanglongfu. Good morning, family granted. Empress Dowager Xiao was also slightly relieved to hear this request, and thought what else, immediately agreeing to it. After all, Huanglongfu had not had many Han Chinese for a long time. Originally, when Huanglongfu was the capital of Yu Dynasty, the population had once reached 1 million, which could be called the most prosperous city. However, with the invasion of the Liao tribe, a number of people were killed, taken away to do hard labor, and starved to death after all the food was looted. Right now there are only a mere 80,000 to 90,000 Han Chinese left in Huanglongfu, and this 80,000 or 90,000 Han people are all wimpy to death. See them Liao people are scared of kneeling down and kowtowing, simply cannot be used. Therefore, Empress Dowager Xiao does not care at all about these 80,000 to 90,000 people. It is good to give Wei Hu, eat more Wei Hu's food, so that Wei Hu can eat their own. Unbearable to go. But what Empress Dowager Xiao does not know is that sheep are weak because there is no leader. Once there is a leader, 10,000 sheep rush together, can also destroy the sky and the earth. The seeds of hatred once planted will continue to take root and germinate, just waiting for one day. Thick and thin. This time, my army went out and suffered a lot of casualties, and I lost a huge amount of food and weapons. The Liao clan will have to compensate this marshal. Wei Hu continued, once again knocking on the bamboo bar. Empress Dowager Xiao's pair of Danfang eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames, but in the end, she still held her tongue and chose to agree. After all, It was better to lose some food and weapons than to fight a real war with the Wei family army. Right now their enemy was the Yu dynasty, so they couldn't fight on two fronts. And Wei Hua continued, still trying to Leonize him. But Empress Dowager Xiao couldn't help herself and directly interrupted Wei Hua. Marshal Wei is almost done. You're here to marry your daughter-in-law, not to ask for money from my Liao clan. Wei Hua also heard the old face's red. Understand that he is indeed a little excessive, but does not prevent him from continuing to say, cough cough, line, then for the time being so. However, this handsome bride price is so rich, I believe that the Liao tribe's dowry return gift will not be less, right? It is impossible to return this martial 3 quilts, right? Wei Shui, don't worry, my Liao is also a big country, will not lack of this dowry, will make you satisfied. Empress Dowager Xiao gritted her teeth and said, saying that people are all mother-in-law see son-in-law more and more satisfied. How can I see this prospective son-in-law more and more bad eyes? At the same time, she stared viciously at her daughter Tuoba Yuer, cursing in her heart that she must kill all the literature masters in the palace who taught the princess later. These corrupt scholars day in and day out do not know what are talking about. My daughter's brain is bad, like who is not good, but like such a stingy killing star. At this time, Tuoba Wuju really can't stand to see Wei Hua's arrogance. He is ready to once again ruthlessly suppress Wei Hua. So, he opened his mouth and rushed to Wei Hua. It is said that the people of the southern dynasties are good at writing. I have a word here. I don't know if Marshal Wei dares to take it. Write a word with the same name of the same wordplate, the meaning of which can be surpassed by mine, and it can be regarded as a test for us to check on the groomsmen. Since when did the Liao tribe love to dance and write? What's the matter? You can't win in battle, so you're ready to give up martial arts and win in the literary field? Wei Hua sniffed and immediately mocked. You, just say you dare to take it on the line. Tuoba Wuju angry fire. Really do not know Wei Hua this hot mouth how so cold can dislike. Bias also dislike him speechless every time. Catch can. But what is the benefit? Wei Hua replied faintly. The main fight and no profit. Never work for nothing. If you win, as long as you don't go overboard, the conditions are whatever you want. But if you lose, return the captured Luoha County and Licheng County, and you will not be allowed to leave the fiefdom Iluwa County for the rest of your life. Tuoba Wuju coldly said. Empress Dowager also agrees? Wei Hua turned his head to ask Empress Dowager Xiao. Mourner agrees. Empress Dowager Xiao nodded, knowing the power of that lyric and wanting to see Wei Hua make a fool of himself. Okay. Wei Hua sniffed and smiled coldly, thinking to himself that you guys have really kicked the steel plate, playing a big sword in front of the living god of Guan. Wei Hua thought his life to do a military general. No chance to be a handful of literary copy public white whoring last life of poetry pretending to be a bully. The results of this toppling woods actually also with their own this pretending to be a cultural person. Then listen well to this lyric of this king. The corners of Tuoba Wuju's mouth curled up, and then he recited it full of contempt. 40 years of home and country, 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The Phoenix Pavilion and Dragon Tower are in the sky, and the jade tree and agarwood branches are made of smoke and roses. How many times have I recognized the dryness? Once returned as a captive, my waist and temples wore out. Most of all, on the day when I resigned from the temple in haste, I still played a song of parting in the church hall. Tears are shed on the palace eunuchs. This is the word written by that person? Xin Wuji, the chief historian beside Wei Hua, instantly changed his face when he heard this, feeling an incomparable shame. That person, naturally, was the supreme emperor of the Yu dynasty, the old emperor Zhao Wuyan, who had been captured by the Liao tribe to dance. This Zhao Wuyan, in addition to when the emperor cannot, the artistic level is quite high. Poetry, song and song without any understanding, and attainments are very strong. A hand of thin gold body is unparalleled in the world. And this lyric, it is clearly from the hand of this old emperor. It's filled with the resentment of a fallen nation. Only he could have written it. This old thing, why not go to death? Sour to write this kind of thing. Meteoric. Disgraceful. Wei Hua also couldn't help but curse in his heart after hearing this. Understanding the purpose of this Tuoba Wushu having to compare words with himself. Humiliation. Abject humiliation. Your old emperor is here as my vassal, and you're pretending to be a chicken. Mother asterisk 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 her. If it weren't for the fact that I went to 9 years of compulsory education and memorized a lot of poetry, you'd really be loaded. Isn't it just the lyric name broken formation? I have a stronger one here. It specializes in this kind of ghostly dead country poem. Wei was sneered and immediately thought of one. He then read in a cold but murderous tone, drunkenly picking the lamp and watching the sword, dreaming of blowing the horns back to the camp. 800 miles to divide the banner burns, 50 strings to turn the sound of the plug, the sand field in the fall to count the troops, the horse is as fast as Dalu, and the bow is like thunderbolt strings. The king's world affairs are solved, and he wins the fame behind him. Who in the world can bind? Chapter 22. Today's long tassel is in hand. Wei Hua this time rubbing is known as the dragon of the words of Xin Chiji war words. Majestic. Warlike. Specializing in hanging this kind of death of the country grudging words. Originally the lyric ended with pity what happens, but that is because the original author, Xin Chiji, met 1,000 years ago. The King Wanyan structure, only to waste his life in vain, unfulfilled ambition, and therefore have this sigh. And Wei Hua is different. He won't listen to the bull **** of the dim-witted ruler Zhao Jiao. He just wants to catch Zhao Jiao, the evil dragon, and whip him hard. So he directly changed the ending to who in the world binds, meaning no one in the world can bind him. This, Tuoba Woods was shocked when he heard the lyrics. If it were any other word, he hadn't read much and wouldn't have understood it. But this word is a military word, that blowing the horns of the battalion. The words of the sandfield pointing troops let him incomparably resonate. For a time are listening to the blood boiling, as if back to their own command of thousands of troops. He subconsciously had to raise his hands to give Wei Hua a round of applause, but only after his hands were raised did he remember that Wei Hua was his own worst enemy, and he hastily pretended to fight mosquitoes and dealt with the past in embarrassment, making his own old face red. On the other hand, Tuoba Yor on the other side was not so taboo. She did not hide her love for Wei Hua and said, "Wow, the names of the words are correct, incomparably neat and majestic. Listening to this word, it's as if one is in the middle of a battlefield, with golden spears and iron horses, and a strong will to fight. Wei Hua, you are truly worthy of being a famous general in the world. You're good at fighting, but even better at writing words." Fourth uncle, I think Wei Hua's words are far better than the words of the deceased country's ghosts. It should win. You female doll. You usually listen to some bull **** stories about talented people, generals and princesses, and so on. You know about poetry. Prime Minister Yelu, you're the most cultured of our Liao clan. Come and evaluate which of these two words is actually better. The South Court King Tuoba Wuju was not willing to fail again, and immediately rushed at an old man who had been silent in the temporary palace. This man is the father of Yelu Tsaidu, who owes Wei Hua 3,000 horses. Yelu Ji, who had been a Liao minister for 3 generations. However, his dress is peculiar. Not Liao dress, more like Han official clothes. Seems out of place, and in the view of Tuoba Wuju, although Wei Hua's words were indeed forceful and better, but it didn't matter. The judges were all his own people. How could he lose? Especially Wei Hua pitted the Yelu family of 3,000 horses. The Yelu family must have hated Wei Hua to the bone, and was bound to talk nonsense with their eyes open. As a result, I didn't expect that Yelu Ji touched his snow-white beard, but he replied with incomparable honesty. Indeed, Wei Shuai's words are better. No matter whether it's literature or mood, it should be Wei Shuai who wins. You, Yelu Ji, have you forgotten that Wei Hua pitted your Yelu family of 3,000 war horses, causing your son Yelu Kai to be sent to prison? Why are you still speaking for him? Tuoba Wuju heard immediately anxious. This how his own people as a referee can still lose. Angry he immediately jumped to his feet and shouted, "One size does not fit all. Yelu Kai made a private bet and lost my Liao clan's important material, war horses, to the enemy, and it is only right that he should be punished and imprisoned. And this prime minister accepts this punishment openly. But again, my Yelu family has always loved to tell the truth." This word is what Marshal Wei wrote so well. The atmosphere is majestic, far better than the grief of the fallen nation. It is really the only thing this prime minister has seen in his life. It is only natural for this prime minister to recognize it. And I, the Yelu family, have a promise to keep. If I promise something, I will definitely do it. Marshal Wei, you can go to my house later to get those 3,000 war horses. Prime Minister Yelu Ji replied frankly and openly, which was quite a bit of style. Many thanks to Prime Minister Yelu. Wei Hua sniffed and clasped his fists in thanks. However, he did not expect that this Yelu Kai actually had been sent to jail because of himself. No wonder these 3,000 horses were delayed. Rotten midgets. Corrupt Confucian. You really can't read too many books from the Central Plains. If you do, your brain will go bad. Your Yelu family is so brainless because you read too many Confucian books from the Central Plains. And you too. Read fewer books on talent and beauty. Your elbows are turning outward. Tuoba Wuju exasperated road. Only feel that this huge Liao clan, but only a big understanding of their own. It is really angry with me also. Alright old 4, what's it like to make a lot of noise above the courtroom? At this time, Empress Dowager Shao of the Liao clan finally opened her mouth and admitted her defeat. Marshal Wei, my Liao clan has lost. What are your demands? I want to ask the Empress Dowager for 2 people. Wei Hua spoke up. You agreed to one request. But you asked for 2 people. Aren't you just drilling a hole and cheating? Why don't you just ask for 10,000 people? Why don't you just ask for us, Liao? Tuoba Wuju began to speak forcefully. How can you not ask for 2 for 1 request? Then if Wei Hua asks for money, can't it be that he can only ask for 1 or 2 pieces of silver? And 2 pieces of silver is 2 requests? 4th uncle is too much. Tuoba Yor immediately pinpointed for her husband and said, Tuoba Yor, get it right. Your last name is Tuoba. Sometimes you should really learn from the Zhao family of the southern dynasty. Their princesses can even abandon their husbands for the Zhao family. Tuoba Yor similarly disliked, and was really furious with this love-brain niece. So she's stupid and I'm smart. Tuoba Yor replied with a haughty face without being ashamed. Alright, since the defeated general feels that one of this marshal's words can't change 2 people, then wouldn't it be better for this marshal to send you another one? Wei Hua interrupted the quarrel between the 2 men and replied lightly. What a big deal. Good, but only if the aura is even stronger than the last song. Tuoba Wood said at once. Although he was not highly educated, he also felt that the battlefield mood of the last lyric was already as high as 3 or 4 floors, and it was hard to surpass it. So, Wei Hua's next song is bound to not be of this caliber. He, Tuoba Wuju, must win Wei Hua once, otherwise he would not be happy if he died. No problem. What's the harm in giving you a song? Gentlemen, please wash your ears and listen. Wei Hua smiled slightly, thinking to himself that the old man's 5,000 years of cultural accumulation was really out of his depth when compared to me. The sky is high and the clouds are faint. Looking down on the south flying geese, it's not a good man who can't reach the yellow dragon. And I've traveled 20,000 miles on my fingers. At the peak of Jushu Mountain, the red flag rolls in the west wind, with a long tassel in hand today. When will we bind the dragon? Wei Hua was word for word, domineering. In terms of mood, this lyric is enough to go up 3 or 4 floors. It was made by a great man who opened up the heavens and opened up the earth. At the same time, Wei Hua also used the words in the original lyric to use the ground of this world, which was even more relevant. Today the long tassel is in hand. When will the dragon be bound? What a great vigor. This Wei Hua is so ambitious. Does he want to go south to slay the dragon? Empress Dowager Xiao of the Liao clan's eyes stared, her heart shaking furiously. Chapter 23 Seal the Great King of the North Courtyard. To know, in the impression of Empress Dowager Xiao, the southern dynasty's people are all dead ancient bored, one by one. Jun Junshinshin, Jun for the subject of reading are reading stupid, do not dare to disobey their father of the king. It's clear that the Yu dynasty's emperors are so rotten that they've all been captured by their Liao tribe to dance. However, the bloodline of the Yu dynasty's royal family was still able to rebuild the Yu dynasty in the south at the drop of a hat, which was simply beyond the understanding of their Liao clan. Can't the people of the south eat something good? Do they have to look for treasures in that pit? And the fact that Wei Hua dared to refuse the southern emperor's order to return to the capital had already surprised the Liao beyond measure. But right now Wei Hua actually has the ambition to capture the dragon, which is really different from those pedantic Yu dynasty ministers. However, this was right in line with their Liao clan's mind, so they could have a good cooperation. At the same time, they are not afraid of what Wei Hua can do. After all, Empress Dowager Xiao seems to think that Wei Hua's men are just a few thousand, and his territory is just 3 counties, so it's not easy for him to protect himself, and if he wants to capture the dragon, he must rely on their Liao clan. Good words, good words. Originally, the previous song was already the only one I've seen in my life, but this one is even more majestic and far-reaching. Marshal Wei, the world only knows that you are unrivaled in the art of war, but I didn't realize that your lyrics are also so powerful. The Prime Minister Yelu praised from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, even a little woman like me is getting all hot and bothered listening to it. It's really awesome, Tuoba Yor said smugly, with a look that seemed to be saying, "Humph, look at how well my mother chose her man." Immediately afterward, she even mocked at Tuoba Wuju, "Fourth uncle, what do you think? You shouldn't be unable to understand, right? Humph, the words are good words, but could they be copied?" Tuoba Wuju was reluctantly dying. Such a good word, if it was written by someone else, it would have been famous all over the world long ago. Anyway, this prime minister has never heard of it before. Prime Minister Yelu spoke for Wei Hua. Tuoba Wuju originally still wanted to stir up trouble, but Empress Dowager Xiao interrupted. Alright, I admire the Liao tribe for Marshal Wei's literary skills, and the Liao tribe admits defeat. Marshal Wei, which 2 people do you want? One is the son of the Yelu family, Yelu Kai. His matter started because of me. This marshal should save him and ask Empress Dowager Xiao to pardon his sins, Wei Hua said with an arch. Alright, the mourning family agrees. Someone come, go to the prison and release Yelu Kai. Empress Dowager Xiao nodded. This was easy. Thank you Marshal Wei. Prime Minister Yelu was instantly delighted at his words. and hurriedly rushed at Wei Hua to arch his hand in thanks, really not expecting Wei Hua to ask for someone for his Yelu family. I should. If your Yelu family is reasonable, this marshal is naturally reasonable as well, Wei Hua replied with a smile. What about the other one? Empress Dowager Xiao asked. A man imprisoned in Jizhou City prison named Han Zhong, Wei Hua replied. Han Zhong was originally the chief military officer of Jizhou City, but he was beaten by Qin Ming with 100 military clubs and imprisoned for admonishing him, and did not follow him. The city of Jizhou then fell, and the veteran general fell into the hands of the Liao tribe. After defeating Qin Ming, Wei Hua captured a few wounded remnants left on the battlefield and learned of the news through their mouths, and thus prepared to fish out the veteran general from the Liao clan and take him under his wing. After all, Han Zhong was a very seasoned veteran with a lot of experience. Before, if Qin Ming had listened to him, he wouldn't have lost so quickly and miserably. Most importantly, Han Zhong was once a sailor general by trade. Just the thing to help Wei Hua train the sailors. Xiao Li Zi, go to the prison and see if there is anyone named Han Zhong. Empress Dowager Xiao immediately rushed the eunuch beside her. Yes, little Li Zi immediately went. In a short while, he returned and reported, Empress Dowager, there is indeed a man named Han Zhong locked up in prison. However, this person's buttocks have been beaten and he is already dying. Release him as well, and send an imperial physician to treat him. Empress Dowager Xiao generously said, expecting a dying man to be of little use. She simply gave it to Wei Hua. Many thanks to Empress Dowager Xiao. Wei Hua smiled and nodded his head. This trip to Jizhou was really rewarding. The people of Huanglongfu, the horses of the Yelu family, and Han Zhong all got their hands on them. However, at the moment, it was all still an appetizer, and the real cooperation between the two sides to attack the Yu dynasty had yet to be discussed. Each other wants to get more benefits for themselves when cooperating. That's why the Liao clan keeps suppressing Wei Hua's temper. It's like buying something for a bargain. First devaluing you to worthlessness, then buying it at a low price. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful and the reality is dismal. The Liao clan failed to suppress it, and in turn was hit in the face by Wei Hua. Right now, Wei Hua simply made it clear, Empress Dowager. The horsepower has been given, the literary test has been compared, and the martial arts fight is next, isn't it? I don't know who will be on the field. When these words came out, Empress Dowager Xiao of the Liao clan immediately had a black face. What kind of comparison is this? Two dismounts, one to the face. It's alive and well, and it's almost becoming Wei Hua's show of bravado. Now the soldiers outside the city fell in love with Wei Hua's skill in roasting whole sheep, and Prime Minister Yelu inside the city admired Wei Hua's poetic talent. If we let him pretend any longer, the Liao clan soldiers will all fall under his general's robe. After all, who didn't know that Wei Hua's force was also superb? Thus, Empress Dowager Xiao of the Liao clan hurriedly denied. Marshal Wei is joking. What happened just now was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's all because old four, a rough man, was rude and offended Marshal Wei. Please forgive him. Tuoba Woods sniffed his face black, wanting to say how he became a backstabber again, but there is no way that the official is a big level of pressure, and he did not dare to talk back, so he had to sit in the chair and carry the weight, and see the hard can only come to the soft. The Empress Dowager Xiao directly rushed to Wei Hua's sealed official wish. Wei Shuai, you married the daughter. Then we are a family in the future. I would like to appoint you as my Liao Northyard king, position in the vassal king above. A person under 10,000 people. You will lead the Liao Iron Horsemen to destroy the Yu dynasty. At that time, my Liao tribe will split the land with you and rule the world together. What do you think? This, Tuoba Wuzhu and Prime Minister Yelu both changed their faces when they heard this, not realizing that the Empress Dowager would actually offer such a high bargaining chip in order to recruit Wei Hua. All of a sudden, they had climbed on top of them. They wanted to block it, but they couldn't find an excuse. After all, Wei Hua was worth that price. The world's most famous general is the odd one out, so he's the one who's the one who's the one who's the one. However, what was even more unexpected to them was that Wei Hua actually balked. Empress Dowager's good intentions. Wei Hua heartily appreciates it. But Wei Hua has already had his heart broken by the Yu dynasty's royal family in the first half of his life, and he does not want to set foot in the affairs of the court again in this life. Whether it's Liao or you, Wei Hua, will not be an official. What one person under 10,000 people? Wei Hua does not even care. After that, he will only be a king, not a subject. Any of them, don't even think about climbing on top of him. Chapter 24 Reaching Cooperation. Is Marshal Wei unable to trust my Dahlia? Fearing that my Dahlia will do the same thing as a cunning rabbit that dies and a traitor that cooks? Empress Dowager Xiao couldn't help but ask. Wei Hua smiled faintly and did not reply. But the meaning was obvious. There is nothing new under the sun. Yu dynasty will unload the donkey. Liao tribe will naturally unload the donkey. Wei Hua cannot be trusted. Just as well, my Liao clan has been fighting with you, Marshal Wei, for many years, and it's true that trust can't be built with just a word or two, but my Liao clan is honest and open. And there are not as many twists and turns in my heart as there are in yours in the Central Plains, and as time goes by, you, Marshal Wei, will understand in the future. But right now, my Liao clan has reached a stalemate in their attack on Southyu, and is being blocked by the Southyu Jianghua army. I would like to ask Marshal Wei if he has a good plan to break the enemy? Empress Dowager Xiao saw that neither hard nor soft would work, so she had no choice but to state the real purpose of this trip to invite Wei Hua over, to help break the Yu dynasty's Jianghua defense line. This marshal has the Jianghua army layout map, can be used by the Liao tribe, so that your army knows the Jianghua army's various bright fortresses and dark fortresses and the layout of the various barracks and granaries, twice the result with half the effort. Just, Wei Hua said halfway but ended abruptly. The meaning is obvious. Favors can be done, but favors must be given. Just what? Just tell us what Marshal Wei wants. As long as I, the Liao clan, can do it, I will definitely try my best to fulfill it. Empress Dowager Xiao also understood Wei Hua's knack for knocking people down and was somewhat used to it. This marshal has two requests. 1. Demingfu and its surrounding Anlafu, Taipingfu. The three provinces are designated as a demilitarized zone. That is, within the three provinces, the Liao garrison is not allowed to show that you and I do not have the intention of moving troops. Of course, this marshal also has no intention of violating the Liao. So, this marshal also will not attack these territories, peacefully only in their own jurisdiction of the three counties of the land pension is. Wei Hua said. The land of three counties was ultimately too small, but attacking the territory would easily attract the hatred of the Liao tribe. So Wei Hua simply set aside a demilitarized zone to use as a strategic depth for himself. In this way, one can frantically pull in the population within these three prefectures, but also not be hit by the Liao clan all at once with their troops at their doorstep. There's a buffer zone, and once the Wei family army is practiced, Wei Hua will be able to take down the three provinces in a swift manner and achieve the foundation of a king. No way. Without a garrison in the three provinces, won't you be at your mercy? At that time, when you take advantage of the time when my Liao and Yu dynasty are fighting hard, and suddenly sneak attack my Liao's rear, then what should my Liao do? Tuoba Wuzhu was anxious when he heard this and quickly refused. This marshal has just 3 counties of territory and a few thousand people. You Liao clan sit in 9 provinces with hundreds of thousands of armors. Are you still afraid of me stabbing you? Besides, the 3 provinces are still your Liao tribe's territory, so you can send officials to govern and defend them. At the same time, outside the 3 provinces, you can also set up a heavy defense. So what is there to be afraid of? Is General Wushu afraid of losing on the battlefield and even afraid of this marshal's few thousand men? Wei was sneered and said. You, Tuoba Woods was once again disliked dumbfounded. Say afraid of it. Disgraceful. Say not afraid of it. You have to agree to Wei Hua's request. Really angry me also. At this time, the Liao Empress Dowager Xiao pondered for a moment, but agreed to Wei Hua's request. Yes, I agree. According to what Wei Shui said to do, with immediate effect, Deming Province, and Lu Province, Taiping Province, 3 provinces withdraw all Liao troops. It will be demilitarized zone. In her opinion, the district of 3 counties, Wei Hui is indeed impossible to develop. After all, the place is too small. Since ancient times, I have not heard that you can rely on 3 counties to start a rebellion. The odds are that Weiho wants a demilitarized zone and is just asking for self-preservation. This Weiho probably wants to protect himself and then sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting for our Liao tribe to fight with Yu dynasty, and then gather his scattered Wei family army in Yu dynasty, so as to make a snipe and clam fight. But he hadn't thought too well. He would never let the Wei family army join forces with Wei Hua. Yu Chao would also never let any of the Wei family army leave. Wei Hua will only become a bird in a cage. He'll be locked up in the 3 mansions. No matter how strong he is, he can't climb the 5-finger mountain. As for Wei Hua constantly pull the population to enrich the 3 counties, Empress Dowager Xiao is aware of, but she is even more lazy to manage. Because the land is limited, the output is also limited. Wei will pull so many people to go, when the time to feed not live instead of cocoon, brewing civil unrest, so she is lazy to manage it. After all, each of the 3 events, the agrarian revolution, the high yield of sweet potatoes, and the overseas trade, transcended this era and were things that she, as a ruler, could never have imagined. And Wei Hua, with these 3 tricks, is enough to feed 1,000,000 people, to accomplish a miracle. Thank you Empress Dowager. Wei Hua arched his hand in thanks, then continued. Secondly, I will send a few salt merchants into the Yu dynasty to sell private salt, and I would also like to ask the Liao clan to make it easy for me by granting me customs clearance tokens. and to give these salt merchants protection when necessary. After the Liao tribe went south, Manhwa couldn't just let people deal in private salt anymore. He had to go the way of the Liao tribe. And this salt merchant can make money on the one hand and undermine the salt and iron monopoly system of Yu dynasty. Secondly, he could disguise himself as a secret agent and help Manhwa get the latest news about the battle between the two armies, which was indispensable. Yes, Prime Minister Yelu, later you will give Marshal Wei 50 Liao wolf head tokens. With this token, you can pass through my Liao realm without any obstruction, and the army will help you when they see this token. This was a simple request, and Empress Dowager Shao agreed with a single breath. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Manhwa arched his hand in thanks, then pulled out a map from his pocket and handed it to Empress Dowager Shao. This is half a map of the Jianghuai army's deployment. The Jianghuai road has a dense water network that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. But here, there is a river named Qingshui River. This river usually has a strong current and is difficult to cross, but from December to February every year, it enters a short dry season. When the water is shallow enough to cross on foot, you can cross the Jianghuai defense line from here, go around its rear, and have a two-sided attack. At that time, the JAC troops stationed here will be defeated. The remaining half of the layout map, after you take down the Jianghuai army, this marshal will present it to you. Manhwa had to keep an eye out, lest these Liao clansmen play tricks on him. Thank you, Marshal Wei. Although there was only half a map, there was a way to break the Jianghuai defense line, which really made Empress Dowager Shao overjoyed. It's just a matter of equal exchange. Manhwa smiled slightly. Previously, when the Jizhou defense line was breached, Zhao Zhou's siblings were shocked but not yet horrified. And once the Jianghuai defense line is blown up, then Zhao Zhou's siblings are going to be scared to sleep at night and sweating. This is the price they pay for destroying themselves. Of course, this was all just an appetizer. The real big dish would have to be served to them by Manhwa himself. Empress Dowager, you have talked about state affairs almost. It is time to talk about your daughter's private affairs. When are you going to marry Wei Shuai and Mia? At this time, the Tuoba Yor on the side could not easily wait for the two sides to finish talking about business, and finally could not help but ask with a red face. You woman, you really don't know how to be ashamed. What kind of girl is in such a hurry to get married? Okay. Qin Tian's supervisor has already counted. 3 days later will be the auspicious day. Then you get married. How? Empress Dowager Shao really can't do anything about this daughter. I listened to Manhwa. Tuoba Yor looked at Manhwa with a red face. Surely I wish to do so, and I do not dare to resign. Manhwa nodded, agreeing with a bite. Before, he only felt that this Tuoba Yor was just like Zhao Ruyan, and that it was just a political marriage with himself. But today, seeing Tuoba Yor defending herself so well and not hesitating to talk back to her fourth uncle's mother, Manhwa's heart was really warm and felt that marrying such a little wolf girl seemed quite good. Chapter 25 Harvesting Two Great Generals. After discussing the marriage, Tuoba Yul returned to her boudoir, adhering to the tradition of not seeing each other before the wedding. Manhwa, on the other hand, walked out of the makeshift Liao palace and was led by a eunuch to a house outside the palace. Inside the house lay an old man with his buttocks up and a poultice on, and when he heard the commotion of the door opening, he couldn't help but ask, "Who is it?" He then turned his head to look, only to see a young and handsome white-robed general walking towards him, and that look was incomparably familiar. Wei Marshal? Why are you here? Was it you who saved me?" The veteran General Han Zhong instantly recognized Manhwa's identity, and at the same time guessed that the probability that he could suddenly be released from prison was due to Marshal Wei. "A show of hands is not enough," Manhwa said with a faint smile. I was previously ordered by the court to also attack Marshal Wei, and Marshal Wei was so magnanimous that he saved the Inn General. It really makes the Inn General incomparably ashamed. Han Zhong smiled and said with incomparable shame, if he had known this, he would have taken the Jizhou army to defect to Manhwa in the first place, and would not have ended up in this situation today. General Han has been a famous general for a generation. How did he get to this point? Manhwa asked knowingly. Hey, the court is dim not to talent on heroes, only look at the origin and rank. That small pavilion Qin Ming relying on his father is the pavilion. Han Noinch actually can be appointed as the second grade Dragon Tiger General, position in my above. I was kind enough to give him advice, but he thought I was contradicting him, and he beat me with 100 clubs and put me in the dungeon. If it wasn't for Wei Shuai coming, I nearly died by this hand Han Zhong sniffed and said with old tears, to think that he has fought a lifetime of battles for Dayu, born and died, with 72 scars on his body, and as a result, he is actually inferior to a second-generation official. Simply outrageous. What are Chief Han's future plans? If you want to return to Yu Dynasty, this marshal can help you. Manhwa didn't directly open his mouth to solicit, but tried to test the waters first. Jizhou City was broken. Qin Ming must have put all the blame on the last general. The last general had received 100 army clubs for no offense before, and now that he is carrying such a big offense, once he goes back he is afraid that his life will not be guaranteed. If Marshal Wei looks favorably upon me, when I am healed, I would like to be a pawn under Marshal Wei's command, Han Zhong said with a firm face. At this moment, he finally understood why Wei Huo was reluctant to return to the capital. The mediocre Yu dynasty is really not a place where good people should stay, and once they go back, they will be the chopping board of human beings, and I will be the meat of the fish. Before he was suddenly released, he thought it was the Liao tribe that released him, and there was some hesitation in his mind as to whether or not he should join the Liao tribe. And right now, since it was Wei Hua who released him, what's the point of hesitating, decisively voting for Wei Hua? This is a former superior. No burden. Wei Hua listened to Han Zhong's words but shook his head. Han Zhong's face instantly darkened at the sight, thinking that Wei Hua held a grudge against him and refused to take him in. However, I did not expect Wei Hua to say in the next second, General seniority is profound. How can he be a pawn? General was a sailor general before. This marshal wants to build a sailor division, but also ask the general to be the commander of the sailor division, in charge of all the sailors under my command. How? This is indebted to Marshal Wei for looking up to me? The last general is willing to serve Marshal Wei with his liver and brain. Han Zhong was incomparably excited at his words, and strongly supported himself as he was about to get up to give Wei Hua a kowtow. After all, he is a defeated general. Originally thought Wei Hua can give mouth-to-mouth food is good. Did not expect Wei Hua actually willing to give him real power. Let him do the water army commander, entrusted with heavy responsibility. And then to think that Qin Ming had beaten himself up because of one of his words. How can people be so different from each other? Han Zhong had the feeling of a scholar dying for a friend at a very old age. Wei Hua hurriedly pulled Han Zhong back from kowtowing and said, General has injuries. Don't move around. These are some of the healing medicines that this marshal has found for the general, so the general should take care of his injuries. In the future, Wei Hua will have to work hard for general, as long as you give the order. Marshal Wei, I will go through fire and water without hesitation, Han Zhong said with incomparable firmness. At this moment, no matter whether Wei Hua defects to the Liao clan or sets up his own house, or directly rebels, he will follow him to the death. After receiving Han Zhong, Wei Hua hoofed it to Prime Minister Yelu's residence again, ready to receive his 3,000 horses. While arriving at the door, Wei Hua saw that 3,000 incomparably handsome horses were neatly parked at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, and at the same time, wearing a prison uniform, Yelu Kai, who had just been released from prison, was standing in the face of these 3,000 horses, without even changing his clothes, and behind him were dozens of Yelu family's house slaves, as if they were deliberately waiting for someone. See Marshal Wei. As soon as he saw Wei Hua coming, Yelu Kai brought dozens of family slaves to kneel down together. What does this mean? Wei Hua froze at the sight, and subconsciously had to pull out the New Year's money into his arms, only to react in the next second that this wasn't New Year's Eve either. The rules of our Liao clan. If you save me, my life is yours. Therefore, from now on, I am willing to be under your command to be driven by you. These are my family slaves that I have been carrying around since I was young, and they are also willing to join me and follow Marshal Wei. Yelu Kai rushed at Wei Hua with a determined face. Ever since he learned that it was Wei Hua who fished him out of jail, Yelu Kai was completely convinced by Wei Hua's generosity and determined to serve. Quickly, please get up. Wei Hua really didn't expect this Liao clan to be quite sentimental, and hurriedly helped Yelu Kai up. Wei Hua then patted Yelu Kai's shoulder encouragingly and said, we are also considered to be not fighting and not getting acquainted. The past is gone with the wind. In the future, I will treat you as a brother, and work together to create a great cause. Swear to die. Yelu Kai didn't say much, but his words were loud and clear. This time, Wei Hua directly harvested two great generals, a great admiral of the navy and a great admiral of the cavalry. The power of the Wei family army, even more powerful. Afterward, Yelu Kai took the token given by Wei Hua and led his family slaves together to drive 3,000 warhorses to Ilua County. Of course, the main reason for leaving in such a hurry was that Yelu Kai didn't want to drink Wei Hua's wedding wine. Convinced is convinced, but the wine of a love rival is ultimately hard to swallow. 3 days later, Jizhou City was full of red ribbons, a joyful and happy, because today, Princess Tuoba Yor was married to Wei Hua. The Liao wedding is not as complicated as the Han. There is no red tape. In the Liao Empress Dowager shall salute after the wedding banquet. The wedding banquet had all kinds of chicken, duck, fish and meat, and the most popular was mutton. Handheld mutton, roasted mutton, mutton soup, and Wei Hua's cumin mutton were all available. However, the Liao people didn't move much. They just poured Wei Hua with alcohol, saying that they want to get back the defeat from the wine table. Grandma, If we can't beat you, can we still drink? You know we Liao are a people who grew up drinking. Although the ancient wine was not too strong, and Wei Hua could drink a lot of high-level white wine in the modern era, he was also a bit unable to hold up in the face of so many people pouring wine. In desperation, Wei Hua had to bring a lot of the modern business K inside the drinking gameplay here, taught this group of Liao people a bunch of playing dice drinking gameplay, and ultimately won them 1 by 1. 7 meat, 8, and happy. These Liao people which felt this kind of unorthodox wind. That is the dishes and love to play. Really addicted. And finally 1 by 1 all be punished by the wine penalty fell on the table. Difficult to fight. It wouldn't be a shame if old man's caveman got drunk by you guys. Even if I didn't get drunk, it would be a shame to have my battle power greatly reduced. If you want to get me drunk, no way. The corner of Wei Hua's mouth curled up slightly at the sight of this, and he strides into the new room, where his bride, Tuoba Yuer, is waiting for him. Chapter 26 Caveat Emptor. Crunch. Wei Hua opened the door to the bridal chamber plastered with happy words. Instead, a large, festive bed came into view, and a bride with a large red cover was sitting on the bed. Hearing the commotion, under the big red cover, a slender jade hand hurriedly put down, hand also pinched half a steamed bun, straight to hide behind. Full of panic. Apparently, the bride couldn't stand being hungry all day and was stealing food. To this Wei Hua also guffawed and said with a smile, "Want to eat it? Eat it, into the marriage. You have to embrace their own seat the most painful. You wait, my husband will bring you some clean dishes to accompany you. It's just as well, for husband has been filled with water by them and hasn't even eaten any dishes. Husband is so nice." Tuoba Yuer happily lifted the red cover at her words, revealing a face that was as beautiful as the country. Originally she had heard that the Han Chinese had many rules, and that when they got married they had to be disciplined and stay by the bedside waiting for the groom to come. Therefore, she didn't even dare to move around and sat honestly, afraid that she would break the rules and make her husband angry. In the end, is really hungry cannot stand before stealing a steamed bun want a pad bar a bite, but also by Wei Hua to find out. Originally thought that it would be exchanged for Wei Hua's blame, but the result was not expected. Wei Hua was so reasonable. It really made Tuoba Yuer love even more. In a short while, Wei Hua moved all kinds of untouched good dishes to set up a table. Looking at Tuoba Yuer like a little rabbit that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights to feast, the cute little face was hard to be propped up and bulging. After eating for half a day, Tuoba Yuer realized that her appearance as a snack food seems to be a bit embarrassing, so she had to explain with a red face. "I don't know who thought of this wedding. You men are drinking outside and drinking for half a day, letting the women inside a mouthful of nothing to eat dry and so on. And I'm starving to death. I don't usually eat this much. It's fine. It's just that I can eat, husband can afford to feed." Wei Hua smiled as he helped Tuoba Yuer with her dishes and said, "Only to think that this princess was indeed naive, and was worlds apart from Zhao Ruyan. Oops, you don't have to clip it. Every time I try to control myself after eating it, you clip it for me. I can't resist the temptation again. There is also your roast lamb in the end, how to bake. Also too fragrant." Tuoba Yuer somewhat chagrined how she couldn't control her mouth, shyly said, Fine, no more clips. By the way, why do you only see the Empress Dowager of your Liao clan, but never the Liao Emperor?" Previously, it was because Emperor Liao wasn't old enough to take charge of the government, so Empress Dowager Xiao was allowed to take the reins of power for him. But now that you've reached the age of marriage, the Liao Emperor is older than you, so how come you're still not pro-government? Wei Hua asked the question that had been on his mind. "This matter is originally a scandal for my Liao clan, but since you are already my husband, I shouldn't hide it from you. Because my royal brother has been somewhat demented since his childhood, and now, despite having reached the age of 19, he only has the intellect of a 6-year-old child, and is simply unable to deal with political affairs. 1 year before, there was a famine in my Liao land. The people had no food to eat, and there were people starving to death everywhere. Someone reported the situation to my royal brother, but my royal brother Tuoba Z said to the reporter, there is no food to eat. Why don't they eat meat porridge? When the person who reported it heard this, he cried and laughed. The victims couldn't even eat rice, so where would they get meat porridge? As such, the Empress Mother refrained from taking my royal brother out, only allowing him to remain in Yanjing. Externally, they say that my imperial brother is not in good health, and that all things are decided by the Empress Mother. Tuoba Yuer replied, "No wonder the Liao clan only knows the Empress Dowager and not the Liao Emperor. This should be the biggest secret of your Liao clan. How dare you be willing to tell me all this?" Wei Hua was a bit shocked. He had sent out quite a few scouts to spy on the Liao Emperor, but they all turned out to be nothing. He didn't expect how Tuoba Yuer had pushed her luck with him. It really was very different from Zhao Ruyan. Mother only has 2 children, me and my royal brother, and although father has many concubines, he only left his royal brother with one son. At the moment, it's good to have the queen mother to support us, but once the queen mother dies, the throne will surely fall into the hands of the fourth uncle or other uncles. At that time, in order to stabilize the throne, they will definitely drive us to extinction. After all, our existence is the biggest threat to their throne. Instead of giving this great river and mountains to the rebels and traitors, it would be better to give it to husband. Therefore, I shall know everything and say everything to my husband. I know that my husband has the ambition to capture the dragon, and my concubine will do her best to help my husband to sweep away Southview, unify the Liao clan, and unify the world. Tuoba Yuer held Wei Hua's hand and said with incomparable sincerity, that was the real reason why she must choose a hero as her husband. After all, even though she was a princess, she could fall into the abyss at any time and be crushed to pieces. It is not uncommon in history for an uncle to seize the throne of his nephew and kill off the old emperor's bloodline. She had to find a man who could stand up to her and protect her from the world. In addition, I have requested from the Queen Mother that my fief be reappointed to Weinan County next to husband's 3-county land as a dowry for my Liao clan this time around. This way, husband will be able to rightfully own 4 counties of land, adding another strength for the great events in the future. Tuoba Yuer said. She was the first to know that Wei Hua had huge ambitions, so she had to find ways to expand her territory for Wei Hua. The Empress Dowager has agreed? Wei Hua was really a bit surprised, not realizing that the dowry was so generous, directly giving himself a county. This is also the meaning of Mother Empress. She also has to find a way back for our siblings, once the times really change. Your territory, husband, is the retreat for both of our siblings, Tuoba Yuer replied. Why doesn't the Empress Dowager make the first move? Wei Hua couldn't help but ask. It's not that the Queen Mother hasn't thought about getting rid of the 4th uncle and the others, but it's a tradition of my Liao clan that the prince leads the army. If we get rid of the 4th uncle and the 5th and 6th uncles, it's impossible for the Empress Mother, being a woman, to kill all these princes leading the army. So now both sides can only wait. My uncles are waiting for my mother to die first. My mother, on the other hand, expects my royal brother to have a healthy child to inherit the throne in the future. It is only a pity that my royal brother has never had an heir. Tuoba Yuer said grimly. The future of being slaughtered seemed to be just around the corner. Don't worry, if that day really comes, I will protect you. Wei Hua hugged Tuoba Yuer and said compassionately. Husband, it's getting late. Feeling Wei Hua's blazing body, Tuoba Yuer said softly all of a sudden. Indeed, a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Wei Hua laughed as he pulled down the curtain and took off his clothes. On this night, the window was filled with snow. Half drunk in the bridal chamber, the colors of spring return. The silver candle shines longer. The screen is surrounded by the fragrance of the night. Jade Mountain dreams. Tomorrow the sky is far away. I am leaning on the door and I can't see the hibiscus. Autumn dew is thick. Popular version, the bed creaks. A generation of famous General Wei Hua finally surrendered after 300 rounds of battle with Tuoba Yuer. The world's most famous general suffered the first defeat of his life. The specific process is not suitable for children. Omit 8,000 words. Chapter 27 Wei Hua died? On the other hand, thousands of miles away, the capital of Yu Dynasty, Linen, Emperor Zhaozhou received the battle report from the front line and nearly fainted directly with 2 black eyes. The Liao tribe tore up the peace treaty and moved south. Jizhou's defenses are broken, and 30,000 Jizhou troops are nowhere to be found. All of Jizhou province has fallen. The Liao Iron Horsemen have entered the Zhenghuai Road. They're engaged in a fierce battle with the Zhenghuai army. The situation on the front line is incredibly tense. Each piece of news was like a heavy hammer, smashing heavily on Zhaozhou's heart lying on the ground, smashing him out of breath. That memory of being dominated by the Liao clan, searching the mountains and checking the sea, scaring him into running around and escaping everywhere instantly swept over him, instantly scaring him into an involuntary cold shiver. Subsequently, this cold shiver turned into extreme anger. Zhaozhou heavily pushed all of the Zhang folds in front of him to the ground, and then cursed with a broken mouth. Backstabbing. A group of treacherous dogs. Damn the Liao tribe. Clearly agreed to peace talks and not to fight. Why did they send troops to attack me again? These barbarians. Do they still have the word integrity? Your Majesty, calm your anger. The dragon's body is important. These barbarians are shameless to the core. It was the first time that Qin Shou, the chief cabinet counselor, had seen His Majesty get so angry, so he hurriedly fell to his knees and admonished him. You still have the face to tell me to rest my anger. And your son? Waste. They're all wastes. I've given him a full 30,000 troops. 30,000 troops. That's 30,000 pigs. Blocking the Jizhou defense line. Can also stop the Liao tribe for a while, right? He's nowhere to be found. He gave the Jizhou defense line which the court spent a lot of money to build, to the Liao for nothing. You have the nerve to say that your son is a good general of the world. I think he's a dog general of the world. Men, pull Qin Shou down for me and beat him into the prison, Zhao Jiao said viciously. Once he got angry, he didn't care how much dirty work Qin Shou had done for him. Your Majesty, spare your life. I have been serving with all my heart for so many years, and I have toiled even without merit. Qin Shou's face changed greatly when he heard this, not realizing that he was like a night jug, casually discarded by His Majesty after use. However, even if he shouted his throat out, it wouldn't change Zhao Jiao's mind. However, just as Qin Shou was being forcibly dragged down, a eunuch hurriedly ran in and reported, Your Majesty, General Qin Ming has returned. Ha, he still has the face to come back. Running back alone, I guess. What's the use of having a defeated general? He'll be sent to jail and beheaded tomorrow. No, it's too cheap to behead him. I'll lynch him, chop him 3,000 times, Zhao Jiao viciously said. Did not feel in the least that it was his own decisions that led to the current situation, only felt that it was the ministers who had wronged me. At the same time, he couldn't help but regret a bit in his heart whether he was being a bit self-destructive. Without Wei Hua, how come we're left with such a bunch of losers? They can't hold off the Liao clan. If I had known this, I would have broken up with Wei Hua later and used him for a while before arresting him. Your Majesty, General Qin Ming didn't return alone. He returned with over 10,000 men, and he said that he managed to kill Wei Hua and the remnants of his Wei family army. The little eunuch continued. What? You say it again. Zhao Jiao shuddered at his words. His shocked pupils couldn't help but dilate a circle. General Qin Ming, he's back with over 10,000 men, and he said that he managed to kill Wei Hua and the remnants of his Wei family army. The little eunuch repeated. He's actually capable of such a thing? It can't be bragging, right? Zhao Jiao asked with some disbelief. General Qin Ming said that he brought the heads of Wei Hua and the Wei family army. Please check. Your Majesty, the little eunuch replied. Only after hearing this reply did Zhao Jiao let go of his heart and laughed indulgently. Ha 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 ha. Wei Hua, Wei Hua. You also have today. You too have your day. For so many years, Wei Hua was like a big stone pressing on his chest. Pressing, Zhao Jiao couldn't breathe. One can put pen to paper and settle the world, and martial arts can immediately settle the world. Wei Hua was too dazzling, too perfect, so perfect that he was incredibly jealous. The reconstruction of the Dayu dynasty was almost a huge achievement of Wei Hua, who only had one hand to patch up the sky. In comparison, he is more like a totem. All thanks to the character Zhao. Although Wei Hua has never been rude and domineering, but this jealousy has already made Zhao Jiao's psychological distortion, transformed into a deep bone marrow fear. Dreaming of Wei Hua suddenly rebel, kicked him off the dragon bed, dominated his kingdom and consort. Therefore, Zhao Jiao thought about how to get Wei Hua killed every moment. Right now, Wei Hua finally died, which really made Zhao Jiao feel relaxed and ecstatic. The fall of the Jizhou road even pales into insignificance in comparison. Anyway, the Yu dynasty has 10 provinces, so it's no big deal to have one less. It doesn't affect him, Zhao Jiao, who is still the emperor. Moreover, this Qin Ming is so powerful that he can even kill Wei Hua, which means that he is indeed a good general in the world, and he may be able to recover the lost land in the future. Good. General Qin Ming is truly worthy of being the world's best general of my Yu dynasty. I knew that I wasn't wrong about him. Zhao Jiao instantly changed his face, excited beyond words. Immediately afterward, facing the Qin Shou Qin Pavilion elder who was being dragged down, he even hurriedly called out, What are you doing? Don't let go of Qin Pavilion elder yet. Pavilion Master Qin is rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold for his merit in raising the virtuous for the country. Your Majesty, I would never dare. My son lost the Jizhou road and has already committed a grave sin. Now that he was lucky enough to make some merits, he only wants to have his merits and demerits offset, and does not ask for additional rewards. Qin Shou understands his mean-spirited majesty too well, now excited about the reward money. If something goes wrong on the front line, he will settle scores again. It would be better to just ask for the merits and faults to be offset, and ask for peace. Good. Then let's follow Pavilion Elder Qin's wishes. Zhao Jiao nodded. This would save him money. He then rushed to the eunuch and issued an edict, immediately summon all civil and military officials to the court. I will personally welcome General Qin Ming back to the court in triumph. At the same time, let all civil and military officials see what happens to Wei Hua, the one who disobeys the king's orders and betrays the court. Ha ha ha, by your majesty's holy decree. The eunuch-in-chief immediately proceeded with the process. In a short while, on the Golden Palace, Zhao Jiao was sitting high on the dragon chair, and the civil and military officials were lined up in 2 rows below. Immediately afterward, the chief eunuch sang in a loud voice, Declare the Dragon Tiger General, Qin Ming, to the hall. The eunuchs relayed their cries with a bang that shook the four directions. Subsequently, Qin Ming, triumphantly dressed in a suit of golden armor and holding a box, gallantly walked into the great hall, knelt down, and rushed to Zhao Jiao. Thanks to your majesty's blessings, I have not dishonored my mission by killing the traitor Wei Hua and destroying his party. This is Wei Hua's head. Please examine it, your majesty. With those words, Qin Ming opened the box, revealing a human head that had been burned beyond recognition, with only its eyebrows still intact. It was the very replacement that Qin Ming had found by killing Liang and risking his life. How did this head become like this? It's not easy to see. The ministers frowned at the sight. When the Wei Hua rebel was desperate, he raised a fire and set himself on fire. Hence this. However, the upper half of his face is still perfect, so all of you can take a closer look. Qin Ming forced an explanation. That's right, tens of thousands of Jizhou troops saw it with their own eyes when they killed Wei Hua, so all of you can rest assured that you'll be able to recognize it carefully. Pavilion Elder Qin also said for his son. When he said this, it was almost as if he was making the courtiers take sides. That is, even the black must be said to be white, and the plumed deer must be turned into a white horse, and even the mouse, that must be turned into a duck neck. So, the courtiers agreed. This seems to be really Wei Hua if you say so. Look closely at those eyebrows. They do look a bit alike. That's right. I've known Wei Hua for years. This is definitely him. Congratulations, your majesty, for destroying this traitor. Congratulations, your majesty, for destroying this traitor. If you don't listen to the emperor's orders, this is what you deserve. Immediately afterward, the crowd even rushed to congratulate Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao is even happier. Only feel that the loss of a province for the death of Wei Hua. Too worth it. It's worth losing 2 provinces. And just as Zhao Jiao was about to open his mouth to praise a few words, an abrupt voice suddenly came. That's not Wei Hua. Only the eldest princess, Zhao Ruyan, suddenly opened her mouth. Chapter 28 The Guardian Army. Resisting orders. Eldest princess, on what basis do you say that this is not Wei Hua? Qin Ming instantly became anxious when he heard this. This head is ruined like this. Is it possible that the eldest princess can still find out the end? That's not likely, is it? Wei Hua has a mole on this side of his eyebrow. This person doesn't, Zhao Ruyan said as she carefully looked at the fake Wei Hua's head. She had loved Wei Hua and really couldn't believe that Wei Hua had died just like that. So she looked at it extra carefully, and as a result, it really did allow her to find a loophole. Perhaps it was burned off by the fire. Or maybe the eldest princess remembered it wrong. Qin Ming hastened to sophistry. No way. I would never misremember. Zhao Ruyan also balked. At this time, the face of Zhao Jiao on the dragon chair was incomparably ugly. He would never allow a big victory he was so proud of to be an oops. Even more so, he would not allow himself to be humiliated in front of the civil and military officials. So, he immediately ordered. The eldest princess is overly sad and babbling. Come people, hurry up and send the eldest princess back to her residence. Royal brother, imperial brother, this really isn't Wei Hua. Zhao Ruyan wanted to say more, but Zhao Jiao ruthless up as the pro-sister also do not want to take care of. Hard Zhao Ruyan forced to pull down. Subsequently, he even hammered out. I have known Wei Hua for many years. This is Wei Hua without a doubt. Take the head of this traitor and pass it on to the Wei family army. Let the Wei family army watch it for everyone and tell them that this is what happens when you betray the court. In addition, General Qin Ming, the Dragon Tiger General, has been meritorious in quelling the rebellion, and is hereby promoted to the first rank of Hussar General. The humble servant thanks the Lord for his great favor. Long live the Emperor. Qin Ming fell to his knees in glee. He knew that he hadn't gambled wrongly. As long as you kill Wei Hua, even if it's a fake, you'll still be able to step up to the top of your life. As for the loss of a Jizhou road is afraid of nothing. A small matter. After the court was dispersed, Zhao Jiao specially left Qin Ming behind. Is this Wei Hua or not? You give me a truthful explanation. Zhao Jiao stared viciously at Qin Ming and questioned. Your Majesty, it's true. It's definitely Wei Hua. I wouldn't dare to deceive your Majesty no matter what. Qin Ming fell to his knees and said with a dead duck's mouth. Humph. I'm sorry, but you wouldn't dare to deceive me. Zhao Jiao couldn't help but believe Qin Ming a few points when he looked at him with such conviction. Most of all, he wanted Wei Hua to die too much in his heart, so even if he had doubts, he wanted to paralyze himself and decided that this was Wei Hua. And just at this moment, a eunuch suddenly ran in hurriedly, holding an envelope sealed with gold lacquer, saying, Report to your Majesty. 800 li expedited. From the front line. Read. Zhao Jiao's face sank as he said, Back to your Majesty. The letter wrote that the Jiang Weido defense line, broken. The eunuch replied with a trembling voice. What? How is it possible? Zhao Jiao was completely dumbfounded at his words. His eyes were huge and wide as he roared. The water network of the Jianghua defense line is so dense and there are countless bright and dark fortresses that it's difficult for Liao's cavalry to pass through. How is it possible to break through? Knowing that 2 consecutive lines of defense have been broken through, then the only thing left is the heavenly danger of the Yangtze River. Once the Yangtze River is broken, all of Daiyu will be an endless flatland, no longer able to stop the Liao's iron cavalry. Zhao Jiao could only continue to run away again, but he originally ran from the north to the south. Now where can he run from the south? He couldn't go into exile, could he? It's only been a few good years. How could this happen? How could this happen? For a while, Zhao Jiao's heart was incomparably regretful, and he even somewhat wished that Wei Hua was still alive. If he was alive, the situation would never be like this. 1,000 times true. The Liao general Tuoba Wuzhu also gifted your majesty with a poem, replied the eunuch. What a poem! Read it to me. Zhao Jiao roared incompetently. 10,000 miles of carts and books are mixed together. And is there no other frontier in the south of the river? Raise millions of troops on the west lake, and set your horse on the first peak of Wu Mountain. The eunuch read it out one by one. Unbridled, unbridled. Someone, drag this eunuch down and kill him. Zhao Jiao was furious with anger. The incompetent one even directly relocated his anger and lashed out at this little eunuch who reported the news. Your majesty, spare your life. Your majesty, spare your life. The little eunuch really aggravated bad. Said clearly, you let me read. This how really read you and unhappy. But it couldn't be helped. Who let him get into the hands of such a dim-witted ruler? And in no time at all, he was dragged down to the ground with his head on the ground. Afterwards, Zhao Jiao pointed at Qin Ming and said, you, immediately take the remaining Jizhou army and head to the Jianghuai Road. Defend against the Liao army. We must not let the Jianghuai Road fall completely. Me? Qin Ming was instantly confused at the words. It was thanks to the fact that there was no journey to the west in this world. Or else Qin Ming would definitely feel that he was particularly like the penumbra in it at the moment. Being asked by the damned 9-headed worm to go and capture the 4 members of the Tang monk's master and disciples. One person to single-handedly take on the Monkey King, Piggy, Sand and Monk. Grandma, if he had the ability, why would he still be a minion? Wouldn't he just make himself king? That's the Liao tribe. The Liao tribe that crushed the Yu dynasty. The reason why Qin Ming dared to fight Wei Hua before was because Wei Hua only had 3,000 men and he had 30,000 men. He thought that he could always win with more people. As a result, I didn't expect to lose. And now, the Liao clan is raging. With many soldiers, he only has 10,000 or so defeated Jizhou soldiers. So what the hell? Right, Wei Hua has won 100 battles against the Liao clan. If you can capture Wei Hua, you naturally have to be a bit stronger than Wei Hua. Haven't you always prided yourself on being the world's best general? This is your chance to build your career. Defeat the Liao clan. All the glory that Wei Hua has had, I will reward you for it. Great General of the Grand Secretary, Great Governor of the 5 armies, fellows and ministers, whatever. If you can't hold back the Liao army, you'll have your head on a platter. Zhao Jiao had to put his last hope on Qin Ming and shouted at him. Your Majesty. Qin Ming was really mute at the moment, unable to speak. He said in his heart that I bragged a little bit. How come you took it seriously? If he had known this, he would have never dared to brag about killing Wei Hua again. This is to give himself a bigger official. He did not dare to go to fight the Liao. This is not a living send death? At the critical time, it was still Qin Shou, Pavilion Master Qin, who thought of a solution for his son and rushed to Zhao Jiao. Your Majesty, the Jizhou army's strength is indeed too small, but now that Wei Hua is dead and the Wei family army is leaderless, it's a good time to use them. Yeah, I still have the Wei family army. I almost forgot about it. Come on people, hurry up and give an order to the eldest princess. Let her take the Wei family army and head to Jianghuai to quell the rebellion. Zhao Jiao excitedly said. All of a sudden, he had the courage to do so again. The 2 fathers and sons of the Qin family also looked at each other and smiled at the situation. Finally they didn't have to send themselves to their deaths. However, a few hours later, the eldest princess Xiao Ruyan came into the palace in a panic and rushed to Zhao Jiao to report a piece of news, which instantly made Zhao Jiao, who had just been happy again, his heart sink to the bottom. The Guardian army disobeyed orders, disobey the call, not listening to the proclamation. Chapter 29 Recalling Weihou. How dare the Wei family army disobey orders? They're still not an army of the court. Didn't you show them Wei Hua's head? Didn't you tell them that this is what happens when you don't listen to the king's orders? Zhao Jiao instantly flared up in anger at the words, rushing at Zhao Ruyan and questioning him repeatedly, veins popping out all over his face, no longer having the temperament of a son of heaven. It's because of that fake Wei Hua's head. It was only because these Wei soldiers resisted their orders. These soldiers have lived with Wei Hua for 5 years, and are familiar with Wei Hua's appearance to the point where they can't be any more familiar with him. Qin Ming, you can fool others, but you can't fool the Wei family army. Like me, they all remembered that Wei Hua had a mole here. They all decided that the court had taken a fake Wei Hua's head to trick them, and that's why they were so furious that they angrily tore up the imperial decree and refused to listen to orders. Qin Ming, aren't you going to tell the truth now? Is that Wei Hua's head or not? Zhao Ruyan angrily roared at Qin Ming. If it wasn't for Qin Ming killing Liang and risking his honor, the Wei family's army would never have been impulsive to such an extent. It's Wei Hua's head. This mole may have been burned off by the fire. Anyway, this is Wei Hua's head. It's a fake. Qin Ming still refused to let go of his dead duck's mouth. He only felt that as long as he kept a stiff upper lip, he could fight his way through. But he didn't see Zhao Jiao next to him. His eyes were on fire with anger and he couldn't wait to break Qin Ming into pieces. Even I dare to deceive me. It is simply lawless. At this critical moment, it was the Qin Pavilion elder who was resourceful and immediately pulled away from the topic. Your Majesty, today is not the time to pursue whether this is Wei Hua's head. The most critical thing right now is to resolve the Wei family army. They take the salary of the court, but actually do not listen to the orders of the king. Simply outrageous. According to my plan, kill anyone who dares to resist the decree. Even if we kill corpses everywhere, we must not condone this trend. As long as enough people are killed, the rest of the Wei family army will obey. It makes a bit of sense. Zhao Jiao and Qin Shou really deserve to be a wolfish duo, and when they heard this, they actually nodded their heads in succession, thinking that this was a good idea. Anyway, human life has always been worthless in their eyes. Wan cannot. The Wei family army is the strongest army in the court. Killing people like this isn't damaging the country's vitality. What can we do to defend ourselves against the Liao tribe? What's more, what if they are completely pushed back? Zhao Ruyan said in a hurry. Also a little bit of sense. Zhao Jiao scoffed at what damage to the country's vitality this kind of words, but for the word forcing the rebellion is bold. Have to defend. Then according to the eldest princess's meaning, what should we do now? Pavilion Elder Qin questioned. The only solution for today is to recall Wei Hua and let him lead the army again. The Wei family army has said that they won't listen to anyone's orders except Wei Hua himself. Zhao Ruyan let out a helpless sigh. As things stood, there was nothing she could do. She could only beg Wei Hua again. Wei Hua, is this your bottom line? Knowing that we have to beg you, that's why you're so arrogant. Not even listening to the king's orders. Zhao Ruyan complained in her heart. During this period of time, she had spent all sorts of efforts to please the Wei family army, promoting and giving money, but as a result, the Wei family army had ignored her and instead listened to Wei Hua, who was thousands of miles away, which was really outrageous. It made Zhao Ruyan feel incredibly frustrated. Is Wei Hua really not dead? Zhao Jiao said filled with regret. Wei Hua is not dead, and that head is by no means Wei Hua. My sister firmly believes that Wei Hua is still in Ilua County. My sister is willing to go to Ilua County once to retrieve Wei Hua. Zhao Ruyan bit her lip and said, for the sake of the Zhao family, she was willing to bow her head once and go beg Wei Hua. Right now the Liao clan have all reached the Zhenghuai road. The roads are blocked. How are you going to find Wei Hua? Zhao Jiao asked with a frown. If you can't get by land, there are waterways. Iloilo County is a coastal city. We can take the waterway out to sea and reach Ilua County. Zhao Ruyan had already thought of a countermeasure. Can Wei Hua agree to come back to help me? Zhao Jiao asked with incomparable worry. There is no place under the sky that is not the king's land. There is no one who is not the king's subject in the land. His Majesty can disregard his former enmity and reappoint him as a great general. It's fine if he's not thankful. How dare he refuse? Big deal. We'll reward him with some more gold, silver, and treasure, and just support him again for the northern expedition in the future. In Zhao Ruyan's opinion, this was already the greatest grace to Wei Hua, who would definitely be grateful. After all, it's been like this since ancient times. If the king wants me to die, I have to die. You still have to thank me for the favor before you die. Right now, His Majesty only briefly removed Wei Hua's officer and reinstated him. So what reason did he have to be angry? And, really can't. I'm not angry with Wei Hua. And he remarried again. Right. Also let him be the emperor's son-in-law. This is always the supreme favor. The world of these higher powers is always so high and mighty. Okay. I will send 8,000 Yangtze River sailors to accompany you to the sea. If Wei Hua is stubborn and refuses to come back, then you will come back with Wei Hua's head. In this way, you can always deter that group of arrogant soldiers from the Wei family army. Zhao Jiao gritted his teeth and sent another batch of his few soldiers to Zhao Ruyan. My sister will definitely not dishonor her mission. The Rapunzel immediately saluted, full of confidence in this trip. Then, Zhao Jiao rushed at Qin Ming again. Qin Ming, you continue to lead your troops to the Zhenghuai army. Take the blame and make a merit. If you defeat the war again this time, I will settle old scores and new ones with you. Qin Ming people are numb, did not think that they still have to go to the front line, but cannot refuse, suddenly only to break the teeth to swallow, the heart silently tears. On the other side, although Wei Hua didn't know about the heated argument within the Yu dynasty's palace, he guessed that Zhao Jiao must be on fire. After all, this handful of wolf and tiger schemes were all planned by Wei Hua. The beating Zhao Jiao called out to his father, but it's time for me to hurry up. Only if the fisherman himself is strong can he profit from the snipe. Otherwise it will only end up as a smart person. Right now, Wei Hua was sitting on 4 counties, and with the population of Huanglongfu moving in, coupled with the constant propaganda pulling in the heads of the 3 neighboring prefectures, the common people under Wei Hua's command already amounted to almost 600,000, which was a bit more than the 500,000 Wei Hua had originally wanted. Since the agrarian revolution was in full swing, there was an overwhelming demand for the people to join the army to defend their fields. Currently, Wei Hua had successfully recruited 20,000 Wei family troops and 8,000 sailors. Together with the original 3,000 officers, Wei Hua had regrouped 30,000 troops under him. This is still the case of Wei Hua's extremely strict requirements. If the crazy expansion of recruitment without distinguishing between good and bad, it can recruit more. However, these sources of soldiers were all new recruits, needing battlefield training before they could do so, and were far from the real Wei Jiao army's combat power. Fortunately, there is no fear of godlike opponents, but there is fear of pig-like teammates. Right now, there was a great opportunity to give Wei Hua a chance to practice. While the Liao honored the agreement on the demilitarized zone, they also laid a mine for Wei Hua. That is, when the Liao army retreated, it gave a large amount of weapons and equipment to the landlords and bandits in the land of the 3 prefectures in an attempt to have these landlords and bandits constantly harass Wei Hua and weaken his power. Liao 2 forces. The Empress Dowager Party Wei Hua more trust. After all, is already a son-in-law. Mother-in-law to see son-in-law, the more you see the more you like it. The other faction was the Prince faction led by Tuoba Wuzhu, who couldn't wait to break Wei Hua into pieces. All sorts of tawdry maneuvers were made by them. They just want to kill Wei Hua. And as soon as those landowners heard that Wei Hua was constantly engaged in dividing up the land in the 4 counties and depriving them of their land, they were so frightened that they joined forces and, together with the weapons and horses given by the Liao tribe, organized a landowners' return regiment, shouting that it is treasonous to divide the fields for the people. Shouting Wei Hua forcibly occupied the people's land. Nothing to do. Try to deal with Wei Hua. Take back the fields given to the people. In response, Wei Hua also smiled slightly, just in time to use them as experience packs and brush up on them. Chapter 30 Landowners Return Mission. Changshi, how is the current situation in our territory? Nothing has happened, right? Wei Hua said as he rushed at the chief historian Xin Wuji. Now Wei Hua was in charge of practicing troops every day, and had left all matters of civil affairs to the chief historian Xin Wuji. The method of practicing, Wei Hua is using the modern practice method, which is also the foundation of Wei Hua can bring the Wei family army to win 100 battles. First from the stand at attention at ease, turn left to turn right, hit the bunk, 5 kilometers cross-country running these basics to start, every day after day, until the new recruits trained in a neat and tidy. The order is forbidden until, after that, they teach military gymnastics and all kinds of tussle training. At first, those new recruits were not convinced, thinking that the practice of this useless, simply cannot fight the war. In this regard, Wei Hua also does not explain, directly called 500 recruits out of the line, and then shouted 200 veterans of the Wei family army out of the line. Both sides directly fight a game, to give these recruits to see, neat and tidy, the benefits of order. The recruits still think that this is too much to look down on them. 500 to fight 200, the advantage is in me. This can still lose? The results of the fight only to find that their side is simply a group of scattered soldiers, a group of people on the chaos. Simply do not play the advantage of the number of people above. Everyone has everyone's idea. Some want to encircle, some want to do it head-on, some even more so, thinking about rushing to the end of the day. On the contrary, they are pulling each other's hands and feet, and the combat power is greatly weakened. There were even a few who bumped into themselves and crashed, and the veteran Wei Jiao army crowd, well organized, orderly, everything is incomparable chapter and verse, playing up to present 3-3 system formation, 3 people a small team, support each other, a variety of interspersed, directly hit them cannot find the north. After this battle, the new recruits were so convinced of Wei Hua that they no longer dared to have any opinions and decisively accepted this training method. Right now, it's just a short period of time, or else it will be an army of iron in the future. Therefore, Wei Huo was prepared to use the battle to feed the war, allowing them to quickly accelerate their training in real battles. Wei Shuai, everything is good. It is. Just that the granary is a bit of an emergency. Changsher Xian Wuji replied. The population is too large. 600,000 people after the division of the field. Many cannot last for the grain harvest. Wei Huo lent them as a large amount of grain. Add to that the 30,000 troopers, all of which were trained off the job. And the amount of food consumed daily was staggering. If it wasn't for Wei Huo's attack on Huanglongfu looting a large amount of grain, plus another batch of grain from Jizhou City, it would have been insufficient. But even so, Wei Huo's rations began to dwindle like crazy. No harm done. The enemy grows food and I feed my soldiers. The enemy is my granary. How are those landowner returnee groups doing? Wei Huo asked. These could be the granaries he had prepared. Originally, Wei Huo was worried about how to beat the idea of the three governments, and now they are making their own return to the countryside group, shouting that Wei Hui is unethical and forcibly occupying the people's land. So don't blame Wei Huo for being merciless. They are united in an unprecedented way this time. All the powerful nobles and landowners of the three prefectures have all assembled, given weapons to their tenants and slaves, and colluded with the bandits and mountain thieves. They also spread rumors around that the fields we gave them were fake, that we were cheating the people, and that when the harvest came, we would tear up the deeds and reoccupy the fields. Only they, the landlord lords, who are great benefactors, will give them a bite to eat, and the landlords have spoken. As long as the people are willing to come back, we will reduce the rent by 10% in the future. Only 60% of the rent will be collected, and we will never go back on our word. Changsher Xian Wuji said. But, want to recruit the people and still can't afford to spend money. Does anyone believe them? Wei Huo smiled and really laughed out loud. Really worthy of being a dog-power noble dog landlord, dead to the end and still so petty. There are also some common people who are really used to being bitter and can't believe that you, Marshal Wei, would really give them fields for nothing, so they'd rather have 60% of the landlord's rent, feeling that it would be more down to earth, and ran back to the landlord's powerful side. It's not a big problem though, it's only a few dozen people. People with normal brains are always in the majority, and most still believe in you, Wei Shuai. But the Liao army gave them a large sum of money before they withdrew, and informed them that if they did not resist, their fields would also be taken by you, Marshal Wei. So they recruited and expanded so much that right now they are divided into two forces. A force led by a powerful landowner named Huang Shirun, with 20,000 people stayed right next to Weinan County, Ikegami County, that tiger. The other is a convergence of various mountain bandits and bandits. The leader surnamed He, named Song Jiang, occupying a place near Qishang County called Liangshanpa, and there are also tens of thousands of people under his command. That place is surrounded by a large water pool, easy to defend and hard to attack. The chief historian Xian Wuji inquired everything clearly. Have they come to sneak up on us? Wei Huo asked. That's not true, but several times they've sent men to sneak onto our land at night to scald the wheat seedlings with boiling water and throw vermin into the fields, trying to coerce the peasants into going with them. But that's all they've got. Wei Huo was truly speechless at his words. Imagine the revenge of the returnees, with the big soldiers swooping in, killing and gouging, brutalizing the people, and doing nothing wrong. The actual retaliation of the homecoming group, scalded seedlings with boiling water and threw vermin into the fields, was a bit funny to hear. Of course, this is still the case because of the shadow of the man and the name of the tree. Wei Huo's reputation is too loud. 5 years in the army, 72 battles of all sizes, without a single defeat. The Liao clan doesn't even dare to make a move against Wei Huo, let alone these landlords and mountain bandits. When they made this appearance, they were more just hoping that Wei Huo wouldn't go and share their land, and they simply didn't dare to get tough with Wei Huo. But these powerful mountain bandits are full of original sin. I don't know how many people's blood and sweat have been exploited to make themselves wear gold and silver and have no worries about food and clothing. Therefore, Wei Huo must be killed. Inform the entire army that starting tomorrow, the Wei Jiao army will start. The land forces attack Qishang County. The sailors attack Liangshanpa. Remember, don't kill them all at once. Take your time. Defeat them once and force them to give food once. Then repair and let the brothers who didn't go on the field fight next. And then ask for food after they've fought. Be sure to let every single brother in the Wei family army go to war once in a practical manner. Squeeze them until they are completely drained. The corner of Wei Huo's mouth curled up slightly as he said, this could really be a heavenly gift of 2 experience packages, which would allow Wei Huo to turn the new recruits under him into veterans of 100 battles through constant rounds of battles. I respectfully follow Marshal Wei's orders. Changsher Xian Wuji could not help but give a thumbs up and rushed at Wei Hui in admiration. In terms of hard eyes, Wei Shuai's hard eyes are simply more than a hornet's nest. Chapter 31 The Guardian Sailors. The next day, Wei Hua came to the harbor of Iroh County to review the marine troops. Army Wei Hua is not worried. At the moment they have already set out to attack the landlord's return regiment under the leadership of Lin Tinyo and Lu Bowen's two great generals. At the same time, Wei Hua also created a cavalry unit led by Yelu Kai, using the war horses he brought with him, to raid around from the rear and cut off the landlord's return regiment's rear path. A two-sided attack. And the water division is, after all, a fresh product Wei Hua has not had before, really a little uneasy. Therefore, Wei Hua was prepared to personally follow the sailors on their journey to check out their battle prowess. When he arrived at the harbor, he only saw a ship of various kinds arranged neatly in the harbor, and from afar, it looked as if a pavilion had been created in the middle of the sea, which was quite spectacular. These are, precisely, the 400 warships that Wei Hua tricked from the two foreign devils. Speaking of which, there is a small episode. It is said that the western foreign devils and the northern bear ghosts get Wei Hua to give the contract of commerce. Incomparable excitement. Especially went back to his hometown, ready to a large number of goods, come to Yu dynasty to make a fortune. However, what would greet them would be the disowning and closure of the Yu dynasty. After all, Zhao Jiao would not recognize the contract set by Wei Hua. At that time, I don't know if the infuriated foreign devils will have a fight with Yu Chao and add some more blockage to Zhao Jiao. It was really fun to think about it. The gathering of the Marine Division troops has been completed. Please instruct Marshal Wei, the commander of the Sailor Division, Veteran General Han Zhong, with his 8,000 bare-chested sailor troops, rushed at Wei Hua and reported. Every sailor soldier is full of vigor and firm eyes, and after seeing the arrival of Wei Shuai, they even collectively kneeled down and saluted. See Wei Shuai, well, be excused. By the way, these ships are of different sizes. What's the difference? Wei Hua asked as he looked at the ships of varying shapes. Reporting back to the Wei Marshal, the largest building ship is used for command and attack. The smallest leatherclad is good for melee assaults, and since the ships are small, they are flexible and fly fast. It can directly charge at the enemy ships and ram and sink them. The middle-sized battleships are the main battleships, with wooden walls around them, all of which have arrow holes to attack the enemy and defend themselves. Han Zhong, being a sailor general by trade, knew these ships like the back of his hand. At the same time, he did not forget to brag. Wei Shuai is too well prepared. All types of ships are available, more adequate than the court, than the Yu dynasty's sailors. In the future, this navy will never be worse than the army. Alright, drill it and see. Wei Hua nodded and said, ready to maneuver first. Yes, get in the boat. Line up. Han Zhong immediately yelled. The 8,000 sailor soldiers immediately dispersed and boarded the ship in an orderly fashion. And then Han Zhong himself took the two flags and began to strike out various banners. And with the change of the semaphore, the ships also began to change their positions under the control of the crew. A moment in line, a moment to become a vertical. A moment is even lined up like two rows of geese flying in general. And then a moment like fish scales arranged. As the formation changed, the ships began to turn into different means of attack. There were rounds of bows and crossbows firing in unison, stones thrown from stone throwers, fire attacks and sending out small ships to charge. A dizzying array of things. This is a horizontal formation, vertical formation, wild goose formation, fish scale formation, etc. To utilize the advantages of different warships to form a mutually supportive battle formation. After the drill, Han Zhong rushed to Wei Hua to explain. Not bad, not bad. Wei Hua nodded repeatedly as he watched. Just when Wei Hua thought it was over, Han Zhong gave one last yell again. Get off the boat. Put, poof, put. With a command, the soldiers who had just been maneuvering the boat immediately jumped into the water in an incomparably orderly manner. In a short while, the entire water surface was as calm as a mirror, and the thousands of people who had just jumped into the sea were actually silent. Where are these people? Nothing will happen, right? Seeing that the soldiers were slow to venture out, Xin Wuji, the chief historian beside Wei Hua, couldn't help but panic a bit and asked in a hurry. Don't worry, Changshe, these sailor personnel are all people who have known water for a long time. And with drills, they can hold their breath underwater for quite some time. This time they will quickly and greatly smash through the enemy ships. They will also take advantage of their unpreparedness to climb onto the enemy ships. Han Zhong replied with a smile. Sure enough, with Han Zhong's words, not far away, the several civilian ships placed for maneuvers were instantly chiseled through the bottom and sank. At this time, accompanied by the sound of thump 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 thump, each and every sailor soldiers have risen to the surface, showing the amazing underwater ability. Good. Old General Han is truly worthy of being a veteran of the Navy. My Wei family's naval division has been refreshed in such a short time in your hands, Wei Hua praised. It's really not in vain that he specially fished him out from Jizhou City. It's really a talent. If only there were cannons. A strong ship and sharp cannons would be a perfect match, but it was not a big problem. Wei Hua had already given several kinds of drawings, and the able craftsmen who had taken them in were grasping the tests. It is said that some preliminary products have been built, only with a high rate of blow-ups, so they are still in the process of being improved. I believe it won't be long before Wei Hua will be able to do a cannon up and bombard his mother. Wega Hai in the Iruovi homecoming. I'm sure it won't be long before Wei Hua can do it. Then let's set off. This marshal will travel with you to swat down the thieves' nest. Liangshan is connected to a river, which can be followed upstream until the lair of Liangshanbo. Meanwhile, Liangshan Pa, Gathering Hall. Mountain bandit leader Black Song Jiang has been aware of the Wei family army attacked the landlord to return to the countryside group of things. Immediately called his subordinates ready to discuss whether to rescue. The lips must be saved. If we don't save it, the Wei family army will target us next, and we'll be isolated. A henchman immediately replied. However, the military advisor Wu Yu immediately retorted. Save my ass. That Wei family army is unstoppable in the world. Just a few of our rotten onions. Rushing up is not enough to give them a gap between their teeth. However, in my opinion, this is a good opportunity for robbery. Now that the Wei family army is on the move, Wei Hua's fiefdom will be empty, so we can take this opportunity to enter the city and rob it. I heard that Wei Hua took a lot of rewards from the Liao clan, and now it's time to give them all to us. Good idea. The crowd instantly lit up at the words. Everyone was a mountain bandit. As long as they could snatch the treasure, they would dare to do anything. Wouldn't this annoy that Wei Hua? In case he comes back with a vengeance, how can we resist? Black Songjiang asked with a frown. Big brother, don't worry. My water Mo Liangshan has a wide water surface. This is a natural barrier. Let that Weijia army be as skillful as they are. They can't kill them. Wu Yu shook his chicken feather fan and replied. What if they got a few ships? Black Songjiang was still a bit uneasy. That's also at most a few civilian ships, and it's useless even if there are ships. How can a sailor division be built so easily? Back then, there was an emperor who went south to capture the southern dynasty and hastily created a navy. As a result, the troops themselves in the boat will be seasick. There is no combat effectiveness. In desperation, he even came up with a way to use iron cables to string the ships all together to stabilize them a bit. As a result, it was set on fire by the southern dynasty, and came straight to a fire that burned even the ships, killing and injuring many people. It's just that this Wei family army doesn't move its sailors, but once it does, it's bound to end up like this. Wu Yust confidently said. What the warlord said makes sense. Then let's do it this way. The army will move out and make a surprise attack on Ilua County. Black Songjian was also full of confidence when he heard the military division being so lulled. A black face cocked up in a smile, revealing a few notable yellow teeth. Immediately after that, the leader of their group walked out of the gathering hall, ready to greet the minions and take their weapons with them to set off. Shui Liangshan is a large island in the center of a large lake. As a result, the crowd had only just stepped out of the door when they saw that not far away from the edge of the island, a ship had actually filled up, with people standing on it. The men are moving so fast. We've only just confirmed that we're going to set out. They've already pulled the boats over and put them in place. How are they so smart this time? Black Songjiang hadn't reacted for a while, and was giggling there. As a result, Wu Yu, the military advisor with better eyesight, was the first to see that something was wrong, and with a cold sweat on his face, he said, This doesn't seem to be our ship. What? If it's not our ship, then whose ship could it be? It can't be the Wei family army ship, can it? Ha ha ha. Black Songjian was still a little less convinced at this point, and thought that the military division was joking with him, so he played along. Kill. And just then, the sound of killing shook the sky. The Wei family sailors logged in successfully and rushed straight in. Chapter 32 Zhao Ruyan arrives. The gathering hall was not far from the edge of the island, and it didn't take long for the Wei family army to kill in front of them. The silver-white greatswords looked especially bright in the sunlight. How could the mountain thieves not expect someone to be able to kill their way in? For a moment they were all unguarded and unarmed, and they were hacked and wailed at. And seeing his own men die tragically one by one in front of him, a path of blood sprayed in the air. Black Songjiang only reacted to the fact that this water motive seems to have been attacked by someone. He was trying to sneak up on someone else himself, but it turned out that someone else was moving faster than he was. It is claimed that water can't be poured into the mountain, so it was attacked. What's going on? It's really the Wei family army ships. Where did they get so many navy ships? Didn't you say that they are absolutely impossible? Black Songjian was dumbfounded all of a sudden, and had to growl as he grabbed Wu Yu. the military advisor at the side. Although their cottage is said to have gathered tens of thousands of people, then Wei was 8,000 sailors to a lot more. But these mountain bandits have their own head. Usually fight together with the wind, can barely work together. Once encountered real danger, that is naturally their own escape, turned into birds and beasts scattered. This was the case in front of us. Obviously, a concerted effort to resist could still be resisted, but everyone was like ants on a hot pan, desperately fleeing, so much so that the large Shupo Liangshan had little resistance, and the situation presented a one-sided massacre. What's the use of talking about this now? Just run, boss. Behind the gathering hall there's a path that leads straight to the other side of the island. There I have been keeping a few small boats. We can take advantage of them to escape. The military advisor deserved to be a military advisor. Although Wu Yu was not good at fighting, he was ultimately a professional at escaping. I thought when I gathered at Liangshan, the 108 people were so lively. Now, once attacked, they are scattered. Sad. How sad ah. Black Song Jiang said with an incomparable sigh of sadness. Of course, sadness being sadness, it didn't affect his ability to run as fast as he could, all the way straight down the back trail, relying on having their minions keep on hallowing. It really did allow the two of them to successfully run to the edge of the island and see the two small boats. After boarding the boat, the two Black Song Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief and paddled desperately, feeling that they finally saw the hope of life. After all, on land, they were afraid of the Weijia army, but on the boat, the mountain bandits who had practiced water for a long time, thought that they were unrivaled in the world. However, just after they rowed for a period of time, they saw a fast boat suddenly darted towards them, while rushing and also frantically shooting arrows. Scared Black Song Jiang and Wu Yu, two people hastily held their heads and fell down. And finally the boat honestly stopped in the center of the lake, was caught by the Weijia sailors. Wei Hua had long been prepared, and in order to prevent anyone from escaping by boat, he had arranged for the smallest of the fast boats to stay on the lake to see if there were any leaks. As soon as they are found, they are immediately arrested. As a result, one was actually caught. It's still the biggest. In no time, the two were tied up tightly and brought before Wei Hua. Greetings Marshal Wei. We've captured the mountain bandit leader Black Song Jiang, the soldiers said cheerfully. Chopped, Wei Hua replied succinctly. For these bandits, Wei Hua has never had a good face. After all, these bandits shouted to do justice to heaven, but in reality, they were doing nothing but burning, looting and plundering. Like the Shui Liangshan, after the warehouse was opened, Wei Hua found hundreds of captured and wonderful women inside, as well as a large number of ordinary people who were captured as slaves, as well as corpses that were put to death after disobeying. These tens of thousands of people did not work in agriculture but possessed a large amount of wealth and food, so you can imagine how many villages were slaughtered and how many caravans were robbed to get it. For these, killing 100 times is not enough. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm an official of the Liao tribe. You can't kill me. As soon as Black Song Jiang heard that he was going to be executed, he instantly became anxious and shouted loudly. When did you, a mountain bandit leader, become an official of the Liao clan? Wei Hua sneered. I recruited. I've had a dream of being an official since I was a kid. I feel that being an official is awesome. Therefore, as soon as the Liao clan approached me and said that as long as I deal with Wei Hua, Wei Shui, I can be recruited and appointed as the head of 1,000 households of the Liao clan, I immediately agreed. Black Song Jiang answered in a hurry. Or a mountain bandit who likes to establish. Alright, then we won't kill you. Later tie him to the bow of the ship as a sign and take him with us to continue attacking everywhere. Just say that we are all under this Black Song Jiang. Wei Hua smiled slightly at his words, but immediately thought of a good idea. The Weijia army was not good at attacking other prefectures openly, but the mountain bandits were. You allow the Liao tribe to recruit bandits to invade Wei Hua, but you don't allow Wei Hua to pose as a bandit to invade the Liao tribe? This is to do unto others what they have done unto them. Ah, don't. Black Song Jiang heard a black face hard scared Snow White, tied him in the ship to go to war. This is not to put him as a living target. It would be better to kill him. God knows how many dangers he would have to face and how many times he would have to go through the fear of his life. However, there was no use in letting him yell at the top of his lungs. As far as hacking is concerned, Wei Hui is a professional. On the other hand, the Wei family army also won a great victory over the landlord's home return group, and according to Wei Hua's intention, asked the landlord's home return group to keep asking for food, and then repaired to continue the war, until the landlords were completely drained. Half a month later, the sailors under Wei Hua went all the way upriver and attacked 2 counties in succession, destroying a water pirate and capturing countless provisions. Army there, the landlord returnee group collapsed on its own after being extorted by Wei Hua a few times in a row, couldn't squeeze out a single drop of food anymore. and didn't want the land. Everyone ran faster than anyone else, just begging to get out of this hellish place alive. Instead of having any impact on Wei Hua, the two obstacles that the Liao tribe set up for Wei Hua allowed Wei Hua to take advantage of the opportunity to solve the food crisis, and also allowed the soldiers to grow rapidly in actual combat, which was really a great favor to Wei Hua. Meanwhile, a ship of war suddenly came near the harbor of Iroquois County today. At the head of the group was none other than Wei Hua's ex-wife, the first princess of Yu Dynasty, Zhao Ruyan. She had traveled by water for most of a month and finally reached the vicinity of Iroquois County, ready to come and beg Wei Hua to return to the Yu Dynasty. Chapter 33 Yu Dynasty Sailors vs Wei Jia Army Sailors. Finally, I'm almost in Iroquois County. They say a long goodbye is better than a new marriage. Wei Hua should be happy to see me. I did have some problems last time. I shouldn't have been so harsh on Wei Hua right away. I should have been gentle with him first and warmed up to each other. I think Wei Hua wouldn't be so heartless. Above the main ship of the Yu Dynasty's navy, Zhao Ruyan was also reflecting on herself. It wasn't that she felt she was wrong, but she was wondering how she could enlist Wei Hua to come back to her. After thinking about it, she still felt that beauty was her number one advantage. After all, she was the recognized number one beauty of Daiyu, and Wei Hua would have agreed to marry her before because of her beauty. So, she believed that this time, if she just spilled her guts, Wei Hua would definitely fall under her pomegranate skirt. He was dead in his heart. Of course, this kind of pampering she only gave Wei Hua such a chance. She couldn't spoil Wei Hua too much, lest she let Wei Hua not be able to distinguish between the big and small kings. After all, the princess and the sidekick. That is, the princess is big. When the Yu Dynasty was still strong, princesses like her had a special princess residence. An extra horse harnessed by the side of a teen want to enter the princess house or to ask for peace. She was the one who called her to come and go. This kind of thought has been deeply implanted in Zhao Ruyan's brain, even after the death of the country is still high. What people? Just as Zhao Ruyan's group was about to dock, they saw several large ships suddenly come from all directions, surrounding their group at once. Where did this Iroquois County get so many big ships? Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she saw this, but she saw that several of the ships were even bigger than the Yu Dynasty's sailor ships that she had brought with her, and they were filled with heavily armed soldiers holding bows and arrows, ready to attack them at the drop of a hat. Wei Hua has defected to the Liao tribe? But that's not right. The Liao clan doesn't have much of a navy either. Zhao Ruyan couldn't figure out what force these big ships belonged to even if she thought about it. So, she had to first send someone to shout at these ships, "We are emissaries sent by Great Yu, and have come to pay a visit to the champion Howei Marshal. I wonder if the champion Howei Marshal is at peace. My Wei Shui is fine, but how dare you dogs of the Yu Dynasty still come? Don't you know that our Marshal Wei is no longer at the beck and call of your Yu Dynasty?" Someone from the opposite side immediately replied. Zhao Ruyan was shocked when she heard this. She didn't think that these ships were actually really Wei Hua's. How on earth did Wei Hua do it? He obviously just brought 3,000 people back to Iroquois County. To not be wiped out by the Liao clan and Qin Ming is already very impressive. How can he still build another such a powerful navy? It didn't look as powerful as the Yu Dynasty sailors she brought with her, but it definitely wasn't bad either. The eunuch beside Zhao Ruyan, on the other hand, was furious at the words and immediately disliked back. How dare you speak? This is the eldest princess of the great Yu Dynasty, and the wife of your Marshal Wei. You guys hurry up and get out of the way and call your Marshal Wei to come for an audience. Nonsense. Our Marshal Wei's wife is a princess of the Liao tribe. Where did a princess of the Yu Dynasty come from? The princess of the Yu Dynasty has long been repudiated by our Marshal Wei. The Wei family's navy immediately replied with a sneer. What did you say? Wei Hua. Wei Hua took another wife? Married or a Liao princess? Zhao Ruyan completely froze at his words. How could she not expect that in just a few days, Wei Hua would actually take another wife, and also married an enemy princess? Isn't that proper defection? This Wei Hua is really a wolf. His previous loyalty and righteousness were all feigned. His majesty only suppressed him a little, and then he decided to join the enemy. Such an unfaithful, unfilial, unforgiving man is simply outrageous. Asshole. Negative asshole. I treated you with a piece of my heart, helped you put in a good word with the emperor's brother to get you reinstated in your official position. How could you do this to me? How could you marry another person? Zhao Ruyan broke down and cried. She would never see any fault in herself, much less remember that she was the one who wanted to bring up the divorce, only that everything was Wei Hua's fault. Hurry up and get out of the way. I want to see Wei Hua. Zhao Ruyan hissed and yelled. You all throw down your weapons, surrender your arms and disembark, and we can allow you to meet Marshal Wei. The Wei family's navy replied. Unbridled. Give me a fight. Let these damn stinking chubs see the might of mighty Yu soldiers. I'll make Wei Hua beg for me on his knees. Zhao Ruyan's eyes were all bloodshot as she roared with extreme anger, determined to give Wei Hua, this heartless man, A hard lesson. At the same time, she is full of confidence. After all, the Yu dynasty had the heavenly danger of the Yangtze River, and thus trained an invincible Yu dynasty sailor division specifically within the Yangtze River, which could be called the best in the world. Once even the unrivaled Liao kingdom was defeated by their Yu dynasty's navy. In land warfare, your Weijia army is indeed unrivaled, but the water war, Yu Weijia army cannot even call the younger brother. At most a grandson generation only. After all, your Weijia army's naval division has only been established for a few days. It is simply unbearable. Yes, the Yu dynasty sailors immediately roared and began shooting arrows to attack. At the same time, the Weijia army's sailors began shooting arrows in return. Just as the two sides were fighting, Zhao Ruyan, who was hiding in the cabin, suddenly felt her shoes getting wet, only to see that there was actually a large pile of water stains in the cabin. Asshole, who spilled the water? So unruly. Zhao Ruyan immediately frowned and scolded when she saw this. And just then, a general officer hurriedly ran in, looking panicked, and rushed to Zhao Ruyan, saying, "It's not good, eldest princess, the ship is leaking." "What? Then hurry up and block it, never let the ship sink." Zhao Ruyan's face instantly turned white at the words, and she hurriedly said, "It can't be plugged. There are too many leaks and the seawater has filled the bilge. It can't be saved." The general officer replied with a helpless face. Just when the two sides were pulling and conversing just now, the Weijia army sailors were not idle, and directly sent their soldiers to secretly dive down and chisel the bottoms of several ships, especially the capture of the thief, the most serious to Zhao Ruyan this chiseled ship. "What about that?" Zhao Ruyan instantly asked in panic. She didn't want to fall into the water, and she couldn't swim. "We can only get on other ships, but with all the arrows flying outside, we can't get out, unless surrendered," the general said with his head lowered, afraid of angering the elder princess. But I didn't expect Zhao Ruyan to hear the words as if she had been pardoned, and hurriedly said, "Surrender, I surrender, save me, I can't read water." In the face of life and death, the Zhao family's nature of being greedy and fearful of death was on full display. Even if you sacrifice 8,000 sailors, you have to make sure that one of you lives. In this regard, Zhao Ruyan Zhaojiu is truly worthy of being a brother and sister with the same mother and father. Thus, the soldiers outside were still fighting hard, and the Yu dynasty's sailors were indeed fighting amazingly well, and even pressed the Weijia army's sailors for a time. However, the main admiral, Rapunzel, began to shout for surrender and forced the sailors on the other ships to throw down their weapons. "We were about to fight to the death. Why did the princess surrender?" Mother ******* her. A general's incompetence exhausts the three armies. It's really bad luck for us to be in the presence of such a commander-in-chief. The generals on the other ships were so angry that they got the big chopping ships, one by one, their teeth itching. But there was no way. The military order was like a mountain. The crowd could only obey the order. One by one, they threw away their weapons and obediently disembarked from the ship. And then they were tied up tightly by the Wei family army. The invincible Yu dynasty sailors were defeated, as if they had come a long way to send equipment to Weihua, sending countless ships and these well-trained sailors. Chapter 34 Conquering the Yu dynasty sailors. Don't tie me up. I'm the first princess of Daiyu. You're not qualified to touch me. I'll go on my own. After getting ashore and making sure that she wouldn't sink to the bottom of the sea and be eaten by the fish, Zhao Ruyan's princess temper came back and she roared at the Weijia army sailors. "Forget it, just let her be. Go report to Marshal Wei and let him handle it." Han Zhong, the commander of the Marine Division, knew Zhao Ruyan's identity and couldn't afford to offend her, so he could only pinch his nose and suffer her princess temper, then immediately send someone to inform Marshal Wei. In a short while, Weihua came swiftly on a horse, with a large number of soldiers behind him, holding good wine and food and a whole lot of things. "Where are the Yu dynasty sailor generals?" Weihua didn't go to Zhao Ruyan first after arriving, but rushed to Han Zhong and asked anxiously. Reporting to Marshal Wei, "The 8,000 men of the Yu dynasty's sailors are all here." Han Zhong led Weihua to the barracks where the Yu dynasty's sailors were being held, and the 8,000 people inside were all tied up tightly, like lambs to the slaughter. Confused, "Who told you to do this to them? Quickly untie them." Weihua frowned at this and said seriously, starting to buy people's hearts, "Marshal Wei, it's not too safe. After all, the enemy is so numerous that it's not safe even if you're unarmed." Han Zhong admonished, "There's nothing safe or unsafe. We were all brothers in the same robe in the past. I believe that they didn't come here to deal with me. Weihua, it's just a misunderstanding." All right, Han Zhong didn't dare to disobey Marshal Wei's orders, so he could only honestly send someone up to untie these people. At the same time, Weihua also took the initiative to step forward to help untie a few people, and while doing so, he also said, "Brothers, I'm Weihua. Everyone should know me. There was a slight misunderstanding before, but no harm done. This marshal has prepared good wine and good food for you all, so you can have a good meal to suppress your shock. After that, if you all want to stay, then this marshal will give you exactly the same treatment as the Wei family army. Eat and drink without worrying, but also dry sailors. If you want to go back, this marshal will uniformly arrange for your return tomorrow. Marshal Wei, why are you treating us so well? You dynasty sailors and soldiers could not help but be dumbfounded at the sight. When have they ever had this kind of treatment? In the past, it was when they won a battle. The main generals would not come out and treat them to good wine and good food, and now having fought a losing battle, he actually enjoys it at the enemy's commanding officer's place. Because you dynasty people don't fight, you dynasty people. I know that you are all good men who protect your family and defend your country, but you are only forced to listen to the words of the dim king before you come here specially. To be honest, this marshal was also forced by the dim ruler to disarm his armor and return to the field, but this marshal believes that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to overthrow the dim ruler and return peace to the world. Wei Hua pushed his heart out and said, directly stating his purpose, to overthrow the dim ruler and rebuild the court. In this regard, the Yu dynasty soldiers were not surprised, because they had seen with their own eyes the power of the Wei Jia army's sailors, and in only a few days, they were able to fight with their Yu dynasty sailors back and forth. Marshal Wei's training of such a powerful force was surely not just for self-preservation, but more naturally for the purpose of capturing the dragon in the south. At this time, Han Zhong also followed and agreed, that's right, the dim emperor destroyed himself, dismissed the Wei Shuai, but appointed Qin Ming, the princess and other foppish Weis to lead the army, and continuously suffered defeats. This kind of dim emperor, what do we do with him? Brothers, I was the general of Jizhou army before. I was framed by Qin Ming and almost died, but fortunately, I was saved by Marshal Wei, so I survived. Now, I feel like a fish out of water under Marshal Wei's command. Brothers together, this is the real famous lord, so it's old General Han. I said, how come Marshal Wei's navy can be so powerful in a short period of time? There were quite a few people in the Yu dynasty's navy who knew Han Zhong, the old general, and hearing this made their hearts even more convinced of Marshal Wei. So, all of them knelt down in unison and shouted at Marshal Wei, Marshal Wei, we are willing to stay and follow you. I've heard that you love your soldiers like a son, Marshal Wei, but it's a pity that we are sailors and have never had the chance to follow you. Now that we have this opportunity after all the trouble, we swear to follow you to the death. Yes, we'll do whatever the rearguard marshal tells us to do. Good. Thank you all for your trust. From now on, we are all family. As long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let you all go hungry. Failure, all the blame of this marshal alone to bear. If we succeed, I will share all the glory with you. Wei Hua's eyes were resolute as he shouted at the crowd. Only the orders of Marshal Wei. The crowd shouted in unison. At this moment, 8,000 Yu dynasty sailors completely surrendered and came under Wei Hua's command. Along with them, there were also more than 300 warships brought by the Yu dynasty this time. Now, Wei Hua's naval division was completely formed. The number of people increased to 16,000, which was enough to dominate a party. It's thanks to Zhao Jiao. Originally, Wei Hua was still worried. After all, the soldiers of the Marine Division is not as good as the army defined. You have to be proficient in water and strong body. As a result, he didn't expect Zhao Jiao to give Wei Hua so many experienced sailor soldiers at once. When Qin Ming came to battle Wei Hua the previous time, he left a large amount of military equipment for Wei Hua, so that Wei Hua would be able to clothe his newly recruited soldiers with enough armor. This time, Zhao Ruyan sent another fully formed naval division unit. I have to say, Zhao Jiao is also considered Wei Hua's transportation brigade captain. It wasn't in vain that Wei Hua helped him so much in the first place. Only after subduing the Yu dynasty's navy did Wei Hua take the time to come to the military camp where Zhao Ruyan was being held. Zhao Ruyan had heard the commotion of Wei Hua's arrival long ago, but she didn't expect Wei Hua to actually not come to see her first, but instead turned his head to look at those smelly chowderheads. Therefore, Zhao Ruyan was instantly incredibly angry and rushed at Wei Hua. Wei Hua, what are you pretending to do there? Why didn't you come to see me first, but went to see those Tsubai de Bing first? Is it interesting for you to intentionally cold-shoulder this princess like this? This princess won't eat your lustful ways. Where does a captive get off talking so much? Men, tie her up and gag her. Tomorrow find a ship to send her back. Wei Hua sniffed and frowned. He really didn't know what this Zhao Ruyan was being arrogant about here. He was really lazy to talk nonsense with her. If it is not to see her a long way to there send 8,000 sailors is also considered to have merit. Wei Hua do not want to see her. Wei Hua, you've gone too far. It's too much. How dare you do this to me? Stop, stop. I have something to say to you. There's business. Zhao Ruyan saw that the soldiers were really going to come forward to tie themselves up, so she panicked and shouted in a hurry. Chapter 35 Topaz Yule saw Zhao Ruyan. Say what you have to say quickly. This marshal is busy, Wei Hua said in an icy tone. Wei Hua, this princess has helped you put in a good word in front of His Majesty, and His Majesty has agreed to reinstate you to all your official positions, pardon you for disobeying the king's orders, and put you back in charge of the 100,000 Wei family army, Zhao Ruyan said with a proud face. Then she looked at Wei Hua with a haughty face, as if she wanted to see Wei Hua ecstatic and running over to hug herself to thank her desperately. After all, she thought she had done Wei Hua a great favor yet. However, she was doomed to disappointment. There was no joy on Wei Hua's face. Just disdainful mockery. He, what bull ***** beautiful words. You really know how to put gold on your own face. It's the Liao tribe that invaded. You can't carry it on your own, right? That's why you want to beg me for help. Your royal family is shameless. Begging for help and acting like you're giving it to others. Disgusting. Wei Hua sniffed and laughed coldly. I really don't know how this Zhao Ruyan has the nerve to say this kind of words. He really thinks that everyone else is a little cutie. What do you think? You, Zhao Ruyan was torn through the lie, and instantly her face turned red, nearly going into an irritated rage again. However, for the sake of Dayu, for the sake of their royal family, she still forcefully endured this breath, and then rushed at Wei Hua with a soft and gentle tone. Alright, it is indeed us who are begging you. Wei Hua, go back. Dayu needs you. I need you too. When you don't need me, you abandon me. When you need me, you hypocritically coax me back. What do you take me for? A night pot? This kind of need. I don't care. Wei Hua had long since seen the true colors of Zhao Ruyan's siblings, and only felt incomparably sickened by their sweet words. Wei Hua, His Majesty, that His Majesty listened to the slanderous words of the traitors before dismissing you. Our siblings have actually always trusted you the most. Even if we did wrong before, then don't we let you be reinstated in your official position now? This is the position of one person under 10,000 people. How many people dream of it? How can you be so stubborn? You can't make His Majesty apologize, can you? Zhao Ruyan said anxiously, only feeling how everything was different from what she expected. How can there be ministers who do not take their official positions so seriously? How can there be subjects who simply don't understand the way of being a subject and have no respect for their king and father at all? For a while, Zhao Ruyan had some feeling that Wei Hua lacked education. It must have been because he didn't study well from a young age that he forgot about the 3 principles and 5 rules and the supremacy of the king and father. What? Can't Zhao Jiu apologize? Wei Hua asked rhetorically. Your Majesty is the 9 to 5, the true dragon son of heaven. Since ancient times, the son of heaven has no faults. If there are faults, they are all the faults of the subjects, Zhao Ruyan said angrily, only feeling that Wei Hua was becoming more and more unreasonable and unruly. Fine, then let him continue to be faultless. When the Liao Iron Cavalry kills in front of him, I'll see if Zhao Jiu still thinks he's the 9 to 5, the true dragon son of heaven. Son of heaven? The son of heaven is a dog's foot. The last prince of you is still dancing in the Liao tribe. This one can just go together. Father and son as companions. Wei Hua sneered. You, Zhao Ruyan was really going to be furious, only feeling that Wei Hua was truly lawless. If it had been before, she would have had to send someone to beat Wei Hua up. But right now, with the Liao army approaching, she had no choice but to once again hold her tongue and say, Wei Hua, big deal, I won't divorce with you. Please, for the sake of our 3 years of love as husband and wife, save our Dayu. As she spoke, Zhao Ruyan also wanted to go forward and hold Wei Hua's hand, attempting to enlist Wei Hua's heart with this means of closeness. However, it is too late. Wei Hua had long ago cut off his robe and severed his 3-year love affair with her, so how could he be moved by these 3 words at this moment? Thus, Wei Hua shook off Zhao Ruyan's arm and said, You don't seem to have a good memory. I never divorced you. What I gave you was a letter of repudiation. You've already been repudiated by me. Don't bother me. Moreover, I already have another wife now. She is the princess of the Liao tribe. With words like yours, you'll make her misunderstand. Wei Hua, I don't believe that you have a new wife. And she's also a Liao princess. You are obviously mortal enemies with the Liao tribe. So how could you marry a Liao princess? Besides, is she as pretty as me? You're only in a political marriage with her, right? You only love me, right? Hearing Wei Hua's words, Zhao Ruyan only felt her heart twisting like a knife, and hurriedly questioned in a hoarse voice. She couldn't believe that Wei Hua, who had sworn to her and loved her immensely, had actually changed his heart in just a few days. You know, the reason why she dared to be such a bully to Wei Hua last time, and even took the initiative to mention the threat of divorce, was because Wei Hua was immensely fond of her. Wei Hua favored her for 3 years, Who in the whole of Dayu didn't know that she, Zhao Ruyan, was the happiest woman, and even Wei Hua, when he was away on his expedition, wrote to her every day. It's only been a few days, how could everything have changed? And right at this moment, the tent of the barracks was lifted open, only to see a woman wearing a gorgeous brocade robe embroidered with delicate cloud patterns and traditional Liao designs, with a golden belt around her waist, further accentuating that slender but not too heroic waist. A head of ebony hair knotted into several braids, hanging over her shoulders, hair embellished with glittering gemstones of the absolute beauty walked in. Rushing Zhao Ruyan sneered and said, "Where did the wild girl come from? Pestering my husband here." The person who came was Wei Hua's real wife, the Liao princess. Tuoba Yuer. "Ma'am, what brings you here?" Wei Hua's face instantly revealed a smile when he saw Tuoba Yuer and greeted him, wrapping his arms around Tuoba Yuer's thin waist as he said, "I heard people say that there are crazy girls pestering husband, and husband's kind heart surely can't cope with it, so my concubine specially came to help you," Tuoba Yuer said with a smile. Afterward, Tuoba Yuer looked Zhao Ruyan up and down, especially looking at her flat and unattractive breasts, and immediately said disdainfully, "She's not bad looking, but her figure is a bit worse. Husband, if you look at her, this princess is generous and can make her a concubine." "You are the concubine. I'm the main wife that Wei Hua married in an 8-carried sedan chair." Zhao Ruyan instantly gritted her teeth in anger when she heard this and stomped her foot fiercely. To think that she, as the grand princess, when was she ever judged and still only able to be a concubine? Oh, who am I supposed to be? So it's the silly princess of the Yu dynasty who was repudiated by my husband with a letter of repudiation. Thank you, for letting me have such a good man. What? You regret it now? It's too late. A good man won't wait for you like a weed. However, with your intelligence, being Mrs. Wei Shuai is indeed a virtue unworthy of the position. With your petty face, you'd be worthy of 100 household chief at most in my Liao clan. If you're willing, this princess can take the lead and help you find a man, saving you from being lonely at night. Tuoba Yuer laughed coldly at Zhao Ruyan. The main hit was a sharp tongue. You. As expected, Zhao Ruyan's body trembled with dislike, but she didn't know how to retaliate. In the end, she had no choice but to vent her anger at Wei Hua. "Wei Hua, you are ungrateful. You're wolf-hearted and dog-lunged. If it wasn't for my Zhao imperial clan, how could you have gotten to where you are today? You actually dared to betray the Yu dynasty and shamelessly defect to the enemy. Unbridled. Someone come, smash her mouth." Tuoba Yuer's face turned cold as soon as she heard Zhao Ruyan dare to scold her husband, rushing to the 2 accompanying maids behind herself. Yes, the 2 accompanying maids who had been keeping their heads lowered nodded at the words, then decisively stepped forward and rushed Zhao Ruyan with 2 resounding slaps. Pop. Ah, you guys, you actually dare to hit me. I'll fight you guys. Zhao Ruyan's pretty face was reddened by the beating, and she was about to freak out and fight back. However, just as she was about to return the favor, the 2 accompanying maids raised their heads, and they were actually 2 incomparably familiar faces. All of a sudden, Zhao Ruyan's hand stopped in midair. 8th sister, 11th sister, why are you guys here? Zhao Ruyan was dumbfounded, only to see that both of them were actually princesses of the Yu dynasty, her own sister and younger sister. Chapter 36. The pro-sisters scolded Zhao Ruyan. Zhao Ruyan was ranked 10th within the royal family, and had the best relationship with Zhao 8, Zhao 9, and Zhao 11, who were all siblings from the same mother. In the past in the royal family, Zhao Ruyan was actually not considered the number 1 beauty. Zhao Rufei, the 8th princess of Zhao, who was a few years older than her, was the true beauty of the country. But so, this former first beauty of Dayu is wearing a maid's costume, completely without the elegance of the past when the princess, in a closer look at her hands actually full of calluses, so that Zhao Ruyan looked shocked. However, Zhao Ruyan didn't care about these things and couldn't help but ask, also, why are you guys hitting me? We're blood sisters. Ah, beating you because you don't know any better. The truly ungrateful ones are you and Zhaozhou. Where is Marshal Wei? If it weren't for Marshal Wei, how could our Yu dynasty regain a foothold in the south? And how could we possibly reorganize the mountains and rivers? Don't say that it's your 2 siblings' own credit. How many kilograms you yourselves have? Other people are not clear about it. As a blood sister, can I still not be clear about it? Zhao Ba said coldly. That is not all Wei Hua's credit. At least it is also because my brother and I are surnamed Zhao, bearing the royal bloodline. The world is only returned by all the people's expectations well. Zhao Ruyan lowered his head. Still want to force a sophistry. Always feel that it is their own bloodline noble to be able to re-establish the Yu dynasty. Zhao Ba, however, directly pierced through her fantasies and said, surnamed Zhao? What's the use of surnamed Zhao? At that time, the Liao tribe came south. The capital fell. our entire royal family was wiped out. So many surnamed Zhao. You see, the world has no one ever come to our rescue. How we wished at that time that this so-called royal bloodline could be honored. That someone would come to the king's defense. Unfortunately, there were none. Not a single one. There was only humiliation and contempt for our royal family. At that time, I really regretted coming from an imperial family. Yes, 10th sister. When South Yu wasn't established. You have no idea what kind of suffering we endured at the Liao clan. Even our father was humiliated by the Liao as if he were a slave. And even our mother was put in the raccoon bureau. She had to serve Liao officials night after night. The other concubines and princesses were even more miserable. And every day some of them jumped into wells to commit suicide. It wasn't until 9 Yu, which Marshal Wei helped you establish, that the Liao clan treated us slightly better. We in the Liao tribe didn't know how happy we were when we heard that Marshal Wei was going to attack the Yellow Dragon and even sweep Yanjing to the north. Day and night. We looked forward to it, just hoping that Marshal Wei would come sooner so that he could save us from our misery. Over the years, we've long since stopped asking to be treated like princesses, just to be rescued as common folk. However, this hope was actually dashed. Moreover, the ones who dashed this hope were actually my own brother and sister. What is the offense of Marshal Wei? You won't let him go on the northern expedition. You want to deprive him of his military power, and even arrest him back to the capital for questioning. When you have lived a good life, have you ever thought in your hearts of your father, mother, and us brothers and sisters who were imprisoned in the Liao tribe? Zhao 11, who was on the side, also said with tears in his voice. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhao Ruyan's heart and causing her to turn pale. She didn't speak, and she didn't dare answer. After all, when she was on the run before, she did miss her father and mother and her siblings every day and every night. But later the Yu dynasty was re-established. She became the only eldest princess, living a life of fine clothes and food, high and mighty. How would she still think about her own relatives who were captured long ago, thrown into the clouds? Of course, they still occasionally shouted a few times with their mouths, but only on their lips. There was no actual action at all. Even the Liao clan had taken the initiative to send officials to talk to Zhao Jiao about exchanging money for the return of the Zhao clan's royal family. But after Zhao Jiao and Zhao Ruyan had discussed it, it was that they both refused. After all, those siblings coming back would only steal the limelight from their siblings. Zhao Jiao was afraid that the old emperor who came back would steal his throne. Zhao Ruyan, on the other hand, was afraid that the return of so many princesses would rob her of the prestige of the eldest princess. Therefore, it will be necessary to suffer these brothers and sisters, parents and parents for a while. In the end, after half a day of silence, Zhao Ruyan finally thought of a defense for herself and said, But we can't do anything about it. We are also trying to preserve the foundation of Dayu. If we keep letting Wei Hua go on a northern expedition and make unparalleled feats and achievements, then what if he turns against us? Then won't my Dayu be destroyed at the hands of a foreigner? When the two of you fled, without even a single soldier by your side, Marshal Wei didn't even rebel, and was dedicated to assisting you. Now that you've taken over the world, the Marshal of Wei will rebel? You guys are really small-minded. Even we in the Liao tribe know that Marshal Wei is loyal and righteous, and the Liao tribe has used every means to bribe Marshal Wei without success. You are in the temple hall, but you are so ignorant. Zhao Ba instantly disliked back. No, it's not ignorance. It's being blinded by power and lust for profit. Zhao 11 added on. So, what am I supposed to do? Did I really do wrong? Are my royal brother and I really villainous? Zhao Ruyan was scolded by her own sister in such a way, and she couldn't help but doubt herself. Kneel down and apologize to Marshal Wei. Then let Zhao Jiao make an edict of guilt, acknowledge all the wrongdoings he has done, and then subsequently entrust all the affairs of state to Marshal Wei and pray for his forgiveness. Only in this way can we truly save Dayu. Zhao Ba said bitterly. She followed to Oba Yuer to serve Wei Hua, and during this period of time beside Wei Hua, she watched with her own eyes as the territory under Wei Hua thrived, and no one everywhere she went did not praise Wei Shuai. The fighting strength of the Wei family army is getting stronger day by day. Such a Wei Shuai was too scary. If they, the Yu dynasty, do not show all their sincerity and apologize to Wei Hua, then the Yu dynasty will be destroyed. Moreover, the probability is that it will not be destroyed by the hands of the Liao tribe, but by the hands of this Wei Hua. On the side, Wei Hua listened to the words of the two sisters, Zhao 8 Zhao 11, and was really high on these two sisters. He didn't expect these two sisters to be so insightful and bold that they would let Zhao Jiao make a sinful edict to please himself. This boldness is indeed too much stronger than Zhao Ruyan. It seemed that all the years of suffering in the Liao tribe had still honed them. However, they still overestimated Zhao Ruyan and Zhao Jiao. Brains are something that not everyone has. Also, the brain thing will disappear more and more the longer you're in a high position. Why don't you say that high positions are lacking in oxygen? People in high positions for a long time. Too much oxygen deprivation. The brain is naturally not enough. That's why so many upstarts are smart as God in the early stages and stupid as pigs in the later stages. Used to hearing everyone's praise and bragging. To have them admit even the smallest mistake of theirs was a strange shame for them to accept. Chapter 37 Secret Letter from Wei Hua. As expected, Zhao Ruyan, who was still somewhat skeptical that she had done something wrong, heard that she was actually going to be made to kneel, and she instantly angrily replied back, I will never kneel for Wei Hua. Imperial brother will also never issue a sinful edict. There is no son of heaven in the world who is not right. Even if he did wrong, that was Wei Hua's fault. Who made him so perfect, so clean, so good at buying people's hearts? The world only knows him as Wei Shuai but not my Zhao clan. Since ancient times, since ministers don't want to rebel, they will defile themselves. Either they embezzled and took bribes, or they did something bad to tarnish their reputation. But this Wei Hua is special. He doesn't even drink the blood of soldiers, and he even distributes his own salary to his soldiers and the poor people. What does he want to do if not to rebel? It can't be that he is kind-hearted and really treats his soldiers as human beings. There's no such good person in the world. I see. You have become traitors to the Liao clan. You all just want to strike a blow at the prestige of my royal brother and I, and then set up another puppet Yu dynasty with the support of the Liao clan. You are all bad people. Bad people. You, Zhao 8th princess, really speechless. She did not expect her own bitter words of persuasion, but instead let Zhao Ruyan feel that she is a traitor to the Liao tribe. For a time the words of anger cannot be said. It's a moment that really personifies the small-mindedness of 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 the small-minded. Okay, no need to bull **** with this kind of people. Seeing as you have traveled a long way to send 8,000 sailors for this marshal, I will not kill you. You get lost. Wei Hua was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person anymore and directly said coldly, this stupid woman, with her own hands, had cut off the last ray of life of their Yu dynasty royal family. Originally, if she had listened to Zhao Ba, although Wei Hua would still have destroyed the Yu dynasty, he might have considered sparing the lives of the Zhao royal family, and conferred a humiliating title such as Marquis of Disobedience and Foolish Uncle. But right now, this Zhao imperial clan was so obstinate, so there was no choice but to send them to hell for a good penance. Wei Hua, it's fine if you want me to leave, but you must personally write a letter to the Wei family army, telling the Wei family army to listen to this princess and everything from now on. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Wei Hua back, Zhao Ruyan wanted to get control of the Wei family army from Wei Hua. After all, the Wei family army only listened to the orders of Marshal Wei alone. Letting her, Zhao Ruyan, bribe her with money and beauty, she was actually unable to control the Wei family army. It gave her an incomparable headache. Idiot. Xin Wuji, the chief historian beside Wei Hua, sneered disdainfully at once. But, to everyone's surprise, Wei Hua actually agreed after pondering for a while. Okay, I'll write. Naturally, this was not because Wei Hua was in love with his head, but he was worried that he couldn't communicate with the Wei family army. Wei Hua in the capital city of Yu dynasty, although there are hidden chess pieces to report, but Zhao Jiao is not a little cute. This puts the Wei family army under very strict guard, puts the Wei family army all in a separate barracks, and prohibits all foreign officials from approaching the Wei family army. Cut off all the connections of the Wei family army to the outside world. If anyone dares to disobey, they will be taken down directly. As a result, Wei Hua's people had been unable to connect with the Wei family army, and there was no way to convey instructions to the Wei family army. This led to a delay in returning the Wei family's army to its position. Right now, this Zhao Ruyan's request was another favor to Wei Hua. Wei Hua could take the opportunity to write secret letters to the Wei family's army, so that they could fix to a place to connect with Wei Hua and then return as a whole. By then, Wei Hua will be the champion marquis with 100,000 troops under his command, and he will directly go south to kill Linen, so that he can step on all the bones of the ministers in the streets of heaven, and burn the inner treasury to the ashes of the brocade. Zhao Ruyan was overjoyed when she heard this. She originally just ended up stiff upper lip. She didn't expect Wei Hua to agree. So, she immediately thought in her heart, "Humph, I knew that your favorite is still me, knife mouth and tofu heart. It must be in front of Princess Liao that you are so cold to me. Deep down you don't know how much you love me. What I say, you right." Zhao Ruyan wasn't a cutie either, specially admonished, fearing that Wei Hua would engage in tricks. Okay, Wei Hua nodded, having his own plan. I am Wei Hua, and I have now discharged my armor and returned to the world. From now on, the Wei family army will listen to eldest Princess Zhao Ruyan in all matters, and treat her as you would treat me. You must protect your family and defend the country, be loyal to the monarch, defend against the Liao clan, and be the great wall of the protectorate, Zhao Ruyan said from the side. Wei Hua also finished writing exactly what she said. Zhao Ruyan was overjoyed at the sight, and immediately reached for the letter. But Wei Hua stopped her and said, "Wait, I haven't stamped it yet. Without the seal, Wei Hua won't believe it." "Makes sense. Then you cover it." Zhao Ruyan didn't doubt it and nodded. Wei Hua had a total of 4 great seals, namely the Great General Seal of the Grand Secretary General, the Great Capital Seal of the 5 Armies Governor's Office, the Champion Marquis Seal, and Wei Hua's private personal seal. In the past, Wei Hua sent orders to the Wei family army with official seals, and the private seal Wei Hua only used once before, and that time it was a secret letter. And, after Wei Hua then had an appointment with the Wei family army, once the situation was special, he himself would activate the private seal. The letter with Wei Hua's personal seal is a special secret letter. You can see the real content of the letter in a special way. At this moment, Wei Hua suddenly gave Tuoba Yuer a look. How intelligent Tuoba Yuer was. She immediately understood her husband's meaning and went forward to suddenly give Zhao Ruyan a resounding slap. "Pop! You woman! What are you doing so close to my husband? Are you trying to seduce my husband?" Wei Hua was originally my husband, so I didn't need to seduce him. It was clearly you who seduced Wei Hua. Otherwise how would he have married you? You Liao tribe. This princess will fight you. Zhao Ruyan had been slapped twice by her own sister before, and now she was slapped again. How could she who grew up in fine clothes and jade food ever suffer this kind of humiliation? She couldn't hold it back any longer and tore herself apart with Tuoba Yuer. However, Tuoba Yuer was a girl who grew up in the grasslands, able to ride a horse and shoot arrows. How could she be compared to a young lady like Zhao Ruyan, whose 10 fingers were not touched by spring water? In no time at all, Tuoba Yuel pressed Zhao Ruyan underneath her and viciously whipped her ass with the horsewhip. The barracks were instantly filled with Zhao Ruyan's miserable screams. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wei Hua immediately took out a bottle of special ink, and after dabbing the brush on it, he quickly wrote on the reverse side of the letter, "The Wei family army will quickly gather towards Zhenghuai Dao, and this marshal will meet you there to return home. If it is inconvenient for your family members to bring along, they can stay in the coastal area of Zhidong Road, and this marshal will send someone to receive them." This ink quickly disappears and only reappears when roasted over a fire. Only after that did Wei Hua stamp his private seal, stopping the fight between the 2 princesses in front of him, pulling Zhao Ruyan, who had messy hair and was crying like a pear, up from the ground, and throwing the letter in her face as he did so, saying, "It's finished, so hurry up and take it and get out of here." "Woo woo, Wei Hua, why don't you help me? I hate you. I hate you." Zhao Ruyan looked at Wei Hua's tenderness as he helped Tuoba Yuer organize her clothes and couldn't help but be jealous, stomping her feet and cursing. In response, Wei Hua lazily ignored her and directly gave Tuoba Yuer a kiss in front of Zhao Ruyan, instantly infuriating Zhao Ruyan to the point of turning her face green. At this time, Tuoba Yuer was even more playful, and hooked her finger at Zhao Ba Zhao 11, the 2 maid princesses. The 2 maids obviously knew Tuoba Yuer's intentions. Their faces blushed, but they didn't dare to refuse, so they could only walk towards Wei Hua, and both kissed Wei Hua on each of his left and right cheeks. This time, the 3 female pro-guards Hua, 2 of them were also Zhao Ruyan's own sisters. Zhao Ruyan has already been angry 7 orifices of smoke. Jealous nearly bit his teeth and fainted on the spot. She no longer wanted to stay in this place and immediately ran out in anger, cursing as she ran. "Assholes! You're all assholes. I don't want to see you all again for the rest of my life. Men are no good. Women are the same. All are no good." In order for this letter to be passed on to the Wei family's army, Wei Hua had someone specially arrange a large ship for Zhao Ruyan, so that she could return to the Yu dynasty without any problems. Only power is real. Fortunately, I have this letter, so it's not a bad trip after all. From now on, I'll be the first female general in the world. Ha ha ha. Wei Hua, Tuoba Yuer, I'm going to make all of you regret it. All of you kneel in front of me. Zhao Ruyan kept kissing the letter as if she was kissing the supreme treasure. Poor Zhao Ruyan is still being kept in the dark at this moment, prettily dreaming of finally becoming the first ever female marshal of Daiyu, taking charge of the 100,000 Wei family army and being invincible under the sun. Without realizing it, the real content of this was the real weapon that would break their Zhao family dynasty. Chapter 38 Regretful Zhao Jiao. Time passed like a white horse, and it was half a month. In the past half a month, Wei Hua's Wei family army had completely subdued the landlord returning group and arrested all the landlords who had caused trouble. Wei Hua also did not kill them directly, but held a landlord trial meeting, so that the mud-legged commoners who had been bullied by them could come and speak in person about the bullying they had suffered. As a result, I did not realize that these landlords and dignitaries, who usually speak with one mouthful of their own, are great benefactors and living bodhisattvas. and that it is they who have given the opportunity to feed these poor old people. Often the phrase if you don't grow it, someone else will. If it weren't for this master, you wouldn't even be qualified to be a tenant, I always say. But when they really have to face the common people, these landlords and powerful people are all scared to pee their pants, saying that they dare not face the common people, and that they actually know how many unethical things they have actually done to give birth to children with no butts in their mouths. A few landowners and dignitaries, fearing that they would be retaliated against by the common people, actually crashed into the wall themselves and died. The remaining few were shivering in fear as they listened to the blood and tears of the common people, one by one. Things like lending usurious loans to tenants, assaulting tenants and forcibly occupying people's land are all trivial. There are also some powerful people who actually engage in the first night right on their own land. Which tenant's new daughter-in-law? He has to go to sleep the first night. When they saw a beautiful girl born to one of the tenants, they directly took over the girl. If a man does not comply, he will be beaten up, and there are even many people who have been killed in private. In the end, these landlords and dignitaries were swarmed by angry commoners and beaten alive into meat paste, or the kind that can be wrapped directly into dumplings. On the other hand, Manhwa also went around robbing the rich and helping the poor in the name of Black Song Jiang, posing as a bandit group, attacking the remaining powerful nobles and tycoons within the 3 provinces, and looting food. The Liao clansmen knew that these bandits were sent by Manhwa to impersonate them, but there was nothing they could do about it. Who made them do this first? And they can't blame Manhwa for doing the same to them. Anyway, Manhwa only tossed around inside the 3 mansions and didn't rush out beyond them, so the Liao turned a blind eye. They thought that when they destroyed the Yu dynasty, they would turn around and destroy Manhwa as if they were destroying a chicken and a dog. The result was that Manhwa, while using real-world combat experience to keep the soldiers under his command growing, also solved the problem of military food. And there was a lot more food. It is the poor Song Jian was tied to the bow pole as a signboard. And finally the body hard by the angry power elite with arrows shot out 108 holes. Until he died, he was dried out and hung on the bow of the ship. It is also considered to be one with the flag of acting on behalf of heaven. In contrast, the Yu dynasty this half-month is a continuous defeat. Zhao Jiao these days angry sleepless sleep, every night to turn over the cards, constantly pampered concubines, but also venting the anger of the heart is not finished, because, with the frantic attack of the Liao's iron cavalry, the Jaka was losing ground. Only the last province of Jianghuai Dao is still in the hands of Yu dynasty, and the remaining 7 provinces are all occupied by the Liao tribe. Once this province is captured, the 3 lines of defense Wei was set up for Dayu back then will only have the last one left, the Yangtze River Heavenly Peril. And the Yangtze River is a danger that can be blocked for a while, but not for a lifetime. Once the Liao clan has finished repairing and practicing their naval division and heading south down the Yangtze River, then he, Zhao Jiao, will repeat his old man's mistake and go to the Liao clan to dance naked together. Just thinking about this, Zhao Jiao shivered. It always felt like his ears were already ringing with the Liao clansmen's unbridled jeers. Your Majesty, the latest report from the front line. At this time, the chief eunuch ran into the dragon bedroom again and said, "Here we go again." Zhao Jiao listened to a few words of the front line report, then subconsciously shivered. Always feel that it is again what bad news. Sure enough, when Zhao Jiao opened the Zhang folders, the content that came into his eyes instantly made him feel a burst of dizziness, and he almost fainted directly. I only saw that it was written on the report, Hussar General Qin Ming led over 10,000 men of the Jizhou army to surrender en masse. Surrender to the Liao clan. Assholes. Scum. Inhuman. Zhao Jiao was so angry that he slammed the Zhang folders on the ground at once and cursed. I have favored you so much that not only do I not care about you deceiving the king, but I also appointed you, a waste of space, as a Hussar general with the rank of 1st grade. You actually betrayed me. Betray me. Damn. Your entire Qin family deserves to die. Where is Qin Shou? Bring Qin Shou to me. The son's debt is paid by the father. I'll cut him 3,000 times and lynch him. No. 8,000 cuts. 10,000 knives. Zhao Jiao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was already completely out of rage. He had already suffered a series of defeats, and these 10,000 people all turned against him. This is not to kill him. Can he still be allowed to be an emperor properly? He, Zhao Jiao, only wants to enjoy his life peacefully. What's wrong with him? Why are you doing this to him? Report back to your majesty. Qin Pavilion Elder. Qin Pavilion Elder he sued for illness 3 days ago. We went to the Qin residence to check today and found that the Qin residence is empty. Court Elder Qin. Qin should have run away a long time ago. The chief eunuch replied cautiously, afraid in touching the monarch who was already on the verge of collapse. Straight mother asterisk. Straight mother thief. I was wrong. How could I have trusted this pair of beastly fathers and sons? If it wasn't for them sowing discord, I wouldn't have driven Wei Hua away and destroyed the Great Wall. Zhao Jiu gasped and stomped his feet repeatedly, blaming everything on others as if he was an ignorant white lotus flower. Your Majesty, the eldest princess has returned. At this time, another eunuch hurriedly ran in and rushed to Zhao Jiu. Did she bring Wei Hua back? Did she bring Wei Hua back? Zhao Jiu's eyes lit up at his words and he hurriedly asked after him. At this moment, Wei Hua has become his lifesaver, his only hope. Before what defense suspicion killing intent all turned into smoke. It's true that people only really regret it when they have half a foot in the coffin. The only time you can remember how good someone is when you use them. Chapter 39 Zhao Ruyan met the Wei family army. Back to your Majesty. Wei Marshal did not come. Only the eldest princess returned alone. 8,000 Yangtze River sailors. The whole army was wiped out. The little eunuch replied tremblingly. Words and phrases were like needles sticking into Zhao Jiu. What? My 8,000 sailors? 8,000 sailors? How could the whole army be wiped out? How could this happen? Did she meet the Liao tribe? Didn't see Wei Hua? Zhao Jiu couldn't help but ask, his face instantly turning pale and his heart ashen. Not. Rapunzel said. 8,000 Yangtze River sailors, all defeated by Wei Hua collected. Wei Hua refused to return. The little eunuch replied. Wei Hua. You unfaithful, unfilial, unkind and unrighteous. It's not even if you don't help me. How can you fall on your sword and collect my pawns? You are really Heaven is going to kill me. Heaven is going to kill Daiyu. Zhao Jiu instantly thumped his chest, only feeling 5 thunderbolts, and had even begun planning to move the capital. We can't stay in Linen. It's too close to the Yangtze. It's too dangerous. He's going to run. Run as far away as possible. Never be captured by the Liao tribe for the dance. The big deal is to give up some ground and trade space for time. At this time, the little eunuch continued, but the eldest princess said that she brought Wei Hua's personal letter, and that Wei Hua agreed to put the Wei family army under the eldest princess control. Ha 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 ha. Good. Great. I knew it. I knew it. My Zhao family is the destiny of heaven, and God will bless us. Where is the eldest princess? I will honor her. I'm going to enthrone her as a general of heaven's policy. I will make her the first female great general of my Daiyu. I will give her all sorts of rewards. She is truly worthy of being my own sister. She is extraordinary. Zhao Jiu was instantly overjoyed at the words and immediately changed his face, only to feel that everything was full of hope again. The eldest princess said that she's gone to get a letter to subdue the Wei family army first, and will come back to kowtow to your Majesty after subduing the Wei family army. The little eunuch replied. Well done Rapunzel. You still have to look at your own family when it matters. This sister of mine is like me. Wonderful. It's just a pity that she's a female, or else I'll definitely have to crown her as a royal sister. Zhao Jiu said with incomparable relief. Of course, if Zhao Ruyan was really a male, Zhao Jiu would probably be too worried to sleep again. At this time, Zhao Jiu also reacted to the fact that his shock seemed to be a bit too outrageous, and there was no imperial demeanor at all. So, he vented his anger instantly on the little eunuch who came to report the news, and rushed at him and scolded angrily. Straight mother thief. You dead eunuch, in the future can you speak without a big gasp? Come on people, give me to drag him down to beat 50 big boards. Your Majesty spare your life. Your Majesty spare your life. The little eunuch hurriedly begged, thinking that he couldn't understand what mistake he had made, and that he had to say it line by line. But accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. No one could save him even if he shouted through his throat, and he could only listen to one miserable scream after another coming from outside the palace gate. While listening to the screams, Zhao Jiu felt incredibly pleasing to the ear, and even a beautiful reckoning up, with 100,000 Wei Jia army. The district Liao clan cannot help me. It seems that my move to go to the generals to stay in the army is still very powerful, not only to sweep away the internal ministers, but also to succeed in security outside. My achievements are no less than those of the great ancestor Treason. Just then, another small eunuch hurriedly ran in and rushed to Zhao Jiu. Your Majesty, the Zhidong road is in a hurry. There is a group of Westerners and Northern Xiong Kingdom people with a large amount of goods, saying they want to seek us out for trade. Merchants? What commerce? I have not ordered before. My dynasty is large and rich in the 4 seas. Virtue and prestige is far away. 10,000 countries come to the dynasty. All kinds of valuable things. Everything. Do not need his foreigners' things. It's okay for him foreigners to come to pay tribute and admire my heavenly kingdom's teachings. The rest are all forbidden. Zhao Jiu was an incomparably conservative man, mainstay of the closed-door policy, mainly because he was afraid that more foreigners would mess things up and undermine his rule. However, this group of foreigners said that they have signed a treaty of commerce with my Daiyu. The little eunuch continued. A treaty of commerce was signed? And who signed it? How come I don't know? Zhao Jiao froze at his words, feeling unimpressed. It is. Signed with Wei Hua. The foreigners showed the big seal on the treaty. It is. The seal of the great general of the great secretary. The little eunuch did not dare to come out of the atmosphere and said, afraid that he was also like the previous one to be pulled out by Zhao Jiao out of the air. As expected, Zhao Jiao once again became furious at his words. Bastard! Wei Hua has been dismissed from his post. His great general seal is still of no use. I understand. This is him deliberately playing tricks. He is disgusting me. Then I can't take care of these foreigners. Let them get lost. But the foreigners said that if we deny the treaty and go back on our word, then don't blame them for not being polite. They will forcefully open our country's door. The little eunuch replied. Let him fight. A bunch of uncivilized barbarians dare to touch my heavenly country. It's simply outrageous. It just so happens that my 100,000 Wei family army. No, the 100,000 Zhao family army is ready to sharpen their swords. Zhao Jiao said disdainfully, full of confidence. Just kidding. I can't beat the Liao tribe, but I can't beat you few foreigners? It's just ridiculous. On the other hand, the eldest princess Zhao Ruyan sat on a boat for half a month, and easily arrived in Daiyu. Also did not care about rest, immediately rushed to the Wei family army barracks. Although her body was tired, her spirit was uplifted. A pair of beautiful eyes were so excited that they could not wait to glow. Power was indeed the best stimulant in the world, and neither men nor women were exempt from it. See you, eldest princess. The soldiers of the military camp lazily saluted at Zhao Ruyan, not putting this eldest princess in their eyes at all. Zhao Ruyan's face turned cold when she saw this and said, gather the entire army. This princess has something major to announce. What? Want us to go to war again? We said we won't listen to anyone's orders unless Marshal Wei returns. That is, we, the Wei family army, listen to the orders of Marshal Wei alone. Otherwise, we won't recognize even if the King of Heaven comes. The crowd of the Wei family army said with incomparable firmness. Even if it was a holy decree, they dared to disobey the tune and not listen to the declaration. This time it's Marshal Wei's order. There is a letter from Marshal Wei himself here. Zhao Ruyan took out the letter from Wei Hua and said, what? A personal letter from Marshal Wei? Marshal Wei has finally come with a letter. The crowd of the Wei family army instantly blushed at the words. Their original lazy looks swept away. They were trapped here, isolated from the outside world, and their hearts were overwhelmed with anxiety. They were afraid that something might happen to Marshal Wei in Ilua County, especially since the emperor had actually deceived them with the fake Wei Hua's head. Fortunately, right now the news of Wei Shui finally came. Dang, dang, dang. Immediately after that, they even took the initiative to start banging the gong and sounding the gold. The crowd shouted, all hands on deck. In a short while, the 97,000 Wei family troops were assembled and lined up neatly. A glance could not see the edge, as if it was a sea of people, with firm gazes and a murderous aura, so that Zhao Ruyan could not help but feel a little timid when she looked at it. It is incredibly difficult to control such a tiger and wolf division. Luckily, she had a personal letter from Wei Hua. Thus, Zhao Ruyan immediately took out the letter and shouted at the crowd. This is in Wei Hua's own handwriting. The Wei family army is at your service. I am Wei Hua, and I have now discharged my armor and returned to the world. From now on, the Wei family army will listen to eldest princess Zhao Ruyan in all matters, and treat her as you would treat me. You must protect your family and your country. Be loyal to the monarch. Defend against the Liao clan, and be the great wall of the protectorate. With the seal of Wei Hua here, as fake as it is. After Zhao Ruyan finished, she pointed to the seal on the letter and rushed to the crowd. The crowd sniffed and instantly looked at the seal. Only it was not an official seal, but a private one. This, the sign of a secret message from the guardian marshal. This letter, something else. Wei Hua could never have meant what the letter said. It's a matter of great importance. Can the eldest princess give us the letter so that we can carefully verify if it's Marshal Wei's handwriting? In the Wei family army, Xiao Yan, who had once been Wei Hua's personal soldier and was also the current temporary leader of the Wei family army, said at once, ready to come and check the letter thoroughly. Yes, Zhao Ruyan handed over the letter with a big smile. Anyway, she was 100% sure that it was real and wasn't afraid of the Wei family army checking it. Chapter 40. Who says a woman is inferior to a man? Xiao Yan took the letter and immediately asked the others to temporarily stabilize Princess Xiao Ruyan, asking the princess about Wei Shuai's recent situation and attracting the princess' attention. For himself, he quickly ran back to the barracks and gathered the backbone of the Wei Jiao army, then put the letter on an oil lamp and roasted it. In a short while, a line of words appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The Wei family army will quickly gather towards Zhenghuai Dao, and this marshal will receive you home there. If it is inconvenient for your family members to bring them with you, they can remain in the coastal area of Zhedong Dao. and this marshal will send someone to receive them. Wei Hua's secret message was revealed at once. So that's what Wei Shui meant. I told you so. How could Wei Shui hand us over to that woman? I knew that Marshal Wei would never abandon us. We can finally reunite with Marshal Wei. During this period of time when Marshal Wei was away, I always felt like I was without a backbone, and I had no energy to do anything. The crowd instantly rejoiced at these words. The hot-blooded one even said, "That's right. What's the point of following that dim king? It's still our Wei Shui who has the image of the Son of Heaven. To tell you the truth, I've even secretly prepared my yellow robe. Once we rendezvous with Marshal Wei, I will put this yellow robe on Marshal Wei and support him to become the emperor." Ha ha ha, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. The crowd unanimously agreed. Xiao Yan also nodded, but hastened to get back to business and said, far from it, far from it. So let's do what Marshal Wei said now, and use the trick to pretend to follow the orders of the princess. But in reality, we will head to Jianghuai Road and take the opportunity to meet with Marshal Wei. Good. The crowd immediately agreed, and then dispersed in all directions, telling the layers. Not long after, Xiao Yan walked out with the letter and rushed to the eldest princess Xiao Ruyan. This is indeed Marshal Wei's handwriting, and we are willing to follow Marshal Wei's commands in the future and follow the orders of the Rapunzel. But we also have a request. Alright, say it. Do you guys want women or money? This princess will give you all the satisfaction. Xiao Ruyan was overjoyed at the words, and thought that the Wei family army was trying to take advantage of this opportunity to ask for a reward, and was incredibly generous. But Xiao Yan unexpectedly replied, "We don't want gold or silver, much less women. The requirement of our Weijia army is to fight only external wars, not internal wars. We are willing to protect our family and defend our country. So if your majesty really wants to mobilize our Weijia army, then we are only willing to go to the frontline Jianghuaido and deal with the Liao clan." Good. This princess agrees. Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but sweat a little at his words, not realizing that this group of soldiers had such faith. No wonder this Weijia army can win 100 battles, starve to death without robbing food, freeze to death without tearing down houses. She was supposed to take the Wei family army north to fight against Liao, so she naturally agreed in one breath. Wei Hua, you do have a knack for practicing soldiers, but it's quite good. Now all of this belongs to me. Zhao Ruyan smiled from ear to ear and said in her heart, Rapunzel, can our families follow? Xiao Yan went on to ask, this won't do. How cumbersome to bring your family to war. Zhao Ruyan instantly said with alarm. These family members were the key to their Zhao family's control of the Wei family army. They must not be allowed to take them away. Then can they be placed in Jidong Road, which is far away from the front line and a bit safer? Xiao Yan immediately retreated and stated his true purpose. This, Zhao Ruyan sniffed with some hesitation. This request is not excessive. Seeing that there was a show, Xiao Yan and the others immediately knelt down and cried out, Eldest princess, that's all we wish for. We just want our family members to live a safer life. I beg eldest princess to fulfill our wish. Alright, this matter is agreed to by this princess. After all, they still had to rely on the Wei family army to fight the war. So Zhao Ruyan agreed to the request in an attempt to buy people's hearts. Wei family army, only the orders of the eldest princess will be obeyed. Xiao Yan and the others immediately knelt down and shouted, finally accomplishing Marshal Wei's command as they wished, and being able to get out of the clutches of this Diyu. Ha ha ha, everyone, please excuse us. As long as everyone performs well and is loyal to this princess and to great you, this princess will not treat you poorly. Zhao Ruyan was still completely unaware that she had been tricked, and seeing the crowd prostrate on the ground, she laughed and said, the next day, Zhao Ruyan led the Wei family army on a march, and Emperor Zhaojiu personally saw Zhao Ruyan off at the Xuanwu gate. Moreover, Zhaojiu ordered that the Princess Zhao Ruyan be appointed as a female general of the heavenly policy, above the vassal kings, with a cognac of 10,000 households. In addition, he also gave the princess the power to go to the temple with a sword, pay tribute without a name, enter the court without a tendency, and open the government with the 3 ministers of justice. Zhao Ruyan had just become the number 1 person in Zhaojiu, the number 1 person in Daiyu. At this moment, eldest Princess Zhao Ruyan finally felt like she was on her way to the pinnacle of power that she had only dreamed of. With a casual wave of her hand, tens of thousands of generals fell to their knees in front of her. The taste is so intoxicating. Ruyan, I have entrusted everything to you. You must succeed in fighting against the Liao tribe, and never fall back on the mistakes of the Jingkong years of the past. Zhaojiu held Zhao Ruyan's hand and reluctantly said goodbye. Imperial brother, don't worry. On this expedition, Imperial sister will attack the Yellow Dragon and beat the Liao clan to rout. Zhao Ruyan said with confidence. Well, Imperial brother is waiting for your triumph. Zhaojiu saw that Zhao Ruyan had completely taken control of the Wei family army, also let go of his hanging heart, and felt that eating and sleeping smelled a lot better. Immediately afterward, Zhao Ruyan ordered, "All troops, listen to the order. Set off. Northern expedition. Yes, as you commanded by the princess." The 97,000 Wei family troops shouted in unison, their voices shaking the four directions. Afterwards, Zhao Ruyan sat in the luxurious 8-horse carriage, which was covered with damask and silk, as if it was an outing. As the team set off towards Jianghuai Road with great vigor, looking at the neatly organized soldiers outside the window, Zhao Ruyan said with even more bravado, "Wei Hua, the feats that you can do, this princess can also do, and it must be better than what you did. If you can't attack the Yellow Dragon Mansion, I'll do it for you. The Liao clans you didn't completely wipe out, I'll do it for you. Who says women are inferior to men? I, Zhao Ruyan, will also establish unearthly achievements." Chapter 41 Wei Hua. Southward. On the other hand, Iroquois County. Wei Hua personally led the backbone of the Wei family army out of the city at this moment to greet a group of people. Not long after, accompanied by a hoof beeping, a long team appeared in front of the crowd, a donkey loaded with all kinds of goods. It is certainly Wei Hua sent out to sell private salt team. C.U. Marshal Wei, the leader of the merchant team, Yan Xiaoyi, who had once served as Wei Hua's personal soldier, knelt down and saluted. "Quickly, please excuse me, Xiaoyi, did the salt peddling go well this time?" Wei Hua asked, reporting back to Marshal Wei. "It went especially well. Our salt is of better quality and cheaper than the official salt, and it is well liked by the common people of Yu Dynasty. Even the Liao people buy our salt. After all, their salt production process is not good, which is not as good as our salt to eat. This time, we have made a huge profit. I have exchanged it for food. This is the surplus and the account book." Wei Shui points. Yan Xiaoyi took out the account book and handed it over to Wei Huadao. "There's no rush on this one. How are the battle conditions on the front line?" Wei Hua casually handed the account book to Changchur Xin Wuji and rushed towards Yan Xiaoyi to ask. The procession of selling private salt to raise food and military funds was one aspect, while on the other hand, it was Wei Hua's scouts, helping him to find out the latest developments on the front line. After all, fighting a war is all about the information gap. The more information you know, the better your chances of winning. Reporting to Marshal Wei, since the Liao clan followed your orders and exterminated the main force of the Jianghuai army through a sneak attack on the Qingshui River, the Jianghuai army has been retreating all the way, and are now all cowering in the last province of the Jianghuai Road, Huaiqing Province. The Yu dynasty sent the wasteful little courtier Qin Ming to support them, but the result was that this playboy was so scared that he got cramps in his legs and stomach when he went to the battlefield, and actually surrendered with more than 10,000 Jizhou troops before a single battle was fought. It is said that the Qin Golao has long been collusion with the Liao tribe. This time also followed his son surrendered, and transformed. Actually in the Liao tribe also do the position of prime minister. It's true that if you're cheap, you're invincible, Yan Xiaoyi said disdainfully. If it wasn't for this Qin Shou father and son, why would their Wei family army be here? However, Wei Hua think, Qin Shou father and son although hateful, but they are just guessing on the intention, deliberately flattered. If not Zhao Zhou have killed Wei Hua collect Wei family army meaning, give Qin Shou father and son 10 gall they also dare not do so. People are still too tolerant and too patronizing of the emperor, including my time was the same. Thousands of years have passed, and the ones kneeling in front of King Yu's temple are actually still Qin Hui and his wife, and there is no Zhao Gong, the dim-witted ruler, kneeling in front of King Yu, as if it was some kind of treason for a king to kneel before his minister. The secular emperor has been overthrown for hundreds of years, but the emperor in people's hearts still exists. Wei Hua could not help but think. At this moment, Yan Xiaoyi continued, originally, the Yu dynasty army had already been demoralized by this surrender of Qin Ming, and could be taken down in a matter of days. But recently, I heard that it was the Wei family army that finally started up, and the leader of the army is the first princess of Jinshou, Zhao Ruyan, giving the city's defenders the motivation to finally support them for a while longer. It seems that the secret message has been delivered. Xiao Yan and the others have started to act according to this marshal's orders. Then I can't be left behind either. Wei Hua's eyes lit up at his words, finally hearing good news. Thus, Wei Hua immediately ordered, Han Zhong, listen to the order. The last general is here. Veteran General Han Zhong knelt to receive the order. You may lead my Wei family's sailors in a surprise attack on Zhidong Road via the sea. Retrieve the families of my Wei family's army. No mistakes. This was also why Wei Hua had specifically asked the Wei family army to keep their families in Zhidong Road, close to the sea for easy looting. Moreover, if Wei Hua didn't calculate wrongly, those foreign devils will probably fight a war with Yu dynasty at the coast first, and attract away Yu dynasty's defense force by fighting, which is more convenient for Wei Hua to rob people. The last general obeys. Han Zhong obeyed immediately. The rest of you stay in the 4 counties to guard against sneak attacks by the Liao. If necessary, earth mine formations can be set up nearby. Yan Xiaoyi, you make another hard trip. Accompany this marshal to pretend to be a salt merchant and head to Jianghuaidao to pick up the Wei family army. Wei Hua said. He had already decided to personally impersonate a salt merchant and head south to pick up the people. Let the stars of the Wei family army return to their positions. However, Xin Wuji, Lin Tingyou and the others heard this, but their faces changed drastically and hurriedly persuaded. Marshal Wei, you can't do it. Marshal Wei, you are the backbone of us. How can you go into danger alone? Yes, just leave the matter of retrieving the Wei family army to us. The front line is too complicated and chaotic. With the Liao clan and the Yu dynasty's troops, it's almost like a dog's brain has been beaten out of his head. Marshal Wei, you mustn't go. Once something goes wrong, our Wei family army will be completely leaderless. That's right, that Liao clan is now an ally with us. But if they see you alone, Marshal Wei, they definitely won't mind getting rid of you. There's also Yu dynasty. Who even wants to kill you afterward? The Weijia army only listens to my orders alone. It's useless for you to go. And after this marshal goes, he can just take the Wei family army south to capture the dragon and capture that dog Dimwit. How will you guys go and end up crossing the Liao tribe to bring your troops back to Ilua County? So it's still most convenient for me to go directly. Wei Hua explained. He wasn't a person who liked to play individualist, and if the situation didn't necessitate it, he didn't like to go alone. But right now opportunities are rare, and the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. As long as he connected with the Wei family's army, Wei Hua would be able to capture the dragon and take revenge. So, this danger, Wei Hua was willing to gamble on. Then Wei Shuai bring more people. I will select 500 elites for you to protect your safety. Changsher Xin Wuji uneasily said. But I'm a salt vendor going to sell salt this time. Not going to war. Why do I need so many people? Just follow the original normal salt vendor configuration. A line of 20 to 30 people will do. So it's not noticeable. Wei Hua laughed and said, Husband, I'll accompany you. I am the princess of the Liao kingdom. In case of any accidents, the Liao people won't dare to do anything to me. I can protect you safely. Tuoba Yuer did not oppose Wei Hua from start to finish. She only gave her support silently. However, Wei Hua shook his head and refused. We are now sitting in 4 counties and need a backbone. You are the main mother of the Wei family army. You must stay and sit in the town. This time, the danger is so great that Wei Hua can't bring a woman to distract him. And he doesn't want to let Tuoba Yuer fall into deep danger as well. And Ilua County really needs someone to hold down the fort. Then Marshal Wei, I'll go with you. I'm the young master of the Liao clan's Yelu family, so if I encounter any Liao difficulties on the way, I can step in and help you out. The cavalry general at the side, Yelu Kai, followed suit. Marshal Wei, there's still me, although I, Tai Nyo, don't dare to say that I'm the best in the world in terms of force. I'm definitely able to lead you to kill your way out of an army of 10,000. Lin Tingyou was not willing to show weakness. And me. All the backbones of the Wei family army scrambled to be the first to say, if you all go, what about the 4 counties that we fought so hard to get down? I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but don't worry, Wei Hua, don't fight unprepared battles. This time I'll go, even though it's dangerous. I'll definitely return safely. Wei Hua smiled and relieved the crowd. In the end, the personnel were determined. Lin Tingyou, the number 1 combatant in the Wei family army. Yan Xiaoyi, a scouting private. Yelu Kai of the Liao tribe. And 20 elite members of the Wei family army along with Wei Hua. 24 people pretending to be a team of salt merchants. Heading south, picking up people, and capturing dragons. Tuoba Yuer, Xin Wuji, the chief historian, and Lubo One, the vanguard of one, guarded the 4 counties of the town. Husband, make sure you come back safely. If anyone dares to hurt a hair on your head, I will definitely show him how tough our Liao clan's women are. Tuoba Yuer touched her stomach, wanting to tell Wei Hua that she was already pregnant with his child, but when the words came out, she hoped that Wei Hua would not have any hang-ups. She was, indeed, a completely different character from Zhao Ruyan. Although it had only been a short month or 2 with Wei Hua, it had allowed Wei Hua to feel what true love should be like. Don't worry, wait for me at home. Wait for me to lay down the phoenix crown for you to prove that your eyes will never be wrong. Wei Hua kissed Tuoba Yuer's forehead before changing his clothes and setting off. This time, I'll wipe the sword from my waist. I will not return until I break the Great Yu. Chapter 42 The world's first Yang plot. Wei Hua and his party dressed as salt merchants and traveled all the way south. This first stop was the old place Wei Hua had visited last time, the capital of Jizhou Road, Jizhou City. This place is the current temporary capital of the Liao clan. and almost all of the powerful members of the Liao clan are here, including that former cabinet chief minister, Qin Shou, who had just defected from the Yu dynasty. For Wei Hua, Zhao Jiu was naturally the culprit and absolutely had to be killed, but Qin Shou's father and son to help the evildoer. Flattering, framing loyal people, a person of 800 hard eyes, but also worth the death of 3,000 knives, in order to thank the heart of hate. Originally, if they were in the Yu dynasty, then Wei Hua would still need to spend some time to kill them, and would have to gather the Wei family army to fight to subdue the Great Yu in order to capture them. But now that they themselves have gone to the Liao tribe and are closer to Wei Hua, it will be much easier to kill them. It just so happens that, anyway, south by the way to pass through Jizhou City, Wei Hua is ready to slightly trick to kill this Qin family father and son. Anyway, by the hand of things, China's long history of 5,000 years is claimed to have three major Yang schemes. They are, 2 peaches to kill 3, the order to push grace, and the golden knife scheme. The first move, Wei Hua has already used, slightly out of the way, will deceive a group of foreign devils round, got 400 warships, but that's not even the most powerful Yang. The most powerful is the golden dagger scheme. It is known as the world's first Yang scheme and the first counterplot in the ancient times. At this moment, Wei Hua was ready to use this golden sword scheme to destroy this Qin family's father and son. In a short while, Wei Hua and his group successfully passed the interrogation at the gate and entered Jizhou City. And then, under the leadership of Ye Lu Kai, Wei Hua and the others entered Prime Minister Ye Lu's residence. Young master, wait a moment. The master will be here soon. The servants of the Ye Lu family naturally recognized Ye Lu Kai and immediately brought the crowd to the hall before rushing to call Prime Minister Ye Lu. Not long after, wearing a first-class red robe, official Ye Lu Prime Minister came in, and seeing Ye Lu Kai couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you under Wei Hua to repay the favor? How did you come back? Wei Hua is not good to you?" "Prime Minister Ye Lu, don't worry. Everything is fine with your son at my place and I have never bullied him." Wei Hua, who was dressed in a merchant's robe costume, arched his hand and smiled. "Ah, Wei Hua, what brings you here? Back with the princess to save her family?" Prime Minister Ye Lu just apparently didn't recognize that this was actually Wei Hua and couldn't help but be taken aback as he asked. "No, this marshal has come here specifically to help Prime Minister Ye Lu," Wei Hua said with a smile. "What kind of favor does this Prime Minister have that requires Marshal Wei to work so hard and far? How come I don't know myself?" Prime Minister Ye Lu asked with a puzzled expression. This marshal heard that Qin Shou, the traitor of Yu dynasty, was appointed as the right Prime Minister by Empress Dowager Shou of Liao tribe, and the original Prime Minister Ye Lu you were changed to the left Prime Minister, although still the first Prime Minister, higher than Qin Shou, but after all, from the sole Prime Minister into a double Prime Minister. I'm afraid to be divided up, a lot of power put. Ye Lu Prime Minister is so willing and a rebel on an equal footing? Wei Hua said faintly. When Prime Minister Ye Lu heard this, he also sighed and said, "Hey, that is not Empress Dowager Shou's meaning, but the meaning of the South Court King in them. My Ye Lu family has been loyal to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager for generations, and because it is a civil official faction, it has become a thorn in the side of the military official faction led by the South House Great King, and they can't wait to get rid of me so that they can take over the power of my Liao. Originally, the Empress Dowager and I were still able to fight them off when we joined forces, but lately, due to the merits of you, Marshal Wei, the South Courtyard Great King, they have won many battles and great victories over the Yu dynasty. Their prestige is getting stronger and stronger, and the wind has just overpowered us. They have long been colluding with Qin Shou, and now that they are forcing Qin Shou to be the Prime Minister, the Empress Dowager is not in a good position to reject them directly. Therefore, this marshal has come here to help Prime Minister Ye Lu, to get rid of Qin Shou and regain the power of the Prime Minister, Wei Hua said with a solemn face. In order to dispel Prime Minister Ye Lu's concerns, Wei Hua even continued, on public, this marshal is the son-in-law of the Empress Dowager. Naturally, we must stand on the side of the Empress Dowager, so as to maximize the benefits. On the private side, this marshal and that Qin Shou have an undying hatred, so I must kill him. Prime Minister Ye Lu's heart stirred when he heard the words, and he looked at his son Ye Lu Kai, and after seeing Ye Lu Kai nodding his head heavily, Prime Minister Ye Lu immediately rushed at Wei Hua and bowed his hand. May I listen to the teachings of Marshal Wei? Teachings dare not. Small plan only. You and attach your ears to listen to. That. Wei Hutin immediately put his plan in the ear of Prime Minister Ye Lu set aside. Prime Minister Ye Lu listened, more and more bright eyes, and finally even a pat on the thigh said, good plan. Marshal Wei is truly worthy of being the world's most famous general. There is no such thing as a false warrior in the name of honor. Once this plan is in place, it will be hard for the Qin family to escape. That would naturally be to make his family so neat and tidy that even the eggs in the house are shaken loose of their yolks. Wei Hua smiled in his mind as he sniffed. 5,000 years of wisdom, crystallization of the wonderful plan. Extermination of this little traitor. Naturally a piece of cake. Immediately afterward, Prime Minister Yelu followed Wei Hua's instructions and took some gifts with him to Qin Shou's residence. Qin Shou was still startled when he heard that it was Prime Minister Yelu who was visiting, fearing that he had come to raise an offense and suppress himself. After all, he had achieved the position of right Prime Minister when he first came to Daliao, and his heart was actually very frightened. According to Qin Shou's original idea, it would be fine to retire as an idle post in the Liao clan, without any other attempts. As a result, I didn't expect that South Court King had to push into the position of right Prime Minister, clearly wanting to use him to deal with Prime Minister Yelu. If he were in the Yu dynasty, he couldn't wait to have a fight with someone, but this is after all the great Liao. He has no roots, and the Yelu family is the third largest noble family in the Liao clan, second only to the royal family and the descendants. He is truly afraid of being secretly retaliated by the Yelu family. As a result, I did not expect. After the meeting, Qin Shou found that this Yelu Prime Minister is not only not come to ask for punishment, but also actually came to give himself a gift. That Yelu Prime Minister once he saw him as a good meal of praise. Forgive Qin Shou face thick skin, or praised some slight blush. This old thing, what kind of idea did he have? Is it hard to believe that he's trying to pull himself together? 2. My Qin Shou's reputation in Daliao has finally blown to Daliao? Everyone in power and wealth in Daliao is proud to befriend me? Qin Shou stroked his beard and couldn't help but gloat. Chapter 43 Qin Ming was trapped. After bragging for a while, Prime Minister Yelu finally stated the purpose of his trip. I have heard that Prime Minister Qin's son is a talented man, and has the reputation of being a good general in the world. It just so happens that I have a young daughter who is still unmarried. I wonder if she can match your son, Prime Minister Yelu. The Yelu family is a great noble of the Liao clan. If I could marry a daughter of the Yelu family, I don't know how many lifetimes my son would be lucky to have. My Qin family would love to have her. My Qin family would love to have her. Qin Ming immediately smiled from ear to ear and agreed, his heart confirming his thoughts even more. He Qin Shou, as the chief minister of the cabinet of Daliao, has spread his fame far and wide, and the Liao clan's dignitaries have bowed down to him. The Grand King of the Southern Court is pulling him in, and Prime Minister Yelu is also trying to pull him in, even going so far as to join forces in marriage. After all, a few months ago, he, Qin Shou, moved his lips a little and managed to get Zhao Jiao to dismiss Wei Hua, removing a major problem for their Liao clan. This ability, who can compare? Who can compare? Although Qin Ming was actually already married, it was not a big problem, so he was just repudiated. Qin Shou was willing to do anything as long as he could establish a firm foothold in Liao. Even if he had to sacrifice his color, he would be more than happy to do so. And as long as the marriage with the Yelu family, he, Qin Shou, thought that he would be able to stand firmly in the Liao clan, with his feet in two boats, as a stable wallflower. Alright, then we have a deal. This is a token of betrothal from our Yelu family. Please also accept it, Prime Minister Qin. Prime Minister Yelu immediately took an emerald green wrench from his hand and handed it over to Qin Shou, saying, Prime Minister Yelu is too polite. Too polite. Qin Shou said this with his mouth, but his body was incomparably honest as he took this wrench. At this time, Prime Minister Yelu continued, I wonder if Prime Minister Qin can give a return gift. This Prime Minister can also give his daughter an explanation when he returns. Ah, this is as it should be. This is as it should be. This is a jade pendant that this Prime Minister carries close to his body, and it is presented to Prime Minister Yelu. Later on, my Qin family will carefully prepare a colorful gift, and will never fail to be courteous. Qin Shou removed the white jade pendant hanging from his waist and handed it to Prime Minister Yelu, saying, alright, then it's a deal. This Prime Minister still has some official business to attend to. Let's meet again next time. Seeing that the jade pendant was in his hands, Prime Minister Yelu also stopped wasting time with Qin Shou and immediately got up to leave. Alright, official business is important. Then Prime Minister Yelu, we will meet again next time. Qin Shou immediately arched his hand to bid farewell, not noticing anything wrong at all. Immediately afterward, Prime Minister Yelu handed Wei Hua the jade pendant that he had tricked from Qin Shou, and Wei Hua began his second step of the plan, using his identity as a salt merchant to trick a house slave of the Qin family. What do you want with me? Do you want to see my master? Then pay a minimum of 5 taels of silver so that I can help you guys with a briefing. The Qin family's house slave thought that Wei Hua and the others were looking to see Qin Shou, and immediately shouted out the price and said, oh, what's 5 taels of silver? You and watch. Wei Hua laughed coldly, and immediately lifted a red cloth that was lying on the table. In the next second, an ingot of shiny gold dollars appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Look at the weight. It's at least 500 taels of silver. According to the ratio of gold to silver, it can be exchanged for 10,000 taels of silver, enough for a commoner to turn into a landlord and spend it all in 10 lifetimes. Hiss, what do you mean by this? My lords? Is it to let me kill my master? Then I don't dare to. When the Qin family's domestic slave saw such a generous reward, he thought that he was going to do the head-killing business, although his heart has moves beyond measure. But it is because Qin Shou is incomparably cautious, and there are many guards beside him, so he really can't make a successful move. Don't bother. You just need to do what I say and the gold will be yours. You just need to do so and so and so and so. Wei Hua said as he told the house slave what he needed to do. As long as I give this jade pendant to my young master, and then follow the words you taught me, all of this silver will be given to me? The house slave sniffed with some disbelief. That's natural. If you don't believe me, you can take an ingot of gold as a deposit first. Wei Hua said indifferently, not afraid that this house slave would not be moved. Good. I'll do this. The Qin family slave resolutely agreed with a single breath, without the slightest bit of hesitation. After all, he can't make this much money even if he works for Qin Xiang for his whole life, and now he can make so much money by doing it once. Little cutie. I don't want to do it. As for the betrayal of what? The upper beam is not correct, the lower beam is crooked. Qin Shou master can betray the Yu dynasty. He a house slave, why cannot betray Qin Shou? So this house slave, similarly dressed as a salt merchant's slave, followed Wei Hua southward to realize the third ring of the plan, to meet Qin Ming. A few days later, Wei Hua and the others continued southward and soon reached Waihefu, the capital of the Zhenghuai Dao. The Jizhou army led by Qin Ming is stationed here, and in front of it is the front line of the battlefield, the last prefecture that Yu dynasty owns in the Zhenghuai Road, Huiqing Prefecture. As a traitor, Qin Ming was appointed by the Liao clan to lead the attack on Huiqingfu after his surrender, becoming a veritable cannon fodder, but he didn't dare disobey, and even fought very hard. This is called convert mania in psychology. It means that those who join a certain camp later are often more loyal and fanatical than those who belong to that camp by nature. Or, to use the colloquialism, the second ghosts are worse than the real ghosts. This is mainly due to the atonement mentality, whereby newcomers want to make up for the mistakes they made prior to joining by showing greater loyalty, as well as to gain acceptance in the new group and to show that they have made a break with the past. After all, His Majesty wouldn't do anything about a bad fight in Yu dynasty, but in the Liao tribe is still not playing well. That Liao really dared to cut off the head of Qin Ming's dog. Therefore, Qin Ming was also incredibly troubled during this period of time. After all, cannon fodder is not good to do. His men died and were injured a lot, and each of them complained a lot. Qin Ming was really afraid that this group of people would mutiny and accidentally cut off his own dog's head. At that exact moment, an escort came to report that old man Qin Shou had sent a messenger. Quickly call in. Qin Ming immediately brightened up and shouted. As a second-generation dude, his entire hope was with his old man, and he only hoped that he would be able to gain a firm foothold in the Liao clan and transfer him back, so that he would not have to serve as cannon fodder in this place. See you, young master. The Qin family slave entered the barracks and saluted at Qin Ming. It's you, Wang Kai. What words did master ask you to bring? Qin Ming recognized at a glance that this house slave was a close servant of old dad, and did not doubt it. Master said that the Liao clan doesn't trust our Qin family and is even ready to kill us. His lordship has already contacted Great Yu and is ready to go back to the Yu dynasty again, and specially asked me to come and tell young master to follow alone. We, the Qin family, will return to the Yu dynasty again. Wang Kai followed the words taught by Wei Hua and replied as is. What? Pops is running away again? How come changing masters is faster than me changing women? Qin Ming was confused when he heard this, thinking that Pops is too unreliable. He was the one who let cast the Liao tribe before, and now he's the one who wants to go back to the Yu dynasty. However, Qin Ming was still slightly brainy and was afraid of someone messing up, so he suspiciously looked at Wang Kai and asked, for such a big matter, the master only let you dictate it? No letter or anything? Master said it's not safe to write letters for fear of being searched, but master asked me to bring a token, saying that young master you will know when you read it. After Wang Kai finished speaking, he took out the jade pendant Wei Hua had given him and said, well, this is indeed my father's personal jade pendant. When Qin Ming saw the jade pendant, the last trace of doubt in his heart dissipated. After all, the Qin family's personal servants plus personal treasures. Who could not believe this? Moreover, the change of family and constant betrayal is also in line with the usual persona of the old man Qin Shou. Anyway, their Qin family never talks about loyalty and love for the country, only about their own glory and wealth. As long as you can get promoted and become rich, not to mention being a 3-name slave, or even being a 10-name, so what? Grandma's dog Liao tribe. I had a feeling they were no good. They want me to be cannon fodder. It's good that I voted for them. I won't stay here. I'll go back to the Dayu dynasty and continue to be my little pavilion master. Wait here. I'll pack up and run. Qin Ming said immediately upon hearing this, having been caught in a trap. Chapter 44 Qin Ming's death. Young master, master has specially instructed that this time, we should only bring some of our personal guards back with us, and not make a big fuss, lest we startle the Liao clan and be discovered by them. The Wang Kai servant continued. Pops has a point in considering this. Alright, I know. Qin Ming nodded, and then immediately summoned a few dozen of his own cronies, so he was going to escape and re-enter the territory of Dayu. Solely because he was on the front line itself, it was easy to run back. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, who had finished reporting, left in the name of going back to report to the master, but in fact secretly returned to Wei Hua's side and told Wei Hua about Qin Ming's being trapped and tricked. Well done. Take these gold. Wei Hua took out 2 ingots of gold and gave them to Wang Kai. Wang Kai touched the gold and laughed so hard that he couldn't help but gently bite the gold, and after feeling that soft special texture, he even immediately hid the gold in his arms for fear that it would be snatched away from him in general. Now, you go to the Liao army and inform on them. Say that Qin Ming's father and son were going to defect and asked you to report it, and that you were afraid that things would fall apart. Thus you took the initiative to inform on them. Wei Hua began the final arrangement saying, but I'm an underling. I can't enter the Liao army. Wang Kai couldn't help but say, he will take you. After this is done, the rest of the gold will be yours. Wei Hua pointed at Yelu Kai. After all, Yelu Kai is the son of the prime minister, and he knows some people in the military more or less, so it is not a big problem to arrange a house slave to go in. Yes, servant Wang Kai immediately agreed, as long as there was gold, not to mention his master, even his own mother dared to sell it. Huaihe Prefecture, inside the Liao army base camp, Grand King Tuoba Wuzhu of the southern court was discussing with his generals about continuing the attack on the Yu dynasty, and at this time, a Liao general, Wan Yanqi, barged into the tent with Wang Kai and knelt down to report. Reporting to the king of great generals, the last general saw a man sneaking around outside the barracks and captured him. He said that he was a slave of the Qin family and had come to inform on the Qin family's father and son's desire to rebel against my Dalio and return to the Yu dynasty. What? Bastard thing, these South Yu people are really unreliable. Just surrendered to our Dalio, then turned around and surrendered to the Yu dynasty, changing camps faster than old me changing clothes. Really? I'm going to go and capture that Qin Ming back. I said long ago that the people of Nan Yu cannot be trusted. Before he came to defect, he should have buried them alive. The generals in the barracks were furious as soon as they heard that Qin Ming was going to run away, and they all cursed. It shouldn't be. We just promoted Qin Shou to be the right prime minister. Such a high-ranking official. Why would his Qin family run away? Tuoba Wuzhu sniffed and frowned. This can be his plans all disrupted. He was counting on supporting Qin Shou to help him deal with the old prime minister of Yelu. So, Topaz called off the crowd and just sent scouts to check it out. And in a short while, the scout who rushed out returned to the military camp and rushed to Tuoba Wuzhu, reporting to the great general king. It's not good. Qin Ming with dozens of his personal guards suddenly broke out of the barracks and headed south. Handful of birds. This kid really wants to run. Vertical sun. What a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. Give me chase. Chop this dog to death. Tuoba Wuzhu didn't doubt it when he heard this, and he was furious and ordered immediately. Yes. The generals immediately received the order and immediately ordered all the men to go and arrest Qin Ming. On the other hand, Qin Ming is now leaving the city with dozens of personal guards, but after he left the city, he suddenly reacted to one thing. He has not connected with the Yu dynasty. He also rashly go back maybe angry Yu dynasty guards to cut off. How could Pops forget something so big? So he sent one of his own soldiers to go first to Wakingfu, where the Yu dynasty was stationed, to see if he could connect the dots and avoid any misunderstandings. And just as he was waiting, Qin Ming suddenly felt a gust of sound coming from the rear, and turning his head to look, he nearly scared off half of his dog's life, only to see the Liao tribe's great army. He suddenly moved out. 10,000 horses galloped, rolled up a piece of yellow sand and dust, separated from a long distance, can feel that the landslide like momentum. What's going on? What's going on? I just ran away. How did the Liao clan know about it? Qin Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded at the sight. He felt that he had done a very covert job. And externally he also said that he had only gone to investigate the military situation. So how did he get found out? Marshal Qin, what are we going to do? The Liao clan's cavalry is unrivaled. We will definitely be caught up. Qin Ming's personal guards were also anxious when they saw this and rushed to Qin Ming. Brothers, hold on. I'll go get help for everyone. Qin Ming immediately started the deadly Taoist technique, telling his men to fend them off while he himself escaped. Marshal Qin, you must hurry and bring in help. The crowd had no choice but to pin their hopes on Qin Ming and shouted at him, and relying on betraying his brothers. Qin Ming smoothly ran to a valley, and feeling that there was no more movement behind him, he finally breathed a little sigh of relief. Good thing I brought some cushions with me. Fortunately fortunate. Ha ha ha, this Liao clan is also stupid. If they lay an ambush in this valley, I will die for sure. Ha ha ha. Qin Ming looked at the narrow valley in front of him and laughed indulgently. And right at that moment, a voice suddenly came out. Qin Ming, it's been a long time. Qin Ming was shocked at his words and turned his head to look, only to see a man dressed as a salt merchant riding on a horse, holding a green-colored sword. Are you, Wei Hua? Why are you here? Qin Ming looked at the incomparably familiar face of the visitor and was instantly like seeing a ghost. Shouldn't this Wei Hua have died at the hands of the Liao tribe? How did he show up here? Naturally, I came to take your dog's head, Wei Hua said with a cold smile. He had specially placed ambushes on all three of Qin Ming's escape routes in order to prevent him from escaping. However, this Qin Ming was obviously unlucky to run into the strip guarded by Wei Hua himself. I heard that your kid took a fake head to impersonate this marshal and even took the opportunity to make it to Hussar General. You've got big dog guts, Wei Hua sneered and said. Wei Shuai, Marshal Wei, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I was blinded by lard. But I'm doing this for your own good. I'll take a dummy head to go. Marshal Wei, you will not be safe? Qin Ming was still forcing his way through his defense at this point. Really? Then why didn't you think of keeping me safe when you led the 30,000 Jizhou army before? When you father and son were aiding and abetting the evil and helping Zhao Zhou frame me, why didn't you think of making me safe? To this day, you still say this kind of bull ***** on the various bad things you father and son duo have done. Killing you 100 times wouldn't be too much. You should be glad that you only have a dog's head. It's only necessary to die once. Wei Hua sneered, not bothering to talk nonsense with this kind of person anymore, and directly struck out. With a swing of his Qinfeng sword, he immediately slashed towards Qin Ming. Although Qin Ming was known as the world's best general, he was nothing more than an embroidered pillow, and even his body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, so he simply couldn't even dodge. There was a swish. A bloodstain instantly appeared on Qin Ming's neck. The next second, with a bang sound, the head fell to the ground, split in two. Hussar General, little courtier, Qin Ming, D. Wei Hua, officially taking the first step towards revenge. Kill Qin Ming. Chapter 45. Qin Shou returns to the west. The day after Qin Ming's death, news traveled fast into the city of Jizhou. Prime Minister Yelu immediately brought his soldiers and horses to Qin Shou's residence and surrounded it in layers. Prime Minister Yelu, you're here. Did you come to discuss setting an auspicious date this time? Qin Shou, at the moment completely unaware of his son has somehow betrayed the Liao tribe, was cut off the head. He is even still doing in the Yelu family marriage dream. See Yelu Prime Minister with so many people. To some of the stunned, thought this is not the Liao custom. More people betrothal lively a little? Just why are these people still carrying knives? However, Prime Minister Yelu said with a serious face, by order of the Empress Dowager, Qin Shou and Qin Ming, father and son, have betrayed the Liao clan by being shameless. Behead them immediately. Men, bring me down this disorganized man. Ah, Prime Minister Yelu, what are you doing? Aren't we going to marry? Aren't we the children's family? What are you doing? The new right Prime Minister Qin Shou saw the situation dumbfounded, could not help but ask. Bah, how can you, a third caste slave, be worthy of being my sons and daughters' parents? With that dog son of yours, I would even dislike to give my family slave as a husband. Prime Minister Yelu sneered and said, how did I become a third caste? What in the world happened? What gives you guys the right to treat this Prime Minister like this? This Prime Minister is a right Prime Minister of the first rank. His position is not lower than yours. How can you all be so rude? Qin Shou was instantly grabbed by the hands of the Liao soldiers, and all that was left was an incomprehensible growl. Fine. For the sake of being a fellow officer, this minister will let you die with a clear conscience. You gave your son a jade pendant and told him to defect to Yu dynasty. Luckily, my Daliao warriors were clear-eyed and captured him, and he was directly punished. Now that your rebellion has been exposed, the Empress Dowager is furious and has removed you from all official positions, allowing this county to execute you on the spot. Understand? Prime Minister Yelu said with a cold smile. Jade pendant? You didn't ask me for the jade pendant, saying that you would take it as a gift for the betrothal of our sons and daughters. I get it. You set me up. You guys let go of me. This Prime Minister Yelu set me up. I want to see the Empress Dowager. I want to see the South Court King. I want to prove my innocence. Qin Shou immediately roared loudly. However, no one paid any attention to him, even if he shouted at the top of his lungs. After all, Prime Minister Yelu brought with him all the Yelu family's own soldiers and household slaves. Who would care about such a Yu dynasty person? To this, Chancellor Jerome replied even more bluntly, so what if I set you up? Have you and your father framed many people in the past? Even Wei Hua, a famous general of his generation, was framed by you and dismissed from his post. Truth be told, this ploy to get rid of you is what Wei Hua had in mind. This is treating you in the same way as his own, letting you feel what it's like to be falsely accused? How about that? Wonderful? Qin Shou heard instantly burst of anger. How also did not expect that he thought that he casually get rid of Wei Hua, in the end to get himself killed. Enraged, he kept roaring, bastards, you're colluding within and without. You're the ones betraying the Liao clan. Quickly let go of me. I'm going to sue the imperial court. I'm going to sue the imperial court. I have people above me. I'm close friends with the southern court king, Tuoba Wuzhu. If you kill me, the southern court king won't let you go. You guys betrayed to do the truth. And the south courtyard great king can't protect you. Moreover, this time, he is also furious and ordered to kill you. Right now, even the gods can't save you. Prime Minister Yelu sneered. This, then, is the power of the golden knife scheme. Utilizing the difference in information, it was directly confirmed that the Qin family's father and son were trying to betray the great Liao, and no one would save them. They all wanted them dead. Wei Hua, I hate you. Wei Hua. The desperate Qin Shou was left with nothing but impotent roaring. How could he not expect? He plotted for half a lifetime, all the way to be a dog, and it was not easy to become a prime minister in the Liao tribe as well, but it would end up like this. Swish! In the next second, Prime Minister Yelu took matters into his own hands, a large knife slashing towards Qin Shou's obscene dog's head, instantly causing a stream of blood to gush out. The number one civilian official in power in Daiyu, the head of the cabinet, Zhao Jiu's white glove, Qin Shou. Death. Qin Shou and Qin Ming, father and son, finally paid the price for what they did, and now that the traitor is dead, the next step is to slay the dragon. Zhao Jiu's death is not far away. On the other hand, Yu Dynasty, Linen City. Zhao Jiu still does not know the death of the Qin family's father and son, but he is still incredibly annoyed, especially looking at the latest sent up the Weijia army Zhangji, angry cursing, and want money, and food again. Where did they get such a big appetite? Can they eat it all? Can they use it all? A bunch of damned assholes who can't be considerate for the country at all. My treasury is so empty that it can run away with rats. If this continues, I'm going to have to use the internal treasury. The reason why Zhao Jiu would be angry like this was because the Wei family army had been petitioning for money and food every other day during this time, and the amounts were all incomparably huge. At first, Zhao Jiu was very happy. After all, the willingness to ask for something means that the Weijia army has a weakness, so it is good to control it. But later, these Weijia army is intensified, want more and more things even. Once they don't give or a little late, they directly rely on the road does not go. Originally a 4-day trip to JACD, they dawdled for 8 days just to ask for more money. Mother asterisk. Why didn't I see you guys being so greedy when Wei Hua was around? If I had known this, I might have been better off with Wei Hua in. Now engaged in Zhao Jiu and Emperor Hard went out of the feeling of the long labor. Eyes open feel that someone in their own debt collection. If this keeps up, he's not going to have any more food left for this emperor. Report to His Majesty. At that moment, the eunuch broke in again in a hurry. In a hurry? What is it again? Is it the Weijia army that wants money and food again? There's no end to them. Do you really think that I can turn out silver and have all the money I need? Zhao Jiu roared, the anger in his heart reaching the extreme. No, Your Majesty, it is. Something happened in Zhidong Road. Those foreign devils really made a move, and defeated my Zhidong defense army. Right now has already killed towards Linen. The eunuch said in panic. What? How? What are these defense troops doing? If you can't beat the Liao tribe, you can't even beat the barbarian foreign devils? Zhao Jiu was instantly shocked at his words. How could he not expect that after leaving Weihua, his own army would actually be weak to such an extent that even foreign barbarians could come and fight themselves? There are especially many foreigners this time. The 3 kingdoms of the East, the North Bear, and the West, combined their efforts. A total of over 600 warships were sent, numbering tens of thousands. My Zhidong defense army never thought that the enemy would come from the sea, was unprepared, hence the great defeat. The eunuch replied. Wastes, they're all trash. A bunch of wastes who will only eat my salary but not do anything. Can't even beat 10,000 foreign barbarians. Quickly get the Forbidden Army to go and stop it. Also say that I'm going hunting. Let the Forbidden Army divide half of it. No, set aside 70% of the troops to escort me to Gon land. Zhao Jiao panicked. Linen is very close to the sea. Itself is also in the middle of Zhedong Road. He was afraid that he would be captured by the foreign devils, and immediately he was ready to run away by himself first. After all, the national capital could be lost, but he, the son of heaven, must not have any accidents. The Forbidden Army, on the other hand, is the last field force of the Yu dynasty, the last force used to defend the imperial power, numbering about 50,000 men. This power was originally enough to deal with the foreign devils, but Zhao Jiao was too scared and preferred to let them divide their troops to escort his escape, rather than thinking of defending the country's gates and fighting the foreign devils to the death. After all, Dayu has its own national traditions. Anyone who commits a crime against me, even if it is far away, will be compensated, even if it is far away, will be cut. Chapter 46 Wei Hua contacted the Wei family army. Zhujiang East Road, Ninghai Province. The foreign devils defeated the Zhedong Road defenders on the front foot and attacked them. The veteran General Han Zhong on the back foot then followed Wei Hua's orders and led the Wei family's navy southward, arriving here without incident, ready to come and pick up the relatives of the Wei family's army. However, when Han Zhong and the others arrived, they saw an incomparably shocking scene, only to see that the originally incomparably prosperous Zhedong Road was at the moment chaotic, with corpses everywhere, and to say that it was littered with corpses would not be an exaggeration. And most of these bodies are predominantly old people. Countless foreign devils are rampaging between the various homes, all kinds of robbing things to play women. The slightest disobedience will immediately take action to kill. The officers have long since fled, and there is no one to stop the group. The city was filled with the mournful screams of women, old people, and children. One sound is more miserable than the other. It's a living hell on earth. Marshal Wei was right. These foreign devils have really jumped the gun. Straight mother thieves. This group of beasts are worse than animals. The crowd of the Weijia army looked at the miserable state of the common people, and infinite anger welled up in each of their hearts. Veteran General Han Zhong even said, Marshal Wei has ordered that if these foreign devils have decent military discipline and don't bother the common people, then they will be allowed to fight against the Yu dynasty army. But if this group of foreign devils do wrong and kill indiscriminately, then just annihilate them and rob their ships to increase the power of our Wei family's sailors. So right now, kill this group of people and avenge the common people. Kill. The Weijia sailors sniffed and immediately made their move. One by one, they took their large swords and slashed at the heads of the ghosts. The foreign devils were busy robbing money and women. They did not expect the enemy to rush from the rear. Plus they had already messed up the establishment in order to rob things, scattered all over the place. And at this moment they could not rally at all, and instantly changed from the original flaunting aggressor to a tail wagging and begging for mercy. Now many of the foreign devils had their heads chopped off with a knife before they could even lift their pants. Blood blossomed everywhere like a fountain. More foreign devils were on their knees begging for mercy in a hurry, with all kinds of bird language coming out of their mouths. There are Eastern, Northern Bear, and Western languages. In this regard, the guards are all treated equally. Those who don't understand are treated as resistance and are executed on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. The Weijia army looked at the tragic situation of the people, each with bloodshot eyes, treating these foreign devils without mercy, until the knife is cut curled edge. From the morning until the machete at night, every corner of the Weijia army carefully checked, fearing that there is any leakage. They didn't stop until they were sure no one was there. General Han, how can we find the relatives of our Wei family army? We've searched around a bit, but we couldn't find any. Put up a flagpole, and all the relatives of my Wei family army will gather themselves when they see the Wei character army flag. Han Zhong said. In no time, a single Wei family flag was flying all over Haining province. At this time, inside the Ninghai prefecture's government office, it was the only place in the entire Ninghai province that had not fallen. The officials have withdrawn, and the officers are even more long gone. But the families of the Weijia army did not withdraw. They all concentrated in the government office, relying on the building of the government office, relying on some of the means of self-defense taught by their husbands in the past, to form a women's troop, desperately trying to resist the invasion of the foreign devils. The foreign devils attacked this government office for a full day, and found that it could not be taken down at all, but also lost a serious loss of troops before stopping, so that the families of the Weijia army can be preserved. At this moment, a female family member who was responsible for checking the movements outside suddenly saw a flag rising not far away, and the flag was clearly flying with an incomparably familiar big word, Wei. It's the Wei flag. We're saved. Sisters, we are saved. The Wei family army is here. This female family member immediately shouted in ecstasy. Not long after, the closed gate was opened, and countless women's families came out from it to join Han Zhong and the others. Although they didn't recognize Han Zhong, it didn't matter because everyone was a Wei family army, all under Wei Hua's command. The Heavenly Guardian Army is one family. That one-way flag would bring them the greatest trust. And Han Zhong immediately sent large ships to escort these families back to Ilua County. He himself, however, stayed behind and occupied Haningfu with the Weijia sailors. This was one of the tasks Wei Hua had given Han Zhong, to lay a forward base in the Yu dynasty. By now, Wei Hua had two plots. A piece is inserted in the 4 counties of Ilua in the rear of the Liao. A piece was inserted in Haningfu, which is very close to Linen in the Yu dynasty. Neither piece is large, but they are incredibly important. On the other hand, Wei Hua and the others, after killing Qin Ming, continued their journey southward to Weikingfu, that is, the territory where the Weijia army is stationed, ready to meet with the Weijia army. However, due to the great war between the Liao clan and the Yu dynasty, the entire city of Weikingfu is under martial law, so even if Wei Hua and the others are posing as salt merchants, they can't get in, and they simply can't connect with the Wei family's army. His grandma, it's at the door and I can't even get in. What a headache. Why don't I just roll in? I'm good with my hands. I'll go to the Wei family army. Lin Tinyo, the first war general of the Wei family army, immediately said, "This city is several feet high, and there are patrolling soldiers all around. How are you going to turn it over? Isn't this throwing yourself into the net?" Yan Xiaoyi immediately launched an objection. "Then let's just put up a flagpole here and say that we are the Weijia army. The guarded Weijia army will definitely come to join us when they see it." Lin Tinyo said again, "This won't work either. Now that the war is raging, the Wei family army won't necessarily believe our identity because of a flagpole. Moreover, it's also easy to scare the snakes, and wouldn't it be a disaster to be attacked from both sides by the Liao clan and the Yu dynasty at that time?" Yan Xiaoyi once again refused. "What then? It's neither here nor there. We can't just wait here in agony," Lin Tinyo said with chagrin. "There is no harm in waiting until night. This marshal has his own way." Wei Hua smiled slightly, but he had a brilliant plan. As soon as the crowd heard that Wei Hua had a solution, they immediately felt relieved and waited quietly. A few hours later, it did get dark, and Wei Hua pulls out his secret weapon, fireworks. Wei Hua came out with a gunpowder formula 5 years ago, trying to get a heat weapon and go straight for the drop. But Wei Hua is not a science student after all, and many things are half understood. And it's true that this thing called technology can't advance by leaps and bounds all of a sudden. It's too limited by the times. Unlike some brainless novels, the protagonist can rub bombs in his hands as soon as he travels to ancient times. And then he has all the pistols and sniper rifles and cannons. And in the end, he can even nuke other countries, which is simply outrageous. During these 5 years, Wei Hua had looked for all kinds of skilled craftsmen. That is to say, he had built an earth mine array, as well as a half-finished cannon under test. However, it is probably because the Chinese people were born with the fireworks gene, and so was this land similar to China. When these skilled craftsmen were developing gunpowder, they accidentally came up with fireworks. It's just that fireworks aren't much use for the battlefield, so Wei Hua hadn't taken them out before. But the Wei family army was aware of it. When the fireworks were developed, Wei Hua took them and set them off for a night to cheer up the Wei family army that had won the battle. Everyone was incredibly excited to see it, so much so that later, every time Wei Hua won a battle, he would take some fireworks to celebrate. And at this moment, Wei Hua was then ready to set off fireworks again to let the Wei family army know that Marshal Wei had returned. After all, such splendid things, under the heavens, only Wei Shuai could do it. Chapter 47 The Guardian Army. Returning to its place, Wei Hua unzipped the package he had brought with him and took out a single firework from it and set it on the ground. "What is this?" Yellow Kai had never seen this before and looked puzzled. "This is fireworks. It's our Wei Marshal's unique invention. You still have this with you, Marshal Wei. But isn't this what we use to win battles? We didn't win the war, so why did you bring this?" Lin Tinyo, who recognized this thing, saw this and asked without understanding. "I see. Marshal Wei is trying to use this item to tell the Wei family army in the city that we have arrived. Wonderful. It's truly marvelous. Once this firework explodes, it can be seen all over the city, but only my army knows this. It couldn't be better to use to contact each other." Yan Xiaoyi on the side couldn't help but exclaim. Marshal Wei really deserves to be Marshal Wei, able to anticipate the enemy in everything. That's right. Wei Hua smiled slightly before taking out his fire folders and lighting them, ready to give this era some small shock of technology. Not long after, with bang, 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 the sound, a firework that instantly blooms in the darkened night air. Reds, greens, yellows, purples, colorful and glorious. Ancient nights were incomparably dark and silent without streetlights, much less lights of any kind, and as a result, it makes the fireworks seem even more brilliant and dazzling. It instantly attracted the attention of countless people. "What's that sound? Is it the Liao clan coming to sneak attack?" Zhao Ruyan, who was resting in the barracks, was shocked at the sound and thought it was the Liao clan smashing over with stone throwers, so she hurriedly put on her armor and ran out. And when she came out, she realized that there was not much killing sound, only the sky above, the incomparably gorgeous fireworks, as if painting recklessly on the dark curtain, which instantly attracted her attention. Wow, good looking. What is this thing? This poor countryside actually has such a spectacle. I've never even seen it in the capital. Do you guys recognize it? Zhao Ruyan was instantly attracted by the fireworks, and couldn't help but ask at the soldiers beside her. These personal soldiers were all forbidden guards brought from the capital. All of them did not recognize the fireworks and shook their heads. There is that one who can kiss ass then took the opportunity to say, This should be heavenly auspiciousness. It means that the princess is leading the Wei family army to a great victory. That's why it's like this. That's right. We've never seen such a spectacle before. As soon as the princess came, she had it. It's definitely auspicious. Princess is truly blessed. Even the heavens are on your side. The men under her command echoed. Although Zhao Ruyan didn't concur on the surface, her heart was bursting with joy, and she ecstatically said in her mind, this princess said that she would definitely be able to get the job done. The Liao clan is nothing more than dirt. This princess will definitely be stronger than Wei Hua. She had no idea what the fireworks really represented. On the other side, the Wei family army also heard the commotion, and after looking up, the crowd was instantly shocked. This is actually fireworks. It's the Wei Shuai. It's Wei Shuai who has arrived. Only Wei Shuai can set off fireworks, and only Wei Shuai has fireworks. The marshal of the guard has come to fetch us. Marshal Wei has come to fetch us. Shoo, everyone keep it quiet for now. We can't let the eldest princess and the rest of the Zhenghuai army find out, lest we scare the snakes. In that case, I'll go see the princess and ask them to let us out of the city and meet up with Marshal Wei. Everyone go pack up their things. Xiao Yan, the temporary leader of the Wei family army, said. Yes. Hearing this, the crowd instantly quieted down and quickly returned to the barracks to pack up their things. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, immediately traveled to Zhao Ruyan and rushed to her. Princess, this is the witchcraft of the Liao tribe. They use it every time to disrupt our attention and then wait for an opportunity to sneak in. I also asked the princess to give the order for my Wei family's army to go to war against the Liao army. I see. I said why there is suddenly such a beautiful view and a good time. It's a pity that this scenery is not auspicious, but is the work of those barbarians from the Liao tribe. What a waste. Alright, this princess will allow you to go to war. Give this princess a big break against the Liao army. Zhao Ruyan heard that the Wei family army took the initiative to ask for battle and immediately agreed, begging for it. After all, usually when she took the initiative to beg the Wei family army to go to war, they refused. They just kept asking for money and food, saying that they had to earn enough money for their wives and daughters for the rest of their lives, and that they would only be willing to go to war when they had enough money. So much so that Liao Yu and you have been facing each other without fighting a single battle. Now the sun has really come out of the west, and the Wei Jia army has actually taken the initiative to ask for war. It seems that they still have more or less a little bit of family and national sentiment in them. Not long after, the tightly closed gates of Huiqing Prefecture finally opened, and more than 90,000 Wei family troops poured out. Wei Shuai, it's Marshal Wei. Brothers, Marshal Wei is back. The Wei family soldiers who rushed out of the city gates followed the direction of the fireworks, and sure enough, they found an incomparably familiar figure there, instantly bursting into tears of excitement. Brothers, I have come to take you home. Wei Hua looked at the more than 90,000 brothers under his command, returning one by one, no less, also with bloodshot eyes, excitedly went forward to embrace them one by one. A man's tears are not light. It's just that it's not yet the day of reunion. While Zhao Ruyan, who was standing on the citadel watching the battle, noticed that these Weijia troops seemed to stop at a place and not move after leaving the city. She thought it was too dark for her to see, and couldn't help but ask at her side, how come we didn't hear any movement from the battle? Is this a war? Yes, I didn't hear any killing sounds. It doesn't look like a war. What is this Wei family army doing? It's not like they want to join the enemy, is it? It can't be. We didn't treat the Wei family army too badly. There's no reason for them to defect, right? The people under his command couldn't help but say, causing Zhao Ruyan's heart to sink. At that moment, a man with better eyesight suddenly said, Look, you guys, there seems to be a flagpole there, and there's a word on it. What word? Zhao Ruyan asked in a hurry. It's too dark to see. The men shook their heads. Whoosh! Bang! Just then, another firework burst into the air. With the faint light of the fireworks, the man with good eyesight finally saw the words written on the banner. Wei! I saw it! It's a Wei character! The man instantly exclaimed. What do you mean? What are these people doing setting up a Wei flag out there? And they're all gathering against this flag. Do these people want to unveil themselves? It shouldn't be. Wei Hua isn't here. And they don't have a leader. So how would they dare to rise up? Unless Wei Hua comes back. But then how is that possible? Wei Hua is dead, ha 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 ha. It's hard for the dead to come back to life, ha 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 ha. The crowd said one thing to each other. And in the end everyone even laughed, only feeling that this was really a pie in the sky. However, Zhao Ruyan's face sank and she couldn't stop laughing. Because she knew Wei Hua wasn't dead at all. It is still possible that this banner was erected by Wei Hua's own hand when he returned. When she thought of this, Zhao Ruyan felt a shiver run through her body. She couldn't believe how much this Wei family army would have to listen to Wei Hua if he came. Just then, something that made Zhao Ruyan even more desperate appeared, only to see that the Wei family soldiers who had left the city just now had actually started to come back, and one by one, they were rapidly charging towards the Huiqing mansion with a murderous aura. So much so that Zhao Ruyan, who was standing at the top of the city, saw the shining steel swords. The Liao clan didn't show up at all, but this Wei clan army killed and came back. It also means that the worst case scenario has come up. The man. The odds are that the man is back. Quickly. Close the gates quickly. Never let them in. Zhao Ruyan instantly screamed and prepared to block the city gates. However, it was already too late. It was so dark that the Wei family army had reached the door before the people reacted, and it was too late to inform them. The Wei family army then stepped inside the Huiqing mansion without any problems. The soldiers guarding the city are still there, foolishly chatting with the Wei family's army. Why are you guys back again? Didn't you see the Liao army? Ha! What a Liao army! It's the return of Marshal Wei, and we've turned against him. If you know what's good for you, then kneel down and surrender. If you don't dare, then take your dog's head and sacrifice it to the flag. With these words, accompanied by swish, 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 the sound of swish, the steel swords of the Wei family army were mobilized, taking the lead and hacking to death several generals of the Jianghuai army, leaving the Jianghuai army completely leaderless. At this moment, the Wei family army had a backbone and completely returned to its place. Chapter 48 Gaslighting Zhao Ruyan. What? Wei Shuai, isn't Marshal Wei dead? The remaining Jianghuai army crowd froze at the words. The court has already promulgated the news of Marshal Wei's death to the entire Yu dynasty, and their Jianghuai army has also been saddened by it. It feels like such a dry city of the country has actually fallen. Who can still stop the Liao tribe? As a result, I didn't expect to hear the news that Wei Shuai didn't die at this moment, which was really surprising. At that moment, Wei Hua rode a white horse, clad in a silver war robe, and stepped into the city, shouting at the crowd, I am Wei Hua. The imperial court is unruly and the treacherous officials have harmed me. Fortunately, this marshal is fortunate and lucky not to be dead. Now, I'm ready to rise up, to fight against injustice, and to kill the tyrant. Are you all willing to follow me? It really is Marshal Wei. I had the honor of seeing Marshal Wei once before. It's him all right. We are willing to surrender. Swear to follow Marshal Wei to the death. Someone who knew Wei Hua immediately shouted loudly. We are willing to surrender. Swear to follow Marshal Wei to the death. The Jianghuai soldiers immediately all agreed to surrender upon hearing this, and they all fell to their knees. After all, a man's name is a tree's shadow, and Wei Hua's fame was just too great, helping the building to fall, pulling back the tide. This Dayu's ability to gain a foothold in the south can be said to be all due to Wei Hua. Even their Jianghuai army was built according to Wei Hua's 3 lines of defense. If it was just Wei Hua alone, the crowd would not have kowtowed. But at this moment he has already joined with the Wei family army, holding 100,000 troops. That is, when the wind and clouds change the dragon. There is no enemy in the world. Who dares to stand in the way? Who can still stand in the way? Jianghuai army is now left with only 10,000 people. They do not want to touch the stone. They don't want to die for nothing. Bastards. This group of bastards. My Dayu is not mean to them. How dare they just surrender without a single cut? And that damned Wei family army. This princess has complied with them and everything. But they still want to betray. White-eyed wolves that can't be brought up. Zhao Ruyan, who was standing on the city wall, saw the mountainous cries of surrender from the Jianghuai army and cursed in anger. Afterward, she had to rush at the remaining hundreds of royal forbidden army. Quickly, all of you, quickly escort me away. This princess no longer wants to fall into Wei Hua's hands. The scene of being taunted by Wei Hua in various ways last time, and receiving several dabi pockets has been lingering in Zhao Ruyan's mind. She dreamed of getting revenge back, but she didn't realize that the revenge hadn't been reported yet. But she bumped into Wei Hua again. The power that she had thought to be high above her was so unbearable that it collapsed in an instant. Like a dream, it made Zhao Ruyan's heart feel like a knife. And the next second, something even more heartbreaking happened to her. I only saw that these royal forbidden troops even directly drew out their swords at the words and set them on Zhao Ruyan's neck. Eldest princess. I'm sorry. What are you doing? You are the royal forbidden army. The world receives the nation's favor. Even you guys want to rebel? Do you have a conscience? Are you worthy of the royal favor? Zhao Ruyan was really going to be furious. What's all this about? A few minutes ago, she was the female general of Tianzi who commanded thousands of troops. As a result, a few minutes later, the Wei family army betrayed. And even if the Jianghuai army betrayed, how could the personal guards that he brought with him also betray? Is there any trust between people? What kind of words are these? Eldest princess, we just want to live. A good bird chooses a tree nest. We always have to find a good place for ourselves. You can only blame yourself for being incompetent. That's right, the Wei family army has been in your hands for so long, you can't command it at all. When the other commander Wei returns, he can be followed by 100,000 people. Won't you reflect on yourself what the problem is? What use are you except for a better life and the title of princess? I heard that you took the Yangtze River Navy on an expedition before, and it resulted in the destruction of all 8,000 Navy divisions, and now you've taken 100,000 Wei troops on a campaign, and they've all defected to Weihua. Such a waste. If we follow you again, it will be difficult for us to save our lives. So princess, please also work hard and make a big gift from us to Marshal Wei. The royal forbidden army said as you spoke. Each sentence was like a steel knife, thrusting into Zhao Ruyan's heart, plunging her into her body, plunging her into her heartbreak. It was only at this moment that she realized how worthless she had previously thought the glory of the royal family, the royal bloodline, was. Turns out, everyone hadn't taken her seriously at all. She thought she could go to the top of life on her own and surpass Weihua. In reality, it was nothing, reduced to a joke. Even those closest to him betrayed him. I really this useless? Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but reflect on this and bowed her head. And by this time, Weihua had already fully taken over this Huiqing mansion and ascended the city tower. Attend Marshal Wei. We are willing to submit to Marshal Wei, and we have specially captured the eldest princess of Daiyu, so please ask Marshal Wei to deal with her. The royal forbidden army and the others immediately fell to their knees when they saw Wei Huo and handed over Zhao Ruyan at the first opportunity. Zhao Ruyan, however, after seeing Wei Hua, was blaming Wei Huo for all her mistakes. She cursed angrily at once. Wei Hua, you liar, liar. You clearly wrote a letter saying that you would hand over the command of the Wei family army to me. So why did you go back on your word? It's all you. It's all because you lied to me. You made me into a joke. Oh, you said that letter then I really have to thank you for that. It helped me a lot. Wei Hua smiled slightly at his words and said, what do you mean? Zhao Ruyan froze at his words. This letter is still in your hands, right? Wei Hua said as he prepared to kill. Zhao Ruyan took out the letter that she regarded as a treasure and that had helped her rise to the top of power. Xiao Yan, let the eldest princess open her eyes. Wei Hua rushed to the personal guard beside him. Yes. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled up as he took out a flint and began to iron this letter. Not long after, a line of handwriting appeared in front of Zhao Ruyan's eyes. The Wei family army will quickly gather towards Zhenghuai Dao, and this marshal will receive you home there. If it is inconvenient for your family members to bring them with you, they can remain in the coastal area of Zhidong Dao, and this marshal will send someone to receive them. How did this happen? How is this even content? That's what you gave me the letter for? I say, how could you be so kind? Aha! So, it was I who victimized Daiyu? I was the one who personally delivered your message to the Wei family army, and personally brought the Wei family army to give it to you? Zhao Ruyan looked at the real contents of the letter. Her heart was like a knife, incredulous, and her entire eyes were filled with blood. That's right, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known how to successfully retrieve this 100,000 strong army. You've really helped me a lot. Oh yes, in addition, thank you, helping my Wei family army get so much food and silver from the Yu dynasty. Now my Wei family army is really rich. Ahahaha. Wei Hua laughed indulgently, laughing at how stupid this Zhao Ruyan was. Stealing a chicken didn't work. Put. Zhao Ruyan instantly felt a surge of airflow upwards, and then she even directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, being fainted by the living air. Chapter 49 Diatribe Against the Yu Dynasty. Wei Hua doesn't care if Zhao Ruyan faints or not. All his feelings for her have long gone up in smoke along with that letter of repudiation and cutting off his robe. So, taking advantage of Zhao Ruyan fainted time, Wei Hua began to reorganize the city defense of Huiqingfu, the original Jianghuai army through the replacement. All disarmed and sent to the barracks to accept the review the end of the employment again, and all the important places in Huiqingfu were taken over by the Wei family army, originally in the princess under the banner of lazy not do the right thing. Wei family army. In the hands of Wei Hua instantly became easy to shake the mountain. Shake the Wei family army is difficult of the Iron Army. The damaged areas of the city walls were immediately repaired, and those that were weak were immediately strengthened. Rusty weapons of all kinds immediately began to be polished, and broken armor immediately began to be mended. Moreover, the Wei family army also took out the countless grains that they cheated from Zhao Jiao and Zhao Ruyan to set up kanji huts to provide relief to the people in the city. After all, it's the people who will suffer the most when this war is fought. The battlefield has cut off the commercial road. The food from the outside can't come in, and all the food inside the city has been forcibly transferred by the Yu dynasty government. Even the common people's food was taken away by the Zhenghua army. As a result, during this period of time, Wei Qingfu could be described as starving and incomparably miserable. If the fight goes on, I'm afraid it's all going to be cannibalism. Luckily, Wei Hua came. The guardians are coming. The people were finally given a way to live, thanks to the rescuing of the guards. For a time, Wei Qingfu was instantly transformed. The people's hearts were in the right place. The people all praised Marshal Wei for his good deeds, and some were even willing to join the army to defend the city. And while these things weren't really hard to do, they were all things that Zhao Ruyan had never thought about. After all, people in positions of power like them have never treated the common people as human beings. In their eyes, the people are consumables, talking cows and horses, just a handful of movable tools. After doing everything, Wei Hua called for someone to bring a basin of cool water to splash Zhao Ruyan awake. There was one more thing she needed to do. Who dares to splash this princess? Eldest Princess Zhao Ruyan instantly woke up from her stupor, looking at the scene in front of her, and Wei Hua's familiar appearance. Eldest Princess Zhao Ruyan's heart sank. It turned out that this is not a dream. Zhao Ruyan really wants everything just now to be a dream, and after waking up, she will still be the eldest princess who has power over the dynasty. However, reality would not change with her fantasies, and at the moment she was nothing more than a prisoner. Wei Hua, after all this, what do you really want? Are you trying to humiliate me? Then you're done as well. Or do you want to kill me? Zhao Ruyan questioned viciously. Oh, there's no point in insulting you or killing you. Don't you all keep saying that I'm going to rebel? Then I, Wei Hua, will rebel against you all. Today, I, the Wei family army, will rise up in accordance with heaven and kill the tyrant Zhao Jiao. Wei Hua sneered and said, he also wants to be loyal to the king and love the country. But unfortunately, the dog emperor of the Dayu dynasty doesn't love him. The good ones had to force Wei Hua to go down this path. In that case, what kind of a dog emperor are you? Be a good boy and get down and let me have it. The son of heaven, the one who is strong in arms and horses. And hearing this, Zhao Ruyan finally panicked. She was not afraid of Wei Hua's humiliation. After all, she could go in the left ear and out the right ear. She was even more unafraid of Wei Hua killing her. After all, she always felt that she and Wei Hua had 3 years of conjugal love. So how could Wei Hua not dare to kill her? But she was really afraid of Wei Hua's rebellion. I'm really afraid that her Dayu dynasty, her royal pride, and her status as the eldest princess will all be overthrown by Wei Hua. So what's left of her? Wouldn't she be reduced to slavery like her 8th sister, 11th sister? That was worse than letting her die. Thus, Zhao Ruyan didn't dare to be arrogant, and hastily begged for forgiveness. Wei Hua, it was our Zhao family that had no eyes before. It was us who had ill intentions. It was us who were small-minded. We were wrong. Please don't rebel. Please, as long as you don't rebel, you can do whatever you want. I can ask my brother to crown you king. You cut off your land to be a one-word side-by-side king. I can even kneel down and apologize to you. After that, Zhao Ruyan clenched her teeth, and with a plop, with a sound, she actually knelt down in front of Wei Hua. I'll have my royal brother issue an edict of guilt. As long as you can take the heat off, it's all fine. It was only at this moment that Zhao Ruyan realized how correct 8th sister's suggestion was in the first place. This was truly the only way to save their Zhao family. It was a pity that she had missed it, and it was too late for her to kneel again at the moment. Guilt by association? Oh, it's exempted. But this thing? You can sign your name. Wei Hua sneered and didn't even want to give the Zhao family another chance to apologize, but instead directly threw Zhao Ruyan a manuscript. What is this? Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but pick it up and take a look. As a result, this look nearly caused her to black out and faint once again, only to see that it was clearly written on it diatribe against the Yu dynasty. The so-called diatribes are things that rebels have traditionally shown to the common people, i.e., insurrectionary books. It seems that this Wei Hua is really determined to rebel. He's even prepared a diatribe. Thus, Zhao Ruyan forced herself to hold back her anger and read on, only to see that it was clearly written. Consulting the Yu dynasty, a long time to sit in Taining, immersed in relaxation of the program and discipline. The king is very dark. isolated and molten. The ministers are all practicing selfishness. More than the party and public loyalty is absolutely rare. Even bribery through the palace. The court end of the prestige of the blessing of the day. Profits are taken from the gentry, and the fat of the capital is exhausted. All the princes and feudal lords are meat-eating dandies, and are relied upon for their hearts. All the eunuchs gnaw on the chaffin dogs and dolphins, and lend their ears and eyes to them. The people are not able to repay the courtesy. The people have the hatred of dying together with the heavy levies. Hao Tian is poor in benevolence and love, and the people are suffering from calamities. Adapted from Li Zicheng's diatribe. I originally Jianzhua cloth. Witnessed the emaciation of the shape. Body cut crazy scrofula of pain. I wanted to help the building to fall, but was victimized by a foolish ruler and treacherous ministers. I was lucky not to die. Thinking of this, all the people in the world are suffering from poverty, so I will send an army to kill the tyrant and save the people from being hanged upside down. Your Yu dynasty has run out of gas. All you dynasty officials, if you offer to join us, you will not lose your position as a prince or a vassal. If you don't do it, don't blame the 100,000 Iron Horsemen of the Wei family army for being merciless. Aha! Wei Hua! You wolf-hearted, unfaithful, unfilial thing. You really want to rebel. What can't be discussed properly? Why do you have to go this far? I'm not signing it. I won't sign this even if I die. Zhao Ruyan angrily yelled. This kind of rebel book actually wanted her, the princess of the Yu dynasty, to sign it. It was simply a fool's errand. By all means. Come on man. Hold her hands down. Forcibly sign and draw. Wei was sneered and said, with this kind of diatribe, the heavier the weight of the person signing it, the stronger the effect would be. And there is no better signature than that of the current Prince of Heaven's own sister, the first Princess Zhao Ruyan. Even his own sister betrayed Zhao Jiao. What should the court think? How will Zhao Jiao vomit blood? It's really beautiful to think about. As for whether Zhao Ruyan was truly willing or not, no one cared. Wei Hua, you beast. I hate you. I hate you. Zhao Ruyan was forced to hold her hand to sign and draw a pledge, and also wrote several copies in one breath, and cried in her haste. However, tears are only useful when you love you. Otherwise, it will just make people more jaded. Press her down and lock her up. There's no need to give special treatment. Let her feel the hardships of the people. Wei Hua didn't bother to look at Zhao Ruyan and directly shouted at his men. Yes, the henchman immediately led the order. Don't lock me up. Wei Hua, you kill me. Kill me. Zhao Ruyan could hardly imagine how disgusting an ordinary person's cell had to be, and screamed in terror. However, no one gave a damn even if she shouted at the top of her lungs. Immediately afterward, Wei Hua handed the diatribe to his men and said, send it out to all places and hang the people to punish them. Kill the tyrant. Hang the people and kill the tyrant. The 100,000 Wei family troops shouted out in unison. Having waited for this day for a long time, there was even that good person who directly took a yellow robe and draped it over Wei Hua. To this, Wei Hua did not refuse. Grandma, this son of heaven, Zhao Jiao when? I Wei Hua how can not be? Zhao Jiao, give you face you don't want it yourself. Then I'll come and take your life myself. Chapter 50 Wei Shui retreated 10,000 troops with a single word. On the other hand, the Liao clan did not yet know that Huiqingfu had changed owners overnight. Although they had heard the movement of fireworks at night, they had absolutely no idea what it was. And despite seeing the Weijia army rushing out, they thought it was the Weijia army coming in for a night attack, and hurriedly began to be on guard. As a result, everyone had been nervously defending themselves all night, but they hadn't even seen a single guardian. Therefore, early the next morning, the Liao tribe began a military meeting to discuss yesterday's situation. Straight mother thieves, I think this Weijia army is being intentional, deliberately coming to scare us and not letting us sleep well. A Liao general was the first to speak up. The Weijia army hasn't moved for a few days, and it's hard to get a little movement but it's not a real fight. So what the hell does it mean? I see that the Weijia army has already wimped out. Right now is a good time for us to attack. Without Wei was Wei family army. Is that still called the Wei family army? It is said that a soldier bears a bear and a general bears a nest. Now that the leader of the Wei family army has turned into a little, what kind of battle power can it have? In my opinion, we don't need to be afraid of this Weijia army. So let's just order all of our men and horses and have a real fight with them. As long as we can defeat the Wei family army, the Yu dynasty will certainly be shaken by the whole dynasty and have no confidence at all. So when the time comes to lead the land to surrender, we will surely be able to finalize the world in one battle. We can also make this unparalleled achievement, thus forcing the Empress Dowager to give up her throne. Cede the throne to the great General King. How can I let a little cutie have the throne of my great Liao? Sit. The great General King is of royal blood, and with his great achievements, he deserves to be crowned emperor. The crowd spoke in a chorus of voices, as if they didn't care about the Wei family's army anymore. After all, at the moment, they had won many battles and were already somewhat floundering. They were even planning to usurp the throne, and as the commander-in-chief, Tuoba Wuju heard that the throne was also a heartbeat, and immediately clenched his teeth and stomped his foot and said, "Good, let's do it. The whole army will move out and go straight to Wakingfu to fight the Wei family army to the death. I respectfully obey the great General King's order." The people immediately led the troops. Not long after, Tuoba Wuju led 150,000 iron horsemen of the Liao tribe to move out. In front of Huiqing Mansion, they were ready to attack. Before the attack, Tuoba Wuju also sent people to put out harsh words. "You dynasty children, if you are sensible, you should surrender immediately. Otherwise, on the day the city breaks down, no matter women, old and weak, my Liao will slaughter them all." They are not just paying lip service. The Liao tribe is quite ruthless in slaughtering cities, and has even created a record of killing a city of 70,000 to 80,000 people all in one day. In this regard, the guards of the Wei family on the Huiqing Mansion are disdainful smile, and even lazy hands. Just put up a flagpole with a big word Wei. Making a fool of yourself. Do you think your Wei family army is still the same as before? Relying on the word Wei can scare off this king? Tuoba Wuju said disdainfully. When Wei Hua was still in charge of the Wei family army before, their Liao tribe did look at Wei as if they were looking at a tiger. As long as they saw the flag of Wei's army, they were all scared to retreat and pissed their pants. But that was all before. Now they were strong and powerful, and they had consecutively captured 2 provinces of the Yu dynasty, so they were no longer the same. And the current Wei family army, without Wei Hua, is like a cook without a cleaver, completely useless as, whoosh! Right at this moment, an arrow instantly pierced through the sky, coming towards Tuoba Wuju across several hundred meters. Fortunately, Tuoba Wuju, as the main general, had plenty of men in front of him, and at the critical time he hastily pulled a backbreaker to block the arrow, but that one instantly screamed and died. Who dares to sneak up on this king? Tuoba Wuju shouted in panic at the sight. He was obviously a long way away from the Huiqing Mansion, so how could he still be shot at? This doesn't make any sense. Even the strongest archers in Daliao can't shoot this far. Luckily, he was quick with a padded back, or else he would have almost died before he was ready. Think about it. At that moment, a voice that Tuoba Woods was incomparably familiar with came from the Huiqing Mansion all of a sudden. "Tuoba Wuju, have you forgotten your previous repeated defeats at the hands of this marshal? How dare you not run when you see my Wei character flag? Then you today, stay." Wei Hua appeared from the city wall and said, "That arrow just now was precisely Wei Hua's use of the super compound bow to give Tuoba Wuju a downward spiral. It's just a pity that this old thing's ability to preserve his life is really strong, and he can even dodge this. Wei Hua, how are you? You here? How could you possibly be here?" Tuoba Wuju couldn't help but be dumbfounded at the sight. You should know that Wei Hua should obviously be in Ilihua County. How come he is here in Wakingfu, and has even merged with the Wei family army? How can this be? It's over, isn't it? Who can beat the Wei army with Wei Hua? Who the hell let Wei Hua run out there? They, the Liao clan, have clearly placed heavy guards all around the Wei Hua fiefdom, and they also sent various mountain bandits and landowner returnee groups to harass Wei Hua's fiefdom. Wei Hua should be busy fighting bandits in the fiefdom at this moment. How can he appear thousands of miles away? Tuoba Wushu was simply about to go mad with anger. It only felt that the good and hard-to-be established Gai Shi Gong, ruined, exasperated. He immediately rushed at Wei Hua and sneered. "You actually defected to Daiyu again? Wei Hua, Wei Hua, you really disappoint this king. Originally, I thought you were different from the other ministers and still had some backbone. I didn't expect that you'd still end up being an honest dog of Daiyu. You can even put up with what Daiyu is doing to you. You're really something. Why don't you just stop being a great general and become a great turtle of the Yu dynasty specializing in carrying inscriptions? Ha 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 ha. Oh, the swallowed sparrow knows the will of the great swan. Come man, send a copy of the diatribe to General Woodruff." Wei Hua sneered and immediately had a copy of the diatribe thrown down. "Humph, this king would like to see what tricks you are playing," Tuoba Wuju said disdainfully, then had someone pick up the diatribe and bring it over. "And this is not to see." A look really let the Tuoba Woodruff startled. You dare to oppose the Yu dynasty? You want to be the emperor yourself? How could Tuoba Wuju not expect Wei Hua to be able to be so bold? At the same time, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Bastard! What the hell are the stupid pigs of Yu dynasty doing? How could they let Wei Hua casually snatch back the military power, letting Wei Hua easily succeed in his rebellion and take down Huiqing Prefecture? Zhao Ruyan, this waste, truly as stupid as a pig. Originally, Tuoba Woodruff thought that the Liao tribe would be responsible for watching Wei Hua to prevent him from running out of the fiefdom, and the Yu dynasty would be responsible for watching the Wei family army to prevent them from meeting with Wei Hua. A two-pronged attack will definitely trap Wei Hua to the fullest extent. Let the world's most famous general end up alone. Who would have thought that there could actually be oversights on both sides, allowing Wei Hua to succeed in both joints like this? It's a full ing plate. The original Liao Yu war was about to instantly turn into the Liao Yu Wei Three Kingdoms. That's right. For the sake of Empress Dowager Shao, this marshal will not kill you this time. You get lost. Wei Hua sneered and said. At the moment, he was fully focused on going south to capture the dragon, so he didn't want to go to war with the Liao tribe and was ready to let them off the hook. Tuoba Wuju's face deepened at his words and hesitated for a while, but in the end, he didn't dare to fight with Wei Hua's Wei family army, and could only shout helplessly, "Withdraw!" In the next second, 150,000 Iron Horsemen of the Liao clan came and went in great numbers. It's true. Wei Shuai's word retires 10,000 troops. Chapter 51. The party shook. Marshal Wei is invincible. Long live Marshal Wei. A single word from Marshal Wei scares off 10,000 troops. The Liao tribe is pissing in their pants. Marshal Wei is invincible. Long live Marshal Wei. The commander-in-chief's words scare off 10,000 troops. The Liao tribe is pissing in their pants at the sight of him. Ha 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 ha. One by one, the Wei family's army shouted loudly from the Huiqing prefecture's castle tower, watching the Liao clansman leave in a sorry state and laughing indulgently, and listening to the mocking voices coming from behind him. The Liao generals were a little hard of hearing and couldn't help but ask Tuoba Wuju, Great General King, what exactly did that Wei Hua write? How come we just retreated? Wei Hua has rebelled. He's going south to fight the Yu dynasty. We can't beat Wei Hua, so we can only leave first and think of another way. Damn Wei Hua. Spoiling my big plan. Tuoba Wuju said with a gloomy face. I thought I could easily destroy the Yu dynasty, but who would have thought that a Wei Hua would come out halfway? And this is still a fart. Ah. Wei Hua revolted. This is a good thing. Ah. Let them dog eat dog. It is best to beat the dog's brains out. We sit and reap the benefits of fishing is not quite good. The subordinate general sniffed stupidly and said, not understanding what the great General King was angry about. You know nothing. If Zhao Jiao is the emperor, we can just pinch the Yu dynasty as if it's a soft persimmon. We can play the Yu dynasty's emperor like a dog. We can establish the unparalleled success of destroying the country. But if Wei Hua becomes emperor, then you and I won't even have a chance to escape back to our home in Liaodong. And sooner or later we'll die by Wei Hua's hand. Wei Hua dealing with Zhao Jiao, that's not a dog eating a dog. That's clearly a tiger eating a rabbit. He could wipe out Zhao Jiao in minutes. And Wei Hua, who has the power of the entire Yu dynasty. What a terrifying existence that would be. Destroying my Liao clan is like destroying a dirt chicken or a dog. Then, what about that? The henchman heard this and then panicked. While thinking carefully, it was true. Once Wei Hua occupies the territory of Yu dynasty, the danger will be 10 times 100 times greater than the original Yu dynasty. There is only one plan at the moment. United you against the guards. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Right now Yu dynasty is no longer our biggest threat. Wei Hua is. Therefore, we need to contact Yu dynasty and attack Wei Hua from the north and south. In this way, we can have a chance of victory. Tuoba Wuju said. He did have a bit of something for being able to be the king of great generals, and immediately came up with a countermeasure. This, Empress Dowager will definitely not agree. Wei Hua is also the Empress Dowager's son-in-law anyways. The Empress Dowager definitely doesn't want to deal with Wei Hua. The henchman reminded. It is a matter of my Dalio's national fortune. Then it is not up to the Empress Dowager. This time, the Empress Dowager must agree even if she agrees. And she must agree even if she doesn't. That's why I'm withdrawing my troops. Let's go back to Jizhou. Control the Empress Dowager first, and then we'll make our plans. If we don't stabilize the future, it's useless to fight in front of us. Tuoba Wuju viciously said. Originally, he had wanted to slowly build up his military achievements before forcing the Empress Dowager to give up her throne. But right now, Wei Hua came out of nowhere and disrupted all his layouts, so he could only lift the table and mess up. At the worst, he can't let the great Liao be cut off in Wei Hua's hands if he has to bear the name of a rebellious and traitorous son. The great General King is truly resourceful, worthy of being the first general of my Liao tribe. We all listened to the great general. The men immediately followed and said, that's right, all these years, other than this king, who could not die under Wei Hua? Tuoba Wuju said smugly. For so many years, although he had faced Wei Hua and lost many battles, he was the one who had always lived. This seniority is absolutely unique in the Liao tribe. It is also his greatest pride. The Liao colleagues also thought deeply, and one by one, they rushed to Tuoba Wuju and kissed his ass. On the other hand, Wei Hua's diatribe had already been distributed to all parts of the country through the Yu dynasty's post, and the first to receive it was the commander of the Yangtze River Navy, Shi-un. Shi-un looked at the diatribe and couldn't help but marvel. TSK, 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 Marshal Wei really deserves to be Marshal Wei. Having been suppressed to such an extent, he can actually make a comeback. But this has the signature and handprint of the eldest princess on it, so it should be that the eldest princess did Wei Hua a favor. After all, it's still the husband of the family that is more important than the brother. If this rebellion is successful, the eldest princess can be the empress, which is much better than being a princess. This account, the eldest princess will still be able to calculate. Marshal Shi, we are the closest to Wei Qingfu. Should we lead our division to quell the rebellion and share the country's worries? At this time, the heart of his men could not help but ask, leveling what rebellion? Are you crazy? It's only called a rebellion if it fails, and if it succeeds, then Marshal Wei can be the new His Majesty, and we can still pacify His Majesty's rebellion? Shi-un sneered and said, seeing the situation clearly, now it is two tigers fighting. The situation is not clear, easily must not take a position, lest stand on the wrong team, by the fall. The main thing is, they just have 50,000 sailors. They can't beat the Wei family army, they can't hit a stone with an egg. Then naturally, preserving strength is most important, but if we sit around like this, His Majesty will blame us, right? The henchman asked worriedly. Blame my ass. His Majesty's own sister betrayed His Majesty. We've done His Majesty a favor by not directly surrendering Marshal Wei. Shi-un sneered and said, it's not what it used to be. In the past, generals like them naturally followed His Majesty's orders, but now that the Wei Marshal has rebelled and the court is in danger, it's only natural that they can also support their own armies. And what if they want to cross the Yangtze? Do we stop them? The henchman asked again. No stopping, let them cross, just don't hit us. Also, privately send someone to send some food and drinks to the Wei family army to curry favor with them. Show our friendly intentions. Let's not help each other, but let's please both sides. We will only wait for whichever side has a clear advantage before we fully defect. In this way, we cannot lose the throne, Shi-un faintly said, sitting steadily in a fishing boat. Yes, Marshal Shi is really far-sighted. The men couldn't help but admire. Up to this point, 50,000 Yangtze River sailors were parked next to Wei Hua, but did not dare to move and watched from the wall. Everywhere else, it's pretty much the same. Wherever Wei Hua passes on his message, all of them are honest and do not resist. We all feel that the situation is unclear, so let's hold off. Let's wait and see. After all, with the Wei family army's combat power, this world, maybe really want to change the master it. Everyone is an official veteran, who dares to easily take sides. It was not until this diatribe that it reached the palace of Great Yu. Bastard, adversary, beasts are worse than animals, backstabbing, unfaithful and unfilial, against human ethics. I have never seen such a brazen person. Zhao Jiu was so angry after seeing Wei Hua's rebellious diatribe that he jumped to his feet and cursed. How could he not expect that Wei Hua really rebelled, and also converged with the Wei family army successfully, instantly sitting on 100,000 troops, vastly killing. The scene he had dreamed of countless times in his nightmares had appeared right in front of his eyes. Frightened, Zhao Jiu's lips turned white, and beads of sweat covered his forehead and back. It was like he had been salvaged alive from the water. Especially, when Zhao Jiu saw the seal stamped on this diatribe, he was even more furious and jumped to his feet. The Jade Seal of Transmission. How could he have the Jade Seal of Transmission? How can he be worthy? Only I am the one who is truly commanded by heaven to live forever. Could it be that this Jade Seal was given to Wei Hua by the Liao clan? Wei Hua has gotten in bed with the Liao clan? No harm, no foul. The families of this Wei family army are all pinched in my hands, and the Wei family army doesn't dare to move. Wei Hua is the one who wants to rebel, but it's not much use. Yes, it's useless. Come on, quickly grab all the families of the Wei family army and have them write letters of persuasion. Let the Wei family army surrender in a hurry. Zhao Jiu shouted in a hurry, feeling that he still had the winning formula. However, the little eunuch replied with a crying face, Your Majesty, the families of the Guardian Army are not here. What did you say? Zhao Jiu was really about to collapse, roaring in anger, only to feel his eyes go black. An ass sat down powerlessly on the dragon chair. Chapter 52. Is His Majesty mad? Your Majesty, don't be angry. Your Majesty, rest in peace. The little eunuch looked at Zhao Jiu's collapsed appearance and hurriedly trembled in fear. After all, the wrath of the Son of Heaven. Ambush millions of corpses can be done. The little eunuch he does not know, but it was still not a big problem to turn his little eunuch into a corpse. What's going on? Where are the families of the Wei Jia army? Zhao Jiu scolded in a stern voice. the eldest princess, has moved the families of the Wei family army to Zhidong Road. The little eunuch carefully replied. Who? That's okay Zhidong Road is also in my Dayu territory Hurry to send people to pick up these families back. Quickly! This is my Yu dynasty's talisman Zhao Jiao shouted in a hurry, feeling that there was not much of a problem. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? The foreign devils have captured Zhidong Road. These families of the Weizhou army should have fallen into the hands of the foreign devils. The little eunuch reminded. Bastard! Didn't I send the forbidden army to exterminate these foreign devils? How is the situation? Zhao Jiao's heart tightened when he heard this. What if the families of the Wei family army couldn't be found? Then he really didn't know what to do. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the front line of the Zhidong Road is waiting outside. Should we summon it? The little eunuch said. Then what are you waiting for? Declare it quickly. Quickly say. Is it the recapture of those fallen prefectures in Zhidong Road? Zhao Jiao said anxiously. In his opinion, although his own royal forbidden army may not be able to beat the Weizhou army and Liao army, but against a few barbaric foreign devils is still no problem. This Zhidong Road has certainly been recovered. Not long after, the messenger from the front line in East Zhejiang was pronounced into the Great Hall, and before going in, he was specially reminded by the little eunuch that His Majesty has been in a bad mood lately, so that he could pick up the good words. Therefore, as soon as this messenger came in, he knelt down and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Good news. Those foreigners have been defeated by my royal forbidden army, and have now scattered and fled. Ha ha ha. Good. I knew it. My forbidden army is invincible. Zhidong Road is recovered. Right. I will reward the forbidden army well. Zhao Jiao laughed loudly at his words, finally getting a good news. Your Majesty has another bad news. At this time, the messenger took advantage of His Majesty's dragon's face to be pleased, and immediately tried to tell the truth on sight. What bad news? Is it bad military discipline and harassment of the people? No harm. No harm. I will forgive you, Zhao Jiao said without thinking that the forbidden army's military discipline was too bad. Killing and setting fires, and doing something illegal. That's not even a big problem. Anyway, the people are like weeds growing in a field, killing one batch and then another. When our army and the foreign devils killed, Wei family sailors suddenly appeared, came to a snipe. So those two prefectures in Zhidong Road fell into the hands of the Wei family sailors again. The messenger replied with a trembling voice. It's actually been glorified. In fact, their forbidden army did not fight a single battle. When they arrived, the foreign devils have been killed by the Wei family sailors. The Wei family sailors took the opportunity to occupy the two provinces of Zhidong Road. Their forbidden army went soft at the sight of the wayward flag and didn't dare to go to war, so they had to face each other on both sides. In order to give an account to His Majesty, they made up the drama of themselves fighting with the foreign devils and then being sneak attacked by the Wei family sailors. What? Where's the Weijia sailor from? Where is the Wei family sailor? Zhao Jiao instantly about to collapse at the word. His voice immediately high like a eunuch on the side. He is really going to be unable to take it anymore. This Jianghuai road fell. Wei Hua with 100,000 Wei family army to kill over is already enough to give him a headache. How did this even come up with a Wei family sailor again? Is that Wei Hua a man or a god? Is it hard to believe that he will scatter beans? According to my forbidden army's careful observation, there are quite a number of Wei family sailors among them, all of which are the previous Yangtze River sailors and men. It is the same batch that was previously taken away by the eldest princess. The messenger trembled and said, Good. Zhao Ruyan again. I told you. How could Wei Hua be so good as to give you the creed of military power? And why did you lose 8,000 Yangtze River sailors? So everything was a collusion between you and Wei Hua. You lied to me. I trusted you. It's true. In the face of power, even your own sister can't be trusted. You're all assholes. You deserve to die. I'll kill you all again. Zhao Jiao eyes blood red, face full of fierce curses, angry to forget Zhao Ruyan's 9 clans are also his 9 clans. It was no wonder that Zhao Jiao was furious. After all, in the past, he was full of suspicion towards anyone but this fellow sister, who he trusted. Even when he just saw Zhao Ruyan's signature on the diatribe, Zhao Jiao still had hesitation in his heart, wondering if she had been coerced. And right now, hearing that the Wei family's sailors were actually made up of Yangtze River sailors and men, Zhao Jiao finally couldn't take it anymore, and he was certain that Zhao Ruyan must have betrayed him. It's this damn sister that got herself killed. This feeling of being betrayed by his closest relatives simply made him want to break them into pieces. Bang! 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 So, Zhao Jiao began to crazy smash things. Will be on the table of the various zhangzhua, ink, paper and ink stone thrown all over the ground, but also in front of the small eunuchs and messengers as an outlet. Smashed a blood flow. The two didn't dare to say anything either, for fear that if they did, their heads would be gone. And just as the two of them were trembling in fear, they heard Zhao suddenly burst out laughing and laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, good thing, ah. Why didn't I think of it just now? This is a good thing. Is His Majesty mad with anger? Why are you still laughing out loud? The 100,000 Wei family army already pressurized His Majesty to be breathless, and now there's an additional naval division. Is His Majesty being driven mad alive by this pressure? Your Majesty, you need to pull yourself together. Men, call the Imperial Doctor. Quickly summon the Imperial Doctor. The little eunuch felt shivering as he listened to Zhao Zhou's oozing smile and hurriedly shouted loudly. At this time, Zhao Zhou's face was solemn and returned to normal, kicking the little eunuch and saying, "Shut up! What are you shouting about the eunuch? I am fine. I am thinking of a strategy to defend the enemy." Chapter 53 Cuts for help. Your Majesty is gifted, knowledgeable and far-sighted, and will definitely be able to come up with a plan to defeat the enemy. The little eunuch hurriedly patted his ass and said. At the same time, he was also glad that His Majesty was fortunate not to be crazy. Otherwise, the court will impute guilt and will certainly take it out on them. The minions, grandma, spread such a temperamental and often windy emperor, when the eunuchs have a bitter life. At this time, Zhao Zhou stared straight at the forbidden messenger and said, so it was the Wei family's navy that defeated that group of foreign devils, right? If you tell the truth, I will forgive you. If you dare to deceive again, I will execute your 9 clans. Zhao Zhou is no cutie pie either, knows that the war report will lie, but the battle line will not. Since those 2 prefectures in Zhidong Road were occupied by the Weijia sailors, the credit for the extermination of the foreigners, the probability is that the Weijia sailors also did it. Back to your Majesty. Yes, those Weijia sailors can be ruthless. After chopping off the heads of the foreign devils hard to build a mountain, our forbidden army are all a bit scared when they look at it, and don't dare to do it easily. The messenger sniffed and only had to answer one by one. However, I didn't expect Zhao Zhou to laugh out loud again after hearing this and said, good, ha ha ha, you now quickly go back to the forbidden army, and then let the forbidden army contact these foreign devils with all speed. Tell them, before they want what the conditions of trade and so on, I have promised, I and these foreign devils. No, these foreigners have no contradiction. It is that Wei Hua in the middle of the obstruction, including their people are also the Wei family army killed. As long as they are willing to promise to work together with me to deal with the Wei family army, everything is negotiable. I can also give them many extra rewards. This was exactly what Zhao Zhou came up with to deal with Wei Hua, contacting all forces to deal with Wei Hua. Yes, the messenger immediately complied with his orders, and only then did he realize that this was what His Majesty meant. Your Majesty is truly worthy of being Your Majesty. He can bend and stretch. A while ago he ordered them to fight the foreign devils, and today he's suddenly going to join hands with the foreign devils as good friends. This temperament, this change of face, if he is not His Majesty, who will be? At the same time, Zhao Zhou also began to count his troops with his fingers, to see how many soldiers he could still use to fight Wei Hua in a big battle. Originally, Zhao Zhou's Dayu dynasty had a total of 400,000 troops, 100,000 Wei family troops respectively, 30,000 Jizhou troops, 50,000 Zhenghuai army, 50,000 Yangtze River sailors, 50,000 Royal Forbidden Army, as well as the remaining 120,000 miscellaneous troops defending everywhere. Among them, the miscellaneous army was the weakest in terms of combat power, and the Wei family army was the strongest. And right now, 100,000 Wei family troops are rebelling. The 30,000 Jizhou troops died, threw themselves in, and disappeared cleanly. 50,000 Zhenghuai army is also a heavy loss. The remaining actually also voted Wei Hua, simply ashamed of the imperial grace. Under Zhao Zhou, there were only 50,000 Yangtze River sailors, 50,000 Royal Forbidden Army, and 120,000 miscellaneous troops left. Among them, the Yangtze River Sailor Division also lost 8,000 men by Zhao Ruyan, although Zhao Zhou immediately arranged for people to make up for it, but the war power more or less suffered some impact, and the miscellaneous army has 10,000 were wiped out by the foreign devils, and another 10,000 actually surrendered collectively along with the prefecture to the Weijia sailors. Only 100,000 remain. Even so, I have 200,000 troops under me. Against Wei Hui it's 200,000 against 100,000. The advantage is with me, not to mention that there are those foreign devils to help. At the very least, they can hold Wei Hua's navy at bay. Zhao Zhou secretly cheered himself up in his heart. However, pumped up as he was, Zhao Zhou still felt a little bottomless in his heart. After all, Wei Huo and the Wei family army's reputation was too big. Zhao Jiao was really afraid that this bit of shrimp soldiers under his command was not an opponent. So, he clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "Send someone to write to the Liao tribe to see if they can send troops to attack Wei Huo together. As long as they can agree, I can grant them everything they ask for." He was willing to unite the Liao clan as long as they could deal with Wei Huo together. He can also forget the great revenge of his own parents being captured by the Liao tribe. Yes, the eunuch immediately went to do it. And at this time, Zhao Jiao spoke again and issued an imperial decree in succession: appoint Shiren, commander of the Yangtze River Naval Division, as a first-class protectorate duke, with 10,000 cognacs, rewarded with 100,000 taels of silver. Appoint Shiren's son, Shi Quan, as a first-class sword-bearer in the palace, and he can enter the capital. Have the Yangtze River Naval Division blockade the Yangtze River and do not allow any rebels to move south. Appoint Wei Bao, commander of the Forbidden Army, as a first-class protectorate duke with 10,000 cognacs, rewarded with 100,000 taels of silver. Appoint Wei Bao's son, Wei Zhongxian, as a first-class sword-bearer in the palace, and you may enter the capital. Let the Forbidden Army continue to guard the eastern province of Zhejiang, and never let the Wei family's navy continue to attack. Entitle the defense envoys of Ganzhou Road, Sichuanshuhu Road, Minzhou Road, Liangguang Road, Xiangzhou Road, Azhou Road, and Guizhou Road as first-class marquee of loyalty and courage, with a cognac of 5,000 households and a reward of 5,000 taels of silver. Register their sons as second-class guards with swords, and they can enter the capital. Let these 7 defense envoys be ready to lead troops to the north to support the Yangtze River Navy. These are Zhao Jiao now can rely on the dependents, respectively, the Water Division, Forbidden Army, Miscellaneous Army Forces. The 7 defense envoys are also the 7 complete provinces that Zhao Jiao holds in his hand. Previously, Yu Dynasty had 10 provinces, but now it has lost Jizhou Road, Zhanghuai Road, and half of Zhedong Road. Originally, these generals, Zhao Jiao was afraid that they would tail off and was incredibly wary of them, but now it's all on fire. Zhao Jiao can't care so much, directly all kinds of feudal officials to give money, just begging them to hold on. Of course, just caging is not enough. Zhao Jiao gave them a sweet date and a slap, letting all their sons enter the capital as hostages. In this way, there is no fear that these soldiers and horses will not use their lives. Also, have the Ministry of War train a new army of 200,000 at all costs. Zhao Jiao went out on a limb to call on all available forces. He didn't believe it. He was sitting on half of the country, 7.5 provinces, but he still couldn't beat a Wei Hua. No matter how strong Wei Hua was, there was only one territory of Huiqingfu. Your Majesty, this treasury is empty. There is no money, the little eunuch said with a frown. The treasury's money had previously been spent a great deal on peace talks with the Liao, with a large sum extorted away by the Wei family army in the back. The treasury is now so empty that it could run away with rats. Shouting is full of echoes. Then use the inner treasury. I'll take out my own private money. I have plenty of money, Zhao Jiao said with bloodshot eyes. He has a few $1,000,000 in his personal money. Originally, he was thinking of using it in case the Liao clan came over one day and he couldn't make it to run away. But now the Liao have not yet struck. Wei Hua has struck first. Then he couldn't care less. He took it all out and fought Wei Hua. Your Majesty is wise, the little eunuch bragged. But in his heart there was some contempt. The child died and you started to come to the milk. There is so much money early did not take out. Only now temporary embrace Buddha leg training new army. Also a little too late. A few days later, the several messengers sent out by Zhao Jiao received replies one after another. The foreign devils were also furious when they learned that their 10,000 men had been completely wiped out by the Weijiao army and agreed to join forces with Zhao Jiao. But, these foreign devils have made other demands in addition to asking for trade and tax exemptions. The little eunuch said carefully. What demands? Zhao Jiao asked with a frown. Fearing that these foreign devils would ask for too much, the Northern Bear Kingdom has requested to occupy a small seaside island in our Yu Dynasty called Spirit Snake Island. Aloud, Zhao Jiao let out a sigh of relief at his words and hurriedly agreed. He thought it was nothing. It's just a small island. We've got a lot of land in Daiyu. We can afford a small island. Moreover, he had never even heard of this Spirit Snake Island, and he knew it wasn't big as soon as he heard it. Originally, Zhao Jiao was even prepared to cede half of Zhedong Road to these foreign devils. As long as he can deal with Wei Hua and keep the throne, he can do whatever he's told to do. Chapter 54 Levy of 3 Rates. There is also a request from the Western Ocean State to cede an island off my coast called Peach Blossom Island. The little eunuch continued. Allow. Zhao Jiao didn't even lift his head before agreeing in one mouthful. The main fight a cub sells his field without any heartache. the Eastern Kingdom has asked to cede an island off my coast called Redfish Island. Yoon, this Eastern Kingdom has a big enough appetite. I remember he is the weakest and worst of these three countries in terms of strength. Right, but the appetite is the biggest. To be the biggest island. Not afraid to burst his belly. Zhao Jiao could not help but curse at his words. The other two islands, Zhao Jiao had never heard of them, so he didn't care. But this red fish island is really a big island, and the abundance of a particularly delicious red fish is as a tribute to the royal family. Zhao Jiao loved to eat. Therefore, as soon as he heard that he had to cede this island, Zhao Jiao was really a bit reluctant to give it up. But in order to be able to deal with Wei Hua, Zhao Jiao still clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Forget it, I won't bother with him. Allow. As long as they could fight Wei Hua together, he, Zhao Jiao, would allow it. Anyone who commits a crime against my Dayu will be cut off even though he is far away. If I cede enough, I'm sure to be invincible. How many soldiers can all three of these countries contribute? Zhao Jiao asked. Each of the three countries has sent 10,000 soldiers, totaling 30,000 men. However, the Northern Bear and Western Ocean countries have a long way to travel, so it will take half a month before they can send their troops. The Eastern Kingdom is the closest to us and can send its troops immediately. Then let the Eastern Kingdom send troops to join our forbidden army to pin down the Wei family's navy first. Let's destroy this partial division first, kill the sharpness of the Wei family's army, and then destroy his main force when the time comes. The corner of Zhao Jiao's mouth curled up as he said, only feeling that under his careful planning, there was finally a hope of defeating Wei Hua. And just then, another messenger hurriedly barged in and said, "Report, Your Majesty." The Liao Kingdom writes back. Quickly read. Zhao Jiao asked with incomparable nervousness. The troop strength of the other three countries are just better than nothing, and can't really help much, but can only serve to hold them back. Only Liao is the real force that decides the war. Once the Liao guards combine their efforts, then he, Dayu, will surely lose. Similarly, once Liao Yu combines his forces, then even if Wei Hua is the most famous general in the world, he will have to die with a grudge. Liao agreed to send troops with my Dayu to attack Wei Hua, but demanded that I, Dayu, cede all the land north of the Yangtze River, and asked me to remove the emperor's honorary title, to claim tribute, and every year to pay 3 million taels of silver. Your Majesty, this Liao tribe is bullying people too much. The little eunuch looked at the Liao tribe's demands and felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. It was simply too much. This isn't just treating them as a slave country, is it? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Even he, a eunuch, was furious. Patriotic feelings erupted, itching to fight with the Liao tribe. However, what the little eunuch didn't expect was that Zhao Jiao heard this condition but suddenly laughed with abandon. Ha, good. I will allow all of these requirements. North of the Yangtze River, there is only one Huiqing prefecture left, which is still Wei Hua's territory. What's the harm in ceding it to the Liao? As for paying tribute, it's just a name. I don't care. 3 million taels of silver is a bit much, but I can afford it. Before seeing the diatribe with the jade seal of transmission, Zhao Jiao was afraid that Wei Hua's rebellion was allied with the Liao tribe. In that case, he would really be dead. But now that the Liao clan actually agreed to join forces with him, Dayu, then Zhao Jiao was naturally ecstatic and dared to agree to any conditions. He dared to agree to any conditions. He dared to sign any shameful treaty. What's more, in Zhao Jiao's opinion, these conditions were not excessive. Originally, Zhao Jiao was ready to cede 2 or 3 provinces to the Liao tribe. And now it's actually only necessary to cede a prefecture, or Wei Hua's territory. This was simply too good to be true. If it wasn't for the presence of the eunuch, Zhao Jiao would be bubbling with joy. After all, they can still sit on the land of 8 provinces, closed doors to do their own emperor. Although the foreign ministers and no big deal, a man can bend and stretch it. On the contrary, if he didn't agree to these conditions, then this throne, this harem, and these countless people would all go to that bastard Wei Hua. Then there's no point. Your Majesty, think twice. These conditions are too harsh. Even if we really want to agree, as the saying goes, ask for a price in the sky and sit on the ground. We can send emissaries to discuss with the Liao clan and get some more benefits. At the critical time, the eunuchs were all more patriotic than Zhao Jiao and advised bitterly. It's too late. I would rather be with a friendly country than a traitor. Zhao Jiao said with a cold snort. But the court really has no silver. Even the millions of taels of silver in the inner treasury have been used to give rewards to the heads of the various armies as well as to train new armies. It really can't come up with the 3 million taels of silver to pay tribute to the Liao tribe. The eunuch wailed and said, originally, the inner treasury was the backyard of their eunuchs' embezzlement, but now their eunuchs have no money for embezzlement and are so poor that they have to pick their feet. Then issue an edict to brainstorm. Declare the decree that anyone who can solve the court's financial deficit will be promoted to the position of the new chief cabinet minister. Zhao Jiao said immediately. In a short while, the edict was issued and the ministers deliberated. Don't say that 3 ignorant cobblers can really be a genius. Immediately, there was a petition from the Minister of the Household Department, Gao Ziangzui, who said, Your Majesty can follow the previous policy of our Dayu. The levy of Liao Rang is introduced. Each mu only requires an additional 3% and 5 milligrams, causing little burden to the common people. However, it will add up to a total of more than 2 million taels of silver. Good Zhengzhua, give the decree. Promote Gao Zizi, the Minister of the Household Department, to be the new Chief Minister of the Cabinet, and take charge of the state affairs. Preside over the matter of opening Liao. Zhao Jiao really fulfill his promise. Immediately give Gao Zizi his promotion. At the same time, he continued. Also, 1 Liao Rang too little. I want to levy 3 rates. In addition to the Liao rings, I want to levy the practice rings for practicing soldiers, and also the suppression rattles for banditry. Each of them is assigned an additional 3% and 5 milliards. This will make up a full 6 to 7 million taels of silver. Not only can I pay tribute to Liao, I can still keep a lot for myself. Ha 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 ha. The more Zhao Jiao thought about it, the more beautiful he felt. Your Majesty, such a levy law will have the people's grievances boiling over. The little eunuch admonished with a sad face, feeling like he had witnessed the birth of a dim king. In times of national crisis, what's wrong with suffering the people? The big deal is to let this Goliath bear the blame. Zhao Jiao sneered. At that time, all he had to do was kill Gao Zizi, and then he could pour all the dirty water on Gao Zizi. He, Zhao Jiao, will then be a wise ruler for the ages again. Chapter 55 Imprisoning the Empress Dowager. On the other hand, in Jizhou City, inside the Liao clan's temporary palace, Empress Dowager Xiao looked at a group of soldiers who suddenly broke into the palace, indiscriminately cutting down all of her own palace maids and eunuchs alive in front of her, blood and flesh flying all over the place, incomparably cruel and bloody. Even she herself, her neck was racked with a steel knife, could not help but be a little dumbfounded. Afterwards, Empress Dowager Xiao looked at the leader Tuoba Wuzhu, who slowly walked into the palace, and instantly understood everything. This damn topaz has turned against us. Thus, the Empress Dowager Xiao was angry and scolded immediately. Tuoba Wuzhu, how dare you conspire to rebel? Empress Dowager's words are serious. Outsiders are called treasonous, but my name is Tuoba, and I am of the royal bloodline, the son of Emperor Taizu, the younger brother of Emperor Taizong. What is treason for my own family? What I'm doing now is just setting things right. After all, the Son of Heaven is congenitally retarded and unable to manage government. When the country is in danger, the country depends on the eldest ruler. I naturally have to step forward and share the worries of the country. Tuoba Wuzhu sneered. Originally, he didn't want to take the blame for this treason, but there was no way. Who let Weihua take power? If they let Weihua develop any further, all of their Liao clan would cease to exist, and in comparison, curses are nothing. If a man can't be immortalized, it's not bad to be left behind for years to come. Bull ********. The Son of Heaven is unable to manage the government, and this Empress Dowager will preside over the state affairs. Why do you, a vertical son, have a hand in the throne? Your mother is just a servant of Emperor Taizu. How dare you salivate for the throne? You don't even take a piss and look at yourself. You have a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. You don't look like an emperor. Empress Dowager Xiao was furious and cursed. You, Tuoba Wuzhu was incomparably furious when he heard Empress Dowager Xiao reveal her own shortcomings, and the veins on his face rippled. But he still forced himself to endure it. Looking at Empress Dowager Xiao's gorgeous face and figure, he swallowed his saliva and said, Empress Dowager doesn't have to be angry. Let's put it this way. My Liao tribe has always had the tradition of a widowed sister-in-law marrying her younger brother. Why don't the Empress Dowager marry me? So that even though you can't be the Empress Dowager, you can be the Empress. That stupid son of yours will also still have a decent life, and I will enthrone him as the crown prince. When I'm 100 years old, he can be emperor again. Nothing has changed. You dream. Empress Dowager Xiao burst into a rage when she heard this. To actually ask her hallowed Empress Dowager to marry such a thing was simply alarmist talk. Oh, Empress Dowager, I advise you to be decent. If you refuse to be decent, then I will have to help you be decent. At that time, the situation will not be pretty. Tuoba Wuzhu threatened. To this, Empress Dowager Xiao did not reply, but only looked left and right, as if waiting for something. And Tuoba Wuzhu burst out laughing when he saw the scene and said, Empress Dowager, don't look. Those of your clique, like Prime Minister Yelu and the like, have all been captured by me. These days, having soldiers is king. Those civil officials of yours are useless. Aha! You go to hell, asshole. Even if I die, I will not submit to a traitor like you. Seeing her last hope dashed, Empress Dowager Zhao's heart was like ashes and she roared loudly. Humph! It's not up to you. Come on people. Snatch the jade seal of transmission from the Empress Dowager's hand and stamp my edict of succession. Tuoba Wuju took out the long-prepared succession edict and said, yes. Immediately, two soldiers stepped forward and tried to snatch the Liao Kingdom's jade seal of transmission that Empress Dowager Zhao was clutching in her hand. Disorderly vassal. You don't deserve it. Empress Dowager Zhao's face was filled with anger. Then she threw it with force, smashing the jade seal of transmission heavily towards the ground. Bang! The incomparably valuable Liao jade seal shattered on the spot, breaking off a corner. Pop! Pop! Bitch! You actually dared to smash the jade seal of transmission. Who gave you the guts? Seeing this, Tuoba Wuju angrily stepped forward and instantly gave Empress Dowager Zhao two resounding slaps. Afterwards, Tuoba Wuju picked up the Liao State heirloom jade seal with incomparable heartache, and sneered after looking at it. It's not a big problem. Find the best craftsman, put a piece of gold on it and it will still work. You, Empress Dowager Zhao was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Men, put the Empress. No, lock up my Empress in her chambers. Wait for me to ascend the throne, and then the marriage ceremony. Tuoba Wushu sneered and said, he still has to taste the flavor of the Empress Dowager. Yes, the men immediately complied, forcibly escorting Empress Dowager Zhao to Kuya Woods. You are not a human being. You deserve to die for your crimes. You shall not die. Empress Dowager Zhao was so angry that she cursed. She even wanted to take the initiative to crash into the swords of those soldiers and kill herself, but they were all stopped by the pawns, living up to their name. Afterward, Tuoba Wuju swaggered forward and sat on the dragon chair that Empress Dowager Zhao had previously sat on. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The soldiers saw this with an unmistakable eye for 3 cheers. Ha ha ha! All the secretaries of love rise to their feet. After I hold a good enthronement ceremony, all of you will be rewarded. Tuoba Wuju shouted excitedly, finally achieving the position he had dreamed of. Report! The Yu dynasty wrote back. They have agreed to all our demands. Just then, a messenger walked in and rushed to Tuoba Wuju. Ha ha ha, good. This is truly a double blessing. This king said it right. As long as this Yu dynasty is headed by Zhaojiu, it's no different from our Liao clan being in charge. Zhaojiu dares to sign such a harsh treaty. What a fool. Tuoba Wuju was happy to hear the update. Yeah, originally, we were about to approach him for an alliance with the Yu dynasty, and were even prepared to cede him a bit of benefits. As a result, we didn't expect him to send us to the door in a hurry on his own, and he didn't even bargain. He directly agreed. Had I known this, we would have ordered more. The men also laughed at his words. Ha ha ha, there's no rush. When we destroy Weihua, then the Yu dynasty will be like a cow's egg at our disposal. At that time, is it still worse than this? Tuoba Wuju laughed. Then Great General King, are we now sending troops directly south to capture Weihua? The man under his command asked. No, northward, a surprise attack on Iroh County, Tuoba Wuju said with a glare in his eyes. Ah, what is the meaning of this? The men sniffed in some confusion. To resist the outside world, we must first secure the inside. Although the Empress Dowager is in our hands now, that retarded emperor is still in Yanjing, and Tuoba Yor is also still in Ilua County. Once Tuoba Yor knows that I become the emperor, she'll definitely go north immediately to help her brother organize the dynasty, and it'll be a big trouble for us then. So, we must put an end to the trouble forever. Go straight to Ilua County, kill Tuoba Yor, and then imprison that stupid emperor and take complete control of the Liao clan. At the same time, we can also sweep away this nail that Weihua has inserted in our Liao clan. Give Weihua a hard lesson. Otherwise, with such a Wei family army behind us, it's always unsettling, with a feeling of a thorn in the back. Tuoba Wuju said, Great General King is wise. The crowd immediately praised, subconsciously shouting out Tuoba Wuju's former title. Asshole! How can you still call Great General King? Tuoba Wuju was instantly furious. Oh, it was our slip of the tongue. Your Majesty forgives us. Your Majesty is wise. The crowd hurriedly knelt down and shouted hooray. Meanwhile, in the Huiqing Prefecture, in the Wei family army's military camp, Weihua didn't rush to launch an attack on the Yu dynasty, but first sent 2 scouts to contact the Ilua County defenders and the Wei family's naval division, preparing to unite the forces of the 3 parties and make a big effort together. At the same time, they also made sure that they were safe from each other, avoiding a fire in the backyard. At this moment, Weihua rushed at Yan Xiaoyi, who was in charge of intelligence, and asked, how is it going there in Ilua County? Have we contacted our marine units? Chapter 56 Weihua sends out his troops. Back to the Wei Marshal. The situation is not good. There's no news from the land side. On the waterway side, the Yangtze River Navy has also suddenly changed its face. Before, when our scouts passed through the Yangtze River, the Yangtze River sailors didn't dare to stop them at all, and gave us all sorts of things to curry favor. But now they are patrolling the Yangtze River in all kinds of ways and prohibiting any ships from passing through. The messenger we sent out has not returned yet, and I am afraid that it has fallen into the hands of this Yangtze River sailor. I sent someone to negotiate with the Yangtze River sailors, but they all changed their faces and called us traitors. They told us to get lost or they would send troops to fight us. They've really eaten their bear's heart and leopard's gall, so much so that neither side can be contacted now. Yan Xiaoyi replied, a look of exasperation on his face. How is it that in just a few days, this Yangtze River sailor has changed its face? It seems that Zhao Jiu has paid out blood money, giving the Yangtze River sailors a lot of favors, and that's what made them sell out so much. Wei Hua understood the reason as soon as he heard it. Then what should we do? Why don't we just fight them directly with their sailors and show them the power of our Wei family army? Yan Xiaoyi said, already rubbing his fists and waiting for a battle. However, Wei Hua shook his head and said, no, notify the armies. Let's go north immediately. Save Ilua County. Shouldn't we be fighting the Yangtze River Navy? If we go to war with the Liao at this time, wouldn't it be a two-front war? Yan Xiaoyi sniffed in some confusion. We have no sailors to deal with the Yangtze River sailors. But there's one thing I know for sure. I am too familiar with the officials of the Yu dynasty. They are all human beings. Without complete certainty, they wouldn't dare to turn their backs on me. Even if Zhao Jiu gave them more favors, they would only make false pretenses and pretend to deal with it. Now that they dare to be so arrogant, there's only one reason. Yu dynasty is bound to be allied with the Liao clan. And they think they're winning. That's why they are so desperate. And since the two countries are allied, but we haven't seen the Liao army, then the Liao army must have gone to attack Ilua County. We must rescue them quickly and not let Ilua County be lost. Wei Hua analyzed, knowing the temperament of those veteran officials like the back of his hand. But if we retreat this time, will the Yangtze River sailors turn around and go to the Zhidong Road? And won't it be dangerous for us to get the sailors at that time? Yan Xiaoyi said, no harm done. The sailors are highly maneuverable and can withdraw at any time if they can't beat them. The vast ocean is their best back road. But Ilua County is different. Once they are surrounded by the Liao and don't have a sailor division by their side, they can only be wiped out on the spot by the Liao. Wei was said anxiously, a heart already flying thousands of miles away. However, fortunately, Wei Hua left a lot of defense for Ilua County. Ilua County's defenders have long been different from the past, expanding the 30,000 Wei family troops, and there are earth mine formations. Holding for a period of time should not be a problem. How many horses do we have left? Wei Hua asked as he rushed Xiao Yan aside. Back to Marshal Wei. There are still about 10,000 horses or so. Xiao Yan replied in a straightforward manner. Why so little? Wei Hua froze at his words. He had to know that he had previously equipped the 100,000 Wei family army with 30,000 war horses. Your Majesty, is not. That dim-witted ruler Zhao Jiu is extremely distrustful of our Wei family army. As soon as we returned to Yu dynasty, he forced us to remove our armor and weapons, took away all of our war horses, and distributed them to his own royal forbidden army. Just these 10,000 horses were still given temporarily because we were setting out to fight Yu dynasty. Otherwise we wouldn't even have these 10,000 horses. Xiao Yan explained. In ancient times, armor, weapons, and war horses were the greatest resources on the battlefield. It's also the biggest difference between a warrior and an ordinary civilian. If a soldier wore armor, carried a sharp sword, and straddled a steed, it would not be a problem for one person to slaughter a dozen or even dozens of people. Therefore, these resources even determined the victory or defeat of a war. And Zhao Jiu naturally kept all the good things for himself, hard arming his 50,000 royal forbidden army into 50,000 cavalry. The guards, on the other hand, were left with a pitiful 10,000 horses. Wei Hua's face sank at his words, but there was no way. 10,000 is 10,000. Thus, Wei Hua immediately ordered. Alright, Yan Xiaoyi, listen to the order. You lead 10,000 Wei family troops and stay in Huiqing Prefecture to hold back the Yangtze River sailors and guard this piece of territory that is ready to attack the Yu dynasty. The last general obeys. Yan Xiaoyi immediately knelt down to obey the order. Lin Tiniu, Xiao Yan, listen to the order. The two of you will be the main vanguard and the deputy vanguard respectively. Lead the 80,000 Wei family troops to attack the Liao territory from the main front road, attacking the city all the way, attracting the Liao soldiers, and striking towards Jizhou city. Attack its heart. Wei Hua said. preparing a move to surround Wei and save Zhao, forcing the Liao army to return. The last general obeys the order. Xiao Yan immediately knelt down to obey the order. Grandma, finally I can kill these Liao dogs properly. My old man's greatsword is famished. Don't worry, Marshal Wei. Tying Yo, will definitely take Jizhou City. Lin Tinyo patted his chest with confidence. Yelu Kai listened to the order. Pick 5,000 cavalry and join me. Take the path. 2 horses to a man. Switched, day and night, straight to Iro County. Wei Hua said, so that the mobility of the cavalry could be utilized the fastest. Strive to reach Ilua County in the shortest possible time and rescue the Wei family army and Tuoba you are there. Otherwise, 1 person and 1 horse. Although there are more people, but the horse cannot get a good rest. Go quite slow. Wei Shuai. It's too dangerous to just bring 5,000 people. Even if we have to go, we should let the last general go. Yan Xiaoyi and the others became anxious upon hearing this. You know the Liao army has more than 100,000 soldiers. Wei was 5,000 iron cavalry will go to the rescue. Isn't that just like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? It's too dangerous. Yeah, Marshal Wei, how about this? Let's switch. You go and attack Jizhou City, and I, Tying Yo, will go and rescue my brothers in Ilua County. Don't worry, Marshal Wei, Tying Yo, will definitely guard Ilua County well. If I fail to complete the mission, Tying Yo, will carry my head. Lin Tying Yo and the others also said, my mind is made up, so all of you hurry up and organize your armies, each in their own way. Don't delay. It's not like this marshal hasn't fought battles with fewer soldiers and horses than this. I've fought on the tip of a sword, and I've fought my way out of a pile of dead men, not to mention 5,000 men. Even if it's 500 or even 50 people, this marshal dares to storm the Liao army's camp. Wei Hua said seriously. It wasn't that he didn't trust his generals, but he trusted himself more. It was possible to maximize the battle power of the Weijia army. Yes, the crowd couldn't be persuaded any further, so they only agreed and acted immediately. In a short while, 5,000 cavalrymen were fully loaded and ready to go, and Wei Hua took the lead by straddling a white horse and shouting, "Depart! Save fellow members of the Wei family army! Save the Weijia army and kill the Liao dogs!" The soldiers followed suit and shouted. Accompanied by the sound of horses' hooves, the 5,000 iron horsemen rolled up countless dust. Yellow sand filled the sky, and a murderous atmosphere was created. Chapter 57 Pledge to defend the city. Wakingfu to Ilua County needs to cross 2 provinces, Zhenghuai Road and Jizhou Road. If you take the official highway, you can get there in about 3 days on horseback, day and night. However, the official highway is guarded by a large number of Liao troops, so they have to fight all the way there, which is quite a waste of time. Therefore, Wei Hua gave the big official road to the big troops, letting them go and fight while walking, ruthlessly hurting the Liao army and expanding their territory, at the same time, attracting the Liao troops who took the small roads. Sure enough, when Lin Tinyo and the others took Wei Heifu directly in the first battle, hitting the 10,000 men stationed by the Liao army and wiping them out, the Liao tribe shook, gathering all the garrison troops and horses. They tried to hold the city behind them. It also made the trail incredibly empty, with only a few sporadic defenders, which did not pose an obstacle to Wei Hua and the others. Anyone who dared to stop them would be killed. It's a free-for-all. However, the trails are winding and some of them are so bad that even if you keep going day and night, it would normally take 4.5 days. But Wei Hua gave strict orders to save time by all means, to eat, drink, and sleep at once, and to strive to reach Iro County within 3.5 days. After all, a soldier is worth his weight in gold. 1 more minute of speed on your side is 1 more minute of safety on the Iroquois County side. Jade, you must hold on. Be sure to wait for me. Your man will never let you be in any danger. Thinking that Tuoba Yuer, a woman, had to take on the responsibility of guarding the city, Wei Hua was overwhelmed and couldn't wait to rush back to Ilua County immediately. Hiya, giddy up, heave ho, dead horse, run. Wei Hua kept pulling on the reins and whipping the horse. The other cavalrymen followed closely, not daring to fall behind. For a time, it was as if a gale was passing through the country, setting marching records for the entire era. Meanwhile, Daimyo Prefecture, Iro County. A few days ago, the city of Jizhou, although the entire city was controlled by Tuoba Wuzhu, imprisoned all the forces loyal to Empress Dowager Xiao. But Empress Dowager Xiao was, after all, the real powerhouse of the Liao clan, and still had a lot of power under her belt. A few of them managed to escape, but most of them ran to Yanjing to try to inform Emperor Liao. Only one Liao clan member was smarter, knowing that Emperor Liao didn't work, and turned to Ilua County, looking for Princess Tuoba Yuer, and he finally managed to reach Iroquois County after running non-stop day and night for several days. When he saw Tuoba Yor, this Liao clan member was already so tired that he was foaming at the mouth. He forced himself to utter the words, "Great King of the Southern Court, against." After a few words, he directly fainted. Afterwards, Tuoba Yor used the best doctor actually did not save this Liao people alive. He is actually hard to run dead. Visible this information hard one. It was also these few words that made Tuoba Yor aware of the intrigue taking place within the city of Jizhou. Tuoba Yor was shocked by what she heard, and immediately wanted to rush to Jizhou city to find out what was going on, feeling incredibly worried for her mother. But in the end is a human wife. Mother, Tuoba Yor only walked a few steps to calm down. Know that if he is so adventurous to go to Jizhou city, will only end up a sheep into the tiger's mouth. What's more, now she's not only the princess of the Liao clan anymore, she's also Wei Hua's wife, and is now the head of the guardian family of the 4 counties of Ilua County. One cannot act rashly. Therefore, she forced herself to endure her grief, and on the one hand, she immediately asked the 4 counties within her fiefdom to start guarding and setting up earth mine formations. On the one hand, 2 parts of scouts were sent to Jizhou city and Yanjing. Soon, the scouts who traveled to Jizhou city returned quickly and brought Tuoba Yor bad news. Jizhou city has already fallen. Tuoba Wuzhu is leading more than 100,000 iron cavalry, with flags flying, towards Ilua County to kill without a glance. This is almost all of the Liao tribe's motorized forces, so it's like they've come out of the woodwork. The population of the Liao tribe itself is not as large as that of the Yu dynasty, and these 100,000 or so are all the elite of the Liao tribe, while the rest of the defenders of the city are all old, weak and sickly. Even the capital, Yanjing, has only a few old and sick troops. Therefore, even if Tuoba Yor's scouts managed to reach Yanjing and inform her imperial brother of Tuoba Wuzhu's rebellion, even if her imperial brother's brain returned to normal, there was nothing he could do. After all, a skillful woman can't cook without rice. Even Emperor Liao has no one left under him. What's more, who knows if there are any people from Tuoba Wuzhu in Yanjing? It's very likely that they have already taken control of Yanjing and His Majesty. Therefore, the only person that Tuoba Yor could rely on right now was herself. Inside the city, on the other hand, there were only 30,000 Wei family troops at the moment, and most of them were also newly recruited recruits, although they have experienced banditry. But the small fights of the bandit suppression were really a bit worthless compared to the offense and defense of more than 100,000 people. The situation, so to speak, was a one-sided crush. What should come is still coming. Tuoba Yor's side, having known that there would be such a day, which is why she desperately searched for the strongest man in the world so that she could have something to rely on. However, she didn't panic, let alone feel sorry for herself and keep shouting, "How could this happen?" Instead, his face was firm and he had already made up his mind. Even if there were only 30,000 people, even if there were no reinforcements, even if they didn't know when Wei Hua would return, she was also prepared to fight Tuoba Wuzhu to the death, desperately trying to hold on to the fiefdom, defend Wei Hua's home. Thus, Tuoba Yor was ready to gather the generals to discuss the specifics of defending the city. As a result, just as she went out, Tuoba Yor saw a scene that shocked her beyond measure, only to see countless general officers of the Wei family army kneeling in row after row outside the door. And upon seeing Tuoba Yor they immediately shouted, "Please get on the boat, my lord mother, evacuate this place." "What do you guys mean by this?" Tuoba Yor asked as she froze at his words. Although most of the sailors have left, they still left a few ships just in case. "These ships will escort the lord mother away to join my Wei family sailors." The Wei family generals also knew about the news of the Liao clan's approaching army. They didn't dare to put their main mother in danger, so they wanted to send Tuoba Yor away. "I'm leaving, what about you guys?" Tuoba Yor asked rhetorically. "We were born as a member of the Wei family army, and we will die as a ghost of the Wei family army. This place is a fiefdom of the Wei family army. The Liao clan is forbidden to enter. Those who disobey the order will be killed." The crowd of the Wei family army shouted in unison. In response, Tuoba Yor was instantly furious as she asked back in a stern voice, "Could it be that I, Tuoba Yor, am not a Wei family member? Have you never seen me as Wei Hua's wife? Could it be that what I'm carrying in my belly is not the Wei family's flesh and blood? No, my lord mother, forgive us. We don't dare. We just want you to be safe because we treat you as our lord mother and care about the child in your belly." The Wei family army people immediately panicked at the words and hurriedly explained. Instead, Tuoba Yor replied firmly, "Then what else is there to say? If you can defend the city to the death, so can I. This is my husband's home as well as mine. I'm not going anywhere. Even if I die, I will also die here. I will make the world way that the woman Wei Hua looks at is not a coward." Chapter 58 Fraudulent Surrender. Mother of the Lord, All the generals of the Wei family army were incomparably touched by what they said, and their tears filled their eyes. At the same time, a thought could not help but rise in everyone's mind. They're both Main mothers. How can the gap be so wide? If that Rapunzel Zhao Ruyan Main mother before, then she must have cried out and been the first to ask to escape. And this Liao clan master mother was so bold and resolute, a woman of honor. The words that were spoken made all of their male children's hearts warm up for them. All of you should stop trying to persuade me, or quickly prepare for the defense. I have a plan. All of you see if it's feasible. Tuoba Yuer, as a princess of the Liao tribe, grew up on horseback as well, and knew quite a bit about the art of war, and immediately came up with an idea. So she turned the ploy toward the crowd and said, "Let's do this and this and this. Master Mother's wonderful plan. Let's do as Master Mother says." The generals all thought it was a good idea once they heard this plan and immediately executed it. And most of the day later, Tuoba Woodruff personally led 150,000 iron horsemen suddenly appeared in the Weihua 4 counties fiefdom in the distance from the nearest Jizhou city Weinan County. Demingfu and other landlords of the 3 provinces of the land of the powerful to see the Liao army to come one by one instantly as a long drought to meet the rain generally. Crying and shouting rushed to the top trek Woodruff to tell Weihua under the atrocities, what posing as bandits to oppress them, what all sorts of blackmail them, simply treating them, the landlords and magnates, as fat pigs to be slaughtered. During this period of time, they were living a life that was worse than death. The family's food stocks had all been robbed, and they had even begun to eat chaff. Fortunately, the Liao army has arrived. The landlords and magnates feel that they have finally seen hope. But unexpectedly Tuoba Wushu saw this group of waste immediately cursed. "A group of waste? What use do I need you? I told you to stop Weihua, but you have become Weihua's transportation captains, sending him all kinds of food. No wonder Weihua could escape from this place. Men, chop up all these losers. The female ones will be put in the barracks for the enjoyment of the brethren. The family assets will be confiscated as military rations. Ah, King, spare your life. General, spare your life." The landlords and magnates were dumbfounded at the words. How is it that Weihua came to be beaten, and the Liao army came to be beaten? Isn't this ing being a traitor for nothing? However, they do not realize that traitors also need to have their own value. A traitor without value is like a fish on a chopping board, only to be slaughtered. In the end, with screams, these landlords and powerful people were destroyed by the Liao army on the spot. The Liao soldiers licked the blood from their swords and were quite satisfied with the kill. And just as Tuoba Wushu continued to advance, getting closer and closer to Weinan City, however, he saw the gates of Weinan City suddenly open. Tuoba Wushu was startled at the sight, and thought that the Wei family army was going to rush out and fight with itself. As a result, I didn't expect that the city gates only opened a crack, only letting one person and one rider out and then immediately closed again. And when the man rushed out, he kept shouting, "Don't shoot arrows, don't shoot arrows, I am an envoy of the Wei family army, and I have important matters to see the great king of the southern court. Let him come over." Seeing that it was a man, Tuoba Woods didn't think so, and immediately ordered. In a short while, this envoy of the Wei family army was sent to Tuoba Wushu, who took out a letter and said, "This is written by my main mother, Princess Liao, and I would like to ask the South Court King to open it himself." "Alright, let me see what this great niece of mine has to say to me at the end of her life." The corner of Tuoba Wushu's mouth curled up, picking up the letter and reading it. I only saw that it was clearly written. "Fourth uncle, we are flesh and blood, blood and flesh. Why should we need each other? I still hope that the fourth uncle under the city to talk about surrender matters. As long as the fourth uncle in front of the whole army, personally said to my niece to let go of my niece will give up this fiefdom. As long as the fourth uncle can save the lives of my niece and husband, I would like to take the fourth uncle as the lord of my Liao tribe." Seeing this content, Tuoba Wushu immediately laughed indulgently and said, "Ha ha ha, in the end, it is a female seeing my army coming, immediately scared less and ready to surrender. Well, count on her to recognize the time. See her so understanding on. I can indeed consider leaving her to Tuoba Yuer alive. After all, in the future, when the Empress Dowager and I get married, this Tuoba Yuer is also my daughter. We are all close to each other. Go, follow me to accept these 4 counties. Ha 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 ha, if I were to collect the Wei family army here, it would be a huge blow to Weihua as well, right? They say it's easy to shake the mountains, but hard to shake the Wei family army. This doesn't meet me, or is it shaken? I, indeed, am destined by heaven." And at that moment, Tuoba Wushu's beloved, Wan Yanqi couldn't help but say, "Wait a moment, Your Majesty, prevent a fraud. Why don't we send a similar-looking Liao to wear your armor and impersonate you? If Tuoba Yuer sincerely surrenders then that's best. If she commits fraud, it will also keep Your Majesty safe. It makes sense." Tuoba Wuzhu heard that it was true. Last time under the Huiqing mansion, he was almost shot by Wei Hua with an arrow from a long distance away. Or he relied on using his men as a cushion before he managed to survive. This Wei family army is very bad. Who knows if it will play any tricks? Maybe this Tuoba Yuer wants to repeat the same trick and sneak attack herself again. So, Tuoba Wuzhu immediately found a person in the Liao crowd who was similar to him in stature and appearance, took off the golden armor on his body and let him change into it, and then gave him his mount as well, so that he could ride a high horse at the front of the group, slowly approaching towards Weinan County. Mother-in-Chief, is it him? Above the city wall of Weinan County, the crowd of the Wei family army rushed at Tuoba Yuer and asked. Tuoba Yuer looked at the familiar golden armor and red rabbit horse and couldn't help but nod. It's too far away to see, but it looks very similar. Yes, the crowd's hearts were certain at the words, and then they immediately signaled. In no time, the people ambushed underneath the city received the signal and began to light the fuses, ready to detonate the earth mine array. This is the fraudulent surrender strategy that Tuoba Yuer thought of. Through a personal letter, he tricked Topaz into seeing him, and then detonated an earth mine array to kill Topaz. As long as this old thief is dead, the Liao army will be leaderless and will naturally lose. At that time, Tuoba Yuer could even use her status as a princess of the Liao clan to reverse integrate the Liao army. In this way, the world can be finalized. Bear, bear, bear. The fuse kept burning and exploded just as the troops led by Takuma Woods reached the location of the ambush mine. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, followed by a deafening loud explosion, as if the gates of hell had been violently pushed open, releasing endless fury and destruction. Flames shot up into the sky, coloring everything on the ground blood red. The airwaves of the explosion were like invisible giant fists, violently impacting the surroundings, with dust and debris being thrown up high, forming a barrier of smoke that covered the sky. During this time, Iroquois County was constantly producing black powder, so this was used in extraordinarily large doses. Under the impact of this force, the ground seemed to be torn apart, a crack like a hideous wound crisscrossing the ground. The center of the mine explosion was littered with corpses and blood. The air was filled with a pungent, suffocating smell of smoke and blood. Even the soldiers in the distance were shaken by the sudden explosion, some covering their ears, while others stared wide-eyed in horror as they witnessed the tragic scene. In this land shrouded by the shadow of death, life seemed so fragile that every breath became a luxury. What is this thing? What is it? Eyes watching the double dead and incomplete body of Tuoba Woods, looking at the scene in front of him, the body sweating profusely. It is hard to imagine, if the person who just went was himself, what would be the end of himself? Chapter 59. The second most famous general in the world. Ah! Ouch! It hurts! Help! Quickly save me! I don't want to die! Your Majesty, help! Help! Countless soldiers located in the middle of the earth mine formation were blown to smithereens, and some others were lucky enough not to die, but they also broke their arms and legs and wailed. At this moment, underneath the city walls of Weinan County, it was as if it had turned into hell on earth. It's beyond tragic. This bombing directly killed thousands of Liao troops, especially the bombing of the Tuoba Wuzhu, immediately caused a burst of cheers on the Weinan city wall. Wei Jia army, so worthy of being Marshal Wei's wife. No tiger husband has a weak wife. A single trick to defraud the Liao army has blown the commander to pieces. But what the defenders didn't know was that the one who blew up was just a stand-in. The real Tuoba Wuzhu was looking at all this in front of him with a sweaty head, and then jumped to his feet and cursed angrily. Damn Tuoba Yuer! Damn Tuoba Yuer! I treat you like a niece, like a daughter, and yet you want to blow up old me. Bastard! Damn! I'll have to break you into pieces. And what the hell is this? Demonic magic? Have any of you ever seen it before? Tuoba Wuzhu asked towards the Liao army generals. Have not seen The Liao people have shaken their heads. Any of them have fought for half a lifetime. They have never seen this kind of thing. One by one, their faces are fearful. Their hearts are timid. There is that timid one who even began to advise. Wang, Majesty, I've heard that Wei Hua knows demonic techniques and can kill people in an invisible way. This may be the demonic method that Wei Hua left behind before he left. Otherwise, how would he dare to rest assured that Tuoba Yuer is a woman guarding the city? This place is too weird. I think we should retreat first. Nonsense. I've been fighting Wei Hua for so many years. How come I didn't know he could do demonic magic? This is all just some people who have lost a battle scaring people indiscriminately, feeling that this can cover up their responsibility for their defeat. In fact, it's just a bunch of losers. This is by no means some kind of demonic art. It should be some kind of trap. Don't be afraid, everyone. This kind of trap will happen once at most. It's unlikely to happen a second time. Come on people, hurry up and organize a vanguard army and go ahead to attack the city. In the meantime, let's explore the reality. Tuoba Wuju was still very cerebral and took the lead to calm down and said, Liao army generals instantly became stammered at the words. After all, who do not want to die for nothing? Especially this kind of death is too gruesome. The corpse and bones do not exist. Tuoba Wuju was furious when he saw this scene, but it couldn't be helped, and he knew that it was too dangerous to send another vanguard now. So, he still added more layers and said, whoever is willing to be a vanguard, I will grant him a 3-level promotion, a reward of 10,000 taels. Some people in the crowd started to jump on the bandwagon, but still no one spoke up. There is no way. Tuoba Wuju had to once again increase the code. Fight down this city. Seal 10,000 vassals. In addition, Tuoba Yuer, for you and others to have fun. I will go. Heavy rewards will always lead to courageous men. Hearing the treatment of sealing a marquis and marrying a princess, someone was finally moved and shouted loudly. And with the first came the second. And soon, thousands of men stepped forward to form a vanguard, inspired by Tuoba Wuju, to attack towards Weinan County. Kill! The vanguard shouted. Killing! What's going on? How come the Liao clan isn't in chaos? Is it possible that Tuoba Wuju isn't dead? How does this Liao clan still dare to charge? The people on the wall of Weinan County couldn't help but stare at this scene. According to their conception, with Tuoba Wuju being blown up, the Liao army should have been in great chaos. The Weijia army could even take the opportunity to incorporate some of them. And right now, they were still lined up neatly not far away, and even sent out a vanguard to test the waters, which was really too strange. It seems that the one who blew up was just a stand-in for Tuoba Woods. Damn old thing. Even so cunning. That's right. Right now we can only do it for real. Brothers, hold on to the city. Seeing this, Tuoba Yuer was the first to react and shouted at the crowd. Seeing that the crowd was still a bit confused, Tuoba Yuer even directly burst out and said, kill. This sound, like a blow to the head, instantly shouted to wake up the crowd, shattering the illusions in everyone's mind, and began to stand in strict anticipation. Anyone who was afraid of death is human. Even as strong as the Weijia army, they were still hoping that they could blow up the other side's commander-in-chief and be spared a battle. And right now, since hopes are dashed, let's fight. Let's have a real fight and see who's the pussy. Mother-in-chief, it's dangerous up there. Quickly go down. Changsher Xin Wuji rushed at Tuoba Yuer, preparing to tell her to return to the city lest she be injured by stray arrows. Instead, Tuoba Yuer shook her head and rushed at Changsher Xin Wuji. Give me a bow. Ha! Changsher Xin Wuji was a bit unresponsive at his words. I said give me a bow, Topaz Yule said again. Seeing that Changsher Xin Wuji was still frozen in place, Tuoba Yuer also stopped talking nonsense and directly snatched a composite bow from Changsher Xin Wuji's hand, then immediately drew 3 arrows, bending the bow like a full moon. Whoosh! 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 The arrows cut through the air like 3 shooting stars, and then shot into the Liao soldiers with unerring precision, bursting out 3 bright blood-colored flowers. At the same time, accompanied by 3 Liao soldiers immediately fell to the ground. The chief historian Xin Wuji, who was standing by the side, was directly stunned. This main mother is so powerful, and the archery skill is not inferior to Wei Shuaya. And it was then that Tuoba Yuer smiled and said, I, Tuoba Yuer, practiced archery since I was a child, and I can also kill people. Standing on top of the city wall is far more useful than staying below. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and defend the city. Today, I vow not to retreat. I will live and die with you. Live together and die together. Vow not to retreat. When the soldiers saw that the lady of the Hall Martial Wei was so majestic and had such a spirit, the blood in their hearts was completely ignited. And one by one, they shouted loudly, a woman has such courage. How can they, the men, be defeated? Thus, countless arrows instantly fell like heavy rain. The crazy output of the Wei family's army, coupled with the powerful might of the compound bow, directly killed the vanguard with nothing but screams. After a few rounds of arrows, there were no more people standing on the spot. All of them became corpses. This Wei family army's fighting strength is also too terrible. Thousands of soldiers were directly shot to death without even touching the city wall. The Liao clan's crowd was really numb at the sight. 2 sets now. Enough for 2 sets. First he was blown up, then he was shot. How can we fight this war? However, what the crowd didn't expect was that at this time, Tuoba Wuju actually let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, Your Majesty, our vanguard soldiers are all dead. Why are you laughing? The crowd was a bit puzzled, and even felt that this new sire was not confused by his anger, and that he could still laugh even after so many people had died. You guys see, the guards used all bows and arrows, and didn't use the bombing technique just now. It means that this explosive technique was really only used once, and they're at their wits' end. There's nothing to be afraid of. Their Wei family army is only a few tens of thousands of people. I have more than 100,000 troops. I can grind them to death, Tuoba Wuju proudly said. He was only afraid of the unknown frying technique he had just been given, and was not the least bit afraid of the arrow, even though it was powerful. Immediately afterward, he even ordered, all generals listen to the order. Divide the army into 6 teams, each team of more than 20,000 people. Everyone alternately fight. 1 team to fight, the remaining 5 teams to repair and eat. Each team attacked for 2 hours, and the 6 teams fought for a total of 12 hours. A full day. Don't let this Weijia army have any chance to take advantage of this. In that case, if his Weijia army is even more powerful, he will never be able to hold this Weinan county. Respectfully following your majesty's holy decree. The crowd immediately shouted at his words, each one of them brightening up, feeling that fighting like this was indeed an invincible means. Even a man of iron cannot carry a continuous attack for 12 hours a day. This Weinan county must be broken. After all, it was important to realize that Tuoba Wuju was also a famous general of his generation. Before Wei Hua appeared, he had also fought all over the world. At one point, the Yu dynasty became extinct, and he searched the mountains and the sea to capture Zhao Jiao. Even now, he had only lost to Wei Hua. How is this not considered the second best general in the world? The extermination of this Tuoba Yuer, such as a bag to pick up. Chapter 60 Life and Death. Kill, 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 kill. The Liao clansmen's killing sound shook the heavens as they rushed forward and back toward Weinan County. At this moment, the Liao people's strong fighting strength was on full display, and it was indeed several times more powerful than the previous Jizhou army led by Qin Ming, which could not be compared to the same thing. One could only see them approaching the city in a furious manner, each of them carrying heavy traveling bags, but with no fear on their faces. In front of the group, several immense and incomparable siege vehicles could be seen slowly moving forward. These siege vehicles were like steel behemoths. Their bodies were built from hard wood and thick iron plates, and they were also fitted with sharp ramming horns, which were bound to cause great damage once they hit the city gates. Right behind them was a towering ladder, which were carried on the shoulders of the soldiers as if they were trying to poke a hole in the sky. The surfaces of the ladders were covered with non-slip patterns to ensure that they wouldn't slip when climbing. And further away, a stone-throwing vehicle was also steadily advancing. These stone-throwing vehicles were huge in size and required the combined efforts of many people to operate. They were loaded with huge stones, and once they were launched, they smashed into the city walls like meteors, posing a great threat to the defending side. In addition, around the entire group, there was a large number of archers standing by. They were holding strong bows and crossbows, and their arrow pots were filled with sharp arrows, just waiting for an order. They would fire all arrows at once, forming a dense rain of arrows, providing strong fire cover for the attacking troops. The power of such a large number of excellent siege equipment gathered together was truly extraordinary. Back then, the Liao people relied on their great battle prowess to break through even Huanglongfu, the most fortified capital of Daiyu, not to mention this tiny Weinan County town. Although the county had been continuously fortified by the Wei family army during this period of time, in the end, it was only a small county. However, although the county was small, the fighting strength of the Weijia army was not weak at all. Now that the composite bows have been massively distributed to the soldiers, they are frantically shooting against the Liao archers. It can press the Liao archers to fight, beat their proud archery skills to a pulp. Facing that ladder, the Wei family army was also prepared. A huge frying pan was erected on the city wall, and countless hot oils, like pouring rain, were showered towards the heads of these Liao soldiers who were trying to climb up with the ladders. Ah! The several hundred degrees of heat instantly hurt the Liao soldiers who squealed and screamed. And the hot oil also made the ladder incredibly slippery, causing many of the soldiers to roll straight down and fall alive. As for the gates attacked by the siege vehicles, countless common people spontaneously appeared, frantically reinforcing the gates with sandbags, hardening the tiny county gates to remain motionless under the constant impact of the huge siege vehicles. But even though the Weijia army resisted so fiercely, the Liao people actually still didn't retreat, and continued to rush towards Weinan County. In the end is the division of 100 battles. In the end is Tuoba Wuju personally supervised the battle. Fighting strength is really not to be underestimated. What's wrong with this Liao clan? How come they don't know how to get tired? After fighting for several hours, looking at the Liao soldiers who seemed to know no fatigue, Changcher Xin Wuji's scalp was a little numb. Even he was feeling a bit tired, but the Liao people were still in high spirits. It's the wheeling method. Let's do the same. Tuoba Yuer knew the Liao clan the best and immediately understood. But we don't have enough troops. Once we split our troops again for a wheel rest, it'll be easy to be overrun. Changcher Xin Wuji reminded. We have 30,000 people, divided into 3 waves. One wave of 10,000 000 men. Although it's a bit of a struggle, we can still barely hold it. We must give our brothers time to rest. Otherwise, if the enemy escapes and we work hard, our army will lose. Tuoba Yor looked at the scene in front of her and quickly made a decision. Yes. Chanchur Xin Wuji immediately arranged for the Wei family army to start going down to rest. At this point, the guys were all a bit red-eyed, saying nothing and refusing to go down. In the end, it was only when Tuoba Yor personally intervened that she convinced the soldiers to hurry down and recuperate, and wait for the shift change after 4 hours to fight again. In this way, the two sides engaged in a thrilling and grueling fight. It lasted from dawn until nightfall, and throughout the entire day, the shouts, screams, and clashes of weapons intersecting resounded through the sky, unceasingly. On the battlefield, soldiers from both sides sacrificed their lives and fought bravely. Every swing of the sword, every thrust of the spear, and every shot of the arrow carried endless killing intent and determination. Their bodies collided with each other. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and splatters of blood blossomed in the air, as if forming a scarlet curtain of rain. And under this bloody killing, Weinan County had turned into a hell on earth. On the city wall, under the city wall, there were corpses everywhere. Some were mutilated, some were completely disfigured, and it was creepy. The blood gathered into rivers, as if it was drowned by a sea of blood. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, making people nauseous, and even the winds seemed to be tainted by this bloody aura, bringing gusts of coldness wherever it blew through. Your Majesty, this Weijia army's fighting strength is too strong. It's been a day of fighting and they're still able to hold on, and they don't have the slightest intention of retreating. Our casualties aren't small. We can't keep fighting like this. The Liao soldiers couldn't help but get scared looking at this miserable scene and rushed at Tuoba Wuju to advise again. Shut up. I don't want casualty figures. I just want to capture this city. I only want to capture Tuoba Yor alive. Tuoba Wuju sneered and balked. As the saying goes, mercy is not in the hands of soldiers. Righteousness is not in the hands of money. As the commander-in-chief, we must not be merciful at a time like this. Even if more people die, we must take this city and not lose the battle. Moreover, I can afford to lose more than 100,000 troops. The tens of thousands of Weijia troops over there are one less than one dead. As long as he strikes this place and kills all of Tuoba Yor and the Wei family army, then the entire Liao tribe will no longer have a force that can oppose him. Tuoba Wuju, Tuoba Wuju, could gather the power of the entire Liao land to deal with Weihua while defeating the myth of the undefeated Wei family army. When the time comes, several countries will join forces to fight Weihua, and there will be no worry that Weihua won't die. The scene of the world coming together as one, of all the people submitting to it, and of the vibrant life of all things competing, seems to be right in front of us. Ah, this is a time to never retreat. Chapter 61 Secret Weapon. Even as night fell, the Liao did not stop fighting. Both sides continued the battle against the moonlight and stars, holding torches. Battle from dawn to darkness, and again from darkness to dawn. A full day and night without stopping. And with this frantic combat, on just the first day, the Liao tribe lost a full 20,000 men. The corpses were piled up in a thick layer under the city wall. From afar, it looked like a sea of corpses. The casualties of the Weijia army were also as high as a full 8,000. This was not because the Weijia army was so much stronger than the Liao, but mainly because the attacking side itself was situated in an unfavorable state and naturally had more to lose. In response, Tuoba Wuju was unconcerned, but instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, becoming even more determined that he would be able to take the city. After all, if they kept on grinding like this, they hard could force their way up the walls by piling up the corpses thicker and thicker. Weinan County, definitely defeated. Tuoba Yul, defeat. The Weijia army, must be defeated. And he, Takumi Woods, will win. Unless, by some miracle, this Weinan County could survive. But, where in the world are all the miracles? Master Mother, you've been fighting for a full day and night. Go down and rest. At this time, Xin Wuji, the chief historian on top of the city wall, looked at Tuoba Yor, who always stayed on the city wall, and the corners of her mouth turned white, so she hurriedly cried and advised. Although Tuoba Yor was not injured for the time being, her hands were hardened by the bowstring because of the constant drawing of the bow, and her pair of white hands were cracked and bleeding from the grinding of the bowstring. No way. I'm going to defend this city. For my husband. Guard our home. I'm going to wait for him to come back. As long as I am here, the soldiers will be able to fight to the death completely. As long as I am here, the soldiers will have confidence. I will not retreat. Tuoba Yor was already weak from exhaustion, but she still leaned against the city wall, refusing to go down. Mother of the Lord. The soldiers were all moved by the situation, and one by one, they were filled with tears, and the battle was even more fervent. And just then, a few craftsmen came up the wall carrying a huge object, and shouted excitedly as they came up, "It's done! Ha ha ha! Master Mother! It's done! What came into being? What is this?" Tuoba Yuer looked at the blackened opening of one of the holes and was a little unsure. "This is the secret weapon Marshal Wei has been having us develop all these years. The red cannon. Originally, Marshal Wei had almost developed it before he left, but the production was too small. During this time, we've been working overtime and have built a total of 30 red-coated cannons and 3,000 shells. We can hold Weinan City and repel the Liao army." The head craftsman, Lu Taiban, shouted excitedly. "This object can kill people?" Tuoba Yuer asked with a shocked sniff. Her husband was really good at surprising himself, and even hid such a thing. "It has the power of a heavenly collapse," Lu Taipan said confidently, patting his chest. "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly! Use it quickly!" Tuoba Yuer hurriedly shouted, finally seeing a glimmer of victory. Yes, the Lutabans acted immediately, setting up the red-coated cannons at the reserved gun ports on the city wall. "What the is that? A black hole? Brothers, do you recognize it?" At this time, the Liao soldiers also noticed the red-coated cannons and couldn't help but scratch their heads, asking in confusion, "Don't recognize it! Don't recognize it!" The crowd shook their heads. "False pretenses, brothers, don't be afraid," the Liao general said disdainfully at the sight, thinking that the Weijia army was running out of ideas and had begun to scare people with things indiscriminately. After all, one simply couldn't imagine what was outside of perception, and naturally couldn't feel the power of this transgressive weapon. "Light the fire." Above the city wall, Tuoba Yuer gave an order. In an instant, dozens of torches were thrown into the muzzle of the cannon almost simultaneously. Sparks splashed in all directions, accompanied by the rumbling sound. The red-coated cannons seemed to be enraged beasts, spewing out hot flames and iron bullets. The sound of the cannon shook the sky and the earth. Even the city wall underneath trembled, and in front of the muzzle of the cannons, a dazzling fire was formed, just like the lightning that broke through the night sky, striking directly at the enemy's position. Bang! 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 In the next second, smoke rose in all directions, obscuring the line of sight, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur and scorched earth. Iron bombs exploded in the enemy crowd, raising a cloud of dust and broken limbs. Wailing and shouting intertwined, forming a sad and tragic picture. And the red-coated cannons, after a short silence, were ready to meet the next boom. And each of their firings was a heavy blow to the enemy and a firm defense of the Weijia army's belief in victory. Ah! 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 The Liao troops were once again blown up with their arms and thighs flying together, each crying out in misery. The rest of the soldiers who hadn't been blown up were also scared out of their wits. The generals watching the battle saw the situation one by one all scalp numb. Unheard of! Unheard of! They hurriedly rushed at Tuoba Wuju and said, "Demonic spells! Your Majesty! They really know demonic magic! Terrible! It's horrible! Your Majesty! Let's quickly withdraw our troops! This place is too evil to be resisted by human power!" Yeah, I've never seen such tactics in all my life. How can this be a fight? This, Rao Tuoba Wuju has fought for most of his life, and at this moment, he does not know what to do. To be honest, he was also a bit confused as to how the tactics of this Wei family's army were endless. The inexplicable collapse of the sky and earth before was already scary. Now there are a few more black holes that can actually hurt people. It's just really demonic magic in general. However, he was a bit reluctant to let Tuoba Wuju retreat like this. After all, he could sense that this Wei family's army was at the end of its rope, and success was just around the corner. And at that moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind and he rushed to the crowd. "Don't panic, everyone, don't panic. They're just now moving to use this kind of thing. It should be because there aren't many stocks of this kind of thing. Otherwise, they could have used it right from the start. Then we'd still be fighting. As long as we drain this thing, there's nothing they can do. But who wants to test this thing? It's too scary." The general sniffed one by one with a sad face. "I give money. I have plenty of money. When you die, you will be knighted, and your family will be supported by the state. If you are lucky not to die, directly promoted to 5 levels of official." Tuoba Wuju is also out of the box, constantly smashing money to smash the official, and with heavy rewards. There are those who are not afraid to die. It also really did allow Topaz to form a new death squad again, continuing to attack the city, trying to smash the cannons. "Grandma, still dare to come. Let's see me blow you all up." Lu Daban on the city wall saw this and immediately wanted to fire the cannon again. He was really addicted to fighting. Looking at his own hand-built cannon has such power. Really excited beyond words. And at that moment, Tuoba Yule said, "Wait, don't shoot all the shells. The greatest effect of such wonders is deterrence. Shooting all of them won't eliminate all of the Liao army, but will instead leave you without the means to follow up. In this way, fire 2 cannons, then stop and continue to fend them off with bows and arrows and swords and spears, until the Liao troops think we have no artillery. Then continue to fire. Keep the Liao army in a state of fear, unable to figure out how much artillery we have. Master Mother's high opinion. Lu Dabin and the others couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In this way, the Liao army will certainly not dare to attack in a big way, lest they be annihilated by artillery on a large scale, and will only dare to keep harassing with small troops, which can give the Wei family's army the maximum amount of time to recuperate. Moreover, the Liao army can't feel how much artillery fire the Wei Jia army has, so they are bound to be scared, and the pressure in their hearts is extremely great, and their fighting strength is greatly reduced. This red-coated cannon was like a sword hanging over the hearts of all the people. No one knew when it would fall, frightening them to the point of cowering. Chapter 62 Crowdsourcing. In the end, the Liao army was just as Tuoba Yuer had imagined. Seeing that the Wei Jia army's gun ports were delayed in firing, they assumed that the Wei Jia army had run out of artillery, and were immediately going to resume their large-scale attack. As soon as the result was a major attack, the guards started firing again. Cannonball that the more people the more powerful, immediately blew up countless people. Scared, the Liao army again withered, only dared to send a small force to explore again. And when this probing revealed that the Wei Jia army had stopped firing again, the Liao army began to send out large-scale troops again, week after week. The next day ended with a confrontation of artillery. On this day, the Liao army once again suffered over 20,000 casualties. The losses were heavy. Nearly 10,000 of them were wounded by the red-coated cannons. This shows the power of this cannon. The Wei Jia army, on the other hand, did relatively well on this day, suffering only about 2,000 casualties. After all, with the cannons at hand, the casualties were much smaller. But, even if Tuoba Yuer used it sparingly, all 3,000 cannonballs were finished, and they could no longer be made in a short period of time. And now the Liao army, seeing that the Wei Jia army was slow to fire their cannons, once again began a major attack. In the first half of the third day, the Wei family's army could still barely resist, but in the second half of the day, it was already a bit overwhelmed. After all, the Liao clan had a full 150,000 men, and even if 40,000 were damaged, there were still 110,000 left. They can still be divided into several teams to fight a wheel battle, but the Wei Jia army only had 30,000 men in total, and with 10,000 damaged, only 20,000 remained. The 20,000 men were just alternating, and could only be divided into 2 shifts, which was no rest at all for the soldiers. Basically, it doesn't take long to lay down, or eat a meal, and then you have to keep fighting again. Otherwise, the front will collapse. This kind of fighting method is not destined to last long, especially looking at the corpses under the city wall are piled higher and higher, and then the Liao army can even directly step on the corpses to climb up easily into the Weinan County. Most of all, the defenders are a bit disillusioned, not sure where hope lies. The earth mine formation was used and didn't kill Topaz. The red-coated cannons were also used and could not completely annihilate the Liao army. Now, the crowd's arrows were getting fewer and fewer. The oil on the frying pan had long since been exhausted, and even the swords of many of the soldiers had curled edges from hacking. Reinforcements simply don't know where they can come from. Wei Shui is thousands of miles away. Do not know his situation, whether he has converged with the 100,000 Wei family army. Even if they have converged, it will take many days to come all the way here. The Liao emperor, not to mention a puppet, came to reinforcements. The probability is also to help the Liao army. With no reinforcements outside and no additional troops inside, the more we fight, the worse it gets. My lord mother, can't really do it. Give up Weinan County and withdraw to other counties. We still have 3 counties. We can use those 3 counties to continue to hold out. As for this county, why don't we just burn it down with a fire and use it to defend against the Liao army? The chief historian Xin Wuji gritted his teeth and said helplessly, it was the only way he could think of to use to defend the enemy, trading space for time. At the same time, the fire can also give the Liao tribe a hard blow. No way. If we burn the county, what will happen to the people? We can retreat in time, but the people's entire belongings are in this county. They'll definitely be too late to retreat. We can't sacrifice so many commoners for nothing. They've all left their families behind to join Weihua. I can't let Weihua lose the hearts of the people. Tuoba Yuer flatly refused. But, if we keep fighting like this, we really won't be able to hold out much longer. Our people are getting fewer and fewer. Chang'er Xin Wuji sighed and said, he didn't want to sacrifice the people, but there was really no other way. And right at this moment, an old voice suddenly came out. Who says we have fewer people? Tuoba Yor and Xin Wuji turned their heads to look, only to see an old man leading countless numbers of sturdy young men with their families' hoes, scythes, kitchen knives, wood knives, and broomsticks, one by one, ascending the city walls. These people are the ordinary people of Weinan County, and 3 other counties, who have stepped forward in the most difficult times in Weinan County. Chancher Xin Wuji looked at the spontaneous common people and could not help but be stunned. His eyes instantly reddened, and at that moment, the common people plainly grinned and said with a smile, though we are only common people, we know how to protect our country. If the Wei family army does not abandon us, we will never abandon the Wei family army. It was Marshal Wei who let me have my own field for the first time, and I will defend my field to the death. I'll do the same, swear to defend my field to the death. I wanted to sign up for the Wei family army before, but it's just a pity that I was brushed off by the Wei family army because I was too short. But now, I finally have the chance to fight with you guys. I'm so excited. This is the moment when the people's hearts are in the right place and the people's minds are in the right place. Thank you. Thank you all. Tuoba Yor also had tears in her eyes as she hurriedly bowed at all of you. She knew that after dividing the fields, the people were incredibly supportive of Weihua, but she didn't expect that they could actually embrace it like this, even going so far as to stand up to the 100,000 Iron Horsemen outside with a passionate heart in times of crisis. My Lord Mother is overstating things. It was Marshal Wei who turned me from a cow or a horse into a human being, so naturally I must vow to repay her with my life. Without further ado, any brothers who can't carry on hurriedly go down to rest. We'll take over and fend them off. The leading old man was a resident old man of the county with high prestige, and immediately commanded. And Tuoba Yor and Chancher Xin Wuji no longer excused themselves and immediately made arrangements. With the 10,000 or so commoners helping out, the Wei family army finally had some time to rest properly. At the same time, the Liao army in the battle also discovered this group of old people. Immediately there is a general rush to Tuoba Wuju report. Your Majesty, it's not good. A large group of commoners has suddenly appeared on the city walls. There are so many of them that the Weijia army's combat power has increased greatly. Ha 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 ha. Tuoba Wuju was not troubled by what he heard, but instead suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. Why is your Majesty laughing? The general under his command asked in confusion. And it was only then that Tuoba Wuju explained. The fact that even the common people have been used shows that this Weijia army is truly at its wit's end and has no other options. Don't be afraid. There is a huge difference between the common people and the real soldiers. It's useless even if there are too many people. As long as we kill ruthlessly and kill until the hot blood of these commoners turns cold, they will immediately rout. At that time, this kind of rout can even lead to a rout of the Wei family army, making them lose big. Ha 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 ha. In this battle, our Liao clan will win. Chapter 63 Weihua arrives. Tuoba Wuju is worthy of being a famous general in the world, and his vision is incomparably poisonous. If he were anyone else, seeing that Weinan City had been joined by another raw force, he would surely have to stop and fix and watch and wait. Instead, he ordered the onslaught to continue. The reality was indeed as he had predicted. In the beginning, the people were all in a flurry of enthusiasm, crowdsourced and overwhelmed with excitement. But when they really fought, the people found that their sickles and hoes could hardly harm the Liao soldiers in armor. On the contrary, when the Liao soldiers slashed their weapons, the people were either killed or injured. There was a huge gap between the two sides, both in terms of weapons and the quality of the soldiers. Often it took 5 or 6 dead civilians to cut down a Liao soldier. The situation presents a lopsided suppression. Slowly, the people began to disorganize themselves and get a little scared, out of human instinct, a natural fear of death. Solely, these old people are volunteering. It is not like what Tuoba Woods imagined that catching a strong man like that immediately routed. Moreover, Weinan County is not a county fighting. There are 3 other counties behind him, including Iro County. All 3 counties were mobilized to defend their homes and their fields. The peasants are really afraid of being poor and suffering. It takes several lifetimes to get such a piece of field, and if you want to rob them of their field, you're taking their lives. Thus, despite the heavy death and injury of the common people, one group died and a new one took its place. The third day ended with a crowd of ordinary people. On this day, the Liao army unprecedentedly reduced its losses, damaging less than 10,000 men. On the other hand, the Weijia army has lost 5,000 soldiers and tens of thousands of dead and wounded civilians. The losses were heavy. The original 30,000 Wei family troops had been damaged by a full half at this moment. In any other army, even the Liao army, damaging more than half of it would completely break the heart of the army and cause it to collapse. However, the Weijia army managed to remain in order even after losing half of them. vowing not to retreat. This, on the one hand, was the work of Wei Huo and those 3,000 officers. On the other hand, it was also because Tuoba Yor, the mother of the house, set an example and vowed not to retreat. As a woman with such courage, how can a group of men be defeated so easily? After 3 days of unbelievably brutal warfare that resembled a meat grinder, time, finally, came to the 4th day. On this day, both the guards and the common people had reached their limits. In particular, the corpses underneath the city of Weinan County had been piled up like a mountain, allowing the Liao soldiers to easily step on the corpses and scale the walls of Weinan County. At the same time, Tuoba Woods no longer used a wheel war, but launched a general attack accompanied by a loud wolf howl of a horn. 100,000 Liao soldiers holding curved swords, wailing as they rushed towards Weinan County. The city walls were already filled with Liao soldiers. Even if Tuoba Yor didn't want to retreat anymore, she was forced to pull down by Changsher Xian Wuji and the others, retreated to the rear. Accompanied by deafening shouts and surging tidal waves, the sturdy city gate was finally broken down by the Liao army with a thunderous force. In an instant, the heavy city gate collapsed, raising a cloud of dust that covered the sky. With the loss of the gate, Weinan County was instantly plunged into a fierce and brutal street battle. Only the streets and alleys of the city were filled with scenes of swords, blood and flesh. Soldiers from both sides were sacrificing their lives to fight to the death, and the hissing and roaring resounded through the clouds. Every street became a battlefield of life and death. Every inch of land was dyed red with blood, as if the whole county was immersed in a purgatory of blood and fire. The occupation had become a foregone conclusion. Looking at the city gates that were breached and the miserable screams of the common people, Tuoba Yor's incomparable heartache sighed, "Still can't resist? Husband, I tried my best. Unfortunately, it still didn't wait for you to come back, nor did I wait for the baby to be born. You don't know, this little guy can be tough, following me to fight for 3 days without any trouble or fuss. In the future, it might be a famous general just like you. After all, the little guy has experienced the battlefield before he was even born. This military age will be scary to talk about in the future." With those words, Tuoba Yor was ready to pull out her sword and kill herself. After all, the city has been broken. Even if you run, you cannot run out of the Liao tribe's Five-Finger Mountain. Instead of being captured back to the Liao tribe and subjected to all kinds of insults from Tuoba Woodruff, Tuoba Yor would rather die. "My lord mother, don't." Seeing this, Changsher Xian Wuji hurriedly swung his sword and knocked away the sword in Tuoba Yor's hand, and then hurriedly admonished, "We haven't reached the end of our rope yet. We must trust Marshal Wei." That's right, if miracles had a name, it would be Wei Shuai's. He can perform a miracle every time when we are beyond desperate. Lu Bowen, the Wind Vanguard on the side, followed suit. But, he doesn't know our side of the situation at all. Tuoba Yor sighed and said, it wasn't that she didn't believe Wei Hua, she just felt that such a hope was too slim. Wei Shuai, he will know. He will definitely try to find out about us and come over as fast as he can. Changsher Xian Wuji said firmly. Only someone who had followed Wei Hua from one trial of life and death would have this almost blind faith in him. And as if to corroborate the words of Changsher Xian Wuji, a scene unexpected to the crowd appeared, only to see that the 100,000 Liao troops, who had the upper hand and were beating the Wei family's army to death, actually began to retreat on their own initiative, each one running as fast as they could, as if they had seen a ghost. I'm not dreaming, am I? What happened? The Liao army actually retreated? Tuoba Yor looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Turned the clock back 10 minutes. Originally looked at the Weinan County was finally broken. Tuoba Woodruff was really happy with the mouth. A force of ha 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 laugh. And just then, a soldier in charge of vigilance came galloping in a hurry and shouted, "It's not good. It's not good. What's the panic? Speak slowly if you have something to say." "I'm here. There's nothing in the world to panic about." Tuoba Wuju frowned and said, right now it was the sky collapsing. He felt like he could hold it. "Your Majesty, a team suddenly killed from our rear," holding up the Wei family army flag and shouting loudly for the return of Marshal Wei. It's so loud that the dust rolled up to cover the sky, and it looks like there are at least tens of thousands of people. It's about to kill us. Impossible. Never. Wei Hua is thousands of miles away. Even if he knew about the news of his fiefdom being under siege, he wouldn't be able to rush over, unless he would insert his wings and fly. Tuoba Wuju sniffed with disbelief. After all, he did receive the news that Wei Hua's army had attacked him. That was still in the Zhenghuai Road, 100,000 miles away from here. By no means could he appear behind himself. And at this time, 2 more soldiers in charge of vigilance rode fast horses and ran over with panicked faces, kneeling in front of Tuoba Wuju and said, "Your Majesty, a team also suddenly killed out on our left," holding up the Wei family army flag and shouting loudly for the return of Marshal Wei. It's so loud that the dust rolled up to cover the sky, and it looks like there are at least tens of thousands of people. It's about to kill us. Your Majesty. A team also suddenly killed out on our right, holding up the Wei family army flag and shouting loudly for the return of Marshal Wei. It's so loud that the dust rolled up to cover the sky, and it looks like there are at least tens of thousands of people. It's about to kill us. Straight mother asterisk 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 ing thieves. How could this happen? How could this happen? This Wei Huoma is not an immortal. How can he bring his troops here so quickly? It's only been a few days. Aha! I was so close. I was so close to catching Tuoba Yura. Quickly, quickly get the soldiers to fall back. Defend me. Defend me. At the critical moment, Tuoba Wuju still chose to save his own little life first, and hurriedly told his troops to start backing up. After all, at the moment, Tuoba Woodruff's body is only a few thousand soldiers and horses, which if the head-on collision wave was 30,000 troops, but not to as Tuoba Woodruff was captured alive. Chapter 64 scared off 100,000 Liao troops, across 2 provinces, a distance of thousands of miles and countless winding roads. Wei Hua led his 5,000 Wei family troops, galloping their horses day and night. They disregarded the wind and rain and were not afraid of the scorching sun, with only one firm goal in their hearts: to arrive at their own fiefdom as soon as possible, to save Tuoba Yur, and to save their fellow brothers. During this long and arduous journey, horses fell down one after another. A whole 5,000 steeds died of exhaustion on the road due to overwork and running. Each horse was a close companion of Wei Huo and his soldiers, but at this moment they had to be abandoned to continue their journey, and those who persevered were all exhausted. The long ride made their thighs flesh rubbed by the saddles bloody and painful, but they didn't have the slightest intention to retreat, gritted their teeth, endured the pain, and approached their destination step by step. After 3.5 full days of difficult trekking, Wei Huo and his team finally saw the fiefdom that belonged to them. At that moment, everyone was so excited that they burst into tears, knowing that they had created a great miracle in the history of marching in this era. However, right now was not the time for them to be happy, because what greeted them was the huge army of the Liao tribe that could not be seen at all. For this reason, Wei Hua urgently asked his men to trim down for a while and sent people to cut down countless tree branches and bamboo sticks and tie them on top of the horse's tail to create the effect of dust in thousands of troops. It was used to scare the Liao army. At the same time, the Wei Jia army was divided into 3 ways. Each Wei held up the Wei flag, shouting the return of Marshal Wei, and really scared the out of the Liao army, and collectively backed to the rescue, giving Weinan City a chance to live. At the moment, facing the Liao's thousands of troops, Wei Hua didn't have the slightest bit of fear, but only a deep resentment towards the Liao. If he had come a little slower, he didn't even dare to think about what would have happened. Thus, Wei Hua angrily took the lead with his horse, holding the Qingfeng sword in one hand and grasping the composite bow in the other, and yelled at the Liao army, "Tuoba Wuju, come and suffer death." Wei Hua. It really is Wei Hua. I won't forget this voice even in my dreams. He's really coming. He's really here. Can he really be a demon? This Huiqing prefecture is thousands of miles away from here, and it's all my Liao tribe's territory. So how on earth did he manage to get through all the layers of barriers to get here? Tuoba Wuju, who was protected by the layers of the Liao clan, was involuntarily startled when he heard Wei Hua's voice, and countless sweats instantly gushed out from his forehead, and he couldn't help but murmur. At this moment, the tragic memories of his countless defeats by Wei Hua instantly surfaced in his mind, making him feel as if he was falling into the 9 hells and was incomparably afraid. Coupled with Wei Hua's sudden appearance is really beyond the expectations of Tuoba Woodruff, associated with the Wei family army's various evil weapons. Even if it is always do not believe in ghosts and gods, Tuoba Woodruff feel Wei Hua is not really will be demonic magic. Therefore, even with 100,000 troops surrounding him, he couldn't help but wimp out and ordered in an unprecedented manner, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat to Jizhou City." Liao troops have been fighting to this moment is also incomparably tired. A here can run instantly come to the spirit. One by one to scramble, soon will be in disarray. One by one also do not care about the formation, also do not care about the back of the blocking, and run. No one wants to die under the butcher's knife of the Wei family army. The result was that Wei Huo and the others couldn't meet much resistance and could frantically slaughter these Liao soldiers like mowing grass. This massacre made the Liao tribe even more afraid and run even more chaotically. In the end, the screams, the pleas for mercy, the gasps for breath, the sound of it all made for an incomparable concert. Many of the pawns could no longer stand up once they fell, and were trampled alive by their fellow soldiers running behind them. The number of people who were trampled to death was rather more than those killed by Wei Hua and the others. Run! Run fast! Run away from the dead horse! At this time, Tuoba Wuju, who was the commander-in-chief, did not maintain order, but rode his horse and shouted loudly at it. But don't say that Tuoba Wuju's horsemanship was really top-notch. This is also the key for him to be able to escape every time on the battlefield. More than 100,000 people fled together, but he was hard-pressed to let him, a middle-aged man in his 40s, take the lead and run the fastest. From a distance, you'd think it was the leader, to lead the army on a run to victory. This valiant posture made the fleeing generals of the Liao tribe exclaim, "Your Majesty is truly worthy of being your Majesty. Who can compare with this outstanding poise?" In the end, the Liao tribe once again left behind several thousand corpses and countless supply wagons and equipment before finally escaping and running all the way to Jizhou City. In this regard, Wei Hua didn't kill them all. The main reason is that he only has 5,000 soldiers and horses in total, and he is exhausted, so he really doesn't have the strength to chase after them. If the Liao tribe reacted and realized that Wei Hua and the others were actually silver lance candleheads, it would be Wei Hua who would die. Moreover, Wei Hua was also incredibly worried about Tuoba Yor and the others in Weinan City, and after driving away Tuoba Wuju, he hurriedly ran towards Weinan City. On the other hand, a breath of running to Jizhou City, Tuoba Wuju looked behind him without any pursuers, suddenly slapped his head and reacted, "Oops, it's not right. How come Wei Hua didn't pursue us? Your Majesty, it's not good enough not to multiply the victory and pursue the attack. Really, if the victory is pursued, how can we resist?" The subordinate secretly rolled his eyes at Tuoba Wuju and said, "Saying that you are the fastest runner, and you are still unhappy when you run out. Stupid. If Wei Hua is really carrying 100,000 Wei family troops to kill us, then he won't let us go even if he chases us to the ends of the earth. And right now he's actually stopped, so there's only one possibility. He didn't bring many people back at all. It's purely to scare us. Aha! You fools, who let you run? Gutless waste, spoiled my big event." Tuoba Wuju thought of his full 100,000 troops were actually scared less by Wei Hua. Some of the men, instantly angry teeth, immediately drew out the horsewhip, rushed to the men a violent beating. Pop, 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 ah, ah, ah. The henchmen were beaten and cried out, and really wanted to reply, "Your Majesty, you seem to be the first one to run. You're the one which is the most wimpy," but they didn't dare. They only dared to spit it out in their minds. After all, it's just a beating if you don't say anything. If you really spit it out, what you don't have is your head. They are still aware of the lesser of the two. Chapter 65, The Empty City. On the other hand, after Wei Hua drove away to Tuoba Wuju, he returned to Weinan City without stopping. At the entrance of Weinan City, Tuoba Yor had already been eagerly waiting. After seeing Wei Hua's figure, Tuoba Yor immediately disregarded her physical exertion and ran frantically to meet her. And Wei Hua's eyes were also reddened when he saw the scene, immediately frantically driving his horse at a gallop, and then flipped over and dismounted, hugging Tuoba Yor in his arms. True love is never a one-way race, but a two-way race. "I'm sorry, I came late." Wei Hua looked at Tuoba Yor's pale and weak appearance. His heart was incomparably self-condemning. The Liao army has been under siege for 3.5 days. This kind of battle as Wei Hua personally lead will feel overwhelmed. Not to mention a woman. Wei Hua really didn't know how Tuoba Yor was holding up. She was once a brocade princess, too. In Zhao Ruyan's place, she would probably have surrendered long ago, and only a few days of marriage with Wei Hua Tuoba Yor, but the death of the battle really let Wei Hua incomparably touched and incomparably heartbroken. At this moment, Wei Hua had already decided that Tuoba Yor would be the most worthy woman to love in his life. "I know you'll come, so I will wait." Tuoba Yor looked at the man in front of her and smiled slightly. She knew that she hadn't been looking at the wrong person. The husband of one's choice is the hero of the world, a miracle working being. Even across thousands of mountains, he will appear before him. After saying that, Tuoba Yor was really too tired. Her body was soft, and she even fell directly into Wei Hua's arms, feeling that Wei Hua's arms were so warm and safe. "Jade, Wei Hua instantly became anxious as he watched Tuoba Yor's unconsciousness and hurriedly shouted loudly. And the chief historian Xin Wuji saw this and quickly said in relief, "Don't worry, Marshal Wei. The main mother should just be too tired. She hasn't closed her eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. And has been forcing herself to lead us to defend the city." At this moment, she should have fallen asleep because she saw Marshal Wei return and had a bottom in her heart. "Call the medic. Quickly call the military doctor." Wei Hua was still a bit uneasy and shouted loudly. Not long after, the military doctor equipped within the Wei family's army immediately arrived, and after taking Tuoba Yor's pulse, the old military doctor with a goatee actually rushed at Wei Hua and arched his hand. "Congratulations, Marshal Wei. Congratulations, Marshal Wei. The master mother is expecting." "You mean, she is pregnant?" Wei Hua froze at his words, really not expecting it. "Yes, it's been about a month or so," the medic replied. This time, just before Wei Hua left. It means that before Wei Hua left, Tuoba Yuer should have already known that she was pregnant, but she just didn't say anything for fear that Wei Hua would be worried. In response, Wei Hua didn't have any of the happiness of being a father, but only felt even more heartbroken for Tuoba Yuer. How hard must it be for Tuoba Yuer to fight such a grueling battle while pregnant? At this moment, Wei Hua suddenly understood Liu Bei somewhat. This damn child really nearly killed my wife. If this child was born, Wei Hua would want to treat him like a dough and drop him hard. It's a bad time to come, but this is the right time. What a delay. Is she physically alright, Yuer? Wei Hua asked with concern. The main mother is in good health. She is just too tired and has moved some of the fetus. She desperately needs to rest. The military doctor replied. Quickly send madam to her room to rest properly. No one is allowed to disturb madam, Wei Hua said in a hurry. Afterwards, those two princesses of the Zhao family, the accompanying maids Zhao 8 Zhao 11 hurriedly helped Tuoba Yuer go to her room to rest. It was then that Wei Hua focused his attention on his men, looking at the soldiers and people who were all covered in blood, variously all bandaged and scarred, even missing arms and legs. Wei Hua's eyes couldn't help but redden as he bowed with incomparable sincerity at the crowd and said, all of you have worked hard. Protecting our homeland is just our responsibility. It's not hard work. If you want to say it's hard, Marshal Wei, you're the one who's hard. The Wei family army and the people replied sincerely. After all, while everyone was miserable, Wei Hua looked pretty miserable too. As the commander-in-chief, in order to arrive in the fastest time, his pants legs that are all worn out, and even continue to ooze blood. Similarly, Wei Hua's face was incomparably pale, his eyes were all bloodshot, and it was clear from a glance that he had traveled day and night, and hadn't even had time to sleep at all. Just 3.5 days to be able to go all the way from Huakingfu to this place. The people think about it all know how desperate Wei Shui must be. Just now, after driving away the Liao army, many of the Weijia army's horses fell straight to the ground and died of exhaustion. Those mounted Weijia army also cannot care about these horses, because they themselves also fell down. The moment they touched the ground, they fell asleep, directly came to the size of the sleep anywhere. You can imagine how tired this trip. I won't say any more superfluous words. Anyway, in the future, as long as there is a mouthful of food for me, Wei Hua, I will never fail you all. Now, everyone hurry up and get some rest. Those who have injuries heal them, those who haven't eaten grab a meal, and those who want to rest hurry up and sleep. Wei Hua sincerely rushed at the crowd. Marshal Wei, you only brought back these troops and horses, and sooner or later Tuoba Wuzhu will notice. I estimate that he will come back tomorrow at the latest and attack our Weinan County again. We can't rest at this moment. We have to hurry to repair the city and fix all the places that were breached, or else we really won't be able to hold it. The chief historian Xin Wuji reminded. How could he not know that his brothers were exhausted? But there was no way around it. Trying to fend off multiple attacks with less requires more sweat and effort. Since we can't defend it, then we won't defend it. The brothers' bodies are the most important. Wei Hua smiled and said faintly, already having an idea in his mind. Does Marshal Wei mean to abandon this county? Changshur Xin Wuji asked. No. We only have 4 counties of territory. How can we give up so easily? Don't worry. I'll be able to guard this city by myself, Wei Hua said confidently. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Changshur Xin Wuji's anxious follow-up question, Wei Hua jumped the gun and asked, how much gunpowder is left in the city? There's not much left, and the Liao army has already been on the earth mine formation once, so I'm afraid they won't go on it again, right? Changshur Xin Wuji asked with a frown. No harm done. Listen to my arrangements. The corner of Wei Hua's mouth curled up slightly as he prepared to sing an empty city trick to this Liao army. I'll give you all the wisdom of the 5,000 years of Chinese history. Let's ask if this Liao tribe is afraid. The next day, as Wei Hua predicted, the Liao army did make a comeback. This time, however, Tuoba Wuzhu did not come in person, but sent his most capable general, Wan Yanqi, to lead 80,000 elite troops to arrive. There's no way around it. Takuya Woods is too psyched about Wei Hua. In modern terms it's called being knocked out of PTSD. After all, once beaten once defeated. Change you also nama. So much so that Tuoba Wuzhu felt as if he and Wei Hua had committed a crime. As long as Wei Hua is around, he can't win. Yesterday's game was clearly a sure win, but he was scared and lost. So, Takuya Woods learned his lesson this time. I won't go, right? If I don't go, you Wei Hua can't get me. The Liao army, may not win. Therefore, he took 20,000 elite soldiers to guard Jizhou city and waited for Wan Yanqi's good news. Chapter 66 Death to those who enter the city. When Wan Yanqi arrived at Weinan city with 80,000 troops, the scene in front of him instantly stunned him. I thought that Wei Hua must have been in a tight formation, and although he didn't see too many soldiers, he certainly had good military discipline, and it was a very difficult battle. But in reality, it was nothing like what Wang Yanqi had imagined. Seeing the setting sun, the afterglow was sprinkled on the crumbling walls of Weinan City, reflecting this lonely city as both bleak and mysterious. Was broken down by the city gate is not repaired. Directly open the gate, but do not see a soldier guard, only a few tattered banner in the breeze gently swaying. The city, the streets are empty, sparse houses, only more than 20 people, low heads sweeping yesterday's battlefield debris, and occasionally a few crows swept through, leaving a few mournful cries, adding a few points of the sense of desolation. It looks like a group run, but in favor of the commander-in-chief Wei Hua, but sitting high above the city tower, the corner of the mouth slightly curled up, burning incense manipulation of the piano, playing do not know what tune, strange and difficult to listen to, separated from a long way to let the crowd feel a burst of annoyance. There was a soldier on Wei Hua's left, holding a sword in his hand, and a soldier on his right, fanning Wei Hua with a fan in his hand. Behind him was another soldier holding a large flag with the word Wei written on it. There was no one else. There is a stark contrast with the vast army led by Wang Yanqi outside the city. Outside is a huge army pressing, dust flying, war drums thundering, the sound of horses' hooves deafening, while inside the city there are only a few people so sporadic. It feels like one person in the army spit a mouthful of spittle can drown them to death. Wang Yanqi rode on top of his high horse, his brows locked and his eyes like a torch, scrutinizing the seemingly deserted city in front of him, unable to figure out what this Wei Hua was doing. What kind of trick is this? Running, and not quite running? Showing weakness? Ambush in secret? Marshal Wanyan, this Wei Hua actually treats us so lightly. There must be a fraud, the man under his command said at once. Nonsense. This marshal still doesn't know this is fraudulent. Unless this Wei Hua resents his life, there are definitely traps and ambushes waiting for us. But we can't just sit around and wait for death. We can't let him scare us off by playing that awful zither. We can't tell His Majesty that. Whoever wants to go ahead and scout the road, whoever is willing to go ahead and scout the way, this marshal will reward you heavily, Wang Yanqi said. Swish. Hearing this, the crowd of generals incomparably neatly took a step back in unison behind them. No one was willing to step forward to be this headbanger. After all, that's Wei Hua sitting up there. Wei Hua, the most famous general in the world. Wei Hua, who fought the Liao tribe from almost unifying the world to having only half of the country left. The beating of Tuoba Woodruff went from being successful and famous to nearly losing his reputation, to an existence that is now feared when he sees Wei Hua, fighting the Liao clan repeatedly defeated, died under his Liao soldiers, piled up can be piled up into a big mountain Wei Hua. The murderous, beastly, child-stopping Wei Hua. Such a Wei Hua is bound to have layers of traps and countless ambushes. Who would dare to test it? That's bound to be a certain death. Heavy reward is good, but that also need to have a life to spend. Ah, bastards! Wei Hua only has 30 men, and you're all afraid. Are you still the brave soldiers of my Liao tribe? Wang Yanqi cursed in anger at the situation, but let him shout at the top of his lungs. The crowd kept their heads down, silent, just not answering, even, was scolded sharply. There are people in the crowd with ventriloquism secretly dislike said, you are not afraid, why don't you go yourself? Instantly Wang Yanqi was on fire but could do nothing about it. After all, Wang Yanqi was not Tuoba Wuzhu after all. Takuya Woods is highly prestigious and is His Majesty, so people don't dare to talk back. And what makes people afraid to dislike you? A general who has climbed up the ranks as a lapdog. Seeing that the soft one doesn't work and is still disliked, Wang Yanqi is also angry and comes directly to the hard one. He immediately named the usual few generals that he just didn't see eye to eye with. Mu Rongfu, Ding Chuanxiu, you two each take 500 men and kill your way into the city to spy on the military. If the city is really empty, the two of you will be able to accomplish this unparalleled feat of killing Wei Hua. At that time, you will be able to get the title of Marquis and Prime Minister. Glory and wealth at your fingertips. Ha, me, Morong Fu and Ding Chuanxiu's faces went pale all of a sudden at the words, and their people went numb. Marquis worship, glory and wealth they do not even dare to think about. Only thinking about their own time is to die will be how miserable. Damn Wang Yanqi's personal vendetta. It's worse than a beast. That's right, go quickly, or else be punished by military law. Wang Yanqi sneered and said. Immediately after the words were spoken, a military justice team stepped out with large swords. Looking at the brightly shining bright sword, Morongfu and Ding Chuanxiu, although there are more dissatisfaction in their hearts, but also have to harden their heads and take the men and horses to go. And just as they reached 50 meters away from Weinan City, they looked at the ground and saw a few big words written on it, death to those who enter the city. Seeing this word, Morongfu and Ding Chuanxiu became even more numb. How could they not know that entering the city was easy to die? But there was no way around it. In desperation, Morongfu and Ding Chuanxiu had to guess and see who would go first. In the end, Ding Chuanxiu was the most unlucky and lost the guessing game, so he had to move on. Looking at the words on the ground, Ding Chuanxiu couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn! Trickery! The words were gone, and he crossed the line, and in the instant he had just crossed over, the ambushed earth firebombs instantly erupted. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 In an instant, Ding Chuanxiu and the others were instantly blown skyward, broken arms and legs, blood flowing and screaming. Seeing this scene, Morongfu and the others subconsciously had to escape, but there was no way to help. The military justice team was watching them intently. There was no other way. Morongfu had to step on the corpses of Ding Chuanxiu and the others to continue. This time, it wasn't blown up and managed to walk a few dozen meters. It was only when they were close to the city gates that the crowd saw another line. Stomping on the door will blow up. Straight mother thieves. I say, how come this city gate is broken and not repaired? It's just lying there on the ground. I feel like I'm doing this. This broken city gate lying on the ground is the way to pass through. Is this not bullying people? Morongfu instantly jumped to his feet and cursed when he saw this line. After the lesson of Ding Chuanxiu's blood, he didn't dare to have any doubts, and he immediately turned around and went back, telling Wang Yanqi that this place could not be entered. However, Wang Yanqi rejected it flatly. Bastard words! How can I listen to such words of this place? Go quickly! Don't be deceived by Wei Hua. With those words, the big swords of the military justice team came closer and closer to Morongfu. There was no other way. Morongfu could only continue on with his head, and sure enough, just as he carefully stepped onto the fallen gates, bang! 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 The explosion appeared instantly and blew Morongfu up into the sky at once. Step on the door, and sure enough, it will blow up. Chapter 67. Lying to the military. Wang Yanqi looked at the 1,000 scouts he sent out were so completely wiped out, and could not help but be a little numb. What the hell is this thing that explodes? It's unheard of, unseen, and it's everywhere. And this Wei Hua is also too shady. He actually just wrote down where he will blow up. If you don't believe me, he'll blow it up for you right away. And if you believe it, wouldn't you be scared alive by his 3 words? And that would be a shame to say. Just then, the Liao army suddenly realized that the 20 or so sweeping people in Weinan City had suddenly come out of the city. Just as the Liao troops were standing by, expecting them to rush out and attack them, they stopped after only a few steps out of the city, and then, using a broom, wrote a few words on the ground in a big way. The whole city will blow up everywhere. Seeing this word, the Liao army more people numb. For a while, they couldn't tell if it was true or not. At this time, a general who usually had a bad relationship with Wang Yanqi was afraid that Wang Yanqi would allow himself to follow in the footsteps of Morongfu and Ding Chuanxiu as cannon fodder. So he hurriedly said, "Demonic arts. Marshal Wang Yan, I understand. Why does this Wei Hua dare to sit on top of the city wall single-handedly and so calmly? He must be covered in demonic techniques. This whole city must be exploding everywhere. As long as we dare to charge, he will burn with us. Marshal, we can't fight anymore." "Yes, Marshal. Even though our Liao warriors are brave, we can't defeat this kind of demonic magic." The others quickly agreed. All of them were scared and didn't want to die for nothing. After all, compared to receiving rewards for one's achievements, it is always one's own little life that is more important. But no wonder they are scared like this. To know that Wei Hua 5 years of solid kill out of the hefty reputation, enough to make every Liao troops are afraid of listening to Wei. Coupled with this Wei was such a bland stance in this scene that would explode everywhere. Whoever else would be numb. These two are indispensable. If anyone else came, they would not know to give the Liao army such a big psychological shadow. But on the contrary, both appeared, and even His Majesty was too frightened to show his face. So who else would dare to come forward? Why would I want to fight? But how can we explain to His Majesty if we go back like this? We can't say that we were scared by Wei Hua's few words. Wang Yanqi said with a bitter face. How could he not be afraid of Wei Hua? There was really no way out. "Marshal, why don't we just collude and say that Wei Hua has many soldiers and we can't beat them?" A big smart guy under his command suddenly proposed. "Is this good?" Wang Yanqi heard a bright light in front of his eyes, thinking that this is really a good way. But as the commander-in-chief, he cannot show his meaning too much. He has to let his men keep persuading, so that later on, he can put all the blame on his men, and say that he is also wrapped up in public opinion. Good. As long as all of us generals say so, His Majesty will never know the true situation of Weinan City. Yes, Marshal, we will definitely keep our mouths shut. I beg the Marshal to sympathize with us. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old baby waiting to be fed. I really can't die. Please, Marshal." The generals knelt down together in unison and cried out. Looking at the crowd with such an attitude, Wan Yanqi, who had long wanted to run away, had to put on a look of reluctance, and sighed at the crowd. Hey, you guys are really harming this marshal. Then this marshal can only do as you guys wish. Many thanks, Marshal. The Liao troops were ecstatic at the words and knelt down collectively, and Wan Yanqi immediately ordered, sound the gold and withdraw the troops. Clang clang clang. The Liao soldiers instantly and frantically began to beat the golden gong, really knocking out a feeling of joy and escape from death. It made it seem as if they had won some big battle. Subsequently, 80,000 people came and left in a hurry, waving their sleeves once, leaving behind only a smelly sweat, as well as Maron Fu Dingchuanxiu and 1,000 other corpses that have long been forgotten. If you didn't know, you'd think so many people were on a field trip, doing nothing but running back and forth, and watching Wei Huo really rely on the empty city trick to retreat 80,000 Liao troops. Even the historian Xin Wuji, who has seen a lot of Wei Huo's miracles, is once again impressed, and can't help but sigh. Marshal Wei is truly a man of God. Between laughing and playing the zither, he retreated 80,000 enemies, even though the ancient military immortal cannot be compared to also. Nothing else. Technology is just the first productive force, Wei Huo replied with a smile, finally stopping playing the zither and kicking the broken zither to the side. Straight mother thief. Playing it made his fingers hurt. Grandma, want to pretend Zhuge Kongming is not easy. This broken guqin can be really difficult to play. Wan Yanqi and others do not go. Wei Huo cannot pretend, not for fear of their big attack, but the dog days of the guqin playing Wei Huo's fingers are almost bleeding. I should have known to change my look. The reason why Wei Huo had such confidence was naturally because the existence of gunpowder, which crushed the era, could indeed be called a demonic art. Coupled with Wei Huo's reputation for so many years, scaring off Wan Yanqi was not enough to worry about. Of course, really if Wan Yanqi didn't take the bait and continue to charge, Wei Huo naturally couldn't blow up the entire city. In fact, all his gunpowder was placed in those two places with the words to use up. However, there are still 10,000 men in the Wei family's army who have been ambushed in various parts of the city. Once Wan Yanqi really kills his way in, it's a big deal to have a big battle in the alley. And while the crowd couldn't understand such strange words from Wei Huo, they felt that they must be very powerful. After all, Wei Huo hadn't said this kind of strange, confusing words over the years. The crowd never understood anything about guns, revolution, or class. If it were anyone else, the crowd would have thought the man was crazy. What technology? An unheard of term, but when placed on Wei Shui, the crowd took it for granted. Very people, naturally, say very things. On the other hand, when Wan Yanqi led his men back to Jizhou City, Tuoba Wuzhu was waiting at the gate of Jizhou City early in the morning. As soon as he saw Wan Yanqi, Tuoba Wuzhu could not care less about what the emperor frame. Immediately went forward, excitedly rushed to Wan Yanqi asked, how is the battle situation? Captured Wei Huo did not? Wan Yanqi even made a special effort to bandage himself at the moment, wrapping a number of straps around himself to make it appear as if he had been seriously injured, only to see him fall to his knees as he pretended to be weak and said, Your Majesty, the last general is incompetent. Wei Huo has brought 50,000 soldiers this time. We are no match for him. It took me a lot of effort to escape from death and bring the troops back in one piece, but it's still a bad outing. Please punish Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. That Wei Huo dog thief has many men under his command. It was so powerful that we had to fight for our lives to get it back. If Your Majesty is to be blamed, please punish us for our sins. Let Marshal Wan Yan go. The generals under his command also spoke with one voice. On behalf of Wan Yanqi, Tuoba Wuzhu heard the words and was confused. 50,000 soldiers and horses? Where did you get 50,000 soldiers? Wei Huo from where to get another 50,000 people? It's not right. Why didn't he chase us yesterday when he had 50,000 soldiers and horses? According to my speculation, his troops would not be more than 8,000 at most. This matter is true. We have seen it with our own eyes, the generals said in unison, fearing that Tuoba Wuzhu would find out that he had lied about the military situation. But the defenders in Jianghuido have just reported that they have encountered an army of 100,000 Wei family members in Jianghuido. The fighting strength is amazing, and in just a few days, they have already captured 2 of my prefectures, killing tens of thousands of my defenders. Right now you guys are saying that Wei Huo has 50,000 troops, plus the tens of thousands of Wei family troops left behind in that Ilua County. Wouldn't this Wei Huo soon have 200,000 troops? Asshole. Someone is lying. Tuoba Wood saw that something was wrong at once, and immediately let out a roar. Wan Yanqi was so scared on the spot that he turned pale and trembled. feeling like he was about to pee. He didn't expect Tuoba Woods to be so shrewd and notice something wrong at once. Just as Wan Yanqi was about to confess, he heard Tuoba Wuzhu say angrily, "The damn Jiang defenders must have lied about the military situation. The Weijia army that attacked them definitely didn't have 100,000 troops. It was only 20,000 to 30,000 at most. When they lost the battle, they shirked their responsibility. Who? Your Majesty is wise. It must be the Jiang defenders who are lying." Wan Yanqi let out a huge sigh of relief at his words. Luckily, His Majesty still believes in himself. He would rather suspect the Jianghua Dao defenders than himself. Otherwise, Wan Yanqi felt that his little life was afraid to be over today. After saying that, Wan Yanqi felt a bit guilty again. A bit sorry for His Majesty's trust as well as the Jiang defenders. But in the next second, the guilt was swept away in one forced motion. After all, something like morality is more than a shackle. As long as he has no morals, nothing can bind him. Chapter 68 Expanding the Territory. AI. But you can't blame all those defenders. They were originally some old, weak and sickly people, and their elites were all drawn by me. It's only natural that they can't stop the Wei family army. Tuoba Wuzhu really counted as a good leader, did not blame his subordinates, but took part of the responsibility on himself. Your Majesty, then what is our next step? Should we continue to go north and attack Weihua's fiefdom? Or do we go south first and drive out those Wei family troops that have captured my city? According to my general's view, it is better to go south first and snatch back the city. Wan Yanqi said. He mainly did not want to face Weihua. As long as he didn't face Weihua, even if he had to deal with the Wei family's army as well, he was confident. However, Tuoba Wuzhu shook his head and said, "Forget it, the Weijia army on both sides will not fight. Let's take a detour. Go back to Yanjing, control the Liao emperor first, and let him enact the ceremony of passing the throne, and pass the throne to me." Tua Trekwoods is also a little bit afraid of the dog days of so many Weijia army. These battles down, the Liao army have lost 50,000 or 60,000. Now the troops' morale is weak. All rely on him to the emperor's position to force the suppression. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid that the soldiers are going to mutiny. Grandma, can't I hide if I can't be messed with? I'm not going to fight you. Let's go home first to ascend to the throne and fix it up. This withdrawal, that hard to fight down the Jizhou Road, Zhenghuai Road, 2 provinces of land, is not for nothing to Weihua? So Weihua is not even bigger. Your Majesty, think twice. Wan Yanqi sniffed some dumbfounded. He felt that he has enough goat. How His Majesty is more goat than himself? 2 provinces in the district are not a big problem. Moreover, these 2 provinces have been plagued by war, and everything that can be looted has been looted. There isn't much oil left to scrape. On the contrary, I've heard that there are quite a few people who are ready to conspire to rebel. So it's just time to throw this pot to Weihua and let him clean up after himself. Besides, it's not my Liao clan's business to exterminate Wei. The Yu dynasty always has to contribute as well. Weihua's hatred for Yu dynasty is greater than our Liao clan. When he recuperates, he'll definitely attack Yu dynasty first. So let them go dog eat dog first. We can't let our Liao warriors die in vain. Tuoba Wuzhu laughed coldly, and was ready to. Your Majesty is your Majesty. Far-sighted. But, didn't you say before that if we let Weihua fight the Yu dynasty, once Weihua destroys the Yu dynasty and sits on half of the country, then we will be the ones to die? Wan Yanqi scratched his scalp and said, This time and this time. Besides, I didn't say I'd watch the Yu dynasty fall. I'm not saying that I'm going to let Yu dynasty fall. I'm saying that I'm going to take a break and fight again. And even without these 2 provinces, my Liao tribe still has 8 provinces. When I take the throne, I'll send all the troops we have. I'll raise an army of 300,000 men. Then we'll gather all the forces of the nations and fight Weihua. When the time comes, I'll see how Weihua can resist. Tuoba Wuzhu shouted angrily. Facing Weihua, he was suffering from the phobia of insufficient troops. With only a few times the strength of Weihua's army at a time, he had the confidence to fight this battle. Since Weihua has more than 100,000 troops at the moment, he will double it to 300,000 troops. Together with the other countries, we'll have 500,000 troops, and we'll crush Weihua to death. Your Majesty is wise. Wan Yanqi can only pat his ass, thinking that you are the emperor. Whatever you say is justified. Also rob the Empress Dowager Shao, and everything of value in the city, and grab all the grain. Don't leave a single grain for Weihua. Just leave Weihua with a bunch of starving people and see what he does. If he doesn't save the people, then the world as his own, as he has always boasted, is a joke. And if he saves the people, then he won't have enough food for his army. Wait to starve at that time. Tuoba Wuzhu sneered, and had to plant a landmine for Weihua before he left. Okay. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely do it right. Wang Yanqi smelled a bright light. He can't fight the war. He is absolutely good at robbing things. In no time at all, the sounds of screams filled the city of Jizhou everywhere. The sound of looting, killing, and insulting women is endless. A good old provincial capital has been turned into a hell on earth. And it's not just Jizhou City. The Liao defenders in all the other cities were also ordered by Tuoba Wuzhu to grab and run, leaving the empty cities to the Wei family army. The Liao tribe was so unruly for 3 days and 3 nights before returning with an endless amount of gold, silver, treasures and grain. On the other hand, Iroquois County, the scout in charge of monitoring the Liao army came back and reported. Reporting to Marshal Wei, the Liao clan has set out, but instead of heading towards us, they have changed direction and are heading north back to Yanjing. And the number of people who set out is huge, pulling tens of thousands of wagons for money grain alone. They should not be ready to come back. This is really strange. They, the Liao clan, are sitting on more than 100,000 troops, but they are so hardened that they don't dare to come and attack us. The old, the weak and the sick. And instead, they even ceded 2 provinces of territory to us. Could it be that they are really scared out of their wits? Changzhe Xin Wuji's eyes lit up at his words. They were short of soldiers and men, and he had been worried about Liao encroachment. Only Marshal Wei had been certain that the Liao army wouldn't dare to come and attack, and had let his men carry out their repairs. Hearing this, Wei Hua faintly smiled and said, "Normal. No one will admit their stupidity and worry. After Wang Yanqi was scared away by my empty city trick, he would definitely go back to add more fuel to the fire, saying that I have many soldiers and horses, and that I have a lot of people." Tuoba Wushu took a look at how many men I had, and behind me, the Wei family army was constantly attacking and pulling down the city. In order to prevent being attacked from both sides, he can surely only run away. Wei Hua knows these officials too well. One by one, they are all fawning and bullying masters. Normally it is not visible. Once there is a problem, instantly exposed. The world is a big strawman thing. Lu Bo 1. Listen to the order. You take 5,000 soldiers and horses to pursue the Liao army. Don't seek to kill the enemy. Just intimidate them. See if you can scare the Liao army into throwing away their armor and throwing down some gold, silver, and grain. Let us pick up the pieces. All the rest of you, all of you go south and quickly attack the city, trying to join up with Lin Tinyo and the others earlier. Connect the territories together. Wei Hua ordered again. I respectfully follow the orders of Marshal Wei. The crowd immediately took action, and after resting for a few days, they finally had the strength to do something big. Now Wei Hua's forces are spread too thinly, with a spread in Ilua County, a spread in Huakingfu, and a spread in the Marine Division. This would be fine in modern times, with easy communication. It doesn't matter how big the spread is. Instead you can get several sides together. But in ancient times, communication was just too much of a hassle, and the dispersal of troops was not commanded properly, making it easy for them to be broken up individually. Therefore, Wei Hua is now in dire need of a troop rendezvous. Restore that invincible 100,000 Wei family army. At the same time, greatly expand his base. Chapter 69. The world is divided into 3 parts. On the other hand, Lin Tinyo's part, leading the 80,000 Wei family troops to the north, along the way, attacking cities and territories, said that the attack is invincible. Within 3 days of the Liao armies burning and looting, he took 2 more provinces in a row, and the momentum was like a breakthrough. This was also the reason why Wei Hua was not worried that Tuoba Wuzhu would continue to attack his fiefdom. With such a tiger chasing after his ass, Tuoba Wuzhu was bound to be left with only one way to escape. Originally, Tuoba Wuzhu was also thinking of a quick battle, taking advantage of the Lin Tinyo fight over. There is still a period of time, in one fell swoop, to take Wei Hua's fiefdom, to avoid 2 fronts of combat. But now, with Wei Hua's return, taking Wei Hua's fiefdom was no longer possible, so naturally he could only run away in disgrace. Meanwhile, Wei Hua's cavalry strategy of catching up was going quite well. Right after Tuoba Wuzhu left in a hurry, Wei Hua sent out cavalry troops to launch a windy pursuit. The sound of horses' hooves resounded through the sky, raising gusts of dust as if they wanted to trample the entire earth to pieces. Not long, Lu Bowen led his majestic 5,000 cavalry as a raging torrent, with the momentum of the mountains and seas rushed to kill. At this time the Liao army has long feared Hua like a tiger, immediately into a panic, when they look far away to see that the wind fluttering wayward flag, one by one, terrified, pale, as if to see the god of death to come generally. These Liao soldiers immediately panicked, some even scared directly crying out. Mouth also kept chanting, "Finished. It's over. What can we do?" They had only one thought in their mind: to escape. At this moment, What military discipline and national law were all thrown to the sky. They only hated their parents for not giving birth to 2 more legs for themselves, so that they could run faster. In the panic, a large number of military supplies were also casually discarded by them on the side of the road. Really let Wei Hua ruthlessly pick up a hand. Just on the other hand, the tragic situation on the way south is really shocking and unbearable for Wei Hua. You should know that the Jizhou Road and the Jianghuai Road were originally the original Central Plains. Prosperous and populous. But right now, there is a large area of starving people everywhere, and some villages have even become deserted villages. You can't even see a wisp of human smoke when you walk up the road for a long time, because the people, they're all dead. The successive wars, coupled with the Liao's final frenzy of burning and looting, left countless people without a way to live, and there was simply no food left in their homes. The people can only be forced to eat tree bark, grass roots, and even guanyin soil. Guanyin soil can't be digested at all when eaten. It can only ease the hunger, but ultimately it makes the stomach grow bigger and bigger until it swells up and dies alive. Wei Hua led the soldiers south to take over these cities. See that hungry, and even began to eat each other's common people is really heartfelt. There was no other way. Wei Hua could only accept the city and give kanji along the way, which barely saved the lives of some of the common people. But doing so treats the symptoms rather than the root cause, and instead greatly consumes Wei Hua's military food. The result is that Wei Hua from the Liao army that pick up the grain all spent. He also took a lot. If the kanji continues like this, Wei Hua's army food will be stretched to the limit. Fortunately, after 2 days, the advance troops sent south by Wei Hua finally connected with Lin Tinyo's troops. Wei Hua's 2 armies have finally converged. A successful piece of lianqing. At this point, Wei Hua's troops and horses were once again restored to 100,000 men. Among them, Lin Tinyo's troops attacked the city and defeated tens of thousands of Liao defenders, but he only suffered thousands of casualties, presenting to the world once again the strong strength of the Wei family army. There are still more than 90,000 soldiers and horses in this section, but on the side of the fiefdom, the losses were really heavy. Many of the soldiers who survived were lucky not to die, but their bodies were full of injuries, missing arms and legs. Incomparably tragic. Wei Hua had to endure the pain of transferring them from first-line troops to second-line troops or local officials responsible for internal security, leaving only 8,000 or 9,000 soldiers left behind. This is still coupled with the 5,000 people Wei Hua brought with him on his 1,000-mile run, which shows the misery of the defense of the fiefdom. This revenge, Wei Hua will have to pay in blood sooner or later. Together, there were almost 100,000 more on both sides. However, Wei Hua still has 20,000 sailors. Once the convergence again can give Wei Hua greatly enhanced combat power. Moreover, with the convergence of the 2 divisions, the original 3,000 general officers who first followed Wei Hua could finally rejoin the Wei family army as the 100,000 households and take charge of their own old team, making Wei Hua's Wei family army even more like a fish out of water. After all, these generals were the equivalent of a remote control, and only with them, Wei Hua could accurately and precisely send every order, down to the bottom. And as the 2 sides converged, the main thing was that Wei Hua's territory had finally expanded from the original pitiful land of 4 counties to a full 2 provinces. Jizhou Road, Jianghuai Road. You can currently call the world a 3-way split. The Liao Kingdom occupies 8 northern provinces. The Yu dynasty occupies the 8 southern provinces. Wei Hua, on the other hand, is located in the Central Plains and occupies 2 provinces in the Central Plains. The 3 worlds, Wei Hua also barely counts as having one of them. Although it is the smallest of them all, it is in a key location. In ancient times, this is also properly called Lu Huangshi. Of course, Wei Hua's ambition can be more than that. He wants to swing the world peace, but these 2 provinces should have millions of people. But now is a sharp decline of a large part of the registered people or even fewer. Wei Hua investigated and found that it turned out that many of the common people were forced by the Liao clan to have no choice but to have become vagabonds and rogues, or to go up to the mountains to become bandits and loot their homes. The so-called roving bandits are ordinary people who rise up on their own to forcibly eat the big families. Relying on a large number of people, they force open the warehouses of the landlords and magnates, and then move on to the next meal after they have eaten, looking for the next big house. But the point is, in these 2 provinces, there aren't many powerful families left. The Liao tribe robbed all of them. Therefore, after the big families had finished eating, these stragglers and rogues could only eat the middle families, the well-to-do, and all those who had food stored in their homes. Ultimately it just leads to more families going bankrupt and more displaced people being born. If this continues, the 2 provinces will be completely reduced to hell on earth. Wei Hua will not only get no sustenance and replenishment here, but also need to face the vast millions of stragglers. If we are not careful, we will be devoured by them. Damn Tuoba Woods. No wonder it was so generous to give up 2 provinces to this marshal. It turns out that the people have been forced into such a situation, deliberately dropping such a big thunderbolt for this marshal. Wei was teeth-itched with anger. He really hated to break Tuoba Wuju into pieces. Therefore, Wei was current priority is not to attack the Liao tribe in the north or go south to capture the dragon, but first to pacify the immediate situation of the stragglers. The same old way, the agrarian revolution. Divide the land. Borrow grain. We'll leave only 10 days of rations for ourselves. Lend all of the remaining military grain we have stored and stored grain to the common people to tide them over. Then let all the commoners be given fields without compensation. With the fields, the people will end this state of exile on their own. Return to their homeland in peace. The bandits who have gone up to the mountains will also gradually come down. After all, as long as there's a way to live, who wants to live this life of licking blood at the tip of a sword and tying your head to the waistband of your pants? Wei Hua immediately ordered. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Although these 2 provinces are incomparably poor, they are likewise free from the restrictions of the dog officials and the powerful big families. But for Wei Hua, there is also much less trouble in dividing up the fields. There are no more constraints. This problem of large stragglers, which was extremely difficult to deal with in ancient times, could be easily solved by the modern land revolution for Wei Hua. It just happens to be unbreakable. Give a little revolutionary shock to the Liao tribe that only knows how to burn and loot. Chapter 70 Migrating the Wood for the Trees. Marshal Wei, would it be too little for us to keep only 10 days of food? Changer Xin Wuji frowned at his words. You should know that the most important thing in the war is logistics. Once the logistics problems, even the ancient famous generals can do nothing but watch the army mutiny. When I think of a battle of extermination in which Yu dynasty annihilated the former Xia dynasty, each side was a famous general, leading hundreds of thousands of people to a duel in a place called Chongping. As a result, one of the young generals of the former Xia dynasty, who was quite famous and known as a famous general, was trapped in the mountains because he neglected the issue of food and provisions and was cut off. In the end, the young general could do nothing but watch the army mutiny and surrender, and eventually he himself was killed by Yu dynasty, and even the 200,000 strong army was buried alive by Yu dynasty, completely buried the former dynasty Xia. Right now, Marshal Wei will only leave so many days of food and grass for the Wei family army. Even though we can feed the war with the war, there is no money and no food. The enemy builds it for us. But in case of accidents, such as a failed attack, the consequences are unimaginable. Let's open up the source of income and cut down on expenses. On the one hand, let the Wei family army step in and forcibly acquire all the worldly grain in Jizhou Dao and Jianghuai Dao, and forcibly centralize the grain stocks of all large, medium-sized, and small households, unify management, and unify distribution. Those who are unwilling to do so, directly throw them to the stragglers and let the stragglers dispose of them on their own. Extraordinary times. Wei Hua must implement a militarized management system. All materials are handed over to their own distribution, so as to prevent a treacherous businessman hoarding. There are rich households for the rich and unkind. It also maximizes the collection of food to get through the disaster. Also hurry to send people to buy food everywhere. On the one hand, we ourselves eat a little more frugally. Change 3 meals to 2. At the same time, send people to bring in the sweet potatoes we've been hoarding, and then hurry up and contact the sailors' division troops. They should still have a lot of food there. 3 prawns, Wei Hua replied thoughtfully. How could he not know the importance of grain and grass? But there was no way. Such a mess. If he didn't clean it up himself, then it could easily result in millions of deaths among the people when the time came. Then even if Wei Hua won the world, the history books would have to mark himself severely, and Wei Hua would not let himself go in his heart. This kind of sin, Tuoba Woods and Zhaojiao, does not matter. They always do not take human life as a human life. How many people died in their eyes are just an understatement of a number. But Wei Hua had the so-called. He wasn't really the kind of person who was particularly honorable. When he first came to this world, Wei Hua was even prepared to stand on the sidelines and watch. Just let these people fight it out. The best thing is to beat the dog's brains out. Anyway, it has nothing to do with himself. But when the common people are displaced, when the starving people fall to the ground one by one, when the children are starving and crying one by one, when the war is like the scythe of the god of death frantically harvesting the lives of the common people, Wei Hua still couldn't hold back and stood out. Some people are obviously not as well off themselves, but they cannot see the suffering of the people. Wei Hua is such a person. At first, he didn't even want to do anything to help the building fall and make such a big deal out of it. He was just trying to protect the people he wanted to protect. Protect a village. Protect those he could see. As a result, he didn't realize that more and more people wanted his protection, and he was pushed step by step into this position. Throughout, Wei Hua never felt great. He just wanted to be human. Be an honorable man who looks down on heaven and earth without shame. As a result, I didn't realize that this kind of standard, in this feudal dynasty, in this era of war, is already comparable to that of a saint. It's a world that's more than crappy. Offhand, Wei Hua didn't want to suck. Didn't want to watch so many civilians die in front of him. Then, I, Wei Hua, will come to the rescue of the common people whom Liao does not save. I, Wei Hua, will come to the rescue of the common people that Liao won't save. In this life, I shall set my heart for heaven and earth, and my life for all living beings, for the past saints to succeed the great learning, and for the 10,000 worlds to open up peace. Yes, the chief historian Xin Wuji immediately received the order and went out to handle it, but not long after, he came back with a frown on his face and rushed to Wei Hua. Marshal Wei, the common people here are very strange and don't believe our words at all. They are even more indifferent to the words of dividing the fields. They don't believe us, no matter what we say, so we can't do our job. Tell them to gather at the food market entrance of Jizhou City. This marshal will speak to them personally. Wei Hua said immediately. Not long after, the food market. The only remaining commoners of Jizhou City had been gathered here, and their faces were filled with vigilance, and the sight of the soldiers filled their faces with revulsion. After all, they had just been massacred by the pawns. Although, those people were of the Liao tribe, but in the eyes of the people, the soldiers are hateful. Why are you all unwilling to accept the division of the fields? Is it possible to speak with this marshal? If you have concerns, this marshal can also help you out. Wei Hua rushed to the common people and asked, but the common people all bowed their heads, obviously scared by all the soldiers. Even the best reputed Weijiao army, they were afraid. They didn't dare to say anything for fear of a knife if they opened their mouths. Here's the deal. Guardians on command. All turn around. We'll all turn our backs to you, so that we don't know who said what, and you can say whatever you want. Wei Hua instantly turned around and motioned for everyone to do the same, and only after all the guardsmen did as they were told did the commoners become somewhat relieved. And finally someone spoke up. Just say it. Over the years we have become Yu today and Liao tomorrow. One day the Yu dynasty has a policy. The next day the Liao kingdom comes and abolishes it for a new one. It's all changeable, all the time. If you officials move your mouths, we, the people, have to work ourselves to death, and in the end, we can't get any benefits, so we don't believe you. If you really want to do us good, you should honestly set up the kanji hut and we won't listen to anything else. That's right, talking nicely about giving us a share of the fields, but in fact it's just a way to get us to plant the fields for you guys for free. When the grain grows well, you'll all surely snatch it away, not even giving us a single grain of rice. That's right, we've fallen for it several times over the years. Every time, they give us a little sweetener and then rip us off with interest. We only want a bite to eat, and you officials really want our lives. The common people shouted with incomparable anger. They've really been devastated this whole time. Liao does not treat them as one of their own and exploits them wantonly. Liao came even more to treat them as two-legged sheep, arbitrarily humiliated. Now, they wouldn't believe it if any other power came. This is losing credibility. Wei Hua sniffed and immediately understood why. Afterwards, he immediately whispered a few words in the ear of Changsher Xin Wuji. Immediately after that, Xin Wuji immediately arranged for someone to bring in a bunch of wood in boxes of silver and white, all of which were neatly arranged in front of the crowd. At this time, Wei Hua rushed to the crowd and said, there are 100 pieces of wood here, and whoever is willing to move this wood from the city gate on the east side of the city to the city gate on the west side of the city, this marshal will give him 100 taels of silver. Remember, it's 100 taels of silver for one log. If 100 logs are moved, this marshal will give him 10,000 taels of silver. Pay on the spot. This is the migration of the wood to the ground during the Shang dynasty, and it specializes in the lack of credibility. Wei Hua immediately brought it to carry some. He doesn't produce schemes, he's just a mover and shaker of all sorts of schemes up and down the 5,000 years. Chapter 71. Believe it or lose it. Moreover, Wei Hua came with a 100-fold addition. Shang Yang stingy only to move a wood. Wei Hua out of the blue, directly out of 100. Tens of thousands of taels of silver. After all, a person can easily be taken as an insider even if he gets the silver, and the people will still be suspicious. But 100 people, and 100 people spread out within the common people, which would include many acquaintances of the common people. For example, Zhang San's elder brother, Li Si's second sister-in-law, Wang Wu's third uncle, Ding Lu's fourth maternal uncle. There were quite a few people in the crowd who would recognize it, and people could understand that it wasn't an inside job. It was real. It will maximize the people's trust in Wei Hua. Let the credibility be restored quickly. But right now, Wei Hua had just finished speaking when the people balked. No go. It must be another attempt to get us to work for free. I won't fall for it. That's right. Don't try to cheat us again. How can we get paid for working for you officials? We common people have never experienced such a good thing in our lifetimes. We're lucky we don't get paid in the past. What you officials say is like that big cake that you can't eat. We've had enough of them over the years. We just can't eat anymore. In response, Wavewood didn't have an explanation and could only silently raise the price. The first person who was willing to come forward, add an extra 100 taels, give 200 taels for a piece of wood, cash on delivery. Anyway, this wood isn't heavy, and it's not tiring to walk, so why not gamble on it? Let's see if this way family army of mine is really different from the other officials. Is it true? Sure enough, as soon as the price was raised, someone couldn't help but ask. But the person who spoke was immediately scolded by the people beside him. Are you crazy? Do you believe in the words of the government? Have you been kicked by a donkey? These three consecutive questions instantly once again made people lay down. The crowd once again do not take care of Weihua. In response, Weihua still didn't explain, but only raised the price again. The first one to come forward will be rewarded 300 taels for a piece of wood. 300 taels should be able to make a person eat and drink for a lifetime. A lifetime of things. Just once. Don't you want to gamble? This kind of opportunity is once in a lifetime. Believe it or you will. At these words, finally a skinny, bony boy clenched his teeth and stamped his foot, raised his hand and shouted, "Back to you, my lord. I'm willing to try." Stupid. Still too young. Even the words of the officials are believed. This person I have to remember him. And in the future scams specialize in him. That's right. This kind of person is afraid that his life is over. Brainless. Sooner or later he will suffer. The crowd immediately burst into cynicism. The skinny and bony young man, Zhang Heng, was also said to have a burst of red and white color, which was incomparably difficult to bear. But he had no choice. His family had an old mother who was bedridden, and he had to spend money on medicine every day. But the money was all taken away by the Liao tribe. Without food, he could carry himself, could barely survive by going outside the city and picking at the bark of trees and eating grass roots. But his mother wouldn't have lasted more than a few days without her medication. Therefore, he was prepared to take a gamble, stand up and try, thinking that even if he couldn't get 300 taels, even if he could only get 3 taels of silver, it would be good to let his mother take a few medicines. Good for you. You trusted this marshal. This marshal will never let you down. Weihua smiled in relief when he saw that someone had finally come out, and then personally stepped forward and patted Zhang Heng's thin shoulders, lifting the wood personally and placing it on Zhang Heng's shoulders. The wood is not thick, only fist thick and thin, 50 or 60 centimeters long, and just a dozen pounds. However, Zhang Heng was really too thin and weak, and this 10 or so kilograms of wood pressed on him was like 1,000 pounds of weight, which caused his face to turn white, and a lot of beads of sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. Seeing this, the crowd even sneered and said, "Don't move. All starved to such a state and still work. You kid is not afraid of death." Ah, it is. You won't get any silver at all, not to mention 300 taels. The government won't even give you 3 taels. Hey, look at your skinny arms and legs. Why bother? In response, Zhang Xian did not say anything, but just walked forward silently. He hadn't eaten in days, and every step was a great test for him. But for the sake of his mother, for the only light in the infinite darkness, the glimmer of hope, he stumbled, but still gritted his teeth. Originally, the east to west of the city, which could normally be completed in an hour, Zhang Heng had to walk for 2 hours, stopping to rest several times in between. But he didn't give up until he successfully placed the wood at the city gates on the west side of the city, and was bypassed and taunted by countless people along the way. Congratulations, little brother. These 300 taels of silver are yours. Weihua had waited at the city gate early. Seeing this, he immediately took out 300 taels of silver and handed it to Zhang Heng. Ah, so much silver. Is it really for me? Master, I only need this one. These are filial piety for you. Zhang Heng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the neatly arranged rows and rows of silver dollars on a tray. He didn't dare to take all of them for fear that the officials would blame him, so he only dared to take $1 silver. If I say I'll give it all to you, I'll give it all to you. When my Wei family army does something, ding is ding and Dao is Dao. A mouthful of spit is a mouthful of nails, and I will never go back on my word, and I will absolutely recognize the account. Weihua smiled and said, shoving all the silver dollars hard into Zhang Zheng's arms, asterisk 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 asterisk. Really give money? All the way around the onlookers of the common people were instantly stunned at the sight, looking at the white silver and constantly gulping. This Wei family army, it seems really different from the Liao army and the Dayu army. It's true that I've heard that the Wei family army has a good reputation before, but we've all been scared of being pitched by various officials over the years. and we only think that the reputation is blown even if it's good. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it is indeed extraordinary. The crowd instantly changed their opinion of Wei Huo and the Wei family army. Is it ATO? Others questioned skeptically. It's not a trust. This is a silly boy from the Li village. His mother has been sick in bed for a long time, and his family is very poor. He has absolutely nothing to do with the government. A person from the same village as Zhang Hang immediately replied. At that moment, Wei Huo continued. There are still 99 logs left. Who would like to try? I do. I'm willing to. I am also willing. The crowd instantly went crazy, shouting as you spoke and I shouted, scrambling to be the first. In this regard, Wei Huo did not stop everyone, but let them draw lots on the spot, catching 99 lucky winners and letting them continue with the movement of migrating wood. In a short while, the vast army of migrating would set off. 99 people carrying wood, majestically heading towards the city's western gate. However, after walking halfway, the crowd couldn't help but back off. We're so many people. Can we really all give silver? It won't just give the first one, and then trick us 99 into working for free, right? Yes, if they were all given to us, it would be tens of thousands of taels of silver. What kind of official can be so generous? Damn. I feel like I've fallen for it again. This must be giving a bait and then tempting us to be bucktails. In response, Wei Huo, who was watching all the way, didn't explain too much, but just faintly said, those who want to give up can put the wood down now. Those who are willing to give it a try can pick up the wood that others have dropped and continue walking. The pay is the same. Whether or not you are willing to trust this marshal will depend on the trip. With that said, there were a few people who hesitated and then threw the wood on the ground and quit. But there were equally those who, with a clench of their teeth and a stomp of their feet, were prepared to try and pick up the wood and carry on. After more than an hour, 99 people who were willing to trust Wei Huo finally succeeded in placing the wood at the western entrance of the city. And not to be outdone, Wei Huo immediately took out plate after plate of silver and handed it over to the crowd. The crowd of onlookers went completely crazy as they watched everyone get their silver. Asterisk. Does everyone really give? Aha! Why didn't I just sign up? I'm such an idiot. The old people who didn't participate in the migratory woodwork instantly thumped their chests. The person who gave up in the middle of the day was even more furious and rolled on the ground directly. Straight mother thief. I just walked to half. I actually gave up. I'm so sorry. There is that short-tempered, but also directly rushed to the crowd a beating. Mouth also cursed. It is all you who love to talk about gossip. Harmed the old man. 100 taels of silver. I can't earn this much money in my whole life. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Chapter 72 The Squire's Trouble. Son of a, why do you blame us if you don't stick around yourself? How dare you hit us? You think we feel good in our hearts? Damn it, we didn't get the silver either. The onlookers also cursed and exasperated. If they'd known they'd get paid, they'd have moved the wood too. Who wants to talk smack? So the angry sides fought together for good measure. Hurry up and pull these people away. Now, do you all still believe what I said? Wei Huo smiled slightly and rushed at the crowd. Believe. The sniveling crowd nodded their heads in succession. At this moment, trust along with the 100 logs standing at the city gate, along with the distribution of tens of thousands of taels of silver, weighed heavily on the hearts of the crowd, making the crowd completely change their views on this Wei Shui, on the Wei family army. The old ancestral scheme is just as good. Of course, there were also some barflies sneaking around the crowd saying, this must be bait. Giving a sweet date is just a sweet date, and a slap is sure to follow immediately. But immediately, someone disliked. Even if it's a sweet date, they at least gave it. If it were any other military master, not to mention the sweet dates, the slap would be given to you first until you are full. Then do all of you still want a free share of the field? Wei was said again. 2. The Guardians are true to their word, and when they say they'll give it to us for free, they mean it. We believe it. The common people replied in droves. This time they didn't want to miss out on another opportunity. Good. Then all of you come and register, and divide the fields according to household size. If there are people in your family who are vagrants or bandits, remember to call them all. We don't care about past grudges, and one more household is one more field. If your family doesn't have enough food to eat, you can borrow food from the government at a 10% interest rate. You can still borrow food. Why didn't you guys say so earlier? The people froze at the words, never having thought that there was such a good thing. And it only charged 10% interest. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you earlier. The prejudice in people's hearts is a big mountain, and only by digging out this big mountain can there be a way out towards each other. Otherwise it's even if this marshal says it all, you guys won't believe it. Wei Huo said with a smile. The crowd nodded at the words and felt that this was really the case. Just now, they were naturally distrustful of the Wei family army. That is, they didn't believe whatever the Wei family army said. Moreover, the various benefits of the Wei Jia army afterward shocked them beyond words. Seed rations are given free to every household. Sowing under the supervision of the guards. Direct issue of tillage tools where there is a lack of tillage tools. A group of 10 households is even given a plow cow directly, sent to the back of the whole Jizhou city of cattle to glow, and then urgently buy cattle from other places to continue to send. So far, the people completely convinced of the Wei Jia army, never seen such a party force, really take their people as people, the hearts of the people, something that is nebulous but real, knotted together at this moment. Land reform was also finally able to be implemented in the city of Jizhou, and many of the stray mountain bandits were called back by their families to share a little bit more of their fields, and with the first one leading the way, it's much easier to gradually move on from there. Of course, a single grace will not do. There are always some common people who are naturally greedy for small advantages, and without control, they dare to eat the seed grain and kill the plowed oxen, and only care about the immediate food and then say, after all, Wei Hua had seen a lot of news in his previous life. In some districts, the small pigs sent to help the poor in the morning, counting on the poor households to raise pigs to get rich, turned out to be roasted suckling pigs at noon and went into the mouths of the poor households. If you do this, Wei Hua can't afford to be tossed around even if he has more food left. So, as usual, Wei Hua reorganized the new household accounts for the common people, and adopted the guilt by association system. If a family commits a crime such as stealing seed grain, 10 households will be implicated. Of course, if you actively report the crime, not only are you not exempted from punishment, but you will also be rewarded. Let the people monitor the people, to curb this unhealthy trend. Strict is a bit strict, but there's no way around it, and in troubled times, heavy-handedness must be used. Wei Hua originally thought that he could live a few days of peace and quiet like this until he completely solved the problem of the stray mountain bandits in these two provinces, making these two provinces his own ironclad base and providing himself with a constant supply of soldiers and resources. As a result, I didn't expect that only 2 or 3 days' work had passed and there was a row again. Only this time it was not the common people who were making trouble, but the powerful gentry who had been ordered by Wei Hua to forcibly take away all their family assets. After their family properties were forcibly confiscated, all meals were taken care of by the Wei Jia army. Wei Hua didn't treat them poorly either, providing rice buns for 3 meals a day. However, these days used to eat big fish and meat of the powerful gentry how to eat this kind of tea. They cannot see the outside of the starving people eating bark and grass roots. Not to mention that if it is not Wei Hua sheltered them, they have already been eaten alive by the starving people. They just think that they are born superior and deserve to eat and drink. As a result, this group of gentry and squires actually united to make a fuss in the military camp of the Wei Jia army, saying, robbing our grain, but only giving us this kind of food. Not fair. That's right. What's the difference between what you're doing and bandits? The Liao and Yu dynasties are not as brutal as you are. I've heard that you eat and drink spicy food and chicken, duck and fish every day in your barracks. It's not fair. It's really unfair. In response, the chief historian Xin Wuji even came out to explain to the group, although your food is a bit worse, but at least you eat 3 meals a day. We, the Wei family army, have already changed to eating 2 meals a day. In a year of war, let's be considerate of each other. The rations you get are what we save from our teeth. However, the landowners and gentry were disbelieving at the words, and said disdainfully, can you military masters still eat only 2 meals? It couldn't be that the meals are too good to eat, so you can't eat anymore. Let's search it if you can. See what the hell you're eating. The important place of the military camp? How can you be allowed to fool around? The chief historian Xin Wuji replied somewhat angrily. If it wasn't for the fear of bad influence, he really wanted to hack these dogs to death. Let them search. Just then, a low voice came out. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see Wei Hua arriving with a grim face. He is really angry. Really give them landlords and gentry face. Actually have the nerve to come to make trouble. Chapter 73 Killing the Squire. You should know that to be able to become a scholar gentry powerhouse and eat and drink under the double ravages of the Yu dynasty and the Liao clan, these scholar gentry powerhouses were not good things in the first place. When the Yu dynasty came, they worshipped Zhaojiu. When the Liao came, they knelt down to the topaz, a proper wallflower who falls on both sides of the fence. Moreover, in order to pander to the Liao and Yu dynasties, so that the imperial court would continue to reuse them, they used every means to exploit the common people below them. The reason why the provinces of Jizhou Dao, Zhenghuai Dao are so poor, the Liao tribes burning and looting is one reason, but there is another reason. That is, these dog officials and dignitaries are bullying and oppressing people recklessly. Why don't you say that the second ghosts are worse than the real ghosts? That's what makes the people afraid and distrustful when they see an official. And Wei Hua came, not only confiscated the family property of these powerful nobles and gentry, even the officials are not allowed to be them. Then they are naturally not willing. Originally, they were thinking that with 2 full provinces and so many assholes, if they left them as officials, the Wei family army would definitely not be able to play. Sooner or later, they'll have to come back and continue to reinstate them dog officers. As a result, I did not expect that the Wei family army of 100,000 people has a lot of talent. Wei Hua directly gave 2 provinces to the military management, and the tube is far better than their dog officials' tube. Even the stragglers and bandit trouble have decreased a lot all of a sudden. How can this be? This is not smashing the rice bowls of these officials and dignitaries. That's the real reason these people are making trouble. It's okay to eat poorly. You can't keep me out of power. Even if I'm a dog for you, Wei Hua, at least I can show off in front of the people. You can't deprive me of the right to be a dog. Wei Hua can see that the 2 deposed magistrates are the ones leading the trouble. And behind them there is even the figure of the governor, or even the Buzhengzi minister. They wanted to expose the fact that the Wei family army ate and drank and preyed on the people by making trouble. Thus, the prestige that the Wei family army had managed to build up among the common people collapsed once again. At this point, they are stepping up to the plate and helping the guardian marshal manage the assholes and get their official positions back. After all, although they couldn't do real work, they asked themselves if they still had a set of means of squeezing assholes. I believe that Wei Shuai can definitely use himself. Marshal Wei, we are not targeting you. It's really because these soldier gangsters are lawless. You don't know what kind of dirty deeds these people have done behind your back. What a forced robbery of a woman. What corruption of the law. What drinking soldiers' blood and eating big fish and meat. It's just too much. We also want to help you eradicate the ills of the army. To help you. So we couldn't help but come forward. Leading a deposed county magistrate, Huang Shirun Huang magistrate smilingly said. All of a sudden, he put numerous hats on the Wei family army. After all, since the beginning of time, there have been no soldiers who didn't do these nasty things. He was sure that the guardians would definitely not be exempt. If we let him search, he will definitely find these incriminating evidence. Alright, since you're so convinced, let's search. Let the common people testify. And open their eyes properly to see clearly. What is the Wei family army really like? Wei Hua laughed coldly. This stupid magistrate Huang has really kicked the bucket. Still think that my Wei family army is the same as an ordinary army? It's just the right time to let the common people see the true nature of my Weijia army thoroughly. Holler, Marshal Wei is wise. Magistrate Huang brightened up at his words and immediately led the landlords and magnates to rummage around the barracks in various ways. The first thing they look for is a woman. After all, when the military blood is fresh, it is not necessary to raise a group of military prostitutes in the barracks, but also some poor military discipline is robbing the people of their women. Forcibly detained a large number of good women for fun. As long as we can find a woman, this Wei family army will be able to lose its reputation. However, this group of squires and dignitaries dug into the ground and rummaged through the entire Weijia army barracks, and surprisingly did not find a single woman's figure. Grandma, could it be that none of this Weijia army is horny? It's simply unheard of. Magistrate Huang couldn't help but beat a retreat in his heart, feeling as if everything was different from what he had imagined. But the arrow was on the string and had to be sent, and he had no choice but to keep looking. Subsequently, he still rummaged through the Wei family army's meals, only to find that the Wei family army's firehead camp actually had little big fish and meat. Not even meat, just some coarse grains, and the food was not even as good as that of them, the squire and the power elite. Even the officers were the same, eating actually the same as the. Moreover, it was mealtime, and the firehead camp actually didn't show the slightest sign of cooking, and it looked as if they were really eating 2 meals. In the end, Huang magistrate was not willing, but even found a few thin and weak soldiers to ask them whether they had been bullied, whether they had drunk soldiers' blood and other things. The result of the words received is naturally not, and every soldier is full of pride as soon as he hears about the Wei family army, saying that we are the military and the people is one, and that there is no difference between what we eat or wear, and that we are as good as brothers. This kind of not distinguish between inferiority and superiority. Treasonous words, simply unheard of, so that Huang magistrate jaw-dropping. Wicked. Could it be that there is a traitor amongst my gentry? Told the Weijia army in advance so they could prepare a response? Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened anyway. Magistrate Huang could never believe that there was really such a clean and loving army in the world, and only felt that someone must have tipped them off. After all, they were often like this when they were officials. However, whenever there is a Chinaman coming to inspect, he is bound to be tipped off in advance, and subsequently make preparations in advance, so as to ensure that he creates an image of a good official who loves the people as his own son. and is guaranteed to be praised by everyone wherever the Chinaman goes. Dog day. Don't let me find out which snitch, otherwise I have to get him dead, Huang Zhixian said viciously in his heart, and at the same time, an idea could not help but rise in his mind. Damn, why didn't I think of informing on myself, so that I could gain the favor of Wei Shuai and become a dog leg again? Ah, what a miss, a miss. And at this time, the people who followed the squires into the barracks looked at the scene in front of them, and couldn't help but rush at Magistrate Huang and open their mouths. This Weijia army doesn't have any of these things you're talking about at all. You are simply talking nonsense and spitting blood. Yeah, we almost listened to your bull and wronged the Wei family army. You dog official. You usually act as a bully and do nothing wrong yourself, but you still have the face to wrong the Wei family army. How shameless. I used to hear that the Weijia army did not tear down houses when they froze to death and did not fight captives when they starved to death, but I always thought it was a fake. And I never thought that it would really happen in front of my eyes. Who says that this guardian army is bad? This guardian army is simply fantastic. The commoners said one thing to each other, instantly making Magistrate Huang even more numb. He immediately fell on his knees in front of Wei Huo and cried out, Wei Marshal, this seems to be some misunderstanding. Ah, there's no misunderstanding. Come on people. This person has falsely accused my Wei family army of evil intent. He will be executed on the spot. Wei Huo sneered and gave a direct order. Wei Shuai, spare your life. Wei Shuai, spare my life. This was not my idea. It was Governor Ma's and Minister Zhou's idea. I'm just a small minion. Please be generous and let me go like a fart. If you want to kill those big officials, kill them. Huang Magistrate heard to be beheaded instantly numb. Immediately took the initiative to tell all the people above, only to beg to be able to save their own little life. You're bloodthirsty. It's clearly you who messed up. It's none of our business. Governor Ma and envoy Zhou Bujing and the others instantly changed their faces at the words and immediately shirked their responsibilities. To this, Wei Huo's solution was particularly simple. Alright, don't even argue. Let's go together. Be a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ah, Wei Shuai, spare your life. Wei Shuai, spare your life. A few people instantly dumbfounded. How did not expect Wei Huo was so decisive. Also do not distinguish who is the mastermind. Directly all cut to death. That's ing. That's too hard. And in the next second, they had only just knelt down and begged for mercy when Lin Tinyo's great axe had already arrived. Swish, 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 hands rose and fell, and while they were kneeling, they instantly chopped off the heads of the group's dogs like a watermelon, watching the other squires completely dumbfounded, one by one scared to pee in place, completely scared out of their wits. Wei Huo did not kill all of them. After all, the gentry class also has thousands of people. It is not possible to kill all in one breath. To make an example of the chicken will be enough to make this group of goons obediently submit. Therefore, Wei Huo continued, the rest of you, since you think our Wei family army eats well, then eat with my Wei family army. Eat 2 meals a day. Thank you, Marshal Wei. Thank you, Marshal Wei. The squire class had eaten one less meal for nothing. Not only did they not dare to make trouble, they even thanked Wei Huo. What a cheap bastard. From now on, all meals in my barracks will be placed at the very front of the barracks, so that the common people passing by can see clearly what we are really eating. In addition, this marshal's meals don't need to be sent separately. This marshal comes to the barracks every day to eat with everyone. Wei was said again. Only when the people and the army are united can the world be truly invincible. Marshal Wei, I would like to sign up for the Wei family army. Is that okay? At this moment, one of the civilians on the sidelines couldn't help but speak up. Our Wei family army only eats 2 meals a day. The treatment isn't very good. You want to join too? Wei Huo asked with a smile. I want to join. In the past, I did not see any hope of survival, but today I finally see a benevolent teacher. Even if I bring my own dry food, I will join. That's right. With such an army, you will be able to unify the world, Marshal Wei, and we are willing to follow. Me too. More and more commoners came forward and shouted. At this moment, they completely and utterly believed in Wei Huo and the Wei family army. Also thanks to the dog head of Huang Magistrate and others let Wei Huo because of the disaster, completely recovered the hearts of the people. Chapter 74 The Return of the Exiles. After showing the world the style of the Weijia army, the people's hearts and minds were collected. Many people signed up to join the army. The Weijia army started a new batch of recruiting due to the blessing of the Weijia army, and at the same time, the land reform was also in full swing in the 2 provinces, and everything was finally developing in a good direction. A few days later, Fuyang County City Gate, the straggler Shui Tangyi is the largest straggler head in the territory of Jizhou Road. His men wrapped more than 100,000 stragglers. Vast, Wherever they go like locusts crossing the border. Can be a county all the rich and powerful family all eaten up? And even the well-off families are not spared. The main fight an inch of grass. Until this county was completely scourged and all the commoners were turned into stragglers. Tang Yi then wrapped them up and headed to the next county. With this kind of snowballing development, Tang Yi felt that sooner or later he would be able to have 1 million people under his command. And at that time, maybe he would be able to become an emperor for fun. Just like what Mr. Storyteller said. Although Tang Yi has absolutely no next step in the development of the plan. Also do not know the importance of establishing a base. Only thinking of where to go. But does not prevent him from watching the team's growth will be increasingly complacent. So much so that now, he actually sent someone to build a huge sedan chair carried by 32 people, as if it were a mobile house, with bedrooms, toilets, and parlors inside, and he is sitting high in this big sedan chair, left and right, with his new 12 concubines, daily in the big sedan chair roll around, from time to time to send out the woozy sound, really is not happy. However, most of the stragglers following him were as thin as a bone, and could only share some scraps of food, barely keeping them alive. No matter what, there will always be such a thing as class. Even if we are all the same peasants who rise up in anger, soon someone who slays the dragon will end up being the evil dragon and become the new oppressor, crushing the rest of the peasants. This is why most peasant revolts end up failing. They think of enjoyment before they succeed, and they forget their beginnings as soon as their asses move to a different position. Marshal, why do I feel that there is something wrong in the last few days? We have to have a lot of people missing from the team. At this time, the deputy marshal of the straggler army knocked on the sedan chair and reported to Tang Yi. Tang Yi sniffed and stuck his head out of the sedan chair, glancing at the line behind him, so long that he couldn't even see the edge. So, he replied with full of concern, maybe some of them are starving to death. It's normal. This is not quite a lot. You can't even see the edge at a glance. Being a drifter marshal, Tang Yi didn't know anything about regime building or army planning, nor was he clear about how many stragglers he had under his command. Nor did he count them. He only let his close people from one village and one township follow him to defend himself. After that, according to the order of defection, let the people in order to follow the team. The opposite is true when it comes to fighting a war, letting the newcomers take the lead and serve as cannon fodder first. The food and money looted were prioritized for distribution by Tang Yi's group of patriarchs. Such planning was naturally full of internal contradictions, but everyone had no choice but to follow Tang Yi at first. That's Fuyang County up ahead, isn't it? I heard it's a big county. Very rich. Tell your men to do a good job. After winning the fight, I'm going to take 2 more wives, and this time, I'm going to marry the daughter of a squire's family. I heard that girls like that have smooth skin, unlike these village women. The calluses on their grandmother's hands are thicker than my own. Tang Yi shamelessly said at the deputy marshal. The vice marshal said in his heart that we sell our lives and you marry your wife. How dare you say that? You're not afraid of dying of exhaustion. But he had no choice but to reply, yes. With those words, the straggler army once again attacked. Their offense was incredibly simple. A group of people swarming the city, forcing through the gates, and a lot of the stragglers don't even have weapons in their hands, and they are incredibly simple. But it does not affect them in the least to win 100 battles, because after the Liao army withdrew, most of the area is simply no soldiers to defend, just some of the squire's family. Naturally, not a match for so many stragglers. Today, however, is an exception. Only to see that as soon as the straggler army charged, rows of neatly lined up Wei family troops suddenly appeared on the city wall, holding composite bows, and instantly arrows fell like rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A round of arrows instantly reaped the lives of quite a few stragglers, frightening the stragglers into instantly screaming and constantly retreating, colliding with the stragglers behind them who were preparing to charge, instantly disrupting the formation. At the same time, the Weijia army that was ambushed in the straggler army took the opportunity to shout, not good. The regular army of the imperial court is here. We can't beat them. Run. What's the point of being a straggler? Hurry home and plant your fields. Marshal Wei has given us fields and seed grain, and we're all working feverishly at home. What? There is such a good thing? Some of the stragglers were instantly moved and couldn't help but ask. It's true. Don't you see many stragglers running home? In addition, my family wrote to me, saying that now the village can have enough to eat. So go back quickly. Otherwise fighting with the regular army of the court is a dead end. It's going to take months to plant now, until the grain can be harvested. So how are we going to do it in these months? Wei Shui lent us grain. You can go back to the village to see if you don't believe me. You'll know when you go back. The Wei family's army in ambush shouted once again. At the same time, the Weijia army on the city wall also loudly chided. Hurry back to the village. There are fields to share. There will be food to eat. If you dare to resist again, you will be killed on sight. The stragglers is to live only to embark on the road of no return. At the moment herd back to the village can eat a full meal, and then look at the city wall in front of the regular army and sitting in the sedan chair only know to enjoy the stragglers shui. Instantly know how to choose, and instantly dispersed, and one by one fled. Even the bearers who carried the sedan chair for Tang Yi scattered their legs and ran away, never to serve this lord again. Bang! Without the bearer, the large sedan chair instantly smashed onto the ground, splashing up countless amounts of dust. Agu! Stray handsome Tang Yi was dropped. Straight mother thieves, you guys are crazy, you even dare to drop me. Tang Yi cursed and climbed out of the sedan chair, roaring in anger. And when he came out, the scene in front of him instantly made Tang Yi dumbfounded, only to see that the army of stragglers that he originally could not see at a glance had disappeared without a trace, and the only ones facing him were the armored Weijia troops. At the same time, the steel sword in the hand of the leader Yen Xiaoyi swished towards him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang Yi just shouted out, and before he could beg for mercy, his head instantly flew out. Bang! Heads fell to the ground and the straggler army dispersed. Chapter 75 Desperate Letters. On the other side, Zhanghuai Road, Qingfeng Walled City. After 3 days of heavy drinking, Su Kuei, the leader of the mountain bandits, finally woke up from the grief of his lost love that his squeeze had escaped. He was going to clean up his act, do a good job of robbing a few more of his squeeze, and milk himself dry as a way to get his mind off the runaway. So, Su Kuei walked out of the bedroom and went to the gathering hall, and his mouth kept shouting, "Brothers, gather, today down the mountain. I'll take you all to rob him ruthlessly. One person will be issued a small daughter-in-law." However, he shouted several times without a response. Taking a closer look, he actually found that the originally lively and extraordinary gathering hall is empty today, and even the minions standing guard at the door have disappeared. Where is everyone? Is it possible that the old man is still awake? Still dreaming? Su Kuei was a bit puzzled. He shouldn't be. To know that his Qingfeng walled city can have thousands of minions. It is a big cottage, So he pinched himself hard, wincing in pain before making sure he wasn't dreaming. Depressed, he immediately picked up the gong that he used to greet his brothers in the past and kept beating it. Dang, 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 coming, coming, coming. Hearing the sound of the gong, there was finally a response from within the cottage. But there was only one person, none other than Song Cheng, the second leader of the cottage, with a parcel in his hand. "Dick, what's going on? Where are the brothers?" Su Kuei couldn't help but ask. "The brothers have all gone down to their homes to farm," the second leader replied. "What's the situation? You don't want to be a good mountain bandit and go farming? You're kidding." Su Kuei wondered if he had heard wrong. What a mess this was. "Yeah, who's still a mountain bandit now? Even I'm ready to go home and farm," the second pawn replied with full concern. "Outrageous, outrageous. Liao, is it you kid who wants to set up your own business and take all the people with you? Making up blind lies here to fool old me." Su Kuei instantly became furious and questioned. The second head of the sniffing are drunk, helplessly explained. "Boss, is that you are drunk for too long? Outside have changed heaven and earth still do not know. Nowadays, Wei Huawei Marshal is in charge of our Zhanghuai Road. His old man loves the people like a son, and gives the people a share of the field for free. As long as it is the household registration of Zhanghuai Road can be divided into their own field, and the land deed. He also gave out seed grain for nothing." When the brothers heard of this good thing, they naturally all went home in droves. "Boss, we didn't arrest you for the reward because we thought you were a good person. Nowadays, many mountain stronghold lords have been captured by their own men to collect the reward. The bounty given by that Marshal Wei can be very high. Bastard, what's so good about this kind of field? It's not as enjoyable as us robbing and eating meat in big bowls and dividing gold and silver in big claims." Su Kuei asked without understanding. "Boss, you are the only one who can eat meat in a big bowl. Most of the brothers are still not eating chaff. Moreover, the Wei family army under Marshal Wei is extraordinarily powerful. Several powerful mountain strongholds have been flattened by them. If the brothers don't go down the mountain, sooner or later they will be wiped out by the Wei family army. It would be better to take the initiative to defect while Marshal Wei is not here." Marshal Wei said that this is all forgiven. "Without further ado, I have to go back too. My father has written to me several times urging me to do so, saying that there are too many fields at home and he can't plow them all by himself," the second pawn explained. "The light share of the field is not enough to tempt all the mountain bandits to go down the mountain. But if you add an invincible Wei family army to suppress the bandits, then the mountain bandits naturally obediently put down their weapons, and turn their swords and guards to climb the plow. After all, there is still a clear distinction between standing and farming or kneeling and dying." "Lao, you stand still." Su Kuei's face sank as he sniffed and roared. "Boss, you still want to be stubborn? The second boss frowned, thinking that the big boss still wanted to die hard. But unexpectedly Su Kuwei said, after going down the mountain, can Marshal Wei really share the fields? Will he really not care about his former enmity? That's natural. Marshal Wei's promise is known throughout the province, that the city gate moving would, one to give 100 taels thing. The whole province is spread. It's just a pity that I didn't catch up, or else I would have moved him too high and low. The second leader Song Ching replied. Hearing this, Su Kuwei clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Mother asterisk 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 Then I'll go down the mountain as well. Otherwise, if I stay here alone, I'll die of fear. Boss is wise. The second boss couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Those who could be the boss were indeed all capable of flexing their muscles. Thus, the Qingfeng walled city had submitted to Wei Hua's rule without any bloodshed. There are many similar examples. By relying on the carrot of dividing fields and borrowing grain with one hand, and the stick of the iron cavalry of the Wei Jia army with the other, Wei Hua succeeded in accomplishing what the Liao clan thought would never be accomplished. In just more than half a month, the Jizhou Road, Zhanghuai Road, the two provinces of the displaced persons mountain bandits of the rebellion has been pacified. Moreover, due to Wei Hua's timely handling of the stragglers and mountain bandits, several prefectures were preserved from being scourged, and the Wei family army managed to retrieve a lot of food from the hands of these prefectural dignitaries who had not been scourged, and there was no outbreak of a food crisis. Do not say, these powerful dog officials hand food really in general. Cunning rabbit 3 holes, one by one all cry poor, but one by one copied up, but also all have surprise. With that grain stash, I guess the Liao clan didn't even realize that there was actually this much left. In addition, is Wei Hua before in the fiefdom of large-scale planting of sweet potatoes. This thing is really big yield, although has been eating as a staple food easy to eat vomit, but it's perfect for disaster relief. Relying on this grain, Wei Hua finally allowed the common people of the two provinces to settle down completely, and the household registers were reorganized. Farming diligently. After all, Wei Hua had always felt that the people of this land were really the best people in the world. As long as there is a bite to eat and a way to live, none of them will go to the brink of extinction. It's just a pity that this damn world doesn't even want to give them a bite to eat, forcing them to rebel. Since neither the Liao nor the Yu dynasty gave the common people a living, it was up to Wei Hua to do so. At the same time, a message had finally reached Wei Hua's ears. Reporting to Marshal Wei, we've contacted the Marine Division troops. Yan Xiaoyi, who was in charge of intelligence, finally brought good news to Wei Hua. He sent out several small boats to take the sea route to Zhidong Road, but several of them had no news, and only one of them finally came back after a great deal of trouble and reported the news. How was the battle? Wei Hua asked in a hurry. The battle situation is very bad. The sailor force encountered the combined forces of the three countries of Northern Bear, Eastern Ing, and Western Ocean, plus the Royal Forbidden Army of the Yu dynasty, totaling 60,000 to 70,000 men besieging them. And the sailor force was originally composed of new pawns plus surrendered Yangtze River sailors, and their combat power was not as good as that of the normal Weijia army, so they suffered a lot of losses. The sailors now retired to an isolated island in the east of Zhujiang called Zhoushan, surrounded on all sides by the enemy, cut off from food and provisions, and suffering heavy losses. The messenger I sent out, after spending thousands of hours of hard work, was only able to enter it and bring back the news. Yan Xiaoyi sighed and said, he also didn't realize that the sailor force was so all-consuming. Didn't I tell Han Zhong to run if he can't fight? Don't get attached to the battle. Wei Hua said with a frown. It is reasonable to say that the sailors have so many warships, extremely strong mechanical power, at any time to retreat on the Xia. Han Zhong said it was easy for them to leave the navy, but the number of family members of the 100,000 Weijia army is too large, and only a portion of them were sent away before, with a large number of family members remaining. It's simply impossible to take them away at this moment. Only a portion can be taken away. He could not bear to abandon anyone, and therefore chose to die fighting. Here's a personal letter from old General Han Zhonghan. Please open it personally. Marshal Wei. Yan Xiaoyi took out a letter and handed it to Wei Hua. Wei Hua looked at the letter. There were still quite a few drops of blood on it, which showed the severity of the battle, and what was in it caused Wei Hua's heart to shake and his eyes to redden. Just see the letter clearly written. Report to the guard marshal. I Han Zhong led 18,000 sailors have been sacrificed. The enemy attack has not yet weakened. The future is uncertain. If the position exists, I will return alive to see Marshal Wei. If the position is lost, I will die on the battlefield and be anointed with wild leather. In the future, if I win the battle against you and Marshal Wei ascends to the throne, when I cross the mouth of the Yangtze River on the dragon boat, if there are waves like mountains, then I will come to pay my respects to Marshal Wei. Han Zhong. The last word. Chapter 76 surrounding Wei and Zhao. Han Zhong. Did he say anything else? Wei Hua's hand holding the letter trembled slightly, his voice hoarse. Han Zhong has actually not followed Wei Hua for long, only a few short months, but at this moment, he really showed what it means to die for a friend. He was willing to die to repay Wei Hua for knowing him and saving his life. He said that it was a pity that it was too late for him to meet a bright master in this life, and that if he had followed Marshal Wei earlier, he might have been able to build a successful career, but now that he has died a good death, it's enough, Yan Xiaoyi said with the same tears in his eyes. Sufficient, my ass. What I want is for all the soldiers of the Marine Division to live, not for him to die in vain. The entire army is there. Gather at once and send troops to Zhidong Road. Save Han Zhong. Save the Navy troops. Save my 100,000 Wei family members. Wei Hua roared with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, as calm as Wei Hua couldn't help but go out of his mind in anger, just wanting to save his troops at all costs. Hundreds of secrets. Wei Hua, after all, is not a fairy. He also did not expect Zhao Jiu will actually shake hands and make up with the foreigners, together with turning the guns to attack their own sailors. Originally, if it was just the Yu dynasty's forbidden army, Han Zhong and the other sailors would never have been so miserable, but these damned foreigners. But it is harmful to Han Zhong and Wei Hua hard work to form a heavy loss of sailor troops, so that Wei Hua take heart dripping blood. But we don't have a boat. The chief historian Xian Wuji who was at the side said helplessly. Why would he not want to save the sailor unit? However, almost all of Wei's ships were given to Han Zhong's navy unit, leaving just a few ships that were not useful at all. This is also the reason why Wei Hua didn't go south. Being stopped by the Yangtze River, he couldn't cross it at all. As the last line of defense for Dayu, this Yangtze River risk is indeed incredibly tricky. Originally, we were counting on the Han Zhong-led naval forces to come over and help cross the Yangtze River, but I didn't realize that the situation was even more severe on Han Zhong's side, which is really a leaky house. Ask the fishermen of the Jianghuedo to borrow it. Use the fishermen's small boats. Use even the smallest boat. Then hire local fishermen to row and steer for us and take us across the river. Any fishermen who are willing will be given 20 taels of silver each, rewarded with a first-class knighthood. Extra fields for the family, Wei Hua immediately said, really disregarding everything, directly splashing money. After he occupied the two provinces, he raided millions of taels of silver from the powerful gentry, a large portion of which he used to buy grain. The remaining hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, Wei Hua was prepared to smash all of them to the fishermen to complete this operation. The Jianghuedo River network is densely populated and relies on water for food, with tens of thousands of fishermen and tens of thousands of fishing boats. Enough for Wei Hua to borrow to cross the Yangtze River. If it had been before when there was a flood of stragglers, Wei Hua would naturally not have been able to borrow a boat, much less a fisherman. But now that Wei Hua has established himself in the Jianghuai Road, I believe that it is not difficult to borrow tens of thousands of fishing boats, and with a heavy reward, there will be a brave man. And such a large benefit is enough to make many fishermen come forward and help Wei Hua row the boat. In this way, Wei Hua, the land-based Weijia army who could not understand water, would be sufficient to ride on the water. Yes, my subordinate will go and do it now. The chief historian Xian Wuji on the side immediately led the order. Wait a minute, it's better to fight the Yangtze River Navy first. When he really wanted to give the order, Wei was still calmed down, not allowing himself to be overwhelmed by anger and overturning the impulsive behavior he had just done. After all, the fishermen's boats were too small to withstand the big waves, and crossing the Yangtze River in good weather could still be barely done. But it would be a bit of a fool's errand to travel long distances and take the sea route to Zhoushan Island on the Zhidong Road. At least half of the ships will be swallowed up by the waves, which will not only fail to save Han Zhong and the others, but will also cause Wei Hua to lose a lot of money. Fight the Yangtze River sailors? Then go straight downstream to save Han Zhong and the others? Isn't this too slow? Distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. Changshir Xian Wuji frowned and said, somewhat confused by Marshal Wei's arrangement. Water from afar may not be able to quench the thirst of the near. This plan is called Siege Wei to save Zhou. As long as we break through the Yangtze River Navy and cross the Yangtze River, Zhao Jiu is bound to be scared enough to urgently call back the Forbidden Army to defend himself, so that the pressure on the Navy side can plummet. In addition, I'll write 3 more letters to the Northern Bear Country, the Western Country, and the Eastern Ing Country respectively, trying to stall them and give Han Zhong and the others time to catch their breath. At that time, we'll go to the rescue, Wei Hua explained. But the Yangtze River sailors are used to water battles and their ships are big. We are afraid that we are no match for the fishermen's small boats alone, Changshir Xian Wuji reminded. The Weijia army was indeed invincible on land, but it was really hard to say on water. This is also the reason why Wei was set out to form the Wei family water division. After all, there are specialties There is no harm in listening to this marshal's arrangements. Let's do this and this and this. Wei Hua already had a plan in his mind. For the next 3 days, the entire Wei family army went out to borrow boats and food from the fishermen of the Jianghuedo. Sure enough, as Wei Hua had predicted, once something like trust was lost, it would be difficult to move an inch in anything you wanted to do. But again, once trust is established, it's incredibly easy to do what you want. Wei Hua has already rebuilt the credibility of the government in the Zhenghuai Road, coupled with a heavy reward will be brave, but also really gave Wei Hua borrowed 30,000 small boats, 10,000 fishermen. Plus, there were still some people in the Wei family army who were able to navigate the water and row boats, so it barely added up to enough for Wei Hua's 100,000 Wei family army to send out 60,000 people. Each boat sat 2 people. The remaining 40,000 were used to defend the Liao clan and subdue the 2 provinces. After everything was prepared, Wei Hua was by the Yangtze River, seeing off the Wei family army, watching a small boat enter the rolling Yangtze River like a dumpling. The number was so large that it seemed as if the Yangtze River would be cut off for them. Originally, it was actually the best to attack at night, but because there were too many small boats, and the boatmen were all fishermen, not a regular army, and didn't know the military formation, the night attack instead made it easy to make their boats crash together. Therefore, Wei Hua set the time of attack at 6 o'clock in the morning, when the sky had just dawned, with the sun jumping up from the horizontal like a salted duck egg. The crowd of 10,000 boats are fighting to kill, straight at the Yangtze River sailors. It's official. Go south. Tackle the dragon. Chapter 77 Southward. The Battle of the River Crossing. Although the surprise attack by the Weijia army came unbelievably suddenly, the Yangtze River sailors were no slouches. Even though they didn't dare to actively provoke the Wei family army, they kept a constant eye on the movements of the Wei family army. In addition, the sky was already light. Therefore, the Yangtze River sailors immediately discovered the movement of the Weijia army calling and hurriedly reported upwards. Outside the door of the room of the commander of the Yangtze River sailors, the soldiers shouted in a hurry and hurriedly shouted, "Report! Straight mother thief! In the morning, you report morning ah!" The Yangtze River sailor commander Sharan is sleeping with his 2 concubines in his arms, was suddenly woken up, suddenly body trembled, and then couldn't help but curse. However, in the next second, a word from one of his men instantly made the commander of the Marine Division, Sharan, jump out of bed, his body constantly breaking out in a cold sweat, only to hear his men shouting, "Report to Marshal Shur, the Weijia army is killing us." What? How did the Weijia army kill them? Where did they get the ships? How many people have come? Didn't you say that Wei Hua's navy is surrounded by us and is about to be wiped out? What did they rely on to get through the Yangtze River? Can they fly? Sharan was instantly scared out of his mind and wrapped himself in the quilt at once, fearing that Wei's army would come right through the door. After all, a man's name is a tree's shadow. Wei Hua and the Wei family army's reputation was too loud, and he was really afraid that he would accidentally become the soul of Wei Hua's sword. Reporting back to Marshal Shur, it's fishing boats. That Weijia army has gotten tens of thousands of fishing boats from somewhere, and each boat has 2 Weijia soldiers sitting on it, and they are killing us in great numbers. The men immediately reported truthfully. Hearing this, Sharan froze for a moment, then immediately burst into unrestrained laughter. Po ha ha ha, I thought Wei Hua had some brilliant plan, but I didn't realize that he was using small fishing boats to cross the Yangtze River and attack my Yangtze River navy. What a fool's errand. Doesn't he know that on the water, I can kill dozens of his small fishing boats with a single warship? And his small fishing boats can't even touch the fur of my warships. It seems that this Wei Hua is just like that. On land he may be invincible, but on the water, he's just like a baby in front of this marshal. It was no wonder that Shon was so confident. After all, the difference between the 2 sides' warships was too great. His Yangtze River sailor warship was not the first of its kind in the world, but it was also huge, several feet long and 2 or 3 stories high. It was wrapped in iron. There were archery platforms and wall stacks on it, as if it were a moving fortress. His sailor soldiers could stand on top and shoot arrows with abandon, then duck into the wall stacks to avoid the attack. And Wei Hua's fishing boat is useless. Not even a shelter. A proper meat target. When the waves are a little bigger, they don't even need the Yangtze River sailors to make a move. Wei Hua's small fishing boat capsizes on its own. In addition, even if Wei Hua's small fishing boat adopted suicidal tactics and desperately rushed towards his own big boat, it would be useless. That iron skin was simply not something that this small fishing boat could break through. Instead it would sink the small fishing boat itself. At the thought of this, Sharan's mouth was almost smiling crookedly, only feeling that an unearthly achievement was right in front of him, within his reach, so he shouted excitedly, "Men, pass on my orders. All the Yangtze River sailors are out. Ram them with big ships. Let this group of dry ducks from the Weijia army see the elegance of my proper sailors. After killing Wei Hua, I will claim credit for you. Everyone will be honored. Yes, the henchman immediately led the way, excited by what was said. Master, now that the matter is settled, let's grab a nap. We're all sleepy. At this time, the two concubines pampered themselves and rushed at Shiren. Shiren was also in a great mood at the moment, and immediately said, "No, I'm going to ride the sands. Let's take you two little goblins first. Let's see Master me fight you for 300 rounds. After saying that, Shiren then pounced on him like a hungry tiger, causing the two concubines to laugh gently. Of course, unsurprisingly, Shon, who was past 40, surrendered in just one round, unbelievably quickly. He then immediately sobered up a lot, entered sage mode, put on his battle armor, and came to the Yangtze River to supervise the battle. At this moment, the Yangtze River Navy had already been assembled, and under Shiren's order, with the sound of toot toot toot, the huge warships were like a small mountain, pressing towards the Wei family army, hundreds of large ships in unison. The scene, really spectacular, like a mountain on top. It was as if a huge island had appeared out of nowhere on the river, and the momentum was overwhelming. In comparison, the small fishing boats of the Weijia army were indeed like ants, causing the Yangtze River sailors to burst into laughter. What was even more embarrassing was that since the boatmen on the fishing boats were all local civilians, not soldiers, how have they ever seen such a shocking warships killing in unison? Immediately, several fishermen were scared and directly abandoned their boats, jumped into the lake and fled, saying that they refused to sell their lives to the Wei family army. This made a portion of the Wei family army immediately incomparably embarrassed. They also do not know how to row a boat. That is not allowed to enter, not allowed to retreat, can only spin in place. It looks like, do not even need the Yangtze River sailors. These Weijia army will fall into the river to feed porpoises. Ha ha ha, the invincible Wei family army is nothing more than that. If you're smart enough to surrender, Grandpa can still let you live. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless with our bows and arrows. The deputy marshal of the Yangtze River Navy, Shiren's younger brother, Shi Fei, who led the charge, laughed heartily at the sight of the situation and said recklessly, "Retreat!" At this moment, the Wei family army seemed to see that they were outmatched and about to lose, so they immediately shouted and began to retreat. And while the fishermen did not dare to attack, their escape was still incomparably swift, and coupled with the fact that the boat was small enough to turn around, they immediately began to retreat frantically. "Don't run! Grandpas haven't had the pleasure of killing yet. Give chase, kill them all! Ha 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 ha!" Vice Marshal Sher Fertilizer ordered immediately, only feeling that merit and fame were right in front of him. "Both sides you fled and I chased." Seeing that the Yangtze River sailors had already taken the initiative to swim half the distance of the Yangtze River, getting closer and closer to the shore on Wei Hua's side. At this time, there was also a partial general who admonished, "Vice Marshal, don't pursue the poor enemy. Could this be a trap? Seeing that the water battle is not working, this Wei family army wants to tempt us to go ashore and fight them? No harm done. This marshal is not stupid. We just need to not go ashore. Above this river, my Yangtze River sailors are invincible. Ha 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 ha. Give me desperate arrows to shoot this group of Weijia army to death." Vice Marshal Shi Fei arrogantly said. He stopped when he was still 100 or 200 meters away from the shore, thinking that this distance was absolutely safe. Even if the Weijia army shot arrows, that wouldn't be able to break through the wall stacks on his ship. However, just then, a cold smile flashed across the face of Wei Hua on the bank, and he immediately ordered, "Fire!" The words were accompanied by bang, bang, bang. There was a loud bang. One by one, the cannonballs instantly rained down towards the Yangtze River sailors, with a range that far exceeded that of the bows and arrows, just enough to cover the Yangtze River sailors at this moment's distance. And since the Yangtze River sailors' ships were large, none of them needed much aiming to hit easily. Boom, 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 ah, ah, ah. Only to see that the originally majestic and neatly arranged warships of the Yangtze River Naval Division on the river were instantly hit by the fierce artillery fire. The huge impact made these sturdy ships like fragile toys, instantly blown up and overturned. Some of the warships were directly penetrated by the cannonballs, with wood shavings flying around and boards breaking. Others were overturned by the powerful explosions and buckled in the river. For a while, the river was littered with broken planks and items floating around. The soldiers who were standing on the warships were unable to react in time, and they fell into the river with the capsizing of the warships. They screamed in terror and cries for help rose and fell, intertwining with the roar of the river to form a tragic music. Some soldiers were even directly hit by the countless iron beads blown up by the shells, instantly becoming a body floating on the water. Yangtze River sailors, instant chaos. What is that thing? Vice Marshal Shi Fei was lucky not to be hit by the shells, but he was also scared and slumped on the deck, shouting in horror. But no one answered. No one understood this transgressive weapon. Manhwa had been letting craftsman Liu Dabin and the others work night and day to make cannon shells all this time, just waiting for this moment. Moreover, Manhwa also made a special effort to have the cannonballs improved, from solid shells to the kind that contained countless iron beads that could scatter and kill a large area after exploding. Right now, the red-coated cannons were all set up next to the bank of the Yangtze River, and when the Yangtze River Navy ships came into range, they began to fire wildly. Give these Yangtze sailors a little cannon shock. Gone are the days of dominating the water with tough ships and arrows. Right now, it's the age of cannons. The retreat of the Wei family army just now was not a fear of the Yangtze River sailors, but rather, according to Manhwa's order, it was a sign of weakness, so that the enemy could be lured deeper and deeper, so that the Yangtze River sailors' warships could get within the range of the cannons, thereby annihilating it in one fell swoop. Chapter 78: The Great Breaking of the Yangtze River Sailors. It's just a shame that there still aren't enough shells to go around after all. They're all made by hand, one at a time, and can't be mass-produced by machines. After firing for 10 minutes, the shells were successfully exhausted, while the Yangtze River Navy only damaged about 1/3 of the ships, and 2/3 of them were still operational. Straight mother asterisk 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 it finally stopped. What the hell is this? A demonic spell? Simply unheard of. Vice Commander Shifei listened to the absence of cannon fire and finally peeked his head out of the cabin, observing the surrounding situation. After making sure there were no shells for several moments, he took a long breath and stepped back out onto the deck. And just when Vice Marshal Shifei felt that he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a roar suddenly come from the sky, like thunder at first shock, and like the might of heavenly punishment. One wave covered the other. Kill, only to see that the Wei family army, which had been hunted down and suppressed by the Yangtze River sailors for a long time, was finally able to explode. Although it was a feigned rout, it was a strange shame for the Wei family's army and had to be avenged on the spot. And just now, the Yangtze River sailors' firm ships and sharp arrows did injure quite a few brothers of the Wei family army, making everyone even more furious. And so, the guards they killed. They turned around and advanced. They rushed towards the Yangtze River sailors, and they went forward. At first it was only the group of the Weijiao army that could steer and row the boat that led the counterattack. To the back the fishermen followed the counterattack and followed alone. This was driven on the one hand by the fervor of the guards. The other side of the coin is that the fishermen also understand that if they are defeated and allow the Yu dynasty officials to make a comeback, then everyone's fields will be taken back. Everyone's food would be taken away. Even everyone's daughters-in-law, daughters and sons would be taken. It's a dark day, and I can't see the edge. It's better to fight to the death and have a bright future. Thus, 10,000 boats were fired, like a bullet, at the warships of the Yangtze River Navy. However, in the face of the approaching fishing boats, Vice Marshal Shifei was still a bit disdainful and taunted. Mantis, seek your own death. If it were not for the fact that the formation of his Yangtze River sailors had been disorganized, and a large number of his soldiers were so frightened that they dared not venture into the cabins of their ships for fear of being killed by cannonballs. Otherwise, just as soon as these small fishing boats got close, Sure Fertilizer could have sent his soldiers to shoot these small fishing boats with their bows and arrows. After all, in Shifei's opinion, his Yangtze River sailors only feared the unknown explosion. Nothing else mattered. However, even if there were no archers, Xian was not afraid of these fishing boats. After all, he believed that his firm ship could easily withstand the impact of these fishing boats, and even let these fishing boats crash into each other instead. However, how could Shifei not expect that these small fishing boats would not collide after approaching his big ship, but would light the black powder explosive packets in their hands and then quickly throw them into the deck of the big ship? It was true that the fishing boats could not crash through this iron battle armor, but black powder could. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. Another new round of explosions began instantly. Wood flew across the room, the boards broke, the ship capsized, and the soldiers blew up all over the sky, screaming. The Vice Marshal Shifei, who had just climbed out of the cabin, was so scared that he hurriedly retreated back within the cabin, not daring to venture out anyhow. In his whole life, he's never fought such a pitiful battle. He didn't even dare to risk his head, but just took a beating. Shifei can only sigh in awe of the reputation. That damn Manhwa has such a big name is indeed a fairy fart extraordinary. If he had known this, he wouldn't have dared to chase after the Wei family army even if he had been given 10 more guts. Damn, Manhwa is too shady to play bait and switch. Come on. And right now, he'd like to turn around and go back, but their ships were too big to turn around, and could not be realized under the indiscriminate bombardment of the Weijiao army. And black powder packets are much easier to make than cannonballs, so there are a lot of them. As a result, tens of thousands of fishing boats are almost manned by one. The main one is a large quantity of food. This bombing down. At once another one-third of the Yangtze River Navy ships were blown up, into the water, and sunk. Eventually, the Guardians even boarded Vice Marshal Shurfei's main ship and grabbed the shivering Shurfei out of the hold. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Masters of the Guard, Grandfather Guards, I surrender, I surrender. As long as you don't kill me, I can have all the Yangtze River sailors surrender. I only beg you to spare my life. Shurfei was so scared that his fat body was constantly trembling, and his crotch was all wet. I don't know if it was the water in the cabin or if he was pissed from being scared alive. Facing the steel swords of the Weijia army, he immediately fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Rubbish! Hurry up and order to surrender, or Grandpa's knife can kill quickly. Lin Tinyo sneered and said, really not looking at this kind of waste. Yes, yes, yes. Shurfei didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered his men to blow the horn sound of surrender. And hearing the horn sound, the soldiers on the ship who had long been scared out of their wits were immediately relieved and threw away their weapons, choosing to surrender. Subsequently, the Wei family army sent people aboard the ships and took over the remaining sailors' warships. The soldiers of the Yangtze River sailors were all tied up, like a dumpling, and sent back to the shore for Marshal Wei to deal with. So far, this unrivaled Yangtze River sailors, this is destroyed. Wei was stood on the shore, drinking a little wine and listening to the sound of the cannon, talking and laughing, and destroyed the water division in one battle. Chapter 79 Killing the Yu Dynasty Capital. The Yangtze River is just too wide, so wide that it looks like the sea, and you can't see the edge of it at a glance. Fertilizer in particular also led sailors deep into the opposite shore. Therefore, on the opposite side of the battle watching the commander of the naval division shown pressure does not know that their own naval division forces have been fully defeated. Not to mention what happened, cannot see anything, listening to the screams coming from the distance. Shiren thought it was from the Wei family army, and couldn't help but feel smug. What invincible Wei family army! When they encountered my Yangtze River Navy, they were still not being beaten up and screaming. After this battle, I'll be the #1 general in Daiyu. Ha ha ha. I wonder what His Majesty will reward me with. If I'm satisfied with the reward, then I can still recognize him as His Majesty. If the rewarded old man is not satisfied, then if this emperor his Zhao family can do it, so can my Shur family. At the moment, the Yu dynasty's direct military strength was greatly reduced, and it also gave rise to a lot of ambitions from Shiren. These foreign generals, especially the great achievement of conquering the Wei family army, made Shiren feel invincible and couldn't help but drift away. Marshal Shur, it's back. Our sailors are back. At this moment, a soldier shouted, ha ha ha, quickly, then play the music and dance. Spread the flags and beat the drums to welcome our heroes in triumph, Shon said excitedly. However, as the warships drew closer, Shon sensed that something was wrong. The first thing was that the number of warships was quite a bit less. Hundreds of ships had sailed out before, but now only 100 or so had returned, which was more than half less. Secondly, this warship did not blow their Yangtze River Navy when the battle horn sound. Very strange. And the most let Shiren collapse is, when the ship is about to dock, the people on the warship no longer pretend, actually directly raised a Wei military flag. Mouth also shouted, the Yangtze River Navy has been completely annihilated by my Wei family army. Surrender quickly, or else you will be killed on pain of death. The Yangtze River sailors have been completely annihilated by my Weijia army. Surrender or be killed. The sound of a wave over a wave, with the rolling Yangtze River together, listening to Shiren trembled. All of a sudden feel from the clouds above the fall to the 18 layers of hell. How could I not expect it would be such an end? How? My tens of thousands of sailors army. How could my hundreds of invincible ships lose to the Weijia army's gang of ants with small fishing boats? Aha! Impossible. Never. Shon collapsed and yelled. How could he not expect that he would lose? And lose so outrageously that tens of thousands of sailors were actually wiped out. But now the actual reality is to tell him, this is all true. His tens of thousands of sailors didn't even return with a single ship. All of them were occupied by the Weijia army. The Weijia army is, indeed, invincible. His beautiful dream, shattered. So, Sean hurriedly yelled at the only remaining troops, quickly fend them off. Quickly shoot arrows. Never let them come ashore. Much less let them take a step south of the Yangtze River. As long as you guys hold out for half a day, this marshal will have a good plan to retreat the enemy. At that time, each of you will be the first to take the credit, and this marshal will have a heavy reward. Yes, Marshal Shur. The men believed it and immediately scrambled up. The Yangtze River sailors are not all sailors. There are still a few thousand land forces stationed on the shore, and at the sound of the words they hurriedly drew their bows and shot arrows, trying to block the Weijia army from coming ashore. But how could they not realize that Shuren's so-called brilliant plan was to take advantage of the opportunity to escape themselves and let these thousands of soldiers be cannon fodder? After all, Shuren knew too well how strong the Wei family army was on land. He hadn't even defeated the Wei family army in a water battle, so it was even more impossible on land. At this moment, he could only die a Taoist death and protect himself most importantly. So, Shuren hurriedly rode a fast horse back to his mansion and hurriedly asked his subordinates to pack up their belongings at home and run away. On the other side, the arrows of a few thousand men could not resist the tens of thousands of Weijia troops coming ashore. A round of composite bow firing by the Wei family army directly suppressed the attack on the shore, and the soldiers on the shore could only look for cover everywhere, watching the Wei family army stop the boat and go ashore. And it was only after coming ashore that the terrifying battle power of the Wei family's army was able to truly explode. With the real battle strength, gave this group of defenders to see what is called the division of 100 battles, what is called the will of the people. The scene was a one-sided massacre. Every soldier of the Weijia army was vigorous in battle, and each one of them was more like chicken blood, and seemed to have inexhaustible strength, frantically chasing after the Yangtze River Navy to fight. Moreover, the Weijia army is chaotic and orderly, presenting a 3-3 system formation. A group of 3 people cooperate with each other. Often a squad can chase the Yangtze River sailors 7 or 8 people to fight, and in such a formation, the Wei family's army numbered in the tens of thousands. The battle power of the Yangtze River sailors in front of the Wei family army is like a childish child facing a strong man, being easily knocked down by the Wei family army with a punch, crying out in pain. In response, the guards also cried out the ancient saying that would later go down in history. Instead of refusing to surrender, the enemy dared to return fire on me. Of course, this return fire did not last long, and the Yangtze River army was so emboldened by the killings that one by one they threw down their weapons and begged for mercy on their knees. Soon, the crowd was skillfully tied into dumplings one by one by the Weijia army and concentrated in custody. From the time they landed on the shore to the total annihilation of thousands of defenders, the Wei family army spent a total of 1.5 hours. Half of that time was spent on tying up people. The Weijia army then pursued the attack, and led by the descending pawns came to the Sher residence, and captured Marshal Sher Enchi alive on the spot, who was packing a big bag and a small one. Originally, this Sher Shui's gold and silver soft is too much. Really want to organize up. Enough to organize a 7 days and 7 nights. He couldn't abandon all of it. After all, it was all the hard-earned money that he had scrounged for most of his life. Therefore, he was constantly organizing it. Originally, Shuren thought that although the thousands of soldiers under his command could not defeat Wei Hua, how could they last for 2 or 3 hours? After all, it was just a few thousand pigs. Wei Hua would have to catch them for most of the day, right? As for Shon, he was going to pack up for 2 hours and run away. Take as much of the family fortune as possible. As a result, I did not expect that the speed of the Wei family army is too fast, far beyond Shuren's expectations. Even 2 hours did not arrive to kill to his residence. On the spot to catch this want money do not want to die stupid. At this point, the Yangtze River division was completely and utterly wiped out. From the navy to the army, from the soldiers to the commander, all by Wei Hua Pot. The last line of defense of the Dayu dynasty, the Yangtze River, was successfully crossed by Wei Hua. Wei Hua did not stop and continued to lead his troops to attack, pointing his troops straight to the heart of Dayu, the capital of East Zhejiang province. Linan. This is also the capital city of the entire Dayu. This move was both to surround the Wei to save Zhao, and to help the Wei family's sailors to share the pressure. It's also a good idea to capture the thief and see if you can catch that evil dragon Zhao Jiao. Revenge. Chapter 80 scared Zhao Jiao to run all night. After the Yangtze River, it's the territory of Zhedong Road. Therefore, the scouts of Yu Dynasty soon learned the news that Wei Hua defeated the Yangtze River Navy and drove into the city, and they hurriedly expedited the news by 600 miles, and in just a few hours, the news was successfully transmitted into Linan, the capital of Yu Dynasty. Report, to your majesty. Frontline. Urgent report from the frontline. In the palace, the little eunuch learned the news and came to report in a panic. Zhao Jiao, on the other hand, said with a kind brow, "What's the hurry? Slow down. What's the good news?" At this moment, Zhao Jiao was very different from his previous anxiousness, and became joyful, because the recently received news from the front line could be all good news. What Zhedong Wei family rebels dead and wounded What Zhedong Road successfully recovered the lost territory Every good news can make Zhao Jiao happy in the harem more than once. Turn over the cards. More sleep a woman. Only feel Wei Hua is just so well, before is too much to look up to him. In reality, a mole cricket was a mole cricket, and could never be a match for a true dragon prince like him. After all, right now he has foreign aid, and the 4 countries alliance. Beating the Wei family sailors entrenched in the east of Zhejiang wailed, realizing that this was Wei Hua's only marine division unit, After eliminating it, Wei Hua would no longer have a marine division to cross the Yangtze River and attack himself. Zhao Jiao could rest on his laurels. Moreover, Zhao Jiao had already heard that Wei Hua had indeed turned his guns around and went to fight the Liao tribe. He thought that he might not be able to go south, so he could only change his strategy and go to fight the Liao tribe. Then let them dog eat dog. It's best to fight head to head and let him, Zhao Jiao, reap the benefits. For this reason, Zhao Jiao even made it a point to move the capital back again. Previously, he was frightened by the news of the Wei family's sailors attacking the Zhejiang province and ran to the Ganzhou province. But now with the imminent pacification of Zhejiang, he hastened to return to the capital. For his escape, he glorified it as a royal march. It was so dominating that it scared the rebels into running north. I just don't know. He's obviously heading south and getting farther and farther away from the rebels. What kind of place is this imperial conquest? The conquest. Instead, I heard that Ganzhou had selected 30 local beauties to be sent to Zhao Jiao's harem in order to welcome his majesty. Presumably, this is the real imperial chariot. After all, driving people is also driving. Above the dragon bed is also a battlefield. Moreover, what made Zhao Jiao even happier was that with the implementation of the policy of levying 3 salaries, large sums of silver had been put into the treasury, and his new army was stepping up its drills, giving Zhao Jiao a lot more security. Although the people are suffering, I heard that several places in order to levy the 3 salaries are levied by the anger of the people, so that the people gathered in the uprising. But it doesn't matter, the mud-legged people won't be able to make it. Zhao Jiao's new army can take advantage of this to train for the rebellion. After killing one batch of rebels after another, the rest will obediently pay taxes and grain. Did you completely annihilate the rebel sailors on Zhoushan Island? Then I'll have to give them a good commendation. Zhao Jiao asked happily. Back to your majesty. It is not that the rebel army has been annihilated. Rather, Wei Hua led the Wei family army to wipe out the Yangtze River Navy, and at this moment has already crossed the Yangtze River and attacked the Zhejiang road to the south, and is killing towards the capital. The little eunuch said with a sweaty head. Not just kill to the capital division. What? Kill? Kill towards the capital? Zhao Jiao's pupils instantly widened in disbelief at the words. Immediately afterward, he even said with a face of disbelief, how can this be? How is this possible? Wei Hua's sailors are besieged by me on an isolated island. What he relied on to cross the Yangtze River. What are you blabbering about here? There is no such thing. Your Majesty. It's true. Several messengers have confirmed that Wei Hua has gotten tens of thousands of fishing boats from somewhere and is forcing his way across the river. It is now less than 100 miles from the capital. The little eunuch said in a panic. Aha! Rubbish! Rubbish! My 50,000 Yangtze River sailors I do not know how much silver to smash out of the 50,000 Yangtze River sailors How could they be wiped out by a few fishing boats? What is Shiren doing? Even 50,000 fish can't be fished so fast with a net. Zhao Jiao's face was full of anger and a roar as he pushed all the zhang folds on the table to the ground. Then, Zhao Jiao suddenly winced again, thinking of what would happen to him if Wei Hua killed over, and hurriedly shouted, Quickly! Quickly let the forbidden army come back! Don't fight Zhoushan Island! Hurry back to defend the safety of Linen! Also, hurry up and move the capital! Move the capital! Let the forbidden army and the new army escort me to Ganzhou together! No! The Ganzhou road is still too close to the Zhejiang road. I want to enter the Sichuanshu road, which is easy to defend and hard to attack. Zhao Jiao has already been scared out of his wits by the news of Wei Hua's kill, and only wants to run as far away as possible. Anyway, he's still sitting on 8 provinces, so if he runs fast enough, he can trade land for time and live on. But your majesty, Zhoushan Island only needs to be besieged for 2 or 3 more days at most before the rebels on the island are completely wiped out. Withdrawing at this moment would be a waste of the previous effort. The little eunuch admonished, but Zhao Jiao immediately replied, What time is it? What do I care about the previous success? If I have any slip-ups, then what's the use of having this world? Hurry up and mobilize your troops, not a moment to spare. Yes, the little eunuch could only do as he was told. However, Zhao Jiao wasn't stupid, and after running, he still constructed another line of defense to block Wei Hua. After all, he's not good at fighting, but running away he's the best. When the Liao tribe searched the mountains and the sea to capture him, Zhao Jiao escaped with his life. He didn't believe that this Wei Hua could catch him. This first line of defense was the 100,000 miscellaneous troops that Zhao Jiao had transferred from all over the world as cannon fodder, gathered early at Xingjiafu in front of Linanfu. The second line of defense was the 50,000 forbidden troops that had been urgently transferred back, of which 20,000 had likewise gone to Xingjiafu as a supervisory team to urge the 100,000 miscellaneous troops to respond to the battle, lest they escape, and also to increase the strength of Xingjiafu. lest they be overwhelmed. The remaining 30,000 forbidden troops escorted Zhao to escape. The third line of defense was the 50,000 new troops that had just been formed to defend the capital. Linen. Although the new troops had never been to battle, their combat power was average. However, because Zhao desperately smashed money, they were the most loyal to Zhao and were best used to defend the imperial city. With the tallness of the imperial city's citadel, it might be possible to fight a good defense. The three lines of defense totaling 170,000 troops could definitely stop Wei Hua. Only then did Zhao feel a little more at ease and escaped overnight, first going to the accompanying capital, Huiji province, and then entering the Ganzhou road the next day, and then escaping all the way to the junction of the Ganzhou road and the Shangzhou road, ready to take a look at the situation of the war. Once the situation was bad, they entered the Shangzhou road and then fled all the way to the easily defended Sichuanchuhu road. Zhao was also considered the #1 traveler plus geographer of the world, and was really familiar with escaping. It's kind of inherited the bloodline of the old ancestors. After all, they, the Zhao family, had the traditional ability to drift a donkey cart and escape from 100,000 enemy troops since ancient times. On the other hand, Wei Hua originally wanted to go all the way south and tackle the dragon directly. However, he was indeed temporarily stopped at Xingjiafu by 100,000 miscellaneous troops of the Yu dynasty. Although the battle strength of the miscellaneous army was average, 100,000 people was not a small number in the end, and it was still an offensive and defensive battle to defend the city, so it was impossible to defeat them all at once. However, the effect of Wei Hua's siege of Wei to save Zhao is still evident. Wei Hua has already found out that the Forbidden Army has urgently withdrawn from the vicinity of Zhoushan Island in Zhidong Road, and rushed toward Xinjia province to support them. For this reason, Wei Hua immediately sent another 3 waves of people, fast and furious, with the fastest speed to the east, the Western Ocean, the North bear 3 countries. Prepare to use a ploy to first divide and disintegrate the attacks of these 3 countries and save the Wei family sailors. Chapter 81 Wei Hua Airplay Foreign Devils. Zhujiang East Road, Haining Province. This is the newest place from Zhoushan Island, and where the front line against the Wei family's sailors is located. Although the Yu dynasty's forbidden army withdrew, the armies of the 3 kingdoms of the Northern Bear Kingdom, the Western Ocean Kingdom, and the Eastern Ing Kingdom were still there, and they continued to launch an attack on the Yu dynasty's naval divisions involved in the Zhou Mountain Island, preparing to go on until they were completely annihilated. Regarding the departure of the Yu dynasty's army, they were not at all surprised, and they were even a little bit delighted. After all, one more force requires one more piece of cake. Now that the Yu dynasty had voluntarily withdrawn, it was only natural that the 3 of them could take a little more of the cake. Originally they just want to do business with Dayu, but after seeing the emperor of Dayu so weak, what sellout treaty dare to sign? These foreign devils also played a crooked idea, want to not only do business, more some of the mouth-watering this piece of land of Dayu. What's more, the Yu dynasty sailors on Zhoushan Island were almost all wounded, and with their food and supplies cut off, they could be easily resolved in a few days. At that time, this island would naturally belong to their 3 countries, including those warships on the island that the Weijia army had swindled from them, and they would also be able to return them to their rightful owners. And at this moment, the Western country's quarters, a Yankee soldier reported to Smith, the present leading general of the Western nations. Report, General Smith. There's a messenger from the Weijia army at the door, saying he's come to deliver a letter by order of Marshal Wei Hua. Wei Hua? That damn liar. Trying to trick me again. No way. General Smith was incredibly annoyed when he heard Wei Hua, and instantly refused flatly. After all, when they thought that they had been cheated by Wei Hua of 200 ships, they had thought that they could happily do business with Dayu. As a result, they didn't expect that when they managed to cross thousands of mountains and bring a large amount of commodities to the Yu dynasty, the Yu dynasty didn't recognize their contract with Wei Hua and even fought with them. Just fight. It was not easy for them to capture Hainingfu. Relying on their own power can force the Dayu trade when behind them and suddenly killed a group of Weijia army. With the ships provided by their foreigners, they killed all their foreigners' soldiers. What a shame. Strange shame. The 3 kingdoms' ghosts only felt like they had never been so suffocated before. This time, they desperately attacked the Wei family's naval division, but they also had the intention of taking revenge, and one cannot fall into the same trap twice. Smith was certain that this time he wouldn't dare believe anything Wei Hua said. Therefore, he didn't even bother to meet the messenger sent by Wei Hua. He made up his mind that as long as I didn't read the letter, then I must not fall for it. But that messenger seems to have sent the wrong letter. He said he was delivering a letter to the Northern Bear Country, and I lied to him that we were the Northern Bear Country, and he actually believed it. I think it should be because he didn't recognize the foreigners and thought that we all look alike. thus sending it to the wrong camp. The soldier replied, "What? There is such a thing. That would be something to see." General Smith was shocked at his words and immediately changed his mind. After all, he could be sure that he hated Wei Hua to the bone and would never cooperate, but he could not be sure of the attitudes of the other two countries. In case the other two countries had cooperation with Wei Hua and kept him, the western country, in the valley, then he, the western country, would not lose a lot of money. General Smith then immediately asked Wei Hua's messenger to come in. Wei Hua's messenger, still pretending to be skeptical upon seeing General Smith, rushed at Smith as Wei Hua had instructed him in advance. "Hey, I don't think this is the same general I saw last time. The general I saw last time was much taller. Bastard, this northern bear country really does have a connection with Wei Hua. They actually all secretly met once." Smith sniffed and instantly cursed in his heart, secretly saying that the northern bear country was really shameless. At the same time, he explained, "The last one went home to visit his family, and I am his successor." Fortunately, this Wei family messenger really could not tell the difference between the foreigners and easily believed his words, and then handed over Wei Hua's secret letter to Mr. Smith. Smith took one look at the contents inside, then gasped and cursed in his heart. "Fark, this damned northern bear country actually set up such a conspiracy with Wei Hua. It's just an asshole to the core. I only saw that the content of the letter was clearly written that the Wei family army had crossed the Yangtze River to the south, and the army was so sharp that the Yu dynasty was no match. In order to save the Wei family's navy, this Marshal Wei Hua is willing to conspire with the Northern Bear Kingdom to destroy the other two countries together. After this is accomplished, all the land ceded by Dayu to the other two countries will be given to the Northern Bear Kingdom, and at the same time Wei Hua agrees to additionally cede Zhoushan Island to the Northern Bear Kingdom, and to let the Northern Bear have exclusive access to all business. Quickly, stop attacking Zhoushan Island. Then send a messenger all the way back with this messenger to find Wei Hua. If he really has crossed the Yangtze River and gone south, then I, Western Ocean Country, am willing to cooperate with Marshal Wei. As long as it's something that Northern Bear can do, I, Western Ocean Country, can do it, and even do it better." General Smith immediately made a decision. "Ah, General, didn't you just say that you would never cooperate with Wei Hua to death?" The pawn at the side was a bit puzzled at this. "Asshole, this time is different from the past. We, the Western Kingdom, would rather suffer ourselves than let other countries take advantage of us." General Smith cursed angrily. This was about not suffering from a lack of equality. Moreover, General Smith still knows the Wei family army's power. Before they dared to desperately surround the Wei family's water division, is that they feel that the Wei family army cannot go south to cross the river without the water division? But right now, Wei Hua actually did it. So these foreign devils of theirs will have to weigh the battlefield. After all, only winners can deliver on their promises. They have to find a partner who can win. The same ploy is happening at the Northern Bear Country compound. Wei Hua's messenger pretended to deliver a letter to the Western country, but ended up delivering the wrong letter due to face blindness, and sent the letter originally intended for the Western country to the Northern Bear Country. And the general of the Northern Bear Country was furious when he saw the letter. No one would allow any country to monopolize the benefits, much less allow themselves to become the backstabber. Therefore, the Northern Bear Country also sent a messenger to follow Wei Hua's messenger back, and at the same time gave an order for a ceasefire. As for Toei, you can't use the trick of not being able to tell a gaijin apart from a faceblind one. After all, the looks of the East Ing people are too recognizable. Short, with only a handful of bare hair head shape. Beard is also the standard a handful. It's impossible to recognize a mistake in any way. In this regard, Wei Hua's means is also very simple, is to send a messenger pretending to go directly to Zhoushan Island, but in fact go to the sea controlled by the East Ing people, so that this messenger was successfully captured by the East Ing people, and from him, searched out the other two countries have already cooperated with Wei Hua's letter. Seeing this letter, the East Ing general instantly people are numb. His country was already the weakest, and found that the other two countries did suddenly find excuses to cease fire, immediately believe it all. He himself was abandoned by the doggone foreign devils. Therefore, they also hastened to order a ceasefire, had the messenger well relieved, and then sent men along to the Wei family army. At this point, all three countries have ceased fire. Each gave excuses that each found ridiculous. The Northern Bear Country said their general had a bad stomach and couldn't command the battle. The Western Kingdom said that according to their custom, they can't kill anyone on these days, so they can't fight. The East Kingdom of Japan heard these bull reasons nose is almost crooked, so also found a reason to say that their general in the past few days to prepare to welcome the bride. The matter of fighting the war will be postponed for a while. All three families knew that they were lying to each other, but the three families didn't tear their faces apart, instead maintaining this delicate balance. all waiting for the return of the messenger to see who would reach cooperation with Wei Hua first. After half a day, 3 expedited messengers on fast horses came towards the Wei Hua army garrison. Seeing this scene, the chief historian Xian Wuji on the side couldn't help but sigh. But, Marshal Wei, are these foreign devils not brain dead from drinking blood and eating raw food? How can they fall for your trick once and again? Ha ha, in my hometown, when I was a kid, there was a saying: 1 monk picks water to eat, 2 monks carry water to eat, and 3 monks have no water to eat. Right now, their 3 countries seem to be cooperating, but they are definitely each harboring their own evil intentions. Their trust in each other is extremely limited, and it only takes a small external force to easily destroy them. Wei Hua replied with a smile. In all his familiarization with the 5,000 years of Chinese history, he had never seen any triple alliance that could last, not to mention the 3 kingdoms. Even the alliance of the 2 kingdoms will often have the existence of Sun Wu rats like this to engage in sneak attacks. As a result, these foreign devils easily fell for Wei Hua's disruptive scheme and obediently came to cooperate with Wei Hua. It may be true that people don't step into the same trap twice at the same time, but the Yankees are an exception. Ghosts, not counting people. This is, Zhao Jiuhuang resigned from the temple day. Wei Hua to play foreign devils. Chapter 82 Cowardly but not virtuous. Marshal Wei. Then which country do we actually choose for cooperation? Chang'er Xian Wuji couldn't help but ask. Adults don't make choices. We all cooperate. Yet neither of us cooperate. Wei Hua replied with a smile. Then seeing Chang'er Xian Wuji's disbelief, Wei Hua explained. The cooperation is to stabilize them, so that they will send food and water and medicine to my Wei family's sailors, and stop attacking my Wei family's sailors. Not cooperating because these foreign devils are not of my race and their hearts are different. All of them are not good things. After this marshal destroys the Yu dynasty and the Liao tribe in the north, he will destroy these foreign devils. Let them feel what it's like to be forced to open the country's door as a dog by a strong ship and sharp cannons. But for the moment, it's still necessary to put on a show. Let's put it this way. First, put all the messengers from the 3 kingdoms in one barracks, but give them 3 separate tents to live in. Guard them strictly. Let them know of each other's existence but not be able to reach each other. Only be on guard against each other. Be wary of each other, and be suspicious of each other, so that they'll scramble to show their loyalty to us first. Then, when you send the meals, send the western and northern bear countries better ones, with meat and vegetables. Just send the eastern kingdom some leftovers from their 2 countries. Is this not too bad for the eastern kingdom? This eastern kingdom is afraid that it will just turn around and go against us. Chang'er Xian Wuji said. He didn't know why. He always felt that Wei Shuai seemed to have an extraordinarily contemptuous and hateful attitude towards this eastern kingdom. As the saying goes, small people fear authority but not virtue. This is the case with this eastern kingdom. As long as you're stronger than him, no matter how much you abuse him, he'll be grateful to you and worship you. Besides, there's masochism in this country. If you treat him well, he won't remember your goodness. He'll just take you for granted. But you treat him poorly, extraordinarily poorly, and he'll admire you instead, and think that a great man should be like that. Do you believe it or not? If we do this to him, the Eastern Kingdom, he will instead be the one who works most for my Wei family army at that time, and will be the first to come to us to show his loyalty. Wei Hua laughed and bet with Chang'er Xian Wuji. I really don't believe that there is such a cheap country. Marshal Wei, I will bet with you. What do you say to bet? But don't bet on something too expensive. My little salary, you know, it's really not much. Chang'er Xian Wuji was a bit disbelieving and agreed to the bet. Don't worry, don't bet on the expensive ones. If you lose, just take out the bottle of Daughter's Red you've treasured for years and drink it. Wei Hua smiled. Okay, then what if you lose? Marshal Wei? Xian Wuji asked through gritted teeth. You've been thinking about my bottle of 30-year-old wine for a long time, right? If this marshal loses, he will give it to you. Wei Hua said indifferently. Then it's a deal. Chang'er Xian Wuji's eyes lit up. Immediately afterward, it didn't take long for a soldier to come and report. Reporting to the guard commander. The messenger from the Eastern Kingdom says he has something important to see. Are they disgusted with their poor food and have come to cause trouble? Chang'er Xian Wuji hurriedly asked, only to feel that all claymen have 3 bones. This Easterning people were inexplicably assigned to eat leftovers, so they definitely want to make trouble. But unexpectedly, the soldiers actually replied. No. They said they were willing to serve Marshal Wei as a dog and horse. How could there be such a lowly nation in the world? Rao was as elegant as Chang'er Xian Wuji, but when he heard about the nature of the Easterning people, he was furious and jumped to his feet, only feeling that this could be a really disgusting nation. Take the bar. Wei Hua smiled. Sometimes, Chinese people are just too polite. and they know how to sensitize some small countries with virtues and benefits, thinking that they will be grateful, but in reality, this would only give them an inch. Only fists and killing could make them really honest. And Chancher Xian Wuji also had to tearfully give Wei Hua the daughter red that he had originally prepared for his daughter upon hearing this. It is good that his daughter is still young and can still have time to bury another altar to impersonate it. However, this also made Chanchers and Wuji hate the EAGs to the bone, and in the future, every time he came into contact with the EAGs, he would abuse them. And the next trend was just as Wei Hua had guessed. The Eastern Kingdom was desperately trying to perform, wanting to cooperate with Wei Hua and exterminate the other two countries together to monopolize the benefits. The other two countries also kept showing their goodwill, competing to be the first to want to cooperate with Wei Hua. In response, Wei Hua ostensibly reached cooperation with all three countries, sending them to hurry back to provide help to the Wei family's sailors. In fact, Wei Hua was prepared to take 50,000 elite troops and go to Haining province, under the guise of cooperation, to completely wipe out the forces of the three kingdoms and save the Wei family's sailors. At the same time, in order to convince all three families that he was the only party cooperating with the Wei family army, Wei Hua had convinced each of them to put on a show. The play of the Easting Kingdom was the simplest. The bitter play. That is, Wei Hua sent his men to beat up the messengers of the Easting people violently, so that the Easting people were driven away in disgrace, thus making the other two countries firmly believe that Wei Hua must have fallen out with the Easting country. Any other emissary would not have been willing to suffer this kind of pain, but the Easterners just had a bit of a masochistic hobby in them, and as soon as they heard it, they agreed to it, and acted it out quite perfectly. As for the Xiang country, it cooperated with Wei Hua to put on a closed-door show, and was refused by Wei Hua for several consecutive meetings, while letting the Northern Bear country see it, thus letting the Northern Bear country think that it was the one who had the destiny to exclusively cooperate with Wei Hua. In the end, the messengers of the three countries all returned to their quarters with great joy, and couldn't wait to report back the news that they had reached an exclusive cooperation with Wei Shuai. But I didn't want to see the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird in the back. Wei Hua this time, to completely and utterly beat these stirring foreign devils afraid. Avenge the Wei family sailors properly. Fight until they understand that within my Kyushu territory, the demons have to bow down and behave. Hit them until they subconsciously made a chill when they heard the word Kyushu. Beat them all until they all pay tribute and don't dare to violate my Kyushu one step. Chapter 83 Getting Zhaojiu to claim the throne. However, before setting out to exterminate the foreigners, Wei Hua was also prepared to give Yu Chao a gift to disintegrate his fighting spirit. Although the Wei family army was invincible, Wei Hua didn't want his soldiers to die for nothing. Although the Yu dynasty had a weak emperor, after all, it occupied a territory of 8 provinces, with a large land area and a large population, so the potential for war was still very great, if he fought hard all the way through. Although Wei Hua could win, he would also lose his troops badly and have countless of his men sacrificed. In the end, it might even be cheaper for the Liao tribe to pick up the pieces for nothing. Therefore, Wei Hua is ready to use the plan again to take advantage of the wisdom. To the 100,000 soldiers stationed in the Xinjia prefecture only surrounded but not to fight, using outside tactics, to break the Yu dynasty's fighting spirit from within. It has never been Wei Hua's style to fight stupid battles and make hard fortresses. Planning in the seclusion of the tent and deciding beyond the 1,000 li is the key to Wei Hua's ability to win 100 battles. There's no way around it. 5,000 years up and down. So much wisdom left over from our old ancestors. A random ploy could have allowed Wei Hua to cross the world, and the way to use an army is to use a piece of it. A strong attack will only make the enemy extraordinarily united. For example, if everyone knows that you will slaughter the city, then everyone would rather fight until there is only one soldier left than surrender. But if at this time, the enemy not only does not slaughter the city, but also gives you generous surrender conditions, then even if you are not moved, the people around you will be moved. And at that time it is not likely that they will cut you down to take the initiative to surrender. That's how the peace faction and the surrender faction sometimes came to be. After all, if we are annexed by another country, but still continue to have the death of the emperor's family only, then why do we accompany your emperor to die? Certainly hope that the emperor early surrender to the good. In the past, the Qin family's father and son were the biggest peace faction above the court, so they gained a lot of benefits for the Liao tribe, and even almost tried to trick Wei Huadu back to cut him down. The effect is so strong that it is better than 100,000 elite soldiers. But right now, the Qin family's father and son have been cut down by Wei Hua. The result is that the situation of the great Yu dynasty is all up to Zhaojiu, who does not share the same fate as Wei Hua and has become the biggest main warring faction, so that the entire Yu dynasty has only one voice of fighting. This is so bad that it deters those officials who want to surrender. Therefore, Wei Hua then prepared to create another main peace faction for Diu, to create another Qin Shou, but a Qin Shou who will do his bidding and reap the benefits for himself, and kill the Yu dynasty. You have to know that the top is going up and the bottom is going down. If the top is in peace talks, the people below will definitely not be willing to sell their lives. This will greatly reduce the strength of the war effort, and a large number of people will even voluntarily defect to Wei Hua's side. After all, you as emperor want to make peace. What's wrong with me being a subject and surrendering? And for this kind of surrender faction, Wei Hua also has a candidate. That is Zhao Ruyan. As a child of the royal family, Zhao Ruyan is quite prestigious above the court, and is Wei Hua's ex-wife, and will surely be able to win over a large number of people within the Yu dynasty to become the main peace faction, separating them from Zhao Jiao, and causing divisions within the court of Great Yu. If Zhao Ruyan had been before, she definitely wouldn't have begged for peace with Wei Hua, but now Zhao Ruyan watched himself from the pinnacle of power. By Wei Hua fireworks made 100,000 Wei family army all rebel, fell into hell. Self-confidence has been Wei Hua completely broken. Wei Hua was confident that he could make her his pawn. Not long after, Zhao Ruyan was called by Wei Hua. At this moment, Zhao Ruyan was dressed in plain clothes, with no makeup on her face, and her face was more difficult to see. After all, she already knew about Wei Hua's crossing of the Yangtze River, and now that the troops were pointing directly at the capital, her Daiju Jiangshan was in danger. As expected, facing Wei Hua, Zhao Ruyan no longer had the high and mighty attitude she used to have. She even took the initiative to perform a Wanfu salute at Wei Hua, and then asked softly, "Wei Hua, what exactly do you need to do to spare me from Diu? My royal brother and I really know that we are wrong, so please withdraw your troops. It's very simple. Let Zhao Jiao cede his land and call himself a vassal. Pay tribute. Cede the provinces of Zhejiang Dao and Ganzhou Dao to me. Let Zhao Jiao remove the imperial title and honor me as the emperor. I can grant him the title of king of faint virtue, and then retreat and continue to let him command the land of the 6 provinces. In this way, Zhao Jiao will not lose his status as a party of vassals as well." Wei Hua replied coldly. Anyway, Zhao Jiao is known to be a big wimp. What sellout treaty dare to sign? Is not bad to sign Wei Hua this one. And the reason why it only needs 2 provinces is naturally to cut the meat with a blunt knife and slowly nibble away at it. Wei Hua, you have not gone too far in bullying people. Zhao Ruyan was instantly enraged when she heard this request. Wei Hua, a courtier, actually dared to make his royal brother call him a courtier. It's like a reversal of the Big Dipper, against the Big Dipper. Is there any justice in this world? Are you too much of a bully? Fine, then there will be no more talk. This marshal will continue to fight with you. Yu dynasty, let's see who can beat who. At that time, the Yu dynasty will be overthrown, and when my Wei family army enters the capital, your Zhao family will kneel outside the noon gate to be scrutinized by the people, and then beheaded in public. You will be no exception. At that time, don't blame me for not caring about the 3 years of conjugal love. After all, I have already given you a chance. Wei Hua directly opened his mouth and threatened. Wei Hua is also found. This Zhao Ruyan and the Easting people of virtue. To her good she feel rightfully, to her fears, she instead no fear, can rule honestly quite a lot. It was the same at this moment. As soon as she heard that Wei Hua was still going to invade south, Zhao Ruyan was trembling with fear. After all, she knew best the might of the Wei family's army, and that the Yu dynasty would never be able to stop it. So, she could only bite her lip and said, Wei Hua, this condition is too harsh. In this way, the territory of the 2 provinces I can make the decision to give it to you, but it is too difficult to call yourself a vassal. Can you take a step back? And we will stand side by side as emperors. The 2 emperors are honored together. If we really can't, I, Yu dynasty, can worship you as my brother emperor, and will call our brother emperor and take you as our honor. That's always fine, right? For their Zhao family, territory could be lost, but not face. If she were to submit to her former vassal, then her old Zhao family would be considered truly ruined, and her reputation would really stink. Therefore, Zhao Ruyan wanted to fight to the death to keep this piece of cloth of shame. But what Wei Hua wanted was for Zhao Jiao to be infamous. So he sneered and said, you just can't call yourself a child emperor. There can't be 2 lords under heaven. There's no negotiation. Come on people, send Zhao Ruyan back. Send troops to attack the city on the same day. Hearing Wei Hua's words so decisively, Zhao Ruyan instantly panicked. She didn't dare to bargain any further and immediately agreed. Wait a minute, and slow down. Okay, I agree to the peace talks. I'll help you to persuade imperial brother. However, you have to keep your word. If my Yu dynasty agrees to your request, you must withdraw your troops and never commit another step against my Yu dynasty. Alright, I can point to the Yangtze River with you as an oath. You should be clear about my Wei Hua's credibility throughout my life. and I've never said anything that wasn't true. Wei Hua smiled and said, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. All human credit has value, and by lying too soon, you overdraw your value. And if you keep your word and portray the persona of a man of promise, then you can cheat a big one at the end. For example, Liu Bei, Uncle Liu, relied on a lifetime of benevolence and morality, and finally cheated a big one and earned his way to Sichuan in Sichuan. Sima Yi pretending to be a loyal subject pretending all his life. Pro-old cheated a big one, pointing to the Luo water as an oath. Usurped the Chao Wei Zhongshan. And while it's true that Wei Hua was loyal to the king and the country in the first half of his life, he doesn't mind using this persona right now to ruthlessly deceive Zhao Ruyan, to disintegrate and divide the Yu dynasty. Consider it the price she paid for lying to herself for 3 years about her true feelings. Well, your words I still believe. Zhao Ruyan really believed Wei Hua's words. After all, her years of persona was deeply rooted in her heart. Keep in mind that you are a royal daughter of the Zhao family, and you must put the interests of the royal family first. If the fainting ruler is bent on having his way, don't cut off the future of your royal family for his sake alone. When the time comes to make a break, make a break. Wei Hua took the opportunity to compel, meaning that Zhao Ruyan should go back and fight for power properly, and it was fine to abolish Zhao Jiu when necessary. I know, Zhao Ruyan was thoughtful, and some desire for power was really kindled in her heart again. Wei Hua then sent someone to escort Zhao Ruyan to the bottom of the city of Xingjiafu and showed the defenders Zhao Ruyan's identity. There were still quite a few of the defenders who knew Zhao Ruyan, but they didn't dare to open the city gates for fear that the Wei Jiao army would take advantage of the opportunity to attack the city. It just threw down a hanging basket, allowing Zhao Ruyan to sit on it and successfully enter the city. The new head of the surrender faction in Daiyu was born. Chapter 84. Water and food shortage. Marshal Wei, can that dim King Zhao Jiu really listen to Zhao Ruyan? Will he get murderous and be so ruthless that he will even kill his own sister to end the future? The chief historian Xianwoji couldn't help but ask Wei Hua after watching Zhao Ruyan enter the city. Maybe, but if we even kill our own sister, who in the world would dare to sell their lives for Zhao Jiu? This will also chill the hearts of Yu dynasty's generals, which is also good for us. Wei Hua said indifferently, no longer indifferent to the fact that Zhao Ruyan might die. After all, when I love you, it's only natural that I would pour my heart out for you. But if you trample on my love and step on it, then once you are a stranger, Wei Hua will not have the slightest bit of old love left. So, as long as Zhao Ruyan is sent back, whether Zhao Jiu is killed or not, his Yu dynasty will be a mess. Wei Hua smiled. Marshal Wei is wise. Changshur Xian Wuji couldn't help but admire. Wait for the next time to see if we can get the Yu dynasty's Taishang emperor from the Liao clan's hands and give it back to the Yu dynasty as well. That would be a truly generous gift that would definitely stir up his Yu dynasty. Wei Hua thought of another good idea. It can't be helped. This Taiyu dynasty doesn't know if it's because their ancestors did too many bad things, and the later generations of royalty are all worse than one another. Zhao Jiu is incredibly hypocritical and cynical. Zhao Ruyan has a strong desire for power, but is empty of desire and no brains. The Taishang emperor was a calligrapher with a mind for art, and as a result, he was considered a professional, and was sent to the Liao tribe to practice step dancing. Further up, this Zhao family has produced some Kuju masters, cricket emperors, and carpenter emperors. Anyway, on the enjoyment of this Zhao's emperors are one of the best. On the governance of this Zhao's emperors just a line off my ass. One by one do not treat the people as people. Only think of how to exploit the world for their own one person to have fun. There's really no need for such a dynasty to exist. Wei Hua used to be too stupid to actually be trapped by any brotherly love or conjugal love, and single-mindedly worked for the Zhao family. Now that I think about it, I feel that I am too ridiculous. Sure enough, people couldn't even empathize with their previous selves. And after watching Zhao Ruyan successfully enter the Xinjiang prefecture to stir up the storm, Wei Hua was relieved to take 50,000 iron horsemen and head to Haining prefecture, kill the ghosts and save the sailors. Let the Wei Jia army, both land and water, assemble in full. On the other hand, Zhoushan Island. It's an isolated island surrounded by sea on all sides. Not a big place. At that time, the Wei family's navy was besieged by the Three Kingdoms plus the Yu dynasty's forbidden army, so they had no choice but to fight all the way back, and eventually retreated to this place. In fact, if the three countries plus the Yu dynasty's forbidden army combined their efforts in a strong attack, it was possible to go to the island and wipe out the Wei family's sailors. But again, they will pay a huge price. After all, the fighting strength of the Wei family army is not blowing, and there are also 100,000 family members of the Wei family army on the island. Although most of them are women, they have also formed a women's army to follow the battle, which should not be underestimated. The group then opted for siege tactics and constant harassment. The three countries joined forces with the Yu dynasty's forbidden army to cut off the entire Zhoushan island from the outside world, and regularly attacked the disgusting Wei family army on a small scale, leaving the Wei family army exhausted and without any supplies. Needless to say, the strategy worked. The Wei family army is trapped on this island. Lack of food, lack of medicine, lack of water. See, not killed by the four countries, but to be starved to death by thirst. Even Han Zhong, who was the main general, had white lips and dry skin at the moment, and was incredibly thirsty at first glance. Commander Han, drink some water. The soldier carefully took a small half bowl of water and handed it to Han Zhong, saying, I'm not thirsty. Let the families of the Weijiao army drink first. Han Zhong replied in a hoarse voice, there is some fresh water on the island, but not much, not enough for so many people to drink. Can only prioritize the old and weak women and children to drink. Other soldiers endure. Really cannot stand it, and then a small drink. Although there is seawater all around, seawater cannot be drunk directly. It will get thirstier and thirstier until you get dehydrated. In addition to thirst, food was incredibly scarce. More than 100,000 people needed to consume a large amount of food every day, and there was not much left of the military rations that the Wei family's sailors had brought with them. Although you can fish and catch shrimp, most of the fish and shrimp are proteins, and protein breakdown requires the consumption of fat. It's fine to eat it with a carb staple, but if you just eat fish all the time, you'll get thinner and lose energy. Right now, many of the soldiers were too weak to stand up. If this continues, in less than 2 days, their Wei family's navy will no longer be able to fight, and will be completely reduced to a fish on the board of the four countries. Commander Han, break out on your own. Leave us alone. The sailors still have quite a few ships to use. You sailors can get away if you leave now, otherwise we'll all die together for nothing. The old, weak, women, and children came to rush Han Zhong and persuade him bitterly, but Han Zhong stubbornly shook his head and said, I've already told Marshal Wei that I'll die even on this battlefield and will never retreat, much less will I let the old, weak, women and children be cannon fodder. Although I, Han Zhong, have not followed Marshal Wei for a long time, these past few months have been the most enjoyable days for me. Han Zhong, Marshal Wei didn't suspect me as a surrendered general, but instead entrusted me with a heavy responsibility. As the old saying goes, a man dies for a friend. If Marshal Wei treats me with his heart and soul, I, Han Zhong, should naturally return the favor with my death. A statement that made everyone's eyes redden as they listened. And right at this moment, the soldier who was staking out the area eagerly ran over and reported. Reporting to Commander Han, it's not good. The ships of the three kingdoms of the East, the North Bear, and the West are all coming here in great numbers. It looks like they're about to launch a general attack. At last, all gather. Fight them. Han Zhong braced himself to get up from the ground, picked up a large sword, and said with a cold smile. But, what he did not expect was that when the crowd gathered to kill the island shore, they saw that the three big ships of the three countries not far away were all flying white flags, and those ghost soldiers did not mean to stand in strict formation, and even did not take weapons. White flag? What's that supposed to mean? What are the foreign devils up to? Han Zhong was a bit confused when he saw this. It looked as if he wasn't here to fight. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. We're not here to beat you up. We're here to deliver something to you. Immediately afterward, above the large ship, there were even people who kept shouting. Subsequently, all the big ships of the three countries each threw down a single raft, which had a large amount of water and food on it, and drifted towards Zhoushan Island. After dropping off their stuff, the ships of the three kingdoms went off on their own, just coming to deliver a wave of supplies, with no intention of attacking at all. What the hell is this? The sun came out of the west? Han Zhong and the others were a bit confused. I'm ready to die, and you bring me food? Chapter 85 Dog Eat Dog. What's even more odd is that these three foreign devils seem to look at each other as if they don't see eye to eye. And Han Zhong saw with his own eyes that the Easterning people actually sneakily shot cold arrows at the Northern Bear countrymen. It didn't shoot, but it pissed off the Northern Bear nation enough that it was almost ready to implode early and fight beforehand. Fortunately, the general of the Northern Bear country was quite sensible, forcibly suppressing the anger of his soldiers and ordering the warships of the Northern Bear country to sail in the opposite direction to that of the Eastern Ing country, and only then did he avoid a vicious battle. However, the Northern Bear countryman also cursed in his heart. Damn Eastern Ing people, short as a midget, lewd to the core, and still dare to play dirty tricks. You wait, when Marshal Wei comes, you'll have it coming. But what they didn't know was that the Easterners were thinking the same thing in their minds. Damn Northern Bear man, with hair as long as an ape's on his body. He looks like an uncivilized savage, also worthy of being in my company. I couldn't do anything about it before. When Marshal Wei comes, you'll have a good time. Also in this frame of mind were the Western nations. Each of the three families felt that they were the most special, the only one that had reached that special existence with Wei Hua. Even though everyone came to deliver water and food to Wei Hua's watermaster, they all only felt that the other party was just imitating themselves. However, no matter how much the imitation resembles it, when the Wei Shui comes it will beat you to death. What the hell are these foreign devils up to? Did they fall out? The crowd of Wei family sailors looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Some people looked at the water and food, and even more so, they couldn't help but speculate. These things, they can't be poisonous, right? They want to poison us to death. That's why they sent them? Not so much. If we really want to get us killed, wouldn't it be more convenient not to send something? We're already thirsty and hungry. So why bother? Han Zhong shook his head and said, "That's Marshal Wei. It must be Marshal Wei who has come to our rescue. He must have tricked these foreign devils into dizziness with a little trickery and obediently brought us food." A soldier immediately thought of the reason. Although this sounds a bit unlikely, after all, everyone knows that the foreign devils have fallen for the Wei Shui once. It is difficult to fall for it a second time, but after eliminating all other possibilities, the one remaining possibility must be the truth even if it is outrageous. I knew Marshal Wei wouldn't forget us. We're saved. Han Zhong's eyes reddened at his words, not realizing that there would be a chance to see Marshal Wei again in this lifetime. So are we eating or not? Eat. Eat enough to have the strength to fight. Whatever. Han Zhong immediately picked up a steamed bun and feasted on it, and the crowd followed suit and opened their mouths wide, finally able to fill their stomachs. And when night fell, the Northern Bear Kingdom tent, suddenly appeared a group of hunched-over, black-clothed men in night clothes. They sneak into the tent, holding sharp blades in their hands, rushing at the Northern Bear countryman who was snoring on the bed and stabbing him for a while. Put, poof, put, ah, ah, ah. White knives went in and red knives came out, and blood instantly gushed out like a spring. Fark, who? The screams woke up a number of people in the Northern Bear country, and they hurriedly shouted out. And this group of black-clothed men did things with courage, immediately shouting from their mouths, "You Northern Bear country bastards! You actually colluded with Wei Hua and betrayed the alliance between us. I, the people of the East Ing Kingdom, must kill you all." However, after saying their words, this group of people did not engage in a battle, and seeing that the Northern Bear country people had reacted, they hurriedly hit and ran. Aha! East Ing people, it's not even enough to put cold arrows in the daytime, but at night they dare to sneak attack. Do you really think my Northern Bear country is made of clay? Brothers, copy the weapons. Let's go. Destroy his East Ing Kingdom. The general of the Northern Bear country was also awakened and immediately ordered angrily, "General, didn't you say that we should wait for Wei Hua to arrive before we take action against the other countries?" The man under his command asked. People are hitting their doorsteps. Can't care so much. The Northern Bear country general's nose was almost angry in reply. How could he not expect this Eastern Ing country people to be so bold? "General, could it be an imposter?" a more alert soldier asked. By no means. Looking at their backs and short stature, they must be from the Eastern Kingdom without a doubt. The Northern Bear country general looked at the short bodies of the sneak attackers and firmly said. Immediately afterward, he even yelled out, "Go to war. Give me full-scale war." Thus, the Northern Bear country's group of people killed towards the East Ing country's compound in great numbers. The soldiers in the East Ing Kingdom's quarters were also sleeping soundly, when they suddenly heard a shouting and killing sound, which frightened them to get up in a hurry, not understanding what had happened. After seeing that it was the Northern Bear Nation who rushed over, the Eastern Ing Nation was immediately on fire as well. Baka! These assholes can't beat us in the daytime, so they're doing a night attack. It's simply too much of a bully. Brothers, give me a go. Destroy these bastards. The general of the Eastern Kingdom immediately ordered. So, the two groups went up in flames. The sound of killing woke up the Western country's garrison in the other direction. Originally, they were the ones who watched from the wall, but to their surprise, the Western countries actually took action as well, and even said in a nice way, no matter who is fighting, we, the Western countries, have to help out the scene. After all, the Western country had always been known as the world's #1 stirrer, and since they came from a remote island country, they often struck out at other countries in order to increase their influence. However, he doesn't do that kind of thing of destroying countries, but often supports two forces in one place, letting them fight each other, but not letting the other side be too strong. Whoever is strong they will fight until both sides are no match for each other in terms of strength. The Xiangguo call this the policy of parity. After all, as long as the two sides are on equal footing, Xiangguo can stand tall, be an arbiter, and make both sides balk at being really bad. This time, they did the same thing, first helping the already weak Eastern Kingdom to fight the Northern Bear Kingdom, lest the Eastern Kingdom be wiped out all at once. And after watching the Northern Bear country get crushed, The Western countries turned around to help the Northern Bear country fight the Easterners. Anyway, it's all about making sure both countries die a clean death and making themselves the big winners. The Northern Bear country and the Eastern Ing country were also furious about this, but there was nothing they could do. Only, what they didn't realize was that just as they were dogfighting their brains out, the gang of sneaky night people were secretly watching the scene from the sidelines, and then removed the black masks from their faces with satisfaction, revealing a familiar face of the Wei Jia army. At the head of the group was none other than Yan Xiaoyi, the _1 scout under Wei Hua. They were ordered by Wei Hua to go ahead and come to disturb the three kingdoms so that they could fight first. Mother ********. It's hard to impersonate this group of Easterners. How can they be so short, groveling all the way, exhausting old me? Yan Xiaoyi could not help but complain as he was finally able to straighten up and stretch at this moment. It's a good thing he's a professional, or it would be really hard to do. But, finally, we've accomplished Wei Shuai's mission. The next step is to wait for Marshal Wei to come. With that said, Yan Xiaoyi and the others sat on the sidelines, quietly waiting for the army to come, and in the meantime listening to the pleasing sounds of the foreign devils' screams as they fell asleep. The army was so large that the march was much slower, but fortunately the two places were not far apart, so it should be fast, and the three foreign devils fought from darkness to dawn, with many dead and wounded, waiting for the sky to turn white. The crowd suddenly felt the sound of footsteps coming from the distance. Looking up, only to see the dust flying in the distance. At first glance, it is a large army to attack. A little while later, a large flag appeared, with the word Wei written on it. Wei Hua, leading 50,000 Wei family troops finally arrived. Chapter 86, A battle to settle Haining. Ha ha ha, Marshal Wei's army has finally arrived. Our reinforcements are here. The Ying people, who had been killed with only 1 or 2,000 remnants left, shouted in excitement when they saw the Wei flag. Great, it's Marshal Wei. We're saved. The Northern Bear country, which was also left with only 1 or 2,000 people, followed suit and shouted excitedly. In response, the Western Ocean Kingdom, which hadn't done much damage, mocked, "Idiot, Marshal Wei only has cooperation with me. This time, I, the Western Kingdom, will be the biggest winner." And just when the three foreign devils all thought they saw hope, Wei Hua turned to these devils and gave a one-word order with only an icy face. Kill. In the next second, the 50,000 Wei family troops were like a surging tide, swooping towards the abominable three kingdoms' foreign devils with a mountainous momentum. Every soldier's heart was burning with rage, because they knew that their loved ones and the Wei family sailors were surrounded by these foreign devils and were in a desperate situation of life and death. At this moment, these brave and fearless soldiers have already put their personal safety at risk. They are full of indignation. Their eyes are red, as if they have turned into a head of extremely hungry and ferocious tigers, letting out deafening roars, and rushing towards the enemy without any hesitation. They gripped the big knife in their hands tightly, used all their strength to raise it high, and then ruthlessly slashed down towards the heads of those foreign devils. In an instant, the knife light flashes, shouting and killing sound resounds through the sky. How can the ghosts did not expect their long-awaited reinforcements to come to harvest their own lives of the messenger of hell? Instantly cut down the crying and shouting. Aha! Stop it! Stop it! Marshal Wei, we're from Xiangguo. We're your allies. The Xiangguo ghosts who were the first to be overwhelmed shouted in a hurry. At this moment, the ghosts of the Eastern Kingdom on the side even joked. Ha ha ha, you stupid bastard. You've been tricked. Marshal Wei and I are the allies. However, it didn't take long for the butcher knife to come down towards their necks. Aha! Wei Shuai, why are you even hitting me? Killing the wrong person. Killing the wrong person. Marshal Wei, we are from the Northern Bear country. It's your allies. The Northern Bear country on the side was also massacred indiscriminately by Wei's army and hurriedly followed the cries. He, this marshal kills allies. Wei Hua replied as he stood on his horse holding a composite bow, constantly shooting arrows and harvesting the ghosts that tried to escape. The soldiers of the Wei family army followed suit and taunted. Idiot, do you really think that our Wei marshal will cooperate with you ghosts who drink blood? Don't even take a piss and look at your own ghostly appearance. You deserve it too. Fark, Wei Hua, you actually dare to cheat us. It was only at this moment that the foreign devils came to the realization that they had been tricked by Wei Hua again. Ha, say it like it's the first time I lied to you guys. Wei Hua replied with a cold laugh. You have deceived us 3 times. Aren't you afraid that we will mobilize a large army against you? You probably don't know the true strength of my Western Ocean country. My Western country has already conquered 36 countries of all sizes in the world. Wherever the sun shines, there is my Western country territory, known as the Sunless Empire. Right now, I, Western Ocean country, still just want to do business with you, but if you mess with us 3 times, when the time comes for my army to kill us, I will definitely kill your Weijia army along with this Kyushu into slaves, kneeling at the soles of your feet, the ghost of the western country threatened. In response, Wei Hua was not the least bit afraid, and replied disdainfully, those who commit crimes against me in Kyushu will be executed even though they are far away. Even if you do not mobilize the army to come, sooner or later, this marshal will also go to eliminate you, to revenge you for the siege of killing my Wei family sailors. If you and the others come on your own, it will save this marshal the trouble of having to labor. Asshole. Baka. The foreign devils were reduced to impotent growling and speaking a bird language that Wei Hua couldn't understand, and while the killing continues, the one thing that will teach them the most about manners is the sword in the hands of the guards. Within a short while, these ghosts began to beg for mercy. Marshal Wei, it was me who was reckless just now. It was me who spoke nonsense. Please stop. Stop killing. Marshal Wei, please spare us. We are willing to work for you as oxen and horses. If we really can't, it's fine for us to be your inner guides and help you attack the motherland. I still like the unruly look you guys just had. Please recover. Wei Hua replied with a cold smile at this. Subsequently, it was useless to let these ghosts shout their throats out. Wei Hua would not let them go at all. 30,000 foreign devils, 10,000 or so left after killing each other. They were all slaughtered by Wei Hua in a few hours. One battle to settle Haining. Wei Hua even ordered the heads of these foreign devils to be cut off and piled up into a small mountain, to be used as a deterrent to foreign enemies who dared to encroach on Dayu. After doing this, Wei Hua immediately used the ghosts' warships that were parked on the shore, straightened their sails, and headed for Choshan Island to pick up the sailor troops. And on the shore of the island, Han Zhong and the others had long since discovered the movement on the other side, and even more so, they saw the Wei Zi military flag floating in the air and rising. Therefore, he waited on the shore early with his naval troops. When they saw the warship approaching, it was really the familiar Wei word military flag, the familiar Wei family army armor faces. All of them had tears in their eyes and cried for joy, not expecting that there would be a day when they would live to see their loved ones. Han Zhong even quickly stepped forward and pushed the gold mountain to fall down like a jade pillar, kneeling down in front of Wei Hua, rushing to Wei Hui. Marshal Wei, the 100,000 members of the Wei family have not lost a single person. They're all here. Han Zhong, do not dishonor your mission. But Han Zhong is useless. 20,000 sailors, now only a few thousand left. Heavy losses. Please Wei Shui chastisement. Old General, quickly please rise. Old General has already done an incomparable perfect job. He is the first to fight. He will not retreat from the death battle. He has given us late generations a good military example. It is worthwhile for us to learn from it. If you want to say fault, it's all my fault. It's me who came late and harmed all the brothers. Please Old General accept Wei Hua's bow. Wei Hua hurriedly helped Han Zhong up, while then bowed and saluted at him. In such a difficult situation, Han Zhong insisted that he preferred the deaths of his own soldiers to protecting the 100,000 families of the Weijia army unharmed. It is hard to not eat or drink yourself, but also to make sure that these old and weak women and children can eat and drink. This kind of spirit really let Wei Hua move from the bottom of his heart. Marshal Wei, can't make it. Han Zhong hurriedly tried to help Marshal Wei up, his nose sore and his eyes brimming with hot tears. He has never seen such a courteous master. It is really not in vain that he reported that he will die. Subsequently, Wei Hua even rushed at the remnants of the Marine Division and the families of the Wei family army behind Han Zhong and said with a deep bow, all of you have worked hard. Please accept Wei Hua's bow. Please, Old General Han and all the brothers, accept our obeisance. Thank you all for preserving our families. The 50,000 Wei family troops followed in unison and fell to their knees, kowtowing to the heavens. The world's Wei family army is one family. Your families are also our families. Why be so outgoing? The Wei family sailors really felt that everything was worth it when they heard this, and hurriedly picked up the people and embraced each other. Afterwards, the group even sang the Weijia army song as a group. I am not saying that I have no clothes. I'll wear the same robe as my son. The king will raise his division, repair my spear, and fight with his son. Do you say that you have no clothes? With the son of the same Zephyr, the king is in the process of raising his division, repairing my spear and halberd, and working with his son. Do you say that you have no clothes? I have the same clothes as my son. The king will raise his division, repair my armor, and travel with his son. At this moment, the Wei family army, the land and water armies with their families, finally all met. The Wei family army has finally reached its peak, and we have successfully taken this Haining prefecture, forming a two-sided attack on Xingjia prefecture, which is garrisoned by 100,000 miscellaneous troops of the Yu dynasty. Now that the external enemy has been cleared, Wei Hua can finally go south with all his might and tackle the dragon to ask for a kill. Chapter 87 Collapsing Zhaojiu. On the other hand, Zhao Ruyan traveled all the way south and finally managed to reach the temporary capital of the Yu dynasty to see Zhaojiu. And within the temporary line, Zhaojiu was distressed these days. He was shocked to realize that he couldn't be a real man now, unable to have that male style that he used to be proud of. In bed, he continued to be imperial. I blame Ing Weihua for all of this. Since the news of Weihua crossing the Yangtze River to kill, Zhaojiu has been on edge every day. On the way to escape, he dreamed at night of kneeling in front of Weihua, and was killed by Weihua with a knife, which scared him and often woke him up, followed by cold sweats night after night, and how he couldn't sleep well. Originally, he had wanted to rely on flipping cards to find concubines to serve him in bed to ease his anxiety. As a result, after facing the flirtatious harem consorts, Zhaojiu was shocked to realize that his heart was in the right place. His own big head was horny, but his small head was indifferent. Zhaojiu thought at first that he was tired of it and hurriedly changed a few more styles of beauties to come and serve him. It turned out to be the same thing when I switched it around. No matter how hard one tries, the end result is powerlessness. Even Zhaojiu secretly tried several medicines and drank deer blood, but in the end, he was still indifferent. He was, already, crushed by Weihua, whether mentally or physically. Unless he completely kills Weihua and removes his heart demons, Zhaojiu will never be a real man again. I think he Zhao Ru Hook Hall of the Emperor's dignity, now in the prime of life, not yet 30 years old, but cannot become a real man. This is simply the only case in history. As soon as he thought of this, Zhaojiu hated Weihua to the bone. He hated to break his body into pieces. Even, Zhaojiu felt that his voice had become a bit thinner recently, and the more he looked at the eunuch beside himself, the more he felt a sense of sympathy. Luckily, he had a few months old royal son before. Otherwise, his hallowed Dayu dynasty would be about to lose its heir, which was something that Zhaojiu felt incredibly devastated just thinking about. Reporting to your majesty, the eldest princess has returned to the palace, and she wants to ask to see your majesty. Will your majesty see or not see? At this time, the little eunuch reported. What? She still dares to come back. How dare she? This damn traitor, sending my 100,000 Wei family troops back to Weihua, and daring to sign that reactionary diatribe, is simply audacious. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost so miserably. She doesn't deserve the name Zhao. She has failed me. I don't want to see her. You go and kill her immediately. Lynch her to death. Zhaojiu said viciously, his face showing a grimace. He had completely distrusted Zhao Ruyan and had placed the blame for all the failures on Zhao Ruyan. After all, how good his situation was before. With 100,000 Wei family troops in hand, how he didn't have to be afraid of Weihua. As a result, with Zhao Ruyan's expedition, this 100,000 Wei family troops actually merged with Weihua. Hard letting Weihua, the rebel, come back to life in full blood and make such a mess of himself. If it wasn't for the fact that executing Zhao Ruyan's 9 clans would eliminate his own 9 clans as well, Zhaojiu would have wanted to order Zhao Ruyan's 9 clans to be exterminated. Of course, after venting his anger, Zhaojiu still calmed down, feeling that the lynching degraded the royal decency, so he said with great mercy, forget it, the royal family has its own royal death. Give her a cup of poisonous wine to kill herself. Your majesty, can't make it The Rapunzel this time is not alone to see your majesty. Behind her is also followed by a large group of courtiers, almost occupying half of the dynasty's civil and military forces. There are many people, cannot be lightly moved. The little eunuch hurriedly said. Zhao Ruyan was no cutie pie either. She knew that she would certainly be suspected by her imperial brother after she was forced to sign the diatribe. So she did not come alone, but contacted a group of veteran ministers in advance to come together. The entire process was incredibly smooth, and many of the old ministers even took the initiative to seek an audience in defect as soon as they heard that Zhao Ruyan had returned. After all, the Lord and the Surrender faction has always existed, and there are countless people who are afraid of Weihua, only that they were suffering from the lack of a leader before, and did not have a figure of great weight to pick the beam, and therefore held back. And right now, with Zhao Ruyan's return and bringing with her the content of the peace talks with Weihua, these surrendered factions immediately returned to the fold. You should know that we all do official work only to get rich. After the peace talks, we still have official work. The loss of people and land is His Majesty's pot. None of their business. On the contrary, if they were to carry on to the end, Weihua might come over and kill them all. And they didn't want to die for nothing. Especially those old troops of Qin Shou's father and son. They jumped even more joyfully and hurriedly switched to the new master. All of them becoming Zhao Ruyan's subordinates. Anyway, they are inherently amoral. So naturally they are not afraid of being morally bound, and are rightfully serving as third-caste slaves. Asshole. It's reversed. It's all gone against the grain. There are so many officials following her. These officials, do they still have me in their eyes? I'm the king of a country. I'm the true son of God. Why should I follow a damn? Fine, fine, let her have an audience. I'd like to see where else she's going to turn her elbow outward. And what other bull asterisk she's going to say. It can't be that she's helping Wei Hua to force herself to abdicate. Zhao Jiao roared in anger. In no time, Zhao Jiao met Zhao Ruyan, who he hadn't seen in days, and the courtiers who had followed Zhao Ruyan in the makeshift hall. The number of people is really quite a lot. Dozens of them, including many first and second grade officers. Really, Zhao Jiao, look at the nose, is almost crooked. This group of eating things, taking the salary issued by themselves, actually follow a traitor like Zhao Ruyan. Really a group of people. My sister pays her respects to imperial brother. Zhao Ruyan took the lead in saluting and rushed to Zhao Jiao. However, Zhao Jiao was as cold as ice and did not reply, only giving a look to the little eunuch at the side. The little eunuch instantly understood and rushed to Zhao Ruyan. There is no royal brother in the court. Please refer to your majesty. Princess. Zhao Ruyan's face turned white when she heard this, knowing that this was Zhao Jiao's way of giving himself a downward spiral, and that his royal brother already hated himself and didn't want to have any more half-brother-sister affection with himself. Thus, she could only bite her lip and salute once again. Your servant daughter, Zhao Ruyan, pays her respects to your majesty. Didn't you follow the traitor Wei Hua to rebel? What is the reason for this? Is it not to force me to abdicate? Zhao Jiao looked at his own sister indifferently and sneered. Imperial brother. His majesty has overstated his words. My daughter's surname is Zhao, and I am loyal to the royal family, and I could never follow Wei Hua to rebel. That diatribe was all Wei Hua forcing my daughter to sign. Zhao Ruyan quickly explained, but before she could finish her sentence, she was forcefully interrupted by Zhao Jiao. Okay, I don't want to hear an explanation. Whether you are forced or voluntary, the fact is that you are incompetent to the extreme. A battle lost my 100,000 troops, 100,000 troops. Today, you still dare to bring so many ministers to force the palace. What exactly do you want to do? Is it really think that I don't dare to kill my family with great justice? Zhao Jiao laughed coldly, and had already prepared his swords and axes, just waiting for him to drop his cup as a signal to cut down all of these ministers in this Zhao Ruyan's company. Your Majesty, my daughter has really come to help your Majesty and great you. Wei Hua asked my daughter to come to peace talks, which would ensure peace for our great you. So my daughter didn't hesitate to take the blame and come to discuss with your Majesty. Zhao Ruyan said bitterly. You cannot listen to the words of a disorganized official. I will never negotiate with them. Zhao Jiao sniffed and flatly refused. He hated Wei Hua to death and only wanted to die with Wei Hua. However, behind Zhao Ruyan, the Minister of Rights stepped forward and followed. Your Majesty, if we continue to fight, we will labor and lose a lot of money. Please, for the sake of the world's people, listen to the terms of the peace talks first. I second the motion. The Minister of Ministries followed suit and replied. I second the motion. The Minister of War likewise stepped forward. I also second the motion. Behind Zhao Ruyan, dozens of high officials shouted together. What angered Zhao Jiao the most was that Gao Zizi, the new chief cabinet councillor whom he had personally promoted, actually followed suit and shouted. I second the motion. People don't want to fight. You guys are against it. Zhao Jiao burst into a rage, immediately about to slam the cup as a sign to kill this group of dog things that ate their way out of the house. Chapter 88. Zhao Jiao yielded. Pa! Zhao Jiao was so angry that he heavily slammed the Ruyao cup in his hand onto the ground. The killing heart rose in all directions. Defiantly, he wanted to kill all of these people. Bang! In the next second, the closed palace door was instantly opened. However, there wasn't the scene that Zhao Jiao imagined of the sword and axe men fishtailing in and hacking all of these disruptive officials to death. Only one person came in, Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army. As soon as he knelt down in front of Zhao Jiao, he rushed at him and said, Your Majesty, it's better to listen to what the eldest princess has to say first. Apparently, the Forbidden Army didn't want to fight either, and they refused Zhao Jiao's order to kill the courtiers and the princess, and likewise came to force Zhao Jiao into peace talks. You guys, well, you say, what peace negotiation conditions did Wei Hua give? Zhao Jiao was trembling with anger. How could he not expect that even the Forbidden Army would disobey his orders? However, Zhao Jiao still had a bit of forbearance in him, and in the end, he forced himself to endure, finally agreeing to listen to Wei Hua's request. Zhao Ruyan, on the other hand, bit her lip and uttered Wei Hua's demands for peace talks. Cede land, and claim vassalage, pay tribute, cede the provinces of Zhejiang Dao and Ganzhou Dao to Wei Hua. Your Majesty will remove the imperial title and honor Wei Hua as emperor. Wei Hua will honor your Majesty as king, and then retreat and continue to let your majesty rule the 6 provinces. In this way, your majesty still retains the world and can continue to claim the title of emperor internally within your own boundaries. In addition, his majesty needs to pay Weihua 5 million taels of tax silver every year. Ha 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 ha, letting me claim the throne? Let me cede land? Let me honor Emperor Weihua Wei? Zhao Jiao actually laughed a little in anger at his words. He had already guessed that Weihua would surely open an unbelievably outrageous request, which was why he didn't bother to listen. But how could he not expect that Weihua's demands could be so outrageous? This was simply a house slave turning over and trying to step on his master's feet. It was simply the pariahs daring to ride on the noble Lord to and piss. Inverting the Big Dipper is outrageous. I have never seen such a shameless person. Does he still have any sense of the ways of a ruler and a minister? And does he still know the 3 principles and the 5 constants? Dream. Do as spring and fall dream. I, Zhao Jiao, can cede my land to anyone, and claim my vassalage to anyone. But there's no way I'll ever claim and cede land to a rebellious son like Weihua. Zhao Jiao roared, flatly refusing. As the saying goes, it's better to be with a friend than a house slave. This backbone, Zhao Jiao still has. Your Majesty, this request is indeed a bit outrageous, but as the saying goes, asking for a price in the sky and sitting on the ground. As long as Weihua has the intention of peace talks, everything is good to talk about. We can try our best to fight for it from Weihua. Zhao Ruyan sighed and said. She didn't know that these terms were harsh, but there was no way. The Weijia army's greatsword was even harsher, and that cut on the body could really wail. And you say you haven't betrayed the royal family. You dare to mention such a treacherous peace treaty condition. I see. You want Weihua to ascend the throne and become empress afterward, right? So you keep helping Weihua to force me, a single-minded allegiance to Weihua. You're really devious. Say, what other backers do you have? What other accomplices do you have? All come forward. Zhao Jiao roared angrily. My daughter has no intention of becoming queen, much less helping Weihua. My daughter is the daughter of the Taishang Emperor, His Majesty's own sister. If you want to talk about allegiance, the royal family is the only one that can make me loyal. Moreover, my sister has been promoted by His Majesty at every step of the way. It was His Majesty who made her the first female general in the history of you. If you want to talk about backing, Your Majesty is my sister's backer. If you want to talk about accomplices, my sister can only be His Majesty's accomplice. If a king is not secretive, then he loses his ministers. Your Majesty, what Your Majesty said just now is not the way of a king on a minister. I beg Your Majesty to take it back. Zhao Ruyan begged bitterly, and could be said to have searched her intestines and used all the little ink she had. Once these words came out, Zhao Jiao was also spoken to in a slightly softer tone, but he still flatly refused. I will not take it back. I will never sign this peace treaty either. I have not lost. I'm not afraid of Weihua. I still have allies. I will not lose. Even if my country of Dayu is no match for Weihua, there's still the country of Liao, there's the country of East Ing, there's the country of North Bear, and there's the country of the West. With so many countries besieging Weihua, Weihua is a grasshopper in the fall. He won't be able to hop around for a few days. However, just as Zhao Jiao's words had just finished, the little eunuch who had been on the outside being stopped was finally able to enter the Great Hall and report the news. Report! Report to His Majesty! Report from the front! The 3 foreigners have been defeated. Weihua led his army to level Haining province in a single battle, killing 30,000 foreigners, building a mountain of human heads, and staining the nearby waters with blood, shaking the world. What? Zhao Jiao stood up from the dragon chair in a flash, his eyes round. How is this possible? How is this possible? Didn't Weihua just destroy the Yangtze River Naval Division and is facing off with our army in Xingjiafu? Where did he get the extra men to go to Hainingfu? Not to mention that the foreigners are strong in battle. How could they be easily defeated by Weihua? Zhao Jiao was aware that Weihua could fight, but how could he not expect him to fight so well? Previously, Weihua was stopped by 100,000 miscellaneous troops in Xingjiafu, and Zhao Jiao was still a little happy in his heart, feeling that Weihua seems to need to recuperate as well, and won't be attacking particularly fast. I didn't realize that he had actually come to the surface and secretly flattened Haining. This is so badass and awesome too. And at that moment, the other ministers hurriedly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, right now the Liao tribe has been beaten by Weihua and fled northward, not daring to go southward. The 3 foreigners have been killed by Weihua. We are isolated and have no choice but to beg for peace. Yes, Your Majesty. Save the Green Mountains and don't worry about the wood. That Weihua is originally the most famous general in the world, and now that he's winning consecutive battles, his morale is really strong, so we have to avoid him. Ancient emperors have also been known to lie in wait. We still have such a vast land. As long as we wait for us to train a new army, we will definitely be able to recover the lost land. Your Majesty, let's just endure this today's patience for the future. I beg your Majesty to consider for the people of the world and endure the peace talks. Zhao Ruyan knelt down and shouted. I beg your Majesty to consider for the people of the world and endure the peace talks. All the other courtiers, including the commander of the Forbidden Army, followed in agreement. This loud scene caused Zhao Jiao to feel his eyes darken. He wanted to refuse, but he also knew that there was no way he could refuse. The entire dynasty was scared by Wei Hua, and there were no more reinforcements outside. Right now peace talks are really the best way to go. Thus, Zhao Jiao only had to be like a deflated leather ball, helplessly paralyzed in the dragon chair, breathless. Well, I agree to the peace talks. He wimped out completely. Chapter 89 Why Your Majesty Surrendered. But Wei Hua's conditions are too much. We can't be led by the nose by him. The Zhejiang province can be ceded to him, but the Ganzhou province can't be ceded anymore no matter what, Zhao Jiao said through clenched teeth. Although he was sitting on 8 provinces, many places were sparsely populated and not very useful. In contrast, Zhejiang Road and Ganzhou Road are the most heavily taxed and prosperous areas. If all of them were given to Wei Hua, even Zhao Jiao's wealth would not be able to bear it. If it were not for the fact that Zhejiang Road already has Taihu province, Ninghai province was occupied by Wei Hua, and it is estimated that it is indeed untenable. Zhao Jiao does not even want to cede Zhejiang Road. After all, the capital of Daiyu, Linen, could be located in Zhejiang Road. The thought of that majestic palace, the beautiful royal gardens to be occupied by Wei Hua, Zhao Jiao's heart aches so much that he can't breathe. All he can do is to hurry up and send people to Linen, and try to move all that is valuable and can be moved. Never cheapen Wei Hua. If Wei Hua agrees, let's sign a peace treaty with Wei Hua, using the Gan River as a boundary, so that within 50 years, Wei Hua can't move south, Zhao Jiao said heartily. As for 50 years later, Zhao Jiao was dead anyway, so he didn't bother. His character has always been, after I die, who cares about the flood? Your Majesty's holy wisdom. Zhao Ruyan was overjoyed at his words and was about to congratulate him, but Zhao Jiao waved his hand and said, I haven't finished yet. In addition, I can call Wei Hua the emperor, but I can't be the king. Never be short of him. If Wei Hua agrees to this, I can give him some more tax silver as compensation. Zhao Jiao would rather spend money than lose face and be overpowered by Wei Hua. Anyway, he increased the tax, after the levy of 3 rates of wealth, every year more than 6 or 7 million taels of silver. Wei Hua that 5 million taels of silver is simply a small amount of money. The big deal is that the people will suffer a little more, and there will be one more kind of tax, and the blame will be on Wei Hua. Let's just say it's all because he wants too much. The common people have always been talking pigs and moving grain in Zhao Jiao's eyes, to be harvested at his discretion. Also, Zhao Ruyan, you can no longer be an envoy. Gao Zius, you go. Make every effort to prompt this peace treaty, and remember not to disgrace my Daiyu. Zhao Jiao still didn't trust Zhao Ruyan anymore, fearing that she would do something that would dishonor the country, and then assigned his newly promoted cabinet chief minister Dao. Zhao Ruyan's face dimmed at his words, not realizing that after all he had done, he still couldn't gain his royal brother's trust. When she thought of herself now, losing her husband Wei Hua, losing the trust of her royal brother Zhao Jiao, and losing the power she was so proud of, becoming nothing, she was overwhelmed with regret. Had she known this, she would not have said anything to ask Wei Hua for a divorce, much less help Zhao Jiao to force Wei Hua. If she had stood firmly on Wei Hua's side in the beginning, defending Wei Hua and telling Zhao Jiao not to suspect Wei Hua, the two sides probably wouldn't have gotten into such a mess. He himself would not have been reduced to such a state. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Zhao Ruyan regretted too late. There is only a pretty white piece left, and the delicate nail is deep in the palm without knowing it. Your Majesty is wise. We will do our best to reach a peace treaty. On the side, Gao Xiang and the ministers said together, finally relieved that they could not have to fight. However, Zhao Jiao was still a bit uneasy and asked, once the peace treaty is signed, can the world really be at peace? Before, the Liao tribe signed the peace treaty and then turned around and went south to beat us. It was simply too deceitful. This Wei Hua won't be like that too, right? Don't worry, Your Majesty. The Liao barbarians are also untrustworthy, but Wei Hua's reputation as a man of promise is known throughout the world. It will never tear up a treaty, Gao Xiang and the others said in a hurry. Zhao Jiao, listening to the words of the court full of civil and military praise, Wei Hua hard is not taste, but also have to admit Wei Hua the first half of life is indeed said to do, dare to do. People set up too perfect. Thus, Zhao Jiao could only say sourly, alright, then I will believe Wei Hua for once. I think that he, a hypocrite who sells his name and reputation, will definitely want his face and won't break the contract. A few days later, Gao Xiang and the others successfully arrived at Taihu province, where Wei Hua was stationed, and came to make peace. Wei Hua received them in person, making Gao Xiang and the others feel quite flattered. But once the peace talks began, after hearing that Yu dynasty had modified the terms of the peace talks so much, and was so aggressive, Wei Hua suddenly became furious, and directly ordered to cut off the heads of Gao Zizi and others, which scared Gao Zizi and others to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and kowtowed one after another as if they were pounding on their heads. In the end, it was Wei Hua's wife, Tuoba Yuer, who persuaded him bitterly, saying that the two armies do not chop off envoys, so that Wei Hua reluctantly rested his anger and did not chop off the heads of these people. But this a lower horse way, directly Gao Xiang and others scared out of their wits, completely do not know how to continue the peace talks, and even ready to return home, and the peace talks broken ready. At this point, it was still Gao Xiang who had a hand in this, as he wandered around the Wei family's military camp, and inquired from somewhere that Tuoba Yuer's personal maid was actually the former princess of the Zhao clan's royal family, the real sister and younger sister of the present-day His Majesty Zhao Jiao. Therefore, they secretly met these two deceased princesses, and through the introduction of the two princesses, they met Tuoba Yuer as they wished. Subsequently, Gao Xiang and the others immediately gave Tuoba Yuer all sorts of generous gifts, counting on Tuoba Yuer to blow pillow talk to Wei Hua, and Topaz Yule agreed in one breath. The next day, Wei Hua did moderate his attitude and agreed to continue the peace talks. After some deliberation, Wei Hua agreed that Dayu would only cede one province of Zhidong Dao, but nothing in Zhidong Dao could be taken away by Dayu, especially the various treasures in the palace. Wei Hua also agreed not to make Zhao Jiao a king, but also not to make him an emperor, but instead to become the lord of Jiangnan. Moreover, Zhao Jiao was required to address Wei Hua as a minister when he wrote to him, and to kneel down when he received the decree. In addition, as a condition of the concession, let Dayu pay 8 million taels in taxes each year. This year's peace treaty will have to be paid when it is concluded. Gao Xiang and others in the face of such conditions of selling the country was overjoyed, and agreed, feeling that already Wei Hua's special generosity. At the same time, Gao Xiang even more feel that this is their own credit, complacent. But what they didn't know was that it was all just Wei Hua's arrangement. Tuoba Yuer how to look at the little things they sent, it is just to cooperate with a play. After all, negotiating is exactly like buying something. You report a number, the boss said deal. You must be incredibly regretful, feel that they reported low, have to haggle for half a day, grinding dry mouth, only to feel that the value for money, what is easily achieved is not cherished by anyone, only things that have been reached with a lot of hard work will satisfy both parties. Therefore, Wei Hua specially rejected it forcefully on the surface, but actually secretly let the two deceased princesses, Zhao Ba and Zhao 11, contact the embassy, so that they felt that they saw hope again, and in the end, the peak turned around, and they spent money to do the job, and instead, they also had to thank Wei Hua, and in fact, let alone ceding a full province, or even half a province, Wei Hua would have agreed. Land for nothing, don't take it for nothing. What's more, Zhidong Road is currently the richest place in the world, and one province's tax accounts for a quarter of Dayu's finances. It is really rich. Anyway, that so-called peace treaty Wei Hua is not prepared to abide by it. He is just taking the opportunity to blackmail Dayu. After taking the land and money, we will continue to fight Yu dynasty. The Zhao Jiao is screaming. The good honesty of the first half of Wei Hua's life was sold for so much money at once that it was really not a bad deal. Giving up without a fight. Marshal Wei is truly a man of God. On the side of the chief historian Xian Wuji saw Gao Xiang and the others were sold out and still happy as if they drank the urine of their silly wives, and couldn't help but brag about it. It's not me, God, but Zhao Jiao himself who buried the pit. Back when I advocated for the northern expedition against the Liao tribe, he was uneasy about me taking over the military power on my own, and supported a whole bunch of peace-loving and surrendering factions above the court in an attempt to hold me back. The result is that the court is filled with such wasteful people, no backbone to speak of. Right now, it's also time for Zhao Jiao to eat his own fruit for himself, Wei Hua said indifferently. Zhao Jiao's use of bad money to expel good money will naturally be countered by good money. On the other hand, the news of the session reached the 100,000 miscellaneous defenders in Xingjiafu, and everyone was all in an uproar. How can people not expect that they have worked hard to defend the city here, and that the lords sitting high in the temple actually sold themselves, surrendering without a fight? It's a strange shame. Thus, the angry soldiers shouted out at once an incomparably deafening phrase, "We were about to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender?" Chapter 90 The Ministerial Hook. Straight mother thieves, thanks to us building so many city defense fortifications in this Xingjiafu, it turned out to be given to the Weijia army for nothing. That is, I've been fighting for so many years, but I've never fought such a suffocating battle. A battle has not been fought. The upper head let the troops withdraw and surrender. I really don't know what the court thinks. They say that meat eaters are despicable. And it's true today. Those civil officials who only know how to dance and play with ink are scared out of their wits even before the war. It's really a shame. The more the miscellaneous soldiers talked, the more angry they became, each one cursing and swearing. Some of them even cursed, such a big province. Even the capital city is so prosperous place are willing to cede. This His Majesty really sells his son's field does not hurt if we had known that he is so weak, why did we bother to sell our lives to him? Asshole, how can you talk about His Majesty like that? Some of the officers who remained loyal to Zhao Jiao hurriedly stopped them when they heard the treacherous words, but the crowd has not cared. Directly sneered, what are you afraid of? He dares to do, but not allowed to. Lousy said, if you don't stay here, you have your own place. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Master voted for Marshal Wei to go. That's right. It said that a soldier bears a bear, and a general bears a litter. I think if the king bears, then the bear is a country. The whole country will be disgraced with it. The officers didn't dare to stop them as they watched the crowd's anger, so they had to persuade everyone to go back to the barracks. In the end, there were even 20,000 miscellaneous troops who turned against Wei Hua and surrendered in the night, giving Wei Hua a surprise. Wei was moved to let the stupid return to the mountain is really too good, and instantly made Yu Dynasty's army turbulent and demoralized. However, for Yu Dynasty, this loss is not a big problem, just a small hiccup. Gao Xiangzui and others are still happy to go back to resume their orders, while Emperor Zhao Jiao was overjoyed to hear Wei Hua agree to cede only one province. Although the title of Lord of Jiangnan is not as good as the Emperor's, but at least it is much better than what the King of Faint Virtue. Moreover, Zhao Jiao could still call himself an emperor internally, so he accepted the title with satisfaction. Therefore, Zhao Jiao not only did not chastise Gao Xiang and the others, but also vigorously rewarded them, as if rewarding the heroes who had returned to the court in triumph and won the battle. Aiqing Gao has done a good job. Gao Aiqing is appointed as the Crown Prince's counselor and Crown Prince's counselor, and is specially promoted to Ronglu Daifu, with a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. The people accompanying him and others are all promoted one level and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Zhao Jiao happily said, many thanks, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Gao Xiang and the others happily knelt on the ground, their asses high in the air. Your Majesty, the other terms are all right, but this 8 million taels of silver is too much, and it has to be delivered on the day the peace treaty is signed. Right now, we have lost Zhejiang province. We have already lost a quarter of the world's taxes. From where else can we get 800 taels of silver? Above the court, the new Minister of Revenue, Yin Zhang, asked with a frown. Not much, as long as things can be solved with money. They are not things, Zhao Jiao said with a carelessness, replying with an air of wealth. For him, as long as he could keep his land and save his face, nothing else mattered. Since the treaty has been signed and the world is at peace, let's put the new army on hold for a while. After practicing 50,000 is almost done. The rest of the army's pay will all be brought to Wei Hua. Zhao Jiao replied casually. Although he hated Wei Hua to death, he still trusted Wei Hua's character, and only felt that he finally didn't have to hide in the east and could live in peace. Your Majesty, this is still not enough either, the Minister of Revenue said again. Then we'll introduce another tax. Let's call it Wei Rattle. Right, just call it Wei Rattle. In the name of Wei Hua, tell the common people that this time it's not me who wants to ask them for money. It's the great hero in their hearts, Wei Hua. Who asks them for money? Ha ha ha, let the people see clearly Wei Hua's true colors, Zhao Jiao said excitedly, only feeling that his move could be awesome. Really killing two birds with one stone. It's a way to have money and still get the people to turn their anger on Wei Hua. But the whole dynasty of civil and military personnel are stammered at the words, face embarrassed, only to feel that finally saw what is called cover up the ears and steal the bell of the figurative. For the people, it is useless for you to use any name. The people only know that it is the damn court that asks me for money again, and they will only curse the court, the dog officials, and even the dim-witted ruler. And the previous court has already levied 3 rates, and now another door. This is completely to drive the people to extinction. I really don't know what this dim king is thinking. However, although people know it in their hearts, they don't say anything. After all, it's only the common people who died. What's it got to do with them? The officials? Not only do they not care, but they are even prepared to make a big profit with this levy. After all, the emperor can fish for the people above. Why can't I fish for the officials below? Let's say the court stipulates that every mu of field receives 3, 5% and 5.0%. Then it is not too much for the cabinet to receive 2, 5% and 5.0% more and keep it for the funding of the government offices, right? When the order is sent down, it is not too much for the following governor's office to collect an additional 3% and 5% tax to be used as government funds, right? since the governor's office also received an extra 3.5 cents. It makes sense that the government minister's office down there would follow suit and receive an extra 3.5 cents, doesn't it? Below the governor's office. The governor's office, the magistrate responsible for collecting taxes. Naturally everyone has to collect more. Eventually, under the layers of marking, received the people's head hardened into a moo of land more than levy more than 10 centimeters, hard rolled 4 or 5 times. For that matter, there is still a conscience. And when it comes to those who do not have a conscience, the dog officials who are more ruthless roll into 10 or even 15 times. In any case, the people are suffering a little bit, a little less and a little more or less the same. But all of this didn't matter to Zhao Jiao. His focus is now spent on giving Wei Ha on and off the table. Eventually, after spending a day, Zhao Jiao wrote the famous Yu Gao's general oath form to the great ancestor in later times. It reads, I am a humble servant, and I think it is the great virtue of emperors to rest their troops and people. It is the great advantage of the ancient and modern world to talk about trust and harmony. This is why the North and the South are one family, and we see ourselves and others as one. Fu Nian Shin Hook. Obscenity to tiny groveling. The ancestors of the Pai Shui received the great lineage. Has been 5 years. I've been afraid at all times, and I don't dare to be in a state of despair. I am afraid that the times are not favorable, and that the wars of wars have been very violent. This has led to the destruction of living beings, and I am deeply sympathetic. Here, I am looking forward to receiving the emperor's benevolence and education, the birth of the generous edict. I dare not to be aware of the holy mind and obey the popularity of the people. I would like to send the cabinet chief Gauzius and so on, present a table and chapter, go to the K-Chen request. I would like to request that the province of Zhejiang province be ceded to the kingdom of China, with the midstream of the Gan River as the boundary. I hope that His Majesty will recognize my sincerity and honor my sincerity, and allow me to keep my land and serve as a vassal forever. All my children and grandchildren have honored me by observing my duties as a minister. All the annual tribute silver 8 million taels, since the year of polyoxyethylene nonylphenyl as the first, every spring sent people generally sent to Zhejiang East Road to pay. I'm afraid of the structure is not overpowering to the extent of fear. I would like to say, Chapter 91 Wei Hua started the country as an emperor. TSK. This Zhao Jiao really isn't suitable to be an emperor, but being a dog can be a real masterpiece. This written on the book. A mouthful of a minister hook words, so groveling, even I read it had to be angry a bit, by his ass pat on the heart party. Wei Hua got Gaoxiong sent Zhao Jiao autograph oath book, cannot help but sigh. Some people are born to be fit to be licking dogs, and when that licking skill comes out, no one in the world can beat it. However, this kind of people tend to pander to the top and bully the bottom, cynical and jealous. Once let him be in power, really do not know how many people have to suffer. Or let him continue to be a dog so that you and I can be good and everyone can be good. And, in order to fulfill Wei Hua's request, Zhao Jiao really gave the capital city linen to Wei Hua as it was, and didn't dare to take any treasure at all. Moreover, in order to put together 8 million taels of silver, Zhao Jiao is really searching. Not only did he divert all the silver that the court could use, but he even took out the jewelry of the concubines in the harem. In the end, it was still almost. Zhao Jiao actually asked Wei Hua if he could use a woman to offset the money. Said he still had a lot of palace maids in his harem that he could send to offset the debt. Anyway, Zhao Jiao had gone soft and couldn't be used. In response, Wei Hua also nodded his head in agreement. On the one hand, Wei Hua himself was about to ascend to the throne, and really needed a group of palace maids as well. Of course, Wei Hua was not as poor and extravagant as Zhao Jiao. Wei Hua only needed a few. On the other hand, it could be a good idea to organize a fellowship for the Wei Jiao army and solve the single life of the brothers. Never let the brothers bleed and sweat and still have no posterity. After all, to be able to be a palace maid in the palace, that posture is not bad. In the end, Zhao Jiao excitedly sent up a province of Zhejiang Road, more than 7.5 million taels of silver, and more than 1,000 palace maidens. As for Wei Hua, he only gave Zhao Jiao a paper peace treaty, which made them all happy. Gao Xiang and the others were even more naturally soft-boned. One by one, they fell on their knees in front of Wei Hua and groveled at him. Your Majesty, from now on, our Yu dynasty will be your vassal state. All of us are also your vassals, so whatever you command, just say it and we will do it. What though we are in the Yu dynasty, our hearts are always on your side. Obviously, these people can see that Wei Hua is very powerful, so they take the initiative to become Yu traitors, to please Wei Hua, so as to step on two boats. Good. Reward. Although Wei Hua heart incomparably disgusted by these garbage, but the surface or do enough homework, rewarded each of them some silver. And happy them one by one as constantly kowtow to thank you, said that in the future they will definitely go through fire and water for Wei Hua. Subsequently, Wei Hua sent Yan Xiaoyi as a messenger with a state letter given by Wei Hua to go to the Yu dynasty to resume his duties. But Zhao Jiao, this is also chicken thief enough. Originally, when Wei Hua's peace treaty and messengers came, Zhao Jiao needed to kneel down to greet them. This was what Wei Hua had specifically asked for, to use it to combat Zhao Jiao's anger. Let him figure out who is the king of size. But that would be too humiliating for Zhao Jiao, kneeling down in front of everyone. How else could Zhao Jiao establish his prestige in front of the minister? But not going or having someone else take their place was not an option. After all, the deal in the first place was that the Lord of Jiangnan needed to kneel down and greet him personally to show his respect for the upper kingdom. So, Zhao Jiao came up with a solution. Zen. He abdicated the throne to his son, who was only a few months old, and became the emperor himself. In this way, the one who needed to kneel was his own son. Thus, Zhao Jiao could logically have the eunuch hold his son and kneel to receive the decree, and he would not need to lose this person. At the same time, since his son was only a few months old, he couldn't manage anything at all. Therefore, the power was still in Zhao Jiao's hands. He could still hold the power. Truly a little genius who could save both face and face. Wei Hua also cried and laughed when he heard about this later. He really had to sigh that Zhao Jiao's intelligence was spent on this kind of place. No wonder the common people of Yu dynasty suffered every day. When the emperor does not think about how to benefit the people, but only thinks about how to have a face, it is really speechless. However, Wei Hua was too lazy to count such things, because he had more important things to do. Wei Hua, to start a kingdom. With the signing of the peace treaty, the miscellaneous armies withdrew from the Zhidong Road, and Wei Hua's 100,000 Wei family troops quickly took over the Zhidong Road. Right now, Wei Hua already owns 3 provinces: Jizhou Road, Zhonghui Road, and Zhidong Road, the 18 provinces of the Han land under the sky. The current situation is already the Liao tribe in the north occupying the 8 provinces of the northern land, Wei Hui in the center occupying the 3 provinces, and Zhao Jiao in the south occupying the 7 provinces in the south. Wei Hua had already occupied 1/6 of it. Although it looks like the smallest territory, Wei Hui is occupying the hinterland of the Central Plains. It is the most important zone in the world. At any time, we can go north or perhaps south. Moreover, Wei Hua also occupied a complete capital city, Linen Province. Inside, the Forbidden City Palace, the 3 provinces and 6 ministries of government offices. Everything is ready-made. So Wei Hua is not ready to engage in what high building walls, wide grain, slow king strategy. After all, Zhao Jiao in the south has gone up to the table to claim his title, and the Liao clan in the north is scared by Wei Hua and doesn't dare to go south. There's no use pretending to be low-key anymore. So why not just start the country squarely and establish yourself as the orthodox one? Only by determining the orthodoxy can we crusade against the lawless tyrant and attract more talents from all over the world to come to our side. Only then can we give our brothers a better future. Although many people in the Wei family army followed Wei Hua for the sake of ideals, there were still quite a few people, especially those descending generals, who followed Wei Hua still for the sake of being a vassal and a prime minister, and for the sake of having a wife and children. And all of this is something that District Marshal Wei Hua can't give. Only His Imperial Majesty, Wei Hua, can give it. Thus Wei Hua, today, opens the kingdom and ascends the throne, to set the foundation of a nation and to establish peace for all generations. Linen Forbidden City Palace. Wei Hua has been here countless times before, but this time, he finally took one step at a time to the highest, to that golden dragon chair, to that supreme position. It is not my intention to claim the title of emperor, but I wish for the sea to calm down. I only wanted to be a general of peace, but unfortunately, peace was originally set by the general, and the general is not allowed to see peace. Wei Hua looked at the towering dragon chair and shook his head slightly. Originally, Wei Hua really didn't have any intention of claiming the title of emperor, but all of this could be attributed to the Zhao family siblings. Subsequently, Wei Hua sat down on his butt, only to feel that this dragon chair is cold and hard, not even a fart cushion. Sitting is not so comfortable, and even some pinch buttocks, but such a chair makes the world's heroes compete. It's also really magical. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Seeing Wei Hua sitting on the dragon chair, all of Wei Hua's subordinates immediately all knelt down and called out 3 times, making Wei Hua feel some of the magic of the chair. Afterward, Wei Hua rushed to the small eunuch who stayed at the side of the palace and said, "Declare the decree." These eunuchs were arranged by Zhao Jiao to stay in the palace, and none of them left afterward, being accepted in full by Wei Hua. Wei Hua himself was more averse to the eunuch system, so most of them were put back to the folk by Wei Hua, leaving only a few younger ones who looked resourceful to continue to be used. When a group of eunuchs grew old, Wei Hua would abolish the eunuch system completely. Yes, Your Majesty, The little eunuch held the imperial decree in his hand and shouted in his distinctive Cockney voice, "By the Emperor of Heavenly Success, it is said by imperial decree, I am a man of cloth, happy to be born in a world of peace and happiness." Unfortunately, the world was in great turmoil. A group of men rose up, claiming to be a real person. All want to be the world's master. I also led the people to revolt, in order to protect the people. More than a year since, the frequent wars, the people do not want to live. I am now on the throne, want to make the world back to peace. The people live in peace and work in contentment. I have set the name of the country for Dezhou, changed the dollar for the beginning of the year, in order to pray for God's blessing. I will appoint the wise and capable, cultivate the politics, light labor, so that the world is served. You people, each peace, each abide by their own. I and you to see the world of peace. This, then, is Wei Hua's founding edict. Plain and simple. The founding of the country on the throne. Chapter 92 Seal the 5 Tiger Generals. Zhao has the meaning of sunrise in the east. Zhao Yang was born, so Wei Hua will be the country's name, hoping that the Zhao dynasty, such as the sun, will always be there, shining on the earth. Setting the year as Yuanshi is simple and easy to understand. Yuanshi is the beginning of everything, and the beginning of the whole dynasty. Everything has a new atmosphere. Moreover, Wei Hua ordered that the descendants of future generations should not be allowed to change the year of Yuanshi. Everything was recorded according to the first year of the Yuanshi, the second year of the Yuanshi, and even the 100th year of the Yuanshi, and the 200th year of the Yuanshi. It is easy to understand and best understood by the people. Save the future generations which descendants of the jerk, a year, so that the people do not know what year it is. After the promulgation of the founding edict, there was a great conferral of merit. The little eunuch continued to announce Wei Hua's handwritten edict, the difficulty of starting a business. Not one person's strength can really rely on all the ministers with one heart and one mind, together with the great cause. Since the uprising, you or strategize, win thousands of miles, or fi jianji shui, charge into battle, or cares for the people to govern, provide military supplies, all for the establishment of my Dezhou, set up a monumental achievement. How dare I forget them? Now that the 4 C's have been settled, we will discuss the merits and rewards in order to reward the ministers for their efforts and to recognize the virtue of the court. This time, Xin Wuji is appointed as the prime minister, ranked at the first rank, recording the affairs of the Xiangshu, and opening the government. Xin Wuji has followed me for many years, just like my Xiaohe. In the army, he has the provision of food. In the court, he has the strategy of the tent. He has formulated the rules and regulations. He has assisted in the management of government affairs. He has worked hard and has made great achievements. And he is at the top of the court. The salary is 10,000 stones. Appointment of 5 tiger generals, respectively. The Water Division General Han Zhong. Outstanding military achievements. Seniority. Leading the Water Division. Listed as the first of the 5 tiger generals. Ranked in the first grade. With a salary of 10,000 stones. Hussar General Yelu Kai. Cavalry Commander. Commanding 10,000 cavalrymen of the Wei family army. Ranked in the first rank. A salary of 10,000 stones. Car Cavalry General Yan Xiaoi. Scout Commander. In charge of 10,000 scout soldiers of the Wei family army. Ranked first grade. A salary of 10,000 stones. General Wei Lubo 1. Valor and warlike. From the 4 quarters of the war. Repeatedly built war achievements. In charge of 40,000 Wei family army. Ranked in the first grade. His salary is 10,000 stones. Vanguard General Lin Tinyo. With unparalleled bravery. Charging into battle. Invulnerable. In charge of 40,000 Weijia troops. Ranked in the first rank. His salary is 10,000 stones. In addition, appoint the surrendered General Sima Yan as the left general. Ranked from the first rank. Still in command of the old troops. His salary is 8,000 stones. This surrendered general is the 20,000 miscellaneous troops of the Yu dynasty from the past. And Wei Hua has not forgotten him. The rest of the Wei family army personnel, all have a reward. All of you are the pillars of my Dezhou. After being appointed, when I think of the hard work of entrepreneurship, think of the people's plight, uphold the heart of loyalty to the emperor and love of the country, abide by the way of the subjects, honesty and public service, diligence and love of the people, cannot be proud of their achievements, not to violate the law and discipline. If there is a violation of my order, the law will not tolerate. I hope that your children and grandchildren can also inherit the ancestral training, generations of loyal and good, and will always protect the great Zhao of the earth and grain, announce it to the world, and make it known to all. In the first year of the Yuan dynasty, the emperor decreed, "Thank you for your majesty's great favor. Long live the emperor. Thank you for your majesty's great favor. Long live the emperor. Thank you for your majesty's great favor. Long live the emperor. The generals all smiled joyfully and called out 3 times for long life. Back then, we were all but pawns and peddlers. Lin Tinyo was a butcher. Xin Wuji was a bookkeeper. Yan Xiaoi was a carriage driver. And Lu Bowen was slightly better, but only a veterinarian. It was only thanks to Wei Hua's discerning eye that he was able to select them one by one and entrust them with important tasks. As a result, I didn't expect that all of them would be in the palace today, and that they would be promoted to the first rank, out of the general into the prime minister. Really cannot help but let a person sigh. It's good to follow the right boss. It can truly be said that the time has come when all heaven and earth work together. After the former dynasty, Wei Hua also enthroned the harem, the title of Tuoba Yuer as empress. Just wait for Tuoba Yuer's royal son to be born, and then he can be made the crown prince, so that there will be a successor to the kingdom. Originally, Wei Hua was only going to appoint such a queen. However, Tuoba Yuer said that the emperor only one empress is not good. Looks small, but also looks like her. This empress is too no big style. Make it seem like jealousy in general. Must let Wei Hua to register a few more. Thus, Wei Hua had no choice but to incorporate those 2 personal maidservants of Tuoba Yuer, the former Zhao family's royal princesses Zhao Ba and Zhao 11, into the harem by registering them as Shufei and Liangfei respectively. At the same time, Wei Hua also sent 2 emissaries, one going north to inform the Liao tribe of Wei Hua's claim to the throne, so that Tuoba Wuzhu could pay tribute. All the way south, he asked Zhao Jiu to send someone to congratulate him, while at the same time extorting Zhao Jiu once again for a sum of congratulatory money, as a congratulatory gift from the lower kingdom to the upper kingdom. Wei Hua could feel that the economy of the Yu dynasty was about to collapse. When the 4 rings were enacted, the people were burdened to the extreme, and the people were seething with discontent and uprisings. Therefore, Wei Hua is still ready to give Yu Chao additional yards and squeeze Zhao Jiu more, forcing Zhao Jiu to make a few foolish moves. In this way, the Yu dynasty will be in chaos. At that time, Wei Hua would be able to take advantage of the chaos to raise an army and destroy the Yu dynasty at minimal cost. Then he can turn his guns around and attack the Liao tribe in the north. Unify the world. A few days later, Yanjing, Liao Kingdom, Tuoba Wuzhu learned the news of Wei Hua ascended the throne. Angry all of a sudden on the table of wine and meat all thrown on the ground. Instantly feel to eat what do not smell good. Angry and cursed, how can this be? How can this be? Lao Zi clearly threw him 2 crumbling provinces, and he should be busy with them, too busy to do anything about it. It's only been a short while, how can he easily pacify civil unrest? It's not even enough to pacify civil unrest. But how can he still cross the Yangtze River and annihilate the Yu dynasty's naval forces? How can he still wipe out the troops of the 3 foreign devils in one fell swoop? How can he still scare Yu dynasty to cede a province to him? Wastes. It's all trash. The foreign devils are trash. Zhao Jiu is even more waste, easily ceding a full province to Wei Hua. This kind of waste is simply foolish. Isn't this helping Wei Hua grow for nothing? If this continues, Wei Hua will really unify the world. And this damn Wei Hua, full of loyalty and love for the country. But in the end, he even ascended the throne faster than me. No, I want to ascend the throne too. Do it tomorrow, Tuoba Wuzhu viciously said. He had been cleaning up the opposition above the court all this time, and it was not easy to clean up almost all of it, eliminating all of Empress Dowager Liao's supporters. As a result, when I turned my head, Wei Huadu ascended to the throne. It was simply outrageous. So he was prepared to follow suit, immediately claiming the title of emperor, alongside Wei Hua. Chapter 93 Wei Hua's threats. Tell Empress Dowager Xiao that she must enter the cave with me tonight. If she doesn't comply, I will immediately kill her stupid son, Tuoba Wuzhu viciously said. He couldn't wait any longer. He must sleep with the Empress Dowager and ascend to the throne as the emperor. After all, it's just as well that he's one step below Wei Hua in the war. This mother her when the emperor he actually slowed down Wei Hua a beat. This is just too much for an uncle to tolerate. But your majesty, Wei Hua sent a messenger with a message, said the Liao eunuch hastily. What did he say? Tuoba Wuzhu frowned. He didn't want to see Wei Hua's messenger, so he directly asked the eunuch to receive him on his behalf. He said. The little eunuch sniffed his face, somewhat unsure of what to say. Say what? Stuttering. I'm most annoyed by people who ink. If you don't speak properly, I'll chop you up, Tuoba Wuzhu said acutely. Wei Hua said that if you dare to bully Empress Dowager Xiao and Emperor Liao, this marshal will immediately raise 100,000 troops and attack Yanjing in the north. I'll chop off your head, exterminate your whole clan, and hang it on the Han Ke, for the world to laugh at. The little eunuch had to say it all. Empress Dowager Xiao and Emperor Liao were Wei Hua's mother-in-law and great-uncle after all. For the sake of Tuoba Yuer's face, Wei Hua specially sent someone to bail them out. And hearing this, Tuoba Wuju instantly felt his blood rising, his hair bursting with anger, his hands clenching his fists tightly, and roared with incomparable anger, unbridled. Unbridled. What is he, Wei Hua? A griffin of pariah origin who actually threatens me like this? Threatening my Liao tribe. He's only a few provinces away, just a small grasshead king, usurping the throne and claiming the title of emperor. Does he really think he's the lord of the world? Look, I just don't want to say it. Really say it and you are not happy. The little eunuch on the side sniffed and bellyached. However, the little eunuch should be happy. In his place, Zhao Jiu would have long ago relented and cut him down. At this time, Tuoba Wuju was even more angry and ordered. I want to go on a southern expedition. Lead my entire Liao clan and step on Wei Hua. Everyone who is willing to be a vanguard general. I will heavily reward you. All the civil and military personnel in the court bowed their heads and stammered. No one dared to answer. Are you kidding me? Before that, the Wei family army only occupied 4 counties, and there wasn't even Wei Hua present. All 100,000 of their Liao tribe's troops were on it, and they didn't even take it down. Right now Wei Hua sits in possession of 3 provinces. The Wei family army 3-way convergence. Strong soldiers and horses. Morale is strong. Who still dares to fight? This is not a living death well? What do you guys mean by this? Say something. Are you all cowards? Where is the bloodline of my Liao tribe? Are you going to watch Wei Hua grow and destroy us? Is this how you work for the court? On the court's payroll? A bunch of wastes. Rubbish. Tuoba Wuju looked at the crowd's lowered brows and nodded their heads, and could not help but rage and curse. But let him shout at the top of his lungs. Not a single person dared to answer. In the end, it is still Tuoba Wuju's close friend. The new Liao Prime Minister Wan Yanqi hard-headedly said, Your Majesty, rest your anger. Right now Wei Hua just ascended to the throne. The momentum is strong. We really should not fight. We should avoid its front. Since Wei Hua has sent a messenger, I think it is for the purpose of making peace with my Liao. Your Majesty may wish to meet them, and if a peace treaty can be reached, it would not be a bad thing, even if it is repaired. This peace will last for a few years. I am not a fool like Zhao Jiu who would trust the peace of the world on a peace treaty. Tuoba Wuju snorted. He was by nature a man who loved to tear up treaties, and therefore pressed for such treaties. Your Majesty, and today the world is divided into 3 divisions, and we are sitting on 8 provinces. We have the largest territory in the world. We also have the most manpower and material resources. In terms of potential, we are the strongest. As long as we work hard to mend fences with Wei Hua, we can actually train a new army. In time, we'll be able to raise an army of 300,000 men and destroy Wei Hua in one fell swoop. Wei Hua is only 3 provinces away. His potential is limited, and he will not be a match for us. Your Majesty, please endure for a while. Wait for the time. Wan Yanqi said. He still did have some wisdom, and knew the truth of using time for space, and the group of ministers also brightened up when they heard this, and immediately chimed in. Your Majesty, please endure the anger for a while. Wait for the right time. Anyway, as long as there's no war, everyone can do whatever they want. But even if we are willing to fix it, I think Wei Hua's conditions are incredibly harsh. What conditions did Wei Hua propose? You say? Tuoba Wuju frowned and asked at the little eunuch. Your Majesty, Wei Hua asked us to pay tribute and cede the Jinzhong road. The little eunuch shivered and replied. Oh, whimsy, dreaming. I am not Zhao Jiu, the land of my ancestors. I will not cede an inch. Tuoba Wuju flatly refused. However, after refusing, Tuoba Wuju felt that it was not too good to refuse, and couldn't help but ask, what else? Is there any other request that is not excessive? Your Majesty, Wei Hua said that he knows that you have a different heart and does not ask you to return the Liao Emperor, only letting you send Emperor Liao and the Empress Dowager to him. The little eunuch continued. Dream on. Once we send it over, won't it allow Wei Hua to hold the Emperor hostage? I will not agree to it. But, you can tell Wei Hua's messenger. I can look at his face and not harm the Empress Dowager of Liao, nor marry the Empress Dowager. Tuoba Wuju replied, angry and abashed, although he is staggering on the surface, but in fact for Wei Hua's threat is still incomparable fear. Really by Wei Hua's sentence scared not dare to kill the Liao Emperor to marry the Empress Dowager. Is there more? Topaz continued to ask. Your Majesty, Wei Hua demands old Prime Minister Yelu's family, as well as the Supreme Emperor of Yu Dynasty, Zhao Huikai. The little eunuch continued. That's fine. Tuoba Wuju nodded. Old Prime Minister Yelu had been locked up in his prison and was no longer useful. Zhao Huikai was even more of a rice bucket. Besides being able to eat and make babies, he was useless. These 2 losers were given to Wei Hua, and saved his Liao clan some money on food. You go and talk to Wei Hua's messenger. We can only promise to return old Prime Minister Yalu's family, as well as Emperor Zhao Huikai of the Yu dynasty. Nothing else will be promised. See if Wei Hua's messenger is willing to make peace. If they are willing, I can send a messenger to congratulate Wei Hua on his claim to the throne, and from then on the two countries will be friendly. If you don't want to, then let's fight. Grandma, our Liao clan is not afraid of him, Tuoba Wuzhu viciously said. But as soon as he finished his words, Wan Yanxi on the side added, cough cough, try to talk well. Really can't bribe that messenger with heavy money is also possible. Hey, ministers, how can we strengthen our nation? We must step up the training of the new army. Can't let Wei Hua so arrogant again. Tuoba Wuzhu rushed to the dynasty of civil and military asked. Did not expect his Liao one day will also be scared to take the initiative to seek peacetime. Really let Tuoba Wuzhu suffocated incomparable. Angry his inspirational heart rising. But it can't be helped. They are good at fighting wars, but they are not good at governing the country. And it can even be said that they don't know how to govern. They didn't even have a full grassroots rule in place, and had a very basic package tax system for the country. That is to say, each county was contracted out to the local gentry, and then taxes and silver were collected from the gentry. As for how much exactly the powerful gentry collect from the people, they don't know and don't bother. Thus it was surprising that the Liao tribe occupied such a large territory but actually had little money in the treasury. After all, the landlord and the powerful must be to give the country the less the better, to collect more and more from the people. Tuoba Wuzhu was ready to expand the new army as soon as he returned to Yanjing, but then he could only sigh helplessly when he saw the empty treasury. I heard that the southern dynasty levied and raised taxes, added a full 4 or 5 kinds of taxes. The treasury is full. The national strength has increased greatly. We can follow suit. Wan Yanxi immediately said. That's right. We've been too lenient on those landowners. The taxes we collect from them are too low. We need to raise them. Straight mother thieves. These landlords will cry poor. Give us 3 melons and 2 jujubes. They are rich themselves. They should be turned on them. The ministers of the full court also said in a hurry. Good idea. Just do it. Tuoba Wuzhu's eyes lit up, thinking that this was indeed a good idea. Those damn landowners are rich as hell one by one and it's about time they spit some out. As for whether these landowners will go and increase their efforts to oppress the common people after they spit out their interests, Tuoba Wuzhu can't think of this point and doesn't bother to think about it. Anyway, he only wants money. Just wants to expand the army. Just wants to get back all the lost face. As for the common people, in the eyes of the Liao tribe, they are nothing more than two-legged sheep. Chapter 94 Abolition of Stages. The Liao eunuchs then negotiated with Wei Hua's emissaries. After learning that the Liao tribe was actually willing to agree to only one condition, Wei Hua's emissary immediately became furious and was about to leave. Fortunately, the Liao tribe behind them rushed to send generous gifts before Wei Hua's emissary stopped and agreed to talk and see more. In the end, under the weight of heavy gifts, the two sides were able to reach a peace treaty. The Liao tribe sent emissaries to congratulate Wei Hua on becoming the emperor, returned the old prime minister Yalu, the supreme emperor of the Yu dynasty, and guaranteed the safety of the Liao emperor and the empress dowager Shao. Wei Hua, in turn, guaranteed peaceful coexistence with the Liao. Oh, it seems that the Wei family army is not as incorruptible as the legend. Think about it, which in this world does not accept gifts exist. Tuoba Wuzhu could not help but mock after learning that the peace talks were successful. They say it's hard to fight, but in fact it's even harder to sit. Just wait. No matter how powerful your Weijia army used to be, once you are in a high position and sit on a river and mountain, you will indulge in tenderness and eventually lose your fighting power little by little. Tuoba Wuzhu viciously said. This was also one of the reasons why he agreed to the peace talks. Since they relied on force, they, the Liao clan, could no longer defeat the Weijia army. Then let power come. Let riches and wealth corrupt the guardians. There's no team in heaven that isn't corrupted by tenderness. They, the Liaos, are no exception. Back in the day, when the Liao tribe just entered the customs from the bitter cold land, that battle power was explosive. There was a saying at the time that the Liao clan was not full of 10,000. No one can beat them with 10,000. It means that a Liao army of about 10,000 men will be able to fight the world. And it is true. Each of them Liao clan was a good man who fought with 1 against 10 back then. And that was really sacrificing their lives and not caring about their lives. With only a few tens of thousands of men, they trampled through the capital of Dayu, which is like now. The generals are all timid and afraid of death after being in a high position. Even though the number of people has been expanded to 100,000 Liao army, but still do not have the fighting power of the previous tens of thousands of people. Therefore, Tuoba Wuzhu concluded that Wei Hua definitely couldn't solve this kind of difficult problem either. After all, no one has been able to solve the problem of the general's enjoyment and fear of death after the founding of the country and the decline in combat effectiveness. Tuoba Wuzhu then forced the Liao emperor to issue an edict of abdication, abdicating the throne to himself. However, in the way of Wei Hua's face, Tuoba Wuzhu did not kill the Liao emperor, but named him the great king of the northern court and raised him. Fortunately, this abrogated emperor was originally a little cutie, and therefore not enough to worry about. At this point, the world completely entered the era of the Three Kingdoms: Liao Emperor Tuoba Wuzhu, Zhaodi Emperor Wei Hua, and Jiangnan Kingdom Lord Zhaojiu, who had a three-part world. On the other hand, Yu Dynasty, Zhao Ruyan, who had been left out in the cold for several days, finally obtained Zhaojiu's summons, which made her instantly ecstatic, and she happily headed to Xingjie, thinking that she would be able to regain her imperial brother's trust. As a result, she learns a bolt from the blue: Wei Hua has ascended to the throne as emperor and needs us to send a messenger to congratulate him. Let's send you. Remember, you represent the face of my great you. Don't offend Wei Hua. Zhaojiu threw the letter sent by Wei Hua's messenger to Zhao Ruyan and said. Zhao Ruyan picked up the letter and read it, and she wasn't surprised to see Wei Hua ascending to the throne as emperor. But after seeing the letter above that Tuoba Yuer had become the empress, and even her own two sisters had become concubines, Zhao Ruyan's heart was instantly cut to pieces. Wei Hua ascended to the throne, and the queen is not me. Zhao Ruyan's heart is dripping blood with regret. She had dreamed countless times of reaching the top of power, and had put in countless hours of effort to do so. As a result, she didn't realize that the best way to get to the top of the power is that she doesn't need to do anything. Just be Wei Hua's wife honestly. That way, the throne of the queen is hers. In this way, she will be able to mother the world. In this way, she can become the founding queen and leave her name in history. And now, it's gone. Nothing. It's all a fiasco. For someone else. Imperial brother. I don't want to go. Zhao Ruyan said in agonizing pain. There is nothing more painful after a divorce than when your ex-husband gets better and better while you get worse and worse. This was the case with Zhao Ruyan at the moment, and she was even more reluctant to witness Wei Hua's glory with her own eyes. That would simply make her feel worse than killing her. You think I want you to go? It was Wei Hua who named my royal family to appear. Right now, we are the only two adult members of the royal family. If you don't go, is it hard to let me go? Zhaojiu said icily. He was still filled with hatred towards Zhao Ruyan. He even felt that it was Zhao Ruyan who caused him to become what he was now. Well, Wei Hua, you have to gas me to my face. Zhao Ruyan let out a bitter laugh at his words, only feeling that Wei Hua must have done it on purpose, deliberately letting himself go forward and be taunted by him. Subsequently, Zhao Ruyan could only agree and glumly left the stage, and Gao Xiong, the chief cabinet minister standing on the side, said, Your Majesty, the emperor's side sent a messenger to demand 1,000,000 congratulatory gifts. How can we give them? The emperor is Wei Hua, and it is also the honorific title of Wei Hua in Daiyu. After all, the current Daiyu was already just a vassal state of the Wei Hua de Zhao dynasty. Damn Wei Hua, asking for money again. What a mudblood born and insatiable. Give it to him. Consider it a way to pay off the beggar. Zhao Jiu said with boredom. But right now the treasury is really out of money. Can your majesty stop the construction of the palace and take the money out for the emperor? Goliath said. After the original linen palace was occupied by Wei Hua, Zhao Jiu then started to build again, rebuilding the palace in Ganzhou Road. Right now, the treasury of Daiyu was really completely drained. Not a single drop left. And despite this, Zhao Jiu still said, No, the palace must not be stopped or downsized. If you really can't, add another tax. Zhao Jiu said with full of concern. For squeezing the common people has already squeezed the incomparable habit. Your majesty, really can't add it. Not to mention the fact that the people are really going to be forced to rebel. But even if we increase it, we won't be able to collect any more money. The people only have such a small harvest, and the previous taxes have already drained them dry. Raising the tax again later will have minimal effect. Gao Xiangzui wiped a handful of sweat and said, in his heart, he sighed that our long-lived master is really a living king of hell, and his heart is even more ruthless than his own. Open source and cut back on expenses. Since open source can't be done, it really can't be done. Let's cut back on expenses. Think about it. Besides the palace, which piece can still be reduced? Zhao Jiu also frowned when he heard this, not realizing that he, the titular son of heaven, would actually be reduced to the point of poverty. I propose to abolish the stagecoach. Right now the private use of public vehicles in the post is common. Officials and their relatives and friends, regardless of public and private affairs, with free tickets to enjoy free food and lodging, carriage and horse services in the post. And there are also ingenious extortion and other behaviors, resulting in a huge expenditure in the post. Laying them off will save the court millions of taels of silver a year. Not only is it enough to give the emperor a congratulatory gift, but it will also enrich the treasury in the future. Gao Ziyangzui was truly worthy of being a master of financial management, and immediately thought of a good path for Zhao Jiao. Chapter 95 The Supreme Emperor returns to the Yu dynasty. The way is a good way. But, laying off the stagecoach station. What about sending official documents in the future? Officials taking office and things like that? Zhao Jiao is not a pure cutie. Immediately thought of the disadvantages of laying off the stagecoach station and couldn't help but ask. The officials may be allowed to pay their own way. The officials eat the king's salary. They should be loyal to the king. Such a small amount of money, out of their own pockets, is not enough to worry about. Goliath immediately replied, "This is very good. The love secretary is truly the dry city of the country. Quickly go and do it." Zhao Jiao nodded his head in satisfaction at his words. He had long wanted to reduce the salaries of the officials, but there was a lot of resistance. The entire court was against it, and it couldn't be implemented. And this allows the officials to pay out of their own pockets to complete the work of the stagecoach. Is also considered a disguised salary reduction. The officials are not good enough to refuse directly. Zhao Jiao natural pleasure. As for whether the officials will pass this money on to the people again after paying their own way, Zhao Jiao doesn't care. Then may I ask your majesty, is it a gradual culling, or all at once? Goliath asked. It's natural to lay off all of them so as to maximize the savings. Zhao Jiao replied in a domineering manner. With the extra money saved in this way, he could then continue to repair the palace, the royal forest garden, the royal tomb, and the great construction. Although there was no more capital city linen, he could rebuild one in Ganzhou Road. For this reason, Zhao Jiao also wrote a poem called The Warm Wind Smoked Tourists Drunk. Straight Ganzhou as the capital. Yes, I am obeying the decree. Gao Xiang immediately went to do so and sent a close friend forward to inform Wei Hua's emissary that he had satisfactorily completed the task accomplished by the emperor. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. That's right. The plan to abolish the post stations was proposed by Wei Hua, and Gao Ziyangzui, the Yu trader, was put in charge of its implementation. I just don't know what the purpose of the emperor's abolition of the post stations is. Isn't this really helping the dim emperor save money? Gao Zizi was a bit confused. Apparently, even he didn't realize how much of a mess smashing the iron rice bowls of tens of thousands of people at the stagecoach station would make. After all, having stayed in high positions for a long time, it really wasn't clear that a salary of a few taels of silver a month would actually be the hope for a family of 4 or 5 to survive. Of course, he did not know. This is Wei Hua a little bad taste. Want to see? Abolition of the post can cut out a called Li Zicheng. Really cannot Wang Zicheng Zhang Zicheng also line. At the same time, Wei Hua was also aiming to destroy the communication system of the Yu dynasty. After all, the post station was the biggest way for local and centralized communication, and could be considered a country's communication network. Now that it has gone from publicly funded to self-funded, this communication network is bound to be greatly reduced, if not said to be abolished. As a result, Zhao Jiao could no longer receive timely information from all over the world, and when the time came, he was unaware of the revolts in various places. When he was informed, he was afraid that he could only shout in panic, "Where is the 100,000 rebels? Where did the 100,000 rebels come from? Didn't you say there were only a few scattered bandits? By then, it will be too late to suppress it." Wei Hua's economic warfare against the Yu dynasty has become more and more successful. The pressure was becoming more and more unbearable for Great Yu. In the end, Zhao Ruyan took the 1 million taels of silver saved from various cutbacks and traveled to the Dezhao dynasty to pay a visit to Wei Hua. A few days later, Zhao Ruyan successfully arrived at Linen, the capital. Looking at the lofty palace in front of the eyes changed the master. The master or their former husband in the past. Zhao Ruyan then heart like a knife. Hard to hate to give themselves too big slap. Still, she had a little bit of anticipation in her mind for this visit. She wondered if Wei Hua would have enthroned her sister and younger sister as concubines because of herself. Because of the resemblance between his sister and his sister, Wei Hua could not forget himself, so he retreated and sealed them. It's quite possible. It's possible that Wei Hua is just unforgettable to his old love. After all, 3 years of marriage can't be broken up just like that. That's why Wei Hua sent himself as a messenger, just to see himself. After all, he had even helped Wei Hua make peace talks. Wei Hua shouldn't be angry with himself anymore. It is likely that when he comes, Wei Hua will summon him and marry him again. You might be able to be queen again by then. Even if you can't be the queen, it's good to be a noble consort. At least it's better than going back to the Yu dynasty as an unquestioned princess. When she thought of this, Zhao Ruyan's heart warmed up and she only felt that the future was promising. When people are ruthless sometimes, they can really fool even themselves. However, the idea is beautiful and the reality is cruel. In fact, after receiving 1 million taels, the people from the palace informed Zhao Ruyan that she could leave, with absolutely no intention of wanting to see her. Ah, His Majesty didn't say when he would see me? Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but ask. His Majesty didn't say that. The little eunuch beside Wei Hua literally replied. His Majesty must have had too many military matters to forget. Please also bother the eunuch to report. I have an extraordinary relationship with His Majesty. You tell him it's Zhao Ruyan who has come. He will definitely see me. Zhao Ruyan was instantly anxious when she heard the words. How is this not the same as what she thought? She hastily took out a bag of silver and handed it over to the eunuch's hands. Alright, I'll ask for you. Xiao Li Zi weighed the bag of silver heavy. Also cannot help but move. Nodded. Went forward to report. However, it didn't take long for him to return with a grey head and an ugly face, rushing at Zhao Ruyan. You should leave. His Majesty didn't have the time to see you, and he even reprimanded me. You said that you are at least an emissary of the Yu Kingdom. How can you be so shameless and climb up to our Majesty indiscriminately? You even said you were on good terms with His Majesty, but His Majesty said he didn't even know you. How can it be like this? Zhao Ruyan sniffed, her face instantly dimmed. How could she not expect it to be this kind of ending? Former husband and wife, now strangers, called me and didn't see me? What do you mean? Are you deliberately taunting me? Wei Hua, why are you so small-minded? I know I regret it. What more do you want? That man who can see what comes after. Can't you give me a chance to repent? Big deal. I don't want to be your main wife. I just want to be a consort. Zhao Ruyan instantly bawled, no longer caring about any princess decency. In response, the little eunuch said irritably, if you want to cry, go cry elsewhere. Don't embarrass yourself here. Zhao Ruyan could only leave in aggravation. And just then, the little eunuch spoke again. Wait, is it His Majesty who wants to see me? Zhao Ruyan instantly raised a glimmer of hope once again and asked with a delighted face. But the little eunuch shook his head and said, no, His Majesty has asked you to take someone away. What person? Zhao Ruyan was puzzled, not knowing what kind of medicine Wei Hua was selling in his gourd. But the little eunuch didn't bother to answer and just brought Zhao Ruyan to a small room. Zhao Ruyan opened the door, but she saw that a vicissitude but incomparably familiar figure suddenly appeared inside. Looking more closely, this figure was certainly several times similar to Zhao Jiao. It is the same Taishang emperor of the Yu dynasty who was captured and danced by the Liao tribe. Zhao Huikai. Father, you're back? Zhao Ruyan was shocked at the sight. How could she not expect the person in front of her to be her father who she had not seen for many years? Well, it was Wei Hua. No, it was His Majesty the Emperor who sent someone to bring me back from the Liao clan. Zhao Huikai said with incomparable gratitude. Even he didn't think that he would ever return to his homeland. Woo, father, daughter misses you so much. You don't even know how much my daughter suffered after you left. Go, daughter, take you home. Zhao Ruyan's eyes instantly turned red when she saw her father, and she instantly jumped into her father's arms and cried bitterly, overwhelmed with excitement. This bomb thrown to Yu dynasty by the Dim King. Other ministers are afraid that they would not dare to receive it back to Yu dynasty. After all, once the Taishang emperor returned, how would he let the current emperor live with himself? The two will inevitably have to compete for power. Some sensible courtiers, perhaps in the middle of the road, cut the boat, so that the emperor himself accidentally sunk into the lake. Only Zhao Ruyan, as the Taishang emperor's own daughter, would desperately protect the Taishang emperor's safety and escort him safely to the Yu dynasty. In this way, the drama of the two dragons competing with each other could be staged again, making the already tattered Yu dynasty a little bit more tattered. This is the reason why Wei Hua called Zhao Ruyan to come as an emissary, purely for political reasons, not related to any other factors. Zhao Ruyan was purely making a fool of herself and would actually think that Wei Hua still liked her. It was really ridiculous. Father, Wei Hua picked you back, because of me? Zhao Ruyan couldn't help but masturbate again at this moment and asked with a red face. But Zhao Huikai met Wei Hua once when he came back and knew that Wei Hua no longer had any feelings for his daughter, and sighed and said, daughter, don't think about it. Let bygones be bygones. The current Shang Huang, we can't match anymore. Zhao Ruyan heard instantly, heart like death, bawling, father, daughter is wrong. Daughter is very wrong. Daughter is so regretful. Chapter 96, a moderate version of the Agrarian Revolution. Zhao Ruyan took the Taishang emperor back to the Yu dynasty, and during that time, it was rumored that she had encountered several sets of assassinations. Fortunately, Zhao Ruyan still had some connections in Yu dynasty and found many people to protect him, which sent the Taishang emperor back to Yu dynasty without any danger. Zhao Jiao, who was informed of the news, was so angry that his nose was almost crooked, and it was only a few days after this good day. It was hard to appease a living father. Wei Hua, how come a pro-life living father popped up again? This old thing can really live. Liao Ling wind actually did not blow him to death. He was insulted by the Liao tribe in various ways, but he can still endure the anger and live until now. And he's gained some weight. What a joy to be without a heart. And it's rumored that once Zhao Weikai went back he also lived up to his old age. As soon as he went back, he started to fight with Zhao Jiu for power. He said he wanted to regain the power he lost over the years. After all, was once the existence of several decades as the son of heaven. Zhao Weikai and the court above still have some of the old part, coupled with the help of his daughter Zhao Ruyan, as well as traitor Gao Xiangzui and others in accordance with Wei Hua's orders to secretly promote. Therefore, Zhao Weikai really and Zhao Jiu fight a half-catty, angry Zhao Jiu more mindless state affairs. All the thoughts are thinking about how to get this damn old man to death. The two sides fought to the death, adding to the dimness of the already bad Yu dynasty. This is Wei Hua's plan to kill people with a borrowed knife. On the other hand, after Wei Hua had the money given twice by the Yu dynasty, which amounted to 9 million taels, he could finally start the second land revolution. The previous first land revolution was still relatively easy in Jizhou Dao and Jianghua Dao. After all, these two provinces had been pretty much scourged back and forth by the Liao and Dayu clans, and there weren't many landowners and magnates left, so Wei Hua could forcibly collect the fields and distribute them to the common people. It was with this hand that Wei Hua was able to win the hearts of the people, thus allowing tens of thousands of fishermen to help and tens of thousands of fishing boats to cross the Yangtze River, wiping out the Yangtze River Navy in one fell swoop. After the first batch of grain planted by the people's own hands had grown, and the people had practically felt the benefits of dividing up the land, the people of these two provinces would become Wei Hua's hardcore supporters. It is not too much to say that everyone is willing to guard Wei Hua from the army, guarding the results of the division of the field, and is willing to carry the Jade Dragon to die for the king. That was why Wei Hua was in no hurry to fight. The people of the current De Zhao dynasty are still too poor and have only just stabilized, so they simply cannot withstand successive great wars. But as long as we wait for the first batch of food to grow after the agrarian revolution, and the people can catch their breath, then Wei Hua will receive unparalleled and unprecedented support from the people. The power of the nation will also be greatly increased. By that time, the destruction of Yu and Liao will be as easy as picking up a bag. The time Wei Hua set for his next attack on the Yu dynasty was also the time of the fall harvest, the day the wheat ripens, the day the Yu dynasty falls. But it was somewhat more difficult to implement a violent agrarian revolution in this way in Zhejiang province. After all, Zhejiang Road is the richest province under the sky, and is the place where the capital is located. The rich and powerful scholar gentry as many as hair, high family abounds. If such a territory is forcibly resumed, it is feared that it will lead to a great chaos, with landlords and gentry everywhere revolting. If the world is at peace, it doesn't matter. Wei Hua could be bent on calming internal strife, and whoever resisted would be destroyed. But now the three kingdoms are in a state of confrontation, with the Liao tribe in the north and the Yu dynasty in the south. And if they have civil unrest, they are afraid that these two countries will take advantage of the situation. So Wei Hua then prepared for a mild version of the agrarian revolution. To put it simply, the government pays for the redemption of the land of landlords and tycoons and then distributes it to the people free of charge. This is why Wei Hua extorted 9 million taels of silver from Yu dynasty. You can only buy a field when you have money. Otherwise Wei Hua is also poor. Wei Hua stipulated that landowners could retain 10 mu of medium paddy or 20 mu of dry land per household, with the excess to be levied by the government. The price of the requisition land was set at 2.5 times the average annual production of the main crops in each of the 3 years of the land's existence, and the price was a little lower than the market price, but not ridiculously low, and quite fair. The government first gave half of the money, and then the government paid the money in installments for a period of 10 years. This by like the entire Zhejiang road field, almost to cash money 9 million taels of silver, and after that have to carry a lot of loans. The silver and white flowers has just been cheated, and then it is necessary to give these landlords and gentry, which really makes Wei Hua's heart drip blood. And what was even more unexpected to Wei Hua was that there was actually opposition to such a good policy. After a few days of implementation, Prime Minister Xian Wuji felt that it was difficult to move forward, so he had no choice but to go into the palace and report to Wei Hua, "Your Majesty, I am incompetent." And after a few days, the work of buying the fields has been progressing sluggishly. Some people have led the opposition, so much so that very few are willing to sell their fields to the government. Straight mother thieves. I paid money to buy their fields and still don't agree? Really give them face. Do you think that my Weijia army can't move their swords? Since they won't sell, let's rob them by force. It is the state policy of this dynasty that those who cultivate the land are entitled to it. The wealth of the world should go to all the people of the world. Why does he, a small group of the gentry and the powerful, dare to occupy more than 90% of the land in the world? This is outrageous. Wei Hua instantly became enraged at his words, even bursting into foul language in a rare manner. This is really a case of the tiger not being powerful. You think I'm a sick cat? I didn't tie you landlords and powerful gentry up and kneel in front of the townspeople to count your sins. But you are still arrogant. Give you money you don't want. Then die. Your Majesty. This is a bit of a bad deal. The ones leading the charge are the 5 surnames and 7 prestige families. Prime Minister Xin Wuji said with a sigh. The 5 surnames and the 7 clans include the Boling Chui clan, the Qinghe Chui clan, the Fanyang Lu clan, the Longxi Li clan, the Zhao County Li clan, the Xingyang Zhang clan, and the Taiyuan Wan clan. The 5 surnames and 7 wishes are known as the world's first-class families. Each family has been an official for generations, and all of them are big shots at the level of prime ministers. Like the Qinghe Chui family has produced more than 30 prime ministers over the centuries. The disciples are all over the world. Chapter 97 5 Surnames and 7 Wishes. Moreover, the 5 surnames and 7 wishes had also mastered the great killing weapon of the 9 principles middle ranking system. The 9-product Zhongjing system was a way of selecting officials in the Yu dynasty, which simply means that there were large and small Zhongjing officials at the central and local levels. And the Zhongjing officials were people of high reputation who were responsible for evaluating the talents in their own regions. Criteria for evaluation. These include family history, conduct and characterization. Family history is the family origin and background. Behavior is a comprehensive evaluation of the individual's character and talent. Fixed character is based on family history and behavior to classify talents into 9. Based on the family history and conduct, talents are categorized into 9 grades. I.e. upper, upper middle, upper and lower, upper middle, middle middle, middle lower, upper lower, middle lower, lower middle, and lower lower. And then, according to the grade, it will be sent to the Ministry of Appointments as the basis for granting the official. Those who were in the top grade could directly become big officials. The lower and lower ones have no connection with the officialdom for the rest of their lives. In the beginning, when the system of the 9 products was introduced, it did elect some talented people among the people. Gradually, however, the candidates for the post of the middle-ranking official were controlled by the scholarly clans of the 5 castes and 7 clans, who were bent on promoting their own people, resulting in the scene of no scholar in the upper rank and no scholar in the lower rank. The Cole family can no longer produce a noble son. The court, all the children of the family. A large number of playboys do not read the book, all day long hanging around in the hook bar to listen, but early to be assessed as on the upper level, in the court as a high official position, eating and waiting for death, bullying men and women, not a good time. And even if the children of the people from morning to night to study hard, read the books are rotten, but also can only be assessed as a lower or even worse. The best case scenario, you can enter the court as a bureaucrat. Look at the face of the children of the family to act. By this hand, the scholars succeeded in holding the court. Over the centuries, the dynasties have changed several times, but the 5 surnames and 7 hopes remain unshakable, and are the mainstay of the entire dynasty. It can even be said that without the 5 surnames and 7 wishes, the court would be paralyzed in an instant. After all, the big and small officials above the court were all disciples of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. When they rose to the top, the officials immediately followed. When the 5 surnames and 7 wines were at their most arrogant, they couldn't even look down on a princess marrying them, and openly refused the emperor's marriage, feeling that they had pulled down their own lintel. They are only within these 7 families who are constantly joining together to strengthen their ties and be in the same breath. The most annoying thing is that they also place multiple bets. In Liao, the 5 surnames and 7 wishes also mix well, helping the Liao to oppress their own people. They're traitors. When Zhao Jiao ran south, some of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs also followed and continued to stand tall in the Yu kingdom. And in this Zhidong road, there are still 5 surnames and 7 Wangs remaining, trying to replicate the past experience in the Dezhao dynasty, dominating the court. Either way, they've got them eating out of pots and pans. That is why they dared to openly fight against Wei, who was ordered to buy fields, and were so arrogant. It seems like it's time for the imperial examination system to appear and break the monopoly of the lineage on the promotion pathways. Wei was sniffed and immediately came up with a response. Examinations. This abhorrent approach happens to be the fairest way for the common man. Immediately can make those playboys show their original form, but also can give the ordinary people a morning for the fieldhouse lang, evening to the hall of heaven opportunity. These, in fact, Wei Hua had mentioned to Zhao Jiao before, but Zhao Jiao was not impressed by this. In his opinion, the common people are vulgar and stupid. How can they participate in the state affairs? The sons of these families are the pillars of the court, so it's good to let them become officials. And it's been this way for hundreds of years, so what's the point of changing it? It's just redundant and easy to offend. Zhao Jiao didn't dare to break the monopoly of the gatekeeper families. Then Wei Hua will fight. But right now, Wei Hua must first give these 5 surnames and 7 hopes a downward spiral, so that they know, the Zhao dynasty in the end who is the master. Which is the strongest of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Wei Hua asked as he rushed at Xin Wuji. The Qinghe Chui clan, the number 1 family in the world. Prime Minister Xin Wuji replied. Damn. As the emperor, I didn't even say I was the first family in the world. This Qinghe Chui clan, does he deserve it too? How many armies does he have under him? Wei Hua sniffed and laughed coldly. You go and forge a few copies of Qinghe Chui's letters of communication with Liao, and then bring them forward to raid the Qinghe Chui's home. Let's say that they've been conspiring with foreigners, and these letters are the evidence. Arrest the entire Qinghe Chui family. Remember, it's a full family. Be a whole family. Never leave a single one out. Your Majesty, what about the 5 surnames and 7 ones making a scene? The entire court is afraid that they will all go on strike. Xin Wuji was worried. How dare you make trouble in a foreign country? Then arrest them. Arrest as many as there are. If they don't want to be officials, there are plenty of people who do. Wei Hua sneered and said, I honor your Majesty's holy decree. Prime Minister Xin Wuji was finally relieved when he heard this, and immediately went forward to arrest the man with his fists in the air. On the other hand, Qinghe Chui's residence. All the family heads of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes happened to be gathering at the Chui residence today. Among them, Wang Tong, the head of the Taiyuan Wang clan, frowned a bit and said, would it be too much for us to refuse to sell the fields? Wei Hua just took the throne and gave his first order. Isn't it too bad for us to refuse? It's too much of a disrespect to him as the new emperor. I don't want to either. But there's no way this Wei Hua is too arrogant. Actually wanting to buy so many of our fields and only leaving us this much. Isn't this trying to break our foundation? Without the fields, how can we be so powerful in the future? How can we support our family? We can't just lay off our slaves and live like a small family. This is not bullying the honest people. Chui Jian, the head of the Qinghe Chui clan family, coldly said, that's right, money will be spent. Only the field can keep eating. This field is the foundation of our scholarly clan. Our 5 surnames and 7 clans occupy more than 70% of the land in Jidong Road. We have more than 10,000 tenants under our command. This is our support to fight against the imperial court. We can't give it away easily. Lu Benwei, the head of the Fanyan Lu clan, followed suit. I've heard that Wei Hua is a man who tries to make a name for himself, and now it seems to be true. To buy our fields and give them to the people for nothing. How dare he think of that? I guess I've been reading stupidly, and I really think that the world is a world with the people. He doesn't know that the world is shared with us, the scholars. Without us, he wouldn't be an emperor. To actually harm the families to please the people is truly foolish. Several other family heads chimed in, full of disdain for Wei Hua's behavior. But it is said that Wei Hua kills without blinking an eye, and we are against him. Will he make a move against us? Wang Tong, the head of the Taiyuan Wang clan, said with some trepidation. He dares. We have been established for hundreds of years. How can he be swayed by a usurping emperor? Besides, how big is his territory? He only occupies 3 of the 18 provinces under the sky, so he's just a bigger vassal king. To put it bluntly, if he is obedient, we can paralyze the court at any time. We'll paralyze the court at any time if he doesn't listen. We'll make it impossible for his orders to leave the palace, and we'll see how he can still be the emperor. Qinghe Chui clan family head Chui Jian replied in a domineering manner, and just as his words landed on the ground, he saw how slave boy suddenly run in with a panicked face, and his mouth kept shouting, it's not good, not good. In response, the Qinghe Chui clan's family head immediately rebuked, how dare you? What's the point of panicking? There isn't a single rule of the family. Speak properly. With us here, the sky won't fall. But at that moment, before the boy could reply, he heard a burst of neatly organized footsteps instantly, only to see the Wei family's army instantly fishtailing in and surrounding the entire Qinghe Chui clan's residence. Prime Minister Xin Wuji even personally led the team, and sneered at the shocked heads of the 5 surnames and 7 families. By His Majesty's order, the Qinghe Chui clan is collaborating with a foreign country. Take them all down immediately. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed on sight. What? This time, it was Qinghe Chui clan family head Chui Jian's turn to be dumbfounded. How could he not expect how decisively and ruthlessly Wei Hua struck, leaving no room for error? Even the 5 surnames and 7 hopes dare to be arrested. Chapter 98 Collective Strike. However, after reacting, the family heads of the 5 surnames and 7 wishes immediately roared, unbridled. You guys are too unbridled. Do you know who we are? To actually dare to arrest someone at the residence of the 5 surnames and 7 wishes. You've practically eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. No one has dared to do this for hundreds of years. The Qinghe Chui clan even directly threatened. Prime Minister Xin, you just took office as Prime Minister and you are so against my 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Are you not afraid of the collective opposition of the court officials? You cannot stabilize this position? Whether or not I can sit in this position, you guys don't count. Only His Majesty's word counts. Prime Minister Xin Wuji sneered and said, with His Majesty's imperial decree, Xin Wuji carries no fear, not to mention arresting just one Qinghe Chui clan. Even if His Majesty ordered Xin Wuji to chop up all the 5 surnames and 7 wishes, Xin Wuji would dare to carry it out. You, soldier gangster origin. Foolish. Qinghe Chui clan family head Chui Jian was trembling with anger, rather like a feeling of a showman encountering a soldier and being unable to reason. In the Chui family head's opinion, this group of fools in the Qiu Bao rebellion really didn't know the rules, and didn't know the horrible thing about the paralysis of the imperial court at all, which was why they were so bold and daring. Therefore, the Chui family head had no choice but to ask patiently, you said that I, the Qinghe Chui clan, have been conspiring with foreigners. Do you have any evidence? A search won't give us evidence. Come on people. Search. Prime Minister Xin Wuji replied instantly, having his men turn the entire Chui mansion upside down. And seeing such arrogant and domineering behavior, the Chui family head could no longer hold back and immediately roared, I'll see who dares. Where are my Chui family's family slaves? Greetings family master. We are here. The Chui family's household slaves immediately rushed out, hundreds of them, armed with wooden sticks, turning into a human wall in front of each of the 5 surnames and 7 wishes household heads. Out of your depth. Swish. In response, Xin Wuji directly sneered, unsheathed his sword, and stabbed to death the butler's house slave who was standing in front of the Chui family head. Blood instantly splattered on the Chui family head's face, frightening him with an instant shiver. The other family slaves were just about to resist, but the Wei family troops behind Xin Wuji were so fast that they directly drew their swords. Swish, swish, swish. With a neat and tidy speed, a steel knife was directly placed at the neck of one of the house slaves, frightening them into instant honesty, not daring to breathe a single breath. On these watchmen and guards of the crooked, actually dare to move in front of the world's #1 combat strength of the Wei family army. It is really Zhao Jiu in front of the race to escape, Guangong in front of the big sword, properly not self-conscious. At this time, Xin Wuji sneered, although this minister is a civil official, my sword has not been unfavorable either. Do you want to try again, Master Chui? I. The Chui family head was so scared that he directly stuttered, facing the blood on his face that had not yet dried, facing this handful of steel knives and sharp blades. He did not know how to answer. At this moment, what centuries of glory and pride of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were swept away. In the face of absolute force, he, the Chui family head, was nothing more than an ordinary man who would be scared into wetting his pants. Seeing that he had subdued the Chui family head, Xin Wuji once again turned his head and rushed at the other few family heads. Do you all still want to stop? The other family heads instantly bowed their heads in unison, not daring to stop them. Their minds recalling an old saying called those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. A bunch of cheap bastards. Or His Majesty is right. What bull *********5 surnames and 7 hopes can have a few armies? Xin Wuji couldn't help but mock the group of family heads as he looked at their arrogance. He then immediately gave the order. Search. With those words, the Wei family army instantly fishtailed into the entire Chui mansion and searched it. Not long after, the Wei family army made a major discovery and came with a stack of letters to report. Your Highness, in the study, we found a lot of correspondence between the Qinghe Chui clan and the Liao clan as well as the Yu dynasty. They also revealed a lot of information about our Wei family army, such as troop strength and deployment. Good man, I don't even need to fake it. These people really Tong Liao, and not only Tong Liao, but also Tong Yu. What a bunch of dogs. Xin Wuji couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart when he saw this. Originally, he was prepared to plant some evidence on these dogs as ordered by His Majesty, but he didn't realize that they didn't even need to be planted. They really did these bad things. Chui family master, this is the evidence you wanted. Xin Wuji instantly and viciously slammed the letter on the face of the pale-faced Chui family head. Afterward, Xin Wuji immediately ordered, take away all of Chui's family members for me, leaving no one behind. Not even the family's chickens and dogs can be spared. Yes, the Wei family's army immediately moved in and quickly brought the Chui family under control. Some of the disobedient young masters of the Chui family tried to rebel and play the young master's temper, only to have the Wei family army instantly become honest with a few slaps. And looking at this scene, the Chui family head completely panicked. He didn't expect Wei Hua to really be so unforgiving, to wipe out his Chui family. So, he immediately conceded and said, Prime Minister Xin, let's have a good discussion. We are willing to cooperate with the government and sell some of our fields. Okay? Let's make peace. Ha, you want to make peace now? It's too late. This is no longer a matter of selling fields, but a matter of collaborating with a foreign country and committing a great crime. Whatever you say is useless. Take them away. Xin Wuji sneered and said. At that moment, the other 5 surnames and 7 wishes family heads still wanted to open their mouths to stop them. Xin Wuji, on the other hand, took a step ahead and intimidated. This minister would like to advise you that my Dezhao dynasty is not that weak dynasty. His Majesty's wisdom and farsightedness is not that useless and dim-witted ruler Zhao Jiao. His Majesty is a founding king who has fought hard battles for 5 years. A hard man with iron bones who has been in and out of water and fire. Who has made his way through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Forests of guns and rain of arrows. The books you have read, His Majesty has read them all. And the books you have not read, His Majesty has read them all. Back then, on the battlefield, His Majesty was surrounded by several times the enemy army and was wounded in more than 30 places on his body. His Majesty was not even afraid of that. How can he be afraid of you bull ****** families? If you are decent to defect, then His Majesty will also give you decency. If you don't want to be decent, then His Majesty doesn't mind sending you away in style. A few words. Instantly scared of the 5 surnames of all the 7 hopes koi, do not dare to say a word. Can only look at the Qinghe Chui's family whole, young and old, all taken away by the Wei family army. It wasn't until after the Wei family army left that the 5 surnames and 7 hopes dared to jump to their feet and shout. It's revolting. It's really revolting. How dare they arrest people from our 5 families and 7 hopes? And it's still the Chui family, the number 1 family in the world. That's at the head of it. Truly there hasn't been anyone so bold in hundreds of years. This Wei Hua is simply a tyrant. A dim king. Let's go. We'll go skewer the courtiers. Collectively dismiss the officials. Then go to Zuanwoman Gate for a sit-in protest. As long as His Majesty doesn't release the Qinghe Chui family, we won't go to the government offices for a day. We'll directly paralyze all the court offices. Chapter 99 Forcing Wei Hua to issue a sinful edict? The call to arms of the 5 surnames and 7 wishes is indeed powerful. Officials in the capital. Up to the 1st grade officials, ministers, down to the 7th grade royal historian, the ministries of the Longzhong, actually all assembled. Thousands of people, vast demonstrations in the Zuanwoman Gate, shouting, let go of the Qinghe Chui. Release the Qinghe Chui clan. The court is unjust. Qinghe Chui is not guilty. The sound was so loud that it made the entire palace tremble. It also made Wei Hua, who was in the middle of the palace, listen to his face sink. Wei Hua didn't think that he had just ascended to the throne only a few days before he encountered an official forcing his way into the palace. But it was really interesting. These officials were even bolder than the Liao tribe and the foreign enemies of the Yu dynasty. Your Majesty, this group of officials are too licentious. I'll go get rid of them, Prime Minister Xin Wuji said. It's too cheap to drive them away. Since they want to go against me, let's kill them all. Let's see whether their heads are hard or my sword is hard, Wei Hua said viciously. At this moment, Wei Hua suddenly understood a little bit of his world. Why the old Zhu launched the 4 major cases of Hanwu, killing the heads of the officials rolling. The officials are fighting me, aren't they? Fine, then kill them all. Big deal. I'll do the work myself. I don't believe that without you butcher Zhangs, I still have to eat pigs with hair. Your Majesty, is this a little too harsh? Why don't we persuade them once first and give them a chance? Rao Xin Wuji was shocked by Wei Hua's killing intent. You should know that His Majesty has never been a murderer, and he never kills and slaughters on the battlefield. But today he has taken up such a murderous intent. It shows His Majesty's anger. Alright, for the sake of the Prime Minister, let's give them a chance. But it is expected that this group of people are stubborn and cannot be persuaded by persuasion. Wei Hua shook his head and said. Immediately afterward, Prime Minister Xin Wuji proceeded to Xuanwu Gate and shouted at the surging group of officials. His Majesty has decreed. Why are you, the group of ministers, gathered here? Do you want to defy the royal authority and insult His Majesty? Retreat quickly and do not make any more clamor. If you do not realize, no matter how big or small the official position, will be severely punished. Don't say that you don't know what you're going to say. However, the officials were not afraid at all. Lord Prime Minister, don't scare us with your words. We are not intimidated. That is, unless His Majesty agrees to release the Qinghe Chui clan, we will never leave. In my opinion, releasing the Qinghe Chui clan is not enough. The Qinghe Chui clan must not suffer this injustice for nothing. His Majesty needs to issue an edict admitting his mistake, and abolish the policy of buying fields and kill the culprits who came up with it. That's right. As long as His Majesty doesn't admit his mistake and rescind the order, we will never leave. The more the officials spoke, the more arrogant they became, but the core meaning was revealed. That is, it's not enough to just release people, but to force Wei Hua to abolish the mild agrarian revolution of buying and dividing up the fields. Refuse to let the mudbloods get the fields for nothing and deprive yourself of the opportunity to exploit the press. After all, The mud-legged man has turned over to be the master. So who is the big guy going to enslave? It's not the opposite of the Big Dipper. Are you not afraid of His Majesty's punishment? To tell you the truth, this minister has come to save you this time. Don't seek your own death. Xianwuji was trembling with anger at the situation. He didn't expect this group of officials to be arrogant to such an extent, and still dared to ask His Majesty to go and issue an edict of guilt. It was simply outrageous. If I had known this, I would have been redundant and actually tried to plead for mercy for these idiots. It seems that it's still His Majesty who sees correctly. This group of people can't be persuaded at all by persuasion. Only by killing their heads will they be afraid. Hearing Xianwuji's threat, the family heads of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes directly shouted, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes have been raising scholars for hundreds of years for all of you lineages, generations of high officials, years of generous pay, just for this moment, all of you, fighting for justice and death is today. We must not retreat. That's right, we will never retreat. Feel free to come with any punishment. We will never be afraid. The officials also collectively chimed in. After all, as the saying goes, the law is not the law. Right now the capital city officials of all sizes are here. The officials are naturally not afraid of the emperor's punishment, unless the emperor dares to so many people all arrested. But how is that possible? This directly paralyzed the entire court. All the magistracies can't work, and the emperor's orders can't get out of the forbidden city. Everyone's a fish out of water, but no one in their right mind could have fought so hard to lose both. Compromise is the only way out for Wei Hua. Stubborn and self-seeking, Prime Minister Xianwuji shook his head at these words, and without further persuasion, he immediately turned around and left. And after seeing Xianwuji leave, the crowd thought that they had scared off the Prime Minister and won the victory, and immediately shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, what a Prime Minister! A clay-legged man from a small bookkeeper's background, and still dares to fight with us worldly celebrities. Scared away by us. Fellow officers, work harder, let's all be united. If not shatter the forbidden city, let's make His Majesty retract his order and issue a sinful edict. That's right, as long as we work together, any emperor will have to compromise. This has been the case throughout the dynasties, and this one right now will never be an exception." The crowd was confident. After all, over the centuries, what their lineage had tried to accomplish with a concerted effort was something that the emperor would have to back down from. To put it bluntly, the emperor is just a loner, leaving their worldly power in power, a lone tree that can only be compromised. Just as the crowd was gloating, the sound of a neatly organized footstep suddenly came. Tap, 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 only to see 2,000 Wei family troops directly out, in a two-sided encircling attack, instantly surrounded the more than 1,000 officials in a tight, watertight circle. This murderous scene had startled the officials present, but soon, the family heads of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs jumped out and shouted arrogantly, "What do you want? I tell you, the entire dynasty's power and nobility can all be here. If you dare to touch a single hair on our heads, the entire court will have to go on strike. Can you afford this responsibility? His Majesty has an order. All of you kneel and listen." Lin Tinyo, who was leading the army, shouted coldly. He is the most ruthless sword under Wei Hua's command. 8 feet long, leopard head and eyes, swallow jaw and tiger beard, voice like a huge thunder, like a galloping horse. It is incredibly scary to look at. Humph, just kneel. The crowd didn't dare to be tough at the words, and the line of people knelt on the ground in unison. Immediately after, Lin Tinyo read Wei Hua handwritten edict said, "I undertake the order of heaven, the royal poll the world, the fear and trembling at all times, in order to secure the gods of earth and grain, and comfort the people as a thought. However, recently there are a group of ministers, do not comply with my order, gathering crowds of clamor. Disobedience is really treacherous. No king, the crime is not punishable. I have repeatedly issued orders, ordering you to retreat. You dare to defy the imperial power. Obsessive, openly defy the order, gathering a crowd to blackmail. Such behavior is not a subject for? You eat the king's salary. Do not think of repayment, but to gather the momentum, coercion of the king and father, really for heaven and earth is not allowed. The ancestors of the common anger, arrest all of them immediately, and give each one 100 strokes on the spot, as a warning to others. If anyone dares to disobey the order again, he will be executed without pardon. My Majesty is not to be trifled with. The law of the land will not allow you to trample on it. I am so proud of you." After reading it out, Lin Tinyo immediately shouted, "Come on people, pull down all their pants, give me a heavy beating. Each one of them will be beaten with 100 canes. Grandma, daring to bark in front of His Majesty's palace is outrageous. It's only because His Majesty is good-tempered. If it were me, Tinyo, would have chopped you up one by one with an axe. Yes. The Wei family troops quickly led the order and immediately went forward. What? The officials present were all dumbfounded at the words, each of them staring wide-eyed and sucking in a mouthful of cool air. They never thought that the words law is not responsible for the masses would be useless in front of Wei Hua. We ha! All the congregation are to blame. Everyone fights. Beat you until you are completely obedient. Trying to force Wei Hua to give in by having too many people? Do your dreaming. Wei Hua is not afraid to face 100,000 Liao troops, but also afraid of a group of you unarmed dog officials? Has His Majesty gone mad? We are all pillars of the court. How dare he do this? Lu Benwei, the head of the Fanyan Lu clan family, was still a bit incredulous and couldn't help but roar. Pa! Lin Tinyo directly slapped his face heavily in response, and then cursed, "You dog dare to insult His Majesty. Come on people, double this man and beat him with 200 canes. Swish! The Wei family army immediately stripped off the pants of the Lu family head, while the board instantly slammed down heavily. Pop! 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 Ah! 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 Chapter 100 The Zhuangshuanmen Rebellion. Ouch! 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 Stop it! Quickly stop! I am the head of the Fanyan Lu clan. I am a first-ranked official and the Minister of Rights. How dare you lay hands on me? Stop it now, or I'll wipe out your entire family. At first, when he was beaten, the Fanyan Lu clan's family head was quite arrogant, but soon, he realized that even when he shouted through his throat, the guards showed no signs of stopping, but instead hit harder. As a result, the anger of these worldly powers and nobles also instantly subsided, and they also knew how to be polite, and they also knew to beg for forgiveness, and one by one, they cried out in a snotty voice, "I'm sorry, we were wrong, don't fight, don't fight, we know we are wrong, we won't dare to yell and curse outside the palace gates anymore, and we won't dare to contradict His Majesty anymore, but where is the knowledge that it's wrong? Just the knowledge that it hurts my ass." As a result, the guards still didn't stop, perfectly executing His Majesty's order to hit each person 100 times. Pop! 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 Ah! 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 Seeing that neither hard nor soft will work, this group of people immediately began to reason. Rushing to Lin Tinyo and said, "Degrading. It's degrading. How can His Majesty do this to officials like us? If His Majesty acts in such a way, isn't he afraid that all the scholars in the world will oppose it and there will be no one available at the court?" But the reason why Wei Hua had sent Lin Tinyo to carry out the execution was because Lin Tinyo was a big old man who didn't understand these twists and turns. As expected, Lin Tinyo shook his head directly as he listened to the words of the 5 surnames and 7 wishes family heads. "I don't understand what you're saying. I just know that you guys don't listen to His Majesty's words. Then you deserve to be beaten by His Majesty." The officials present were completely speechless, and they realized what it means to be a showman and have a reason. At this moment, they were incredibly nostalgic for Prime Minister Xin. At least Prime Minister Xin could still be reasonable. Unlike this big old man, Lin Tinyo, who only knows how to carry out His Majesty's orders one way or the other, beating everyone to death. It wasn't that the crowd hadn't thought of resisting, but with their little power, in front of the 2,000 Wei family troops, it was simply a mouse meeting a cat, being easily crushed. Eventually, the Taiyuan Wang clan's family head couldn't take the beating anymore, and couldn't help but break out in curses. Fate ruler, Wei Hua, you are a thoroughly great dim-witted ruler for beating up the scholars. With such atrocities, the history books will surely leave you with a stench for years to come. Straight mother asterisk. This old man understands. You're cursing His Majesty. You've got a lot of nerve. I'll do this one myself. You won't die. Lin Tinyo was instantly furious at his words, and instantly snatched the pawns board and beat it hard himself. His strength of the force of the mountains and the world hit. Directly pop. Pop 3 sticks. Hard to break the stick are alive. Immediately hit the Taiyuan Wang's buttock skin open flesh. Even can see the bones. Pain. Screamed again and again. And that is just the beginning. The latter 100 staffs. Lin Tinyo all uncompromising. Quality and quantity. From the first-ranking officials, the ministers, down to the 7th-ranking officials, the ministers. Not a single one was spared. In the end, 1,200 courtiers. More than 300 were killed on the spot. More than 500 fainted. The rest are all wounded. Countless maimed. In particular, the few family heads of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs were given key care by Lin Tinyo, except for the Qinghe Chui clan, who was imprisoned. The heads of the other 6 families were all killed. The real practice of what is called the Tianjie trampled on the bones of the secretary, the noon gate hanging all the heads of the rich and powerful. It was also the fault of these families and clans that they were overconfident, thinking that a large number of people must be safe, and so they all came just in time. It gave Wei Huo a chance to hit the ground running. This courtroom caning directly shattered the pride of all the great families of the world, breaking the monopoly of the great families of the world over the court for hundreds of years. The world's great families are crying out for help, no longer dare to gather a crowd to force Wei Hua. The beating of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes directly ceased to exist in the Dazhou dynasty. Hit a Dazhou dynasty's clear sky. Hit no one dares to take liberties in front of Wei Hua again. Later history called it the Zuan Woman Rebellion. Zhao Taizu Wei Hua rage. But the ambush of thousands of people. The world onyx. The world is horrified. Your Majesty, all of these people have agreed to sell their fields, and the prices are all lower than what we offered. Some are even willing to give it directly to the court. Not long after, Prime Minister Xin Wuji excitedly came to rush Wei Hua to report. Really Bones, properly discussing with them is not happy. They have to be beaten before they are willing to be honest. Wei Hua could not help but sigh at the sight. But, right now the major government offices in the capital are all paralyzed. All the orders can't be sent out. Is Your Majesty releasing a batch of those officials who have taken a beating and letting them take the blame for their crimes? Prime Minister Xin Wuji suggested. Yamen without the official is indeed troublesome. The decree is indeed not out of the forbidden city. No release. Since we've caught them, we won't let any of them go. Once we release them, we'll be letting the tigers back into the mountain. And these people will still mobilize and cause even more trouble. Don't forget, they all have family slaves. This time it's just their own officials causing trouble. If they go back and incite their house slaves and tenants, then the entire Zhidong Road won't be able to live in peace. It's just as well, while they're all locked up, to finish the land revolution and have all the tenants liberated as homesteaders. That way, even if they go back, they won't be able to incite the people to cause trouble again. Wei Hua said. He can arrest these people not only to vent his anger, but also to ease the resistance to the land revolution. Originally, it was incredibly troublesome to catch these people, but they concentrated themselves and sent them to the door. So don't blame Wei Hua for killing them all in one fell swoop. But, without these officials, how to office? Although my Weijia army also has some clerks who know how to write in ink, but right now the army is also recruiting and refurbishing. So all of these people are also useful. Prime Minister Xin Wuji frowned. At this moment, he was really a bit of a coquette. No wonder these families and valves are so powerful. Leaving them, this court is still really difficult to do things. There's no harm. I have my own plan. Send the Wei family army to transcribe this decree and post it all over the streets of the various provinces, counties and townships of Zhidong Road. By then, there will be talents coming from the people to fill up the court. Wei Hua smiled faintly and took out a long-prepared decree, handing it to Prime Minister Xin Wuji. Chapter 101. The world was shocked when the imperial examination was launched. Prime Minister Xin Wuji took a look at the imperial decree, only to see that it was clearly written. Emperor Fengtian Changyun said by imperial decree, I heard that the way to rule the country, the first in the people, talents, the pillars of the country, the foundation of the earth and grain. Since ancient times, the saint ruled the world. Do not open up the way of the wise, selecting the wise and capable. In order to become the cause of peace, I undertake the mandate of the heavens, the command of the 10,000 parties, and have been conscientious, thinking of getting the talents, to join in the great achievements. This is hereby promulgated this imperial edict, the opening of the section of the scholar, widely accepting the talented. I know that the talented people out, should not be divided into high and low, regardless of whether the king and his majesty, or the son of the humble cloth, where there is talent and learning, all can apply for the test, to determine the level of talent and learning. I will be fair heart, select the real talent of the scholar, to award the official position, entrusted with important tasks. May the world of talent, enthusiastically go to the test, show their talent, serve the country. The system of the imperial examinations is designed to be fair and rigorous. Examiners should be impartial and law-abiding, to eliminate favoritism and fraud. Those who take the examination should also be honest and do not let down my high hopes. I will personally read the examination papers, choose the best, and give them the title and honor. I am well aware that the acquisition of talent, not overnight. May the world's scholars study diligently, cultivate their moral character, in order to wait for the right time. I will also set up a wide range of schools, education, cultivate excellence, with a view to the prosperity of the country, the people of peace and happiness. Chin up, the big killer that really broke the monopoly of the gatekeepers. The imperial examination system was released by Wei Hua. This was the reason why Wei Hua dared to go to war with the Shihua sect. It's just talent. There's plenty of it among the people. Your family is standing on its own, and you still have a sense of superiority? You think you can't play without your court? Simply stupid. I choose people directly from the people, so that the cold family out of the noble son, so that the people have hope to be among the court, so that all the knowledgeable people for the carp to leap over the dragon gate, so that the world will become the world of the world's people. It is open to everyone, regardless of their family origins. Hiss, Your Majesty is truly a heavenly being. Once this policy is released, the world will be abuzz. Not only will it tap into the talents of the people, I'm afraid that it will also attract talents from the Liao and Yu dynasties to be used by my Dezhao. By then, we'll be able to fulfill even more, not to mention the 1,000 or so vacancies. After all, apart from His Majesty, apart from Dezhao, who in the heavens could have such boldness to surrender talents to any style? Prime Minister Xin Wuji was also incomparably excited to see this edict, and couldn't help but rainbow fart. This emperor of his own family was simply too strong. Any 1,000-year-old problem seemed to be a piece of cake in front of him, and was solved by him at his fingertips. In response, Wei Hua smiled slightly and accepted the blowout. But it's not really about how smart Wei Hua is. Nothing else. It's just that the history of Wei Hua's world is so thick. There is nothing new under the sun. And people are actually repeating what they have experienced before and enjoying it. Therefore, basically, the problems encountered at the moment can find their corresponding templates in history, and likewise the solutions to cope with them. Wei Hua was to gather experience from this, and then to make sure that he could do the math and respond in an organized manner. Even modern society may seem to have become completely disconnected from ancient society, but in reality, there is essentially no difference between the so-called white-collar worker in an office tapping on a keyboard and the ancient female laborer weaving at a loom. The constant replies received in the group, the hitmen who were respectful to the leaders, and the tenants who worked in the fields, were not much nobler. The difference may be that cattle and horses have to eat grass when they are tired, whereas a cowhorse person who is tired will spend his own hard-earned money on something called coffee to keep himself strong. Soon, the Wei family army used Wei Hua's invention of engraving and printing to print out tens of thousands of copies of Wei Hua's imperial decree, which were posted in the streets of all the provinces, counties and townships of Zhidong Road. Even without the help of the court officials, Wei Hua still had 100,000 Wei family troops that could easily accomplish this. And soon, a large number of people gathered in front of the notices in the streets and alleys, looking at this holy decree, and could not help but marvel. No distinction between the gentry and the lowly. Really? Naturally it's true. His Majesty's golden words are never a lie. The Weijia army soldiers who posted the notice replied. Since ancient times, those who want to join the imperial court as officials have been emphasizing the importance of their family background, and only those with a good family background can join the civil service, and we commoners will never have a chance to make a name for ourselves. Today this holy decree is really the first time in the world it actually gives us commoners a chance to make a name for ourselves. Your Majesty is truly a great lord. I want to sign up. I want to sign up. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted excitedly, but some others cautiously asked, I wonder how this imperial examination actually works. The imperial examination is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is open to everyone, and the examination will be held 3 days later within the county offices of each county. The exams will be on the history of the 9 states, general knowledge of literature, the 9 chapters of arithmetic, the 4 books, the 5 sutras, and so on. Those who pass the exam will be awarded the title of shokai, which will allow them to enter the yamen as clerks, and in this way they will be promoted step by step, the Wei family soldiers explained. And the crowd herd can only be a bookkeeper. Suddenly sighed, hey, I said, the court how can be so generous? The original is still let me and so on when the district minor official. It seems that no matter how to change the dynasty, the difference between the family will always exist. The official position only belongs to the family, belongs to the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. The best place for ordinary people like me is as a scholar. What's your hurry? I haven't finished yet. All shokai can enter the capital for the second round of exams. The exam will be on the topic of curricula written in His Majesty's handwriting. His Majesty will take the top 300 of them and give them the title of Jiurun. The merit of a lifer can be directly awarded to a ranked official position and enter the major government offices in the capital as an errand boy. Wei Jejun explained in a stone-faced manner. What? Can you really give us an official position? The onlookers were all shocked at the words. If you are a fake, there are many vacancies in the imperial court right now, so as long as you have real talent, His Majesty is willing to wait in vain. Moreover, His Majesty has said that the lifts are not the end of the line. Currently, the imperial examination is only implemented in the province of Zhidong, so there will only be 2 rounds. When it is implemented nationwide, there will be a 3rd round. Those who are successful in the 3rd round will be awarded the title of Jinshur. A scholar is a field worker in the morning. He is also a member of the Hall of Heaven in his twilight. Even the most inferior 3rd-ranked scholar can be granted the position of county magistrate. As for the 1st-ranked scholar, That is even more of a future chief ministerial staff. The position of prime minister. Wei Jejun word by word. Throwing sound. Directly shocked the whole field actually appeared a moment of silence. Quietly everyone could only hear each other's excited gasps. After the quiet, the crowd, one by one, blushed and asked excitedly, hiss, me and other commoners and ordinary people, it is possible to be the prime minister? This is something I can't even dream of. Not to mention prime minister, even if I were to become a county magistrate 100-mile marquis, then I would be smoking from my ancestors' graves. Is this imperial examination really so powerful? Can it give us so much honor and wealth? What about the gatekeeper families? They won't let us commoners take their positions. The commoners asked with mixed feelings. Joy is that the imperial examination really gives them a chance to change their destiny. And sorrow is that the 5 surnames and 7 hopes are so powerful that they are afraid that it will not be so easy to implement. And at this time, Wei Jejun finally rushed at the crowd and threw down a thunderous message. I forgot to tell you all. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes and the major families in the capital have colluded with the Liao clan, defied imperial authority, and bullied His Majesty. They have been eliminated by His Majesty. Right now, His Majesty has cleared the way for you all. It's up to you all to have the ability to test out your own path to prosperity. Bottom line, the big stage of the imperial examination. Come if you have talent. Boom! These words were like the first shock of thunder, instantly causing the crowd to no longer hesitate. So the crowd cried out, sign up! I want to enroll. I've been studying since I was young, and I've been muddling along for more than 30 years now, and I've always been mocked. Today I finally have this opportunity. I must cherish it. I also enroll. I've been studying since I was a child, and now I'm over 50 years old. I've waited most of my life for an opportunity. I'm going to fight for it, not to prove that I'm marvelous. I'm going to show everyone that studying really does work. And me, I'm the same. Me too. Similar scenes continue to play out in various parts of Zhidong Road. It can truly be said that the world was shocked when the imperial examinations were held. Local talents from all walks of life flocked out only to learn the arts and crafts and sell them to the imperial family. Chapter 102 The Talent Dilemma. Zhidong Road, Huiji County. The poor scholar Lin Mo felt like his bones were falling apart at the moment. He huddled in the mud in the alley, rainwater dripping down his hair, mixing with the blood at the corner of his mouth, haloing a dark red flower on the ground. The sneers of the Su family's servants still echoed in his ears, just by virtue of a humble son like you. How can you be worthy of my young lady's desire? What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He struggled to hold himself up. His back was burning hot and aching. The punches and kicks of those houseguests in the party were relentless, picking the most painful places to hit. Lin Mo held onto the wall and limped towards home. The rain dampened his green shirt and the fabric clung to his body, making him look even more wretched. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, his mother was sewing under the lamp. Seeing her son in this state, the needle and thread in her hand snapped to the floor. "Mo!" she exclaimed and pounced over. "What's going on?" Lin Mo shook his head and forced a smile through the pain. "Mother, I'm fine. I just fell." The mother's hands were trembling as she carefully wiped away the blood from her son's face, unable to stop the tears from falling. Is it because of Miss Su? Mother has long said that a family like ours is not worthy of." "Mother!" Lin Mo interrupted her. "Child knows the difference." He held onto the wall and walked into the inner room, dragging out a wooden box from under the bed. The box was neatly packed with books, and at the top was a pad embroidered with orchids. That was what Miss Su quietly slipped to him at the poetry meeting, and the faint jasmine fragrance still lingered on it. Thinking of that day's poetry meeting, Lin Mo's heart seized up again. Miss Su was dressed in white, sitting in the middle of a crowd of ladies, but she stood out like a crane. The poems she recited were so clear and elegant that they drew applause from the audience. And when he gathered the courage to go up to the poem, the glint in her eyes made him unforgettable to this day. However, at the same time the snorting laughter of the housekeeper rang in his ears. The last thing that's lacking in this would-be county is poor talents. You think you can climb the ladder just because you can write a few poems? Not even a door. Lin Mo clenched his fists, his nails sinking deep into his palms. He hated his origin, hated this world that only looked at the family rank. He studied hard for more than 10 years, but he couldn't even see the face of his beloved. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Brother Lin, is Brother Lin available?" It was the voice of fellow student Wang Shang. Lin Mo reluctantly got up and opened the door. Wang Shang was soaked to the skin but full of excitement. "Look, the court has issued a new imperial examination order." He shook the notice in his hand. "Regardless of rank, everyone can participate in the imperial examinations. Brother Lin, your chance has come. Here's our chance." Lin Mo received the report, his hands shaking slightly. In the halo of the oil lamp, the black characters on the white paper were especially clear. the emperor is so wise that he has opened the imperial examinations, and all the citizens of Dezhou, regardless of their origins, can take the exams. His eyes were moist. At this moment, it was as if a light had shone into his gray life. Those humiliations of being beaten and the pain of being ridiculed were all turned into motivation to move forward. Mother, he turned to look at his worried mother. Child is going to take the imperial examinations. I want to make a name for myself. I want to break the damned difference in rank and tell the Su family that I am not a useless and poor scholar. Mother froze, then broke into a pleased smile. Good, good. Mother supports you. On the other hand, on the east side of Zhejiang province, in the eastern part of Shang County, there was a small and dilapidated thatched hut fluttering in the wind and rain. The furnishings inside the hut were simple, and the only thing that stood out was the table piled with books and manuscripts. This is the home of Su Jingyan, a talented scholar from Shang County. Since he was young, Su Jingyan was very smart and knowledgeable, and he had a deep understanding of the classics, history, poems and songs. He was so knowledgeable that he was praised for his talent. However, fate seems to be deliberately playing tricks on him. He is from a humble background. In the evaluation of the system of the 9 ranks, was mercilessly categorized into the lower class. This evaluation, such as an insurmountable gap, will be completely separated from the official career. Those who come from a famous family, even if they do not learn, just by the family rank, they can easily get a high position, step by step, and Su Jingyan, empty belly full of experience, but can only be in this dilapidated courtyard, looking out the window of the sky, sighing in vain that fate is not fair. In order to make a living, and even more to find a chance to show his talent, he had to resign himself to become a staff member of the Zhou family, which is a big family. Zhou Mansion. It was a majestic mansion with high vermilion doors and deep courtyards. The moment Su Jingyan stepped into the Zhou Mansion, he felt a deep sense of humiliation and unwillingness. He was in the study every day for the Zhou family's young master Zhou Yichen to write articles, draft letters. Zhou Yichen, with his talent in the literary world, won a lot of praise. The career is also smooth sailing, and continue to rise. Su Jingyan, on the other hand, can only hide behind the curtain and suffer all this in silence. Zhou Yichen is arrogant and rude, relying on the power of the family. To Su Jingyan all kinds of ridicule. In Zhou Yichen's eyes, Su Jingyan is nothing but a humble man of letters for him to drive, a tool for him to gain fame and fortune. Every time Zhou Yichen took Su Jingyan's well-written articles and showed them off in front of the crowd, the complacent eyes and mocking words were like a sharp blade, piercing Su Jingyan's heart. Su Jingyan, with your origin, do you deserve to have this kind of talent? If it wasn't for this young master giving you a chance, you're afraid that you wouldn't even be able to eat. Zhou Yichen said to Su Jingyan with a cold smile like this from time to time. Su Jingyan bit his lower lip. The anger in his heart was burning, but he had to endure it. He knew that in this world, he was a man of few words, and if he clashed with Zhou Yichen, he would only lose the job that barely sustained his livelihood, and fall into an even more difficult situation. He could only sit alone in the small courtyard in the dead of night, facing the bright moon, drinking to drown his sorrows, turning the indignation and helplessness in his heart into a bitter poem. Days passed like this, and Su Jingyan's days in the Zhou mansion became more and more difficult. However, just when he was almost swallowed up by this endless darkness, an imperial edict was like a beam of dawn that illuminated his bleak world. On this day, Su Jingyan went out to buy some ink, paper and inkstones, only to see the notice office surrounded by people. Su Jingyan was curious to take a look, but the content of the notice instantly made him freeze, and he stood in front of the notice for a whole day. From the morning until the evening, until everyone had left, he was still standing in front of the notice, constantly reading every word of His Majesty's Science and Technology Order, reciting it backwards, and then he broke down and cried. He howled with laughter. He lay on the floor. He was excited. He knew that his chance had come. Your Majesty is wise, sage of science and technology. Chapter 103. All the heroes of the world are in my hands. 3 days later, the first round of the sensational imperial examinations for the first round of county exams began in the 83 counties of Zhejiang Road. In a short period of time, the number of people enrolled in the imperial examinations was actually as high as more than 30,000 people, greatly exceeding the expectations of Wei Hua and the court. Almost all of the Zhejiang Road's readers all signed up, cherishing this hard-won opportunity. Even the neighboring Jianghuai Dao of Zhejiang Dao and the Ganzhou Dao of Yu Dynasty had people who came to participate. That's still because of the time crunch, only 3 days. Otherwise, even Liao's territory would have people running over to apply for the test. After all, the commoners of the Cold family had waited for hundreds of years for such an opportunity to turn over a new leaf, claiming that it was the first time that the heavens had opened up, so much so that in many places there were too many people to sit in the county courthouse, and the candidates were eventually placed in open spaces to barely fit. During this time, there were countless cheats and cheaters. However, the invigilators were 100,000 Wei family troops, all of whom were as clear-eyed as a torch, with an iron face, and caught a lot of cheaters, upholding the fairness of the imperial examinations. There were also some local powerful scholars who tried to find connections to give their families due to high score, or impersonate other candidates' excellent test papers, or have their own children mark their test papers. And anyway, all kinds of tawdry maneuvers were all over the place. The centuries of heritage of these powerful and scholarly clans have really been spent on this. In order to maintain the fairness of the imperial examinations, Wei Hua gave a direct order. Papers are read and approved on the spot. Let the Wei family army join the candidates in supervising from the sidelines. In this way, no one would dare to show favoritism in plain sight. Anyway, the first round of exams are all objective questions with fixed answers. Ding is ding is ding. No one can weasel their way out of it. In the end, more than 1,000 Shōtsai were successfully recruited out of more than 30,000 candidates. The first batch of talents were selected for Wei Hua, for the Dezhou dynasty, and a number of full marks of talent have emerged. Lin Mo of Huiji County and Su Jingyan of Shang County were both awarded first place in their respective counties, and were not only awarded the title of Shōtsai, but also qualified to take the examination in Beijing. They were not only honored with the title of scholar, but also qualified to take the examination in Beijing, and were given the title of county chief of cases. At the same time, in order to make the imperial examination system deeply rooted in people's hearts, Wei Hua also organized a special celebration for these new Shōkai. Let these top-ranked Shōtsai ride high horses arranged by the court, wearing big red flowers, and parade through the streets surrounded by the county government offices, accepting the worship of all the common people. At the end of the parade, the county magistrate personally received and hosted a banquet for these new talents to show the court's love for talent. For a while, the two of them were in the limelight. The Su family, who originally looked down on Lin Mo, also sent congratulatory gifts, saying that after Lin Mo was successful in the imperial examination, the wedding would not be impossible. The Zhou family's youngest, who had mocked Su Jingyan, also came to apologize, saying that he had been a dog's eye before. That scene was truly a springtime hoof racing. One day to see all the flowers of Chang'an. 7 days later, the government paid for a free stagecoach service to allow all the Shōtsai from each county to gather in Linan, the capital, to open the second round of the imperial examinations. To show respect for these talents and to make the importance of the imperial examinations visible, Wei Hua directly arranged for these Shōtsai to take the examination within the important area of the forbidden city of the imperial palace. Let the world see Wei Hua's desire for talent. Watching the rows and rows of Shōkai scholars from the Xianwu gate fish through the door, Wei Hua stood on top of the city tower. Could not help but sigh, the world's heroes are all in my enough. With these talents, not to mention the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs striking and resisting, even if all the officials don't want to do it, I can still start another stove. There is a shortage of everything in this place. It's the talent that's not in short supply. If you don't do it, someone else will. Wei Hua then entered the examination room and sat on the dragon chair as the invigilator of this imperial examination. See, your majesty, long live the emperor. Shōkai did not even dream that they were still in the broken thatched roof a few days ago, but today they can go to the forbidden city. And this time the supervisor of the examination is actually the current emperor. So they are ecstatic, and they only feel that in the past, they did not dare to dream of doing this kind of beautiful things. The current Prince of Heaven is truly extraordinary. He is truly incomparable to the previous Prince of Yu dynasty. It's really a new dynasty, to be honest, before the sudden change of dynasty. In fact, many readers had opinions in their hearts. After all, we are the people of the Yu dynasty. The idea of the king and the subject is deeply rooted in people's hearts, and many readers feel that this is Wei Hua's treacherous treasonous act. As a general of the Yu dynasty, how can Wei Hua usurp the throne of the Yu dynasty? But right now, with the promulgation of the imperial examination system, the world's readers are given a smooth road and a bright future. Plus His Majesty's courtesy and love of talent, the crowd suddenly realized that this was not a conspiracy to rebel. It was clearly the Holy Lord appearing to set things right. As for that damn Yu dynasty, get as far away as you can. Little cutie. I miss it. After all, in the Yu dynasty every one of these humble children can only be dogs, whereas in the Dazhou dynasty, we can be human beings. This, too, is another benefit of the imperialist system. Collect the hearts of the world's scholars and let the great scholars discern the scriptures for me. After this, the world's readers will only recognize Dezhou as the orthodoxy and Wei Hua as His Majesty. All of you work hard. Those who pass the exam will be my disciples in the future. In the future, as long as it's something for the people, I will back you up. Wei Hua encouraged the crowd to say something, making the crowd even more excited, itching to use all their strength to perform well in front of Wei Hua. Afterwards, Wei Hua even wrote down the second round of examination questions in his own handwriting. What makes a country rich and strong? A few hours later, all the candidates finished their exams, and Wei Hua was even with Chancellor Xian Wuji, personally correcting the exam papers. In just a few hours of this koan, quite a few masterpieces have really emerged. Two of these strategies impressed Wei Hua. One article is written by Lin Mo. Take agriculture as the foundation. Enrich the country and strengthen the army. It reads, the wealth and strength of a nation cannot be achieved in one day. Must also, first solidify its foundation, and then seek its end. Agriculture, the country's foundation. Therefore, in order to make the country rich and strong, must first refarming. In ancient times, the saintly king ruled the world, not the first business of agriculture and mulberry, covering agriculture and mulberry, the source of food and clothing, the basis of the people. Today's country, want to be rich and strong, also should be based on agriculture. It is appropriate to advise the lessons of agriculture and mulberry, light levies, so that the people can do their best in the fields and acres. And when the construction of water conservancy, open up a wide range of cantonment, in order to increase the geographical advantage. In this way, the granary is solid, food and clothing is sufficient, and the country's use is self-financing. However, the way to enrich the country is not only agriculture. Soldiers, the country's sharp weapon. Therefore, in order to make the country rich and strong, must also be strong soldiers. It is appropriate to select the generals to train troops, repair equipment, so that strong soldiers and horses, and when the clear reward and punishment, strict discipline, so that the soldiers use their lives. In this way, the people can be safe inside, outside the strong enemy, and the country is safe. The agriculture and the military, the great things of the country, the two complement each other, then the country rich and strong can be expected. Therefore, for the government, when the agriculture as the basis, to the military for the defense, the two equal importance, cannot be abused. Many of them coincided with Wei Hua's agrarian revolution, causing Wei Hua to nod his head as he read them. The other is Su Jingyan's business and favor the workers, through the wealth of the country, which reads the country's wealth and strength, not only agriculture and military also, business, the way of wealth also, workers, sufficient for the country's tools also. Therefore, in order to make the country rich and strong, we must also promote business and industry. In the ancient times, Taigong ruled Qi, and the state of Qi became rich through the commercial and industrial industries and the benefits of fish and salt. Guanzhong Fei's Huangong set up the right of light and heavy, the law of the 9 houses, and the state of Qi to strong. It is known that the industry of commerce and industry, but also the way to enrich the country and strengthen the army. Today's country, want to be rich and strong, but also to promote business and industry. It is appropriate to relax the prohibition of customs and markets, light merchants of the tax, so that the circulation of goods, financial resources, and win the award to persuade the craft, advocate skills, so that the use of good, abundant production. In this way, the state treasury is full, the people's wealth is abundant, and the country is rich. However, the way to promote business and benefit industry is not only to seek wealth, it should also be righteousness for profit, and publicity for the heart. Merchants shall not be fraudulent, the engineer shall not be obscene. In this way, the commercial and industrial industry, but also can be thick customs, positive hearts, and the country's self-reliance carried forward. The business and industry, but also the country's major events. With agriculture and military support, the country rich and strong can be expected. Therefore, for the government, when the business benefit workers, through the wealth of the country, the 4 equal importance, not to be deviated from, to be able to propose the way of business in an era where agriculture was emphasized over commerce. This Su Jingyan did have something. In the end, Wei Hua appointed Lin Mo as the first place winner of this imperial examination, and he was named Xia Yuan. He was authorized to be the 6th grade minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Su Jingyan was the second place winner of the imperial examination, and was also authorized to be the 6th grade minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Let 2 people in just a few days realize the change from the poor people, shabby cloth to the official 6 ranks, into the central government, and all the other new students were awarded the 7th grade. It's like a carp jumping over the dragon gate. Let the world see the power of the imperial examinations. Wei Hua, given the starting officer, as long as you have talent, you will be used in all cases. The first task Wei Hua gave to these new students was to help Prime Minister Xian Wuji to complete the land revolution in the eastern province of Zhejiang. Let the plowman enjoy his land. Let the wide building have 10 million homes. Let the sheltered people have a happy face. And let the people live with dignity. At the same time, completely dismantle the power of the gentry and clans. Chapter 104. My lord, times have changed. as the heads of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs and other families and gates were imprisoned, and as they themselves had personally signed the incomparably cheaper instruments of sale of their fields. As a result, their families did not dare to resist and could only watch their fields being bought by the government. And with the end of the imperial examination, the officials who divided the fields at this moment are completely in place. 300 officials of the Joji and 1,000 officials of the Shoji. All of them went out. Wei Hua's second land revolution was finally ready to go off with a bang. Let the common people of Zhejiang Road, too, have a piece of land of their own. It was also during the process of dividing the fields that Wei Hua realized that despite being at the foot of the emperor, despite being the richest province in the world, Zhejiang Dao, however, the people at the bottom were still severely burdened and suffering. Although it is not as easy as the Jizhou Dao and the Jianghuai Dao, but it is still not enough food and clothing. The people at the bottom worked from morning to night every day, not daring to rest for a moment, but in return, they could not even get enough to eat. Every day, they can only barely keep from starving to death. Obviously we all tread the same ground and see the same sky, but on the one hand, there is the Jumanji night and day, with all kinds of extravagance. On the one hand, it is difficult for the poor to feed themselves, and there are many starving people. These times are really characterized by the word cannibalism. Luckily, Wei Hua came. He is not a saint, but he carries with him 5,000 years of history from another world and knows to treat people as human beings, knows that people should live with dignity, and just by doing that, Wei Hua was praised by all the people. After practically getting the land deed belonging to them, many old people excitedly kneeled down on their fields, cupped the soil on the ground and sent it to their mouths. This is the moment when even unpalatable dirt becomes incredibly sweet. Because, it's dirt that belongs to them. It's the ground that belongs to them. Wheat has been ripe thousands of times, but the wheat field belonging to their common people. This is indeed the first time in the history of the world, especially when those tenant farmers whose ancestors had been oppressed by the gentry for generations finally became homesteaders. They were thrilled with old tears. God knows how much oppression they were subjected to as tenants by their masters' families. It was simply treating them like cattle and horses kept in the house. Even worse than cattle and horses. Not only do they have to farm, but they also have to do all kinds of odd jobs for the master's family for free, and if they don't get along, they will be beaten by the master's family. Even the daughters they married with great difficulty and raised, who were looked upon by the master's family, would be spoiled at will, and they didn't dare to resist, because if they did, they would lose their chance to be tenants and would have to starve to death. Until this moment, they were finally free. Finally, they can stop looking at people's faces. Finally they could live by their own hands. By their own labor. It was also at this moment that the crowd thoroughly trusted this newly emerged dynasty, and the world returned. The common people were the most simple. They spontaneously built many temples for Wei Hua, and even privately gave Wei Hua a new nickname, Sacred Son of Heaven, beyond all previous sons of heaven. And everyone secretly decided in their hearts that when the grain is ripe, they must give the best grain to His Majesty, send it to their great benefactor. A few days later, in the imperial prison in the capital, among the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, the only surviving Qinghe family head saw that he was actually not killed while being locked up, coupled with the fact that the jailers who guarded him were also becoming more and more perfunctory. Then he felt that with so many officials leaving outside, there must be a big mess. I can't believe I forgot about myself, the biggest prisoner. So, he couldn't help but rush at the jailer and ask, "Isn't His Majesty letting us out yet? I'm afraid there's already a big mess outside. Hurry up and tell His Majesty that only us officials can help him take care of this world. Quickly release us." It was then that the jailer replied with a snap of his head, "Oh yeah, I almost forgot to inform you guys. You guys can go out now." The head of the Chui family was instantly ecstatic at his words, shouting excitedly, "Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew His Majesty couldn't leave us. Without us, it's hard for the decrees to even leave the Forbidden City." Then, these courtiers who had been imprisoned for almost a month finally walked out of the imperial prison. However, after walking out, they plotted with their thieves' hearts, saying, "Straight mother thief, this dim-witted ruler has killed so many of us and beaten us to such a state. We must not give in. When we get back, we will follow the original plan. Every household will mobilize their own tenants and slaves to revolt. We occupy 90% of the land in the entire Zhejiang province. The tenants under our command add up to over 1 million. As long as we mobilize them, the entire Dezhou dynasty will tremble for it. Then we'll contact the Liao clan and the Yu dynasty and attack from the north and south, and we'll surely be able to overthrow this Dezhou. At that time, let's push the Qinghe clan to be the emperor. In the future, this world will be ours, the Gatehouse families. That's right, I've been in officialdom for decades, but I've never been so humiliated. I can't believe that I stripped my pants and beat us so hard. This account, Must be settled with him. Yes, old me is still limping on my leg. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. With those words, the crowd returned to their clans majestically. As soon as he returned home, the Chui family head, Chui Jian, couldn't wait to rush his family and shouted, "Quickly, quickly gather the tenants. This family head is going to take revenge." However, Chui's family members were looking at me and me at you, each looking at the other with no one taking action. Seeing this scene, the Chui family lord instantly became furious. "What do you mean? I've been locked up for a month, so I can't speak well anymore, can I? Each and every one of you have turned a deaf ear to my words? Am I still the Chui family's family head?" The crowd hurriedly explained. "No, family master, we definitely listened to your words, but really, times have changed. Our family has no more tenants." Chapter 105 Abolition of the 9-Principal Middle Ranking System. What do you mean? What do you mean there are no more tenants? Our Chui clan's tens of thousands of tenants can still be gone overnight? Chui Jian, the head of the Qinghe Chui clan's family, asked in a confused manner. No more tenants is no more tenants. Is not the master of the family you personally signed the instrument of sale of the fields? Our Chui family's fields have been sold. All the fields of our Chui family have been sold, and now they're being given to the people for free by His Majesty. Now that the people have fields, who would be a tenant? So naturally, our family has no more tenants, the Chui family explained. Chui Jian was even more dumbfounded as he asked incredulously, "How is this possible? Distributing the fields to the common people, this must be such a tedious and vast project. How can His Majesty accomplish it when all of us officials are locked up in prison? Is it possible to rely on the Weijia army? But there are only a few of them who can read, so it's completely impossible to do it." Family head, just take a look at this. Chui family members secretly said that the family head had really spent a lot of time in jail and didn't know anything. Thus, everyone immediately brought the notice of the section order to show Chui Jian. Chui Jian looked at the order of the imperial examination, which reads, "There should be no distinction between high and low ranks, regardless of whether it is a prince, a general, or a son of a humble family. Any person with talent and learning can take the examination, and talent and learning will determine the level." Instantly felt a black eye, almost fainted. "This, Your Majesty, is to break their gate valve foundation. That's too harsh. Once this imperial examination is out, the difference between the gate of their gateway family to survive, the 9 products, there is still a use. Are there many people participating in the imperial examinations?" Chui Jian, the head of the Qinghe Chui clan's family, asked with a trembling voice. "But there are many. These assholes can hardly seize an opportunity to become an official. Then naturally they flock to it. It is said that the number of applicants is as high as 30,000, and the thresholds of many local county offices have been trampled by these poor scholars," Chui family members said with disdain, looking down on these poor scholarly people from the bottom of their bones. "How many people has His Majesty accepted as officials?" Jian Chui continued to ask. 300 minor officials of the 7th rank, and then 1,000 clerks. It was these people who helped His Majesty complete the division of the fields. It's said that His Majesty's dragon face is so pleased that he's even prepared to give these people promotions. Grandma, what a stroke of luck for them. It's outrageous that assholes can actually become officials. Chui family members replied indignantly. "Did you guys take the imperial exams?" Ken Chui continued to ask. "Family master, what are you talking about? We are the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, the number 1 family in the world. We were born to have an official. Why should we take the exam? That's right, only assholes need to work hard. Sectors such as ours are born to be superior. It's not just our Chui family. Basically the sons of the first and second-rate families didn't take the imperial examinations. As for those assholes, let them take the exams. Even if they study hard for decades, how can they catch up to the hundreds of years of hard work of my ancestors?" The Chui family members said with a proud face. Although the fields were sold, they felt from the beginning that the glory of the lineage was still there. After all, the 9-person system has not been abolished, and they feel that they can still become officials through the 9-person system. So, who wants to eat the time to study for the exam? That tramps how tired. Doesn't hooked on listening smell good? Isn't the illustration of jade beautiful? Asshole words. Each and every one of you is a fool. In the future, all of you will have to take the imperial examinations, Chui Jian said with a serious face. Family master, why is this? Isn't this degrading ourselves? Yes, we can sit back and enjoy ourselves for hundreds of years. Why do we have to take the test now? Chui family members asked without understanding. If I'm not mistaken, His Majesty is afraid that he's going to abolish the 9-rank system. In the future, anyone who wants to become an official will have to go through the imperial examinations. If you guys don't participate in the imperial examinations, in the future, my Chui family I'm afraid that there will no longer be a foothold in the imperial court, Cui Jian said with a sigh. What? On what grounds does His Majesty abolish the nine-piece system? It's too much. This is too unfair. How can something that's been around for hundreds of years be easily abolished? That's right. How can we, with our 5 surnames and 7 hopes, the world's first-class families, take an exam with assholes? This is not bullying the honest people. Family Master, let's revolt. Contact all the major families and ask His Majesty to abolish the imperial examination system and restore the 9-rank system. The Cui family exploded upon hearing this. The government bought their fields, and although they were dissatisfied, they were not yet desperate. After all, the government pays money, and their Cui family still has an official job with an imperial salary to take. But now if His Majesty abolishes the 9-rank system, that would be abolishing their official positions. So what else would they eat and drink? And they instantly can't sit still. Resistance? With what? The fields were divided by His Majesty, and the tenants are now all His Majesty's most loyal subjects. 6 of the 7 heads of the 5 surnames and 7 families have been killed. Even us officials have vacated our positions to be replaced by newcomers. We take our heads in revolt. Cui Jian sighed and said, why would he not want to resist? But he did not expect that His Majesty today would be so powerful as to take advantage of the fact that they had been imprisoned for just 1 month to take advantage of the situation and divide the fields of these powerful families of theirs, cutting off their future. They were now facing His Majesty and were no longer in a position to resist. We can also contact our fellow clansmen of the 5 surnames and 7 wishes of the Liao and Yu dynasties. We are all relatives and will definitely help us. The Cui family members said in a hurry. You guys are too young. Only their own strength. Relatives, that is relatives. If you don't have strength yourself, relatives will only step on you fiercely, but also taunt you really waste. Right now, we are mixing so miserably in Dezhou. How can the relatives of the other 2 countries help us? Not to fall on the well are considered good. Cui Jian shook his head and said, family head, then what should we do right now? We can't lose our official position. The Cui family members then completely panicked and asked in a hurry, hey, I kind of know why His Majesty left me alive. His Majesty is letting me, the head of the world's #1 family, take the initiative to set an example for the subjects of the world. Therefore, tomorrow I will submit a petition to His Majesty to abolish the 9-rank system. In addition, donate half of my family's assets and books from my family to help His Majesty establish a school for the world's readers. This time, I have to be decent myself. I can't let His Majesty be decent for me anymore. Only then will my Cui family not be swept away by His Majesty. And you all need to study well and take the imperial examinations in the future, so that my Cui family can continue to exist. Otherwise, my Cui family will completely go up in smoke. Worthy of being the head of the world's #1 family, Cui Jian still had a few brushes. He immediately guessed Wei Hua's intention to lead him a dog's life, and also immediately and obediently prepared to be a dog. Family Master, does it have to be like this? We don't want to study. Cui family members sniffed one by one and said with a sad face, they have been accustomed to enjoying themselves for half of their lives, and they always feel that the old ancestors have suffered for them. They should lie in the ancestors' merit book to enjoy happiness. This all of a sudden let them read the imperial examinations. So hard, is really difficult. And Cui Jian also made up his mind and said viciously, if you don't want to study, then go farm for me. From now on, my Cui family will not raise idlers. Each family can either earn their own living and farm their own fields, either study hard and get the family's support. Which way you want to go? You guys choose yourselves. The next day, Cui Jian submitted a petition to Wei Hua to abolish the 9-pin system, and he donated half of his family's assets and books from his family to establish a school, among other requests. Wei Hua nodded at his words, secretly saying that those who can climb to a high position are really old foxes. A little bit of it. So, Wei Hua immediately went along with the request. When this request went down, it instantly stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone, causing the world's worldly families to talk about it with anger. Many worldly families immediately wanted to resist. Although the officials in the capital had been wiped out by Wei Hua, there were still many officials from the lineage in the counties and prefectures who were ready to set off a new round of resistance. However, these forces are too dispersed. Unlike the capital city, which is so centralized that it is inconvenient to contact them, it took days to communicate with each other, so they couldn't make any big waves. Coupled with Wei Hua's early preparations, those more than 1,000 Shotsai were all given official ranks by Wei Hua because of their merits in distributing the fields to various prefectures and counties. Although they didn't have any soldiers with them, they were alone. But the local people who had been given their fields were their greatest reinforcement. They had shared the fields together and were the closest of comrades. The families do not move. Okay. A move will be taken down directly. On the spot removal arrested into the capital. And the showman on the top of the job. take up the post. At this moment, more than 1,000 officials of the new section, completely occupying the corners of Zhedong, so that Wei Hua's decree can be completely exerted. At this point, the Zhedong road was completely pacified, and the gatekeeper families could no longer pose any danger to Wei Hua. It can really be said that, once the imperial examinations were launched, the gate fell, and the scholar returned to his heart. Chapter 106 Instigating the Yu Dynasty Uprising. After the great success of the imperial examinations in Zhedong province, Wei Hua was officially pushed across the country. The imperial examinations were also conducted in the provinces of Jizhou Dao and Zhenghuai Dao, so that the talents of these two provinces could also be used for their own purposes. An imperial achievement is nothing but both civil and military. In terms of civil governance, by dividing up the fields and the imperial examinations, Wei Hua has already done a pretty good job. On the other hand, Wukong Wei Hua did not fall behind Wei family army before a series of big battles. The army wounded a lot of soldiers. Seriously injured need to be discharged to replace the new soldiers. Those with minor injuries needed to have their wounds healed. And Wei Huadu was in full swing, especially the sailor division. Heavy losses. Wei Huan recruited a group of hardcore supporters after the division of the field into the sailor division for training. Not only so that the sailor division to restore the original establishment, but also expanded to a full 30,000 people to deal with the situation of the south of the dense water network. However, at present, Wei Hua's finances were limited, and raising an army of more than 100,000 Wei family members was already the limit, and it was impossible to continue expanding the army on a large scale. Thus, right after the division of the fields was over, Wei Hua instituted a reserve militia system. Simply put, a group of strong and able-bodied elites were selected from among the common people and militarized for 1 to 2 months during the farming season. In this way, the court did not need to pay salaries to raise soldiers, but could have a militia hidden among the people, just waiting for the war to break out completely. These reservists could be converted into full-fledged soldiers, giving Wei Hua a huge increase in strength. Although the fighting strength of such a militia could not be compared to that of the regular Weijia army, it was definitely much stronger than the soldiers who were directly drawn into the army. If an enemy comes to kill us, we can always defend the city. It's just that getting the people to bring their own dry food and listen to the court's training for free has been incredibly troublesome and difficult to implement in past dynasties. But the common people after the division of the fields were grateful to Wei Hua. But it was immensely voluntary. For a while, the wind of militia training was stirred up everywhere in the great Jiaosu kingdom. The people were all proud to be militia members. At the same time, the work must be done with the best weapons. All kinds of weapons are also being rushed into production, especially gunpowder weapons, all kinds of shells. Also, the red coat cannon was combined by Wei Hua with a warship to develop the first ship with a cannon in this world. Every day, Wei Hua's strength grew. Everything, just waiting for time to ferment. As soon as the wheat is ripe, the artillery is ready, and the training of the new recruits is complete. It will be the time for Wei Hua to conquer Nanyu again and unify the world. Moreover, in addition to messing with his own civil and military skills, Wei Hua had secretly sent out people to carry out a secret plan. Never let the enemy be idle. On the other hand, the Yu dynasty territory, with the Yu dynasty's successive increase in taxes, not only increased the 3 rates, but also added what the guardian rates. Heavy taxation pressure on the people cannot breathe. The fields are barren. The family broke countless people. In a small village on the Sichuanshuhai road, old farmer Li Laohan squatted on the ridge of his family's field, looking at the parched land with a frown on his face. In previous years at this time, the field has long been green, but now cannot even afford to buy seeds, let alone pay taxes. 9 out of 10 houses in the village are empty. Some have fled the famine, and some have been captured by the government for forced labor. Father, what shall we do? Li Ergu, Li Laohan's son, squatted aside, clutching a handful of dried wheat ears in his hand, his voice hoarse. Old man Li sighed and shook his head. What else can we do? The officials will come tomorrow to collect the tax. We can't even take out a grain of rice. As he was talking, a clamor came from the village entrance. Li Laohan looked up and saw several government officials on horseback, holding whips, rushing into the village aggressively. The head of the government servant shouted, "Every family, quickly pay the tax grain. Those who do not pay after the deadline will be punished for tax resistance." The villagers ran out of their houses one after another, kneeling on the ground and pleading, "Sir, this year's harvest is not good, so I really can't afford to pay it." The magistrate sneered and swung his whip at an old man kneeling on the ground. "Can't pay? Then take someone to cover the debt." After saying that, with a wave of his hand, the yamen behind him rushed into every house, arresting people on sight. It is especially difficult to escape the clutches of these people for those who are small daughters-in-law and big girls. All of a sudden there was a burst of mournful screams and moans from the village. Seeing this, Liao's heart tightened, and he hurriedly pulled Li Erga towards the house to hide. But before they could enter the house, a magistrate had already rushed over and grabbed Li Erga's arm. "This kid is still strong. Take him away." Old man Li jumped up and hugged the Yaman's legs, crying, "Sir, please let my son go. We really can't afford to pay the tax." The magistrate kicked away Li Laohan and sneered, "If you can't pay the tax, take your life." Saying this, he dragged Li Ergu away. Old man Li sat paralyzed on the ground, watching his son being dragged away, his heart like a knife. He looked up at the sky, his eyes full of despair. This world still let people live. Just then, a sudden sound of gongs and drums rang out in the village. A young man dressed in rags stood on a platform at the entrance of the village and shouted, "Folks, if the government won't give us a way out, we'll find our own way out. Instead of waiting for death, let's rise up and fight them." The villagers raised their heads, the fire of hope lit up in their eyes. Li Laohan stood up trembling and clenched his fists. "Right, fight them, but where are we going to get weapons? The imperial court took away all the kitchen knives and made us share one kitchen knife for every 10 households, just for fear of us revolting." Old man Li couldn't help but ask, I got a whole bunch of it from the peddler of illicit salt." The young man jumped off the high platform and took out a large pile of 100 refined steel knives from a hidden cellar, and then walked over to old man Li and patted him on the shoulder. "Old uncle, now you're relieved. Come with me, let's rebel against this dog court together." Old man Li nodded heavily. "Good, we're all going to die anyway, so we might as well put up a fight." With that, the villagers picked up the steel swords on the ground and rushed out of the village after the young man, killing the magistrates and the dog officials. Their ranks grew larger and larger, eventually converging into a vast insurgent army. There is more than one such insurrection. Instead, it erupted everywhere in all corners of Dayu. Like starry flames, they flickered across the 7 provinces of Dayu. The source of their weapons was none other than the brigade of private salt trafficking scouts sent out by Wei Hua. Wei Hua both sold private salt to make money for the Yu dynasty and provided weapons so that the people would have the strength to resist. There were many people who were even turned by Wei Hua's initiative and called on the world to oppose Yu. Chapter 107 Zhao Jiao fights for wealth. Time passes like a white horse. A month later, the various insurgent armies were already in full swing in the territory of Dayu, and many counties had already been captured by the insurgents. However, because of the postal station was cut, the communication was inconvenient, coupled with the characteristics of the officials to hide the top and deceive the bottom, especially as the cabinet chief Gao Xiang is the biggest Yu traders, is Wei Hua's lapdog. According to Wei Hua's order, he did not report what he knew. Therefore, Zhao Jiao, who was inside the palace, was surprisingly oblivious to all of this, only thinking that it was just some sporadic bandits, nothing major. And at this moment, Zhao Jiao was busy with a big thing, only to see that in the imperial garden, Zhao Jiao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the pile of treasures he had collected, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. He gently raised his hand, and the eunuch-in-chief behind him immediately understood and declared in a shrill voice, "His Majesty has decreed that for today's flower viewing, all officials above the 3rd rank are allowed to enter the garden to watch." Before the words fell, the sound of neat footsteps had already sounded outside the garden. Zhao Jiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of ministers who were streaming in. His eyes searched for that familiar figure in the crowd. Sure enough, at the end of the crowd, the Taishang Emperor Zhao Weikai in a bright yellow dragon robe came walking slowly, followed by 8 Luxians carrying huge wooden boxes. "Father is in good spirits today." Zhao Jiao slightly owed his body, his tone respectful, but a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Taishang Emperor Zhao Weikai stroked his whiskers and laughed. "I heard that the emperor's son recently won a batch of South Sea pearls, and came here to open his eyes." Zhao Jiao sneered in his heart, but his face did not show, raised his hand to signal, only to see dozens of palace maiden in a row, each hand holding a rosewood box. Box open. Immediately beads overflowing. Each beads are pigeon egg size. In the sunlight flow colorful halo. Each one of them is worth a lot of money, and any one of them can feed hundreds or thousands of people. Let countless people live a good life with food and clothing. There are also quite a few jewels, which my son ordered to be inlaid on the gold Manhwa flower racks as a decoration, Zhao Jiao casually said, pointing to the rows and rows of finely carved flower racks in the garden, only to see that every single piece of Manhwa was carved with auspicious cloud patterns, and the beads were inlaid in between, just like the stars in the sky. It was wonderful. The courtiers couldn't help but let out sounds of amazement, but the Taishang Emperor, Zhao Huikai, only smiled faintly. The emperor's son is indeed a big spender, but my father has also searched for some worthless trinkets. Saying this, he gently high-fived, and the Lux behind him immediately opened the wooden box. Zhao Jiao's pupils shrunk, only to see that in the box was a jadeite peony. Each petal was as thin as a cicada's wing, crystal clear in the sunlight. What was even more shocking was that these emerald peonies were the same size as the real flowers blooming in the imperial garden, and even the stamens were visible. This is something I ordered the best craftsman in Jiangnan to carve with the combined efforts of hundreds of people. Emperor Zhao Huikai walked slowly to a red peony. His fingertips gently brushed over the emerald petals. The emperor's son thinks that it is still pleasing to the eye? Heck, they were having a wealth fighting match. This was the most important thing in the whole of Dayu at the moment. It's the emperor versus the emperor. Outside the palace were beacons and revolts everywhere. Inside the palace, however, there was a struggle for color and extravagance. It's really peculiar, Dayu. At this moment, Zhao Jiao looked at the emerald peony flower only to feel a rush of hot blood surging to the top of his head. He should have thought that since his father dared to come, he must have made some preparations. These emerald peonies, each one of them was worth a lot of money. What was even more rare was the skillful craftsmanship. Father is truly brilliant. Zhao Jiao forced down his unhappiness and turned to whisper a few words to the chief eunuch. Not long after, a team of guards walked into the garden carrying a huge bronze tripod. This is something that my son recently obtained. It is said to be a bronze tripod from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, weighing up to 1,000 pounds, Zhao Jiao said, his gaze sweeping over the group of ministers. I wonder if father has ever seen such a huge tripod. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Taishang Emperor Zhao Huikai, but he quickly returned to his normal state. It is indeed rare. He slowly walked to the tripod and reached out to stroke the lines on the tripod. But, before the words fell, a sudden commotion came from the distance. One could only see a team of eunuchs carrying a huge screen in quick steps. The screen was inlaid with countless gems, glittering in the sunlight. Every single thread on one of the screens was repaired with incomparably expensive gold wire, but at the moment the gold wire could only be reduced to an accompaniment. The one Western gemstone. Incomparably dazzling. This is the 10,000 lives figure that I ordered to be inlaid with gems imported from the western regions. Taishang Emperor Zhao Huikai turned to look at Zhao Jiao. What does Imperial Son think? Zhao Jiao only felt his temples jumping. This fight for wealth had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that he would be able to overpower his father with the South Sea Pearl Gold Nannery Trellis and the bronze tripod, but he hadn't expected the other party to be prepared. Right now, it's not richness they're fighting about anymore. It's power. It's the control of the court. After all, whoever has more power will be able to search for more treasures and be better in the fight for wealth. Zhao Jiao looked at the various treasures of the Taishang Emperor and was furious in his heart. How long has this only been back when he came back all alone, poor as a beggar? And now, he has even more exotic treasures than himself. You can see how many courtiers have changed sides and defected to the Supreme Emperor. This dim king who lost the kingdom, but still has such prestige. The power has become, led Zhao Jiao incomparably jealous. Up to kill. Despite being father and son, in the face of power, Zhao Jiao dares to kill anyone. Imperial brother. Father, what are you doing? Just then, Zhao Ruyan suddenly barged in, looking at the wide array of treasures laid out in front of him, and couldn't help but ask, Ruyan, you've come at the right time. You help father see which of these treasures of father and your royal brother is superior. The Taishang Emperor sought his daughter and proudly bragged. Zhao Ruyan, on the other hand, said with an anxious face, Father, Imperial brother, what time is it? Why are you guys still fighting for wealth here? It's on fire outside. What? It's on fire? Quickly let the eunuchs go to put out the fire. My Taiji palace can just be built. I can't let the fire burn me down. Taishang Emperor Zhao Huikai is worthy of having lost the waste of Dayu. Hearing the fire still thought it was a fire, and hastily shouted, is not on fire. It's the situation that's urgent. There are more and more rebels out there, and it is rumored that they have already captured several prefectures. One of my house slaves is from the Sichuanshuhu road. He went back to his hometown to save his family some time ago, and today he came back to tell me that half of the Sichuanshuhu road has already been occupied by the rebels. With such an important matter at stake, how can you sit back and just enjoy yourselves? Eldest Princess Zhao Ruyan said anxiously. She was stupid, but she was still incredibly loyal to the Zhao family's royal family. If it wasn't for her house slave who came back to report the news with his life, she would have been kept in the dark as well. Impossible. It's impossible. I have received reports of sporadic bandits, dozens of hundreds of people, even the county magistrates can be arrested. How is it possible to capture several prefectures and half of Chuanshu Road? It must be your house slave who is lying, exaggerating the truth, trying to fish in troubled waters and cheat for credit, Zhao Jiao said with a disbelieving face. In his opinion, it was hard to sign a peace treaty with Wei Hua, and the world was at peace. How can the people rebel? Don't these good times smell good right now? However, he has stayed in this high position for a long time, completely forgetting that his so-called good times are all forged by the blood and sweat of the people. He could have fought the Taishang Emperor for wealth with the most expensive treasures in the world, drained the people of their wealth, and even smashed these valuable treasures right into pieces when he lost the fight. The people, however, were bent over by the ever-increasing taxes, hunching their backs, unable to breathe, and pressurized to eat in only grass, but squeezed out blood. Chapter 108. No matter how bitter you are, you can't suffer the emperor. Right now the stagecoach has been cut, and a lot of news from the grassroots is delivered very slowly, if at all. A lot of news may be delayed on this. That's why we also ask Imperial Brother to restore the post stations to facilitate the transmission of news from all provinces. Zhao Ruyan suggested. After a heavy blow, she had really matured quite a bit. No way. However, Zhao Jiao balked. After all, he needed a lot of silver to fight the Taishang Emperor for wealth, and relied on the money saved by canceling the stagecoach. If this restores the stagecoach, where will Zhao Jiao's money come from? Should we stop building palaces? Or stop building royal tombs? Or stop searching for treasures? This pile is a matter of great importance to the court and must not be stopped. As the saying goes, you can't suffer the emperor any more than you have to. All other expenses of the court can be saved, but only His Majesty's needs must not be. Then please ask Imperial Brother to send a couple of Imperial officers down to take a look, so that we can at least understand the situation. If there's really a rebellion, then hurry up and eliminate it so that we can preserve my kingdom of Dayu. Zhao Ruyan had to settle for the second best. Well, what Ruyan said is reasonable. The Taishang Emperor Zhao Huikai on the side followed suit and replied. But it was fine if he didn't open his mouth. But the moment he did, he alerted Zhao Jiao. Actually Zhao Jiao also felt that Zhao Ruyan said that there are a few points of truth. Rebellion, this kind of thing, is always better to believe it, not to believe it. Prevention is better than cure. But right now, the Taishang Emperor and Zhao Ruyan are on the same page and both say it's okay. Plus Zhao Ruyan is a hardcore Taishang Emperor's party. Therefore, Zhao Jiao immediately felt that this matter was not simple, and most likely involved a party dispute. It was a means for the Taishang Emperor's party to completely seize power. Maybe, they want to send their own people as to go down and take control of the place and increase their power. And as long as it's a party fight, it's a principle. That is, I am against everything that the enemy is for. I am in favor of all that the enemy opposes. Therefore, Zhao Jiao immediately objected. It's not your turn to make decisions on matters of state for a princess. Don't forget, you don't have any official position now, and the country is at peace. Don't start rumors. Anyone who dares to spread rumors again will be brought to justice no matter who they are. Imperial Brother. Zhao Ruyan sniffed her face, not expecting her Imperial Brother to hate himself like this. A passionate heart ultimately only turned into a cry of sorrow. In the end, Zhao Ruyan had to pin her hopes on her father, Zhao Huikai, and her gaze went to Zhao Huikai. However, Zhao Huikai was on the sidelines and didn't say a word. After all, he was also a dim king who was full of nothing but pleasure, so he didn't bother tearing his face off with Zhao Jiao over some rebellion. With this effort, he might as well search for more treasures. This was also Wei Hua's purpose in letting Zhao Huikai go back. Such a divine stirrer is simply better than 1,000 armies. In this way, Dayu missed the last chance to fight the bandits and continued to let the rebels grow bigger. Time passed and it was another month. During this time, the top priority of the court continued to be the wealth fighting contest between His Majesty and the Supreme Emperor, and their fights also became more and more exaggerated. So much so that all sorts of exotic treasures were not enough for them to pretend to be more than repairing palaces. Today you build a Daemian palace that covers dozens of acres. Tomorrow I'll build a Taiji temple covering hundreds of acres. Anyway, how extravagant. When it moves, thousands and thousands of ordinary people are mobilized, leaving the people in misery, and no money is paid, either, and the levies are imposed directly. The so-called corvée, like taxes, was an obligation that the ancient people had to bear, and this corvée is even more oppressive to the people than the tax. After all, the tax is just asking for money, while the corvée is really killing them. Not only do they let you do all kinds of hard work for the government for free, but they don't even care about your meals and let you bring your own dry food. The poorer people, just bring a few wild vegetable dumplings as dry food. Dry a few days of hard labor. Eat the wild vegetable dumplings. Hungry still have to work. Within a few days will be able to live and die of exhaustion. Every large-scale corvée can starve and exhaust a large number of people. The people did not dare to refuse, but could only beg the government to build fewer projects and levy fewer levies. But right now, an emperor, a Taishang Huang, is directly treating the common people as consumables to be squandered and expropriated at will in order to compete with each other for a breath of fresh air. Everyday people died of exhaustion under the carved palaces, and with this blood, they made their pillars redder. Until this day, Zhao Jiao was visiting the new palace he had enlisted tens of thousands of people to build for himself, and had given the palace a nice name, called the Palace of 10,000 Lives. Wanted to make himself live a long life. It feels like this time, I can definitely win over that damn father of mine for once. However, right at this moment, the chief cabinet councillor Gao Xiangzui ran in a panic, and as soon as he knelt on the ground, he shouted at Zhao Jiao, Your Majesty, something big is wrong. The rebels have already killed to the vicinity of Mount Lu. It's only hundreds of miles away from the capital. Rebels? Where did the rebels come from? Zhao Jiao was a bit confused when he heard this. He had indulged and immersed himself in the fight for wealth for a while. He had almost forgotten that there was such a thing as a rebel army. Rebellious people. It's the rebellious people who rebelled everywhere. They are dissatisfied with the imperial court's tax policy and have rebelled. The first of them, led by a rebel leader named Zhang Zicheng, has gathered 100,000 people and has already killed their way to Mount Lushan. Gao Xiangzui, the chief cabinet councillor, said anxiously. Even he didn't expect that in just 2 short months of work, the insurgent army would have grown to such an extent. This group of mudbloods is really crazy. With the current marching speed, in less than 10 days and half a month, the insurgent army will be able to kill their way into the capital. Right now it's paper that won't hold fire. So Goliath can only tell the truth. 100,000 rebels? And just one of them? How is this possible? How is it possible? Where are the 100,000 rebels? Where are the 100,000 rebels from? Didn't you say it was just some scattered bandits? How did it turn out like this? Zhao Jiao was instantly dumbfounded and shouted frantically. How long has it been since the good old days? How is it that so many rebels have sprung up? What's wrong with these untouchables? Why are they so disobedient to Wang Hua? A good old citizen doesn't want to be a good old citizen. He has to rebel and seek death. In their eyes, is there no such word as king's law? Don't you know how to be loyal to your country? What an asshole. Asshole. Chapter 109 All the ministers have wronged me. All the ministers have wronged me. After the abolition of the post stations, communication was inconvenient, coupled with the incompetence of the local officials, who were afraid of being blamed by the court. They deceived and did not report the situation. And that's how the situation developed into this. Fortunately, I was able to anticipate this and secretly sent my men to investigate, which is how I realized that the rebels had grown into this. Not then it is really unthinkable. Gao Xiangzius can be called the first non-stick pot of Dayu. Immediately put the responsibility to others, and also boasted about his wave. Where are the local defense ambassadors? They all have soldiers in their hands, so why don't they exterminate the rebels in time? Are they all useless? Wastes. A bunch of wastes. Zhao Jiao roared in anger. After the negotiation of peace, the miscellaneous army were released by him back to the provinces. According to each province there are 10,000 to 20,000 garrison troops. More than enough to deal with the rebels. If only there were dry rice to eat, it would be good. Goliath couldn't help but bellyache a sentence in his heart. He then replied, Your Majesty, the local soldiers have not been paid for several months. They are full of grievances and are not willing to fight against the bandits at all. They all sit back and watch the rebels grow stronger. And some of them even took the initiative to join the bandits. After all, fighting for wealth was too costly. And even after abolishing the post station still couldn't satisfy Zhao Jiao and the emperor's appetite. So they actually reached out to the army. The army's pay was used to build a garden, buying gold nanmu, buying all kinds of expensive things. Among them, the Forbidden Army and the New Army are Zhao Jiao's direct line. Zhao Jiao naturally prioritized to ensure that they are paid. Only part of the deduction, barely sent a little. As for the local miscellaneous army's pay, Zhao Jiao is trying his best to drag it out, actually not giving a drop. Anyway, now that the world is at peace, Zhao Jiao doesn't rely on these miscellaneous armies to protect the country, so he naturally doesn't treat these miscellaneous armies as human beings, and the miscellaneous soldiers can't even get enough to eat. Who will sell their lives to Zhao Jiao? A lot of what made the rebels grow so fast was the result of miscellaneous army conversions. Since the emperor won't pay wages, we'll fight our way into the capital and rob it ourselves. The miscellaneous army itself is dissatisfied with Zhao Jiao. The surrender faction emperor seized the opportunity, naturally pulled the banner. Bastard! Can't these soldiers sympathize with the court's difficulties? The court has fed them for so long, and they're only a few months late with their pay, but they're so passive. They have no sense of loyalty or love for the country. They have no respect for the 3 principles and 5 virtues. A bunch of heartless bastards. All the ministers have wronged me. All the ministers have wronged me. Zhao Jiao sniffed and cursed angrily, only feeling that everything was someone else's fault. It was them who didn't listen. A true submissive should die of starvation even remembering His Majesty's goodness, and die honestly at home without causing trouble to His Majesty, instead of picking up a hoe and rebelling. Your Majesty, right now, relying on the local army is no longer capable of fighting the rebels. We must mobilize the Forbidden Army and the New Army, Gao Xiangzui suggested. Tune in. Hurry up and transfer. Move all the soldiers over. Make sure to pacify these rebels. Zhao Jiao hurriedly agreed. Good thing he still has 50,000 forbidden troops and 50,000 new troops. A full 100,000 troops to quell the rebellion. Imperial brother must not. With all the soldiers transferred, who will defend against Wei Hua in the north? In case Wei Hua takes advantage of the opportunity to move south and attack from both sides, my Dayu will be doomed. At this time, Zhao Ruyan hurriedly arrived and specially came to remind him. Right now, most of the 100,000 soldiers and horses are guarding Wei Hua at the border, and once the troops are transferred, the border is completely empty. Since we've already made peace, why do we need to defend ourselves against Wei Hua? Besides, aren't you the ones who keep saying that Wei Hua's promises are worth 1,000 pieces of gold and will definitely keep his word and never come to violate the country? Zhao Jiao looked at Zhao Ruyan and said impatiently. Although the words are like this, but Zhao Ruyan still wanted to persuade again, wanting to say that the current Wei Hua seems to have changed, making people unable to see through. But before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Zhao Jiao. There are no buts. The fire is burning. What do you care about buts? I know. You just deliberately come to see me laugh. You want to say that I didn't take your advice last time, and that's why I let the rebels get bigger, right? You think you're the smartest, don't you? Zhao Jiao viciously looked at Zhao Ruyan and said, itching to kill her by 1,000 cuts. If she hadn't favored the Taishang Emperor and her own party, she wouldn't be like this. It's all her fault. My sister never had this intention. Zhao Ruyan, heart like a knife, did not expect to be so for the sake of Dayu, but repeatedly by Zhao Jiao good intentions as a donkey's liver lung. At this moment, Zhao Ruyan was somewhat empathizing with Wei Hua. I am afraid that Wei Hua back then was also like this, obviously fighting for the country and snowing the previous shame, but was framed by Zhao Jiao as wanting to embrace the army and self-importance. But you have a point. The front line really can't be left unoccupied. Let's put it this way. We'll send you to guard the frontier front line in defense of Wei Hua. Never let Wei Hua take a step south. If the border is lost, I will hold you accountable. The corner of Zhao Jiao's mouth curled up, thinking of a poisonous plan. Let Zhao Ruyan take the old and sick to guard the border. It would be best if Wei Hua didn't go south. If we go south, then Zhao Ruyan is the best shield. Let her use her life to wash away the sin she owes to Dayu. Yes. Zhao Ruyan sniffed her face bitterly, but she couldn't refuse, so she could only take the few house slaves to her post. In the meantime, she could only hope that Wei Hua would keep his word and not go south, because once she went south, she understood that she was no longer important in Wei Hua's mind. Wei Hua would never open up because of herself. On the other hand, the Wei family army was always concerned about the developments in the Yu dynasty. After learning about the situation in the Yu dynasty, Yan Xiaoyi, who was in charge of the scouts, immediately and excitedly came and rushed Wei Hua to report. Your Majesty, under your ploy, the Yu dynasty has been in complete chaos, with all the insurrectionary armies revolting one after another, and the number of people who have risen up has already amounted to hundreds of thousands. Faint ruler Zhao Jiao has sent all his troops to quell the rebellion. The borders are empty. Our chance to go south is here. Good job. Wei Hua smiled slightly at the words, and was no exception to the result. After all, every step of the way, it was Wei Hua pushing behind the scenes. First, the economic exploitation. 8 million taels of annual tribute silver forced Zhao Jiao crazy tax increases, and then collect a bunch of traitors to stir things up. Abolish the stagecoach. Putting back the Taishang Emperor Zhao Weikai plunged the Yu dynasty into a party dispute. Finally the people were given weapons to rise up and fight. Over the past few months, Wei Hua seems to have not committed any offense with Yu dynasty, but in fact, he has been camping step by step, and has quietly forced Yu dynasty into a dead end, just waiting for the final moment. This, then, is the true strategizing and deciding, and at this moment, the time for a showdown has come. Not only is the Yu dynasty in turmoil, but the first batch of grain sown by Wei Hua's Jizhou Dao and Zhanghuai Dao has also reached the time of the fall harvest. The food is ripe, the army's morale is sufficient, and the external enemy is in turmoil, so it is the right time to win. Since the wheat is ripe, the Yu dynasty, let's destroy it, Wei Hua said indifferently. Command down. 3 days later, the army will start. Go south to cut down the lawlessness and punish the tyrant. Unify the world. I honor your Majesty's holy decree. Yan Xiaoyi and the others were incomparably excited at the words and couldn't wait. The big guy's hands are itching for this one. Chapter 110. The wheat is ripe, and Wei Hua is on the march. Jizhou Road, Jianghuido. After months of hard work, the fall harvest is finally here. In the fields, the golden ears of wheat swayed with the wind, and the heavy heads of the ears seemed to tell people the joy of the harvest. Hundreds of people stood on the ridge, looking at this land belonging to their own, their eyes moist. Wheat has been cooked thousands of times, but this is the first time that wheat belongs entirely to the common people. The village's oldly head, over 60 years old, all his life for the landlord farming, but never tasted a mouthful of freshly harvested new wheat, can only eat moldy and rotten old grain. When times are bad, he can't even eat the old grain. And at the moment, this acre of grain is all his. Only 10% of the tax needed to be paid. He held a handful of golden ears of wheat, tears sliding down his wrinkled cheeks, muttering, "This is our land. This is our grain." His son and grandson were busy and had smiles on their faces like they had never seen before. "Uncle Lee, it's time to start the sickle." The backwoodsman's clear shouts awakened memories. The sky in the east was white, and the waves of wheat tumbled out in the morning breeze in a fine golden light. The sun has just climbed over the treetops, and the wheat fields are already resounding with the sound of chomping and chomping. The young and strong men were bare-chested, their sides drawing silver arcs in the sunlight. The wheat stubble was neatly stuck to the ground, and the fallen straw was tied into bundles by the women with grass ropes. The 3-year-old Xiaoya held the ears of wheat in the ridge toddling. Her mother did not stop. By the golden wheat rubbing, the child giggled. At the hottest time of the day, when the newly paved stone slabs on the threshing floor were hot in the sun, the boys lifted the bundles of wheat high in the air and slammed them on the edge of the stone trough. The grains of wheat burst out like a rainstorm and fall into the bamboo plaque with a clear clanking sound. 70 pounds of stone mill was pulled by a donkey in a circle. The old wheat customer Zhao San squinted and listened to the sound of the mill crushing wheat shells. Suddenly wiped his face. In previous years, the mill is the landlord masters of the family's grain. The sound of this family grain rattling, really good to hear. Soon, the bountiful harvest was brought back home, and the women busily ground flour, steamed buns, and cooked porridge, the aroma of which filled the entire village. The villagers spontaneously packed the best grain into baskets, ready to be sent to the government and the camps of the Weijia army. In addition to the 10% tax that the government wanted, they also prepared a lot of extra, wanting to give it to the government and to the Weijia army for free, because they know that without the wise decisions of His Majesty Wei Hua and the bloodshed of the Wei family army, it would be impossible for them to have the happy life they have today. Old Li Tu led several elders from the village, holding baskets filled with new grain, to the front of the county office. The county magistrate personally greeted them. After collecting 10% of the tax, looking at the hot white flour buns presented by the people, by Jing Xian, the new county magistrate who had just passed the imperial examination to become the magistrate, had wanted to refuse, wanting to say that the current court was not the previous one, and that he would never charge the people more than a pinch of grain. But old Li Tu said excitedly, "Please be sure to accept it, Your Excellency. This is all a token of our common people's gratitude. It would be best if you have the opportunity to pass them on to His Majesty. If His Majesty cannot see it, then please tell His Majesty that we, the people, are indebted to his old man, and may the Dezhao dynasty enjoy peace for 1,000 generations. May His Majesty live long and prosper. May our emperor live long and prosper." All the common people shouted in unison on their knees. This phrase has been said countless times by countless people throughout the ages, but only this one time, extraordinarily true, extraordinarily deafening. Good. This official will definitely forward it. The new section magistrate couldn't help but burst into tears at the sight. At this moment, he truly felt what is called the people's heart. This scene also became his motivation for the future. He hoped that one day, he himself would be so loved by the common people from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the camps of the Weijia army received food from the people. The barracks are relatively far away, and the people have come all the way up to midnight, and the grain transportation team is holding torches and snaking like a dragon. In front of the Wei family army camp, the recruits and descending soldiers on night duty froze instantly as they looked at the people coming from all directions. Among them, many of the miscellaneous troops that surrendered over from the Yu dynasty were absorbed into the Wei family army by Wei Hua, and they were instantly startled at the sight of this scene, thinking that it was an enemy attack, and they picked up their weapons and were about to do it. Fortunately, they were hastily stopped by a veteran soldier who told them not to panic, that the people had come to meet the army. Sure enough, as the procession approached, the crowd saw that the common people were all holding white flour buns with wine, and even chickens, ducks, and fish, a look of sincere eagerness. The veteran pawns of the Weijia army suddenly remembered that when they captured the Liao clan cities and opened their warehouses to release grain during the previous northern expedition, the starving stragglers came pouring in with torches like this. Only this night the firelight was even brighter and warmer, illuminating the red silk covering the grain carts like the morning sun, and the people stepped on the morning sun to return the favor. "Line up to greet," the Wei family army lieutenant suddenly shouted. Amidst the clanging of armor, the soldiers stood on both sides with spears. The gray-haired old farmer was about to kneel down when he saw the Wei family army, but the lieutenant steadily held his arm and said, "Elderly man, we are the ones who should be saluting. How can we be so honored by you? This is all your hard-earned grain, chickens and ducks. If you just give it to us for nothing, doesn't it hurt? It doesn't hurt. If you hadn't guarded us, our fields would have been taken by those landlords long ago. I'm happy to give you the grain to eat. The more you eat, the happier I am. What's more, my son has also joined the Weijia army. The Weijia army of the world is one family. When I see you all, it's like seeing my own son," the old man said excitedly. "That's right, you are all our great benefactors. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to turn our lives around and would have starved to death long ago. I've always taught my son that when he grows up, he should also join the Weijia army, like you guys, to be a great hero." The commoners also chimed in. Listening to these words, all the officers and soldiers of the Weijia army are in tears, chest out and head up, and can't wait to kill a few more landlords on the spot, and the powerful and evil dogs to give the people a helping hand. Outside the barracks, a faded Wei flag spreads out in the night wind, and the corner of the flag rustles as it brushes over sacks filled with new grain. At this moment, the people in the history books are no longer a falsehood. It was a tangible reality. This is the moment when the military and the people are no longer a myth. A lesson for descending soldiers and new recruits through and through. Turns out, fighting for the people is really honorable. Linen Palace. Inside the harem, Empress Tuoba Yuer's belly is getting bigger and bigger and is about to go into labor. Wei Hua made a special trip to the harem before going on the expedition, and when he saw the Empress lying on the bed wanting to salute, he hurriedly held her down and said, "Don't move, don't move. You're at the point now where you need to rest properly. I wanted to wait for you to give birth before going on the expedition, but the Yu dynasty is collapsing too quickly, so I can only go ahead. Nourish the fetus at ease, and wait for your husband to make a peaceful world to give to this child. Let him be a peaceful and conservative king." Tuoba Yuer looked at Wei Hua. For the country's labor are born a trace of white hair, gently with a hand to pull it off. Although there are 1,000 words want to say, but in the end there is only a sentence: be sure to come back safely. The children and I are waiting for you. Don't worry, I have never lost a battle in my life. You shouldn't try to be brave this time. Even if the Liao clan calls, I have a backhand. Don't ever go back to the foolishness of defending the city. Wei Hua replied with a smile and gave Tuoba Yuer a kiss on her forehead. Good. I knew that the man I fancy is a warrior of 10,000 warriors. He must be invincible. Tuoba Yuer nodded, incomparably well behaved. But then, looking at Wei Hua's back, she couldn't help but feel a little sadness in her heart. I regret teaching my husband to look for a marquis. This man that he has taken a liking to is indeed powerful, with the great world in his heart. It was that. Suddenly, she kind of wanted just a family of 3. A tiny home again. Life, indeed, is all about both that and the other. Full of regrets. The next day, Wei Hua led 130,000 Wei family troops, the waterways all together, the imperial army. He went south and cut down Yu. The boundary between Zhidong Dao and Ganzhou Dao was defined by the Gan River. Right now, however, the Wei family sailors had already recovered their strength and had absorbed a large number of Yangtze River sailors' descents, and had also expanded to 30,000 men. Not to mention this small Gan River, even the Yangtze River can be easily crossed. Therefore, Wei Hua didn't choose to sneak attack this time, but rather, he did it squarely. Millions of men crossed the river. Chapter 111 Never Surrender. Above the Gan River, the surface of the river was like a mirror, reflecting the faintly dawning light of the sky. 30,000 Wei family sailors. Flags and banners cover the sun, the Wei flag hanging high on the bow of the ship hunting in the river wind. Warships like forests, one after another. Quite a kind of Gan River to directly cut off with the spectacular feeling of the ship. The warships were divided into 3 paths, with the middle path being the main force, and the left and right wings spreading their wings like eagles, approaching the opposite shore in a pincer shape. The ship's body was wrapped in iron, and the bow was equipped with a sharp iron cone, breaking the waves and stirring up 1,000 white waves. The generals on the ship were clad in iron armor, holding spears, bows and arrows, with eyes like torches and solemn expressions. The sound of war drums shook the sky and the earth, and every drum beat seemed to knock on the hearts of the generals, stirring up their blood. Everyone has been dormant for months, just waiting for this day. One by one, the battle spirit was high. On the river, flags of orders were passed between the warships, commanding as if they were in control. Commander-in-Chief Wei Hua stood on top of the flagship, clad in silver armor and holding a long sword, his eyes like electricity, gazing at the incomparably empty Yu dynasty defense line on the opposite bank. Although it is to kill a chicken with a bull sword, Wei Hua is still using all his strength and will never take the enemy lightly. Make sure to win the battle and act with results. Release. At Wei Hua's command, the crossbows on the warships fired in unison, and huge arrows rained down on the enemy lineup, and a deafening roar resounded on the river. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. The Yu Dynasty's elite defenders on the other side of the river were all transferred to quell the rebellion, leaving only a group of crooked, old and weak soldiers. There were only a few sporadic patrolling soldiers lazily on the large riverbank. They were either leaning on the archery tower napping, or sitting around the fire talking and laughing in low voices, not realizing that there would be enemies coming. They all thought that after signing the peace treaty, everything would be fine and the world would be at peace. By the time everyone reacted, the arrows were already falling like rain and the cannons like a landslide. Boom, 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 ah, ah, ah. The 2,000 or 3,000 old and weak defenders of the Yu dynasty were caught off guard by this sudden attack, and screamed miserably. The camp was in chaos. The soldiers woke up from their sleep and grabbed their weapons in panic, but they did not know where the enemy came from. Before the defenders on the archery tower could react, they were shot into hedgehogs by the rain of arrows from the Wei family's sailors. The firelight illuminated the riverbank, reflecting the terrified faces of the Yu dynasty soldiers. The vanguard fleet of the Wei family's navy was the first to dock, and the generals were like tigers descending from the mountain, waving their spears and rushing towards the enemy line. The Yu dynasty defenders had never seen such a murderous force before, and each of them showed excitement, as if they were hunters who saw their prey. Every Weijia army soldier dared to chase after 3 or 4 people by himself, and the fighting strength was amazingly strong. This scene instantly scared the Yu dynasty's old, weak, sick and disabled army without any resistance and fled. The sound of killing on the river bank shook the sky, and the light of swords and shadows intertwined into a tragic picture. The generals of the Wei family's naval division were like a crackerjack, quickly occupying the Yu dynasty's river defense fortress. The whole process was as easy and smooth as a lion fighting a rabbit. After all, the gap between the enemy and us was too great. The crowd hadn't done much yet, and the enemy had fallen, so it was really unfulfilling. With the full landing of the Wei family's sailors, the Yu dynasty's defense line completely collapsed. Without the need for the Wei family army to shout surrender, the Yu dynasty troops honestly threw down their weapons and knelt on the side. Some of them even started to tie each other's hands to avoid bothering the Wei family army, as a way to show their obedience. Not long after, above the Gan River, the Wei family's battle flag was flying high, while the Yu dynasty's army was kneeling all over the ground, declaring the victory of the Wei family army in the first battle against Yu. Wei Hua broke the Gan River in a battle. The so-called heavenly dangers of the Yu dynasty were once again conquered by Wei Hua. After all, the so-called heavenly dangers can only give comfort to the rulers. There is no unbreakable natural danger. The only real unbreakable defense lies in the hearts and minds of the people. Ganzhou Road, Zhejiang Prefecture. Inside the Rapunzel's residence, a scout hurriedly ran in, and as soon as he knelt down in front of eldest Princess Xiaoruyan, his face turned pale as he said, Report to the eldest princess. The big thing is not good. The Gan River is full of boats above. The ships are all flying the Wei character flag. They have already breached the Gan River defense line and are constantly transporting troops. The Weijia army is killing. It's about to hit outside the city gates of Zhejiang Prefecture. What? How is this possible? The two countries have signed an alliance in black and white, saying that they will not commit any offense in autumn and that the world will be at peace. How can Wei Hua be like this? How can he break the covenant? Isn't he afraid of being left in a bad odor for years to come? Zhao Ruyan was instantly shocked by what she heard, and the bronze mirror she was originally applying powder on also fell to the ground with a pop sound. Even though she had thought about the possibility of Wei Hua calling, Zhao Ruyan still felt that that possibility was too small. Just in case. After all, Wei Hua's previous persona was too perfect, loyal to the liver and loyal to the country. Even if he usurped the throne and became emperor later, he was forced to do so. Historically, what Wei Hua has done has been called a promise. Although a hypocritical hypocrite, a hypocrite is at least a gentleman and has to have a face. And the two countries' peace treaty known to the world. Wei Huan in front of the crowd pointed to the Yangtze River as an oath. We'll never cut you? How now dare to tear up the treaty? Do not face it. This is outrageous. How can Wei Hua be so shameless? Are you guys mistaken? Could it be that Liao is posing as someone else? Zhao Ruyan was still a bit in disbelief. 1,000 times over. It's the Wei family army. Each and every one of them is majestically killing, the scout said. The scene really scared him so much that he almost peed his pants. Zhao Ruyan's body couldn't help but tremble twice at the words. Then asked, how many people have they come? It's too overwhelming to count. There are at least hundreds of thousands of troops. The scout replied. Zhao Ruyan cried out when she heard wow and couldn't help but curse. Bastard! 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 Wei Hua! You liar! You lied to me! You lied to the Yu dynasty! You promised never to come back! You promised to swear by the sea! My trust in you was misplaced after all! Wrongly paid ah! Woo woo! Zhao Ruyan cried with pear blossoms and rain. And for a while she didn't know whether she was crying for Wei Hua's breach of contract or for the severance of her 3-year love affair with Wei Hua. In the end, it was the scout who couldn't stand it and couldn't help but say, "The Rapunzel, is not the time to talk about this ah, let us think of a way ah. How about surrendering? Right now there are only a few thousand old and sick people in the city. It's by no means a match for Wei Hua. No way. Never surrender. I, Yu, have already given in and retreated again and again. It's this Wei Hua who is too deceitful and doesn't keep his word. This time, I won't give in anymore and will fight Wei Hua to the end," Zhao Ruyan viciously said. This peace treaty was signed by her to encourage her brother to sign it, and if she surrendered again, then her name as used traitor would be considered a real one. But she was obviously deceived by Wei Hua. But she was obviously tricked by Wei Hua, and was patriotic with all her heart. Therefore, Zhao Ruyan refused to surrender this time. No matter what, the big deal was to martyr herself. But we don't have any soldiers in the city, so we really can't fight, the scout reminded. I'll write a letter to Wei Hua and you go deliver it. Be sure to stop Wei Hua. Be polite with him first and then move him with reason. Even if you can't make him turn back, you must stop him for some time, Zhao Ruyan replied. Ah, me alone? Stopping hundreds of thousands of troops? The scout was a bit dumbfounded by what he heard, feeling as if he was going to play for his life for a salary of a few taels of silver a month. This is outrageous. Even a donkey in the countryside can't be used so blindly. That's an army of hundreds of thousands of people who could pop themselves alive with a collective farda. Well, don't worry. You'll be fine if the two armies don't kill each other. I'll teach you a set of sayings. If you do so and so, and so and so, you will be fine. After this is accomplished, this princess will reward you with 1,000 taels of gold. Zhao Ruyan taught the scout a phrase, then wrote a letter and gave it to the scout Lu Jia, telling him to go alone to stop Wei Hua's hundreds of thousands of troops. Lu Jia had no choice but to go. After all, his family was in the hands of the elder princess. He can only blame himself for his bitter fate. She then sent another scout, Lu Bi, to say, quickly ask for help from the capital. Tell the emperor about the Wei family army's southward movement, so that the emperor can send troops to come and support them. Yes, Scout Lu Yi immediately led the order. Afterwards, Zhao Ruyan began to gather the old, weak, and sick soldiers in the city, and then mobilized the common people to defend the city together, trying to survive together with the Jiajiang prefecture. They say that Wei Hua uses his army like a god. This time I want to see how godlike you really are, Zhao Ruyan viciously said, already deciding to break the pot and fight Wei Hua. Chapter 112. Will others be allowed to snore on the side of the couch? After crossing the Gan River, Wei Hua led his army all the way towards Jiajiang prefecture. As long as we captured Jiajiang, the next step is Chengdu, the new capital of the Yu dynasty. And just as the army was advancing, the men suddenly came to report, Your Majesty, a messenger from the Yu dynasty has come ahead, saying he wants to see you. How many have come? Wei Hua asked. Your Majesty, there is only one, the henchman replied. One man? A bit bold. Let's meet then. Wei Hua sniffed and became a bit curious, not realizing that Yu dynasty had such a bold messenger. In a short while, the shivering, weak-legged and pale Lu Jia was brought before Wei Hua. Looking at the strict military discipline in front of him, killing spirit, imposing Wei family army, Lu Wei actually want to surrender. His knees unconsciously fell in front of Wei Hua with a plop, but since his wife and children were still in Jiajiang, he had no choice but to hold his head high and follow the words that Zhao Ruyan had taught him. Rushing to Wei Hua and saying, Attend your majesty, long live your majesty. I am a messenger from the Yu dynasty, and I have come by order of the eldest princess. The princess said that the Yu dynasty is not guilty of any crime, and that your majesty's division is not in the right place. What's more, the two countries have a peace treaty, so how can they break it and send troops? For the sake of your majesty's reputation, please retreat. Zhao Jiao has caused the world to boil. The people are resentful and have risen up. How can this be said to be innocent? It's true that he's innocent of me, but the crime is in the world. The crime is in the 1,000 years. I'm not going to attack you for personal gain, but for the sake of justice. I was ordered by heaven to hang the people and save them from being hanged. For the sake of the people of the world, the loss of a little fame is just a loss. I would rather be reviled by the people than see them suffer. Wei Hua replied with a solemn face. Afterward, Wei Hua also rushed to the side of the accompanying historian and said, Write down this passage and send it out to all parts of the Yu dynasty. Also let the world know the purpose of my trip. Yes, the accompanying historian immediately began recording. Lu Jia was dumbfounded when he watched Wei Hua's tawdry maneuver and thought to himself, it can still be like this? Not only did he fail to persuade Wei Hua back, but he also took the opportunity to let Wei Hua load a big one? This generous speech hurt him. The scout even more want to surrender. He felt that what he said was true. The Emperor of Yu Dynasty is indeed mediocre. The people are indeed revolting. It did seem that the gap between Rapunzel's level and Wei Hua's was not generally large. However, for the sake of his family, the scout Lu Jia could only press down his stupid heart to surrender and continued. The princess said that my Yu Dynasty takes small things as big as a son serves his father, and has no faults. So why do you see the attack? As father and son, the world is one family. How can we allow others to snore on the side of the couch? Wei Hua sneered and said. The eldest princess also said that His Majesty once pointed to the Yangtze River as an oath that he would never attack you. Now that you have torn up the covenant, aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at you and leave you with a bad reputation for years to come? Lu Jia continued to ask. After the world is unified, there will be a great scholar to discern the scriptures for me. Alright, no more nonsense with you. Go back and quickly inform your princess to open the city gates and surrender. I can still leave her alive. Otherwise, after I break the city, I will never be polite to her. Wei Hua coldly said. I'll go back this instant. I'm going back. Lu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to be able to go back. He hadn't been beheaded after all. As for the task of blocking Wei Hua, he knew with his ass that it wouldn't be completed. He was already at his limit if he could delay for 5 minutes. Oh yes, sire. The princess also gave you a letter. Lu Jia took out a handwritten letter from Zhao Ruyan and handed it to Wei Hua Dao. Swish! Wei Hua took the letter and directly tore it to shreds with one hand. I will not look. I've finished my words. If you don't surrender, you will be killed. Wei Hua said viciously, not giving Zhao Ruyan any half-heartedness. Instantly scared, Lu Jia's body trembled several times again, and even rolled and crawled back to the Zhejiang mansion. On the other hand, the capital of Yu Dynasty, Chengdu, the news that Wei Hua had led his troops south was sent to the capital by Lu Yi in a fast and furious manner. Zhao Jiao directly fainted with anger after learning the news. He was really dizzy. Originally, the uprisings around the world will make him upset, and now at Wei Hua south. This is simply a house leakage coincides with the rain. The proper destruction of In the end, relying on a few imperial doctors who were sticking needles and feeding medicines, they barely managed to wake up Zhao Jiao, and after waking up, Zhao Jiao was so angry that he cursed in a loud voice, deceiving the heavens. The world knows about it, but he dares to tear it up. Such a peace treaty, the world knows also dare to tear up. This Wei Hua is really And you guys, wasn't it you who said that Wei Hua's word is gold and will never fail? How could this be? How could this happen? Zhao Jiao rushed at Gao Xiang and the others and cursed angrily, while Goliath and the others knelt on the ground, left ear in, right ear out, letting the emperor take his anger. After spreading his anger, Zhao Jiao could only accept the reality helplessly. He didn't send troops to choose to rescue Zhao Ruyan. On the one hand, all the soldiers have gone to quell the rebellion and can't be called back. On the other hand, Zhao Jiao hated Zhao Ruyan so much that he didn't want to save her and couldn't wait for her to die. However, if we don't save Zhejiang, then the capital city of Chengdu will be left without defense again. Therefore, Zhao Jiao is once again ready to move the capital and run away. Still, as long as he ran fast enough, Wei Hua couldn't hit him. Before leaving, he also made an impassioned speech to the soldiers who stayed behind. Originally, I should have joined you, and the generals and soldiers in front of me to fight to the death with the enemy. But for the sake of the country, for the sake of all the people of the world, it seems that I have to leave Ganzhou, the capital city that I created with my own hands, and I have to leave the place that I have spent countless hours of my heart and soul to make in the past few months. Back then, when my Taizu of the Yu dynasty fought the enemy and advanced from Ganzhou to Qimen, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides and was in great danger, and all his staff advised him to retreat. One step here, he said, and there is no place to die. He hung his sword in front of his tent to show his determination. If the capital falls one day, I should martyr myself and die under this Zuoshanmen tower, so that I can report to the emperor and the people. Do you think I must be sad at this moment? Do you think I must have indescribable regrets? No. What I can't bear in my heart is that I am going to die without a place to bury myself. After saying these words, before the soldiers could be moved, Zhao Jiao ran away in the night, and the one who ran even faster than him was Taishang Emperor Zhao Weikai. This old boy has been caught once and has really learned his lesson. As soon as the wind blew, he fled. Chapter 113 Breaking 9 Rivers. Just as Zhao Jiao's father and son were competing to see who could run faster, Wei Hua's army had also already killed under the Zhejiang prefecture city gate. The scout Lu Jia brought back the news that Wei Hua said to open the city gates and surrender, but Zhao Ruyan didn't listen and still brought all the old and weak soldiers all up to the city wall. ready to fight to the death. Wei Hua. This time, I will definitely show you that I, Zhao Ruyan, am not a waste. Even if I die, I will ruthlessly bite off a piece of flesh from you to vent my heart's hatred, Zhao Ruyan viciously said. She didn't feel that she could fend off Wei Hua, but felt that it was still not a big problem for her to fight to the death and cause trouble and damage to Wei Hua. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by a burst of neatly organized footsteps, the Wei family army was also getting closer and closer to the city gates. The footsteps of over 100,000 people shook the earth slightly. The scene was truly a dark cloud over the city. All the generals listened to the order to shoot arrows. Give me a hard hit, Zhao Ruyan ordered immediately. Holy, so many people. However, the soldiers who shot arrows looked at the densely packed Wei family army below the city, like a flood crossing the border at a glance, and couldn't help but be so scared that their hands went soft, and they couldn't even draw their bows for a while. After all, the difference between the two sides was just too great. A few thousand people against 100,000. It was Zhao Ruyan who was confident, but the big guys weren't confident either. And in that split second of effort, the Wei family army moved. Swish, swish, swish. The Wei family army similarly started shooting arrows. This round of archery was instantly like a rainstorm, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The generals defending the city only felt that there were arrows as far as the eye could see. So many that it was scalp-inducing, gut-wrenching, and soul-crushing. The defending troops were instantly frightened and could only hide among the battlements, not daring to risk their heads. The slightest hint of a head will kill you with a single arrow. Even Zhao Ruyan, despite shouting fiercely, honestly ducked in. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the siege car that Wei Hua had spent a lot of money to build began to continuously crash against the city gates. It was a long, huge chariot with wooden wheels underneath and a huge wooden beam in front, called the battering ram, the front end of which was covered with iron to increase the destructive power of the impact. The length of the wood is several meters. The power is amazing. With just a few strokes, it was able to smash through an ordinary city gate. Wei Hua did not show the slightest bit of mercy, and without even calling for battle, he began to decisively attack the city. Since Zhao Ruyan didn't open the city gates to greet her, she didn't bother to talk nonsense. Just fight and be done with it. Let the world see the invincible military might of the Wei family army. No more hiding. Hurry up and get up to fight, or else the city will be breached. Zhao Ruyan felt the shaking of the city gates and hurriedly shouted at the soldiers. Rapunzel, the enemy's arrows are too many and too fierce. We can't beat them at all. You can't let us die for nothing. The soldiers replied as they pressed on, not daring to risk their heads. If you can't beat them, yell at me. Shake the heart of their army. Zhao Ruyan was also out of options and actually came up with such a way. Since force was not an option, she would rely on words. To say that there hadn't been female generals on the battlefield before was just an odd idea. It was surprising that one would think that a few words from the district could shake the other side's military center and withstand an army of more than 100,000 men. However, the soldiers were afraid to fight, and shouting was still possible. Thus, the guarding generals joined together in a united effort to shout in obedience to Zhao Ruyan. Wei Hua is treacherous and shameless. As a general of the Yu dynasty, he has usurped the throne and is disloyal. As an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of the Yu dynasty, he is unfilial for abandoning the Yu dynasty's royal family. The two countries obviously have a peace treaty, but he started a war for his own selfish desires, which is unkind and unrighteous. Generals of the Wei army, do you still want to follow such an unfaithful, unfilial and unrighteous man? Quickly abandon the darkness and turn to the light. My Yu dynasty will never treat you all poorly. Wei Hua is treacherous and shameless. As a general of the Yu dynasty, he usurped the throne and was disloyal. As the side horse of a prince of the Yu dynasty, he is unfilial for abandoning the Yu dynasty. There is a peace treaty between the two countries, but he started a war for his own selfish desires. That's unkindness and injustice. Generals of the Wei army, do you still want to follow such an unfaithful, unfilial, unkind and unrighteous man? Quickly abandon the darkness and turn to the light. My Yu dynasty will never treat you all poorly. However, letting the crowd's throats go hoarse from shouting was of no use at all. Instead, it made the Wei Jiao army hit harder and harder. The Wei family army does not feel that Wei Hua is disloyal, unfilial, unkind and unrighteous in the slightest, and will only feel that the master insults the subject, and dares to insult his own majesty. So him to death. Rapunzel. It's not good. It's not good. And just as the defenders were obsessed with cursing the battle, the vice-general of the city watch, Li Chang, stumbled up to the citadel, the blood on his armor still wet, and shouted at Zhao Ruyan. The common people have rebelled. What? Zhao Ruyan turned around violently, and the long sword in her hand fell to the ground with a bam sound. Incredulous, she hastily swooped down to the inner city walls. only to see a blackened crowd coming in like a tidal wave on the city streets. They held hoes, scythes, and even rolling pins in their hands, and their faces wore a determination she had never seen before. What are they doing? Is there any king's law left? Why revolt? Right. Stop them. Stop them. Zhao Ruyan shouted sternly, but her voice shook involuntarily. The soldiers defending the city looked at each other, the spears in their hands trembling slightly. These people, their parents, wives, and children, their neighbors, the old Wang who sold cooking cakes at the city gates every day, Auntie Zhang who brought food to the barracks. How do they stop? Dog's son. A wrinkled old woman suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the soldier by the lapel. Do you remember how your mother died? Starved to death. Just to save rations for you, and now you're working for these dog officials who starved your mother to death. Stopping us, folks? The soldier's body shook, and the spear in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. The other soldiers did the same, throwing down their weapons. The crowd was instantly like a dike-breaking flood, breaking up the defenders' formation. Zhao Ruyan saw a lame old man, limping up the city tower, holding a rusty firewood knife high in his hand. That was old Liu, the blacksmith from the west side of the city, whose leg had been burned when he was building weapons for the government. What are you doing? Why are you guys rebelling? Zhao Ruyan asked sternly. Your Highness. Old Liu's voice was hoarse. Do you know why we rebelled? He raised his firewood knife, but instead of pointing it at Zhao Ruyan, he pointed it at the Weijia army camp outside the city, because they promised to give us a share of the fields. Distribute the fields. Old Liu's cloudy eyes glistened with tears. My son died on the battlefield, and he doesn't even have a piece of land to bury his bones. Not to mention the land where we buried our bones, but even the living have never had a piece of land of their own. The court is heavily taxed, and we work hard in the fields all year round, day and night, but in the end we can't even fill our stomachs, and we starve to death every day. We've had enough of this. Yeah, we are not dogs. We want to be people. We want to share the fields and we want to be fed. Why is it that you dignitaries are born in fine clothes and food, while we people have such a hard time even staying alive? Zhao Ruyan staggered back at his words, not knowing how to answer. Her back rested against the cold walls. She saw more people pouring onto the city walls, and saw the anger burning in their eyes. That anger was not just directed at her personally, but at the entire Yu dynasty, at the harsh taxes, at the forced levies, and at the tyrannical policies that made it impossible for them to live. Tie it up. I don't know who shouted. Before Zhao Ruyan could react, she was pressed to the ground by several strong men. Rough hemp ropes strangled into her wrists, but she felt no pain. The shouts of the people filled her ears. They were cheering and leaping, as if they were not greeting an enemy army, but a savior. The city gates were opened by the common people of their own accord. The guardsmen fishtailed their way in. The defenders surrendered. Zhao Ruyan saw Wei Hua riding on his horse, his silver armor gleaming in the sunlight. The people swarmed out and fell on their knees in front of Wei Hua's army, shouting, "Long live the emperor!" The sound shook the walls of the city. Zhao Ruyan closed her eyes as tears finally came out of her eyes. She finally realized that the heart of the people was the true bronze wall. The Yu dynasty, on the other hand, had long since lost the strongest barrier. The hearts of the people of the world, without realizing it, have all returned to Wei Hua. She had wanted to finally have a good fight with Wei Hua, but she hadn't expected that the fortress would actually be breached from the inside. She hadn't even injured Wei Hua's skin, hadn't even killed a single Wei clan soldier, and was defeated. The defeat was a complete mess. The gap between her and Wei Hua was just too big. At this moment, Zhu Jianfu, broken. Chandu, the Yu dynasty, is no longer in danger. Chapter 114 Zhao Ruyan commits suicide. Generals of the Wei family army, I have led you before and have not treated you poorly. You were all good men who were loyal to the king and loved the country. Why do you want to follow such an unfaithful, unfilial, unkind and unrighteous bastard? It's not too late for you all to repent now. This princess will make you rich and famous. Zhao Ruyan still didn't give up. She was tied up into dumplings and still tried to use words to persuade the Wei family army to change sides. The Wei family army people looked at each other, and finally all cannot help but laugh out loud. The scene was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. What are you guys laughing at? Zhao Ruyan asked with an ugly face, feeling as if they were laughing at themselves. Eldest princess, it's fine to lie to others, but don't lie to yourself as well. De Zhao or De Yu, which majesty is better? The common people can see it clearly. Do you still want to pretend to be confused? Yan Xiaoyi sneered. Zhao Ruyan was speechless. After all, the people had already voted with their feet. In the end, she had to punch Wei Hua viciously. Wei Hua, you kill me. I'm only asking for death now. Fine, you die. Wei Hua sniffed and agreed, immediately taking out a knife and throwing it in front of Zhao Ruyan with a bang. You Zhao Ruyan was dumbfounded by what she said. She was just saying it. She was expecting Wei Hua to be heartbroken. As a result, she didn't expect Wei Hua to be so heartless and actually really wanted to let herself die. I've been his wife for 3 years. He's been his wife for 3 years. That's a lot of kindness for 3 years. He has no conscience. And seeing that Zhao Ruyan didn't move, Wei Hua reacted to the fact that she was tied up, and immediately had someone untie her saying, "Untie her, please." Well. It's me who was blind and actually fell in love with a heartless man like you. Zhao Ruyan was so furious that she picked up a knife and was about to wipe her neck. However, Zhao Ruyan screamed cheerfully, but her hands were never able to lay their hands on her. People, they talk a lot, but when it comes to dying, most of them can't do anything. I remember that back then, when the former dynasty fell, there was a minister who had always boasted of his loyalty to the king and his country on weekdays and said that he would jump into a lake to die for his country. But when he touched the lake before he died, he couldn't jump in. He finally found an excuse, saying the water was too cold. Right now, Zhao Ruyan was the same. She pretended several times, but she still couldn't move the knife with a hardened heart. In the end, she helplessly rushed at Wei Hua and said, "The knife hurts too much. Can you give me a white silk? The royal family should have the royal family's way of dying. They can't see blood. Give it to her." Wei Hua instantly agreed in a single breath. And immediately a henchman delivered a white silk. Zhao Ruyan was once again speechless when she heard this, saying that I'm just looking for an excuse, and you really have one. So she took the defeat and wandered left and right to mill about, trying to say there was no place to hang herself. And Wei Hua how to understand Zhao Ruyan immediately a look. Underlings immediately helped Zhao Ruyan find a good location to hang, just in front of the city gate, and thoughtful to help Zhao Ruyan to hang the white damask to the good. "Please, Rapunzel," the Wei family army said. Zhao Ruyan was really dying of anger and really wanted to die, but she grabbed the white silk, but she didn't dare to hang herself. In the end, she could only helplessly find an excuse and said, "White damask is not a pretty way to die. I heard that the tongue and everything will be spit out, degrading royal decency. Wei Hua, can you give me a cup of poison wine so that I can go with some decency?" "Give it to her," Wei Hua ordered immediately, giving whatever he wanted. Incredibly generous. And the henchman immediately brought out a cup of poison wine. Zhao Ruyan was completely speechless. Damn, how to be so well prepared. It's not enough that there are knives and white silk, but how come there's even poisoned wine? Does this damn Wei Hua have to die himself? Zhao Ruyan angry also do not want to pretend. Bang a cup of poisonous wine thrown to the ground. Zhao Ruyan, you still haven't changed. Your mouth is full of doctrines and your heart is full of calculations. Wei Hua sneered at the sight and said, he had long since seen that Zhao Ruyan didn't dare to commit suicide, purely for the sake of humiliating and shaming Zhao Ruyan. If you really want to die, you'll die at once. There's no such thing as an excuse. Zhao Ruyan's face turned red when Wei Hua said what was on her mind, but she immediately came up with an excuse and said, Wei Hua, it's not that I'm afraid of death, it's that I want you to do it yourself. I'm going to make you bear the name of killing your wife, so that the world can see the face of your hypocrite. Okay. Wei Hua immediately picked up the knife on the ground. Scared Zhao Ruyan's face was pale, with tears in her eyes, and her heart cursed this can be really cruel. At this time, the generals of the Wei family army did not want their own majesty to get the reputation of killing his wife, so they hurriedly begged for forgiveness en masse. Your majesty, after all, this person is the royal family of the Yu dynasty. Let's leave her alive. It might be useful in the future. That's just it. For the sake of all the generals begging for your forgiveness, I'll spare you for now. Wei Hua shook his head at his words. But a capital offense can be waived, but a living one is hard to forgive. Escort her down and starve her for 3 days and 3 nights, giving her nothing to eat, as punishment for her refusal to surrender. Let her also feel what it's like for the common people to starve, and understand why her Zhao dynasty was abandoned by the common people. Humph. If you're hungry, you're hungry. Zhao Ruyan breathed a huge sigh of relief after hearing that she didn't have to die, but she was all about starvation. After all, she used to eat only 1 meal a day to be slim, too, but she forgot that before she ate snacks and fruits even though she only ate 1 meal a day. And the 3 days at hand are literally no food. Those 3 days back there really made her cry from hunger, without any princess pride left, even for a bite of food. She offered to say that she would kneel down and apologize to Wei Hua, but that was no use, because Wei Hua was no longer in Zhejiang, and she had no place to kneel even if she wanted to. One could only continue to starve. Of course, that's all an afterthought. The current Wei Hua, after leaving a part of his men to garrison Zhejiangfu, marched again. The army is pointing directly at the capital of Yu dynasty. This time, Wei Hua searched the mountains and the sea to catch Zhao Jiao as well. I won't return until I catch Zhao Jiao. Chapter 115 Dismissal of the title of Rapunzel. On the other side, Zhao Jiao, who had escaped all the way, finally received a good news. The Forbidden Army plus the new army. 100,000 army all out. A battle victory over the peasant uprising leader Zhang Zicheng. The rebel army of Zhang Zicheng collapsed and was defeated, and only 18 people were left to escape into the mountains and forests. The peasants' revolt was in the end a bunch of peasants who couldn't beat the regular army. However, this was also because the peasants' revolt was only in its early stages, with too little combat experience. When the peasant army accumulated experience and became a division of 100 battles, the situation would be reversed again, and carrying the might of a great victory. 100,000 troops safely escorted Zhaojiao to run smoothly to the Izhou road, and gained a foothold in Hangkufu, setting it up as a temporary capital city. Meanwhile, Zhaojiao still had a few tricks up his sleeve, and took advantage of his great victory to send out multiple emissaries to recruit the various rebel armies. Don't say, there are really a lot of peasant revolt leader Song Zheng possessed. As soon as he heard of the court recruited, excited, and want to become an official. Plus, when people saw that the biggest rebel leader, Zhang Zicheng, was defeated, they thought that the imperial court was still powerful and returned to the throne. Therefore, the court did not even spend any silver, just give a few worthless official hat. They coaxed these Song Zheng, they are happy as if they drank silly wife urine like, shouting the emperor long live 10,000 years old. After all, the 3 principles and the 5 rules, the ruler and the minister trope are too deeply rooted in people's hearts. On the contrary, the officials do not believe in the true dragon and the son of God, knowing that the emperor is also just a person. But for the common people, they were the ones who actually worshipped the emperor as a true god. To be able to get the emperors recruited, for a large number of peasant insurrectionists are the ancestral tomb of the smoke, naturally begged for it. A lot of people who were even forced to revolt thought that the emperor was good and that it was the ministers below who were doing bad things and hoodwinking his majesty. And right now, it is the emperor who has set things right, so naturally they have to fall in line. This, then, is the class limitation of the times. However, just as things were looking up, bad news arrived. That is, Wei Hua took Jiujiang province. The princess was defeated and her whereabouts were unknown, and Wei Hua's troops were directed at Chengdu. Zhao Jiao was not the least bit surprised by this result. After all, the Zhejiang prefecture is a group of crooked people, which can block Wei Hua's Wei family army. Zhao Jiao was more concerned about the whereabouts of Zhao Ruyan, and couldn't wait for her to die with her body. But the message says anything. Some say Zhao Ruyan is dead, others say she surrendered. But no matter which ending it was, Zhao Ruyan claimed to have lost her reputation. Therefore, Zhao Jiao immediately decreed, Zhao Ruyan is incompetent, losing troops and dishonoring the country. With immediate effect, the title of Rapunzel shall be removed and she shall be expelled from the royal family, regardless of whether Zhao Ruyan is dead or not. Zhao Jiao scrapped her. By the way, kill the chicken to show the monkey, so that the supreme emperor will be honest. Immediately afterward, Zhao Jiao urgently issued a second holy decree. Send someone to the Liao kingdom to appeal to the reasoning of lips dying and teeth chilling, and make sure that the Liao tribe goes south to attack Wei Hua. Zhao Jiao understood that by relying on this amount of troops he had, it was absolutely impossible to be Wei Hua's opponent. When he had 50,000 sailors, 100,000 miscellaneous troops, 50,000 forbidden troops plus 50,000 new troops, a total of 250,000 troops, the advantage of me, are still defeated in Wei Hua. And now, his sailor division is completely destroyed, and the miscellaneous armies all over the world have been completely wasted, and he can't even pacify the insurrectionist army. He is left with only 50,000 forbidden troops plus 50,000 new troops, a mere 100,000 troops. It is impossible to beat Wei Hua. If you want to defeat Wei Hua, you can only hope for Liao. Hey, if I had known this, I wouldn't have taken the money to repair the palace. I might as well have continued practicing the new army. As a result, it was given to Wei Hua as a dowry for nothing again. Zhao Jiao was now incomparably regretful. Originally, he was going to reorganize 100,000 new troops to fight against Wei Hua, but it was because of that damned peace treaty that deceived him and made him abort the plan of organizing a new army, and took the money to dash off instead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a mess right now. The troops are so stretched. The key, hard work to build a good palace cannot take away This is the most angry. If it can be taken away, Zhao Jiao is not so angry. Caused him now in Hankou and have to rebuild the palace. Also, let those recruited stinking peasant armies go to Chengdu. Defend Chengdu. Tell them that if they defend Chengdu, I will heavily reward them and give them marquis and kings. Zhao Jiao had another plan in his mind all of a sudden. He's a man who can't fight externally, but he's definitely a great fighter internally, and immediately came up with the plan to use the peasant army as cannon fodder. Even if they couldn't stop Wei Hua, they could at least consume these peasant armies. Zhao Jiao will not really recruit these peasants as their own people. He hated these dare to rebel against the chaotic people. Recruiting is only a stopgap measure only. The back to find ways to get rid of it. And borrowing Wei Hua's hand to make them dog eat dog is the best way to do it. Yes, Your Majesty is truly a brilliant plan. Goliath and the others immediately patted their asses. This Zhao Jiao still had a few tricks up his sleeve as long as he didn't spend his mind on hedonism and infighting. That is, this damn Wei Hua is bullying people too much. If I don't show my power, he really thinks I'm a sick cat. Also, tell the 3 overseas countries to hurry up with their troop shipments. I've agreed to attack Wei Hua with them. Zhao Jiao said once again. The 3 overseas countries are the Eastern Kingdom of Eng, the Western Kingdom, and the Northern Bear Kingdom. These 3 countries were completely annihilated by Wei Hua in Zhidong Road, but it was impossible for them to endure such a great defeat, and the Western nations in particular, known as the Sunset Emperors, with colonies all over the world, could never allow themselves to be beaten to a standstill. Therefore, these 3 countries have been privately liaising with the Yu dynasty, preparing to attack Wei Hua again. It's just that they have a long way to travel, and if they want to fight a large-scale battle they'll have to transport their soldiers back and forth several times before they can save up enough troops. That's why it hasn't moved in the last few months. It's been building up its strength. Lastly, issue an edict to the gentry and dignitaries of Chandu. Surrendering to others is fine, but surrendering to Wei Hua is certain death. Think about what will happen to the 5 surnames and 7 wishes and those families that remain in Linen. If you want to keep your fields and your positions, then fight to the death. Defend Chandu. Zhao Jiao continued. Though he had run away, most of the powerful people of Chandu had not yet had time to run away. These, the defending forces of Chandu. If it was in the past, these powerful families must see the wind and cast. After all, to whom the official is not win it, but to blame Wei Hua things much, actually engaged in land reform, and the imperial examinations, greatly damaged the power of the world's powerful nobles. Therefore, the landlords and the powerful will not surrender easily this time. It may be possible to hold on to Chandu. Oh yeah, remember to send someone to build a palace on Xiangzhong Road and guard the road from Muzhou to Xiangzhong. Zhao Jiao always had to prepare for his run. It would have been just as well if Chandu had held. If he continued to lose the war, then this Zhou Road would not be safe, and he would have to continue to run to Xiangzhong Road, being ready to run at any time, always on the road. Is his Zhao Jiao has not been caught the winning strategy. Originally, the Sichuanshu Road was actually the best choice for Zhao Jiao to run away, where it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it was the most suitable for running away. But right now, the insurgents everywhere have been leveled, except for the Chuanshu Road. It was occupied by a man named Li Xianzhong, who directly blocked the road into Sichuan, and made himself king in Sichuan Shudao, called what the King of the West, angry Zhao Jiao Tifichi. He was down to 7 provinces of territory, and he'd lost one to these damn rebels. Moreover, Zhao Jiao likewise sent a recruiting emissary to go to Sichuan Shudao, and the result was actually killed by that Li Xianzhong, who was really no king, worse than a beast. Zhao Jiao made up his mind, as long as he can repel Wei Hua, he must eat a year of suffering, not to spend money indiscriminately anymore, save up the money, and then set the whole country's strength to exterminate this damn Li Xianzhong. Of course, more suffering won't do it. In Zhao Jiao's opinion, any more bitterness could only be so bitter. Chapter 116 Recruitment? Recruiting a bird for peace. Chandu, Yu Dynasty. There are 2 powerful families in this area, namely, the Wang clan of Luanjia and the Xia clan of Chen County. Although these 2 families were not comparable to the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, they were also first-class gateway families that had been cultivating in Ganzhou Road for hundreds of years. They were extremely powerful and occupied a large amount of land in Ganzhou Road. Among them, Luanjia Wang and 5 surnames in the 7 Wang Taiyuan clan had a total of 1 ancestor, later divided into 2 lines. There is a saying in later times that the swallow in front of the hall in the old days has flown into the homes of the common people. This is the case with these 2 families. At this moment, led by these 2 families, with other families, they had gathered tens of thousands of tenants and slaves, ready to defend Chengdu to the death, and never let Wei Hua capture Chengdu. All cheer up. This is a battle for our survival. If the Yu dynasty comes, we can become officials. If the Liao tribe comes, we can be officials. But when the Zhao Wei Hua comes, we can only be ordinary people. This is not bullying the honest people. Where is the honor of our families for hundreds of years? So, everyone give me your best efforts to defend Chengdu. His Majesty said that if we only hold it for a few days, the Liao clan will move south. and then Wei Hua will retreat. We'll be safe in Chengdu. The Xia family head, Xia Anxiety, solemnly rushed at the heads of the major families in Chengdu, counting on everyone to work together to tide over the difficult times. That's right. I've heard that the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs of that linen city are old and miserable. 6 of the 7 families were killed. We must not follow in this footsteps. Wang Mang, the head of the Wang family, followed suit. Report. The imperial court has recruited a group of peasant armies, and they are now rushing to our Chengdu, saying that they have come to help us defend the city. Just then, a house slave came to report. Peasant army? The imperial court has recruited this group of mudbloods. Can this group of mud-legged people and our big families be of the same mind? A bunch of dogs that hate to eat the big families. The Xia family head, Xia Anxian, scoffed at this group of peasants. It's good to be here. It's more or less power. Wang Mang, the head of the Wang family, persuaded. Humph. Then let them station themselves outside the city. Remember, the peasant army is never allowed to take half a step into the city. This group of peasant army is very bad. Once they enter the city, they might want to share our property as well. Xia said uneasily, full of vigilance. Right. Let them be cannon fodder outside the city. That way we'll have more hope of defending the city. The Wang family head also nodded. Right now, with 50,000 to 60,000 strong men in their city, plus the peasant army outside the city, they felt that they had a better chance of defending the city. Outside the city of Chengdu, the peasants' army, which had rushed to the king's protection with great difficulty, was in a state of anger. Handful of birds, we worked so hard to come all the way here to help the court defend the city, and the court actually won't even let us in the city, and won't even give us a sip of water. Boss, what the hell kind of peace is this recruiting for peace and security? The imperial court doesn't treat us as their own people either. Yeah, there's no money for money and no food for food. Just gave a few bird official positions. What's the point? The peasant armies complained as you spoke. A good thing. Even said, in my opinion, let's continue to rebel. This Chengdu was so prosperous. I heard that the 2 families of Wang Xia in the city are very rich. Home backyard put 2 full of large frying pan. That is wada fry steamed bread fried steamed bread. Wada fry fried sesame flowers fried sesame flowers. The days are beautiful. Let's just fight our way into the city, and live the good life of these gatekeepers and dignitaries, and sit in the bird seat left behind by the emperor's old man. That throne, his Zhao family sits on it. My brother also sits on it. Don't talk nonsense. This is the capital city. With such a high wall, how can we attack it? We'll only die for nothing. It's better to honestly help the imperial court to defend the city. Maybe we can get some reward afterward. The leader of this peasant army, Lu Junyi, looked at such a tall city of Chengdu and couldn't help but shake his head and said, he was still excited about the court's recruitment, but now he has met this kind of treatment, heart also died. It is just that the situation is stronger than the people, and at the moment, he can't fight his way through this high wall, so he can only honestly be a dog. Who says we can't attack? Just then, Shen Lang, a small leader in the peasant army, suddenly said, what? You kid have a solution? Lu Junyi couldn't help but ask at that. Boss, I don't have a solution, but I know someone who does. That is the Wei family army that will attack soon. They are strong and have won 100 battles. They are the #1 army in the world. They can definitely break this city. Even the emperor in the city was scared by the Wei family army and fled. Instead of blowing cold winds outside the city, we should defect to Dezhao and join the Wei family army. That Dezhao emperor is a great lord of his generation, courteous to all, and can definitely give everyone a good future. That makes sense. There's a place for us to stay. Since the lords of the city don't treat us like food, why don't we go to another master? Yes, yes, the other peasant army leaders chimed in, but Lu Junyi shook his head and said, but we don't know anyone. This court at least sent messengers to recruit us, but also give us a few official hats. That Dezhao we simply do not know. This rash surrender. Maybe people instead of us as a spy to kill it. Boss, truth be told, I know the Wei family army. Moreover, those people who provided us with weapons in the beginning were from the Wei family army. Shen Lang said in a stone-faced manner. Zhao Zhou wants Wei Hua and the peasant army to have a dogfight, but he didn't realize that many of the peasant armies were themselves supported by Wei Hua. Wei Hua's salt merchant scouts provided the first wave of weapons to the peasant army, and many of the scouts even joined the peasant army directly and followed the battle. It is only that many peasant army uprisings have developed from one village, one family, relying on blood and geographic ties. As a result, these scouts, as outsiders, could not become high-ranking in the peasant army. But there is a place in the peasant army. Like before, the military advisor of Zhang Zichang, the leader of the largest peasant army, was Wei Hua's scouting subordinate. And right now, this Lu Junyi beside this small leader Shen Lang, is also the same. At this moment, he took advantage of the fact that the peasant army was cold-shouldered by the imperial court to make the peasant army collectively anyway. This, leader Lu Junyi is still a little hesitant. With the inconvenience of communication in ancient times, coupled with the news blockade, they simply did not know what the Dazhou dynasty was really like, and did not know whether they should surrender or not. But soon, he immediately changed his stance and said to Shun Lang, "Quickly go and tell the Wei family army, we are willing to submit." The reason it became so fast was because the Guardian army showed up. The scene was really like this: 300,000 warriors of the Wei family, general and leader Huo Zhanyao. The white feathers of the shooting star were stuck in his waist, and the light of the sword was out of the box. The heavenly soldiers were shining snow down the jade gate, and the arrows of the captives were shooting like sand at the golden armor. More than 100,000 Wei family troops were neatly organized. Too spectacular, too huge. The peasants' army trembled as they watched, finally understanding what was meant by the difference between a grassroots army and a regular army. Chapter 117 Stomping Through Chengdu. Peasant insurgent leader Lu Junyi looked at the imposing, military discipline, well-equipped Weijia army in front of him, and then look at the city hall, lazy, with little armor on the body, wearing a variety of gate tenant family slave army. He knew with his toes which one to surrender. This Wei family army is also too powerful. Such an army, Lu Junyi has never seen in his life. It's different from all the other local armies he's seen before. Let him look at the heart of fear. Do not dare to fight. Thus, under the leadership of the scout Shun Lang, Lu Junyi immediately came to pay homage to Wei Hua with the leaders of the peasant army, and they all fell on their knees in front of Wei Hua. "Greetings, Your Majesty. We come to submit." Drawing on the experience of the previous linen gatekeepers holding together against each other, Wei Hua now captured a place and quickly carried out land reform in a place, disintegrating the local forces and setting up officials of his own. As a result, his advance was a bit slower. However, the victory was steady and stable, and there would never be a thing that once he defeated a battle, there would be rebellions behind him. But right now, it also finally arrived. Wei Hua looked at the peasant soldiers and immediately rolled over and dismounted, taking the initiative to go forward to help Lu Junyi up and said, "All of you please get up quickly. I know that you have suffered, being oppressed by the government of this Yu dynasty, only to be desperate. The government forced the people to rebel. You can rest assured that I am going south this time, precisely to eliminate the violence and save the people in the downward spiral. After I destroy the Yu dynasty, all of you will be able to get your own land, exempted from harsh taxes, self-reliant and fed by yourselves. Right now, you should be hungry. I have prepared some food. You can enjoy it." With those words, the Wei family army immediately made way. At the end of the road were buns full of white flour, rice and some vegetables. There was even meat. Everyone else draws the pie. Wei Hua gives the pie directly. Thus, Lu Junyi and the others were really moved to tears. They had worked so hard to get here, but they hadn't even seen the shadow of the emperor of Yu dynasty, and they hadn't even gotten a sip of water. Their enemies, on the other hand, are unclothed and pushed to eat. Who can look at this and not be moved? Therefore, Lu Junyi shouted from the bottom of his heart at Wei Hui, "I have been floating for half a lifetime, but I hate not meeting the bright master. Today, I have the honor to meet your majesty. If your majesty does not abandon me, I am willing to be the vanguard to attack this Chengdu. I appreciate your kindness, but you have traveled a long way to get here, so take a good rest first. Leave this battle to our Wei family army, and next time, if there is a need, I will ask for your help again." Wei Hua replied with a smile. He's not Zhao Jiao, using the people as cannon fodder for nothing. Moreover, Wei Hua's main battle was an attack that would be won. The peasants' army's average battle strength would instead be a burden to Wei Hua. What Wei Hua wanted was a total victory as a way to shock the whole of Daiyu, so that they would come to surrender in droves, and feel Wei Hua's good intentions. Lu Junyi's heart is even more warm, and suddenly gave birth to a soldier for the friend of the death of the heroic feeling. What are these stinking peasant soldiers doing? Why are they still kneeling down to Wei Hua? A handful of birds. I knew that this group of people couldn't be relied upon. I can't believe they surrendered so quickly. Rubbish. A bunch of losers. On top of the city wall, Xia family head Xia Anxiety was furious as he watched the peasant army not only fail to block Wei Hua, but instead took the initiative to come forward and kneel in a heap. It seems we can only rely on ourselves, but it's fine. Our Chengdu city has high walls and is wide, so we can definitely block Wei Hua. Previously, Wei Hua wasn't also stopped by 100,000 miscellaneous troops in Jidong Road. If it's a battle on the plains, his army is indeed invincible. But right now, we are defending the city, so it's not a big problem. Wang Mang, the head of the Wang family, had beads of sweat on his forehead, but still held on and said, "It's not even a fight yet. and the reinforcements have thrown in the towel first, which would demoralize anyone. However, the gatekeepers would not feel that they were the cause of their harsh treatment. They would only feel that the peasant army was too cheap and bad. Knock 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 knock. At this time, the war drums underneath the city shook the sky and earth, and 100,000 Wei family troops surged towards Chengdu city like a black torrent. Wei Hua was in the lead, his cloak hunting in the wind. He squinted his eyes, and the panicked figures at the top of the city were clearly visible. The Wang family's house slaves were carrying rolling logs and stones with their hands and feet, and the Xia family's tenant farmers were pulling back their bowstrings shiveringly. Release the arrows. Wei Hua gave the order, and a rain of arrows whistled up from the sky, covering the sun. A scream rang out from the city's head. Dozens of house slaves were hit by arrows and fell to the ground, blood snaking down the cracks of the city wall's bricks. Siege wagon, move forward. Wei Hua waved the order flag. Dozens of huge siege wagons slowly advanced under the cover of shield bearers, their wheels crushing the ground with a dull roar. Each siege wagon had a 3-foot-long ladder on it, the tops of which were wrapped in iron and glowing with cold light under the setting sun. Put out the kerosene. Quickly put kerosene. Burn these bastards to death. The Xia family head, Xia anxiety, hissed from the top of the city. A few family slaves tremblingly lifted up the boiling hot kerosene canisters, and before they could pour it out, they were hit by arrows flying from below the city. The kerosene canister shattered on the city wall, and the flames instantly sprang up, engulfing the few family slaves. Boom! The huge siege hammer hit the city gate heavily, and the entire city wall shook. The wooden bolts behind the city gate let out an unbearable groan, and the cracks spread like a spider web. The battle power of the 100,000 Wei family troops was completely unfolded. The arrows shot by the composite bow directly pressurized the guarding house slaves' tenants who could not breathe and dared not risk their heads. A rack of siege equipment was erected all over the outside of the walls of Chengdu city, like a crack that was going to split Chengdu city in pieces. For that matter, it was still the effect of Wei Hua not using his secret weapon, gunpowder. Do you really think you can rest easy just by defending the high city? That's ridiculous. Wei Hua didn't attack the 100,000 strong miscellaneous army before because he had a better plan to give up without a fight. Right now, Wei Hua didn't need to. He had the capital to devour the Yu dynasty. At this moment, Lin Tinyo, the #1 fierce general under Wei Hua's command, even rolled over and dismounted from his horse, personally leading a team of elites to climb up the ladder. His movements were as athletic as an ape, and he leapt up to the top of the city in a few moves. With a sweep of his great axe, 2 family slaves who had raised their swords and rushed towards him fell to the ground. Blood was splattered on his armor, but he didn't even notice. Instead, like a tiger descending from the mountain, he kept pouncing on other enemies, getting more and more courageous. In ancient times, there were 4 major war feats. The first to ascend: trapping, beheading the general, capture the flag. It means to be the first to attack the enemy's city, the first to kill the enemy's army, kill the enemy commander-in-chief, to cut down the enemy's military flag. Lin Tinyo was the only one who had accomplished all 4 major achievements. He was also the only one who had accomplished all 4 major achievements. This, then, was why he was known as the #1 fierce general under Wei Hua's command. At this moment, he seemed to kill the god-possessed, eyes blood red, a gossip Xinhua axe wherever, heads like watermelons one after another landing. No one dares to get up close to the death. Touch will be defeated. A person hard to open up a bloody road. Kill. The shouts of the Wei family army were deafening. Under Lin Tinyo's leadership, more and more soldiers climbed up to the top of the city, and in the shadow of swords, the house slaves of the Wang Xia and Xia families fell like cut wheat. Some people kneeled down and begged for mercy. Others turned to escape, but they were all mercilessly chopped down. Below the city, the crash of siege hammers became more and more urgent. In the end, accompanied by a loud click, the heavy city gate was finally overwhelmed and collapsed. The Wei family army surged into the city like a tidal wave, iron hooves stepping over the green stone road, making a deafening roar. Wei Hua rode his high horse and stepped into the city. He looked at the family slaves fleeing around in the city, and watched those sons and daughters of the gate valves who had once flaunted their power kneeling down and begging for mercy. His eyes fell on the Wang Xia and Xia family heads. These 2 once unrivaled family heads of the gate valves were currently sitting paralyzed in a pool of blood, their eyes staring blankly. How could they not expect that they had failed to defend even a single day of the district in front of Wei Hua? A few short hours, Wei Hua stepped through Chengdu in a single battle. Chapter 118: The Calculations of Topaz Woodruff. Wei, Your Majesty, spare your life. Your Majesty, spare your life. Before it was all because we were blinded by lard and didn't know the might of your Majesty's heavenly army. Please let us go. Your Majesty, recognizing our ignorance. From now on, we will do whatever your Majesty says. We are willing to serve your majesty as dogs and horses. That's right, that's right. I beg your majesty to be generous and let the two of us go as if we were a fart. One by one, the two great lords of Wang Xia kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic, begging for mercy with a wailing face. In the face of death, what centuries of glory, what dozens of generations of lineages, are all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Only with the knife on their necks did the two family heads understand the ultimate essence of what it means for everyone to be equal, that is, all lives are only once, and whoever receives a knife will die. Sparing the two of you is fine, but I still need to ask the two of you to borrow one thing each. Wei Hua said faintly. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. As long as your majesty is willing to spare us, no matter if we want money or fields, we'll give them all with both hands. The two family heads of Wang Xia breathed a sigh of relief and said in a hurry, not daring to be stingy anymore. I want the heads on the collars of the two of you, Wei Hua said coldly. Ah, the two Wang Xia family heads were shocked at his words, and the next second, before they could react, Lin Tinyo, who was standing behind them, made his move with his Bagua Xianhua axe. With a swish, swish, bang, bang, two sounds, two heads instantly fell to the ground. In the old days, Wang Xia was the master of both families. Two dogs' heads on the ground today. Wei Hua was merciful to the people, but he would never be soft on the gatekeeper families. 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Wei Hua killed 6 families in one breath. This local gatekeepers, Wei Hua also do not mind killing through. It's a pity that Zhao Jiao ran too fast, or else he could have been chopped up together. Right now, it's just a matter of using the heads of these two to make an example of them. Pass the diatribe to all parts of Ganzhou Road. Dare to defend the city to resist the person, such as Wang Xia, two masters of the family under the scene. If the city is offered to surrender, I will protect their lives, Wei Hua immediately decreed. These dogs of power that guard the city don't know fear until they're shown a little color. In the past, when attacking a city, the threat of massacre after breaking the city was used to force the other side to surrender. Wei Hua wasn't like that. He never slaughtered cities. He wasn't that sick, but that doesn't mean he's soft-hearted. As the saying goes, mercy is not in the hands of soldiers, righteousness is not in the hands of money. Wei Hua does not mind killing all the local dignitaries as a way to scare the other prefectures into surrendering one after another. Maybe this decapitation program is even more effective. And the fact is true. Jiaojiang, Chengdu, 2 provinces as the entire Ganzhou Road is the strongest strength, the strongest defense. At this moment, both of these places were overrun. Where would the remaining prefectures have the strength to resist? Coupled with the fact that Wei Hua used the heads of Wang Xia's 2 family heads to scare the hell out of them, those landlords and gentry who originally wanted to resist instantly wimped out. After all they lost by surrendering was the land, but it's lives that are lost by resisting them. As a result, other prefectures surrendered. The whole Ganzhou Road passed on the diatribe. Wei Hua, once again, has taken a province, and owns a full 4 provinces of territory, and they are all in the hinterland of the Central Plains, the best territory. Right now, what prevented Wei Hua from continuing his march was actually not the Yu dynasty's defenders. Rather, there were too many prefectures that surrendered all at once, requiring Wei Hua to accept to take care of them one by one. There are also those insurgent peasant armies that need to be resettled. Liao Kingdom, Yanjing Courtroom. The official in charge of intelligence knelt on the ground and rushed to Liao Emperor Tuoba Wuzhu to report. Report, Your Majesty. Zhao Wei Hua traveled south, crossed the Gan River, and consecutively attacked Zhejiang and Chengdu. The entire Ganzhou province surrendered. Zhao Jiao of the Yu dynasty sent a plea for help to our dynasty, begging us to send troops to attack Wei Hua so that our lips will not die. What? It's only been a few months since Wei Hua made a peace treaty with the Yu dynasty, and he tore it up so quickly. Didn't they say that Wei Hua is a man of honor? I didn't realize he would do such a thing. The Liao ministers were shocked. I did not expect Wei Hua pretending half a lifetime. The pro came to a big deception. All of a sudden cheated Yu Chao so hard. In this regard, Tuoba Wuzhu was not very surprised. He sneered and said, "Oh, I know. A paper peace treaty is no ass. Wei Hua will definitely tear the peace treaty. I've fought with him for half my life and know him too well. He is a complete villain, a hypocrite. Fortunately, I have not been idle for a while, and our new army has already taken shape." Unlike Zhao Jiao, who put money into repairing the palace and the garden, Tuoba Woodruff still has a few brushes. He is really after the peace talks with Wei Hua to exchange time for opportunity. Seize the time to practice the new army. Right now, he had gathered all of the nation's strength and successfully practiced a new army of 100,000 men. Together with the original 100,000 veterans, there was a total of 200,000 troops. After all, Liao is the largest country in terms of territory. It occupies 8 provinces in the north and has a deep heritage. After raising taxes again, the treasury was greatly increased and there was money for conscription. As for the death of the people, they don't care. Of course, the veterans are the Liao Iron Horsemen mainly. The recruits on the other hand are not so much horses. They are all infantry oriented, and their fighting ability is going to be worse by a mile. But the numbers are there, and it all sounds like a bluff. Your Majesty is still far-sighted, and saw Wei Hua's ambition early on and plan ahead for a rainy day. Now my Liao tribe is strong, no longer afraid of that Wei Hua. The ministers immediately patted the horse's ass, so that Tuoba Wuzhu listened to the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Then, Your Majesty, when do we move out and attack Wei Hua to the south? Liao Prime Minister Wan Yanqi couldn't help but ask. Wait a little longer, Topaz replied. Wait further? Waiting again isn't letting Wei Hua occupy more and more territory. Without our help, the Yu dynasty alone will never be Wei Hua's opponent. Wei Hua can't just hit a province and call it a day this time. I'm afraid he'll go all the way south and fight until the Yu dynasty is extinguished. Wan Yanqi frowned and persuaded. What I want is for Wei Hua's territory to grow bigger and bigger, so that he's alone and his logistics and everything will intensify. Fighting in an unfamiliar enemy country, which is so easy. Also, it's hard for him to turn around and come back. It's getting farther and farther away from his base camp. That's when we strike again and give him a thunderous blow. In this way, he will be unable to return to help, so we can hit the Yangtze River and occupy the Jizhou and Jianghuai roads in one fell swoop. Eat Wei Hua's 2 provinces in one fell swoop, and beat him to death. Let Wei Hua and Yu dynasty fight dog eat dog. The harder he fights now, the more he will lose afterward. And we, the Liao clan, are the biggest winners. Also, have those craftsmen seized the opportunity to build ships? I, Liao, must also have my Liao's naval division. This time, my Liao clan will not only take back all that we have lost, but we will also cross the Yangtze River and unify the world. Let Wei Hua know that my Liao Iron Horsemen are the best in the world, Tuoba Wuzhu said in a domineering manner. This time he had a big plan. It could even be said that he had waited 5 years for just such an opportunity again. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is a heavenly genius. The literature can put pen to paper and secure the world. The martial arts can get on the horse and set the world in order. It is truly an emperor of the ages. The ministers were overjoyed at the words. They had to admire that their own majesty was indeed powerful. No wonder he could last for 5 years under Wei Hua. And immediately one by one, they knelt down and kowtowed. A burst of bragging, blowing up the sky. Chapter 119. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. The news of the capture of Chandu province and the surrender of the whole of Ganzhou Dao reached back to the Yu dynasty. Zhao Zhou's body trembled and his face turned pale, nearly fainting. He thought that Ganzhou Road couldn't stop Wei Hua, but he didn't think that he would actually lose so quickly. So quickly. You know, that's a whole province. Millions of people. Thousands of miles of land. It was actually conquered by Wei Hua in just a few days. Thinking about his previous heyday, he has 9 provinces, and there is also Wei Hua north of the Liao tribe, looking to take 10 provinces. And even the unification of the world is in sight. The result is because of his jealousy, his ignorance and arrogance, his foolishness. Now the territory has become less and less, even only left Minzhou Road, the 2 Canton Road, Xiangzhou Road, Azhou Road, Guizhou Road, 5 provinces of the land, shrinking by half. And this is just paper data. In reality, he lost more, because the 2 Canton Road, Guizhou Road in 2 places, at this moment are sparsely populated, is used to send prisoners, can be requisitioned population, money and food are extremely limited. In terms of the population under his jurisdiction alone, he was already inferior to Wei Hua. Today the world is divided into 4. Liao was the largest, dominating the north and occupying 8 provinces in the world. Wei Hua was second, occupying the hinterland of the central plains and the southern coast, the most densely populated and prosperous place in the world, and occupying 4 provinces in the world. Zhao fell to the third, leaving only the 5 southern provinces, and there are still some internal insurrectionist armies that are still stupid. It is really an internal and external trouble to the extreme. The most annoying thing is that there is a peasant uprising. Li Xianzhong took advantage of the chaos to occupy the province of Sichuan and Shu, self-appointed king of the west, closed the road into Sichuan, so that Zhao lost a place to stay. The damn Liao clan hasn't moved either. I don't know what they're doing. Hey, let's move the capital and head to Xiangzhou Road. Zhao sighed and prepared to run away again. Ganzhou Dao has surrendered. Wei Hua's next step must be Azhou Dao. It's not safe for him to stay in Azhou. He has to quickly run to Xiangzhou Dao to feel safe. This time, however, the courtiers did not agree. And among them, the great men of the gate, led by the 4 southern surnames, stood out and shouted, "Your Majesty, we can't run anymore. The reason why we've been losing battles one after another is because we haven't been able to truly resist. We only know how to run away, which affects our morale. Right now we can't retreat any further and our territory is getting smaller and smaller. If we continue to run like this, the great you will be destroyed. In this time of danger, please ask the Son of Heaven to guard the country's gates. Let us and fight the Weihua traitors. I second the motion to ask the Son of Heaven to guard the gates of the country. Ask the Son of Heaven to guard the gates of the country. One of the ministers at the head of the 4 southern surnames immediately stepped forward and shouted. The 4 southern surnames refer to the 4 families of Gu, Lu, Zhu and Zhang. The 5 surnames and 7 wands were mostly from the north, while the 4 southern surnames were the strongest gatekeepers in the south. A bit stronger than the 2 local gatekeepers of Wang Xie, they had been following Zhao Jiu, and each of them held important positions in Zhao Jiu's court. Like Gu Tinggu, the head of the Gu family, was the minister of the Ministry of Appointments. Lu family head Lu Bushuan is the secretary of the Ministry of War. Shu family Zhu Daiqian is the secretary of the Ministry of Rights. And Zhang family Zhang Hang is the secretary of the Ministry of Industry. Before, they were also afraid of war, so they were willing to run after Zhao Jiu. But right now, seeing the 5 surnames and 7 hopes beheaded by Wei Hua, and Wang Xie's 2 families were taken down, they are also panicked by these gateway families. If we keep running like this, all the wealth accumulated for hundreds of years will be swept away and eaten up by Wei Hua. Moreover, like Ganzhou Road, Azhou Road, Xiangzhou Road, many places are their land. With such a run, the land was immediately distributed to the poor by Wei Hua, and they were really heartbroken. Instead of sitting back and waiting to die, he should fight Wei Hua. Anyway, the court now has 100,000 troops, together with the family slaves and tenants of their lineages. They might not be unable to hold off Wei Hua. Guard your mother's head. Are you guys trying to make me die for nothing? As soon as Zhao Jiu heard the word Son of Heaven guarding the state gates, he felt his blood rushing up in anger and cursed angrily in his heart. In Zhao Jiu's opinion, guarding the country's gates should be a job for the chowder-smelly soldiers. I have become the emperor still guarding the state gate. Then this emperor is not in vain? If you want to guard it, do it yourselves. I haven't enjoyed it enough yet. Besides, can we rely on him to guard the country's gates? Then the Yu dynasty wasn't destroyed for nothing before. When the emperor Zhao Huikai is also a generation of runaway king, could have escaped from life. As a result, he was cheated back by these ministers with the reasoning of the Son of Heaven guards the gate of the country. But in the end, it's just useless. The imperial army does add to the army, but only if the army can fight. If the army was already completely wasted, no amount of imperial expedition would be of any use. As a result, the Yu dynasty was still destroyed by the Liao tribe, and the Taishang emperor, Zhao Huikai, was captured defending the state gate and went to dance with the Liao tribe. Zhao Jiu didn't want to make the same mistake and be caught dancing by Wei Hua. Moreover, Wei Hua was afraid that he wouldn't even give him a chance to dance, and he was going straight to the head of the broken stage. Let Taisho keep it. He's more experienced. Zhao Jiu's eyes twinkled, and he immediately thought of a good ploy to make his own damn old man a scapegoat once more. However, the ministers replied, Your Majesty, the Taishang emperor has already taken a step ahead and traveled to Xiangzhou Road. *******. Running so fast. Really something he can do. Zhao Jiu was instantly furious. How could this damned real father be so shameless? Why don't you guys stop him? Zhao Jiu questioned angrily. The Taishang emperor has long since ignored the affairs of the state and has nothing to do with the affairs of the state. So he has run away. His Majesty is the king of a country and is burdened with the weight of the earth and grain. So he can't leave so easily. The heads of the 4 southern family names replied. Does Aiching have any other ideas? Zhao Jiu had no choice but to look to his own direct line. Gao Ziangzui. Sometimes it's not that he wants to use traitors, but it's just that traitors speak well and follow their hearts. Unlike these damned gatekeepers, who only care about their own interests and disregard my life and death. I have a plan that may solve the problem. Goliath answered instantly. Oh, Aiching quickly tell us. Zhao Jiu's eyes lit up at the words. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, to resist the outside world, we must first secure the inside. I suggest that we make peace with Dezhou and cede some of our land. After that, we can unite as one, clear up the civil unrest, recover the Sichuanshu Road, train a new army, and revitalize Gaoxiang as the Yu traitor. Perfectly accomplished Wei was task, always thinking for Dezhou, weakening the power of Yu dynasty. Peace talks? Zhao Jiu smiled and laughed, and directly cursed. Still ing peace talks. Last time you said peace talks. The result is that I ceded half of the province to Wei Hua, compensated 8 million taels of silver, and Wei Hua only rested for a few months to beat me again. Now what do you want me to come up with for peace talks? Cede one province after another to Wei Hua, and then exchange it for a few months of peace? I really doubt that you are being paid by Wei Hua and are working for him. Even if Zhao Jiao was stupid, he wouldn't fall for it this time. Goliath was shocked at his words. Could it be that I have been exposed? However, he had overthought it. And Zhao Jiao was only speaking in anger. He only had this much of his direct lineage left, so he didn't dare to be skeptical anymore. Chapter 120 The Crown Prince is dead. That's right. There must be no peace talks. Must fight. The 4 southern surnames said furiously, as if they had been forced to become the most steadfast main war faction. By what fight? Weihua has hundreds of thousands of troops. Can any of you hold them off? You'll just be sending them to their deaths for nothing at that time, Gao Ziangli said with a cold smile. The reason why he became a hardcore Yu trader was that Weihua kept on giving him official titles and money. And on the other hand, he was scared by the Wei family army and decided that the Yu dynasty was bound to be extinguished. It would never be possible to stop that invincible Wei family army. We have to block even if we can't. We're just going to die. But we can't let Weihua ride on top of our heads and piss again. That's right. Weihua is a man of cloth. We have been a gatekeeper for hundreds of years. How can we let him be so arrogant and dare to divide the fields and kill the families? This is simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. The big deal is to fight until a fish dies. The southern 4 family heads said viciously. Fish death. My ass. Your hard fight is just equivalent to Xiang Yu being trapped in Gaixia. I support His Majesty to go to Xiangzhou Road. Gao Ziangzui argued with reason. Xiang Yu has the guts to break the cauldron. So do we. The 4 great sect valves were not willing to show weakness. Both sides went back and forth, much like a food market selling vegetables. Zhao Jiao was so annoyed that he called a halt with a frown. Alright. I don't understand why everyone is talking about Xiang Yu being trapped in Gaixia, as if this ancient battlefield in the Central Plains is doomed for us. 5 years ago, I embarked on a journey from the Liao Road and started the northern expedition, and our great Yu was re-established. Wherever the army of this dynasty goes, the people welcome it wholeheartedly, so it can be said that we have taken advantage of the perfect timing, and that kind of vibrant and vigorous realm is still in front of our eyes. After just 5 years, has this place changed into my burial place? No matter what, my Yu dynasty still has 5 provinces, while Weihua only has 4, and the advantage is mine. We don't need to fear Weihua. Your Majesty is wise. The crowd listened to Zhao Jiao's bull **** and didn't hear any useful value. It was all fluff, but still they just had to flatter and pat their asses. Subsequently, Zhao Jiao also knew that with the group's aggressive situation, it really wouldn't do for him to run again. So, he thought of a way to say, I think that the matter of the Son of Heaven guarding the state gate is very good, but I am in the weight of the state's sacred weapon, and I can't afford to make a mistake. Let's do it this way. Let the prince guard the state gate. With your assistance, you will be able to defeat the guard traitors in one fell swoop and protect my country's security. The 4 great gate valves' faces darkened at the words, not expecting this Zhao Jiao to be shameless like this, in order to be able to run away, even going so far as to push out his 2-year-old son. But there was no way. He had said this, and the people couldn't force it, so they could only agree to it. And just as Zhao Jiao smiled at the words, feeling that he was really smart and could successfully run away again, but see a small eunuch panicked ran in, kneeling on the ground, tears in his eyes and snot in his nose, incomparably panicked and shouted, Report! To His Majesty! His Highness the Crown Prince! His Highness the Crown Prince What's wrong with the Crown Prince? Zhao Jiao was shocked at his words, and a bad feeling instantly rose in his heart. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince! His Royal Highness the Crown Prince! He swarmed. The little eunuch cried out in dismay. A head immediately knocked on the ground, not daring to raise it. Princely means dead. The Son of Heaven is said to be dead. The vassal is said to be princely. The great physician is said to be dead. The scholar is said to be unfortunate. And the commoner is said to be dead. What? How is this possible? How is this possible? You fart! Men, drag this dead eunuch out for me and behead him. Beheaded. Zhao Jiao instantly freaked out at the words and shouted in a hurry. Zhao Jiao just has a 2-year-old son. Originally, after negotiating a peace treaty with Weihua, in order to avoid the humiliation of kneeling, Zhao Jiao abdicated the throne to this son of his, and became the supreme emperor himself. But then, Weihua released the Taishang emperor Zhao Huikai back, and there was a Taishang emperor above this Taishang emperor, so the situation was too awkward. Moreover, the Taishang emperor had no real power, and it would be bad if Zhao Huikai took advantage of the situation to seize power. As a result, Zhao Jiao reset himself again and became the emperor again, making his son the crown prince again. And right now, this only prince of his own is actually dead? How is this possible? You know Zhao Jiao he himself had been scared soft by Weihua before and lost his fertility. It's his only bloodline. The only bloodline. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Forgive me, Your Majesty. The crown prince suffered a cold on his journey. It's those quacks who failed to cure him that caused him to die prematurely. Please spare his majesty's life. If you want to behead him, behead those quacks. The little eunuch hurriedly said, putting all the blame on the imperial doctors. Kill all of you. All of you will have to be buried with His Highness the Crown Prince, Zhao Jiao viciously said, having lost his mind, his eyes blood red. Your Majesty, please save your grief and maintain your imperial demeanor. An imperial historian could not help but admonish His Majesty when he saw him in such a manner without imperial demeanor. But it was fine if he didn't say anything. But the moment he did, he made Zhao Jiao even angrier. Zhao Jiao immediately ordered, condolences? Maintaining your demeanor? Fine. I remember you have a son too. Come on, kill his son for me as well. Let him empathize with me and see if he's still standing and talking. Your Majesty, spare your life. This imperial historian was instantly shocked at the words, did not expect there to be this kind of tawdry operation, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed again and again. But it was already useless. Zhao Jiao had gone completely crazy, and it was useless for anyone to plead for mercy. In the end, the little eunuchs, the imperial physician, the imperial historian's son, all of them were sent by Zhao Jiao to kill the heads of the people rolling. But even so, it was still hard for Zhao Jiao to get rid of his hatred. He blamed Wei Hua for all the reasons for the death of the crown prince. After all, if Wei Hua hadn't defaulted to the south, he wouldn't have had to run away, and the crown prince wouldn't have followed him and died of cold. Therefore, Zhao Jiao viciously said, avenge the killing of my son is not shared. Wei Hua, I will fight you. Listen to the courtiers, I'm not going to run away. I'm going to fight Wei Hua to the death this time. You courtiers, you have the money to pay, and you have the men to pay. At this time of national crisis, we must be united in our resolve. If there are any dissenters, they will be killed. Zhao Jiao was out of his mind with rage. He doesn't have any more offspring anyway. Sooner or later, this kingdom will go to the Taishang Emperor's line. That old man can still make babies. These few actually months let the consort of several concubines pregnant. Instead of leaving the kingdom to the old stuff, I'd rather put up a fight myself. Your Majesty is holy. We will definitely do our best. The four southern surname family heads were delighted at his words and immediately said, they didn't expect that the death of the crown prince was really a good thing, and it was rare that Zhao Jiao's bloodlust was aroused. Wei Hua has always looked down on us, thinking that we won't attack. This time, we'll give him a surprise attack. Take advantage of his unsteady foothold in Ganzhou Road to give him a thunderous strike. Zhao Jiao immediately analyzed. He had 100,000 troops, and with the family slaves and tenants of the gatekeeper families, it would not be a problem to put together an army of 200,000 troops. It has not been possible to fight Wei Hua. It used to be that he was too chicken to do it, but now, he doesn't care anymore. Not until he's dead. Chapter 121 Showdown with Yu Chao. Your Majesty, the inquiry is clear. Wei Hua has successfully taken over 7 of the 8 provinces in Ganzhou Road, and he is on his way to the 8th province, Yintan. And this 8th house, Yintan House, is the closest to us. There is a place there named Falling Phoenix Slope. This place is Wei Hua's way into Yintan province, and it's easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it extremely easy to ambush. We can set up an ambush here, stand tall, and give Wei Hua a fatal blow. The commander of the Forbidden Army, Wei Bao, rushed to Zhao Jiao and reported. As soon as Zhao Jiao's order to attack was given, these soldiers and horses of theirs began to move, looking for a suitable place to set up an ambush. Eventually picked this place. I'm going to personally check it out. Zhao Jiao was no longer lazy this time, and was prepared to personally inspect the area, determine the ground, and make sure to kill Wei Hua without fail to avenge his death. After all, for a man, especially for an emperor, an extinct queen is really the sky falling, making him feel that there is no meaning to live. The difference between Lufengpo and Ezhou Road was only a few dozen miles, and Zhao Jiao rode in a carriage with his army and arrived at Lufengpo in no time. Zhao Jiao took a look to the left and right, and saw that the mountain walls on both sides of this place were high and steep like an axe chopping and slashing, leaving only a narrow and winding path in the center, which was only wide enough for 2 carriages to run parallel. In the valley, boulders and dead trees are standing everywhere, which can be a perfect cover for hiding ambush troops. Overhead, the branches and leaves are intertwined, covering the sky, and the sunlight can only shed dappled light and shadow through the gaps. The entire valley is eerie and silent. Once you step into it, it seems to fall into an extinction zone. Nice place. What a good place. It's truly a place made in heaven for an ambush. Right here, I'm going to make the Fallen Phoenix Slope Wei Hua's burial place. Zhao Jiao immediately put his heart down when he saw this and laughed indulgently. However, what Zhao Jiao doesn't know is that his side has just finalized the ambush location. On the other side, his cabinet chief Gao Ziangzui made an eye movement, wrote a secret letter, and used a special channel to send it all the way to Wei Hua. and oblivious to this, Zhao Jiu was still cheering up the crowd. In this battle, we must use all our strength. I'm not going to repair my palace. I'll take out all the money to support the generals. All the gate families are also generous. Take out money and food, so that the warriors can eat and drink enough to fight to the death. Yes, the gatehouse families nodded their heads, but they had their own thoughts in their hearts. It's fine to ask them to contribute men, but to ask them to contribute money and food is kind of killing them. A few hours later, Wei Huo received a secret letter from Gao Xiang, the Yu trader, and learned of Zhao Jiu's plan. With these Yu traders around, if Zhao Jiu farted a few times in the court one day, Wei Huo would know about it the next day, and the war fight is the information gap. Yu dynasty are leaked into a sieve still want to fight with Wei Huo, is simply a fool's dream. Setting up an ambush at the fallen phoenix slope? It's a bit interesting. I didn't expect Zhao Jiu to actually get bold and dare to get tough with me. Wei Huo looked at the secret letter and laughed, still feeling somewhat surprised. Originally, Wei Huo thought that Zhao Jiu would run away all the way and play a cat and mouse game with himself. Who would have thought that this year Zhao Jiu could even support the prongs? Really, the sun came out of the west. But in all conscience, Zhao Jiu's son was not killed by Wei Huo's men, while it was indeed Zhao Jiu who ran all the way and killed his own son. Your Majesty, I've heard about this fallen phoenix slope from the locals, and it is indeed extremely dangerous. Then let's hold off on traveling to Yingtan province for a few days and stay put. Consume Yu dynasty's food. When they run out of food, they will retreat and not dare to ambush them again. General Wei Lu Bo suggested. No, I'm going to use this as a plan. It's rare that Zhao Jiu is willing to come out and fight with us in the field instead of running away all the way. Then naturally I'm going to have a good battle with him. Wei Huo smiled slightly, the corner of his mouth curling up as he said. Subsequently, Wei Huo called for a map, and after pondering for a while ordered. All generals listen to the order. I make the following deployment. Yelu Kai, you lead 10,000 cavalry. Bypass the Lokfeng slope. Outflank it, go around the long way to the rear, and cut off the Yu dynasty army's path back to the Izhou road. In this battle, we are going to completely annihilate the Yu dynasty troops and settle the matter in one battle. The last general follows the order. Yelu Kai was delighted at his words and immediately led the order. All this time, they had been fighting siege battles, and none of their cavalry armies had been able to utilize their proper prowess. And right now there was finally a place for their cavalry army to be used. The characteristics of cavalry army is to raid thousands of miles, cut off and encircle, come and go like the wind, and is most suitable for the job of cutting off the rear road, so that the Yu dynasty troops can be encircled unknowingly and unknowingly. Yan Xiaoyi, you lead 5,000 scouts. Open up trees when you encounter them. Open up rocks when you encounter them. Open up a new road from the other side up to the top of the valley on Lokfeng slope, and bring your artillery. Pay attention to concealment and don't let the Yu dynasty army discover it. When the Yu dynasty army launches an attack on our side, you will fire your cannons and blast the hell out of them. Wei Huo ordered again. Above the valley of Lokfengpa there was originally only one road up the mountain on the Izhou roadside. The rest were all kinds of complicated trees and cliffs, which was why Zhao Jiu was ecstatic, thinking that this place was an excellent place for an ambush. But roads are made by men, and the scout team was extremely capable, and had the means to harden a new road in this situation. Ascending the valley on the other side, setting up their cannons, and aiming them at the Yu dynasty army. Come on! A mantis catching a cicada and a yellow sparrow in the back. Moreover, the valley is full of trees, which is suitable for artillery. The cannons could just ignite the trees and have an unbelievably raging firefight. My lord is at your service. Yan Xiaoyi immediately led the order. The rest of you, follow me and enter the Phoenix Slope. Use your body as bait to attract Yu dynasty into the trap. Wei Huo said. The only way to make the Yu dynasty army set to die at the fallen Phoenix Slope was to make them focus on the valley floor and ignore Yan Xiaoyi's scout army on the other side. Your Majesty, it's fine to take the trick, but your Majesty is in charge of the country's peace, so don't take the risk. You command from the rear. Let us go forward. General Wei Lu Bo admonished. Now Wei Huo's identity is after all different from before. As the son of heaven, there must not be any blunders. Yes, let us go forward. The generals urged together. Cut the crap. After so many years of fighting, which time was I not at the front? Now that you're emperor, you're hiding behind the scenes? Isn't that forgetting your roots? I can't do this. If there is danger, I will bear it with you. If there are difficulties, I'll face them with you. Where my dragon standard points is the direction of my Wei family army. Wei Huo replied solemnly. Wei Huo's personal force changed nothing about the battlefield. However, Wei Huo's existence, where his dragon standard was located, would be able to greatly increase the morale of the Wei family army, allowing the Wei family army to increase its combat power by 1 or 2%. After all, who doesn't like an OC who lives and dies with them? In addition, have the entire army assembled? I'm going to charge them with a speech. This battle is the real Armageddon between my Wei family army and the Yu dynasty. No sloppiness, Wei Hua said. Not long after, the Wei family army all assembled. Then Wei Hua rushed to the generals, shouted, "Generals, today I am the imperial chariot, with you and so on to the battlefield, to share the wind and rain. This battle is not for one's own honor or disgrace, but for the peace of the world's people, for the stability of the earth and grain, and for the well-being of future generations. I am with you and others in the same. Swore to protect my mountains and rivers with this body, this heart to guard my people. All of you are my men and women, the pillars of the country. I am well aware that you are all loyal and hold sharp blades in your hands, shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding your family and country. Today's battle is a duel between my Dezhao and the false Yu dynasty. However, I share the same enemy with you, so what is there to fear? I personally come to the front of the battle, is to let the world know, this battle, I and you and other people live and die together. Vowed not to retreat. Generals, I hereby swear, on the day of victory in this battle, I will personally celebrate for you and give you supreme honor. I will not begrudge those who have meritorious deeds, I will pay careful attention to those who are wounded, I will treat their families generously for those who have sacrificed, so that their honorary names will be immortalized in history. I vow to use this battle to raise our country's prestige and shake our mountains and rivers, to repay His Majesty's favor." All the generals of the Wei family army shouted from the bottom of their hearts. The sound shook the four directions. Chapter 122. The Dragon Standard presses forward. The next day, the Yu dynasty army poured out and arrived at Lufeng Slope. In this battle, the court deployed all of its men 50,000 forbidden troops and 50,000 new troops. The gate valve families, on the other hand, put together an army of 60,000 family slaves and tenants, and in the end, feeling insufficient, actually captured 40,000 strong men on the spot to fill the number. In this way, a hard-won army of 200,000 was assembled, vast and covering the sky. Luckily, the hill above Lufeng Slope was full of trees, thus, it was convenient for them to cover their figures. At this moment, the Wei family army had not yet arrived, and the Yu dynasty troops were looking forward to enjoying that gourmet full meal from His Majesty's mouth, ready to eat and drink before fighting for their lives. His Majesty had sent a decree to notify us long ago, saying that he would provide everyone with a big meal of fish and meat as a sign of his imperial favor, and he will also supplement the army's pay and give extra rewards, so that everyone will work hard for Dayu. Bottom line, the pork will come and so will the silver. As long as everyone follows Dayu, everything will be there. Instantly get the crowd boiling. Blood is being pulled. The old people are excited. Did not expect the sky can fall pie. This good thing can be their turn. However, when it was time to put the food on the table, the people looked at the cauldron and saw that it was so clean that they could shine out their own faces, and they couldn't help but get angry. Damn it, how come we are given this kind of thing to eat? Didn't you say there would be big fish and meat today? Isn't this meat? The firebrand who was distributing the food said as he scooped up a piece of fatty meat the size of a fingernail. There were 2 full chunks of fatty meat similar to this size in the pan. You can't really spot it unless you look closely. What about the fish? The soldiers were speechless and had to retreat to ask. This isn't fish? The firebrand who was sharing the dish said as he scooped up another small, thumb-thin dried fish. This is too much. You guys aren't bullying. Did you guys embezzle the food given by His Majesty? The soldiers couldn't stand it any longer. This was too much to treat them as human beings. Even if the lords were eating meat, at least they should be given a mouthful of meat soup, instead of this clear soup. A little bit of oil and water is almost enough. The country's affairs are difficult. How many people can't even eat? You guys can drink a bowl of meat soup bubbling with oil and you still don't know how to be satisfied? Beside the fireheads, a lieutenant sneered and said, despite Zhao's 3 orders for the gatekeeper families to come up with money and food to give the soldiers a full meal, but getting the gatekeepers to take the money is tantamount to killing them. They can fight. That's because they don't treat their tenant house slaves as human beings. It doesn't matter how many die. Anyway, they don't need so many tenant house slaves now that they have less territory. But those money and grain is the foundation of the family gate valve. Must not be wasted. If they hand it all over for these chowderheads to eat, they might as well throw in the towel. So, they just took some random stuff to perfume the situation, and even embezzled a lot of the military pay that Zhao had sent down. When a system is completely broken, shouting twice by individual effort is useless. The Yu dynasty is rotten to the core. Especially Zhao Judefu engaged in the culture has been bad. Even if Zhao is now whacked dead, dream startled, sit up. Trying to motivate the spirit is useless. The only way to do that is to push back. Asshole. Spit out our big fish and meat. The generals obviously didn't listen to this, and with those words, they were about to make a move and beat this lieutenant to death. At the critical time, it was the commander of the Forbidden Army, Wei Bao, who personally appeared and comforted. Alright, although the meat and fish are a little less, but the staple food of today's rice and steamed buns can be enough. So brothers, be contented. When everyone wins the battle, I will definitely prepare big fish and meat for everyone. Wei Bao had long served as the commander of the Forbidden Army, and was also the commander-in-chief of this battle. Very prestigious. The generals had to force down the fire. So, the crowd retreated and rushed at Wei Bao and asked, Lord Commander, we tolerate the food, but what about the pay? What about the reward money? Brothers pay half of the pay every month. Really cannot stand it. We can starve ourselves, but our families can't stand it. His Majesty has decreed that he will give us a full paycheck and another reward. Wei Bao commander's face sank at the words. Where there is still money. The money has long been divided up by him and the Gate Valve family heads. What's with these ing chowderheads? It's His Majesty's fault. If you give the order, then give the order. What's the point of jerking off and letting these chowderheads know about it? It's not like they're trying to shake up the army. That's not true. So, Wei Bao only had to forcefully explain this. Military pay bounty is definitely there. This commander guarantees with you. But, you have to be able to finish the battle. Otherwise, what if you take the money and run away? We didn't run when we were owed rates. Why would we run when we got paid instead? That's right. How can a piece of our patriotic heart be so slandered? That means in the end everything is nothing. Nothing at all? We give our lives to fight for His Majesty in the court, and you fool us with empty words. We're not going to fight. Just, no more fighting. The generals were completely furious. It was all a lie after all. And with the crowd in front of him, Wei Bao also panicked. This war is imminent. If it does not fight, then he is not dead. So, he urgently approached the gatehouse family heads to discuss the matter, and eventually handed out a token amount. By symbolic, it's really symbolic, and that's all it takes to make a difference. For example, the Forbidden Army and the New Army were given 2 cents each, just enough for one person to buy a baklava. The gatekeeper's house slaves and tenants were given a penny each, just enough to purchase half a baklava. As for the captured soldiers, it's good that they don't ask you for money, but you want money? You're dreaming. Not a penny. The crowd was really pissed off and laughed, holding that 1 or 2 pennies, not knowing whether to take it or throw it in the face of these dog officials. And just then, the scouts noticed movement down the valley and came to report. Commander Wei Bao was instantly delighted at his words and hurriedly rushed at the crowd to draw a pie. Coming. All stop arguing. Fight well. The Wei family army is here. When the war is over, we'll have chickens, ducks, fish, meat, gold, silver, and treasure. The people also had to press on with the idea of finishing the battle for the time being. The crowd then began to take cover. Immediately afterward, they only saw the Wei family's army spreading like a giant dragon below the valley floor. At the head was a dragon banner pressed forward, the hunting dragon banner, with a bright yellow satin background, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon riding in the clouds, claws and teeth sharp, in the hunting wind to show the supreme majesty. Exactly. Emperor De Zhao. Where Wei Hui is, he's a hit. Chapter 123 The Battle of Lokfengpa. Again, it was the Imperial Army, but Wei Hui was really leading the army, with the dragon banner pressing forward, showing the direction for Wei's army. Zhao Jiao, on the other hand, is nominally the Imperial Army, but actually sits and waits at the rear, setting up a palace 10 miles away from the Lokfeng slope, waiting for news from the battlefield. Despite his anger and rage, Zhao Jiao still couldn't afford to hurt himself even a little bit. After all, the swords on this battlefield were blind. In case his honorable dragon body was injured, wouldn't it be a great sin? Just this 10-mile distance was already the closest Zhao Jiao had faced the front line in so many years, and it had already made him regret it a little in his heart. It feels like I'm being too impulsive, and this distance is too dangerous. And at this moment, on top of the cliff, the ambush troops had long been quietly in place, in order to eat the big pie drawn by the forbidden commander. The soldiers could only put down the dissatisfaction and prejudice in their hearts, holding their breath and gazing as if they were torches, keeping a close eye on the enemy troops slowly marching in the valley road. Everyone was incredibly excited at the thought that the invincible Wei family army would also fall for the trick and enter the certain death within the fallen Phoenix slope. In their hands they clutched thick ropes, to the other ends of which were tied huge rolled logs and stones, waiting only for a command to thrust these deadly weapons to the bottom of the valley. Suddenly, a shrill whistle cut through the air, the signal to attack. The ambush leaders raised their arms in the air, swung them down violently, and shouted, "Release!" Bang! 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 A voice instantly rang out. Originally, everyone envisioned it to be rolling logs and boulders instantly rolling down the steep hillside with a roar like a runaway wild horse. The loud roar was deafening, as if the mountain was crumbling. Rolling logs with thunderous momentum, impacting the rocks, emitting a dull thud, while the stones were like rain to the valley floor, stirring up the dust in the sky. The enemy army in the valley road was immediately thrown into chaos. War horses neighing, soldiers panicking and running in all directions. Rolling logs and boulders mercilessly crushed everything, and wherever they passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and screams rose and fell. The valley echoed with cries of despair, as if the gates of hell had opened at this moment, and that unstoppable Emperor Wei Huo was smashed alive in this chaos. The crowd, in one battle, destroyed the Wei family's army and established an unparalleled reputation. However, the truth is not at all what one would expect. That ringing sound just now wasn't from them at all. Only before the crowd could do anything, they saw a shell coming towards them. Ahead of them, along the way, a new road was opened up, and Yan Xiaoyi's scouting party, which had also been ambushed on the side of the mountain peak, moved to open fire. Boom, 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 ah, 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 cannon fire roared, and fiery shrapnel streaked across the sky like meteors, crashing violently into the dense woods. Instantly, sparks splashed everywhere, dry branches and leaves burned rapidly in the heat, tongues of fire licked the trunks of the trees, emitting crackling popping sounds. Thick smoke rolled into the sky and covered the sky, as if there was nothing left in heaven and earth but crimson and scorched black. The fire spread rapidly, the wind helped the fire, and the flames engulfed everything like a fierce beast. Trees twisted and collapsed in the sea of fire, emitting mournful groans. Surrounded by this sudden sea of fire, the army of the Yu dynasty panicked and fled in all directions. There were screams, cries, and curses. What's going on? What's going on? What is this thing? Why is it so powerful? The Yu dynasty army screamed with trembling voices. Many of them had never seen such a lethal weapon before. They were blown to a bloody pulp in a single shot. Dust splattered. This is artillery. It's the means of the Weijia army. Damn it, we've been tricked. After all, after being bombarded by Wei Huo with artillery several times, there were still some people who recognized this thing and answered immediately. What? Where's the Weijia army? Where's the Wei family army? Isn't the Wei family army all in the valley? The crowd was really dumbfounded and hurriedly looked in the direction of the cannon fire, only to realize that the opposite side of the hill was swarming with people, as if a troop had also been ambushed. Asshole! When did they go up the mountain? There's clearly no road there at all. This Weijia army is also too bad. They actually tricked us. They sent someone to ambush us early. I told you that the Wei family army is invincible. So how could they easily fall for a trick within a trick? So it's a trick within a trick. Bastard! How did the Weijia army know we were ambushed here? There are spies. There are spies. Withdraw. Retreat quickly. The Yu dynasty army was immediately scared and immediately wanted to retreat. After all, they were fighting in ambush. And seeing as the ambush was discovered, it was a crapshoot. And this cannon fire has already burned up the trees and started a mountain fire. This mountain fire will easily spread together, and then the whole mountain will burn, and they don't want to die. However, Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army, rebuked loudly, "No retreat. We have 200,000 troops. Don't panic. Success or failure depends on this. Hurry up and do it. Smash the Wei family troops below first. We're on high ground, and the advantage is still ours. Victory is just around the corner." However, there was no one left to listen to him. After all, people have been painted into a corner so many times. Why should they still believe you? God damn it. When you share meat and money, you officials take it yourselves and don't give us any. When it's time to fight to the death, let us big-headed soldiers lay down our lives and get on? Do your dreaming. And you boys are hiding in the back riding a horse that can run at any time. So naturally you're not afraid of a mountain fire. We're scared. By the time we don't get to eat the roast meat, we'll be roast meat ourselves. Especially those captured stalwarts. Not even a penny to share. Who cares about you? Instantly scattered in all directions. When they left, the house slaves and tenants followed, eventually triggering more routing and fleeing. Stop them. Quickly stop them. Military justice team. Quickly follow the military law. Seeing this, Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army, shouted angrily. His forbidden troops were easily kept out of the battle, and were used as a court-martial squad to hold the swords in the back and force the cannon fodder to come forward. Dare any cannon fodder to try to escape. It's a straight-up slash. Therefore, the cannon fodder had no choice but to die. However, at this moment, although the forbidden soldiers still had military discipline and didn't run away, they also lazily didn't listen to the forbidden commander's orders, but instead looked at him with a sneer on their faces. "Lord Commander, we have this military pay." The soldiers took the opportunity to say, "It's already time for military pay." Commander Wei Bao was about to go ballistic at once, But he instantly wimped out when he took a look at the soldiers' angry eyes and even the intention to sharpen their swords towards the general. Wei Bao immediately came down honestly and squeezed out a smile. I'll give. Is it okay for me to give? Brothers, Wei Bao, swear that I will make up the military pay for you. I'll double your reward. If I don't, you'll take my Wei Bao's family fortune. Please hurry up and stop these soldiers. We can't lose this battle. If we lose, my Dayu will be completely finished. I'll believe you one last time. Only then did the soldiers move to start stopping people. However, it was too late to clean up the military discipline at this time. Just now, down in the valley, Wei Hua had already heard the sound of cannons on the crest of the hill. He immediately gazed towards the mountain, only to see that the mountain was steep, with rock walls like knives and axes, almost vertically upwards, as if it was a natural barrier blocking their way. This falling phoenix slope is really easy to defend and hard to attack. However, Wei Hua had prepared for this. With a wave of his hand, dozens of siege equipment were quietly pushed to the foot of the mountain, and the huge ladder slowly rose up, with iron hooks firmly clasping the rock wall, emitting a dull sound of metal crashing. The ropes were taut and the wooden frame was stable. The soldiers quickly climbed up the ladder, moving as agile as apes and monkeys, using their hands and feet to advance towards the top of the mountain. The mountain wind howled, blowing the ladder slightly shaking, but the soldiers were undaunted. Their eyes were firm, and there was only one belief in their hearts: to attack the top of the mountain and seize the victory. On the rock wall, debris rolled down from time to time, making crisp crashing sounds, but no one flinched. The front soldiers held their shields and fended off the falling debris, while the rear soldiers followed in their footsteps. The first fierce general under Wei Hua's command, Lin Tinyo, was even the first, carrying the 8 trigrams Xianhua axe, quickly climbed up the mountain peak, and then while the Yu dynasty army was still in the midst of chaos, he pulled the axe out from behind his back as if it were a black cyclone, killed into the Yu dynasty army, and shouted a loud voice and said, "Kill!" After the words were spoken, more Weijia troops, like hookers climbing up from hell, one by one climbed up from the valley and swung their swords at the Yu dynasty troops. The Guardians, up the hill. The duel kicked off. Chapter 124. The army is defeated. Straight mother thieves, how can they? They still climb out of the valley. The Yu dynasty's armies were instantly dumbfounded as they looked at the Weijia army that climbed up from the valley step by step. This valley is 100 meters deep. How the hell did they do that? This Wei family army is also too terrifying. Too terrifying. Is this us ambushing them or them ambushing us? Run! Run quickly! This kind of army is never something we can deal with. The Yu dynasty armies were completely terrified, only to see these Weijia army climbed hundreds of meters deep valley, after coming up, but also without stopping, one with a chicken blood general, wailing towards their own kill. Combat strength is extremely amazing, simply like a demon. See people cut. Scared Yu dynasty army fear. The crowd that had been stopped by the Forbidden Army with great difficulty once again began to break through the siege of the Forbidden Army to flee and disperse. This time, the Forbidden soldiers were no longer blocking the way, because they were also afraid. They were also going to run. Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army who was pressing the line at the end, kept shouting when he saw this, "Don't panic! Don't panic! Everyone form up! Let's fight them! They are few. They only climbed up a few people. We're outnumbered. As long as we hold on, we can win! We can win!" But in fact, Wei Bao's forehead is also hung with beads of sweat. How he did not expect a 9 out of 10 ambush battle can be fought into this forced. First, they leaked the news and had people counter-ambush them in advance with a wave of 10,000 cannons, which knocked them off their feet. It also started a mountain fire. Immediately afterward, the crowd of the Wei family army actually used siege equipment to climb up this valley as hard as a city wall, demonstrating the invincible combat power of the world. The army was so scared that they completely messed up their formation and ran away frantically. Of course, the most important thing is themselves. Because of the pie in the sky, the trust of the soldiers was completely lost, and when the wind was blowing everyone could still pinch their noses and force themselves to hold out for a bit. Once you hit a headwind, the tree immediately falls from a sinking ship. After all, for a couple of cents, what kind of life is the old man selling? So the soldiers shouted, "If you want to fight, fight yourself. I won't serve. Damn it. Who's going to die for you when you're not even given enough food to eat? If you die, you'll be a starving ghost. It's not worth it." That's right. Look at the Weijia army of others. Each and every one of them is wearing brand new armor and holding 100 refined steel swords. They're all muscular, and they're well fed. And then look at us, dressed in rags and tatters. As far as the regulars have some armor on them, it's still rusty. We stalwarts are even poorer to the point of being bare-chested, holding a broken log in our hands, and are starving and skinny. Damn it. It's all war. Why is the gap so big? I'm not going to die. The crowd sputtered and spat, completely disintegrating the military, which was already intent on talking, so the strong men led the way, followed by the tenant house slaves, and the forbidden recruits were not to be outdone. 200,000 troops began to flee in unison. The soldiers threw down their armor, threw down the rotten sticks in their hands, and fled backward recklessly. In the midst of the chaos, someone inadvertently fell, and just as soon as they ambled to the ground, they were drowned out by the tidal wave of people coming behind them. The soldiers behind them simply couldn't stop in time, and those who tripped and fell kept letting out agonizing screams, but they were quickly drowned out by the cacophony of footsteps and shouts. People crowding people. People stepping on people. The fallen soldiers struggled in vain, their hands waving wildly in the air, trying to grab a glimmer of hope for life, but they were trampled mercilessly. Their bodies were twisted and deformed under the trampling of countless pairs of feet. Blood gurgled out from the wounds, and soon became mixed with the soil, indistinguishable from each other. Soldiers are defeated. Like a mountain. It's chaos, trampled to death by countless. Of course, the one who ran the fastest and took the lead was Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army. This old boy really cannot control the army. Simply also took off, and run fast. And at this point, only a few hundred of the Weijia army had actually climbed up the valley. The Yu Dynasty soldiers they killed were not as many as the ones they trampled to death themselves. After all, the valley is really deep and trying to climb up it is really tiring. But it was these few hundred people, like a miracle soldier from heaven, that hardened and frightened the 200,000 strong army. Or, in fact, it was the dog officials of the Yu Dynasty who were corrupt and drank the blood of the soldiers who completely crashed the 200,000 strong army. It's never the external enemy that's really powerful. It's the internal assholes. At this time, Lin Tinyo and the others didn't choose to pursue. On the one hand, they don't have enough manpower, and on the other hand, the mountain fire has already started to spread, so once they rush in, they will easily be burned to death. As such, the Wei clan's army was only playing the semaphore to signal Yan Xiui's side. Let Yan Xiui's side continue to fire and keep adding to the mountain fire, and then, they themselves withdrew back to the bottom of the valley, fully completing the battle against the ambush at Lufeng Slope, and began to rush across Lufeng Slope to continue pursuing the Yu Dynasty army. As long as they pass through the mandatory path of Lokfengpa, the two sides will be reunited on the official road. On the other hand, 10 miles away, the place of the palace where Zhao Jiao was stationed, the scouts reported seeing the return of the army. Therefore, Zhao Jiao immediately came to wait outside the tent. In a short while, he saw Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army, who was in the lead, followed by the Dusty Army behind him. Zhao Jiao couldn't figure out how this battle could be lost, so when he saw this scene, he immediately shouted in excitement. This Wei Bao ran so fast, it seems that he won the battle and couldn't wait to come to me to claim his reward. Ha ha ha, no problem, as long as I can kill Wei Hua, I will heavily reward you. Men, play music and dance to welcome our great heroes of the Yu Dynasty, back in triumph. Chapter 125 Thy wife I keep to myself. Yes, Your Majesty. The musicians had already taken their positions. Stirring drums were the first to sound, the drummers waved their arms vigorously, and the drumsticks fell like raindrops, shocking people's ears and drums, and also ignited the warm atmosphere of the scene. Immediately thereafter, the chime's crisp and pleasant sound intertwined with the aftermath of the sound curl, seems to be telling the glory of victory. The reed pipe played a melodious and joyful tune, and the flute echoed it with its dynamic notes, which were silky and melodious. Following the music, the dancers dressed in gorgeous dance costumes danced. Female dancers' graceful posture, the hands of the colored silk with the dance steps in the air, or like rotation, or graceful swing, as if the spirit of the fairy. The scene really let a person look after the joy of it. No wonder the emperors didn't love the morning court. Who wouldn't love this, watching beautiful women dance? And Zhao Jiao was in this playing music and dancing along with a smile and constantly nodding to comment, and said that he can put the bottom of the things. In the past, only he can appreciate the royal bands are out of the box. The generals of this victorious battle must have died of joy at the sight of it, and one by one, they must have been loyal to themselves. Right at this moment, Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army, had already rushed to Zhao Jiao's front. However, Zhao Jiao did not see the slightest bit of excitement or honor from his face, seeing nothing but horror and fear. What's wrong with this Wei Bao? Did I scare him by welcoming him too warmly? Really haven't seen the world. Zhao Jiao couldn't help but mock at the sight. And at this time, the commander of the Forbidden Army, Wei Bao, was still loyal and didn't leave Zhao Jiao alone to escape, only to see him roll over and dismount, kneeling in front of Zhao Jiao, shouting with incomparable sadness, "Your Majesty, we are defeated." The Weijia army is killing over. Please get on your horse. I will take your majesty and run with you. The smile on Zhao Zhou's face instantly condensed when he heard the words, and then immediately, his face was hideous and gloomy as he broke out in curses. What? What did you say? Defeated? How is it possible to lose? I gave you 200,000 army. 200,000 army. It's 200,000 pigs that could have stopped Wei Hua. How could you lose? Your majesty. Is too late to explain. Get on your horse. It'll be troublesome when the Wei family army comes to kill. Commander Wei Bao urged. Assholes. Bunch of assholes. You're all losers. I was blind to pick you as the commander. The court actually calls you the flying general. They say you fight like a fly. I think you're a pig general. Stupid as a pig. Zhao Zhou was furious and kept cursing. But after cursing, he still honestly got on Wei Bao's horse. After all, he's afraid of the Weijia army. 2. Had to run. 2. Only. After the crowd had run around in a mess for a while, they heard a burst of neatly organized hoofbeats and shouts from behind them. The crowd couldn't help but turn their heads to look, only to see dust flying not far away. It was certainly the iron cavalry of the Wei family's army, catching up. After all, the iron cavalry of the Weijia army was extremely fast, and had even created a miracle in terms of marching speed in which they had successfully caught up with the Liao cavalry by chasing them down. Not to mention chasing after this group of incompetent Yu dynasty troops. Running like this won't work. Hurry up and get the temple back to fend it off. The rear of the temple to fend off. Otherwise we'll all be caught up sooner or later. Zhao Zhou immediately rushed at Commander Wei Bao when he saw this. Reporting back to your majesty. It's not that I don't allow them to have a temple back, but they don't listen to my orders. Commander Wei Bao replied awkwardly. He did not want to let the soldiers to the rear, so that he can be a little safer. However, he now has no prestige at all, and when he speaks, others treat him as a fart. Why? You are the commander of an army. Why don't they listen to you? Zhao Zhou asked with a frown at his words, instantly sensing something fishy. This, that. Well, Wei Bao commander did not dare to say that it was caused by his own embezzlement of military pay, and for a while he stammered. And at this time, a few forbidden cavalrymen also ran up the road, and when they heard this, they immediately said, it's not because he, the dog official, distributed it unfairly. Dare I ask your majesty, just how many taels of bounty silver were given to us? I have taken the last 1,000,000 taels of silver from the treasury. I've also ordered the gatekeepers to put up 1,000,000 taels as well. Almost 2,000,000 taels of silver to labor the army. Zhao Zhou replied. He was hemorrhaging money this time. What? More than 2,000,000 silver? Hiss. That would have been 10 taels of silver on each of our heads if it was divided evenly. But in reality, we can't even share 10 cents each. We, the Forbidden Army, only got 2 cents. The rest of the tenants and slaves get 1 penny, and the strong men get nothing. This money has all been swallowed by this damned commander-in-chief. With such behavior of drinking soldiers' blood, how can our soldiers still sell their lives? The soldiers said angrily. They knew that the dog officials were seriously corrupt, but they didn't expect it to be to such an extent. You have to know that 1 tael of silver is equal to 1,000 cents. That 10 taels of silver is 10,000 cents. And it actually comes to only 2-1. This mother skinning cannot be so skinning. This is not at all the lords eat meat. Soldiers drink soup. Rather, the lords ate the meat and even drank the soup, followed by a pee, saying that there is nutrition in the urine, so that the soldiers drink. It's too much of a disregard for the pawns. Your majesty, that family gate valves simply refuse to give money. I also have no way. As for the treasury, more than 1,000,000 taels of silver is only paper figures, has long been emptied, fell into the hands of the minister only more than 100,000 taels. On this more than 100,000 taels of silver is not the minister a person to take, that the army's benefit generals, lieutenants, each and every one reaches out. Wei Bao commander said with a bitter face, a face of aggrieved, full of bitterness. This money goes up and down. You take it, I take it, everyone takes it, even the gatekeeper's family intervenes. If you don't take it, you won't let go. People even made up a set of words for it to comfort each other. That is, if you don't take it, how can I take it? If I don't take it, how can the officials above me take it? If they don't take it, how can you and I make progress? I don't know how we're going to get ahead. In reality, he only coveted a few tens of thousands of taels of silver. With his rank, coveting this much is not much at all. It's simply a matter of course. Who would have thought that with just this much greed, the soldiers would mutiny? Hey, it's the pawn's fault for not listening. Swish. However, at that moment, Zhao Zhou angrily drew the sword he was wearing. He actually knew that the people below were corrupt, but he didn't expect the corruption to reach such a level. and he didn't expect everyone to die in the last battle, but he still dared to be so messy. It would be better to hold back and wait to win the battle before being greedy. So, Zhao Jiao had to tearfully cut down Ma Su, which was used to collect people's hearts. He immediately roared, "Deceiving the heavens! Deceive the heavens! How dare you act so recklessly with my money? Lawless! Your Majesty, spare your life! Your Majesty, forgive me!" Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army, trembled and said, "Your Majesty is so angry. You're not going to dismiss me, are you? It's not such a small offense." However, Zhao Jiao said, "After your death, I will raise your wife myself, so don't worry about it." Ha! Commander Wei Bao was still a bit unresponsive. The next second, with a swish, with a sound, a sword sealed his throat. Wei Bao, commander of the Forbidden Army, died. Immediately afterward, Zhao Jiao impassionedly shouted at the soldiers. All generals listened to the order. "Today, I stand here with a heavy heart, but with immense determination. You are my arms, the guardians of this river and mountain, the bulwark of the people of the world. However, right in your midst, there are people who dare to embezzle military pay and withhold your hard-earned money. This is a betrayal of me, a betrayal of you, and even more so, a betrayal of the people of the world. Wei Bao, the commander of the Forbidden Army, should have been your role model, the person I trust the most. However, he has betrayed my trust and your trust. He embezzled military pay, enriched himself, and disregarded your lives and deaths. Such behavior is beyond the pale. I have sentenced him to death as a warning to others. Generals, I know that you drill day and night, eat and sleep in the wind, in order to protect your family and defend your country, for the peace of the world. Every drop of your sweat, every drop of your blood, I have seen it in my eyes and remembered it in my heart. I will never let your efforts go to waste, and will never let your hard-earned money fall into the hands of corrupt officials. From today onwards, I solemnly promise you, the military pay will be paid in full, not a penny less. If anyone dares to withhold the pay of the army, I will punish them severely and will not tolerate them. I will personally supervise to ensure that every penny is delivered to you. You are my soldiers, my relatives. I will never let you get cold feet. Generals, I am with you. I will remember your loyalty. I will never forget your dedication. May you continue to fight bravely to kill the enemy and protect the country. I will not fail you. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The soldiers looked at Wei Bao's head that had fallen to the ground and listened to His Majesty's words with a resolute face. They could not help but feel their hearts surge, their previous dissatisfaction disappearing, and their excitement was incomparable. Now then, can you all fight this Wei traitor to the death to protect your family and country? Zhao Jiao finally stated his purpose. He did not hesitate to tearfully cut down Ma Su, just to make his soldiers sell their lives well and desperately resist, so that he could successfully escape. Otherwise, with no one to guard his back, he'd have to be caught up by Wei Hua sooner or later, and that would not be good. Chapter 126 The King Meets the King. We are willing. Defend His Majesty. Protect the family and the country. Kill. The soldiers were so determined that they actually began to turn around and fend off the Wei family's army. I have to say, Zhao Jiao's acting was just great, making all the soldiers think that everything was the fault of the Forbidden Army commander, and that His Majesty, the Emperor, was just fine. The culprit was directly punished. Therefore, they are willing to put up another fight and believe in His Majesty the Emperor one more time. If you don't say the people are simple, it's just too good to be true. Formation. Set up the formation. Defend His Majesty to the death. After the commander of the Forbidden Army was killed, Xiao Qua, the commander of the new army, immediately took command instead, and the soldiers who had originally fled in panic began to stabilize their positions at His Majesty's call, quickly turning around and setting up a defensive counterattack formation, the crane wing formation. The whole formation was like a giant crane with wings ready to fly, and Xiao Qua, the main general, was located in the center of the formation, controlling the whole situation. The elite troops on both wings spread outward, like the wings of a crane, extending in a trapezoidal shape, with lances in their hands like forests, glittering with a cold light in the shimmering light, and every soldier is staring intently into the distance, ready to meet the coming onslaught. The archers in the back row were neatly aligned, feathered arrows strung and ready to fire. They were the sharp feathers of this crane, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow. The shieldmen leaned in close, raising their shields high, forming an impenetrable shield wall. The lancers were hidden behind them, their chilly spear tips poking out from the cracks in their shields, like vipers that chose to devour people. How dare you show off your skills with a little carving? Wei Hua, who was rushing ahead, saw the Yu Dynasty army's formation and smiled disdainfully. This formation was still what he had imparted to the Yu Dynasty's army back then, and now he was actually using it against himself. It was really ridiculous. Thus, Wei Hua immediately bellowed, "Wei family army, change formation, triple folding formation." Immediately, there were messengers raising the corresponding formation flags to transmit the orders, while behind them, the 100,000 Iron Cavalry instantly transformed into 3 black torrents. The heavily armored cavalrymen in the front row waved their swords, while those in the second array took off the meteor hammers on their waists and continuously waved them with their hands, ready to smash them at any time. The light cavalry at the very back pulled open their composite bows, ready to shoot arrows. This is the triple stacking formation. Close, medium, and long attacks are all available, like waves, one after another. The enemy was beaten and routed. At this moment, the front row of cavalry was already like a heavy hammer, crashing into the crane wing formation that the Yu Dynasty army had managed to set up with great difficulty. The front row of the Weijia army held long swords and leapt up high, slashing down towards the Yu Dynasty army's shield wall. The swords clashed with the shields, making ear-piercing sounds and splashing strings of sparks. The cavalrymen in the middle row threw their meteor hammers, smashing down like a cannonball. The cavalrymen in the back row opened their bows and arrows, and with sharp whistling sounds, they shot at the Yu Dynasty army like a rainstorm. Bang! 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 Pop! 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 In an instant, it was like a raging storm that swept through heaven and earth. The Yu Dynasty army was also not willing to show weakness, and the archers, under the cover of the shield wall, released arrows to return fire. For a while, the arrows of the two armies flew interlaced in mid-air, with soldiers constantly being hit by arrows and falling to the ground, and soldiers constantly being cut by great swords and letting out agonizing cries of pain. However, both sides were red-eyed, completely disregarding life and death, still fighting bravely. Knives and fists, it's like a giant millstone that keeps devouring people, because, as everyone understands, this is the final showdown, and behind both sides stood each other's emperors. His Majesty is staring at them, making it impossible for them to retreat, only to fight. That's right, this time, Zhao Jiao didn't choose to run away either. Although still standing at the very back of the group, protected by layers of generals, he still did not choose to retreat. On the one hand, it was Zhao Jiao to boost morale. It was not easy to recover the heart of the army. This withdrawal of his fear is immediately cool again. On the other hand, it was that he wanted to see just how strong this so-called invincible Wei family army was. Why should one's Yu Dynasty army keep losing? By what right would one be beaten from half of the country to hide in the east? At the same time, he wanted to see that enemy of his, the man he hated so much, Wei Hua. In this moment, he saw it. Even though there was a huge army fighting between the two sides, Zhao Jiao still saw the figure that he had dreamed of in his nightmares countless times. That man, dressed in silver armor and white robes, riding on top of a high horse, holding a green blade sword, even ignored the emperor's dignity, charging forward, like a silver lightning, as if into no one's territory. Wherever he went, killing the Yu Dynasty army, people toppled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk, chop him up for me, kill Wei Hua. Hey! Zhao Jiao kept roaring, impatiently hoping that his soldiers would hack Wei Hua to death. But he is purely overthinking. Wei Hua is not a person in the fight. He was followed by a group of the strongest guards, especially there is Lin Tinyo, the tiger guard in front. Idle soldiers simply cannot get close to Wei Hua's body, can only watch Wei Hua wantonly kill the enemy. And just then, Wei Hua raised his head, crossing over the thousands of troops, and also saw Zhao Jiao's malicious look. At this moment, king meets king, the emperor meets the emperor. Former brothers, today's enemies, after almost a year, finally meet again. Wei Hua looked at Zhao Jiao's hideous appearance with a slight smile, and immediately took his bow and shot an arrow, giving Zhao Jiao a gift for meeting him. Whoosh! An arrow attacked, straight at Zhao Jiao. Chapter 127, a great victory for the Guardians. Ah! Zhao Jiao looked at that one arrow even managed to cross the thousands of troops and horses towards himself, and immediately screamed in fear, wanting to dodge but helplessly not having such a strong dodging ability. And seeing that he was going to die in Wei Hua's hands, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Bang! At the critical moment, there were still a few loyal people beside Zhao Jiao, and one of them even used his body to protect the driver, using his own body to block the arrow for Zhao Jiao. Ah! Of course, the man's body was also penetrated by the powerful force of the composite bow, and he fell from his horse, bleeding profusely. And Zhao Jiao, faced with this scene, did not go to save his savior at the first opportunity, but immediately rode his horse and turned around and ran. He was really intimidated by Wei Hua. People say that Wei Hua is invincible, but it's really not ing bragging, it's ing unconscionable that you can shoot yourself from such a distance. Zhao Jiao has never seen a bow that can shoot so far. It's really a dog's day. All he wanted to do now was to run as far away as possible. lest Wei Hua shoot another arrow over. And damn if it wasn't going to kill him. And originally, the battle entered a white-hot stage. Both sides met short-handedly and started a fierce physical battle. The cavalrymen of the Weijia army rode across on their horses, blood splattering between the swinging of their long swords. The Yu dynasty army, on the other hand, relied on their tight formation and resisted tenaciously, their lances constantly stabbing at the enemy's horses and riders. On the battlefield, the sounds of shouting and killing, clashing of weapons, and neighing of war horses were intertwined, shocking people's eardrums. With Zhao Jiu's departure, Wei Hua immediately seized the opportunity and shouted, "Zhao Jiu has run away! Zhao Jiu has run away!" The Weijia army also immediately followed and shouted, "Zhao Jiu has run away! Zhao Jiu has run away!" The Yu Chao army was shocked at his words and couldn't help but look behind him. As a result, His Majesty Zhao Jiu really ran away, wearing a yellow robe. Like a weasel, he ran ahead of the others. The Yu dynasty army was instantly furious, seeing that the emperor had run away. Their fighting spirit was instantly loosened, their military heart began to waver, and their defense line gradually broke down. The cavalry of the Weijia army seized the opportunity and surged into the enemy line like a tidal wave, rushing the Yu dynasty army's formation into pieces. Yu dynasty soldiers began to panic. Some fled in all directions, while others were mercilessly trampled by the iron cavalry of the Weijia army, and eventually lost, even though they were outnumbered, twice as many as the Wei family's army. But it was still no match for the Wei family's army. After all, a soldier is a bear and a general is a bear. The two sides are not in the same class, either in terms of commanders or soldiers. In this battle, Dezhao Weihua and Yu dynasty's Zhao Jiu both came out in full force. 100,000 Weijia troops versus 200,000 Yu dynasty troops. It looks like Yu dynasty has the advantage, but it turned out to be a big win for Weihua. After the Yu dynasty army was crushed, a large number of strong soldiers, domestic slaves and tenants began to take the lead in surrendering, and even the Forbidden Army and the New Army also had a number of surrenders. Wei Hua, on the other hand, arranged for his men to receive the surrendered soldiers and pursue the rest of the Yu dynasty troops who had fled in all directions. He himself led a light cavalry and chased Zhao Jiu. Make sure to capture the dragon successfully. The one wearing the yellow dragon robe is Zhao Jiu. Wei Hua roared loudly as he chased after him. A large number of arrows also instantly shot towards the yellow robe Zhao Jiu. Zhao Jiu was so frightened that he immediately took off his dragon robe in a hurry and threw the incomparably precious dragon robe on the ground as if it were his own. But once this was taken off, Zhao Jiu realized that the intimate apparel inside him was actually yellow as well. Hell, he just had to strip himself naked, revealing his white flesh, and from a distance, it looked as if a pig was galloping on a horse. Fortunately, there were still a few personal guards beside him, and he immediately took off a guard's armor, allowing Zhao Jiu to put it on while running. And as he managed to put it on, he heard the Weijia army behind him yell, "The one wearing the dragon crown is Zhao Jiu." Zhao Jiu panicked and immediately threw away the dragon crown again. But behind him, the chase continued, just as Zhao Jiu was incomparably upset, feeling that this time, it would be very unfortunate, and he was afraid that he was going to fall into Wei Hua's hands. But see, beside him suddenly appeared a person, even wearing a dragon robe and dragon crown. Zhao Jiu took a closer look and realized that this person was actually the small eunuch, Xiao Dezhang, who was serving beside himself. Xiao Dezhang, what are you? Zhao Jiu was a bit unsure when he saw this. Instead, Xiao Dezhang said with a firm face, "Your Majesty, the slave just picked up your dragon robe and crown and put it on specially, willing to impersonate you to draw away the pursuing soldiers and die on your behalf. I only wish that your Majesty will treat the people of the world well in the future, reorganize my Dayu river and mountains, and be a good emperor." As the saying goes, Qin Hui also has 3 fox friends. As a generation of emperor, Zhao Jiu naturally has a group of diehards beside him. This Xiao Dezhang is one of them. She has been serving Zhao Jiu since she was young and is willing to die for him. Speaking of which, this Xiao Dezhang is still one of the few good eunuchs. Once advised Zhao Jiu several times not to raise taxes indiscriminately. Several times and Zhao Jiu argued with reason. It was a pity that Zhao Jiu didn't listen to him at all and spanked him several times. And at this moment, Zhao Jiu looked at this lackey who was willing to die for himself. He was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted excitedly, good lackey, I have not misjudged you. Don't worry, you go and die well. I will not treat you badly. Be sure to treat your offspring well." Hearing this, Xiao Dezhang's face darkened, knowing that what he had said was definitely not heard by His Majesty, because, in his haste, His Majesty even forgot that he, Xiao Dezhang, was a eunuch. Eunuchs, there are no offspring. In response, Xiao Dezhang could only sigh, wondering what the future held for Dayu, while he himself turned on his horse and charged out the other way. As he was wearing a dragon robe and crown, He was really bright and immediately attracted away a large number of pursuers. Of course, what awaits Xiao Dezhang is bound to be caught up by the pursuers and dismantled. But Zhao Jiao didn't care. He only wanted to live himself and didn't care how others died. Relying on Xiao Dezhang wearing a dragon robe to distract Wei Hua, Zhao Jiao finally succeeded in getting rid of the pursuers, and all the way to collect the routed soldiers, and ultimately brought a few thousand people to the boundary of the Yizhou Road, a place called Jielong Ridge. But see, this place is full of trees, mountains and rivers are steep. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Jiao saw this place and suddenly laughed up to the sky more than once. The left and right did not understand and asked the reason. Zhao Jiao said, "People say that Wei Hua is skillful and talented, but in my opinion, he is incompetent in the end. We are now exhausted and tired. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Incomparable danger. If he ambushes a division here, we will all be captured." Before the words were out of his mouth, the drums on both sides sounded like thunder and the fire was in the sky. Dang! Dang! Knock! Startled, Zhao Jiao almost fell off his horse. I saw a great general on the mountain violently killed out. On both sides of 5,000 cavalry lined up. The leader of the general Yelu Kai, carrying a big sword, across a high horse, blocking the way. Yelu Kai was excited when he saw Zhao Jiao and said, "Dim-witted ruler Zhao Jiao, this general Yelu Kai has been waiting for you here for a long time by order of his majesty. Quickly bind your hands and surrender. Straight mother thief, my life is over." Zhao Jiao looked at this heavenly wonder and suddenly really wanted to smack himself twice. I blame my own foul mouth. That's a hell of a thing to say. Wei Hua really did ambush a cavalry here. What a day in the life of the world. Chapter 128 all wiped out. At this moment, every inch of air in Jielong Ridge was filled with solemnity and tension. The dim Emperor Zhao Jiao stood on top of the high slope, surrounded by the remnants of his soldiers and defeated generals. Everyone's faces filled with panic and despair. How could they have never imagined that they would be surrounded by 10,000 iron cavalry led by Yelu Kai in the middle of this barren ridge? Absolute Dragon Ridge, Absolute Dragon Ridge. Could it be that the Absolute is actually this true dragon of mine? God, you sorry me. I'm sorry. The fate of heaven actually favors that way thief. Not to favor me, this true son of heaven. Zhao Jiao was furious and cursed madly in his heart. And at this time, he looked at Yelu Kai, but found that Yelu Kai's dress was a bit odd. Although he was also wearing the uniform armor of the Wei family army, but on his head he wore a sable hat, and in his hand he was also holding the Liao's unique curved sword, which made him look more like a Liao clan member. So, Zhao Jiao was instantly overjoyed and quickly said, "This general, by the looks of you, you should be a Liao. Why are you Liao selling your life for Wei Hua? That Wei Hua is not a good thing. I am an ally with your Liao tribe. Please release me. I will give you a lifetime of honor and wealth." However, Yelu Kai sniffed with a disdainful sneer, and then ordered in a loud voice, "Since you, the dim king, refuse to surrender your hands, then you can die." His Majesty said that it's the same to catch a dead one. Brothers, attack! Kill all of this group of pseudo-dynasty troops. Leave no one behind. In an instant, the sound of hoofbeats was like thunder. The shouting and killing sounds shook one's eardrums to the point of pain. And 10,000 iron horsemen surged towards Zhao Jiao and the others like a black tide, incomparably surging. The soldiers beside Zhao Jiao were trembling, and many of them had collapsed to the ground in fear. However, at this time of despair, a group of die-hard soldiers suddenly sprang out beside Zhao Jiao, desperately resisting. At the head of the group was an old general. He had gray hair, but his gaze was like a torch. He was clearly a veteran of the Yu dynasty's 3 dynasties. Zongjiang. Still, Qin Hui still has 3 fox friends. Zhao Jiao as a generation of emperors. Hundreds of years of the inheritance of the Daiyu dynasty son of heaven. Under the brainwashing of the 3 programs, beside the die-hard loyal is really quite a lot. This was also the reason why Wei Hua chose to support Zhao Jiao to continue as emperor in the first place. The word Zhao is really good and penetrates into the hearts of the people. However, this opening of Tianhu was smashed by Zhao Jiao playing more and more until only these thousands of remnants were left, constantly consuming the only remaining loyal forces of the Yu dynasty. This Zongjing veteran was already over 70 years old, had followed 3 generations of Yu dynasty emperors, and was originally a tiger general. However, Zhao Jiao suspected that he was too able to force, always advising Zhao Jiao to cherish the people and not to build a big construction. Therefore, Zhao Jiao has not given him real power, only let him receive a false title, sent in the military service. As a result, I didn't expect that at the critical moment, it was this old man that Zhao Jiao couldn't see in the past who stepped forward. I only saw Zongjing swing his long sword in his hand and shouted, "Protect the driver! Protect the emperor! Swear to defend his majesty to the death." His voice was firm and determined, as if it was an invisible barrier that gathered the last ounce of strength. and it also made quite a few scared pawns regain their senses and calm down. These last diehards of the Yu dynasty quickly surrounded Zhao Jiao in the center, forming a human barrier. Their eyes were filled with determination, without the slightest intention to retreat. Facing the tiger-like Wei family army, they were undaunted, waving their weapons in their hands and fighting to the death with the enemy. Every time they waved their swords, they carried the aura of being at home with death, and every time they resisted, they used all their strength. On the battlefield, swords flashed and blood splattered everywhere. A young soldier, who had just blocked an enemy's blow, was stabbed in the abdomen from the side by another enemy. He grunted in pain, but he still grabbed the enemy's spear and yanked it, dying with the enemy. The moment he fell, his comrades beside him immediately filled his place and continued to fight. Veteran General Zongjing rushed left and right, and his body was already wounded in many places, and blood stained his robe red. However, he continued to fight tenaciously, and one enemy after another fell under his sword. As he fought, he shouted towards Zhao Jiao, "Your Majesty, run away! I'll guard your back." The panicked Zhao Jiao retreated step by step towards the back under the protection of the crowd. His face was filled with panic, and his eyes were filled with both the fear of death and the complex emotions of the death of these loyal men. After all, he was just as much of a loser as he was, and he knew that this was the only loyal ministry he had left on his hands. If this is all dead, then he really has no one to use. Praying mantis, unsuspecting, kill for me. Yellow Kai was furious as he watched the Yu dynasty's army resist to the death and kept slashing. And it was true that the Yu dynasty army was no match for the Wei family army. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, and the number of Yu dynasty's last diehards was getting smaller and smaller, and more of them were dying. However, Zhao Jiao was somewhat stunned and stood dumbfounded. It only felt like he was surrounded by enemy troops and didn't know where to flee to. With the last of his strength, the old Zongjing general pushed Zhao Jiao towards a safe place behind him and shouted, "Your Majesty, hurry up, hurry!" Zhao Jiao had already been scared out of his wits by this blood and flesh scene, and his legs were constantly trembling. He trembled and shook his head. His voice hoarse, "Go? Where to go? There are enemy troops on all sides. I have no way to escape." Zongjing gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as you are still alive, there is still hope for the great cause. We brothers will fight to the death to kill a bloody path for you." After he finished speaking, he turned around and swung his sword, charging at the oncoming enemy troops. Behind him, dozens of his personal guards followed closely, roaring with fury as they fought with the enemy troops. In the end, the old general was unable to fight and died with more than 70 wounds, bleeding to death. However, even though he was dead, he was still standing, holding a sword and displaying a clanking iron bone. However, this kind of battle cannot be easily changed by one or two people. Although the Wei family's army maintained their respect for the old general and didn't destroy his remains, they still kept pursuing Zhao Jiao. In the rain of arrows like locusts and the shadow of swords, Zhao Jiao's diehards fell one after another. Their bodies were pierced by spears and cut down by swords, but their steps never stopped. Whenever someone fell, someone immediately filled in, using their flesh and blood to build a barrier for Zhao Jiao. "Protect His Majesty! Kill!" a young soldier shouted, waving his lance and charging into the enemy line. His face was still childish, but his eyes were resolute. His chest was quickly pierced by the enemy's sharp blades, but he continued to hold on to the enemy's weapon with a death grip and shouted with the last of his strength, "Your Majesty, hurry!" Zhao Jiao's eyes were blurred with tears. He had never imagined that these generals that he usually ignored and even harshly criticized would pay such a terrible price for him. His legs were like lead, every step was heavy, but he knew he couldn't stop. He had to live, even if it was only for these people who had died for him. Finally, under the desperate cover of his diehards, Zhao Jiao found a hidden mountain path. He stumbled and ran, using all his strength, and the scene when he was searched by the Liao clan to search the mountains and the sea seemed to reappear. The shouts and screams of the generals still echoed in his ears. Behind him, fire raged in the sky and blood stained the earth, while in front of him, there was a dark unknown. When he finally escaped the Jedi Dragon Ridge and looked back, he could only see corpses strewn across the mountain range and smoke filled the air. Those who had died for him had stayed there forever. Finally, after making sure that there were no pursuers behind him, Zhao Jiao collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, tears sliding silently down his face. "I am sorry for you all," he murmured, his voice full of remorse and pain. Had he known this, he would have been inspiring and good, instead of being a dim king who only oppresses the people and is cynical. Of course, this remorse lasted only a few minutes before it was replaced by hatred. He hated Wei Huo and the Wei family army. He does not regret his 12 gold medals to call Wei Huo back to the capital of the move, only regret that he killed Wei Huo too late, so that Wei Huo forces have become. If he had done it earlier, he would have succeeded in killing Wei Hua and would not have made such a big mistake. At this moment, even though he had escaped, he was completely alone, came with a vast army of 200,000 men. When he went back, he was the only one left. Zhao Jiao, 200,000 troops, all wiped out. All the forces loyal to Zhao Jiao and the Yu dynasty were swept away. Chapter 129 Goliath surrendered. Fortunately I managed to return to my own territory. I still have 5 provinces. I have not lost. There is no loss. The defeat is only temporary. Next time, I will definitely win back with interest. Zhao Jiao is really a small strong man who can't die. Even if he is the only one left who lost, he can comfort himself. Quite a romantic spirit. After all, back then, when he was searched by the Liao clan for mountains and seas, he was also the only one left, and he was still alive and kicking. Some people are naturally heartless and never consume themselves internally. Only others. Zhao Jiao is an outstanding representative of this category. Immediately afterward, Zhao Jiao walked along the mountain road, and with great difficulty returned to Hankou, the capital of Uzhou Road, and his own faithful. This is his temporary Kyoto, where he keeps Zhao Jiao's beloved Gao Xiangxius, the head of the cabinet, and some soldiers and horses. Therefore, Zhao Jiao felt safe when he returned to Hankou. Although these soldiers and horses couldn't beat Wei Hua, they still had no problem escorting themselves to run away. However, he was a bit dumbfounded when he walked near the entrance of Hankufu City. I saw that Hankou City was actually decorated with lights, gongs and drums. A group of young girls, arm in arm and with a light step, danced happily at the city gates. Their skirts, like blooming flowers, fluttered in the breeze, colorful and beautiful. Accompanying the girls' dance was the exciting sound of gongs and drums. The drummers were all in high spirits, beating the drums vigorously, as if celebrating some big event. What the hell is this? I lost the battle. They celebrated my ass. Grandma is not taking advantage of my absence. There is no tiger in the mountain monkeys called a king. This damn Gao Ziong. Haven't really seen this dog so bad. Zhao Jiao had a bellyful of fire when he saw the scene, thinking that he must rebuke Gao Xiangxius properly. However, Zhao Jiao is not stupid. He vaguely felt some uneasiness, so he did not rush into the city, but first meet on the side, pulling an old man who walked out from the city to the side and inquired, "Old man, what is this celebrating? Ah, you don't know? The king's division is coming. The Wei family army is coming into the city. We're welcoming the king's troops. I heard that the Wei army is so nice that they're giving the people land when they arrive. It's the first time that's ever happened. It's the first time I've heard of such a good thing in my 70 years of life," the old man said excitedly. Pleased to welcome the king's division Wei family army? Zhao Jiao was dumbfounded when he heard this. This is clearly supposed to be your own loyal Hankou province. How is it that we are suddenly glad to welcome the king's division? What the hell is Goliath doing? People's Wei Jia army hasn't even hit us yet. Is it Gao Gulao they ran away? Zhao Jiao couldn't help but ask, thinking that it was Gao Gaozue and the others who learned of the great defeat at the front line and were scared to run away. And then the remaining common people spontaneously welcomed the Wei Jia army. As a result, I didn't expect the old uncle to say, "No, it was Gao Gaolao who took the lead in welcoming the king's division. Otherwise we wouldn't have known that the king's division came to give out the fields. It was Gao Gaolao who told us about the benefits of the king's division, and then organized us to welcome the king's division, with a little bit of food and a few pots of rice." What? Goliath led the way? Zhao Jiao was completely dumbfounded at his words. He instantly understood that Goliath betrayed himself. Look at this way. Gao Xiang is not even a temporary uprising in Wei Hua hooked up, but has long been hooked up. Otherwise it would not have been cast so quickly, and so vociferous in gathering the people and making a scene of joy in welcoming the king's division. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asshole. Old pitbull. I am really blind. Actually trust you such beastly things. I personally promoted you to the position of cabinet chief minister, one person under 10,000 people, and this is how you repay me. You actually became a you traitor. You traitor. That Wei Hua in the end, what good you actually do is traitor. No wonder I lost so much money in the previous peace talks. It must be you spies operating inside. This time I am defeated. Maybe you also leaked the news. Ah, I told you that I'm wise and godly, how can I lose? So it's all your fault. What about His Majesty? How can Gao Zi be worthy of His Majesty if he's like this? Zhao Jiao's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed at the old uncle and questioned, "Young man, why are you so excited? I didn't realize you were still a die-hard loyalist of the Yu dynasty. What's so good about the Yu dynasty? There are so many taxes. Besides, His Majesty surrendered, and even issued an edict of abdication, which was posted everywhere. There's one right there." The old uncle pointed to a notice posted outside the city gates and said, I surrendered my ass. Zhao Jiao was completely confused when he heard this. Nevertheless, he walked up and went to check out the supposed notice. As a result, it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Once you look at it, Zhao Jiao gasped and almost took a breath and carried it over, only to see that the notice is clearly written on it: Emperor Feng Tian Chengyun, by imperial decree. I am Cool Virtue, heir to keep the ancestral hall for more than 5 years. I am ashamed of the spirit of the 9 temples, and I am negative about the hope of the people, since the inheritance of the great system, dim-witted and weak, hidden in the sycophants, faith in the fengshui and abolition of cultivation and weaving, and the presumptuous construction of soil and wood to exhaust the people. 3 rivers of starving corpses Pillow Road, 5 mountain white bones in the field, jealous of the virtuous, brutalizing the loyal, regard the people as mustard, tyrannical levies, the cataract of the cataract of the cataract of the sky to show the warning. I still do not realize, astrological signs repeatedly change in order to set down the warning. I still do not reform. His Majesty, the Emperor of Dezhou, has been blessed with a clear mandate from heaven and has covered the world with benevolence. Wherever the iron cavalry goes, there is no offense. Wherever the wind of benevolence goes, there are children in their 80s and 90s. Now that the royal division is approaching the Ba River, I can still hear the song of a child. When the armor arrives, the cooking corn smells good. The order of heaven has gone, and the divine weapon should be returned. I will dress in plain clothes and hold a jewel in my hand and lead a sheep in my flesh. And I will lead all the officials of the royal family and present them with maps and books to the north. And I will be the subject of the emperor's court. I beg your majesty to pardon the millions of living beings in Yudi for the benevolence of heaven and earth, and to forgive the 9 clans of the Zhao family for their sacrifices in the ancestral temples. I would like to be imprisoned in the Kangwu Yuan, reciting the crime of self-record to repent the previous offense, sobbing and worship table, pain through the liver and spleen. Heaven and earth really recognize this heart. Chin up. This is clearly the abdication edict written by Goliath impersonating Zhao Jiao. It actually had Zhao Jiao's jade seal printed on it. Make it incredibly formal. Not only did he scold Zhao Jiao, but he also bragged that Wei Huo was the Holy Lord, saying that Zhao Jiao had voluntarily imprisoned himself and ceded the world to the Holy Lord Wei Huo. This is simply outrageous, ridiculous, funny in the world. Fake. It's fake. I will not surrender, much less abdicate. Zhao Jiao was so angry that he was about to tear up this damn notice on the spot, itching to chop Gao Zion's head off as a urinal. This asshole is so bad too. In vain he trusted him so much, and yet he backstabbed himself so. Like Goliath surrendered even if actually want to bring themselves, corrupt their own reputation, is simply too deceitful. However, Zhao Jiao was still a bit sensible and clenched his hands fiercely into fists, but nevertheless, he still didn't make a move. After all, he knew that once he tore down this notice, he would definitely be caught by the surrounding civilians. At that time, it might be directly sent to Wei Huo. Then the horse can be finished. And, on this situation now, the people all believe that he, the emperor, has surrendered. Even if he shouts that he is the emperor, I am afraid that no one will believe it. Mother asterisk 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 her. He Zhao Jiao became a fake instead. He became a double. This is outrageous. Chapter 130 Take 5 provinces. And with the news of the great defeat of Yu Dynasty's 200,000 strong army, coupled with the active surrender of Gao Xiangxius, the head of the cabinet, and the promulgation of Zhao Jiao's abdication edict, the entire Azhou road directly all looked to surrender. A little resistance does not come with. At this point, the Azhou road was also completely incorporated into Wei Huo's territory. Right now, Wei Huo already owns the 5 provinces of Jizhou Dao, Zhanghuai Dao, Zhedong Dao, Ganzhou Dao, and Ozhou Dao, 18 provinces under the sky. Wei Huo at the moment really called one of the 3 worlds. Moreover, the territories he owned were all the most prosperous zones, and in terms of population alone, they were already no less than the 8 provinces of Liao. And in terms of finances and people's hearts, Wei Huo's territory after the land reform is even more greatly hanging Liao tribe. Right now, it's really the Yu dynasty surrendering faster than Wei Huo marching in. It doesn't matter. Even if I don't have this Azhou road, I still have the territory of 4 provinces, and I can still reorganize. I don't believe that these 4 provinces are so big that they can't accommodate a true son. I'll be so honorable that I won't have a loyal person. Zhao Jiao was indeed a small strong man who could not die, and seeing that one province surrendered, he immediately wanted to head to the next province. After all, he still held the Xiangzhong Dao, the 2 Guangdong provinces, the Minzhou Dao and the Guizhou Dao in his hands. Among them, the Xiangzhong Road is still called the Central Plains, but the remaining 3 provinces are complete frontiers, sparsely populated, and said to have miasma. Since ancient times, they have been used to send out prisoners. Therefore, Zhao Jiao was prepared to flee to Xiangzhong Road first, expecting to stand there and regroup. If you can't, you can cut off the road and become a local vassal. Don't say. Although Zhao Jiao can't rule the country, but he is really a traveler, quite experienced in running, and he also knows how to observe the sky at night to determine the direction. Along the way, he ate and slept, incognito, relying on selling all kinds of gold and silver treasures carried on his body, but also really let him out of the Yizhou road, without being discovered by the pawns of his identity, closer and closer to the Xiangzhong road. On the other hand, the capital of Xiangzhongdao, Tanzhou Prefecture, Zhang Zicheng, who was the first to rise up in the Yu dynasty, was also the first to be defeated by the Yu dynasty, so it is said that the gun strikes the bird, and the rafters of the head rot first. However, Zhang Zicheng's luck is still good, he is still alive, and there are still 18 brothers left around. As long as one lives, there is hope. Therefore, he was still prepared to fight and had already sneaked to Xiangzhong Road. The night was as thick as ink, wrapping up the highest official office of Xiangzhongdao, the governor's mansion, tightly, only a few lanterns swaying in the wind, emitting a weak light, barely illuminating the vermilion lacquer door of the governor's residence. The stone lions in front of the door were shadowed in the night, revealing a sense of majesty and indifference. Zhang Zicheng and his 18 brothers, dressed in rough linen clothes, but it was hard to hide the perseverance and determination in their eyes. They crouched along the wall, silently approaching the governor's residence. Zhang Zicheng was athletic and agile. Years of field labor had given him a strong physique and tough endurance. His eyes glittered with anger, and the tragic situation of the people being unclothed and unable to eat as the officials of Daiyu were tyrannizing over the people kept coming back to his mind. Originally, Zhang Zicheng was a stagecoach pawn, eating official food. The day is not bad, but who knew that the imperial court suddenly went crazy and abolished the post stations, leaving him jobless. Originally, he wanted to go back to farming, but then he realized that his family's fields had all been taken over by the landlords and gentry, and he could only go to work as a tenant. As a result, he worked hard every day as a tenant, but his share of grain was pitifully small, and he had to give the landlord's family to work for nothing. The most outrageous thing was that the young master of the landowner's family actually took a liking to his maiden and forcibly commandeered her while he was working in the fields. Now, Zhang Zicheng finally could not stand it, completely broke out, killed the landlord's family, led the whole village rebellion and uprising. At one time, he swept through Daiyu and had 100,000 troops. It was a pity that the peasant army was unable to fight and was defeated by the Yu dynasty. However, Zhang Zicheng was not defeated and was battle-hardened. Big brother, scouts report that the governor dog official is playing with his newly married 8th concubine in the backyard. Wang Airdog came over, his voice pressed extremely low. The guards in the mansion are half less than usual. They all went to the east side of the city to catch the brigands. Good timing. Kill this dog official and occupy this Xiangzhong road. This time we can't be a roving bandit anymore, but have a base of our own. Zhang Zicheng lowered his voice, his tone firm. Listen to my orders, never be careless. The people nodded their heads and gripped the sharp wood knives in their hands. They smoothly tumbled over the high wall of the governor's mansion, barely making a sound when they landed. As soon as they landed, there were 2 guards on night patrol walking slowly with lanterns. Seeing this, Zhang Zicheng quickly gestured, and the 2 brothers pounced like cheetahs, covered the guards' mouths, and the sharp firewood knife cut across their throats, and the guards couldn't let out a single scream before they collapsed softly. After resolving the guards, the crowd continued to move forward. The governor's residence had deep courtyards and winding corridors. They groped their way through the darkness, carefully avoiding the guards patrolling from one place to another. Finally, they arrived at the residence of the governor. The room was brightly lit, and through the window, one could see that the governor Hishan was pressing a snow-white body on the bed, and the 2 of them were still continuously sending out woozy sounds, oblivious to the impending danger. Zhang Zicheng took a deep breath, kicked open the door of the room and shouted, "Dog officer, take life." Governor Hishan raised his head in horror, and before he had time to react, Zhang Zicheng had already rushed up, and the firewood knife in his hand slashed fiercely at him. The governor panicked and picked up the inkstone on the table to resist, but was kicked away by Zhang Zicheng. "What do you want? I'm the governor of Xiangzhong Road, a feudal official." Governor Hishan trembled his voice and tried to use his official authority to deter the crowd. "Bah! You corrupt official who fishes the people. Today is the day of your death." Zhang Zicheng's eyes erupted with fire, slashing at the governor again and again. The governor struggled painfully on the ground, and in a short while there was no movement. Aha! And his men were even faster in settling the concubine on the bed. The guards in the mansion rushed at the sound and saw Zhang Zicheng carrying the bloody head. They all froze in fear. Zhang Zicheng even took the opportunity to shout, "Old me, Zhang Zicheng, nicknamed the Barge King, with 100,000 000 troops under my command. You should have heard of my reputation. Your governor is dead. If you know what's good for you, you should surrender to the king. Otherwise, today is the day you die. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Naturally, the guards had heard of the great name of the barge king, and saw that he had killed the governor. So he was indeed powerful. So the crowd looked at each other. I don't know who threw down the knife first, followed by the second, the third. Afterward, the crowd knelt on the ground in unison and shouted, "Greetings to the barge king, the governor's mansion. Take this down." Immediately afterward, Zhang Zicheng and his brothers came to the square outside the governor's mansion and lit the torches prepared in advance. The blazing firelight attracted the attention of the people in the neighborhood, who came out of their homes and looked this way. Shangzhong fathers and mothers. Zhang Zicheng stood on the steps, holding a human head. His voice was loud and clear. The governor's dog official has imposed exorbitant taxes, forcing us to sell our sons and daughters. Today I, Zhang Zicheng, act for heaven and kill this dog official. If you are willing to work with me, take up your sword and gun, and let's fight against the Yu dynasty together. The people looked at the head of the governor for a moment, and then broke out into earth-shattering cheers. Open the barn. Release the grain. Zhang Zicheng raised his firewood sword high. From now on, we Shangzhong people will never be oppressed by this dog Yu dynasty again. It was still raining, but the cheers of the people had already overpowered the thunder. Zhang Zicheng knew that the fire, finally lit. With only 18 men, he took the capital of Shangzhong province by force and gained the support of the people. He was able to take down the entire Shangzhong road immediately afterward. Zhao Jiao probably never dreamed that he was going to reach Shangzhong road with great difficulty, but it turned out that Shangzhong road was occupied by Zhang Zicheng, another piece of his territory. One less. It's really true that when the time comes, all heaven and earth are in the same power, and the heroes are not free when they are far away. What's more, Zhao Jiao wasn't a hero, just a dog and bear. Chapter 131 We founded a nation. A few days later, the Emperor Zhao Jiao, who was once dressed in fancy clothes and surrounded by crowds of people, was like a different person at the moment. His clothes had long since lost their former splendor and had become worn out. The originally exquisite satin robe was now full of patches, and the corners of the garment had long silk threads ripped out, swaying helplessly in the wind. His hair was disheveled, like a mass of withered grass draped randomly, and a few strands stuck to his dusty face, dirty and disheveled. Shoes are worn out. The upper and sole are about to separate. Every step can be heard crunching sound. Exposed toes stained with mud. He is carrying a worn-out bag, which contains his only belongings, with his footsteps bobbing and swaying. No one would have thought that this person who looked like a beggar would be the former emperor of the Yu dynasty. Strange shame. A strange shame. Wei Hua. I have never been subjected to such a strange shame. I'll make sure you pay me back 100 times over for the humiliation I've suffered today, Zhao Jiao viciously said, his heart incomparably nostalgic for the good old days in the palace, with brocade clothes and jade food, and the daily worries about who to turn over. It is true that life needs to be compared. At first, the imperial kitchen provides 108 dishes every day. I cannot see, but also pick and choose, occasionally kill a few cooks to help. And now, who can give me a fragrant roast chicken? I can give him a marquee win. Hey! Zhao Jiao touched his hungry rumbling stomach inside. Zhao Jiao felt that this run was even more miserable than his run 5 or 6 years ago, when he faced the pursuit of the Liao clan's iron cavalry. After all, back then, although he was also running all the way and was incomparably wretched, but as long as he went to any place where there were Han Chinese, Zhao Jiao only had to announce his name as the 9th prince of the Yu dynasty, and immediately a large number of people would pay homage with their foreheads, treating him with immense respect. There were even powerful families who took the initiative to send countless gold and silver treasures and their own daughters for their own enjoyment. Along the way, Zhao Jiao had food, drinks and girls to play with. It was just like traveling. After all, at that time, the Yu dynasty's royal prince status was simply the gold standard. And now, the hearts of the people of Azhou Road have returned to Dezhou. Zhao Jiao does not dare to reveal his true identity. As soon as he said it, he would definitely be arrested and sent to Wei Hua. He only dared to hide, and not daring to take the main roads, which were all plastered with his wanted notices, and only daring to take the small roads. The days were really miserable. Thankfully, those days are finally coming to an end, because Zhao Jiao had seen the boundary marker before. He had already left Izhou Dao and stepped into the boundaries of Shangzhong Dao. Wei Hua didn't receive the land that fast. Xiangzhong Dao should still be safe. After walking for a few dozen more miles, Zhao Jiao saw a city not far away and couldn't help but rush to the side and ask the passerby, "Old man, where is that city in front of us?" "Tanzhou Prefecture." "Ah, the provincial capital of my Shangzhong Dao. This is all unrecognizable." The old uncle blankly glanced at Zhao Jiao Dao. Looking at Zhao Zhou's tattered and torn appearance, the old uncle was even more compassionate as he said, "You're a refugee, right? TSK, 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 so pitiful. But you've come to the right place to come to our Tanzhou province. We're a good place. We share food here. Ha ha ha. Arrived. I've finally arrived at my most loyal Tanzhou mansion." Zhao Zhou was so excited at the words that he didn't bother to listen to the old uncle's ramblings, and immediately ran frantically towards the Tanzhou mansion. However, when he ran in front of the gates of the Tanzhou prefecture, he was instantly dumbfounded. One could only see that the entire Tanzhou prefecture city was completely enveloped by a festive atmosphere. The streets and alleys were festooned with red lanterns hanging high like ripe fruits, spreading the light of warmth and hope in every corner. At the end of the streets, lion and dragon dancers were in full force. The lion dance athletes are strong. They and the lion as one. The lion sometimes jumped up in the air, sometimes rolled on the ground. Flexible posture attracted the people onlookers' burst of applause. The mouth of the colorful ball with the lion's movements now and then. This scene makes Zhao Zhou inexplicably have a sense of familiarity. It made him instantly think of Hankufu before. It seemed to be the same, joyful to welcome the king's division. What's the situation? How come this Tanzhou house seems to be celebrating too? No way. Is this another joyous welcome to the king's division? Damn it, I ran so fast. Did you dog officials surrender even faster than me? This damn Tanzhou prefecture. It wouldn't have surrendered to Wei Hua as well. Zhao Zhou was really about to faint from anger. He said to himself that it's not so bad. Wherever I go, I surrender. So, Zhao Zhou found a middle-aged man who couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what are you guys doing with all this bustle? Are you also welcoming the king's division? What joyful welcome to the king's division." "No, where is there any king's division?" the middle-aged man asked in a confused manner. That's good. Zhao Zhou then breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had misunderstood. It wasn't welcoming Wei Hua yet. This should be people celebrating some local custom. I told you myself, Dayu, have been a state for centuries, and have favored the world, so it's impossible for every place to be disloyal. He himself must still have countless loyal subordinates in these remaining 4 provinces. So what are you guys doing here? Zhao Zhou asked curiously. It's us, Xiangzhang Dao, who have established our country independently. We're having a statehood celebration. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Build a country? Build what country? Zhao Zhou was once again confused at the words, only feeling that he understood every word, but couldn't understand any of them together. Deshun Kingdom, His Highness, the Barge King, has already unified Xiangzhang Dao and issued a holy decree yesterday, ordering the independence of our Xiangzhang Dao and the establishment of the Daesun Kingdom. From now on, we will no longer be oppressed by Yu Dynasty. From now on, we will all be Deshun nationals. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Barge King? Zhang Zicheng? Wasn't he all defeated? Shouldn't he be dead? Where the hell did a Barge King come out again to build a country? Zhao Zhou roared angrily, unable to stand it anymore. This is what Wei Hua South to fight their own even if Li Xianzhong secretly occupy the Sichuan road is just. Even the damn Zhang Zicheng also come to join in the fun. All beaten down to a dozen or so and still coming back from the dead. Do you want to live with yourself? One just can't withstand these people tossing around even if one has more territory. How do you speak? How dare you disrespect His Highness the Barge King? Seek death. The middle-aged man had been favored by the Barge King, and had shared in the Barge King's opening of the barn to release grain, so he had immense respect for the Barge King, and as soon as he heard Zhao Zhou's outburst he immediately punched and kicked him. Bang! 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 Aha! I was wrong. I don't dare. Zhao Zhou was instantly honest after receiving a brutal beating and hurriedly covered his face and shouted. After all, his face was worth a little more, so he had to protect it. Otherwise no one would really believe he was the emperor. Subsequently, after the middle-aged man had died of exhaustion and dissipated his anger from the fight, Zhao Zhou, who was covered in wounds, finally climbed up from the ground, looked for an unoccupied corner, and looked up to the heavens and wailed, Goodness gracious, God, you plagued me so hard. Didn't you say that all emperors are sons of heaven? How can you, your own father, bully this son of mine so much? You thieving god! Boom! Just then, the sky clouded over and a thunderbolt flashed. That huge ringing instantly shook Zhao Zhou's body. Then he hurriedly changed his words. God, I was wrong. I'm teasing you. Don't be angry. With those words, Zhao Zhou could only climb up pitifully and continue to run towards the next province. Chapter 132 Draft. I still have 3 provinces. I have not lost. There is no loss. The defeat is only temporary. Next time I will definitely win back with interest. Zhao Jiao is really a small strong man who can't die, even if the losing provinces are getting less and less. Only he is left to comfort himself. Quite a romantic spirit. And right now, he still has 3 provinces of land left, namely, Liangguang Dao, Minzhou Dao and Guizhou Dao. All of them are remote places. Zhao Jiao thought about it, but still felt that the Minzhou road is slightly more centralized, and traveled to the Minzhou road. This time, surely there will be no more accidents. I will definitely return to my loyal territory. I won't believe it. The Great Yu dynasty can't find a single loyal minister. Zhao Jiao secretly cheered himself up. The greatest difficulty before him, however, was that he was fast running out of coils. Zhao Jiao originally didn't have any money with him. After all, he didn't expect how his good imperial expedition had turned into a poor tour of Kyushu. He just had some jade pendant triggers and a cotton jacket on him, and he was also ripped off by a pawn store. Obviously a good coat, but by the pawnshop hard to say insect-eaten ratbite, bare board without hair, tattered face rotten coda. Obviously is worth a lot of money the very best emerald green trigger finger, but by the pawnshop hard to say is color dull, emerald root messy, worthless trigger finger A. The color of the jade is dull and the roots of the jade are messy. Zhao Jiao was furious, but he was afraid of being arrested by the officials if he made a noise, so he could only hold his tongue. In the end, the pawnbroker sent Zhao Jiao a few taels of silver. It's about to be spent. It seems that I also have to sell my art. It's really not easy to live. It's a good thing that I'm also skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting in the palace, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Zhao Jiao sighed, never imagining that he still had the days of selling art on the streets. This fate, it's so unforgiving. On the other hand, Wei Hua was sending troops to continuously receive the territory of Uzhou Road and carry out a land revolution, striving to quickly turn all the occupied territories into his own continuous resources. Meanwhile, Wei Hua was also discussing rewards, only to see the biggest traitor of Yu dynasty, Gao Xiong, excitedly kneeling in front of Wei Hua, ready to accept Wei Hua's reward. And with a glance from Wei Hua, the eunuchs on the side began to read out the holy decree saying, Feng Tian Cheng Yun Emperor. The edict said, I am the Hao Tian's favor life. Take the 9 temple of Honghu. Rule the country by the state. All rely on the ministers of the humorous. Consulting Gauzius. Wisdom deep courage sink. Unique plan. Although trapped in the atmosphere of adversity, but the heart of the gods. In the past, the false dynasty stole the throne. You can sneak behind the enemy. Lose sincere service. Secret message. Disintegrate the treacherous plot. Its loyalty to the sun and the moon, and its achievements really crown the group. This is a special honor special pay and Luan, awarded the Prince of the Prince, the General Leader of the East Palace of Education, Izan Yuan Liang, Jin Special Advancement Guanlu Daifu, ranked in the very top of the civil order, Yitong San Si, add the honor of left pillar state, engrave the name Danshu Tiebiao, and grant 3 exemptions from death, give purple gold fish bag, jade belt lin robe, allowed to ride the horse into the palace gate, the annual increase of 3,000 stone, your prudence at the beginning and the end. Always hold the section of the minister, assisting the emperor, light to assist me, Chen Jie. It was announced to the Chinese and foreigners, and they were all informed of it. On the 3rd day of the 6th month of the 1st year of the Yuan dynasty, this reward cannot be said to be not generous, basically gave Gao Zizi false title of the very best, the 1st grade, and also gave him a gold medal to avoid death. Just don't give him any real power. This is Wei Hua's usual idea of these traitors, just keep them with money, and dream of taking power. With the virtue of these traitors, once they have power, who knows if they will do something to betray their masters again. Goliath, however, was still a bit disgruntled. After all, the reason why he was dead set on being a Yu traitor in the first place was because Wei Hua painted a cake with him, saying that once the Yu dynasty was destroyed, he would continue to let him be the prime minister, so that he would be underneath one person and above 10,000 people. The territory under his control is even bigger. That's why he moved. But now, he's just a bull ***** crown prince. The key is that the Dezhou dynasty doesn't even have a crown prince. Who can he manage with this crown prince? This is not a proper promotion, but a secret demotion. For people in high positions who have been in the center of power for a long time, once there is no real power, it is simply more difficult than letting him die. You can see that in the latter days, those officials are going to retire, but they are still trying desperately to find all sorts of consultant titles for themselves in various associations, just to satisfy their own lust for power. Thus, Gao Zizi stiffly rushed at Wei Hua and said, Your Majesty, and the crown prince is a great responsibility. I can't afford it. Can you continue to let me into the cabinet? Manage some specific affairs? This minister has experience. There is no cabinet in this dynasty, only a prime minister. Wei Hua refused, but Gao Zizi even still not dead heart, Continued, then can let me do the right Prime Minister? Assisting Prime Minister Xin Wuji? Gao Xiong, are you teaching me how to do things? Wei Hua immediately sneered and said. These words were accompanied by a murderous intent, which instantly caused Gao Xiong's body to tremble. Only then did Goliath react to the fact that the emperor in front of him was not the weak and bullying Zhao Jiao. Rather, it is the god of murder, Wei Hua, who has a sword at his waist and whose blood is still fishy. So, he quickly kowtowed and admitted his mistake. I dare not. Your Majesty, forgive me, I dare not. It was a slip of the tongue on the part of the humble servant. Go down. Wei Hua didn't bother with him and waved his hand, telling Goliath to get lost. And Gao Xiong did not dare to talk back again, and hurriedly rolled and crawled away, but his eyes flashed a trace of dissatisfaction and anger, obviously feeling that the present reward in exchange for the credit of his own tipping off and dedication of the city was really too much of a loss. When Gao Zizi left, Prime Minister Xin Wuji immediately rushed to Wei Hua and said, Your Majesty, this Gao Zizi is a wolf with an ambitious heart, and right now Your Majesty is not fulfilling his appetite, so I'm afraid that he will become a problem in the future. No harm done, just send someone to quietly keep an eye on him. Now that the world is not unified, we must keep these surrendered factions for 1,000 years to attract other people to surrender. When the world is united, it will be the time to pull the list and settle the score with these people. Wei Hua faintly said, his heart in the right place, but didn't His Majesty issue a Dan Shu Tai, saying that he would be spared 3 deaths? Xin Wuji reminded. No matter. I'll cut him 4 times no matter what. Wei Hua said with a slight smile. There are ways. Since ancient times, the final interpretation of the Dan Shu Tai Pupan has been in the hands of the emperor. It is the emperor's decision whether to exempt or not to exempt specifically. Even the old Zhu kind of emperor, Danshu Iron Coupon is no different from the death token. Who took the Danshu Iron Coupon? The old Zhu will take who to kill. Your Majesty is wise. Xin Wuji froze at his words and had to admire his own Majesty's brain circuit. Afterwards, Xin Wuji began to report on the battle. Your Majesty, our army has completely occupied the Izhou Road and posted notices all over to capture Zhao Jiao, but there is still no trace of that dim-witted ruler Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao must have run towards the rest of his territory. Let's keep fighting and we'll definitely catch him. Wei Hua replied without thinking. Even if this Zhao Jiao is able to run again, he will never be able to escape Wei Hua's hand. There is also that Xiangzhong Road in front of us is occupied by the insurgent Zhang Zicheng. The military advisor beside Zhang Zicheng, Li Gua, is an undercover agent of my Weijia army, and he informed me that Zhang Zicheng currently has only 30,000 troops. Your Majesty, do you think we should attack Zhang Zicheng and take the Xiangzhong Road, or continue south and attack Daiyu? Right now our main goal is still to exterminate the Yu dynasty. Let's put these insurgents aside for now, as long as they don't come to offend me. After the land revolution here is almost complete, I will continue to set off in pursuit of Zhao Jiao. When we destroy Zhao Jiao, then we will clean up these insurgents and unify the river and mountains. Wei Hua said immediately. The rebel army only has one province at the moment. It can't become much of a climate. Zhao Jiao, on the other hand, has 3 other provinces that must be cut down to the roots. Yes, there is one more thing. The group of ministers all want to send their daughters to Your Majesty and join Your Majesty in marriage. Your Majesty, do you think we should have a draft to fill up the harem? Prime Minister Xin Wuji held back a smile as he rushed at Wei Hua. Chapter 133. Wei Hua has a descendant. Sending a daughter to me? What are they up to? Trying to seduce me? Wei Hua sniffed in confusion. It's mainly to enlist relations with His Majesty. We, De Zhao, have consecutively killed the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, killed Wang Xie's 2 families, and killed the family slaves and tenants of the 4 southern surnames. So these worldly families have already been cowed by us, and do not dare to confront us. Thus, they sought to save the country through a curve, relying on marriage with His Majesty to stabilize their family's position. In the future, if their own daughters can have a son or daughter for His Majesty and inherit the great lineage, then their family will be able to prosper again. And according to the usual practice, the sons of heaven in the Yu dynasty would indeed all marry these gate families, thus increasing their control over the court, and also to find a powerful relative for the imperial son. It just so happens that His Majesty's harem is empty, with only 1 queen and 2 concubines, thus these courtiers have moved on. Prime Minister Xin Wuji replied. Since ancient times, with the exception of the founding kings, later emperors were almost always born in the harem and grew up in the hands of women. Therefore, if you want to control the court and suppress the civil and military officials, only with the help of 2 forces, 1 for the eunuchs, 2 for the relatives. Therefore, the relatives are indeed a very powerful force, but all the same, these 2 forces have often grown larger, doing wrong and disrupting the dynasty. My daisho will never allow a repeat of what happened in the previous dynasty, allowing eunuchs and relatives to disrupt the court again. Therefore, the matter of sending a daughter. Stop there. Manhwa said seriously. He traveled across the world, and with the experience of thousands of years in his previous life, he must make sure that his dynasty will no longer follow the old path of his predecessors, and jump out of the strange circle of the feudal dynasty that will surely be extinguished in 300 years, and find a road that can make the world truly peaceful. The road is bound to be difficult, but it is much more rewarding. This is also the promise Manhwa made in his heart at the beginning. This life, when the heart for heaven and earth, for the life of living beings, for the past saints to succeed the great learning, for the world to open peace. Therefore, eunuchs, relatives, Manhwa tongue should not be used. Promise, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Xin immediately nodded his head. If it was an unusual emperor, he would naturally have to be concerned about the anger of the lineages after rejecting the marriage of the lineages. But Manhwa had absolutely no need to be concerned. It was because the Shurhua had all been scared out of their wits by his killings. By the way, do you know which of the child delivery temples in this neighborhood is more spiritual? Manhwa asked. There's a nearby mountain called Incense Furnace Peak, and the child delivery temple up there is said to be very spiritual. Xin replied. AI. The Empress is about to give birth. I'm going to pay my respects and pray for the safety of the mother and child for her. Manhwa said worriedly. Childbirth in this day and age was truly a hell of a time for a woman, with no specialized doctors, much less C-sections. Even if Manhwa is now the emperor, he can only find a few experienced laborers to help Tuoba Yuer, and it's still hard to say if the mother and child will be safe. Therefore, as strong as Manhwa, also had to come once without asking the gods and ghosts, to go to the temple to pray for Yuer, praying that she can mother and child peace. Your Majesty is blessed with great fortune. The Empress Mother is bound to have a safe mother and child, and I will accompany Your Majesty. Xin replied immediately. Subsequently, Manhwa took only some of his personal guards and Xin and went up to Fragrant Furnace Peak. Incense Furnace Peak is not high, only 200 to 300 meters, and on the top of the mountain stands a temple of the Goddess of Mercy, which is full of incense. Manhwa quickly stepped up the mountain. Looking at the statue of the dignified Goddess of Mercy, Manhwa deeply worshipped, and in his heart, he kept silently reciting that Tuoba Yuer's mother and son were safe. At this moment, he was no longer the famous General Manhwa who wore gold armor in 100 battles in the Yellow Sands, but just a husband who missed his wife and children. In front of the statue of the Goddess of Mercy, Manhwa knelt long enough for several hours. During this time, he asked no questions about the state of affairs, but only for peace. I don't know how long I had been kneeling, but I only saw a personal guard hurriedly and excitedly running from the foot of the mountain, all the way running and also reporting, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, good news. Linen reports that the Empress has given birth. She has given birth to a son. Mother and daughter are safe. Is this true? Manhwa excitedly stood up from the ground at once, since he had been kneeling for too long. Getting up violently also almost caused his generation of emperors to fall on their asses. Fortunately, Xin, who was on the side, had the eyesight to immediately ambush Manhwa. Your Majesty, it's true, an urgent report sent from Linen 800 miles away. The personal guard replied excitedly. After all, the birth of a prince could not only be a family matter for Manhwa, but also a matter of state. It means that Daisho has a descendant to pass on. Ha 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 ha, good, excellent. This temple is indeed extraordinary. Men, set up an inscription here that reads, those who visit this mountain will not suffer from lack of an heir. Go back to Linen and see the Empress. Manhwa was incomparably excited and directly mounted a fast horse, 800 miles to rush to Linen with the fastest speed. Dezhou, Kyoto Linen. On the carved Nanmo bed couch, the tent was hanging lightly. Empress Tuoba Yuer was quietly lying in the brocade quilt, her face as pale as paper, with fine beads of sweat still remaining on her forehead. Her long hair was scattered on the pillow, black as ink, setting off her already beautiful face more and more haggard. A rush of footsteps came from outside the palace, followed by the low kowtowing of the palace people. Manhwa stepped into the hall with large strides, his metaphysical dragon robe still carrying the dampness of the night dew. As soon as his eyes landed on Tuoba Yuer on the couch, he could no longer move away, and a hint of anxiety and heartache was hidden between his brows. In her impression, Tuoba Yuer had always been that freshly dressed, valiant grassland lady, and right now, Yuer was so pale and weak that even her lips were bloodless. Even when she was defending the city for Manhwa, Jade was not this weak. It was evident that this birth had really made Yuer walk on the ghost gate, making Manhwa incomparably heartbroken. Yuer, he called out in a low voice, with a few hoarseness in his voice, as if he was suppressing some kind of emotion. He quickly walked to the edge of the couch and leaned over to hold her cold hand. his fingertips trembling slightly, and his eyes were also a little red. Tuoba Yuer slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes reflected his anxious face, and the corner of her lips slightly raised a weak smile. Your Majesty, how did you come? You are not at the front line fighting. I am fine. Your Majesty, do not be sad. Wei Hua didn't reply. He just held her hand tighter, his other hand gently caressing her cheek, his fingertips touching the cold sweat on her forehead, his frown deepening. It's been hard on you. His voice was low and gentle, as if he was afraid of disturbing her. Tuoba Yuer gently shook her head. Her gaze turned to the sleeping infant in the cradle to the side, a soft light flooding her eyes. Your Majesty, quickly look at our child. Wei Hua followed her gaze. The baby in the cradle was sleeping quietly. His small face was rosy and delicate, and the shadow of his parents was vaguely visible between his eyebrows and eyes. His gaze lingered on that little face for a moment, and a touch of joy and compassion that was hard to hide gradually surfaced under his eyes. Like you, Wei Hua whispered, a few smiles in his voice. Eyebrows like you. Tuoba Yuer laughed softly, a trace of fatigue in her eyes, but still gentle. Your Majesty is joking. The child is still small. Where can I see who it looks like? Wei Hua did not answer, but only gently swept her into his arms, moving carefully as if she was a fragile treasure. His palms covered her back, and through the thin bedclothes, he felt her faint breathing and heartbeat, and his heart ached. Yuer, rest well, he whispered in her ear, his voice carrying an unquestionable firmness. I will stay with you until you recover as before. Tuoba Yuer leaned on his shoulder, gently closed her eyes, the corner of her lips with a trace of reassuring smile. Candle flickering in the hall, reflecting the two embracing figures, as if time stood still at this moment, leaving only each other's breathing and heartbeat. A moment later, Wei Hua gently let go of her, his gaze once again falling on the infant in the cradle, a hint of deep thought flashing through his eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice low and firm. Yuer, I have already thought of a name for our child. Tuoba Yuer raised her eyes slightly, a hint of doubt and anticipation in her eyes. What does your Majesty want to call him? Wei Lin. Wei Hua said word for word, his gaze as deep as a pool. He is the unicorn child of my Wei family. He will become great in the future. When Tuoba Yuer heard this, a trace of surprise and touching flashed in her eyes, and the corner of her lips slightly raised. Wei Lin. Good name. Wei Hua held her hand, his gaze firm and gentle. I have decided to make him the crown prince and inherit the throne in the future. He is our firstborn son and my most cherished heir. The firstborn son inheritance system, while having many drawbacks, was the best way for a feudal dynasty to have a lot less infighting. What's more, this child was the crystallization of Wei Hua and Tuoba Yuer, and Wei Hua treasured him beyond measure. A hint of tears rose in Tuoba Yuer's eyes as she gently nodded. Your Majesty, my concubine thanked your Majesty on behalf of Liner. Wei Hua gently stroked her cheeks, his fingertips wiping away the teardrops at the corners of her eyes, his voice low and gentle. You are my empress, and Liner is my crown prince. I will protect you all for the rest of your lives. The words split into two. Zhao Jio's side can be miserable. Chapter 134 Impersonating the Emperor? Just when Wei Hua had a son and was living a beautiful life, Zhao Jio, who was also an emperor, was living an incredibly painful life. He had made money all the way through his stalls, trying to escape to the Minzhou road, which had started out fine. After all, Zhao Jio is a professional in art. Their old Zhao family is not good at ruling the country, but they are good at playing art. Like his father Zhao Weikai is a great calligraphy and lyrics. When he was arrested, he also wrote an incredibly demoralizing words, 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The Phoenix Pavilion and the Dragon Tower are in the sky, and the jade tree and the agarwood branches are made of smoke and roses. How many times have I recognized a war? Once returned as a captive, his waist and temples wore out. On the day of my hasty resignation from the temple, I was still playing a song of parting in the church hall. I was in tears. It was used by the Liao tribe to taunt Wei Hua about the weakness of the Yu dynasty people, and was later disliked by Wei Hua with the words of Xin Shiji. Although Zhao Jio did not have the poetic talent of his father, he was extremely good at singing, not losing to any famous opera singer. Every time he set up a stall and opened his voice, he was able to attract countless ordinary people to gather and watch. But there was no way Zhao Jio was born too fine and tender. Plus the genes of their old Zhao family were really good, and all of them grew up with clear eyebrows. Therefore, Zhao Jio sold his art, instantly like a sheep into the tiger's mouth. Was a lot of big families' wife stared at, and insisted on pulling Zhao Jio into the boudoir as the guest of honor. Zhao Jio was so weak that he sometimes had to sell his face. The key to this kind of horny lady is often older, and some even have dead husbands to be so reckless, and those dozens of years old, coupled with being like wolves and tigers, really make Zhao Jio incomparably painful. Who would have thought that a generation of emperors would actually have a day to be a duck? More angry, because Zhao Jio was Wei Hua's scared atrophy. Cannot be humane. The ladies were also furious when they saw that this handsome young man was actually a silver spear candlehead who could only look but not eat. So much so that Zhao Jiao would often end up being cursed by these ladies in anger and then punished in various ways. That is, this world does not yet have a wire ball. Otherwise Zhao Jiao was afraid to experience the joy of the wire ball in advance, and to comprehend the words of the wire ball, wealth and stoicism. But these wolf-like ladies are not the worst of it. The worst thing is to be targeted by the lords of those big families. These big family masters have always been men and women. There are a lot of women are tired of playing, like to play men. For Zhao Jiao this kind of tender skin and will sing the male opera is incomparable like. Once Zhao Jiao was invited into a room by a lord of the gentry and thought he was just singing an opera for the lord. As a result, I didn't expect that 50 or 60-year-old man to come up and hug Zhao Jiao and gnaw on him, but also to take off Zhao Jiao's clothes. Frightened Zhao Jiao hastily swung a flurry of Wang Beiji, knocked the old man to the ground and escaped, thinking that he, Zhao Jiao, a generation of emperors, was almost reduced to selling his ass is a great shame. It's a great shame. A bunch of, when I return to my own territory, I'll settle the score with you guys sooner or later. Zhao Jiao took out a small book and recorded all the people who bullied him along the way. But then he didn't think about the fact that he deserved all of this. Had he not indulged his men, the gentry would not have been so lawless, daring to bully good women and men in the street. Zhao Jiao only felt that this escape was simply more suffering than the first half of his life combined. With great difficulty he crossed the boundary marker, found an old woman selling tea by the roadside and asked, "Old woman, what is this place?" "Minzhou Road, Tianfu Fu," the old woman replied. "Hiss, I've finally arrived. Finally arrived at the Minzhou Road. Finally escaping the damn Wei Huo and that Zhang Zicheng." Zhao Jiao was incomparably excited and wanted to laugh uncontrollably, but with the previous two instances of joy and sorrow, Zhao Jiao also learned the hard way and didn't dare to get excited, but asked cautiously, "Old lady, which side does this Minzhou Road of yours currently belong to? Is it de Zhao, or de Shun?" "What words? We are naturally the territory of Dayu," the old woman replied. "Ha ha 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 ha, Jesus Christ, goodness gracious, you've finally given me a glimmer of hope. I knew that there are still loyal officials in my Dayu. There are still loyal officials." Zhao Jiao was so excited that he burst into tears and laughed uncontrollably. He then excitedly shouted at the old woman, "Do you know who I am? I am the son of heaven. I am the son of heaven today." "Son of heaven?" The old woman looked Zhao Jiao up and down. His hair was tangled together in a messy manner, like a bunch of dry weeds, with some fine grass clippings and dust hanging on it. His face was covered in dirt, with a trail of mud marks that looked like the marks of the years, revealing only a pair of cloudy but vigilant eyes. The body of the broken cotton jacket is full of holes, cotton from the large and small holes drilled out. With his movement swaying, the lower pants short a large section, revealing the skinny and bony, full of frostbite ankles, feet shuffling a pair of exposed toes of the ragged shoes. If this is the son of heaven, then God is afraid of a stepfather. So, the old woman just thinks Zhao Jiao is a crazy beggar. Cannot help but rise a little compassion said, "Children, all the way to escape the suffering, right? Really poor. This is not clear. Ah, the world is difficult. Ah, you wait, Granny give you take a nest egg. I'm not delirious. I'm really the son of heaven. I'll prove it to you." Zhao Jiao instantly freaked out at the words and immediately had to take out some kind of token from his body to prove himself. However, he touched it for half a day and only came up with mud all over and no one. After all, he this jade seal and so on are left in the palace by Cao Zizi to take the offering to Weihua, the body of the dragon robe and dragon crown, and handed over to the little eunuch posing as a substitute for death. The only valuable triggers and stuff were pawned at the pawn store again. He's so poor he's got nothing on him. Done. I've really become a fake. Zhao Jiao violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and for a moment, he didn't know how to prove his identity. Chapter 135 The Darkness of the Willows. I really am the son of heaven today. Son of heaven. Why don't you believe it? Why don't you believe it? As long as you believe me, I will restore the throne later and give you 10,000 taels of gold. Zhao Jiao had no choice but to growl incompetently. The way he drew a big cake resembled the "I'm the first emperor of Qin. Beat the money crooks of the latter days. Faith, faith, faith. Child, you are the son of heaven and I am the Empress Dowager. Come, the Empress Dowager will give you a nest egg." The old woman's heart is really good. She really treats Zhao Jiao as a little cutie. She took out a nest egg from her house and handed it to Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao was speechless in the face of this nest, and he wanted to throw away this food handed out in contempt. But his stomach's hungry rumbling made him put down his dignity and be a little cute, and honestly ate this nest egg. And after filling his stomach, Zhao Jiaodong's clever brain took the high ground again, and immediately flashed a bright light and said, "By the way, Zhong Ming, your governor of Minzhong Road, has seen me. He has seen me. You quickly send me to him. He must be able to recognize my identity. At that time I will reward you heavily. However, the old woman took him to be twitching again, and simply told him to death. I don't know what bells you're talking about, and we already have a sire, so don't even think about it. Your Majesty? Where is there a His Majesty? Zhao Jiao was once again dumbfounded at his words. Didn't you say that this place is still the territory of Diyu? Then where did Diyu get His Majesty? I heard it was the original Taishang Emperor. I'm not too sure. There's a notice posted there. Go and see for yourself. The old woman pointed to a notice wall at the entrance of the village and said. Zhao Jiao immediately walked over with a grim face, only to see the words Reset Edict written on the bulletin, which instantly made his heart thump. Subsequently, Zhao Nine and continued to read on, only to see the imperial edict clearly wrote, I since the abdication of the throne, retired from the position of emperor, I would like to take care of the days of life, enjoy the blessings of peace, but the will of God is unpredictable. Unpredictable things. Today, my son led the division of the enemy, was defeated, and the whereabouts of the unknown. I heard of the heartache, sadness and sleeplessness. The safety and security of the gods of earth and grain is more important than Mount Taishan. The well-being of the common people depends on a single thought. At this time of national crisis, people are in fear. I dare not sit back and ignore. Therefore, comply with the pleas of the ministers, comply with the expectations of the people of the world, resolutely reset, and then ascend the throne. In order to salvage the wild waves from the collapse of the building will be tilted. I reset the throne, when the world for himself, diligently rule the country, sleepless from morning to night. Inside is to rectify the officials, depose the treacherous sycophants, appoint the virtuous and good, the implementation of new policies, to thick people's livelihood, to solidify the state. Outside is to rectify the army by the martial arts, the troops and horses, to build up their strength, seek revenge and snow shame, revitalization of the country's prestige, to protect the integrity of my mountains and rivers, and to protect the peace and quiet of my people. I look forward to the ministers, salty body my intention, a heart of public service, each do their duty, do not harbor selfish thoughts, do not avoid the hardships and dangers, up and down the heart, the will of the people into a city. I should also be open-minded to receive advice, readily accept good advice, and the ministers to discuss the country, with the creation of a peaceful world. Tell it to the whole world, and let it be known to all. This means, clearly, that the Supreme Emperor Zhao Huikai took advantage of Zhao Jiao's disappearance, seized Zhao Jiao's throne, and became the emperor himself again, restored great power. Asterisk. Zhao Huikai, are you still my real father? Do you still have any father-son love? You actually even your own son's throne you do not spare. My son in the front line to sell their lives. You in the rear all the way to run just, actually take advantage of the run faster than me. Robbed me of the throne. I shouldn't have been a womanizer in the first place. I should have killed you. Kill you. Zhao Jiao looked at the bulletin. His eyes were bloodshot, and he completely got up the idea of patricide. It's really intolerable. If this can be tolerated, it can't be tolerated. God, you played me to death. Zhao Jiao completely freaked out, cursing and directly tearing this bulletin to shreds. It was thanks to the fact that this place was sparsely populated, or else this action alone would be enough to get him arrested and put in jail. This world is so big. Where is my home? Zhao Jiao really broke down. He fled all the way to meet the surrender of Wuzhou Dao, and he didn't break down. He did not break down when he encountered the Xiangzhong road being occupied by the peasant army. It was hard to come to the territory of Diyu, and when he found that the throne was occupied by his own father, he was completely devastated. Sure enough, it's affection that's the hardest knife of all. Right now, Zhao Jiao really doesn't know where to go. The throne has been decided. Even if he flees to the Tu Guangzhou Road and Guizhou Road, it won't help. He also didn't dare to go to the palace to recognize his own father. After all, since ancient times, heartlessness is the emperor's family. This Zhao Huikai had not been able to recover the throne with great difficulty, and would never give it up to himself. If Zhao Jiao were to go to the palace now, then Zhao Huichai would surely put on a show of fatherly kindness and filial piety with himself before secretly killing himself. He'll die for sure. Going would be a death sentence. So, Zhao Jiao just had to run around in a muddled manner, really going a bit crazy. Behind the old woman also kindly advised, little cutie, don't run around. Remember to hide under the eaves when it rains. AI, really poor people. I'm not a cutie. I'm Tenko, son of heaven. Zhao Jiao roared incompetently, only to be rewarded with even greater laughter from the old woman. Only at this moment did he realize that the so-called son of heaven turned out to be really no different from ordinary people, and not half as noble. I don't know how long I ran, but Zhao Jiao actually ran to a beach. But it's not so unusual that this Minzhou road is already by the sea. Heavens, Is this the choice you gave me? To jump into the sea? Zhao Jiao looked at the waves that kept lapping in front of him and let out a bitter smile. That's just it. There's no way out. Just die. Zhao Jiao's mentality had completely collapsed, so he simply broke the pot as well and prepared to die. So, Zhao Jiao walked a little bit towards the depths of the sea, only he walked very slowly, not knowing whether he was afraid of dying or he felt that the water was too cold. And just at this time, Zhao Jiao suddenly above the sea, a black shadow appeared in the distance, and with the passage of time, the black shadow gradually became clear. It was actually an ancient warship, densely packed like a forest breaking through the waves. The hull was thick and sturdy. The oak-built hull shook slightly under the impact of the waves, but it still traveled firmly towards the front. Each of the warships was filled with foreigners of various skin colors. They were dressed in different styles of clothes, from the short Japanese slave costume to the navy costume with gold trim. Their skin, there were those who were as white as snow, those who were bronzed by the sun, and those who had dark skin with exotic colors. Their hair varied in color as well, with blonde, brown, and black flying recklessly in the wind. This is it. The more Zhao Jiao looked at it, the more shocked and excited he became. This was clearly the reinforcements he had been waiting for. That overseas power of the three kingdoms, Eastern Japan, Northern Bear, Western Ocean. The 30,000 soldiers and horses of these three countries were completely destroyed by Weihua in a single battle, and then they have been trying to take revenge back. But there was no way, they were too far away from Kyushu to transport troops, so they could only transport them slowly in batches. That's what delayed the time. It was not until this moment that they completely finished transporting their troops and rushed to Dayu. Ha 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 ha, this is really a step in the dark. A village in the dark. I am saved. I am saved. Zhao Jiao was instantly ecstatic, and instead of killing himself, he immediately ran back to the shore and rushed at the countless warships waving his arms continuously. Chapter 136 Zhao Jiao kills his father. Where's the stinking beggar? Jumping around and going crazy. Men, shoot arrows, kill him. The foreign devils stood on top of the warship, looking at Zhao Jiao, who was excitedly jumping around like a monkey not far away, and shouted disdainfully. They didn't care what the beggar really meant. They just wanted to kill him for fun. Something smooth anyway. Wait a minute. This seems to be the Emperor of Yu Dynasty. Luckily, the great general of the Western Kingdom, Mike, had once secretly seen Zhao Jiao, and with the latest Western mirror, he saw Zhao Jiao's face and cried out in incomparable shock. In this way, Zhao Jiao had finally avoided being killed by an arrow, and the joy of the situation. Emperor of Yu Dynasty? Really? How did he become like this? The crowd was a bit disbelieving. The generals of the three countries then immediately sent their soldiers to surround Zhao Jiao when they came ashore and questioned him for a while. Good thing Zhao Jiao talk extraordinary, and know a lot of palace secrets. Plus Mike has seen, so the crowd thoroughly identified his identity, Yu Dynasty Emperor. And after Zhao Jiao saw that the crowd believed in his identity, he immediately used his own surefire diplomacy. Those who violate my Dayu, though far, must be caught. So, he immediately shouted at the three generals, as long as you help me take back the throne, I am willing to cede all the ports along the coast of Dayu to you. All the sea islands will also be given to you. Is that true? The Western Kingdom's Grand Admiral Mike's eyes lit up at his words. Their Western Kingdom loved to occupy various ports and transportation routes. On the other hand, the Eastern Ing Kingdom and the Northern Bear Kingdom were silent, each with their own calculations. Their appetites were bigger, and they wanted to swallow the rest of the Yu Dynasty's territory even more. However, knowing that they had to take their time, they all nodded to each other and agreed to the request. Dang it! Zhao Jiao immediately replied. Good, Your Majesty. Don't worry, each of our three countries has brought 30,000 soldiers and horses, and together we have almost 100,000 troops, not to mention helping Your Majesty reclaim the throne. It's not much of a problem to kill your way up to Linen, defeat Weihua, and help Your Majesty restore the kingdom, Mike said with a smile. If you all can help me defeat Weihua and restore the kingdom, then you all will be my regenerative parents. I would like to pay my respects to all of you. I will worship your monarchs as Emperor Royal Father. I will call myself a child emperor. Zhao Jiao was thrilled beyond words. At this moment he really did not want his face. The emperor actually bowed to a few foreign devils. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty is polite. The three foreign devil generals laughed at each other and looked at this Your Majesty with disdain and excitement in their hearts. This is really a good puppet. It's the best thing to use as a puppet emperor, at the mercy of their three kingdoms. Zhao Jiao, however, is blissfully unaware of the calculations of the three countries, and only feels that life has hope again, which is really beautiful. At this moment, the former emperor of the Yu Dynasty was completely reduced to a traitor to imperialism. On the other hand, Minzhou Road, Tianfu Province, the governor's office. At the moment, This governor's office became the temporary capital of Dayu. And Zhao Huikai, who once again ascended to the throne of the emperor, was sitting in the governor's office to attend the court, listening to the return of the following people. At this time, the Minzhou Road governor Zhongming took the lead to open his mouth. Your Majesty, the Wei family army is invincible. The troops are unstoppable. Has been consecutively taken Ganzhou Road, Azhou Road, 2 provinces of the land. The troops pointed directly to my Minzhou Road. My Minzhou Road is really not a rival. Then His Majesty De Zhao wrote a personal letter and sent it to him, saying that he was willing to beckon His Majesty to surrender. He said that he has a personal grudge against Zhao Jiao, so he keeps hunting him down. But he has no personal grudge against you, Your Majesty, and is willing to beckon Your Majesty to surrender. His Majesty, the Emperor of De Zhao, is willing to grant His Majesty the title of Marquis of 10,000 households under the system of 2 kings and 3 scruples, with a fiefdom of 1 county. Within this county, Your Majesty may continue to worship our great Yu clan temple. 2 kings and 3 scruples is an ancient political ritual system. 2 kings refers to seal the descendants of the first 2 dynasties as the king or public, etc., to give the name of the king and marquis, etc. 3 scruples refers to the sealing of the descendants of the first 3 dynasties to show respect, give them a certain status and treatment, so that they can worship their ancestors, and to perform the rites of a guest instead of the rites of a minister. For example, King Wu sealed Yu and Qi after Yu, and Yin and Song after Yin, which is called 2 guests. He also sealed Shenong and Zhao after Shenong, Yao and Zhu after Yao, and Shun and Chen after Shun, which is called 3 scruples. Since then, this system was used in many dynasties, such as Chao Wei, who named Emperor Xian of Han as the Duke of Shanyang, and the later Sima family, who named Chao Wei as the King of Chenlu. This is mainly to show the dignity of the dynasty by saying to raise the country to extinction and to succeed the world. Originally, if Zhao Jiao had been the emperor, Wei Huo would never have given him this opportunity to become the Marquis of 10,000 houses. But Zhao Huikai is fine. After all, there is no grudge. What do you all think? Zhao Huikai asked as he rushed to the crowd. Your Majesty, De Zhao has a strong army. Our previous 200,000 troops were defeated. Right now it's just 10,000 or 20,000 miscellaneous troops. It's really not an opponent. Why don't we surrender? Yes, Your Majesty. There's an old saying in Kyushu that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. So let's just follow the fate of heaven. De Zhao is so magnanimous. Let's follow it. The entire court was filled with civil and military personnel who advised. Everyone is really wimpy. The 200,000 troops of the Tilted Kingdom battle have been defeated. Who still dares to fight hard with the De Zhao Wei family army? Hey, then promise it. Zhao Huikai looked at the full court. Martial arts have no intention to fight, but also had to go along with the water and said. Anyway, he wasn't Zhao Jiao. He didn't have that much hatred for Wei Hua. Even more, Wei Hua was kind to him. After all, if it wasn't for Wei Hua's request, he, Zhao Huikai, would still be in the Liao tribe continuing to dance. He also knew that he was by no means Wei Hua's opponent, and since Wei Hua was willing to beckon him to surrender, he went along with it. At least, it's better than being a prisoner. What's more, he was actually Wei Hua's old man from a certain perspective. After all, even though Zhao Ruyan had been hugged by Wei Hua, the 2 princesses Zhao Bi and Zhao 11 had still become Wei Hua's consorts. Even if you don't look at the face of the monk, you have to look at the face of the Buddha, right? Wei Hua shouldn't make things difficult for this old man of his. Your Majesty is wise. The entire court immediately breathed a sigh of relief at the words and hurriedly praised. They were really afraid that this Taishang emperor, like His Majesty before him, was going to do it with De Zhao in a single-minded manner. And just as the entire court was overjoyed and in agreement, but the sound of bang suddenly came, only to see that the closed door of the governor's office was actually kicked open, and a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. None other than the former emperor of Yu dynasty, Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao immediately roared. I disagree. How dare you say surrender lightly? Have you forgotten the hundreds of years of favor from my Dayu? I see that you have all taken bribes from that thief Wei Hua. Today is the time for me to liquidate your rebellion. Zhao Jiao roared, with determination and coldness in his voice. He waved his hand, and the foreigners behind him immediately split into 2 teams and directly surrounded all the civil and military personnel of the dynasty. And the soldiers guarding the outside were taken down by these foreigners long ago. Taishang Emperor Zhao Huikai looked at the scene in front of him, his face pale. He raised his head to look at Zhao Jiao, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. How can you still be alive? The Taishang Emperor's voice trembled with shock, knowing that the entire 200,000 strong army was wiped out and Gaoxiang surrendered. The people of the Yu dynasty felt that Zhao Jiao had either died in battle or had been captured and killed by Wei Hua. How could he not expect that Zhao Jiao would still be alive? Zhao Jiao sneered and personally carried a sword, taking a step towards his father. Then, with a swish sound, the tip of his sword pointed straight at the emperor's throat. Do you think I will die easily? Daring to rob me of my throne? Today, I will make you pay in blood. Before the words left his mouth, Zhao Jiao's sword had already stabbed into the Taishang emperor's chest. The Taishang emperor's eyes widened and blood spilled from his mouth. How could he not expect his own son to really dare to kill himself? He cried out at last, "Emperor's son!" Then, he collapsed helplessly on the dragon chair. Emperor Zhao Huikai died. Zhao Jiao. Successful patricide. Zhao Jiao stood in front of the dragon chair, looking down at the corpse of the Taishang emperor, but his heart wasn't the slightest bit sad, but was filled with pain. That's the way it should be. I was too soft-hearted before, and that's why I almost caused a tragedy. Those who are emperors and kings should be ruthless and decisive. Thus, Zhao Jiao slowly turned around and looked at the shivering dynasty full of civil and military officials. He sneered and said, "Historian, remember, the Supreme Emperor's nightly defense of 10 women led to a violent death. I, the king, will return and restore the great unity." Chapter 137 Countermanding the Guardian Army. Historian Taisher Bo was startled by Zhao Jiao's sudden call. Facing this foreigner's big swords and his majesty's eyes, Historian Taishu Bo was also afraid, but he was more afraid of history being smeared indiscriminately. Therefore, he still took out a pen and paper and shivered as he wrote truthfully in the history book. In the 6th month of the 5th year of health, Emperor Zhao Ruju killed his father and seized the throne. Health is Zhou Jiao's year. Wanting to be healthy in this life? Just not yet. Zhao Jiobin thought that the historian honestly wrote according to what he said, and he grabbed it beautifully to take a look. The results of this look. Almost Zhao Jiao to the gas fainted. This actually recorded truthfully. This is not to let him stink for 10,000 years. He really thinks he, Zhao Jiao, is shameless. Thus, Zhao Jiao was instantly furious and roared at Taisher Bo. "You're looking for death? Don't you understand my words? Hurry up and rewrite it. Or do you believe I will kill you? Your Majesty, it is the duty of a historian to write according to the facts. Even if your Majesty wants to kill me, I still have to write the truth." Taisher Bo's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, but his heart had its own insistence. "Good. Then you can go to hell." Zhao Jiao angrily drew his sword again and slashed Taisher Bo to death. The entire court was trembling at the sight, but none of them dared to speak for Taisher, and each of them lowered their heads, allowing Zhao Jiao to slaughter the ministers. Even in their hearts, there are still some secretly mocked this Taisher Bo not know what to do. You and the emperor to fight what honestly listen to him right. The big thing is to return home to secretly write their own wild history again. If you don't say that there is a lot of wild history in Kyushu, everyone secretly writes it, and you can't change the wild history even if you change the official history. I don't believe it. Without you, Butcher Zhang, I will still have to eat pigs with hair not. Someone come, call the next historian to record it. Zhao Jiao roared. Since historians were hereditary, it was Taisher Zhong, the second brother of Taisher Bo, who was summoned. Zhao Jiao rushed at Taisher Zhong, who looked similar to Taisher Bo, and said, "Your brother has already been killed by me for disobeying orders, so you take over the position of Taisher and write that the Taishang emperor died of his own violent death and illness, or else that's what happened to him." Zhao Jiao originally thought that the Taisher family had already lost one person, and the rest should always be honest. As a result, he didn't expect Taisher Zhong to calmly spread out the books and still write. In the 6th month of the 5th year of health, Emperor Zhao Ruju killed his father and seized the throne. Zhao Jiao was furious and killed Taisher Zhong again. Then Zhao Jiao summoned Taisher's third brother, Taisher Shu, to threaten him and told him to write according to his own wishes that the Emperor Taishang had wished for 10 women at night and died a violent death. But Uncle Taisher replied calmly, "It is the historian's vocation to write uprightly according to the facts. Instead of failing in their duty, it is better to die." Still writing straight on the bamboo slip. In the 6th month of the 5th year of health, Emperor Zhao Ruju killed his father and seized the throne. Zhao Jiao was so angry that he broke Uncle Taisher into pieces and fed them to the dogs. Immediately after that, Zhao Jiao also learned to be smart. He knew that this Taisher family were all stubborn and couldn't be cured. Thus, Zhao Jiao simply avoided the Taisher family and directly appointed a eunuch as the historian. This time, the world is finally clear. The eunuch immediately obeyed and wrote in the history book, "The Taishang emperor wooed 10 women at night and died violently." Humph. What bull ***** history books. Is not at my mercy to pinch the little girl. As long as I can take the Jiangshan with the help of the foreigners, defeat Wei Hua, then there are various eunuchs and historians, to write about my wisdom and valor. The black history of my escape will eventually be erased. Zhao Jiao saw the remodified content. The corner of his mouth curled up and said, "Your Majesty is holy. Regaining the throne, we are obedient. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor." At this time, Minzhou Road Governor Zhong Ming was the first to kneel down and shouted, "Otherwise he could be the governor." Really eye-catching. It doesn't matter which one becomes emperor, he just kowtows and is done anyway. Your Majesty is wise and holy, reclaiming the throne. We are obedient. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor. The other ministers followed suit, kneeling down and shouting, "Ha ha ha, all of you Secretary of Honor. As long as you serve me faithfully, I will not treat you poorly. In addition, the matter of surrender is over. My Dayu and the Wei bandits are irreconcilable. Never surrender. But all of you also do not worry. That Wei thief, although strong, but after all is not orthodox, not popular, and I Zhao family, is hundreds of years of royal orthodoxy. The people worship. What's more, I have borrowed 100,000 soldiers and horses from the foreigners this time. The foreigners are strong and well-equipped, so they will be able to kill the Wei traitors." Zhao Jiao proudly pointed at the 3 foreign devils he brought with him. The 3 foreign devils also stood with their chests out and their heads up, standing with a haughty face as they looked at the group of kneeling civil and military officers of the dynasty, with a kind of superior man's condescension, full of disdain for this group of ants. "By the way, where is Wei Hua now?" Zhao Jiao asked. "Your Majesty, Du Zhao Emperor, Wei Hua has returned to Linen. It is said that it is because his empress gave birth to a child and he returned to the capital to visit." Inspector Zhong Ming replied, "Ha ha ha, good. Wei Hua is actually not at the front line. How can one achieve greatness with such childishness? However, this is truly heaven's help. You can send your troops and question Wei Hua. We'll be able to win in one battle if we raid Wei Hua's army now," Zhao Jiao shouted excitedly. However, the 3 foreign devils generals are not a person to take care of Zhao Jiao, one by one arrogant and untamed standing in place, directly as if they did not hear the words, gave Zhao Jiao a downward spiral, so that Zhao Jiao no. They 3 foreign devils are not his Zhao Jiao's subjects, but his Zhao Jiao's living father. The scene was a bit awkward all of a sudden, and the air was a bit terrifyingly quiet. The entire court looked at me and I looked at you. All of them did not dare to breathe a breath. Fear of gasping a breath of air will be Zhao Jiao to take the opportunity to open the knife. After all, Zhao Jiao cannot deal with foreign devils, but also cannot deal with you? And Zhao Jiao's face is getting ugly. He knows he has to rely on the foreign devils, but he didn't expect the foreign devils to take him so seriously. How else can he maintain his prestige in front of his subjects? Fortunately, the foreign devils eventually spoke up. "Take your time. Fighting a war takes a long time." They were also somewhat frightened by the Wei family army and did not dare to act rashly, preparing to poke around first. Yes, General is right. Zhao Jiao nodded his head in a hurry. And finally, he wasn't out in the cold. And at this time, Zhao Jiao suddenly had a flash of insight and said, "Right, Wei Hua is not at the front line. We can take the opportunity to buy the generals at the front line of the Wei family army. This way, we can learn about the Wei family army's deployment at once, and we can win 100 battles by knowing ourselves and the enemy. In the past, it was this Wei family's army that turned against my vassals in Dayu. This time it's our turn to turn against them." When he thought that Gao Xiang, whom he relied on, was actually a traitor, Zhao Jiao was so angry that he thought of this trick to use his own people's ways to cure his own people. Also let Wei Hua taste the taste of being betrayed by his own people. "Your Majesty, this Wei family army has strict military discipline, and has always been known as freezing to death without tearing down houses, starving to death without capturing, wanting to buy their generals. I'm afraid it's not easy to do." Governor Zhong Ming replied with a frown. "It's easy to buy off their Yu dynasty people, but it's hard to buy off the Wei family army people. Oh, that was before. When you're poor, it's okay for everyone to share the hardships, but when you're rich and have seen the world of flowers, who can't be moved? Since ancient times, it is difficult to fight for the kingdom, but it is even more difficult to keep the kingdom. I have read history all over, and I have yet to see someone who was still able to keep his mind still after seeing riches and wealth." Zhao Jiao sneered and said, "For that, he has the most experience. When he was also a generation of Mingjun and then not by the world of flowers. I did not think that when the emperor can be so cool, and only want to sit firmly in their positions, for what the world of life are all thrown into the back of their minds. The so-called ideals and ambitions are naturally more important to me than whether or not I'm happy. One or two such people, perhaps, but every one of them, never. As the saying goes, 100 people come in all shapes and sizes. I just don't believe that this Weijia army is made of iron, and that every one of them is not greedy for money and not lustful. Isn't there a saying in the army that I've been fighting for so many years, and I can't be allowed to enjoy myself? The Wei family army, there must be people like that too. Let's be generous this time. Give money to money and women to women. We must use every means possible to tear a hole in the frontline troops of the Weijia army," Zhao Jiao said in a domineering manner. "No, We will follow your orders. His Majesty is wise. Governor Zhongming and the others nodded their heads repeatedly, thinking that His Majesty is not as dim as the legend says, but he is quite good at what he does. However, he didn't know that Zhao Jiao was no longer the same Zhao Jiao he was back then. Zhao Jiao, who had fled all the way over here, had gone through a lot of hardships and even almost sold his ass, and had completely blackened into a blackened Zhao Jiao, and blackened, since it should be 5 points stronger. Zhao Jiao at this moment. You can say he is bad, but never say he is stupid. This idiot is not too stupid. This is indeed a good move. The 3 foreign devils also brightened up at the words, thinking that this plan was wonderful. Chapter 138 Opposition to the establishment of the Crown Prince. On the other hand, De Zhao Linen, on the Golden Palace, Wei Hua sat high above the dragon chair, looking at the crowd of 100 officials in front of him with a cold smile on his face. This group of people really don't have a long memory. They have already ruthlessly killed a large number of courtiers before in front of the Zhuanwoman gate, and now they actually dare to jump out again, to go against themselves. The reason for this is because Wei Hua has issued an imperial edict to establish the Empress' son, Wei Lin, as the crown prince, but before the edict even left the capital, it was blocked by the courtiers. Your Majesty, although Empress Tuoba is virtuous, she is a Liao after all. Her son is of Liao bloodline. I'm afraid it's hard to convince the public. Please withdraw your order. The head of the Gu family, the leader of the 4 southern families, was the first to speak out. Yes, Your Majesty, the position of the crown prince is a matter of national importance, and the succession of a son of the Liao clan is likely to attract criticism from the court. I beg Your Majesty to withdraw your order. The representative of the Aozhou Dao's gentry, the head of the Ma family, followed suit and replied, I second the motion. Your Majesty, the Central Plains have always honored the Han Chinese as the orthodoxy, and I am afraid that it would be against the ancestral system to have a son of the Liao clan as the heir apparent. Please withdraw your order. Even the only remaining head of the Cui family among the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, who had been scared out of his wits by Wei Hua earlier, continued to speak with a stiff upper lip. I implore Your Majesty to choose another Han woman as a queen and establish her son as the crown prince, in order to settle the hearts of the world. The other second and third-rate families and clans followed suit and replied. One by one, the treacherous ministers jumped in and stated the ultimate goal. Let Wei Hua marry more daughters of the gatekeepers' families. In the final analysis, it was still Wei Hua's refusal to marry these powerful families, which was why they had come out to oppose Wei Lin becoming the crown prince. After all, they all want to rely on their daughters to marry Wei Hua so that they can become relatives and control the court in the future when Wei Hua dies. And if Wei Hua didn't give them that chance, it wouldn't be killing them personally. And this time they thought they were occupying a great righteousness. After all, the Liao and the Han do not share the same fate, and everyone really does not want the next generation of De Zhao emperors to have the blood of the Liao people flowing in their bodies. As a result, even those officials from the imperial examinations that Wei Hua had personally promoted, the commoners and the scholars, did not say a word at this moment. Lowering their heads, they did not help Wei Hua. Therefore, the gatekeeper families became even more unscrupulous and were not afraid of offending Wei Hua. After all, the last time Wei Hua went on a killing spree, it was because the gatehouse families were at fault for fighting against Wei Hua's order to buy the fields, and thus Wei Hua had no excuse for punishing them. And now that no one has made a mistake, is it hard for Wei Hua to go on a killing spree? If that's the case, wouldn't Wei Hua be a proper dim king? How can he convince the people? How can we unify the world? Fear of violating the ancestral system? I am the founder of the country. My words is the future of the ancestral system. There was no precedent before, so I am the precedent. Wei Hua sneered and replied immediately, but the gatekeeper families continued to stir up trouble. Your Majesty, no matter what, if it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. The Liao bloodline just can't be the crown prince. Yes, Your Majesty, not only are we and other ministers against it, but the people of the world will never accept a crown prince of Liao bloodline. I second the motion, and ask Your Majesty to consider the people of the world. The crowd kept putting big hats on Wei Hua, but in reality, the people didn't care who became the emperor, as long as their lives got better and better. And this action of theirs provoked Wei Hua to kill. Sure enough, these gatekeepers have to be cut off from their roots, or else sooner or later the spring breeze will blow again. However, Wei Hua wasn't the kind of cutie that would kill someone in public with complete disregard for repercussions like Zhao Jiao. Wei Hua had plenty of ways to deal with these gateway families, to cut off their dog's head and still make them speechless. Adults don't make choices. The moral high ground in the heads of these people, Wei Hua wants them all. Thus, Wei Hua retreated and said, okay, according to what you guys said, I take back my order and suspend the establishment of the crown prince. Boom! When these words came out, they were instantly like a thunderbolt, causing the gateway families to rejoice. They were ecstatic in their hearts. saying, Wei Hua, bow down. The unrivaled Wei Hua has finally bowed his head, and with the first, there will be a second. Whatever Wei Hua wanted to do in the future, he would have to sit down and talk to their worldly family, honestly share the world with the scholars. Your Majesty is wise. The crowd immediately burst into boasting, but Wei Hua is too lazy to listen to these horses' ass. He directly took out a long time ago to prepare the imperial decree. Handed a small eunuch, said, I have an imperial decree. Small Li, read it. Promise. Emperor Feng Tian Chang Yun. The imperial decree says, revolutionize the service decree. This name came out. Instantly let the hearts of the ministers thump. Hidden feeling some bad. Immediately after, only to hear the little eunuch continue to read, I was born in heaven. The royal pole in front of the court. Sleepless from morning to night. Only think of the world's people. Think of the countryside of the long-term stability. Now look at the country's old system of service. The shortcomings are many. Urgently need to be revolutionized. In the past, the government and the gentry were exempted, and the heavy burden fell on the shoulders of the common people. The people work all year round. Still unbearable. And the government and the gentry widely occupied acres of land, enjoying the profits. But in the service has more than one omission. Such inequality, long accumulated public grievances, damaged the foundation of the country. I am concerned about this, and after careful consideration, I have decided to implement the new policy of officials and gentry serving as one and paying grain as one. From the date of promulgation of the edict, no matter whether it is the court dignitaries, or the countryside gents and dickies, all of them are the same as the common people, according to the number of acres of land, according to the system of payment of money and grain, and in accordance with the rules of corvée service. This is not I treat the officials and gentry harshly, really for the sake of the world's fairness, national prosperity. Officials and gentlemen eat the king's salary, by the people, should take the lead, and the people share the responsibility of the country. When the food, it is natural, obligatory. I hope that the ministers and workers, the four sides of the gents and dickies, body I love the people's heart, move with the times, respond enthusiastically, where public justice and law abiding, take the lead in practicing the person. I will award praise, if there is any resistance to the new policy, will be severely punished, in order to correct the national law. Tell the world, and let it be known. To summarize, Wei Hua ordered that the officials and the gentry, like the people, should work as one and pay for food as one. In the past, the official gentry and the gatekeepers were privileged to be exempted from taxes and corvée service, and there are so many quotas that a family can be exempted from taxes for hundreds of people or even more. They could even take in a whole bunch of tenants and then use the tax exemption quota to help exempt the tenants from taxes, but actually continue to collect taxes from the tenants and eat the difference. That's why they were able to sit on their hands and turn into gatekeepers, passing on for generations or even dozens of generations. And this edict of Wei Hua came out, directly abolishing the privileges of these scholar gentlemen officials, coupled with the fact that their fields had already been divided up. It could be said that the roots of their gateway families had been completely eradicated. Let the so-called gatekeeper families be truly no different from the common people.